Chapter 1. After traveling through time, who would still be a bootlicker? My childhood friend is a rare rank undead summoner who can summon a ghoul lord in clear difficult dungeons solo. My brother is an S-class professional magic swordsman and the future sword god of Daxia. And I, although only B rank, am a rare class, holy light priest, and my healing capacity is astonishing. Boys in and out of school all beg me to team up with them to heal them. But what about you? You're my boyfriend, but you failed to change your job and you're not even the lowest level F-class professional. You're such a useless piece of shit. If you don't want to break up, just sign this agreement. In the cubicle of the coffee shop, Jiang Yi endured his girlfriend's roar, and a strange yet familiar memory surged in his mind. I've traveled through time? Touching his swollen forehead, he murmured in surprise in his heart. Only after the memory is completely digested will you know everything. Here it is. Parallel world, Blue Star Daxia. 100 years ago, the abyss invaded, reality was integrated with games, and digitalization swept the world. Everyone has the opportunity to become a professional after adulthood. The parents of his predecessor were powerful professionals who unfortunately passed away not long ago while conquering a disaster-level dungeon. All that was left was a single family villa worth tens of millions and a non-blood-related school beauty sister brought by his stepmother. When I first traveled through time, the scenario was that both my parents were dead, I had a sister and a house. Logically speaking, even if my previous life could not become a professional, I could still live a fulfilling life in the future. It's a pity that this damn matching mechanism matched him with Emperor Ruyan. The girl in front of him, with a beautiful face, graceful figure, and wearing a white priest robe, is the girlfriend that my predecessor had been licking for 3 years, Lu Ruyan, the school belle of Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School. As we all know, a dog that licks will end up with nothing. His predecessor was a unique clown among them. As I recall, Lu Ruyan is not only a veteran brother supporting demon, but also a heavy childhood sweetheart control freak. Her favor towards her younger brother Lu Zishou and childhood sweetheart Ji Boduan reached an extraordinary level. Not only does she require her predecessor to devote himself to her wholeheartedly, but her younger brother and childhood sweetheart must also love her as well. This also means that no matter what is done, the predecessor has to spend 3 times the manpower, material resources, and financial resources. I have to get up early every day to prepare 3 luxurious breakfasts. I also buy 3 doses of the genetic medicine worth 100,000 that can increase the chance of changing jobs. Even the gifts given on Valentine's Day are the same. 1 for Ruyan Lu, 1 for her brother, and 1 for her childhood sweetheart. The predecessor has no share. Because all the pocket money given by parents to professionals has been used up. The 1 million living expenses every month were all used to make Lu Ruyan happy. But what is the result? Not to mention the intimacy and care that should exist between lovers, even holding hands is disliked by Lu Ruyan. Are all you men so impatient? Things like holding hands should be discussed after marriage. You ask me why I'm holding hands and hugging my childhood sweetheart? Nonsense, he's my childhood sweetheart. We've been playing together since we were little. How can he be the same as your boyfriend? By the way, there are fewer gifts this month. Have you changed your mind and don't love me anymore? If you keep going like this, we'll break up and I'll never talk to you again. What? Your parents are dead? Is that true? Then you won't have money to buy gifts for me, my brother, and my childhood sweetheart? You're so sad and in pain? You want me to come over and comfort you? Are you crazy? It's just the death of your parents, isn't it? What's the big deal? Can't you just cry for a while? I still want to run with my childhood sweetheart. I'm hanging up now. The memory ended here, and Jiang Yi's face became completely gloomy. My previous life was too miserable. My parents passed away, my job transfer failed, and my girlfriend cheated on me. Is this the fate of a dog licker? Damn it. Hello? A delicate cry interrupted Jiang Yi's thoughts. I'm talking to you, are you deaf and didn't hear me? Lu Ruyan slammed the table, veins popping out on her forehead. She was filled with anger. She no longer has much patience. You're a loser. You failed to change your job and can't even become a professional. Your grades are a mess, and it's extremely difficult for you to even get into college. Me, my brother, and my childhood sweetheart are all top professionals, and we have a promising future. I'm not trying to discourage you. There's already a pathetic barrier between us. You're no longer worthy of me, Lu Ruyan. But, considering your previous love for me, as long as you sign this agreement, I won't break up with you and will continue to be your girlfriend. Looking at the agreement she handed over, Jiang Yi took a quick look at it and frowned even deeper. This is prenuptial agreement. The paper was filled with words in black and white, but they were nothing more than the word cannibalism. If you voluntarily donate the property and the woman is in charge of the finances after marriage, you must get a sterilization first. Even if you borrow tens of millions more, if you get divorced and leave the house, you will be left penniless. After reading this, one can imagine the anger in Jiang Yi's heart. This woman wants to wipe out the whole family. Ding! The strongest job transfer system is loading. Is this a system? A hint of surprise flashed across Jiang Yi's eyes, but he immediately suppressed it calmly. The predecessor failed in the senior high school awakening ceremony and became a well-known useless bootlicker. You only have one chance to change your job, and if you fail, you will have no chance of becoming a professional. But if there's a system, wouldn't I be able to change my job a second time? Jiang Yi's mind moved. Since he had traveled to a high-level martial arts world, wouldn't it be a waste if he didn't become a professional? He took a deep breath and waited for the system to load. The system has been loaded successfully. Please select your 3 major professions. Profession 1, a dog who gets everything he wants in the end. He satisfies Lu Ruyan's demands, signs the agreement without hesitation, and begs her not to break up. Job change, S-rank hidden job singing clown. After traveling through time, who would still be a bootlicker? He won't be a dog for a bad woman, nor will he solo with Batman. Option 2, if she breaks up, she'll lose her love. Endure Lu Ruyan's harassment, turn a blind eye, and hope she'll change her mind. Job change, S-rank hidden job armored dragon turtle. Then let me ask you, why is your head green in this profession? He is not a cuckold, so it's better not to change this career. Profession 3, woman? Nothing but a skeleton in a rosy husk. If you look down on me today, you'll regret it tomorrow. Don't look down on a poor young man. After coming to his senses, I broke up with Ruyan Lu and completely severed all ties. Job change, SSS level, the only hidden profession charming pet master. The predecessor worked as a bootlicker for 3 years, but ended up cheating on his husband and losing his entire family. Why don't you break up with this perfect girlfriend quickly? Do you want to keep her and let her transform into an armored dragon turtle? It's too late, so I'll choose this one. A thought comes to mind, choose 3, choose success. Lu Ruyan. Which stationery factory are you from? How dare you sell black pens with no ink at such a high price? Jiang Yi slammed the agreement hard on Lu Ruyan's pretty face, making a loud slapping sound. She wants a villa, a loan, and a sterilization. This is not a prenuptial agreement at all, it's probably a contract for the bastard to sell his body. This idiot, did he really think he was a ninja turtle? Chapter 2, after breaking off the relationship, he changed his job to become an SSS level pet charmer. Jiang Yi, what are you talking about? You're not even a professional, so how can you guarantee my future happiness? I'm doing this for your own good. I just want to use the agreement to feel more secure. What's wrong with that? If you don't sign, then let's break up. Lu Ruyan was stunned for a moment. She didn't expect that the dog who had always obeyed her would suddenly get out of her control. Soon, he became angry and embarrassed. No matter how bad her black pen is, it is not Jiang Yi's turn to check it. This loser just needs to sign, but she has a lot more to consider. For my own good? Jiang Yi looked at her coldly. When he was sad, where was Lu Ruyan practicing running? Have you ever thought about how miserable his life would be if he failed in changing jobs, gave away his parents' inheritance, and was burdened with tens of millions in loans? Signing an agreement and losing the entire family, is this good for him? It can block the sand and avoid the wind. Yes, I am the only one who feels sorry for you. I'm your girlfriend. If I'm not good for you, who else can I do good for? Lu Ruyan took the black pen, handed it to Jiang Yi, and forced out an impatient smile. No, what did you say last time? Signing an agreement? We girls tend to feel insecure. The sentence before that. If you don't sign, we'll just have to break up. The smile on Lu Ruyan's lips suddenly turned cold. Okay, it's a deal, and it can't be changed. Jiang Yi stood up and laughed. He lost his lakeside villa worth tens of millions, was burdened with tens of millions in loans, had to undergo sterilization and become a turtle man. His life would be bleak. But without Lu Ruyan, his perfect girlfriend, not only would he have a sister and a house, he could also switch to a god-level profession. Isn't this much more comfortable than living as a turtle for a fairy? Zhang Yi, what nonsense are you talking about? If you do this again, I will ignore you. Lu Ruyan glared at her fiercely and used her tried-and-true killer move. Similar to Laozi Shidaishan's special move, it has a percentage damage bonus against turtle men. This time, she believed that Zhang Yi would also give in. Real? Damn it! Double happiness. But who would have thought that Zhang Yi was so happy that he couldn't stop smiling? No need to worry about being entangled by a top girlfriend, it's so cool. Lu Ruyan was stunned, bit her lips, frowned, and felt uncomfortable. Does he really want to break up that much? Then let's break up, end our friendship, and never have anything to do with each other again until we die. Lu Ruyan was also angry. She glared at Zhang Yi fiercely and growled almost like a roar. If Zhang Yi doesn't kneel down and beg for mercy today, she will not agree to get back together. Well, break off relations. Goodbye, you stinking idiot. Under Lu Ruyan's gloomy gaze, Zhang Yi sneered, turned around and left without stopping. Rebellion, rebellion. Lu Ruyan roared in frustration, her pretty face flushed red. This loser who is not even a professional dares to give her the cold shoulder. If the agreement hadn't been signed yet, how could she be so humble? But this idiot not only doesn't cherish it, but he even dares to walk away? They are just some bootlickers, and they are acting so arrogantly? Zhang Yi. Looking at Zhang Yi's graceful back as he left, Lu Ruyan covered her face with the red marks left by the agreement, her expression gradually filled with resentment. Leave me, Lu Ruyan, and see how you survive. When we left the cafe, the sky was clear and the air was fresh. Breaking up the relationship with my perfect girlfriend, should I change my job? Coming to a deserted corner, Zhang Yi muttered silently, yes. The next second, a flash of golden light appeared on his body. SSS level professional pet charmer job change successful. Female abyssal beasts can be contracted to fight together as servants. Contracted races include but are not limited to angels, succubi, silver dragons, and elves. The higher the host's charm, the greater the bonus the servant will receive. Charm Pet Master? Or SSS level? Zhang Yi was stunned, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. There are 9 levels of career from bottom to top, namely F, E, D, C, B, A, S, SS, and SSS. As far as I can remember, there are only a handful of SSS level professionals in Disya, but all of them are top-notch experts. For example, Pei Qingshu, the sword fairy of the bright moon, once annihilated a legendary army of demons with just her sword under the moonlight, and was known as the peerless female sword fairy. It can be said that the SSS level has unlimited potential. As long as they grow up, they will have the opportunity to stand at the top of their profession. And Zhang Yi has this qualification. He is also an SSS level professional. Her future achievements may not be inferior to those of the female swordsman. Zhang Yi opened the career panel and couldn't help but take a breath. It seems that's indeed the case. Host, Zhang Yi. Occupation, Charm Pet Master, the only hidden one. Level, 10%. Talent, God-given, awaken a new God-level talent every 10 levels. Divine Blessing, Divine Level, 10-fold increase in all attributes, all resistances plus 100%, experience gain plus 100%, immune to abyssal pollution. Passive, Favor, Blood Charm. Favor, share buffs with your charm pet and increase your charm pet's intimacy. Blood Charm, each time you kill an enemy, your charm value increases by 1. The higher the charm value, the more bonuses your charm pet will receive. 1 point of charm increases all attributes, all skills, and all resistances by 0.1%. Attributes: Vitality 150, Strength 100, Agility 100, Spirit 200, Charm 250. Charm bonus, 25%. Wow, it's open without being turned off, without even a show. God level talent, 10-fold amplification, all-round resistance improvement, experience acceleration, and immunity to abyss pollution? With over 100 attributes, passive blood charm superposition, and grace sharing buff, even without a charm pet, he can kill through ordinary or even difficult abyss copies with a kitchen knife alone. Can other professions do it? The pet charmer is so terrifying. This charm pet master sounds a bit like a beast tamer or summoner, except the contracted servant becomes a female abyss beast. Looking at the virtual panel in front of him, Zhang Yi seemed to be thinking about something. The so-called abyss beasts are the myriad races that emerged from the abyss. They have strict grades, in order: white ordinary, blue elite, purple epic, gold legendary, and red mythical. The higher the grade, the stronger the ability, and the rarer it is. High-level contractable abyss beasts are hard to come by, which leads to high prices or even a lack of demand. It can be said that the pet charmer and the beast tamer are both very resource-consuming professions, and ordinary people simply cannot afford the cost of growing stronger. Fortunately, I'm so poor now that I only have money left. Jiang Yi smiled bitterly. After his parents' sacrifice, the inheritance they left behind was enough for him to buy a high-level abyss beast and contract a charming pet. There are still 100 days until the college entrance exam, and the job transfer ceremony has been over for 3 days. Some people have already reached level 5, and I'm way behind. Time waits for no one. If we want to be admitted to the top-tier Abyss University, we must upgrade quickly. If you can't find an epic Abyss beast, you can use an elite one as a transition. After a brief thought, Jiang Yi made up his mind. Buy an Abyss beast and contract a charming pet. Cultural workers must have culture, and pet masters must also have pets. He is now a lone commander. Even if he changes his job to an SSS level profession, it will be useless without a charming pet. Without further hesitation, Jiang Yi took a taxi and went to the largest abyss trading field in Jiancheng. Spirit World. Chapter 3, Picking Up the Blue-Eyed Silver Dragon Princess, Contract Evolution to Legendary Level. The spiritual world is a small copy of the abyss created by humans using technology. It is stored in a high-rise building, but you will find a different world once you step inside. There was a constant flow of people in Zivwenfeng's trading square. I just caught this beast-eared girl. Only $9.98, and you can take her home. No cheating. Elite Goblin Wizard Staff increases casting speed by 10%. Price, 200,000. Please team up, meow. Please team up to clear the dungeon for me, thank you, meow. The shouts of hawkers rang out one after another, and the stalls were filled with a dazzling array of goods. Jiang Yi was dazzled. It was his first time in such a place. After a round of searching, I couldn't find any legendary Abyss Beast contract. There was an epic one, but it was a male Sanyue Wolf King. It was very powerful, but useless. To protect your Xiaohu files from piracy, choose Xiaohu when searching for book robots. It is stable and reliable, and you won't fall into traps. Since there is no best, choose the most beautiful one. Soon, Jiang Yi locked onto his target and came to a stall that specialized in selling abyss contracts. Looking at the 3-meter-tall, broad-shouldered, and thick-waisted level 1 giant bear standing beside him, the corners of his mouth twitched, and he couldn't help but ask. A brown bear covered in fur, you call that a beast-eared girl? Just tell me if it's a beast, if it has ears, and if it has milk. The stall owner is a cute lowly with a petite figure, black twin ponytails and a black miniskirt. Whoever gives you milk is your mother? Isn't it? The little lowly puffed out her chest and asked in confusion. At such a young age, he has the potential to pacify the world, and his future is promising. Jiang Ye's mouth twitched, he didn't agree with this little Lolita's opinion, and asked the price instead. How did you sell this contract? Brown-haired giant bear, ordinary level, fixed price, 998 great xia coins. What about this? Soft bone charm rabbit, ordinary level, fixed price, 100,000 great xia coins. If it's normally sold at such a high price, why don't you just go and grab it? I'm not robbing. The little lowly blinked innocently and touched her nose with a wicked grin. Is there nothing cheaper? Jiang Yi snorted in dissatisfaction, but his mind was on the girl in black robe in the corner. She was a cold and aloof silver dragon princess with silver hair like a waterfall and a drooping dragon tail. She was squatting on the ground, her silver eyes dull and lifeless, as if she had lost hope of living. So pitiful. There are cheaper ones. Look, that blue-eye silver dragon over there, contaminated by the abyss. It's epic level and only costs 50 great xia coins. Do you dare to take it? The little lowly pointed at the dejected silver dragon princess in the corner, curled her lips, and snorted. This little brother is handsome, but he's too stingy. I can't stand him. She complained in her heart, and a hint of disgust appeared on her cute face. You think she is selling it too expensive, but the contracted beast has always been priced this way. If you can't afford it, think more about your own reasons. 50 yuan? So cheap? Jiang Yi was also stunned. He didn't expect that the epic silver dragon contract was so cheap. There's no such thing as a good deal. Considering your handsome status, don't blame me for not reminding you. Although she is an epic azure-eyed silver dragon, she has unfortunately been contaminated by the abyss. She will degenerate into a corpse in a few days. The cost of purification alone will be over 1 million. I get angry when I mention this little lowly. I thought I was lucky enough to pick up an epic blue-eyed silver dragon for free, but I didn't expect that she had already been polluted and corrupted by the abyss. It wouldn't take long for her sanity to be devoured and she would turn into a zombie. The powerful blue-eyed silver dragon became a hot potato in her hands. The cost of taking care of and purifying it alone was enough to make her suffer a lot. Not only did he lose money, but he also became a laughingstock in the market. It's a pity for her reputation that she could only swallow this loss with tears and gritted teeth. V50U, I want this contract. Scan code or cash? Zhang Yi didn't say much and simply prepared to pay. In Daxia, once the contracted abyss beast is polluted and corrupted by the abyss, the contract master is responsible for bearing all the costs of purification. But under the influence of the god-level talent, God's gift, he and his charming pet are immune to all abyss pollution. In other words, you can pick up an epic blue-eyed silver dragon for free for 50 yuan, which is a huge profit. Are you really buying it? The little girl was also stunned. It was the first time she saw someone so stupid and unwilling to listen. Really buy it? Even if she was contaminated by the abyss, you don't despise her or regret it? Leading Zhang Yi to Yilongji's side, the little lowly asked with a complicated expression. I won't despise you, and I won't regret it. Meeting the astonished gaze of the blue-eyed silver dragon, Zhang Yi nodded without hesitation and chuckled softly. Princess Silver Dragon has a good figure, is beautiful, and is super strong. He will regret it if he doesn't sign the contract. Humanity. I have been polluted and corrupted. I don't have many days left to live. You don't need to waste your time on me. The blue-eyed silver dragon's pretty face was dead silent. She had given up all thoughts of life and her heart was frozen in despair. When death was approaching, she felt that the handsome man in front of her should not be dragged down by her. As the princess of the blue-eyed silver dragon clan, she was unfortunately polluted by the abyss, expelled from the clan, and suffered from contempt and abuse. She didn't live long. How ironic. She's right. Once contaminated by the abyss, there's no hope. Let me make it clear to you, once you choose the contract, there's no other way except collecting her body and purifying it. The little Lolita explains seriously. Although she is a profiteer, she does not make money in an unclear way. I know. Zhang Yi didn't say much and paid directly. 50 yuan has been received in the Jifu package. The mechanical female voice flashed by, and it was a bit harsh. You are a lunatic. Forget it. I'll pay half of the cost of purifying her. Otherwise, I won't be able to do this business with a clear conscience. The little lowly took out the contract from the storage ring and said while gritting her teeth and enduring the pain. That's not necessary. You don't have much conscience anyway. Looking at her impoverished conscience, Zhang Yi couldn't help but laugh. Where are you looking? You're determined to contract her. Are you planning to do something dirty? The little lowly protected the blue-eyed silver dragon behind her, raised her head and looked at Zhang Yi suspiciously. There are scumbags who don't even let their contracted beasts go. He's not like that. The blue-eyed silver dragon gently pushed the little Lolita away, and forced a smile onto his weak and pale face. The plump body beneath the black robe trembled slightly, and a pale little hand was stretched out. When I die, please bury me in the sea. I hate the smell of earth. Although she was smiling, her face was almost pleading. This is her only last wish. Her hometown is in the endless sea, and her corpse must not be contaminated by unclean soil before it is cold. I'm afraid I'll disappoint you. Zhang Yi shook his head, took her hand, and left their palm prints on the contract together. Isn't it possible? The blue-eyed silver dragon lowered its head, biting the corners of its dry and pale lips, with a hint of self-mockery emerging from the corners of its mouth. She was just a dying person contaminated by the abyss. What qualifications did she have to trouble him again? Her heart was dead, like an unwanted puppy. She let Zhang Yi take her away. But the next moment, there was a buzzing sound in my mind. She widened her glasses and stopped in a daze. The charm pet contract has been signed, potential increased. Current charm pets, Golden Legend, Blue Eye Silver Dragon, Sylvie. God's grace is activated, the pollution of the abyss has been purified. Immediately, Sylvie bit her lips tremblingly and held Zhang Yi's warm hand tightly. She felt a warm current surging through her body, purifying all the turbid abyss of death in her body, leaving nothing behind. The lacquer-colored markings that had entwined and corroded her skin also disappeared, and her frail dragon body was strengthened more than tenfold, truly giving her a rebirth. Humanity. Taking off the hood of his gray robe, Hill covered his throbbing heart and looked at Jiang Yi with a complicated expression. Not only did she purify the pollution, she also evolved. Gold, legendary. At that moment, the person in his eyes looked like a god. Still calling it human? Hill bit her moist red lips, tears fell from her silver eyes, her pretty face flushed, and she whispered softly. Master, master. Chapter 4. She is not a hot potato. Master, master. The whisper was barely perceptible, yet clear enough to be pleasant to the ear. Hill subconsciously bit her crimson lips, and her pretty face, as white as snow, was also stained with crimson clouds. As the Silver Dragon Princess, it was the first time that she blurted out the word master without thinking. The coldness and arrogance in her bones made her feel ashamed instinctively, but the warmth flowing in her body made her willing, as it should be. Just because. The handsome man in front of me is like a god. Help her dispel the uncleanness of the abyss, purify the filth of the dragon body, and incredible, upgrade and evolve her qualifications. There is a world of difference between epic and legend. In Hill's memory, only the ancestor of the blue-eyed silver dragon, the original silver dragon, is the legendary abyss beast. But in just a short moment, her qualifications were no less than those of the legendary ancestral dragon. This is the grace of giving birth to a new life. Let alone calling him master, even calling him dad, it would be fine, right? Hill took a deep breath, suppressing the throbbing in his heart, and his figure was deeply imprinted in his silver eyes. My name is Jiang Yi. From now on, I will be your lifelong partner. Jiang Yi stretched out his hand, gently wiped away the tears on Shir's pretty face, and spoke softly. The thoughts hidden on Yin Longji's face were like taking off clothes, which had to be taken off piece by piece without panic or confusion. Facing his concerned gaze, Hill raised her head, her pretty face flushed, and she was stunned. When I heard the word partner again, it seemed so strange. If she hadn't been backstabbed by a companion she could trust with her life, she wouldn't have faced the army of the abyss alone. Even after a narrow victory, he was unfortunately contaminated by the unclean aura, his strength was completely dissipated, and he was also exiled and driven away by the Silver Dragon Queen in his decadence. After wandering for a while, she was fed up with the ridicule and sarcasm, and the heart beneath her breasts had long been scarred by reality. Although she has been purified of filth, is she still worthy of having a partner as she is so fallen? Will you hate me? With tears in her eyes, Hill bit her crimson lips and asked in a trembling voice. She was so self-deprecating and felt ashamed in front of him. As long as you are obedient, you won't be hated. Jiang Yi poked Long Yang's forehead with his finger, looked at her and said softly. Hill will be obedient. If there's anything Hill does wrong, please feel free to hit me, feel free to scold me, but don't leave Hill, okay? The soft white little hand held Jiang Yi's sleeve, and she gently raised her head. Her pretty face, covered with tear marks, was full of hope and pleading. She finally had a safe haven to rely on, and she didn't want to face the darkness alone anymore. Certainly. Jiang Yi nodded, feeling a little distressed. How much suffering did the aloof Silver Dragon Princess have to endure to be so eager for a bond? Then Hill's life is in the hands of the master. Lying in his arms, holding his hands. Her face was drooping with tears, she whispered softly, her cheeks flushed, and she gradually became morbidly dependent. Jiang Yi didn't say much, but just gently touched Yin Longji's hair. You still have a long life ahead of you. To become a top professional, start by contracting with Silver Dragon Princess. I never thought that the usually aloof Silver Dragon would be so dependent and obedient to you. On the side, the little girl rubbed her eyes, her pretty face full of shock. The blue-eyed Silver Dragon clan has always been known for its coldness and arrogance. Legend has it that good luck will come to those who can gain the trust of the Silver Dragon Girl. Even the powerful professional Silver Dragon Girl ignored him, but she didn't expect that this boy who just changed his job would be favored by the Silver Dragon Girl. What good luck! It's a pity that the pollution in the abyss is irreversible. She doesn't have much time left. You can't take advantage of this opportunity to bully her. The little lowly sighed and gave repeated instructions. Although her conscience is small, it is very soft. I can't bear to see the poor girl being bullied by bad guys. The master won't bully Hill. Hill shook his head and spoke for Jiang Yi without hesitation. She did not reveal that she had been purified. She must keep this secret for her master for the rest of her life. It's only been a few minutes and you're already saying masters and masters. What have you done to the aloof Silver Dragon Princess? Feeling Hill's dependence on Zhang Yi, the little lowly let out a sour sound. Having taken in Silver Dragon Princess for so long, is she repaying the favor in the wrong way? How come you are so inseparable from this guy? Hill just doesn't want you to worry. Besides, she's so cute, how could I bear to bully her? While comforting her, Zhang Yi handed over the contract agreement to the little lowly. After signing it, he became the host of Silver Dragon Princess. Time of separation. Thank you for taking me in during this time. Hill held Zhang Yi's arm, and his silver eyes showed sincere gratitude. Without the little Lolita's shelter, she might still be wandering alone in the abyss. Don't thank me. The little lowly shook her head, took out a crimson business card from her chest and handed it to Zhang Yi. Then he looked at Hill and said seriously, "Thank him if you want to thank him. After all, I'm really eager to get rid of this hot potato of yours. I just took you in, but he has to collect your body." Purifying the abyss is a very difficult task, but now that Zhang Yi has taken over, she can feel a lot more relaxed. Poor Silver Dragon Princess, if she hadn't been contaminated by the abyss, she would have had a bright future. Now, all they can do is wait for death in sorrow. Even after death, they will degenerate into a mindless walking corpse. It's so miserable. Am I a hot potato? Hill was stunned, his silver eyes filled with mist. Perhaps it was after her fall that inferiority complex permeated every part of her body, and the lack of security made her unable to hold her head up. She was a little panicked, afraid that she could not bring any value to her master. Zhang Yi did not answer immediately. He took the business card and glanced at it. LV Zhuiyue, the eldest daughter of the LV Abyss Beast Contract Group. Then he took Silver Dragon Princess's soft white hand and shook his head. Don't listen to her nonsense. You're not hot at all. The warmth from the palm of his hand made Hill tremble slightly. Her hands were indeed not hot, but her cheeks were red as fire. Like a wounded little animal, he took it away without her noticing. Instead of licking the wound, they tentatively intertwined their fingers. Seeing that Zhang Yi didn't notice, he tightened his grip even more. At this point, she no longer wants to let go. Zhang Yi did not rush to leave the spirit world, but bought some clothes for Yin Longji. After all, she is also a living person who needs food, clothing, and transportation, and she cannot be casually perfunctory. White silk increases attack speed, black silk increases critical strike? Although I don't understand what the master is saying, but if the master likes it. In the fitting room, Hill held the clothes and looked at his shy self in the mirror, his face flushed and he whispered softly. Hill has put it on, right? She desperately wanted her master's approval and love. Hill took off her loose black robe and changed into an ink black dress. She walked out of the fitting room with silver hair like a waterfall and graceful and beautiful figure. She gently lifted the silver hair from the corner of her eyes, her pretty face flushed with shy anticipation, biting her crimson lips, and asked softly, "Does it look good?" Zhang Yi glanced at Yin Longji and opened her attribute panel again. Charming pet, Silver Dragon Princess Sylvie. Level 1. Rank, Golden Legend. Race, Blue-Eyed Silver Dragon, Bloodline Awakened. Skills, Blue Eye, Silver Dragon Companion, Dragon Roar, Dragon Might, Dragon Claw, Dragon Breath, Dragon Tail, Giant Dragon Transformation. Equipment, Black Stockings plus 10% critical hit, White Stockings plus 10% attack speed. Attributes, Physical Strength 450, Strength 850, Agility 900, Spirit 600. Nice. Zhang Yi nodded subconsciously. Isn't this data really that good? As expected of the Silver Dragon Princess, she is powerful and invincible. Chapter 5, Silver Dragon Companion, Powerful Skills, Solo Dungeon. The silver-haired dragon girl walked out of the fitting room, with a distinct black and white skirt, exuding a cold charm. Above the virtual panel, there was a faint golden light lingering, which was the proof of legendary qualifications. The skill column alone is densely packed, covering 5 or 6 pages. The attribute values are ridiculously strong. At only level 1, they are no less than a level 50 knight. How can ordinary professions fight like this? Zhang Yi had a smile on his face, he really felt like he had found a treasure. After breaking up with the bad woman, my luck changed. Although Hill has many skills, many of them are powerful. Is this the foundation of the dragon race? Zhang Yi focused his attention on the skill bar and analyzed Silver Dragon Princess abilities. Silver Dragon Princess may look pretty, but you can't use her if you don't know how to use her. After all, there are no rubbish pet charmers, only incompetent pet charmers. Blue Eyes LV1, face the silver dragon's gaze directly. Under the mighty dragon's power, all attributes are reduced by 10%. If the attribute value falls below 100, it will trigger a powerful kill, instantly killing. Silver Dragon Companion Level 1, Companion Silver Dragon, Azure Eye Dragon Rider. The host gains the power of the Silver Dragon, transforming into a Silver Dragon Rider and riding the Dragonized Dragon Princess. The host's health is shared with the Silver Dragon Princess. If one survives, the other will remain indestructible. Dragon Transformation LV1, the dormant bloodline within Silver Dragon Princess is fully awakened, possessing extraordinary potential surpassing the original Silver Dragon. All attributes are increased by 10%. Hill skills are incredibly powerful. Combined with my talents and passive bonuses, after transforming into a dragon, my attribute values at level 1 can reach over 1,000 or so? After becoming a companion, I also possess the power of the Silver Dragon. I am no longer a fragile creature that will break at the slightest touch. I can even share health with Hill. As long as one of us survives, we are effectively immortal. With the intimidation of the Eye of Heaven, weak low-level monsters can even be killed instantly. This means that the novice dungeon is almost invincible. Even if I'm several days behind others, my level will catch up quickly, or even be far ahead. Zhang Ye's eyes moved slightly, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. He was looking forward to Hill's performance in the dungeon. The powerful Silver Dragon Princess, coupled with him as a Dragon Knight, has attributes exceeding 1,000 at level 1, and he is still killing people indiscriminately. Oh nar. Facing Zhang Ye's eager gaze, Hill lowered his head with a slightly red face. It's just a pair of black and white socks, so why can't you take your eyes off them? She thought to herself, but the corners of her crimson lips couldn't suppress the pride in her heart and rose slightly. She lifted her skirt calmly, and her soft legs were outlined by the black and white stockings, making them tight and attractive. She walked gracefully around Zhang Yi in a circle, then stood in front of him, raised her snow-white neck, blushed slightly, and asked expectantly. Then master, do you like it? On the first day of becoming a charming pet, Hill was eager to get Zhang Ye's approval. Even a simple word of love can make her happy all day long. Zhang Yi didn't say anything, just nodded with a smile. That's good. Covering Rubai's heart, Hill breathed a sigh of relief. If the master doesn't like it. She lowered her head, but couldn't see her toes. What's the point of Hill dressing nicely? Saved from the destruction of decadence, the meaning of her existence is to fight for Zhang Yi and satisfy all his demands. This is the fine tradition of Longji repaying her gratitude. Hill. Zhang Yi looked at her and pinched her snow-white jaw. He looked serious, shook his head, and said softly. The meaning of your existence is not for me, but for yourself. The relationship between a charmed pet and its master complements each other, and is not that of a slave and a capitalist. He didn't want Hill to become a humble Silver Dragon Princess. If she couldn't even regain the pride of the Silver Dragon clan, how could she face the powerful army of the Abyss? For me? Hill pointed at herself, her cold and pretty face full of confusion. You don't want the hatred in your heart to become an indelible haze, do you? You don't want to continue to be ridiculed by those who betrayed you, right? Zhang Yi learned about her past from Xier. The Silver Dragon Princess was deserted by her friends and relatives and was exiled. The pride and self-esteem of the past have also been reduced to self-destruction and humbleness in the pollution of the abyss. Of course I do. Hill bit his lip and nodded seriously. She was always thinking about revenge. The Silver Dragon Sword Princess, the personal attendant and best friend, is actually an undercover agent sent by her younger sister, the second princess. Push her into the abyss and immerse her in depravity and filth. Hill will never forget their indifferent faces, and the phrase "the dispute over the crown prince" was really ironic. For countless days and nights, she wandered around, falling into depravity and dying. But with the help of her master, she is no longer the same as before and finally has the capital for revenge. When the day comes when I reach the abyss, those traitors will be wiped out. Then let's work together. Zhang Yi smiled and stretched out his fist. I sympathize with Lady Silver Dragon. We are both people with miserable lives, so we should encourage each other to work together. Hill was stunned for a moment, then he stretched out his little fist and touched it lightly. She seemed to like her master a little. Zhangcheng, suburbs. Since the invasion of the abyss, dimensional entrances to the abyss, that is, dungeons, have appeared all over the Blue Star. Commonly known as copy. This is a novice copy suitable for high school students who have just changed their jobs. Most of them are very simple. For example, the goblin subjugation is a classic dungeon mission. Every year, the tribesman killed can circle the blue star 3 times. At this moment, people were coming and going in the official guild square. Zhang Yi held Hill's hand and walked into the Adventurers Guild. He plans to solo the dungeon. It's not that Zhang Yi is showing off, but it's a decision he made after careful consideration. Not only will the experience be divided equally when forming a team, but it will also be difficult to find reliable temporary teammates. After much thought, solo play is still the most efficient. Except the normal level goblin cave dungeon. I went to the front desk, talked to the receptionist for a few words, and got the teleportation Magatama to enter the dungeon. Attention! If you encounter life-threatening situations, do not try to be brave. Immediately crush the Magatama and teleport back to a safe area. Thank you. I understand. Is this your first time in a dungeon? It's too difficult for a novice to clear it solo. I suggest you join a group. No. Zhang Yi shook his head, turned and left. The female receptionist gave a bitter smile. Every year there are newcomers like Zhang Yi who overestimate their abilities and want to play solo, but once they are surrounded by goblins, they become obedient. If nothing unexpected happens, he'll come running out in less than 3 minutes, covered in dust and dirt, right? Looking at Zhang Yi's departing back, she sorted out the complicated documents and shook her head to herself. You want to solo at level 1? Do you really think you are SSS level? Even if he is handsome, it cannot be regarded as a measure of his fighting power. If you want to unlock a more difficult dungeon, you must first clear the lower level dungeons. This is a bit of a waste of time, but since this is my first time in a dungeon, I might as well try the normal difficulty setting. Zhang Yi thought to himself, took the teleportation Magatama, held Hill's hand, and came to the entrance of the dungeon. Beneath the huge blue screen, a mysterious and elegant glow lingers. As long as you take out the Magatama in your hand, you can enter the dungeon, kill monsters, and level up. If a professional wants to become stronger, killing is the fastest shortcut. Zhang Yi, why are you here? But at this moment, a shrill call came from behind. Zhang Yi frowned and turned around to look back. That is the ex-girlfriend's childhood sweetheart, a rank undead summoner Jibo Chong. Behind him stood a row of cold skeletons, and a corpse ghost lord wearing a black robe and holding a huge bone blade. His sinister face with green face and fangs was enough to make people shudder at first sight. Hey! Where did you buy the beast from? Are you planning to sacrifice it and turn me into a spirit? Ji Boduan stared at Hill behind Zhang Yi with a greedy smile. Chapter 6, Beating up the ex-girlfriend and childhood sweetheart, Silver Dragon Princess kills the Shiki Lord in seconds. How did this bootlicker buy a beast from the spirit world? Isn't he a loser who's not even a professional? But it's a good deal for me. It makes me angry. If that rigid woman Lu Zhuiwei hadn't refused to trade, this blue-eyed silver dragon would have been mine long ago. So what if she's corrupted by the abyss? As long as she's sacrificed, I can summon her undead spirit and get an epic summon beast for free. Thinking of this, the greed in Ji Boduan's eyes flashed away. He touched his short yellow hair, looked at Zhang Yi with a smile, and said, Zhang Yi, you don't want Ruyan to hate you, right? As long as you sacrifice the blue-eye silver dragon behind you to me, I promise to say a few good words to Ruyan on your behalf. He walked to Zhang Yi, put his arm around his shoulder, and gave him a meaningful smile. As long as he sacrifices the blue-eyed silver dragon and has the help of an epic summoned beast, he may be able to clear the difficult level dungeon alone. Coupled with the healing power of Lu Ruyan, the B-class Holy Light Priest, and the interspersed firepower of her brother Lu Zixiao, the S-class Magic Swordsman, even a nightmare-level dungeon is worth a try. And the price? All you need is for the dog in front of you to reluctantly give up. In Ji Boduan's eyes, Zhang Yi is Lu Ruyan's boyfriend in name, but in reality he is just an ATM. He is just a bootlicker. He took a bone from the dog's mouth in the name of the mistress. Can he still bark like a dog? Stupid? Zhang Yi slapped away the hand on his shoulder, frowned, and said lightly. What did you say? Ji Boduan's face darkened and he looked at Zhang Yi in astonishment, unable to believe it. Was he scolded by this lickspittle? You're not even a professional, how dare you do that? You can't even understand what people are saying. Forget about Ji Boduan, but you don't have any brains, do you? Zhang Yi looked at him and replied coldly. He has severed all ties with Lu Ruyan, he is not a bootlicker. He. Ji Boduan's face was as gloomy as water. The skeletons and the corpse ghost lord behind him emitted a cold light, and his temporary teammates also had cruel smiles on their faces. For Ruyan's sake, if you sacrifice the azurite silver dragon to me, I will let you go this time. Otherwise. There was a cold glint in his eyes. He had never failed to get what he wanted. How dare a bootlicker who was not even a professional challenge him by relying on the support of an epic beast tamer? It's just a pipe dream. Jiang Yi, we are all classmates, don't be shameless. Brother Ji is doing this for your own good. You're not even a professional, so what's the point of taming beasts? It's better to sacrifice it to Brother Ji. When he becomes successful in the future, you can also benefit from it, right? Yes, you should listen to my advice and be obedient. Otherwise, don't accuse us professionals of bullying the weak. They and the undead summoned beasts surrounded Jiang Yi and Yin Long Ji with threats and warnings, as well as sneers and sarcastic laughter. Although the Adventure Guild severely punishes private fights, this does not prevent them from making harsh remarks. Jiang Yi is not even a professional, how can he fight them? Oh nar. Hill tiptoed, leaned over to Jiang Yi's ear, and asked softly. Let Hill kill them. The murderous intent in her silver eyes grew more and more intense. All the bastards who offended her master deserved to die. Need not. Jiang Yi shook his head. But Hill was a little anxious. She thought Jiang Yi was worried about the rules of the Adventure Guild. But leave it to me, don't dirty your hands. Jiang Yi protected Yin Long Ji in front of him and looked at Ji Boduan and others indifferently. Silver Dragon Princess's little hands are not meant to handle dirty sewage. Hill held Jiang Yi's sleeve and covered his heart. You all come together, I'm in a hurry. Jiang Yi held the teleporting Magatama, frowned, and said impatiently. Being delayed by Ji Boduan and others, he wasted several minutes of time to upgrade. However, you can also gain experience by defeating professionals. It can be considered as making up for his loss of these few minutes. But Jiang Yi, do you really think I don't know your background? Ji Boduan laughed so hard that his stomach hurt. After his sneer, his gloomy face gradually became filled with dissatisfaction and cruelty. Although the azurite silver dragon behind you is an epic level abyssal beast, it has been tainted by the filth of the abyss and has no combat power at all. And we, a level 8 undead summoner, a level 4 priest, a level 6 mage, a level 6 warrior, a level 6 tank, and a row of elite undead. You're not even a professional, what can you use to fight me? He pushed Jiang Yi and was about to grab her with his big hand, wanting to sacrifice Silver Dragon Princess instantly. As long as I summon the undead spirit of the azurite silver dragon, my leveling speed will increase by 50%. The greed in his eyes grew more intense, and the smile on his lips grew wider. But the next moment, a strong pressure came over him in an instant. Ji Boduan's pupils shrank, and the smile on the corner of his mouth completely froze. But Jiang Yi stretched out a finger and lightly tapped his shoulder. Those silver eyes were filled with a cold light that could not be looked directly at. Blue Eye activates. All enemy attributes are reduced by 10%. If the attributes are lower than 100, the enemy will be killed instantly. That moment. In the eyes of Ji Boduan and others, Jiang Yi's aura suddenly changed. Facing him was like facing an eternal and immortal dragon. How is this possible? When did he change his job? Ji Boduan was extremely frightened and hurriedly sensed the corpse ghost lord. Meanwhile, his teammates didn't fare so well. The level 4 priest was killed instantly, his pupils turning white as he fell to the ground. Immediately following. Plop, plop. Warriors, tanks, mages, without exception. They were merely C and D level professionals, and after being demoted, their attributes were no more than 100, which directly triggered the killing power of the Eye of Blue, causing them to faint on the spot. What did you do to them? How dare you attack us? The Adventurers Guild's law enforcers will not let you off. Ji Boduan stared at Jiang Yi fiercely but with a weak heart. However, his legs were trembling in those cold and ruthless silver eyes, and he was frightened. Are you crazy? He is only level 8 and he wants to fight a dragon? Did you get to speak? Shut up. With a light tap of the fingertips on his shoulder, Jiang Yi's attribute values in the Silver Dragon Companion state directly crushed Ji Boduan, who was at level 8. Plop. Ah. Ji Boduan knelt down on the ground in a daze. Suddenly, his head hit the floor tiles, and his head was covered in blood and his teeth were knocked out. The eye-catching short yellow hair was also stained with blood, looking very disheveled. In severe pain, Ji Boduan was unconscious. He wanted to stand up, but he fluttered like a chicken falling into the water. His leg is broken. Kill him for me. His eyes were bloodshot and full of anger. He hooked his summoned beast, ready to make Zhang Yi pay a heavy price. However, let me do it, don't let them dirty the master's hands. Hill stepped forward and protected Zhang Yi. He took off the hood of his black robe, and his silver eyes were filled with cold murderous intent. Rows of skeletons glowing with cold light were instantly shattered by Hill's dragon power. Kill with power. Even the elite-level corpse demon lord was trembling and crawling on the ground, unable to even hold the giant bone blade and unable to move at all. Crush, absolute crush. Stop, what are you trying to do? Ji Boduan looked at Zhang Yi, his bloodshot eyes filled with horror. Zhang Yi ignored him, and Hill was even less merciful. No, don't. Brother, I was wrong, I was really wrong. Ji Boduan hugged Zhang Yi's legs and was so scared that he almost cried. If the elite-level Shikigami Lord who you have contracted with great difficulty is killed, it would be more painful than killing him. Puff! The silver spear pierced the throat of the corpse demon lord. The elite-summoned beast killed with one strike. Ah! Ji Boduan cried bitterly and fainted with a pale face. In just 30 seconds, Ji Boduan's undead team was instantly destroyed. But Zhang Yi is only level 1. Level up 6 times in a row in Chapter 7, and speed through the normal dungeon. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Ji Boduan is a tough guy who can clear difficult dungeons alone, but he was easily defeated by that brat with just one finger? A level 8 undead summoner, with a team composed of highly skilled professionals, capable of taking on even difficult bosses with ease. Yet, before he could even launch a strike, he was instantly killed? That guy seems to be Zhang Yi from number 1 middle school. Didn't he fail in his job change? But with just a glance, more than a dozen ordinary skeletons were reduced to ashes. Even the terrifying corpse demon lord was frightened and cowered like a turtle. So handsome. If I were as strong as Zhang Yi, I wouldn't have to worry about not finding a girlfriend. In a flash, Ji Boduan's team was wiped out. The noise made by this incident made the people in the teleportation square stunned. Ji Boduan is a rare-level professional undead summoner, and he has an elite-level corpse demon lord in charge, and has the terrifying potential to become an undead scourge. And Zhang Yi seems to be only level 1? Killing the undead scourge in 1 second at level 1, that's crazy. For a moment, everyone was shocked. I understand. It must be because of the power of the abyss beast behind Zhang Yi that he was able to turn defeat into victory. Even Ji Boduan wanted to snatch the abyss beast for sacrifice, it must be epic. Epic abyss beasts are too powerful. If I had one, I would be willing to marry a beautiful, rich woman. So what if it's epic? If we fight in the square, the Adventurers Guild's patrols won't stand idly by. Ji Boduan's brother, Jibo Chong, is the captain of the patrol team and a level 20 royal knight. He's a fox who borrows the power of a tiger to bully others. No matter how powerful the epic abyss beast is, it can't be crushed by a level. Zhang Yi is in trouble. He didn't move at all. I'm afraid he regretted it and was scared silly, right? After everyone was shocked, they looked at Zhang Yi in a daze, sighed and shook their heads. So confused. Private fighting is strictly prohibited in the Adventure Guild, and Ji Boduan's elder brother Jibo Chong is very protective of his younger brother. He often uses his position to help his younger brother find backdoors. But now Zhang Yi couldn't help but provoke Ji Boduan, and even injured and killed his corpse demon lord. Isn't this a slap in the face of Jibo Chong? Acting on impulse, I got into trouble. I'm afraid nothing good will come of this. Why is it only level 3? Team Ji Boduan is such a rubbish. The golden light on his body flashed 3 times in a row. Zhang Yi was stunned for a moment, then curled his lips. Forget about Ji Boduan, he doesn't have much experience at all. Kill a human professional and only gain 1/4 of the experience. A prompt came from the system panel. So that's it. Including the experience bonus from the God-given talent, it is only 1/2 of the experience. After 3 consecutive level ups, it is better than nothing. Oh no. He held Zhang Yi's sleeve, raised his head weakly, and looked as if he wanted to say something but hesitated, with a little uneasy worry. Of course, she could hear clearly the discussions in the square. If she implicated her master because of herself, she would feel guilty and blame herself for a long time. Why bother with those crazy words? Zhang Yi, however, smiled as he brushed away the silver hair from Yin Longji's eyes and the sadness between her brows. What does everyone else's opinion have to do with him? If he had just given in, if he hadn't changed his job. Now the one lying on the ground is himself. Even the silver-haired girl behind him will be killed and sacrificed. A good man is often bullied, and a good horse is easy to ride. In a world where everyone changes jobs, strength is the only thing that matters. Facing Jiang Ye's gaze, he nodded seriously and followed him obediently. The occasional glances she gave her made her pretty face blush a little. A powerful master, she likes it very much. Hill, let's go. He placed the pale blue Magatama on the light gate, and a soft halo of light came over, enveloping and swallowing them. The next moment, the world was spinning, and before I knew it, I was in a dark and long cave. Normal level goblin rotting cave level cap LV10. The levels of dungeons are roughly divided into normal, difficult, nightmare and disaster. The higher the level, the more difficult it becomes. For example, the goblin cave here is an ordinary novice copy, which only refreshes low-level wild monsters and is suitable for novices who have just changed their jobs to level up. But Jiang Yi was not careless at all and remained vigilant at all times. The setting where there is no sense of pain and you can be resurrected after death only exists in virtual games. If you die in a dungeon, you're really dead. Every year, many unlucky people die in the goblin cave. Most of them are careless and underestimate their enemies, and are knocked unconscious by the goblins' clubs. When they wake up, they are already filled with puffs. The cave was too narrow, so Jiang Yi and Sierra could only grope their way forward while bending over. Goo, goo. From the depths of darkness, there was an imperceptible whisper. An ugly goblin wearing a dirty loincloth, bare-chested, holding a sawtooth wooden stick, and covered in green, walked out quietly, making a strange ho-chi laugh. Jiang Yi frowned and probed over, and several pieces of information came to his mind. Name, Stick Goblin. Level, LV3. Skills, Goblin Club, Goblin Charge. Attributes, Physical Strength 3, Strength 2, Agility 4, Spirit 2. The stats were pretty mediocre, even worse than those of an ordinary human who hadn't changed his job, but in the dark cave, that inconspicuous serrated stick was deadly enough. Swoosh! Dozens of poisonous arrows shot out from the darkness. Jiang Yi did not make a move. Hill took the initiative to step forward and raised his hand to create a shield to easily block the attack. Silver Dragon Shield LV1 controls the power of the silver dragon within the body, condenses the essence of moonlight, and creates a pale blue energy shield. It is said that under a full moon, even a full-strength attack from a demon can be easily withstood. Shield value, 9,968 10,000. Master, there are 3 archers hiding deep in the cave, and a chanting mage. With long hair fluttering like a waterfall and silver eyes shining, Hill stared into the darkness and saw through everything easily. The legendary blue-eyed silver dragon has many skills to deal with, and its data is directly crushing. Jiang Yi nodded and stared at the archer and mage whose positions were exposed not far away. Keep exploring. Name, Goblin Wooden Bow Archer. Level, LV1. Skill, Poison Arrow. Attributes, Physical Strength 1, Strength 2, Agility 5, Spirit 3. A slightly more agile Mino. Name, Goblin Bard Mage. Level, LV5. Skills, Fireball, Flash, Paralysis Shock, Poison Attack. Attributes, Physical Strength 3, Strength 2, Agility 3, Spirit 10. This wizard is also a weak minions, but the magic he controls is too dark. If you are not careful, you will easily be blinded by the flash, then paralyzed and poisoned, and finally killed by the fireball. Goo, goo. As soon as the goblin saw Jiang Yi and Sierra, his narrow yellow-green eyes glowed red, and he rushed over excitedly, waving a serrated wooden stick. Swoosh, swoosh. There was a sudden sound of breaking through the air, and poisonous arrows fell like rain. Ga, gulp, gulp, gulp. As the chanting ended, a hot fireball the size of a football dyed the narrow cave red and flew towards Jiang Yi. Kill. Jiang Yi stood where he was and gave the order calmly. There was a scarlet murderous aura in Hill's silver eyes. She raised the corner of her mouth slightly, took a quick step, and disappeared in an instant. At the same time, the goblin also waved a wooden stick and hit Jiang Yi in the face with a cruel grin. Bang! A pale blue energy shield directly protected Jiang Yi in front of him, blocking all the goblin's attacks. He looked at everything indifferently, his black robe fluttering in the wind. Silver Dragon Anti-Bomb Level 1 returns all damage absorbed by the shield. The pale blue energy shield shone brightly, and the short and ugly goblin was instantly knocked to the ground and died from the injuries. Kill the Stick Goblin Level 3, experience points increased by 16, charm points increased by 1. Bang! The scorching fireball was absorbed by the shield, and the dark red color around it gradually faded away. When the white smoke dissipated, Jiang Ye's figure appeared, unharmed. He glanced at the frightened goblin in the distance, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. It took me so long to come, and this is the only damage? What a scumbag! He waved his hand, and the energy shield absorbed over 100 damages and returned them all. Bounce back! The poisonous arrows and the huge fireballs surrounded by white smoke flew out rapidly, dragging a ravine behind them. Boom! A violent explosion resounded throughout the entire cave. Everything that was dark was illuminated by the blazing flames. Goo! The screams were endless. Kill Goblin Carpenter Level 1, gain 10 experience points, and increase charm by 1. Kill the Goblin Carpenter Level 5, gain 24 experience points, and increase your charisma by 1. Kill Goblin Bard Mage Level 5, gain 40 experience points, and increase charisma by 1. As his experience points and charm increased, the goblin squad he encountered was instantly destroyed. At the same time, a loud dragon roar came from the depths of the cave. Blue eyes activate, kill with power. The goblin with weak attributes was killed instantly. Jiang Ye's mind was filled with constant killing prompts. The dungeon boss Goblin Cave Leader LV10 has been killed. Instance kill count, 250. The golden light on his body flashed and he rose 3 levels in a row. The dungeon boss has been defeated, and the goblin's rotting cave has been cleared on normal difficulty in 33 seconds, breaking the world record. Cleared it? Jiang Ye whispered with some doubt. He just warmed up, it took less than a minute, and he already finished the speedrun? Ordinary level copies are too easy. Chapter 8, involved in a nightmare copy, the fallen angel Gabriel. In the dark cave, blood and stench were intertwined. Jiang Ye passed by the goblin's shattered body and walked deeper, ready to meet up with Hill. On the way, he opened the ranking interface of the copy. On the virtual panel, a faint text record is displayed. Single player clearance ranking. Number 1 Jiang Ye, time 0 minutes 33 seconds, rating SSS. Number 2 Pei Qingshu, time 10 minutes and 33 seconds, rating SSS. Number 3 Shumoli, time 11 minutes and 29 seconds, rating SSS. The first time he cleared the dungeon, he broke the record that had been monopolized by Hao Yue's Sword Immortal for 8 years. Even leading by 10 minutes, leaving the others far behind. Such a simple copy, but the Bright Moon Sword Immortal Pei Qingshu actually took 10 minutes? Shu Moli? Is that my younger sister? If she doesn't have the same name as me, she's pretty strong too. She almost caught up with the female swordsman who slew the Abyss Demon. Only. His eyes fixed on 33 seconds, Jiang Ye chuckled and shook his head. They still have to practice. When Shu Moli was mentioned, a cold and beautiful figure emerged in Jiang Ye's mind. She is her stepmother's adopted daughter and has no blood relationship with Jiang Ye. At the awakening ceremony, he changed his job to the S-level hidden profession, Li Hui Moi. He seems to be a powerful melee water mage who also has the abnormal ability to manipulate shadows. If it weren't for his pursuit of Lu Ruyan, his relationship with his sister wouldn't have fallen apart. After a big fight, they are still in a cold war. Thinking of Chu Moli's tear-swollen eyes at the funeral, Jiang Ye wanted to slap himself. His predecessor was really mentally ill. He was indifferent to his beautiful and kind-hearted sister, and was obsessed with the green tea and materialistic Lu Ruyan. ISNT the sick. Fortunately, he had broken up with Ruyan Lu and completely severed all ties. With Emily's talent, she must have already reached level 10 or above in just a few days, right? We need to speed up our progress on difficult and nightmare level dungeons. As a brother, he doesn't want to be stepped on by his sister. In less than half a minute, he quickly passed through the goblin's stinky cave and killed more than 200 goblins without leaving a single one alive. The experience gained is only enough for Jiang Ye to reach level 7. This is still under the condition of 100% experience bonus of God's gift, talent. Upgrading is too difficult. I'm only 3 levels away from level 10. I'm getting closer and closer to unlocking the next God level talent. Jiang Ye's mouth curled up slightly. Every time his profession reaches 10 levels, he can obtain a god-level talent. God's gift is extremely powerful, and will surely be the next god-level talent. All the way down, the deep cave was littered with broken arms and debris. Hill, you're killing like crazy. Under the dungeon. Master, here. It has been completely resolved. Not a single one is left. Hill stood quietly and obediently in front of an open ancient bronze door. She was wearing a silver scale skirt and armor, not stained with a single speck of blood. Nightmare level dungeon discovered Gate of the Abyss. A copy prompt popped up in front of me. Jiang Yi looked at the ancient bronze door, and the green door panel was covered with mysterious carvings. Mysterious and dangerous. Who would have thought that deep in the goblin cave, in the dungeon where prisoners were held, there was actually a nightmare-level copy hidden? Jiang Yi was stunned and frowned. With his current strength, can he really clear the nightmare dungeon alone? If you are not 100% sure, it is better not to take the risk. Let's go back first. Anyway, the copy has appeared. It's not too late to explore it later. Jiang Yi took out the pale blue teleportation Magatama and prepared to leave the copy. He is only level 7 now and has no experience in soloing nightmare dungeons. Moreover, behind the ancient bronze door, there are many unknown dangers, so it is not advisable to act rashly. Snap! The teleportation Magatama was broken. Invaded by the filth of the abyss, teleportation failed. If you want to leave, clear the current instance first. The Scarlet Interface reminder issued a harsh warning. Trouble. Jiang Yi frowned, his expression darkening. He hates uncertainty. Hill instantly drew out his bright silver spear and calmly protected Jiang Yi in front of him. It seems that we can't return to reality unless we open the door to the abyss. Jiang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly as he stepped into the ancient bronze door. At this point, he had no choice but to take the risk. Nightmare level, Abyss Gate, level cap 20. Inside the gate is a secluded church. The surrounding walls are engraved with reliefs of demons. The bluestone bricks were engraved with blood vein patterns, extending to the rose throne on the stairs of the hall. In the throne, there is a goat horn succubus covered in blood imprisoned. She was wearing a lacquered silk gauze dress, revealing her soft white skin. Her limbs were bound by pitch-black chains. If it weren't for the slight rise and fall of her breathing in her heart, Jiang Yi would have suspected that she had been dead for a long time. Master, be careful. She is stained with the filth of the abyss. Hill's silver brows were furrowed, and a trace of pity and disgust flashed in his silver eyes. She knew all too well the pain of being contaminated by the abyss. In Hill's opinion, the succubus imprisoned in chains can only escape the pain of corruption by dying. Buzz. Suddenly, the church shook and dust fell. With a bang, the ancient bronze door was closed by an unknown huge human-shaped stone statue. Jiang Yi looked in the direction of the voice and saw two 20-meter-tall stone statues of guards standing at the door. When did they appear? Name, Guardian Stonesword. Level, LV10. Skills, Stomp, Giant Blade, Resurrection, Pounce. Attributes, Physical Strength 555, Strength 555, Agility 555, Spirit 0. The terrifying attributes directly crushed the goblins hundreds of times. Dragging a 3-meter-long black iron blade, the face of the guarding stone statue was blurred, but its eyes emitted a scarlet light. That was cold and pure murderous intent. Ha ha! The sound of footsteps was mixed with a cold sneer. Jiang Yi suddenly looked up, only to find 7 strange faces with different expressions reflected on the dome. He couldn't help but widen his eyes and was shocked. Name, 7 Deadly Sins, Desire Body. Level 20. Skills, Abyssal Curse, Void Strike, Evil Spirit Possession. Attributes, Physical Strength 0, Strength 0, Agility 0, Spirit 1000. What a powerful mental strength. At the same time, the church was filled with chaotic prayers. The 7 faces were complicated and distorted, and they were muttering something at the corners of their mouths, as if they were chanting some kind of vicious spell. The next moment, Jiang Yi's body was surrounded by light and a system prompt came from his mind. The Abyss Curse has been intercepted. Resisted the impact of nothingness. The possession of the evil spirit has been blocked. God's gift, with the bonus of talent, Jiang Yi is immune to the invasion of the abyss, with 100% resistance to all kinds of things. This means that he is essentially immune to elemental and curse damage unless he has a resistance reduction debuff. Hurry, quickly, go. Inside the throne, the goat-horned succubus, with a chain piercing her scapula, struggled to raise her head. That sad and bloody face was lifeless, but it contained a humble plea. She heard the chanting from the abyss, and the curse of corruption was about to fall. Before that, she was bound and could only pray silently for the boy in front of her. Name: Fallen Angel Gabriel. Status: imprisoned and near death, corrupted and transformed into a succubus. Level: LV1. Rank: Purple Epic. An angel? Corrupted into a succubus? After finding out the information, Jiang Yi was shocked. But the situation was critical now, and it was not the time to be surprised. He immediately adjusted his state and responded to the fallen angel. The ancient bronze door has been closed. It's too late to get out now. After saying that, Jiang Yi turned around and faced the stone statue of guard that was clanging towards him, his fighting spirit gathering. The guarding stone statue is very strong, but he and Silver Dragon Princess are not weak either. If you want to get out, you can only kill your way through the dungeon. It's useless. Gabriel lowered her delicate head, scarlet tears of blood flowing in her crimson eyes. She felt guilty and blamed herself, hating her own incompetence for not being able to save the dying person in front of her. Under the collective desires, even she, an angel, could not resist, let alone ordinary humans. That boy and the silver-haired girl, will they win? You'll die. Gabriel's black hair hung down in a messy manner, her pretty face was covered with gloom, and she closed her eyes in pain. Chapter 9, The Red Coffin of the Abyss, the Summon Lustful Demon. At the same time, teleport to the square. Beneath the sky, the pale blue light gate was flowing with soft white waves. Everyone's faces were reflected, looking pale and frosty. The guards in black iron armor arrived late and cleaned up the mess with sullen faces. Ji Boduan was carried on a soft white stretcher, his mouth full of blood. Elder brother. He grabbed the captain of the guard's hand, and the black iron elbow pad was stained with glaring blood. That brat relied on the power of the epic abyssal beast to not only kill my ghoul lord, but also severely injured me. You must avenge me. His teeth were broken and he couldn't even speak clearly. His bloody face was full of cruelty and resentment. Not only did he not get the epic blue-white silver dragon, but he also got an elite-level ghoul lord for free. What a loss. He won't be able to swallow this humiliation unless he beats Jiang Yi to his knees and gets his revenge. Epic beast tamer? Jibo often had a gloomy face, and greed flashed in his eyes. He has been stuck at level 20 for a long time. If he had the help of an epic abyss beast, he would be able to advance in no time. To hurt someone without permission in the Adventure Guild is beyond ordinary arrogance. We must strike back with a heavy blow. If you don't tell me, as your brother, I won't let him go easily. He put his arm around his brother's shoulder, leaned over to glance at him, and nodded faintly at him. According to the data registered at the front desk, he is only a level 1 who just changed his job, but he was able to defeat a level 8 undead summoner. It seems that it's not that my brother is too weak, but that the epic abyss beast is too strong. But I'm a level 20 royal guard. Even an epic abyss beast is no match for me in terms of level and stats. Staring at the pale blue light gate, Jibo Chong's mouth corners gradually curled up, and his deep eyes were mixed with cruelty and ruthlessness. He was waiting for Jiang Yi to come out so that he could arrest him on the pretext of assaulting someone. Once it falls into his hands, can the epic abyss beast still escape? Brother, I feel relieved with your words. Ji Boduan lay on the stretcher and slowly breathed a sigh of relief. After getting the guarantee, what he has to do now is to wait for Jiang Yi to come out and then take revenge on him severely. As long as we sacrifice that epic azurite silver dragon, even if we lose the ghost lord, we'll still make a killing. Jiang Yi, you're unlucky if you mess with me. Ji Boduan sneered and stared at the light gate with resentment. He's nothing but a bootlicker. Without the support of the epic abyss beast, how can he fight him? Guarding the light gate, the two brothers had different thoughts. Buzz. But at this moment, something strange happened. Above the teleportation light gate, there were wisps of dark air, and scarlet red light shot up into the sky, piercing through the clouds. Immediately following, the wind was blowing violently, dark clouds were rolling like waves, and the sky was as dark as frost. Is this a nightmare-level copy? Jibo Chong raised his hand to block the strong wind, forced his eyes open, and stared blankly at the scarlet light gate. The teleportation light gates in the nightmare-level dungeons are all cherry red like blood, and emit a dark aura, which is terrifying. The filth of the abyss has leaked, and the normal level dungeon has been upgraded to nightmare level. No need to wait, that kid is definitely dead. Jibo Chong's face was as gloomy as water, and he ordered the team members to notify the guild leaders. The aura emanating from this nightmare-level dungeon was so frightening that even a level 20 royal guard like him felt terrified. The guy in the dungeon had just changed his job, and he was probably dead. It's a pity for that epic abyssal beast. It followed the wrong master and ended up with nothing left. Staring at the blood-colored light gate, Jibo Chong shook his head, feeling heartbroken. It would be fine if Jiang Yi died, but if the Abyss Beast died, it would be a waste of resources. Jiang Yi. You must not die. Ji Boduan, however, tightly grasped the bedsheet, his eyes wide open, staring intently at the cherry-red light gate. He has already lost the Lord of the Corpses. If he can't get the blue-eyed silver dragon, he will be really at a loss. Nightmare-level dungeon, Gate of the Abyss. Inside the desecrated church, the stone statues guarding it dragged their heavy swords, taking each step with a buzzing sound. Jiang Yi and Sheer stood in front of the throne, neither retreating nor avoiding, ready to fight back. Behind, there was a sad moan from a young girl. It's useless. You'll die. Everyone will die. Her black hair was disheveled and her delicate head was lowered. Gabriel's eyes were dripping with blood, her teeth bit her cherry lips, and her trembling body caused the iron chains that bound her to make slight clanging sounds, like the crisp sound of silver bells. In front of the devil of the abyss, even she, an angel, was degenerated into a succubus, let alone humans with flesh and blood. Even without the desire body taking action, the 220-meter-tall stone statues that guarded the young man would be able to kill him instantly with just one kick. Closing my eyes, the tragic scene of the boy turning into a meat patty appeared in my mind. Boom! There was a loud bang, dust filled the air, and the entire profane church shook violently. Sorry. Gabriel's heartbeat suddenly slowed down, and her falling tears and blood dyed the mossy bricks red. If she had not resisted the fall of the abyss, this trial ruins would not have been completely revived. The innocent boy would not have sacrificed his life in vain and turned into a pool of pitiful blood because of her. If saying sorry is useful. So you're tied up here, are you cosplaying? Jiang Yi stepped on the head of the stone statue and looked back sideways indifferently. On the throne, Gabriel raised her head tremblingly, lowering her eyes filled with blood and tears, unable to hide her shock. That handsome young man stepped on the scattered stones and killed the guardian stone statue. But be careful, the guardian statue will revive itself. Every time I'm shattered, my strength after recovery will be 10% stronger. Gabriel bit her lip and reminded at the top of her lungs. The guard stone statues become stronger as they break into pieces, gradually evolving from stone soldiers, gargoyles, and stone demons. The final form of the stone demon has bat wings on its back that can block out the sky, and holds a lacquered stone spear that can pierce the sky. With the possession of the body of desire, it is like a demon that walked out of the abyss. Even she, in her complete form, is no match for him. Yeah. There was a silver light flowing in Jiang Yi's eyes. In the state of Silver Dragon Companion, the dragon blood in his body gradually boiled, and he became stronger with each battle. The guardian statue has already shattered once and evolved into a gargoyle. While the gargoyles are reviving. Gabriel raised her head, her cheeks covered with blood and tears, and she looked almost begging. Kill me, take the key to the bronze door, and run away without looking back. After her death, the ritual of corruption comes to an abrupt end, and she will drop the key to escape the instance. If she could use her own life to buy the young man a glimmer of hope, it would be considered her self-redemption after her fall. Escape? The gate to the abyss is about to open, and there is no escape. A harsh warning came to his ears, he had nowhere to escape. There is no other way except fighting to the death. Jiang Yi looked at the cracked stones scattered everywhere. In the Dragon Man state, his perception was extremely powerful. After Hill and he smashed the guard stone, the attribute values of the stone statue would be greatly reduced when it revived, and would only increase after the revivification was completed. On the dome above his head, there were 7 different distorted faces, interwoven with flesh and blood to form a net of heaven and earth, and above the bloody net was a huge bloodwood coffin. Like a hanging moon, scarlet and upside down. The markings of the hexagram emerged, and 7 faces chanted the ancient chant in a chaotic manner. It looked like some kind of demonic ritual, so weird that it made one's scalp tingle. Hill, stop them. Jiang Yi dealt with the revived gargoyle and ordered Hill to deal with the troublesome desire body above his head. Yes. While waiting for the stone statue to revive, Hill swung out the bright silver dragon spear and stabbed it towards the dome. Boom! The strong wind and the dragon's roar are so powerful. Wow! There was a hole in the corner of the dome, and a dim light emerged. The glass chandeliers and murals turned into dust and scattered everywhere. The dust cleared, and wisps of light appeared. 7 distorted faces, with terrifying lips, still chanting. Attack is invalid, target cannot be selected. The lustful bodies of the 7 deadly sins seemed to be able to become ethereal, and physical attacks were ineffective. Trouble. Jianye's face darkened. That is? Devil of lust? Staring at the blood-red coffin on the dome, Gabriel's pretty face turned pale. No. They want to sacrifice you to summon the demon sealed in the abyss. Don't open that red coffin completely, or your soul and body will be devoured by the resurrected demon. But as soon as he finished speaking, a crack appeared in the coffin. A pale hand stretched out. Time waits for no one, the devil is about to be summoned. Chapter 10, Legendary Equipment, Mortal Body, Acting as a God. Name, the right hand of the sealed lustful demon Asmodeus. Level, LV 20. Skills, Desire Sea Sinking, Life Deprivation. Property? Indescribable skills, and question mark attributes. Just the right hand that was grasping the scarlet coffin was filled with a terrifying aura. The water chestnut's skin and scarlet nails exude an alluring scent that can captivate and lure people into depravity without them realizing it. Jiangyi frowned, his eyes slightly fixed. Possessing the Ji God-given talent, he is immune to the invasion of the abyss and is not tempted by demons. He's only level 7, and he's fighting a level 20 abyss demon? A nightmare level copy is too outrageous. Owner. He'll recalled the dragon spear, and her beautiful face was filled with a heavy frost. While observing the progress of the gargoyle's resurgence, she analyzed the situation of the dome coffin. There are only 3 minutes left before the demon descends. We must destroy the chanting desire body before that and prevent the demon from reviving. It's urgent, the gargoyle is still evolving, and the lustful body is chanting endlessly. The lustful demon's left hand was about to reach out of the gap in the coffin, and it was only a matter of time before the seal was broken. When the coffin is opened, facing the complete lustful demon, Jiang Yi's chance of winning is almost 0 at his current level. The consequence of losing is death. No time to waste. Jiang Yi nodded and asked Hill to deal with the 2 revived gargoyles to buy time. He then stepped onto the stairs in the center of the church and walked slowly towards the rose throne at the top. The fallen angel imprisoned on the throne knows the situation in the abyss very well, and perhaps he can get information to break the deadlock from her. Human, stop. I have been tainted by the filth of the abyss, and my fate is doomed. There is no hope. Stop. In 3 steps, you will be invaded by the abyss and lose your life in vain. Gabriel raised her head, her bloodshot eyes filled with the deathly aura of defeat and capture. Jiang Yi stopped in front of the throne, looked at the angel who had fallen into a goat-horned succubus, and asked seriously. The devil is coming. There is no time to waste. I need your cooperation to kill the desire body above the dome to have a chance of survival. The lustful demon's left hand had already stretched out a little, revealing its scarlet nails like barbs. Gabriel's bloodshot eyes trembled, she bit her cherry-colored lips, lowered her head, and under her messy black hair, her pretty face was dejected and hopeless. It's useless. The gate to the abyss has been opened, and the surrounding space is completely blocked. Even if you kill me and take the key, you can't break through the ancient bronze gate. One wrong move and the whole game is lost. There is no possibility of turning defeat into victory. Besides, I'm not trying to escape. I'm trying to kill that noisy thing above my head. Jiang Yi pointed at the body of desire above the dome and shouted in a deep voice. It's useless. Don't waste your time. Gabriel lowered her head. The scarlet blood from the wound on her jade back where the chain had pierced it flowed down her soft white neck, filled her fragile collarbone, and slowly dripped from her heart. At the same time, the lustful demon's left hand had already stretched out of the coffin. After the gargoyle was shattered by Hill, it evolved into a powerful stone demon. The situation is slowly deteriorating and time is running out. Don't worry about whether it works or not, just say whether it works or not. So what? With your mere mortal body, how can you resist the invasion of the abyss and pull out the blade of judgment that pierces my heart? Gabriel suddenly raised her head, her blood-stained face looked like a fallen red cherry, sad and decadent, desperate and crazy, with a hysterical crying voice. The devil has come, and even she, an angel, is helpless, so what can the humans in front of her do? Blade of judgment? Jiang Ye's eyes moved slightly and stopped at the fallen angel's heart. A broken blade appeared at the collar of the blood-stained black gauze dress. The supreme blade that punishes all sinners and purifies all impurities. But you can't pull it out. It's impossible to pull it out. Who made me be polluted by the abyss? A hint of self-mockery appeared on Gabriel's lips, but before she could finish her words, she felt a pain in her heart. Her pretty face turned pale and she spat out a mouthful of blood. The delicate body bound by chains trembled, and the blood-red eyes under the messy black hair trembled, extremely shocked. But Jiang Ye's hand was still holding the broken sword. He ignored the filth of the abyss. Are you crazy? Not to mention being stained by the filth of the abyss, and falling into the same depravity as before. The curse entwined within this broken blade alone is enough to completely drain your life force. Gabriel almost roared, her pretty face stained with blood, shocked and confused. There was clearly no chance of winning and death was imminent. What is the man in front of me obsessed with? Wouldn't it be better to just give up and die peacefully? That's not necessarily true. Feeling his vitality slipping away, Jiang Ye didn't dare to delay. With a ferocious smile, he shouted loudly and quickly pulled out the broken blade. Laugh. His cheeks were stained with scarlet blood, and the broken blade in his hand was rusty, but it was surrounded by a dim light. Name, 12-winged Seraph's Blade of Judgment. Requirement, Level 1 can be used. Rank, Golden Legend. Description, the blade used by fallen angels to commit suicide. It can cut off all sins and punish all impurities in the world. Skills, Conviction, Punishment. Conviction, increases damage to the abyss by 100%. When HP drops below 20%, a beheading effect is triggered. Grants the effect of sin exorcism, which can attack all guilty creatures. Punishment, reduce the target's overall ability by 50%, duration 5 seconds. Legendary equipment, so terrifying. Gabriel had no time to care about the pain in her body. Her cheeks were stained red by the hot blood, and the shock on her face lasted for a long time. She couldn't even speak. The blade of judgment she used to commit suicide before her fall was actually pulled out by a human? He is not polluted by the filthiness of the deep and is holier than the angels. Even the blade of judgment cannot judge his fate, and he can only bow down and submit. Are you a god? Gabriel's lips trembled, and she asked subconsciously in shock. If it weren't God, how could it create miracles? No. Jiang Yi shook his head slightly. But I do things like a god. He held the blade of judgment and raised his hand to cut off the chains that bound the rose throne. Clang! The sound of metal clashing and sparks flying. Gabriel was shocked and freed from her restraints. The weak and ghostly blood shadow fell steadily into Jiang Ye's arms, with a flushed face, murmuring blankly. Doing the work of God. If there really are gods in this world, what are they doing? Gabriel racked her brains but couldn't imagine it. But the next moment, he was stunned. Jiang Yi actually hugged her and jumped up. Holding the blade of judgment, he poked a hole in the red coffin of the abyss above the dome. He actually performed the duties of a god in the body of a mortal. Kill and expel the powerful abyss demon. The gods are exorcising demons and protecting their people? Gabriel whispered blankly, holding Jiang Ye's neck tightly, and the admiration in her bloodshot eyes gradually turned into a morbid fanaticism. She saw her own god. Chapter 11, The Roar of the Ancestral Silver Dragon, Clear the Nightmare Level Dungeon. Nightmare Level, Gate of the Abyss. In the dark and desecrated church, the ruined dome is dotted with scattered rays of sunlight. A scarlet blood net was woven, engulfing the relief murals, and the red coffin of the abyss hung hideously. Jiang Yi jumped up with Gabriel in his arms. The pitch-black blade in his hand, like the deep fire of purgatory, pierced through the abyss coffin easily like a nail. He grasped the fiery hilt of the sword made of angel feathers and hung it above the dome. Tick, tick. Crimson blood slowly dripped from the hole in the coffin, emitting a cold glow in the dim light. Name, Blood of Lust. Rank, Golden Legend. Description, the blood of the abyssal demon, lustful Asmodeus, is imbued with evil energy. Legend has it that just one drop of blood is enough to plunge the human world into a sea of desire, where every night is filled with revelry. Effect, those who are poured with blood will become the apostles of the lustful demon Asmonte. Their souls will be stripped away and their bodies sacrificed in lust, and they will be doomed to eternal damnation, with no chance of escape. Demon blood is no different from chicken blood, except it's hotter. The sword thrust forward, and the hot blood dyed the black hair red and wet the face. Jiang Ye's eyes were bloodshot. Chicken blood? Gabriel raised her head tremblingly, the blood in her cherry eyes was full of shock. Even noble angels are afraid of the temptation of the devil. They are extremely afraid of the devil's blood. But the man in front of him was covered in demon blood, yet he was completely unharmed. He is so powerful. In an instant, Gabriel's beautiful face was filled with ardent admiration. As her breathing became more tense, the pair of blood-stained arms tightened even more, and her heart, which was dyed with rosy clouds, gently began to blur. Not afraid of the abyss, purifying filth, even the blood of demons is useless. He is not a god, but he performs the duties of a god. It is the hope bestowed by God, the light of salvation that guides the sinner Gabriel. If only we could have met earlier. Lying in Jiang Ye's arms, her black hair covered her red lips, which were bitten and trembling. She has been contaminated by the abyss and will not live long. However, she would have no regrets even if she died, as she was able to witness the miracle before her death. Don't hold me so tight, it's hot. Jiang Ye glanced at the girl covered in blood in his arms and said softly. Is she really a noble and holy angel? How come after she degenerated into a goat-horned succubus, she lost her reserve and became extremely clingy? I'm a little afraid of heights. Gabriel, with her black hair covering her face and her pretty face buried deep in the water, bit her red lips and argued weakly. Anyway, she has already fallen and is about to die, so she can weave lies without worrying about the future judgment. Afraid of heights? Are angels afraid of heights? Hold tight then, I'm going to use my strength later. Jiang Ye did not expose the lie. Now was not the time to be petty. Gabriel lowered her head and hugged him silently. Now. The abyss-red coffin was severely damaged. The hands that stretched out of the coffin were covered with hideous blue veins, but they gradually drooped and became extremely weak. Human. Above the dome, 7 distorted faces let out ugly and shrill roars. Pride, greed, lust, the faces of the 7 deadly sins are a mixture of desire, ugly and twisted. Just one look at them will cause mental pollution and nightmares every night. Put down the saint of lust and submit to the Lord of desire. Bathe in the blood of lust and be condemned to eternal slavery. 7 distorted faces were muttering to themselves, and obscene music was noisily venting from the dome. The blood net turned into numerous tentacles, surging up from all directions and swallowing Jiang Ye in an instant. Owner. Hill's silver eyes trembled and his heart stopped. Laugh. The pitch-black sword light flashed by, and the scarlet tentacles of the net were burned into red ashes under the burning of the black flames of purgatory. Hill, don't be distracted. Smash those 2 gargoyles. Ashes and sparks fell. Jiang Ye wiped the attacking tentacles and did not forget to give reminders while fighting back. Hill suppressed his worries, held the bright silver dragon spear, and killed the revived stone demon. Name, Stone Demon. Level 10. Skills, Resurrection, Petrification. Attributes, Physical Strength 999, Strength 999, Agility 999, Spirit 999. It has nearly 1,000 four-dimensional attributes, a terrifying resuscitation ability, and a difficult petrification skill, which is almost unsolvable. Can't bring shame to the master. Looking at the 2 huge stone demons that were 20 meters tall and had huge wings spread out on their backs, Hill did not hesitate and immediately turned into a dragon. Charming pet, Silver Dragon Princess Sylvie. Level, LV7. Attributes, Physical Strength 9999, Strength 9999, Agility 9999, Spirit 9999. Time, 30 seconds. As the level increases, the basic attribute values increase. Coupled with the tenfold increase from the God's Gift, talent and the tenfold improvement from Dragon Transformation, Hill has received nearly 100-fold enhancement, and his attribute values have exceeded the displayable upper limit. It reached a terrifying value. Although it can only last for 30 seconds, but it's enough. The huge dragon claw slapped the hideous head of the stone demon. The earth shook and the stone demon flew backwards, smashing another stone demon that was attacking it, and both of them broke into pieces. Roar! The silver dragon roars, and everything falls silent. There was a silver glow of anger in the dragon's eyes, and the hot silver dragon breath burst out, drowning all the fragments of the stone demon. Half of the church was reduced to burning ashes by Hill's rage, and the azure sky outside was revealed amidst the sparks. The dragon's wrath is devastating. Defeated the Abyss Guardian Stone Demon. The Stone Demon is reviving. Even if it is burned to ashes, as long as its origin is not destroyed, the gargoyle can revive itself. It's really difficult. Hill's dragon pupils were raised, and he was burning with anger, but he did not want to fight. Instead, he looked at Jiang Yi and walked to the bottom of the red coffin. The huge silver-white dragon body waited quietly, ready to provide support at any time. She couldn't attack the body of desire, and had no way to deal with the demon that had revived in the red coffin. A feeling of powerlessness lingered in his heart, making Hill blame himself. If she were stronger, she wouldn't have to put her master in danger. She is such a useless pet. Above the dome, the blade of judgment slashed down, and the black flames of purgatory burned fiercely. But the tentacles condensed by the blood net seemed endless, and they continued to surge forward. Without removing this troublesome tentacle, it would be impossible to deal with the arrogant, enchanting, lustful body. And on the red coffin in the abyss, a beautiful pale face has emerged, with long cherry-colored hair loose, and even with closed eyes, it is still captivating. The abyss demon Asmodeus is about to awaken. There is not much time left. Hill, breathe. Burn that sea of tentacles to ashes. Jiang Yi dodged the flying tentacles, and his lacquered sword danced tightly. As soon as he finished speaking, the silver-white dragon head raised high, wisps of sparks swirled around the tip of its tongue, and hot dragon breath was exhaled in an instant, burning the entire dome to ashes. Ashes were scattered and smoke filled the air. In the sky, the 7 twisted faces floated hideously, and the red coffin of the abyss attached to it hung quietly in the air. The door is wide open and full of loopholes. Good opportunity. Jiang Yi landed on the dragon's head and used the force to soar into the sky. Waving the blade of judgment in his hand, a dark-colored light flashed by. Woo! The desire body cried out in despair and pain, its distorted face looked like a pool of foul-smelling mud, blurry and unclear. Under the burning of the black flames of purgatory, it turned into ashes. 7 deadly sins, desire body killed. Cleared the nightmare dungeon, gate of the abyss. The golden light on Jiang Yi's body flashed by, his short hair and robes danced in the wind, facing the sunlight. He fell at the same time as the deep-made red coffin. Chapter 12 drops epic equipment, the temptation of the lustful devil. The ruins of the church, filled with smoke. The stone demon hasn't been killed yet, but you've already cleared the nightmare dungeon? It seems that this noisy desire entity is the boss of the dungeon. While falling, Jiang Yi glanced at the red coffin in the abyss wrapped in black flames and ashes, and thought silently. Level, LV9. After defeating the dungeon boss and passing the level, the experience he gained allowed him to level up twice. Drop, greedy silver snake ring. Level, LV10. Quality, purple epic. Description: when the abyss serpent was bored, it was decapitated by the bored demon's skin and bones. The fallen head transformed into a silver ring. After being contaminated by the desire body, it lingered with an indescribable mysterious aura. Effect: the wearer's experience gained increases by 10%, and possesses the power to control the abyss serpent. Not only did it get upgraded, it also turned purple. The purple epic quality is very practical, and the equipment that can speed up experience gain is in high demand. Upgrade one more level and you will reach level 10, then you can unlock the second god level talent and the second charm pet column. The more god level talents you have, the better, and the more charming pets you have, the stronger they are. Should we take advantage of the angel's weakness and trick her into becoming a charm pet? His arms were covered softly, and filled with the faint fragrance of a young girl. Gabriel lowered her head guiltily, not daring to respond to Jiang Yi's gaze. She was drooling, but no one noticed, right? Buzz. Above the sky, there was the sound of flapping wings. The revived stone demon flew over, a scarlet light flashed in its stone eyes, and its huge claws stirred up a strong wind, capable of rip open any living creature. I'm waiting for you. Hill was prepared. There was a cold glint of anger in his silver eyes, and his raised dragon head was emitting a fiery red light. Roar! The scorching dragon breath swept past, accurately knocking down the stone demon. The white stone statue turned into pitch black ash, and the 2 hideous heads spun and fell in mid-air. Cut! Jiang Yi immediately cooperated and chopped with the blade of judgment. The lacquer-colored flames that came out of the cut attached to the head. The black flames of hell spread across the prairie, burning fiercely. Burned the stone demon into ashes and let it disappear with the wind. Killed 2 stone demons, gained 2,000 experience points, and increased level. Drop, gargoyle heart. Level, LV10. Quality, purple epic. Description: a necklace forged from the heart of a stone demon. A pitch-black shackle binds the crimson crescent heart, a testament to demon hunting. Skills: petrification, resurrection. A purple light flashed, and more equipment exploded. Although the nightmare level dungeon is difficult, the drop rate is also high. No wonder so many people are rushing to it regardless of everything. Fortune and wealth are achieved through risk. Jiang Yi collected the dropped equipment and then fell. A sickly red light flashed in Hill's silver dragon eyes. He stretched out his silver dragon claws, held Jiang Yi in his palm, and reverently placed him on the throne. The master is the king in her heart. Bang! The huge abyss red coffin slammed to the ground violently, raising dust. In the ruins of the church, on the rose throne. When the dust cleared, Jiang Yi held the weak fallen angel in his arms, frowning as he looked at the scarlet and hideous red coffin of the abyss. There are complicated inscriptions carved on the coffin. He is not an abyss scholar and cannot understand these words. Who are you? Get your stinky hands off the master's body. After exiting the dragon transformation, Hill discovered that a certain obscene succubus was clinging to its master's arms and refused to leave, and he immediately became jealous. After working for so long, she still hasn't entered her master's heart. How dare this thieving cat who wins by doing nothing? Gabriel was like a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water and pretended not to hear. The pollution of the abyss was getting worse, and she was dying, so she had no intention of wasting time arguing with this jealous woman. Hill, don't be careless. Sensing the jealousy in the air, Jiang Yi stood up, placed the reluctant succubus on the throne, and tried to change the subject. Although the dungeon boss has been killed, the red coffin still exudes an ominous aura. It seems the ritual of summoning the demon hasn't stopped. You look after her, I'll be back soon. He touched Silver Dragon Princess's forehead and smiled softly at her. Hilton's face was flushed, and her silver dragon tail was swaying under her skirt, jumping for joy. TSK, how come you're like a puppy? Gabriel pursed her lips, her cherry-colored eyes filled with jealousy. She also wants to be killed by being patted on the head. That's better than a dirty, stupid sheep like you. Hill snorted coldly and retorted dissatisfiedly. I've been contaminated by the abyss. It's best for you to stay away. If your useless little dog dies and makes him sad, it will be an unforgivable sin. A foolish sheep, a master's dog, is not afraid of being polluted by the abyss, nor will he fall. The air was filled with the smell of jealousy. They looked at each other, turned their heads away, and snorted coldly. Under the steps, in the ravine. Jiang Yi walked to the front of the red coffin, becoming alert and cautious. The current instance has been cleared. Do you want to leave? After completing the dungeon, the blockade of space has been removed, and he can teleport at any time if there is any danger. No worries. Humanity. A charming voice came from the coffin. His cherry-colored hair clung to the ground, and his hand gripping the edge of the red coffin was bulging with veins. The pair of eyes that enchanted everyone opened, and the upper body that emerged from the coffin was extremely plump. She is beautiful and dangerous. Name, the sealed lustful demon Asmodeus. Grade? Skill, undetectable. Property? The seal has not been lifted yet, mysterious and powerful. Skill desire sea sinking has been blocked. With the Yi God-given talent, he is immune to the invasion of the abyss. The woman lying in the coffin has no way to deal with him. But Jiang Yi did not take it lightly and remained vigilant. Interesting. Asmodeus's beautiful eyes were deep and shimmering with cherry-colored light. This was the first time in her life that her charm failed to work. Even angels would be tempted by her to abandon the tenets of the church and fall into depravity and wander in the sea of desire. But the man in front of her listened to her temptations and faced her body, but his mind remained intact. This man, could it be that he is made of stone? He is too hard. You went to so much trouble to break the seal, wasn't it just for this funny thing? Jiang Yi sneered, walked to the red coffin, and mocked it with his face close to it. If you hadn't stopped me, I would have already descended into the body of that fallen angel and reigned over the world as a succubus. The red tongue licked the cherry lips, and there was a cold murderous intent in Asmondi's cherry eyes. The Advent ceremony that she had put so much effort into was completely ruined by this damn man. How could I not kill him? You'd better stay in the coffin and have a sweet dream of returning to the cage. Jiang Yi stretched out his hand and pinched the snow-white neck, giving a kind reminder. It's too dark in this coffin. If you're willing to hand over the angel to me, how about I make love with you when I break the seal? The soft white arms were wrapped around Jiang Yi's neck, and the cherry lips were pressed against his ear, moaning seductively. The corners of his mouth slightly raised, no one could resist the full seduction of the lustful demon. She could already imagine laughing at the foolish look of the man in front of her, lying on the ground licking her feet. But the next moment, a cold shout was heard in his ears. "Are you teaching me how to do things?" He exerted force with his palm, pinched the snow-white neck and pushed it into the red coffin, pressing down suddenly. Asmodeus's cherry hair fluttered, and he looked stunned. He couldn't believe that his charm had failed again. Jiang Yi held her down like this until her upper body was stuffed into the coffin, revealing her beautiful face, her expression still filled with shock. "Impossible. Shouldn't you like me? Are you so captivated by my charm? But why, is it all in vain? How can a mere human ignore my charm? She is a demon of lust, but her seduction and temptation have failed one after another. Could it be that after being sealed away for 10,000 years, she has lost her charm and is no longer flammable enough?" Asmodeus was in a daze and even forgot to resist, allowing Jiang Yi to stuff him back into the coffin. "Who likes you, you idiot?" Jiang Yi's mouth twitched, he raised his foot, his face gloomy. "Humanity. What are you up to?" The abyss of darkness in the coffin surrounded Asmodeus's body. The endless coldness made her suddenly wake up, and her beautiful face was filled with a trembling fear. She finally had the chance to come to the human world, and she didn't want to return to the cold and dark abyss. "I want you to." There was a cold silver light in Jiang Yi's eyes. He didn't hesitate at all, nor did he show any mercy. He raised his big foot and stepped hard on that beautiful face. "Go back." Chapter 13, Dual SSS Level Professions, Taking Advantage of Angel's Innocence, Tricking Her into Becoming a Charming Pet. Roll? That man who still had a virginity actually told her to get lost with a look of disgust on his face? There was a tremor in Asmondi's cherry-colored eyes, and disbelief was written all over her beautiful face. "You should know." The demon lords in the abyss all bowed down and perished at her feet, and those who wanted to make love with her could line up from hell to heaven. It is no exaggeration to say that she is a stunning queen who can captivate everyone with just her smile. But the hateful man in front of her didn't cherish her invitation to spend the night together at all. He even dared to roughly pinch her neck and yell at her to get out with a look of disgust on his face? How unreasonable it is to waste natural resources. She was roughly stuffed back into the coffin, with clear palm prints still left on her jade neck, which was extremely humiliating. Because of anger, the breasts covered by hair were rippling with layers of waves. She is very angry now. "How dare you, a lowly and filthy maggot, ignore my charm? Once I break the seal, I will imprison and whip you, leaving you no rest day or night." Asmodeus was so angry that he was shaking all over, his beautiful cherry-red eyes were filled with humiliation and murderous intent. When she breaks through the seal and is reincarnated as a fallen angel, she will definitely humiliate and train the inferior man in front of her. Men are only fit to crawl at her feet, stick out their tongues, and be treated like cows. "You're just going to stay in your coffin and act like a stubborn roast chicken?" Jiang Yi sneered and stepped on it. "Outrageous, ugh." Her cherry eyes trembled with anger, and before Asmodeus could finish his harsh words, clear shoe prints appeared on her beautiful face. "Go back." Jiang Yi stepped on the face of the lustful demon and kicked it hard. The charming figure fell trembling in the dark coffin, drowned by the breath of the abyss, and sank unwillingly. Inside the coffin lies the depth of the abyss. Her cherry blossom hair was disheveled, and her ferocious jade hands were covering the glaring shoe prints on her pretty face, which were the marks left by the obscene man in front of her. Shame and anger overwhelmed Asmodeus's sanity. The unwillingness in his heart caused the raging waves to surge and tremble. As he was being swallowed by the abyss, he looked up at the coffin and uttered a resentful curse. "You despicable, shameless, filthy maggot. I swear by my origins that I curse you to sink into the sea of desire for the rest of your life, never to be reborn. I'm risking my reputation as a lustful demon, and even if it means eternal damnation, I'll take the hateful maggots before me away. Warning. Cursed by the lustful demon Asmodeus. Effect, trigger the sinking effect, forever trapped in the dream of desire, attribute value reduced to 0. Duration, permanent." The horrible curse, like a filthy hand, grabbed him in an instant. But a golden light flashed across Jiang Yi's body, and his god-level talent, God's gift, was activated directly. "The curse has been purified, and I have received the blessing of the lustful demon Asmodeus. Effect, trigger the peach blossom tribulation state, and increase your charm by 1000 points. Duration, permanent." With the bonus of God-given talent, he ignores any curse. "Asmodeus, you look like a drowned bitch." Jiang Yi stared into the abyss, and the corners of his mouth gradually curled up. What kind of demon is that? Before breaking the seal, it is just a crowing chicken. Apart from burning some, isn't it just something that can be easily taken advantage of? No. The deep abyss wrapped and swallowed up the stunning body. Under the messy cherry hair, Asmodeus's beautiful face was filled with unwilling shock. The curse she had staked her own origin on had failed again. What kind of person is this man in front of me? Even the devil's curse can't cause any harm. Bang! Until the coffin was closed and the gate of the abyss was shut, Asmodeus curled up with his knees hugged, his soft white breasts covered and crowded, and he couldn't understand it no matter how hard he tried. She could only roll back into the abyss in disgrace and resentment, like a lame bitch, with the footprints on her face and the palm prints on her snowy neck. Completed the hidden mission Devil's Advent, Blasphemy of the Angel. Open the trial mission The Road to Demon Slaying. Reward, change to the SSS hidden class Lord of the Abyss. The scarlet coffin closed and the royal sister's moans stopped. The reward appears before your eyes. Second job? Jiang Yi stood there in a daze, looking surprised. Professionals are not uncommon, but dual professionals are unique. Looking back at Blue Star's hundreds of years of history of fighting against the abyss, there is no trace of dual professions. He is already an SSS level pet charmer. Can he open up a second career and become the master of the abyss? Would you like to develop a second career and become the Lord of the Abyss? It really works. Jiang Yi didn't hesitate and chose yes directly. No one doesn't like to become stronger. Job transfer successful. A crisp prompt came from my ears, a golden light flashed on my body, and the virtual panel in front of me appeared clearly. Host, Jiang Yi. Level, LV 1099.99%. Occupation, Charm Master, Lord of the Abyss. Passive, Favor, Blood Charm, Demon Subjugation. Talent, God-given, Domination, Slavery, Tyranny. Skill, Ghost Hand. The right hand is infected with the filth of the abyss, condensing the abyssal ghost hand that corrupts everything. Attributes, Vitality 1950, Strength 1900, Agility 1900, Spirit 2000, Charm 1500. Charm bonus, 150%. When the level of a common profession is increased, 5 attribute points will be obtained and distributed at will. As Jiang Yi's level increases, all 4 attributes except charm will increase by 10 points each, and dual professions will increase by 20 points. Coupled with the tenfold improvement of his God-given talent, his attribute values have reached terrifying numbers, making him a humanoid boss. Numerical value, that is, crushing. Not to mention leveling up and changing jobs to obtain God-level talents and passives. Jiang Yi looked at the virtual panel, thoughtfully. Demon Slayer, as the Lord of the Abyss, killing a few disloyal lackeys isn't too much, right? Increases damage to monsters in the Abyss dungeon by 100%. Slave, torture yourself, stupid dog. After killing a monster, you can enslave and summon its soul to fight for you until your mana is exhausted. Dominator, Lord of the Abyss, reigns supreme over all realms. Attacks are guaranteed to crit, dealing true damage, and possessing permanent dominance. Badeo, be my dog, all enemy attributes are weakened, and all resistances are reduced by 50%. My current ability has increased more than tenfold. Even if I encounter a stone demon again, I can crush it with just one finger without the silver dragon's companion. Jiang Yi stretched out his right hand, which was filled with deep ghostly aura. After changing his job, he could mobilize the power of the abyss at will. It's time to go back. Jiang Yi flicked his fingers to dispel the foul ghost energy on his fist, then turned and walked towards the rose throne filled with the smell of gunpowder. After such a long delay, he finally reached level 10. There is still a little distance to be admitted to top universities and catch up with the first tier. But fortunately, the harvest was fruitful. If you are lucky, you can even kidnap a fallen angel as a pet. Look up. On the steps, next to the throne. The weak fallen angel cried out for food. Seeing Jiang Yi coming, the coldness on their pretty faces disappeared, and they looked at him with different thoughts. Master has become stronger again. He'll pressed his snow-white heart, and his pretty face flushed with redness, hiding a morbid throbbing. Even the lustful demon's temptations were unmoved. In contrast, I, an angel, could not resist the lustful yearning in my heart and fell into depravity. Gabriel lowered her head, and a hint of self-mockery appeared at the corner of her bitten lip. Hill, this is for you. Throw the gargoyle heart to Hill. After the silver dragon becomes his companion, he can also enjoy the bonus of the equipment without having to equip it himself. Onar. Phil took a deep breath, surprise in her silver eyes and a blush on her pretty face. She took the black necklace that looked like a collar and couldn't wait to put it on her snow-white neck. Her silver nails gently stroked her collarbone and the necklace, and her breathing became tense. It was a gift from her master, and she liked it very much. Very beautiful. Jiang Yi touched Hill's pretty face and praised her. The shy silver dragon princess squinted her eyes obediently, tilted her head back, and enjoyed herself comfortably. The beautiful legs and stockings under the black gauze skirt were slightly pressed together, suppressing the surging throbbing. Sorry. It's all my fault that I couldn't resist the temptation of desire, causing you to be involved in the ritual of the devil's advent. Gabriel held onto the throne and stood up with difficulty. The inky black hair was scattered in disarray, and the blood-stained figure looked shaky and extremely weak. Have you figured out how to atone for your sins? Jiang Yi looked at her, and the corners of his mouth gradually curled up. While the angel is still young, trick her into becoming your pet. Chapter 14, Yin Longji is jealous, Lu Ruyan's ambition. Angels and silver dragons are both powerful beings standing at the top of the myriad races in the abyss. If he could contract it into a charming pet, his strength would be greatly improved. I am prepared to die as an atonement. Gabriel raised her bloody head, closed her eyes, and waited to be killed. At this point, she no longer has the face to live in this world. Infected by the filth of the abyss and degenerated into a goat-horned succubus, it is better to die than to turn into a walking corpse in despair. At least, dying in his hands can be considered redemption and put an end to the regrets. Can you please help me get free? She pleaded in a trembling voice, her clear tears staining the blood in her eyes, like cheap rouge, staining her sad and beautiful cheeks. Don't you think it would be a pity if he died like this? Jiang Yi raised his hand and pinched the fallen angel's bloody jaw. But I have been corrupted and will not live long. Gabriel was crying, and her bloody figure couldn't stop trembling. The regret that flowed down her face in tears made Rubai's heart ache and feel uneasy. Thank you for stopping the demon from coming for me. If there is an afterlife, even if I have to be a dog, I will repay your kindness. She bit her red lips, a look of death on her pretty face. Not in this life? Yes, but what good is a fallen and dying dog? Who said it's useless? Jiang Yi looked at her strangely and snorted in dissatisfaction. Summoning the legendary equipment Blade of Judgment, he placed the broken edge of the blade against the blood-stained heart of the fallen angel. Besides being a dog, you can also be my scabbard. He asked seriously with a smile on his face. Sword, scabbard? Gabriel opened her eyes, her tearful eyes filled with surprise and confusion. If I repay my kindness and use it as a scabbard, wouldn't he insert it? Her pretty face flushed and she nodded subconsciously. Ding! Signing a contract with the twin angels, contract successful. Charming pet, twin angels Gabriel. Level, LV1. Rank, Golden Legend. Race, Angel Succubus. Skills, Seraph, transform into the Angel of Judgment, punishing the world's impurities. Dark Blood Princess, transform into the Succubus Blood Princess, reigning over the Dark Night. Equipment, Blade of Judgment. Attributes, Physical Strength 500, Strength 250, Agility 300, Spirit 700. The filth lingering around Gabriel was quietly purified, and she felt warm all over and filled with unprecedented vitality. Upgraded. Upgraded. Gabriel held Jiang Yi's fingertips in her mouth blankly, her pretty face flushed, and she was shocked for a long time. With just one finger, he enabled her to upgrade and evolve. Legendary quality, comparable to the invincible 12-winged seraph of the end. She now has the qualifications to become a god. The filth on my body has been cleansed, and even the scars are gone. Miracle. Another miracle. Could it be? Are you a god? Gabriel fell into a frenzy of ecstasy, with admiration on her pretty face not concealed at all. She threw herself into his arms, swaying slowly with excitement, and the soft waves in her heart also rose and fell gently. Not a god. Jiang Yi shook his head, feeling the gentle pressure on his chest. It's the master. Master. Master? Feeling the imprint of the contract deep in her mind, Gabriel suddenly woke up, her blood-stained face overheating. She seemed to have said that she wanted to repay her gratitude by becoming a dog. Well, that's so embarrassing, but surprisingly feels good. Her angelic nature made her endure shame and humiliation, but her succubus nature made her hum softly. It's getting weird. Get down. You dirty, stupid sheep. Get your hooves off your master. He'll bit her lip, her innocent face frighteningly cold. She absolutely cannot tolerate some stupid sheep profaning the holiness of her master. Only she, the silver dragon princess, is qualified to enjoy the embrace of her master. You stupid sheep, stay away. Ah, a certain stupid lizard is jealous. Gabriel covered her cherry-colored lips, with a nonchalant look of provocation on the corner of her mouth. Seeing that the shura field was about to unfold, Jiang Yi gently embraced Hill in his arms, treating him equally. You guys, be quiet. Like a timid kitten, Hill lost his murderous aura and huddled in Jiang Yi's arms, trembling. We're going out. Hold me tight and be careful of the turbulent currents in the abyss. Jiang Yi took out the teleporting magatama and did not forget to lower his head to give instructions. If you move around during teleportation, at best you will fail, and at worst you will be caught in the turbulent currents of the abyss and teleported to a dangerous place. Therefore, Jiang Yi's warning was very necessary. If the beautiful figure entangled on his body is restless, he will be in trouble. I'm ready. Hill closed her eyes and hugged Jiang Yi's waist tightly, pressing her breast flesh against her chest like snow. I'm fine too. Gabriel bit her red lips and hugged Jiang Yi tightly from behind. Her figure with big breasts and fat buttocks trembled slightly. Her cold and pretty face was as holy as an angel, but the desire in her heart was as dark as a succubus. Let's go. Jiang Yi chuckled and activated the inscribed seal of the teleportation magatama. A blue light flashed, and he disappeared in the girl's embrace. The ruins of the church were desecrated, and only the red coffin of the abyss remained, and no one knew when it would be opened. Adventure Guild, Teleport Square. The scarlet light gate exuded a terrifying aura, causing everyone to tremble in fear. Almost half an hour has passed, and Jiang Yi still hasn't come out. I'm afraid he's in danger. Ah, he's really unlucky. A normal dungeon evolved into a nightmare dungeon. I'm afraid he was killed by the monsters that spawned. Do you think he can come back alive? Are you kidding me? Are you still counting on Jiang Yi to clear the nightmare dungeon? Can't you see the guild leader is completely clueless? He's a level 50 thunder mage. If a rookie like Jiang Yi who just changed his job can come out, I'll eat shit live. Outside the cordon, everyone stood quietly for a long time, talking among themselves. In a deserted corner. Jiang Yi, you'd better come out alive. I want you to pay this debt back slowly. Jibo sat upright in the wheelchair, holding the armrests, and cursed with resentment. His rare-level demon lord was reduced to ashes before he could clear a few dungeons, and he was embarrassed in front of his friends and childhood friends. Humph, it would be better if this scumbag died. Lu Ruyan was wearing a priest's robe and pushing a wheelchair, her pretty face filled with a shadow of heartache. How do you say that? Ji Boduan looked back and lowered his voice. After he died, we took this agreement to his home to claim the inheritance. Since they're dead and there's no evidence, that bitch Chumoli can only obediently hand over everything her parents left behind to us. The corners of Lu Ruyan's mouth curled up slightly, and there was a hint of coldness in her dark eyes. But, he also has an epic-level abyssal beast. It would be a shame if he died like this. Are you stupid? His parents are powerful professionals. How many epic abyssal beasts can they buy with the inheritance they left behind? After tapping Ji Boduan's head, Lu Ruyan leaned over to whisper in his ear, revealing the whiteness of her collar. Oh, that's right. Ji Boduan suddenly realized, smiled awkwardly, and his frown gradually relaxed. Jiang Yi. Her eyes were extremely cold as she looked at the scarlet light gate. Compared to Jiang Yi's safety, she was more concerned about whether the signature on the agreement in her arms could be forged. Just think of it as for my future. She slowly stood up, her graceful figure standing still, casting a shadow in the corner of the wall. You must die in a nightmare-level dungeon. Chapter 15, The Abyss is a Natural Disaster, Arrest Jiang Yi? Even the leader of the Adventure Guild is terrified of this nightmare-level dungeon. Jiang Yi, you're just a useless piece of shit who just changed jobs. Just die in peace. Lu Ruyan took a deep breath, the greed in her eyes unconcealed. Under the soft white priest's robe, the fleshy legs wrapped in over the knee stockings also trembled slightly, twisting slightly, and a comfortable pleasure surged. She has been thinking about Jiang Yi's property for a long time. She has endured the heavy burden for 3 years, and now she can finally get what she wants. As for the possibility of Jiang Yi coming out alive, she could figure it out with her, but the probability was almost zero. The Lakeview villa left by your parents and the money in the bank card will not be available to you after you die. Rather than letting your bastard sister take advantage of it, considering our love over the years, I will reluctantly take care of it for you. Her hair was lifted from her eyes, her cherry-colored lips were showing a proud and happy smile. The dead are sometimes more valuable than the living. If anyone wants to blame someone, they can only blame Jiang Yi for not living up to his expectations, but they can't blame Lu Ruyan for being the one who wipes out the whole family. Whether it's a villa or an inheritance, leaving it to that loser would be a waste of resources. Hiss. Fuck, my mouth and legs hurt so much. I should have chopped this piece of crap into pieces. After his teeth were broken, Ji Boduan's speech was slurred and mixed with numbness and pain. He couldn't help but feel angry and cursed Jiang Yi in his heart. Instead of being angry with a dead person, you might as well think about what to do in the villa later. Lu Ruyan opened her jade hands and stretched her waist lazily. Beneath the priest's robe, the soft white of his heart swayed gently, and the agreement buried in his arms also stirred and warmed, lingering with a faint scent of frankincense. She had planned long ago that once she got Jiang Yi's Lakeview villa, she would hold a whole day party until she was exhausted. Oh, if you had known that you would die today, why would you reject me? When Lu Ruyan thought of Jiang Yi's regretful expression before his death, she couldn't help biting her fingertips and hummed subconsciously. If this lickspittle had been obedient and acted like a cuckold under her skirt, he wouldn't have lost his life by trying too hard. That loser must have been chased by wild monsters and is now filled with regret, right? Thinking of Jiang Yi's miserable end, Ji Boduan clenched his fists, with a satisfied smile on his lips. It is really satisfying to see the dog licker die suddenly. He didn't regret it, he just knew he was going to die. With her fingertips resting on her childhood sweetheart's shoulders, Lu Ruyan looked towards the scarlet gate of light, her pretty face and the corners of her mouth slightly raised. Cut off ties with her, you deserve the consequences. At the same time, in front of the scarlet light door, the Adventurers Guild's armored patrol team set up a long cordon. How's the situation? Xinyu frowned, his white robe fluttering in the wind. He is the president of the Jiangcheng Adventure Guild, a rare A-level class thunder mage, and is level 50. Jibo always observed the expressions of others and bowed his head respectfully to report. President Qin, the suspect has been on the run since he entered the dungeon, and it's been almost half an hour. He's just a newbie who just changed his job. He relied on an epic-level abyss beast to injure someone. In a nightmare-level dungeon. I'm afraid he's in great danger. In his opinion, no newcomer can clear the nightmare dungeon alone. Nightmare level? If only it were nightmare level. Xinyu sighed, smiled bitterly and shook his head. Although his strength is average, he doesn't have to worry about nightmare-level dungeons. What the president means is... Jibo Chong wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and a possibility came to his mind. His face turned pale and his legs trembled uncontrollably. Oh no, this copy is not going to be upgraded again, right? You're right, it's a disaster level. Xinyu's face was solemn and he nodded seriously. Above the nightmare level is the disaster level. What, disaster level? Won't that mean a demon will come? Jibo Chong was so frightened that his face turned pale. He subconsciously took a half step back and kept the general in front of him to protect him. Disaster-level dungeons are often accompanied by signs of demonic invasion. He is Jibo Chong, but his rank is not long. He's only level 20, can't even survive, and wants to fight against the abyss demon with his head? Are you scared? Xinyu glared at Jibo Chong coldly, frowning in dissatisfaction. As the captain of the guild's patrol, he has no courage at all and retreats before the battle. How can this be disgraceful? No. I'm not afraid. Jibo often forced out a smile that was uglier than crying. He cursed Jiang Yi countless times in his heart. Wouldn't it be better to just surrender this useless guy who just changed his job? He insisted on learning from the big guys to solo a dungeon, but ended up giving away heads, causing a natural disaster to come, and he would become a burial victim. This kind of person is so disgusting. When the abyss invades, it's not easy for demons to break through the seal and descend into the human world. There's usually a window of opportunity of about an hour. If after an hour, half an hour, this crimson gate of light and the pitch-black deathly aura dissipate, it means the demon hasn't broken through the seal, and the crisis will recede on its own. Under the scarlet teleportation light gate, Xinyu frowned with a serious expression. He was just a level 50 thunder mage and was no match for the demon. President, what if it doesn't dissipate? Ji Boduan's voice trembled and his throat was almost knotted. Jiangcheng will be reduced to ruins and fall in an instant. Xinyu raised his head, his solemn face covered with a dark red light. But at this moment, a strong wind blew. Not good. Jibo often pointed at the strange vision surging on the sky, cried out in surprise subconsciously, and collapsed to the ground. Is it coming? Everyone, be on alert. Xinyu's face was solemn, but he remained calm in the face of danger and maintained order in an orderly manner. The sky was as dark as a bloody night, the light gate was like a glutton, and in its bloody mouth, raging waves were rolling. Everyone was braving the strong wind and was so nervous that they forgot to breathe. Clatter! A pair of white shoes stepped out first, and his figure was blurred by the dark light. Wait until the strong wind subsides and the sky becomes clear and the air becomes fresh. Jiang! Jiangyi? Jibo Chong opened his eyes wide and cried out in surprise, as if he had seen a ghost. Didn't this idiot die in a disaster-level dungeon? So who is coming out now, a human or a ghost? It's really Jiangyi. He's not dead, he walked out alive. Look! The vision has disappeared, and the dungeon level has also been lowered. Could he have cleared the nightmare level? Come on, this is a nightmare level, but he is unscathed, his life is too tough. Damn it! If he's not dead, then I'm going to eat shit live. Outside the cordon, everyone was shocked. Because they were too far away, they didn't hear what Xinyu said clearly and just thought it was a nightmare level copy. But this is also an exaggeration. After all, every professional present does not have the ability to clear the nightmare copy, even if they form a group. For a moment, everyone looked at Jiangyi with surprise. He's not dead. In the corner, Ji Boduan stood up from his wheelchair in shock. He ignored the pain in his torn legs, his clenched fists trembled slightly, and his face was twisted with anger. It's good that he's not dead. We haven't settled the score for him injuring you yet. Lu Ruyan's pretty face was gloomy. She bit her cherry-colored lips and snorted coldly. Don't worry, my brother is still here, and President Qin is watching us too. Even if this loser manages to escape death, he won't be able to escape the punishment for intentional injury. Ji Boduan fell into the wheelchair, holding the armrest, with the corners of his mouth raised, revealing a cruel smile. Lu Ruyan frowned, suppressing her unwillingness, and the branches in her heart trembled slightly. Looking in the direction of the voice, I saw Jibo Chong drawing his sword without hesitation, with a stern face, chasing after him alone. Jiangyi, you are under arrest. Chapter 16 Jibo Chong, my whip is longer. On the teleportation square. I almost forgot. Jiangyi injured quite a few people. If he fell into Jibo Chong's hands, he would be skinned alive if not dead. It was clearly Ji Boduan who provoked Jiangyi first, and Jiangyi was acting in self-defense. What's wrong with that? Do you still want to survive? If Jibo hears this, he might get rid of you too. Outside the cordon, everyone had different expressions and was talking about it. Jibo was always protective of his younger brothers. He relied on his position as the captain of the patrol team to act arrogantly and domineeringly. Jiangyi had hurt his brother, so he was afraid that he would not have a good ending. Poor thing, he luckily escaped from the nightmare level of death, but still couldn't avoid physical pain. It's so lively. Jiangyi had a smile on his face as he looked at the armored guards who surrounded him, but his expression remained calm. He did nothing wrong, so why is he panicking? Oh, you'll have fun later. You've been surrounded by us. Don't even think about resisting. Just kneel down and surrender. His dyed yellow bangs fluttered in the wind, and his gloomy face stared coldly. Jibo Chong was almost pissed to death by Jiangyi. The disaster-level copy that appeared because of this waste scared him so much that he couldn't breathe. He lost face in front of his leader and his future promotion was probably over. If this idiot had surrendered earlier, I could have captured him and brought him back for interrogation. I wouldn't have had to face the natural disaster and wouldn't have let the president down. Cursing inwardly, Jibo Chong's hatred for Jiangyi grew stronger. The future of a bad person is like killing his parents. No, thank goodness. This loser got into a private fight in the square and injured someone. If I catch him and behave well in front of the president, I should be able to atone for my crime, right? The Adventure Guild strictly prohibits private fighting, even for professionals. Ever since Jiangyi injured his brother, the ending was already determined and he can only become a stepping stone for his promotion. Get out of the way. Jiangyi frowned and warned coldly. He doesn't have time to waste on these boring people. Not only did you hurt someone without permission, you even fled the scene to avoid punishment. In this fatal natural disaster instance, who knows if you colluded with the devil to save your life? As the patrol captain, it's my responsibility to protect everyone and expose your disguise. Jibo Chong sneered, put his hat on, and the long sword in his hand flashed with a cold light. Without saying a word, he stabbed Jiang Yi's kidney fiercely. Not only did he hurt his brother, but he also ruined his future. Today, I have to make this loser bleed. Stop! Xin Yu suddenly came to his senses from his astonishment, shouted angrily, and jumped up in rage. Ever since he saw Jiang Yi's face clearly, he was stunned. This face looks so familiar. Could it be their child? Unbelievable, I rubbed my eyes repeatedly to confirm. Damn it, it's really him. He is Qin Yu's savior, the great Xia god of war, the demon butcher, and the son of top professional Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's information is top secret. If they hadn't met before, even Qin Yu wouldn't have the qualifications to know his name. Did you hear that? Guild leader Qin wants you to surrender. He's a powerful mage known as the Thunderbolt Warrior. Jibo Chong laughed grimly, raised his sword and stabbed fiercely while mocking him. With the president's support, he had no worries and his first move was a vicious killing move. Stinger. Inflicts a deadly poison that can tear at bones and pierce the heart. If you are hit by this sword, you will be disabled if not killed, and you will probably never be able to upgrade in your life. The lavender sword light fell like raindrops, and Jiang Yi seemed to be frightened and did not dodge or evade. Petrification, skill activated. Derived from the thorn collar on Hill Snow's neck, the purple epic equipment gargoyle heart. And because of the passive, favor, he can share skills with the charm pet and can release them at will without wearing it. Clang. There was a clang of metal, and Jiang Yi's lower abdomen was instantly petrified, with sparks flying. No effect? In a flash, the sword stabbed, but it seemed to have hit granite. The huge force of the sword almost broke and bruised Jibo Chong's wrist. Isn't he a newbie who just changed his job? How come he's as strong as a dungeon boss? For a moment, Jibo Chong was stunned. The fight came to an abrupt end, and Jiang Yi couldn't help but frown. The attack of this level 20 Royal Guard is quite intimidating, but why is the effect just like a tickle? Didn't you eat? He couldn't help but throw a probe over, but the attributes he saw surprised Jiang Yi. Name, Jibo Chong. Level, LV 20. Occupation, Royal Guard. Skills, Poison Sting, Flower Sword. Attributes, Physical Strength 52, Strength 120, Agility 250, Spirit 44. It turns out to be a thin dog. Jiang Yi's mouth twitched speechlessly. How dare you be so arrogant when you are so weak? He didn't waste time talking to Jibo Chong. If anyone dared to use a killing move, he should be prepared to die. Ghost hand exploring the clouds. His right hand condensed into a deep ghost hand, like clouds and mist. In a flash of lightning, it grabbed Jibo Chong's neck and lifted him up easily like a chick. The second profession, Abyss, is a talent obtained by the master. The place covered by clouds and mist can be expanded and contracted freely. It is very convenient and powerful. Hey! What are you going to do? Jibo Chong's breath would be choked, his face would turn red, he would stretch out his legs and stare, shocked and frightened. What do you think? Jiang Yi looked at him, a cruel curve appearing at the corner of his mouth. The president told you to stop, can't you hear me? Jibo Chong warned weakly and waved his sword helplessly, trying to cut Jiang Yi's arm, but it was of no use except accelerating the lack of oxygen. Isn't this lunatic afraid of Guildmaster Qin, a level 50 Thunder Mage? Due to lack of oxygen, his face twisted in pain and gradually turned red. Clang! The long sword in his hand fell to the ground, his limbs drooped weakly, and he gradually suffocated. Stop! Beg me! Jiang Yi sneered and lifted Jibo Chong above his head. The armored patrol guards around retreated in horror, and even Qin Yu stood there in a daze, his face full of disbelief. As far as he knew, the god of war Jiang Chen had always said that his son was unremarkable, and had asked him to take care of him if it was convenient. Surpassing 10 levels in a row and easily defeating the enemy. You call this talent mediocre? The corner of Qin Yu's mouth twitched. It turned out that none of the genius's self-deprecating words could be believed. Okay, so Versailles, right? If this is mediocre, then what is he? Please. Jibo Chong's eyes were bloodshot and his pretty face was in pain. He was almost unconscious and begged for mercy instinctively and tremblingly. Bang! Your dog, picked up. Jiang Yi threw it lightly with his deep right hand as if throwing away garbage. Jibo Chong flew out of Qin Yu's hand like a dead dog and fell heavily at Qin Yu's feet. Puff! He spat out a mouthful of blood and almost fainted. President, President! Jibo often had blood at the corners of his mouth and tears in his eyes, feeling extremely aggrieved. Not only did he resist arrest, he also beat me so badly. You have to take care of this for me. As if grabbing a life-saving straw, the cramped hand grabbed Qin Yu's trouser leg and complained miserably. Didn't I tell you to stop? Qin Yu gritted his teeth, his face filled with frost of anger. He stretched out his hand, grabbed the air, and formed a long, azure blue lightning whip that crackled in the air. This angry roar made Jibo Chong smile. He glared at Jiang Yi fiercely, ready to enjoy his wailing. I can't beat you, but can't President Qin beat you? Just wait for your beating, ah. Bang bang bang. The long lightning whip lashed Jibo Chong madly, leaving his skin torn and flesh exposed, and he screamed in pain. The face turned red and distorted with pain, and the bloodshot eyes stared blankly at Qin Yu, feeling extremely aggrieved. President! Did you hit the wrong guy, or did you fucking defect to the enemy? President, stop hitting me, ah! Stop hitting me! It's me, Jibo Chong. He was like a maggot, writhing in pain on the ground. Your name is Jibo Chong? Qin Yu stopped, and the thunder whip in his hand crackled. I'm Jibo Chong. Oh, Jibo Chong? My whip is longer than yours. Chapter 17, We've severed ties, I'm really unfamiliar with the girl. Ah! In the teleportation square, screams like slaughtering pigs were heard. Qin Yu sneered, his soft white robe emitting a cold electric light. 10 lashes in 1 second, the azure lightning whip was wielded with great vigor. Like a coiled poisonous snake, Jibo Chong was beaten so hard that he foamed at the mouth and fainted from the pain. Outside the cordon. From Jiang Yi's one-handed instant kill to Qin Yu's 5 consecutive lightning whips, only half a minute had passed, but it felt like a century. Everyone looked at each other, the astonishment in their eyes lingering for a long time. Fuck! Jibo Chong's stinger couldn't even withstand the terrifying goblin trolls, and Jiang Yi didn't even try to dodge. He's only been a professional for a short time, right? He just completed the next dungeon, and he's already jumped over 10 levels and killed the enemy. He just raised his hand and killed them instantly. He didn't even turn it off, he just turned it on. He's not even pretending? Jibo Chong is a level 20 Royal Knight. I thought he was a tough guy who could solo difficult dungeons, but I didn't expect him to be a silver-plated spearhead. You're wrong. It's not that Jibo Chong is too weak, but that Jiang Yi is too strong. They all knew in their hearts that to be able to serve as patrol captain, how could a level 20 Royal Knight be weak? There is only one possibility left, Jiang Yi is too strong. It's like a walking humanoid boss. Fuck, my brother is flying. In the corner, Ji Boduan widened his eyes and exclaimed in surprise. He didn't expect that even his brother was no match for Jiang Yi. That loser, is he really a newbie who just changed his job and entered the dungeon? When did he become so strong? Her pretty face was filled with disbelief. In shock, Lu Ruyan subconsciously covered her heart with her hands. Because of the force, the snow-white collar was pressed into a ball in pain, and a crimson mark appeared. Seeing Jiang Yi suddenly become stronger, Lu Ruyan felt uncomfortable. My ex is getting better and better, which is more painful than killing her. Even my brother can't beat him. I'm afraid there's nothing we can do to him. Ji Boduan's face was gloomy and he hammered the armrest of the wheelchair in frustration. How could he bear it when his legs were broken and a rare-level demon lord was killed? Who said we were going to beat him? Lu Ruyan rolled her eyes at Zhu Ma in anger, leaned over to his ear, and whispered a warning. Even though we broke up, he still loves me. The weakness of the bootlicker is his self-righteous affection and his loyalty that makes her sneer at him. Although I don't know why President Qin is so crazy, he takes it out on your brother. But Jiang Yi attacked and injured someone in front of so many people. If he is not punished, where will President Qin put his face? Just wait and see. Jiang Yi will be dealt with by President Qin without me having to do anything. Like an old general on the stage, Lu Ruyan put her hands on her hips, the corners of her mouth curled up, revealing a smile of confidence. A dog that has lost its leash cannot escape from her clutches as long as the collar is still in her hand. Jiang Yi, please don't let me down. Lu Ruyan covered her stuffy chest with her hands, a sneer on her lips, and looked forward with cold eyes. She could already imagine the miserable scene of Jiang Yi crying bitterly in her mind. There, Zhang Yi was surrounded by armored patrols. Facing the furious president, he seemed to be at the end of his rope. What a disgrace! Take him away now. After venting his dissatisfaction, Xinyu wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and the lightning whip in his hand gradually dissipated. As soon as he finished speaking, Jibo Chong was dragged away like a dead dog. Zhang Yi glanced at him, took Yin Longji's cold little hand, and left without stopping. After wasting so much time, he can't even take the angel he just contracted to level up. Wait a moment. Xinyu took a deep breath, stretched out his hand, and placed it on Zhang Yi's shoulder. In an instant, the entire teleportation square was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop, and everyone held their breath nervously. Is the powerful president finally going to take action? What's up? Zhang Yi stopped and looked at Xinyu without any fear. Are you okay? Xinyu looked concerned, as if he were a worried elder. When these words were spoken, everyone was shocked. Did they hear it right? Not only did President Qin not deal with Zhang Yi, but he also cared about him? Not really. He's so weak that he's not worthy of being hurt by me. Zhang Yi shook his head slightly, feeling a little confused by the question. He could sense the goodwill Xinyu was showing. What is this strange president up to? Not him, I mean. Were you injured in that disaster-level dungeon? Xinyu frowned, his face gradually became solemn and his expression became more serious. There are terrifying demons in the disaster-level dungeon. If the son of an old friend got hurt right under his nose, he would want to die. Natural disaster? Isn't that a nightmare-level dungeon? Zhang Yi frowned, somewhat puzzled. The abyss invades, demons descend, and nightmare-level dungeons will be upgraded to disaster level. You just changed jobs not long ago, it's normal that you don't know. Xinyu explained patiently, as if he was taking care of his own back. He put his hands on Zhang Yi's shoulders and asked seriously. So, are you feeling unwell? If so, tell me right away and I'll arrange for top-notch medical treatment for you. Zhang Yi looked at him and shook his head seriously. I did meet a demon, but I sent her back into the abyss. Although the lustful demon was powerful, the most powerful curses and temptations were ineffective. In Zhang Yi's eyes, he was nothing more than a skeleton, and he was kicked away. You said you defeated the devil? What else? This is a serious matter, don't joke around. Xinyu took a deep breath, stared at Zhang Yi, and said in a deep voice. He himself could only run around in a desperate situation when facing the devil, so Zhang Yi, a newbie who just changed his job, was lucky enough to survive. How could he possibly turn defeat into victory? If you don't believe me, just think I'm joking. Zhang Yi slapped the hand off his shoulder, glanced at him lightly with his eyes filled with silver light, and said casually. Oh, don't go, I believe it. Xinyu stopped in front of Zhang Yi and spoke hurriedly. Ha ha ha, a tiger father will have a dog son. You really do have some of his shadow back then. Xinyu patted Zhang Yi's shoulder, laughing with pride on his face. You know my father? Zhang Yi looked at him and asked in surprise. Cheap Daddy died in the Calamity Dungeon not long ago, and the only impression we have of him is in the cold black and white photo frame. To be honest, your father saved my life from the devil in a heavenly dungeon. If it weren't for him, I would have died in that blazing flame, leaving no trace of my body. Thinking of the past, Xinyu's eyes were filled with sincere gratitude. Yeah. Zhang Yi looked away, not knowing what he was thinking. I'm sorry. I couldn't help but mention your father. Please accept my condolences. This isn't the place to talk, can you come over to my place and chat? For the safety of Jiangchang, please tell me about the situation of the Abyss Demon. Xinyu did not have the airs of a president at all. He sighed with regret and started to plead straight to the point. The appearance of demons is a huge threat. As the president of the Adventure Guild, he has the responsibility to know everything for the safety of the people of Jiangchang. Okay, I also want to ask about my father. Zhang Yi nodded and did not refuse. His parents' deaths were confusing, and he wanted to get to the bottom of it. This way, please. Xinyu smiled and invited Zhang Yi to walk towards the guild. After leaving the cordon, the people passing by were so shocked that they were speechless. The look he gave Zhang Yi was also extremely complicated. Even, envy. He is the president of the Adventure Guild, a very important figure in Jiangchang. To be appreciated by him, one must be very happy. Lu Ruyan thought so too. She ignored the jealous and sad Ji Boduan and trotted after Zhang Yi, intending to make herself familiar to President Qin as his girlfriend. Zhang Yi, why are you here? She covered her lips in surprise, as if it was an accidental encounter, with a few just right blushes on her face, like a girl in love, very attractive. She is. Xinyu glanced at Lu Ruyan, whose figure under the white priest's robe was enchanting and charming. He secretly thought that this was not good, and was still thinking about introducing the school beauty to Zhang Yi to get to know him and have some dealings with him. But I didn't expect that he already has a girlfriend? Zhang Yi glanced at Lu Ruyan and shook his head lightly. Not familiar. We have severed all ties, woman, I really don't know her. Chapter 18, the goddess that others can't get is sold to him by his father. His legs moved forward without stopping for a moment. Zhang Yi's departing back was natural and free and easy. Belated concern is cheaper than grass. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have done it in the first place. Hill and Gabriel followed closely behind. Their stunning faces and plump figures made Lu Ruyan pale in comparison. In an instant, she looked like a drooping willow, and her snow-white skin, which she was so proud of, was not even half as white as theirs. Xinyu understood what was going on when he saw this, and waved his hand calmly. Several armored patrolmen came up and carried Lu Ruyan away. Ma'am, please leave. The smile on Lu Ruyan's lips completely froze, and the shyness on her pretty face disappeared in an instant, replaced by a pale look of astonishment. She was actually ignored by Zhang Yi. Where did the mind that was once filled with her go? Lu Ruyan was carried away by the guards, her pretty face devoid of expression. Even after Zhang Yi disappeared into the guild, he still couldn't come back to his senses. Her heart ached involuntarily, as if it was filled with something and was very blocked. Zhang Yi, don't try to play hard to get. You'll regret ignoring me today sooner or later. She took a deep breath, and her pretty face was now filled with gloom. She held onto the wall, barely supporting her shaky body. The loss in my heart is an indescribable regret. Using the excuse of playing hard to get to evade the feeling of frustration in my heart. What made Lu Ruyan even more devastated than Zhang Yi's indifference was that there wasn't even a hint of love in his eyes. How could he be so heartless as to break up just like that? Damn scumbag, big pig's hoof. Isn't it just a connection with the president? What's there to be proud of? My brother Lu Zixiao is an S-class professional. His future achievements are beyond your imagination. Just wait, I'll teach you a lesson sooner or later. Cursing Zhang Yi in her heart, Lu Ruyan stomped her feet and left in a rage. Adventure Guild, spacious office. In front of the floor-to-ceiling windows, the light blue curtains are drawn open, allowing you to see everything in the square clearly. Here I can work and chat. Zhang Yi sat on the soft sofa and told what happened in the dungeon, omitting the details of the contracted angel and the job change, and attributed all the achievements to Silver Dragon Princess. Hill blushed, lowered her head, and bit her lip in shame. The fact that she was able to defeat the demon of lust was all thanks to her master. She wasn't that powerful. I took a look at the shy silver-haired girl. The white collar supported her hair, like the silver glow of the autumn moon. Her back view from the side is graceful, and her fleshy legs wrapped in stockings are slightly raised under the skirt, appearing a little shy and awkward. It would be a shame not to use such a good back to take the blame. Zhang Yi secretly decided that from now on, he would let Longji be the scapegoat. Although it relies on the help of an epic-level abyssal beast, it is still very powerful. At least when I was your age, I was scared by goblins. After listening to Zhang Yi's story, Xinyu's face was sometimes worried, sometimes shocked, but now after he let out a breath, all that was left was the pride that came from the bottom of his heart. Being able to face the demon of the abyss without shaking legs is considered courageous, not to mention that Zhang Yi resisted the temptation of the demon of lust and kicked the coquettish bitch back into the abyss. Cool. So cool. He has wanted to do this for a long time. Even if you were writing a cool story, you wouldn't dare to write like this, but Zhang Yi actually did it. After witnessing his record of killing Jibo Chong in seconds, and with the help of 2 epic abyss beasts, Xinyu believed it without a doubt. It was just a fluke. Zhang Yi shook his head and chuckled, calm and composed. You're just like your father, powerful enough to be a dungeon boss. Xinyu saw the shadow of an old friend in Zhang Yi. I've already explained the matter of the calamity-level dungeon. Now, can we talk about the cause of my parents' death? Zhang Yi asked tentatively with curiosity. The simple and confusing death of his parents, the natural disaster copy that made them suffer so much, was dangerous and mysterious. I'm sorry, but their information is top secret. I'm not qualified to know it yet. Xinyu smiled bitterly and shook his head. He seemed to have no information to share. Firstly, I can't say it, and secondly, I don't know. I could only touch my nose awkwardly and try to get away with it. My parents are so strong. Zhang Yi looked solemn. Even his extremely powerful parents were disappointed with this copy, so one could imagine how perverted it was. A strong fighting spirit burned in his heart, and he was determined to clear this damn natural disaster copy, kill the boss, and avenge his parents. Yes, they are so strong that it's frightening. Qin Yu nodded seriously, smiled bitterly, and couldn't help but look a little nostalgic. Going into a dungeon with strong people may make you feel less present, but it is safe. He also gained a lot of experience because of this. Can you tell me the information about that copy? Zhang Yi took a deep breath and asked directly. Beside. Hill and Gabriel looked at each other with surprise on their pretty faces. It was the first time they saw the cold seriousness on Zhang Yi's face. I'm sorry. I don't know either. Qin Yu smiled bitterly and spread his hands. It's not that he doesn't want to say it, but he is not qualified and knows very little. Thinking of the cruelty and power of the devil, Qin Yu couldn't help but sigh. Sometimes ignorance is also a kind of happiness. Yeah. Zhang Ye's lips curled up, but he was not too disappointed. He is still very weak now. Once he becomes stronger, he will sooner or later turn the burning copy upside down. But I heard that a powerful vengeful spirit was leaked from that natural disaster dungeon and has disappeared. She seems to be a nine-tailed fox. The last place she disappeared was in the neighboring Linhai city. When mentioning the nine-tailed fox, even Qin Yu's face showed a solemn look of fear. I heard that the neighboring city of Linhai has been in turmoil recently and many people have died. It is closely related to the nine-tailed fox. If I have any information about her, I will tell you as soon as possible. Thank you very much. Zhang Yi thanked him and had a plan in mind. When he has time after the college entrance examination, he can take time to visit the neighboring Linhai city. In 3 months, 100 days, he will upgrade rapidly and be qualified to speed through the Calamity Dungeon as much as possible. With Qin Yu's help, it will be a lot easier. Although this middle-aged uncle with a drifting hairline is not a top professional, in Jiangcheng, he is a big shot who can cause an earthquake with just a stomp of his feet. Saying thank you is alienating. Qin Yu grinned, without any airs of a president, and even poured a cup of tea for Zhang Yi. Try the tea leaves refined from a 100-year-old tea tree. Zhang Yi picked up the teacup, took a sip, and nodded. It tastes good. A faint fragrance lingers in the mouth, and after the bitterness, it is sweet. It is a good tea, but not as good as Lu Ruyan's green tea. Hey, you're a senior at Jiangcheng No. 1 High School, right? Qin Yu took a sip of tea and smiled meaningfully. What's wrong? Zhang Yi paused and asked curiously. Did they see his talent and plan to help him apply for a university admission? To be honest, my daughter is also in No. 1 middle school and just changed jobs not long ago. She's your classmate, a support professional. If you are free, can you take her with you? Qin Yu rubbed his hands, feeling a little embarrassed. The time of a strong man is more valuable than gold. I don't know how many people are begging to join a team for an output expert who can solo a nightmare dungeon. If Zhang Yi could help, his good-for-nothing daughter should be able to go further, right? At least, he has to go further than his father, the president of the Jiangcheng Adventure Guild. What's her name? Zhang Yi suddenly had a bad premonition, put down the tea in his hand, and asked. Qin Xiang. Qin is the Qin of the Great Qin, and Xiang is the Xiang of perfume. When he said the name, President Qin Yu was so nervous that his palms were sweating, as if he was trying to find a backdoor and a way out for his disappointing children. Qin Xiang. Zhang Yi's face looked a little strange, and he muttered softly. He is not unfamiliar with this name. Who is she? The campus belle of Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School, the best friend of her adopted sister, an S-level auxiliary professional, and the famous perfumer, Qin Xiang. There were countless children from famous families and young talents in No. 1 Middle School who begged to team up with Qin Xiang, but she didn't even look at them. Instead, she got along surprisingly well with her sister. But now, the goddess that others can't get is being sold to her by her father? Chapter 19, Silver Dragon Princess is full of stealth, the fallen angel's first kiss is gentle. The clean floor-to-ceiling window reflected Zhang Yi's strange smile. It was just their first meeting, and the high-ranking president almost kidnapped his daughter, the school beauty, and begged him to take her to clear the dungeon. Aren't you too confident in yourself? There is no need to worry that the ghost fire will stay downstairs in the future and my daughter will be wasted. Silver Dragon Princess and the fallen angel looked at each other, smelling danger. Master, Hill is enough. You don't need teammates. Hill pricked up his ears, his silver dragon horns like radar, pursed his cherry lips, and jealously searched for the vixen's signal. Compared to humans, an angel who has fallen into a succubus is more attractive, right? Gabriel lowered her head, feeling a little troubled because she couldn't see her toes. Her weight made it difficult to buy clothes for her. They thought silently and were unwilling to share their master. Your daughter is an S-rank professional, so she definitely doesn't need teammates, right? Putting down the teacup and savoring the fragrance of green tea, Jiang Yi replied with a chuckle. Xin Xiang is a popular goddess who is the campus beauty of Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School. Although she comes from a prominent family, she does not have the unruly nature of a young lady. Instead, she is like a caring and considerate sister next door. The gentleness in her heart is enough to heal all sorrows. At the same time, she is also an S-level auxiliary perfumer. With such a powerful profession and overwhelming popularity, she has no shortage of teammates. Well. Xin Yu sighed and took a sip of green tea, which was extremely bitter. To be honest, my daughter's grades are not ideal. She's only at level 10. If she doesn't work hard, she might not be able to get into a double first-class vocational university. A helpless smile appeared on the old father's face. Every family has its own problems. Support is not like combat profession. It requires more experience to upgrade in the early stage and is particularly dependent on teamwork. This is also the reason why my daughter Qin Xiang's upgrade is slow. The geniuses in the first echelon have already reached level 15. I'm only level 10. Jiang Yi spread his hands and sighed helplessly. It took me half a day to reach level 10. It's really slow. But you were able to jump 10 levels and kill a level 20 royal guard. That's as perverted as a dungeon boss. If Qin Yu hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it. To be honest, he was still a little shocked in his heart and thought it was unbelievable. He even surpassed 10 levels and still managed to kill the enemy. He is really as strong as a monster. But my reputation in No. 1 Middle School is a bit tricky, and I'm afraid Ling Yuan won't want to team up with me. Jiang Yi became notorious in No. 1 Middle School because of his former incarnation's dog-licking behavior. Because of this, I have a very bad reputation and don't have a single friend. How dare she not be happy? Qin Yu snorted coldly, a little angry. If you don't hug such a thick thigh and act like a spoiled brat, don't blame your old father for pulling out the 7 wolves. I have no problem with that, but the question is, can your daughter hold on? Jiang Yi picked up the teacup and took a sip. If it's a difficult copy, no problem. Qin Yu gritted his teeth and agreed reluctantly. The difficult level dungeons are quite difficult, and hundreds of new professionals die in them every year. Sorry, I only play nightmare level dungeons. Jiang Yi put down the teacup and slowly stood up. In order to speed up the upgrade, he has no time to play the easy and difficult dungeons. If you're not afraid of your daughter getting hurt, let her come to me. Jiang Yi glanced at him, left a word, waved his hand, and left. Hill and Gabriel, like obedient little maids, one black and one white, followed closely behind. From time to time, she would raise her shy head, take a peek at him, then turn her head away nervously, biting her cherry-colored lips, with a flutter of pleasure in her eyes. He is worthy of being their master, as he can even make the powerful president ask for help. This is only the first dungeon, and the master is already this strong. Given time. The master is so powerful that even they can't withstand it. Qin Yu sat in the swivel chair, forgetting to try to keep him or see him off. It was not until Jiang Yi's back disappeared from his sight that he slowly woke up from his fear. Well, my children and grandchildren will have their own children and grandchildren. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. The nightmare level copy was too dangerous. There were many ways to upgrade, and he was reluctant to let his daughter take the risk. Second job change. He picked up the file about Jiang Yi on the desk, read it several times, and then sealed it up seriously. Jiang Cheng. I'm afraid a monster is going to appear. He fell into the recliner and took a sip of tea. His tired face suddenly looked a little older. It was almost evening when I left the Adventurers Guild. The early summer wind blew by, ruffling the girls' skirts. Jiang Yi took them and walked away. Because of the arrival of demons, the breath of the abyss invaded and all the light gates of the suburban dungeons were forced to close. Maintenance and inspection will take some time, so I can only try to level up another day. He was not in a hurry, as he could buy shoes and supplies to deal with emergencies when he went to the dungeon to prevent any problems. Gabriel, you don't seem to have anything to wear? Looking at the goat-horned succubus wearing a white priest robe beside him, Jiang Yi asked with concern. No, no. A trace of panic flashed across her beautiful cherry-colored eyes. This sudden concern made the love-deprived girl feel uneasy. Master, she can wear heels. Yin Longji frowned, bit her lip, and said sourly. The possessiveness in her heart took over. How could a mere fool like her deserve to wear clothes bought by her master? I can wear Sister Hill's clothes. Master doesn't need to spend money. Gabriel tilted her head, chuckled, and waved her hand. Wearing milk dragon's clothes during the day, and at night. A succubus who rests in the arms of her master at night still needs to wear clothes? The problem is, you can't wear Hill's clothes. Jiang Yi sighed and couldn't help but smile bitterly. The heart of the fallen angel is more receptive than that of the silver dragon princess. Just like AA batteries and AA batteries, the former is delicate and the latter is plump. Each has its own advantages, but they cannot be mixed. Ha! Hill subconsciously glanced at the stupid sheep beside him. The collar with drooping hair revealed a soft white color that could support several bottles of milk. There was such an innate gap that she couldn't make up for it even if she tried to squeeze. Total defeat. It seems, I really can't wear it. Gabriel shrugged in distress, and the trembling branches of flowers disappeared from Jiang Yi's sight. Let's go, I have some things to buy, let's go shopping together. Jiang Yi held their hands and said with a smile. Is this a date? If there wasn't some stupid sheep that was getting in the way. Holding the master's hand, tentatively interlocking their fingers, with a throbbing heart and a flushed face, she was filled with a sense of seduction. The clothes my master gave me can be considered a family heirloom. Hee, I must buy a few maid outfits later and wear them in rotation every day. Gabriel was very content. She was like a cute little dog, letting her owner lead her around. I went to the spirit world again and went shopping with the girls. Although it was pleasing to the eyes, it was also tiring. But it's all worth it. Gabriel lifted the dark hem of her maid's skirt and walked to Jiang Yi with a smile. She wore an ink-black hairpin to tie up her long hair, which was like a waterfall. She looked like a newlywed wife, with a kind of youthful maturity. The red bow on her chest was pushed up to the point of being overwhelmed. Under the black and white maid's skirt were a pair of fleshy legs wrapped in white silk over the knee socks. She was not wearing shoes, and her frosted ankles rubbed against Jiang Yi's trouser legs lightly, delicately, and gently. She stood on tiptoe, and gently touched Jiang Yi's cheek with her cherry-colored lips. Her pretty face flushed, and she looked at him expectantly, and asked shyly. Oh nar. Does it look good? Chapter 20, Charming Pet Shura Field. My sister's determination. Fitting compartments. The tenderness on the cheek disappears at the touch of a finger, but a faint fragrance remains. Jiang Yi's heart beat faster and the surprise in his eyes lingered for a long time. Ambushed by a charming pet. Isn't it pretty? Gabriel stood on a wooden stool, stretched out her arms, and pressed Jiang Yi against the wall in the corner. She frowned, and tears of grievance welled up in her beautiful cherry-colored eyes. This was her first kiss, but the master seemed. Don't like it very much? It's beautiful, but Hill is still outside. Don't let her wait too long. Jiang Yi leaned against the wooden board, with nowhere to retreat. In this cramped fitting room, the guilt of committing a sin grew stronger and stronger in my heart. Master, you won't let her know, will you? Gabriel licked her lips, her pretty face flushed with a meaningful smile. The lacquered sheep horns are bent beside the ears, and the heart-shaped tail is like a vine, draped around the owner's waist, gently swaying and gently bunching. Gabriel. Can you call me Ari? Gabriel jumped off the stool, and her delicate white silk feet danced gracefully on the wooden board. Ari, don't forget that you are an angel. Jiang Yi reminded with a hint of dissatisfaction. How could an angel risk his life to lure people into corruption? It's both an angel and a succubus. Gabriel chuckled cunningly. As a succubus, she had fallen into depravity. What did this have to do with her as an angel? What angel? Who is that? I don't know her well. Master, do you prefer angels, or demons, or? Do you want them all? She licked the cherry-colored pureness, like a cat stretching, and lay in Jiang Yi's arms, pressing gently and gently. You're not a cream puff, why should I choose a chocolate-flavored succubus or an angel covered in cheese? Jiang Yi leaned against the wooden partition and asked with a chuckle. Because. With her fingertips touching the corner of her lips, Gabriel raised her pretty face, narrowed her cherry eyes, and smiled softly. Understanding the master's preferences is a compulsory course for maids. Maid, you must satisfy your master. Ari only has the master left, and only the master. She fell into Jiang Ye's arms, holding him tightly with all her strength, as if she wanted to let him sink into her body. Wearing warm, comfortable, clean and decent clothes and living as a human being after the fall was something Gabriel could never imagine. It was the master who gave her everything, and she also wanted to dedicate everything to the master, including the soul and the body. Homesick? Touching the lacquered sheep horns, Jiang Yi lowered his head and chuckled softly. He didn't know Gabriel's past, but he couldn't forget her sad and beautiful smile. The winged angel, struggling helplessly in despair and on the verge of death, has a hazy body where purity and corruption are intertwined, lingering with a broken beauty. I'm not thinking about home, I'm thinking about the master. Ali shook her head, stood on tiptoe, and gently kissed Jiang Yi on the cheek. Then, like a guilty thief, she lowered her pretty face with a blush on it, pinched the hem of her skirt, and whispered softly. Don't tell Sister Hill. Without waiting for Jiang Yi's answer, she pushed open the wooden door of the fitting room and fled shyly. Jiang Yi took the girl's changed clothes and sighed helplessly. The contrast between angels and succubi is really confusing. Hey, stupid sheep, you didn't run away, did you? Seeing Gabriel come out after changing her clothes, Hill frowned and asked in a pressing manner. No. Gabriel pursed her lips and shook her head guiltily. How can stealing a kiss from the master be considered running away? This is called repaying a favor. Do you understand? You wouldn't dare. Hill glared at her and snorted proudly. She was here first, so she can't lose. Famous lakeside residence, detached villa. Is this the master's lair? Looking at the majestic mansion, Hill lay on Jiang Yi's back, put his arm around her neck, and waved his little hands excitedly, causing the straps on her shoulders to slip off, and his heart was filled with tenderness. Love nest, it's a love nest. Gabriel corrected him dissatisfiedly, crossing her index fingers and making an X sign. Angels will build their nests on the edge of the clouds. When they are with the one they love, they will go into the clouds together. The sound of their secret plotting can dye the evening sky with cherry blossoms. You stupid sheep, you've already fallen, so stop dreaming about being a birdman. There's no place for you in this nest. Hill jumped off Jiang Ye's back, looked at Gabriel, who was shorter than him, and said coldly. A certain little lizard is only fit to live in a bridge hole, no, only fit to live in a dark sewer. Oh, so you want to challenge me to a duel? Come, my sword is not bad either. Before entering the villa, Silver Dragon Princess and the fallen angel started to confront each other. The air in front of the entrance was filled with the smell of gunpowder. As abyssal beasts, their territorial awareness is engraved in their genes. Whoever occupies the nest first will win and have the potential to become the hostess. Behave yourself. Jiang Yi roared in dissatisfaction, pinched the girl's pink earlobes on the left and right, and twisted them into the nest. There are many empty rooms on the second floor. You can choose one as your bedroom. Jiang Yi changed into slippers. At home, he dressed very casually. Where is the master's room? His silver eyes turned around, Hill's old shoulders slipped, he quietly pulled off his shoulder straps and blinked. She is afraid of the cold and wants to snuggle in her owner's arms. Second floor, first room. Jiang Yi took off his coat and put it on the clothes hanger, leaving only a black short-sleeved shirt. Then I will live next door to the master, so that when the master sleeps upstairs, he will face my wall. Gabriel sneaked up the stairs and quietly slipped to the second floor. Stupid sheep, don't run away. Hill gritted his teeth and was about to blow on it when he was attracted by the clothes on the rack. The thin black shirt exudes the aura of its owner. I'm tired after an afternoon, I have to take a shower first. Jiang Yi glanced at Yin Longji, who was standing in a daze at the stairs, reminded her, and went upstairs to get some clothes to change into. Damn your hand, stop right there. Don't desecrate the master's clothes. While Jiang Yi was not paying attention, Hill couldn't help but pick up the thin black shirt, buried her pretty face in the clothes, took a deep breath, and sniffed for a long time. It's over, she's not clean anymore. The sun sets and the evening breeze urges people to go home. Sister Shangxiang, I'm sorry. If I hadn't been so greedy, I wouldn't have given boss the opportunity to injure you. The setting sun was as red as blood, covering the girl's guilty face. Emily, this is not your fault. Xin Xiang's light pink highlighted hair just fell on the straps of her snow-white shoulders. Nightmare-level dungeons are fraught with danger, and injuries are common. You don't need to blame yourself. She shook her head, and a faint smile appeared at the corners of her pale lips. But Sheen Molly bit her lip and wanted to say something else, but her best friend's fingertips pressed against the corner of her lips. She was wearing a blue and white short skirt, but she was in the shadows. Don't say that anymore. Like the sister next door, Sheen Xiang had a stern face and persuaded people seriously, making it impossible for people to think of resisting. Have a good rest and see you tomorrow. She turned around and waved, and the shadow of her simple and elegant suspender skirt disappeared at the end of the sunset. See you tomorrow. Sheen Molly forced a smile and waved his hand. She walked back home dejectedly, like a walking corpse. Do I still have a home? His parents died unexpectedly, and he is still in a cold war with his non-blood related brother. This familiar entrance seemed like an abyss, so cold that Sheen Molly trembled all over. Elder brother. Even if I have to use force, I will snatch you back from that bitch Lu Ruyan. Chapter 21, Cold War at the entrance, Yandere sisters shock. At dusk, the fiery clouds in the sky are full of anger. It seemed as if it was going to burn the trembling girl at the entrance to ashes. Shu Molly wanted to push the door open, but it seemed like the door pushed it open again. She didn't even have the courage to walk into this house. The light in the room was as bright as day, and the handrail I held seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds. Brother is back. Shu Molly lowered her delicate head, with her ink-black ponytail tied behind her shoulders. The bangs concealed his sickly face, and his lips were tightly clenched, letting the resentment roll around his barren heart. Did he go to see Lu Ruyan again today? What's so good about that hypocritical bitch? It's obvious that I can do everything that woman can and can't do, but why doesn't my brother even look at me anymore? The trembling hands dropped dejectedly. The sad figure gradually squatted down, like an abandoned puppy, curled up helplessly. Elder brother. You're all I have. Shu Molly bit his lip, and the taste of blood gradually turned bitter between his teeth. She is the burden brought by her mother after her remarriage and is Jiang Ye's non-blood related sister. When they first met, Shu Molly hid under the bed out of inferiority. I was afraid that my brother would dislike me, that I would become a burden to my mother, and that I would lose her hard-earned happiness. What are you doing hiding under the bed? I'm afraid. I'm afraid my brother will hate me. Shu Molly lay on the ground, burying her face in her soft arms. The figure in the little skirt was trembling helplessly. Emoli is so cute, I won't hate him. Really? That's great. Shu Molly raised his head, his eyes filled with tears and red from crying. Why are you crying? If you feel sad, just eat candy. At least, my mouth won't be bitter anymore. I remember that at that time, my brother also lay on the ground and handed her a candy. That was Shu Molly's first time eating milk candy. The sweet feeling in his mouth was a taste of happiness. She was happy for a long time. No one would be nice to her except her mother. At that time, Shu Molly thought that he would listen to his brother all his life, not let him hate him, and not let him leave. But until Lu Ruyan arrived, until my brother fell in love. Shu Molly woke up completely from his unrealistic dream. That gentle brother was toyed with by the bad woman without any care. Because of jealousy, because of confusion, and more importantly, because I feel sorry for my brother. She had a big fight with her brother, and then they went into a cold war, and until now, their relationship has reached a freezing point. Brother, instead of being Lu Ruyan's puppet, you'd better be my shadow. Then, you'll be gentle only to me, like before, right? Shu Molly raised her head, and a sick smile appeared on her gloomy face. Looking closely, the shadows on the ground were actually moving, like a laughing girl, trembling branches, ups and downs. During the awakening ceremony, she transformed into an S-class melee mage, Lihui Moi, possessing the powerful ability to control water elements and manipulate shadows. I'm back. When she opened the door, her pretty face, with a gloomy expression, suddenly froze. In front of me, a silver-haired girl was greedily holding a thin coat, covering her face and sniffing wildly like a pervert. Is there a thief in the house, or is it a female hooligan? Those are my brother's clothes. Shu Molly was stunned, and then her pretty face was filled with gloom. The blue and white nails pierced through the palms of his clenched fists due to the force, and blood was dripping. What are you doing with my brother's clothes? Shu Molly's pretty face was as gloomy as water, and the shadow covering the ground collapsed and reorganized, flickering and spreading. She was very angry and felt a bitter feeling of being blasphemed. Her already narrow heart felt even more blocked and uncomfortable. Ah! Hilton felt as if she had fallen into an icy cave and was filled with shame. Discovered. I'm the master's maid. I'm checking his clothes for stains, so they can be changed and washed. Hill crumpled up his shirt into a ball and hid it behind his back without making a sound. She put her hands behind her back, her pretty face flushed, and explained hesitantly. This angry girl is the master's sister, my sister-in-law, right? I'm done for. After doing this, she's going to hate me, right? If the master finds out. Hill's heart was in a mess, her pretty face was full of panic, and she was extremely regretful. Master? Maid? Silver dragon? Chumoli was so shocked that she couldn't speak. She lowered her head, bit her lips, and trembled slightly. Brother, since he can't get the happiness from Lu Ruyan, does he have to spend money to get it back from other women? Or is it the abyss beast that my brother bought for Lu Ruyan? She gritted her teeth, her pretty face covered with frost. The accumulated grievances and anger reached their limit and could no longer be tolerated, collapsing into a dam. Zhang Yi, get out. She passed by the stunned silver dragon princess, who didn't even change her shoes. She dragged her tired body and ran to the bathroom angrily, shouting. Things like ordering takeout at home can only be done at least 10 years after her death. Emily, what are you going crazy about? Zhang Yi had just finished taking a shower and changed into a clean and refreshing short-sleeved shirt and shorts. He pushed open the door and was met with his sister's cold face. She is like a cat with its fur standing on end, and she will pant if she disagrees with something. Is this girl angry today? I've already brought him home, and you still have the nerve to call me crazy? Who is that white-haired woman? Chumoli sneered, and the unwillingness on her pretty face made her tearful eyes gradually turn red. Her heart aches so much. You mean Hill? She is my partner, the contracted abyssal beast. Zhang Yi looked at Yin Longji, who looked guilty, and explained patiently. As far as I can remember, my sister hated strangers visiting our home the most. It's no wonder that Hill, the silver dragon princess, was alert and suspicious when she suddenly appeared. You're not a professional, so why are you contracting an abyss beast? Isn't this a gift for Lu Ruyan? Chumoli said the word gift with gritted teeth, looking at Zhang Yi coldly, as if he wanted to dissect him. Look at his heart, how obsessed he is with that bitch. Who said I'm not a professional? Zhang Yi raised his eyebrows and curled up the corners of his mouth slightly. It's time to reveal the truth. He can no longer pretend. His identity as an SSS level professional can no longer be concealed. Wake up. You failed in your job transfer. Stop dreaming. How can a second awakening bring about a miracle? Chumoli had a cold face and shouted in a deep voice, trying to wake up his brother who had lost his way. If you fail to change your job, there is nothing wrong with being an ordinary person. The probability of a second awakening is even more shockingly low than the probability of her brother liking her. Didn't I tell you? Isn't it bad for your heart if you get angry all the time? Zhang Yi raised his right hand and touched his sister's head. Don't touch me. Chumoli bit her lip and frowned in disgust. Her shadow rose from the ground and tried to slap Zhang Yi's hand away. But, it's too slow. Zhang Yi's big hand grabbed his sister's forehead and stroked it gently. The beads of sweat on the girl's forehead were sticky, cold, and had a faint fragrance. Edged. Chumoli was stunned. The shadows on the floor tiles collapsed and reorganized, like a beating heart, throbbing and surging abnormally. She was a level 15 S-class melee mage. Even the nightmare dungeon boss couldn't avoid its shadow attack, but her brother easily avoided it and even killed it with a head pat. Could it be that my brother has really awakened? Elder brother. Chumoli stared at Zhang Yi blankly, his red eyes filled with tears and mist. Are you really awakened? Chapter 22, Challenge from an S-rank sister, if you lose you have to warm the bed? Zhang Yi nodded, raised his hand and gently wiped away the tears from the corners of his sister's eyes. After such a long period of Cold War, it was the first time that the word brother came out of that cherry-like little mouth. This girl usually either has a cold expression or a look full of disgust. Since the death of their parents, they haven't spoken a word to each other, and their relationship has reached a freezing point and is on the verge of collapse. That's great. Chumoli murmured blankly, tears welling up in his red eyes. Brother, when did you change your job? Do you feel unwell? She threw herself into Zhang Yi's arms, raised her pretty face, and couldn't help but worry. This long-lost warmth made the girl's heart surge with unspeakable throbbing. Just today, I severed my relationship with Lu Ruyan, and I awakened for the second time. The girl in his arms was shivering like a restless puppy. "Brother, what did you just say?" Shumoli raised his head and stared at Jiang Yi blankly, tears in his eyes, and he was shocked. The thousands of prayers she prayed for in her dreams finally got a response. She just hoped she wasn't hallucinating. Did my brother really break up with that evil woman Lu Ruyan? I have severed my relationship with Lu Ruyan. I've been having a hard time during this period. Jiang Yi hugged his sister and said seriously. Cut off all ties and wake up. He and Ruyan Lu have become strangers. Hard? You don't know how much pain I'm feeling in my heart. Shu Moli could no longer suppress the grievance in her heart. She buried her pretty face in Jiang Yi's arms and couldn't stop crying. My brother finally broke up with the bad woman. God knows how long she has been waiting for this day. Sorry. Jiang Yi hugged the girl tightly with heartache, and he could feel her trembling heartbeat in the embrace. I'm the one saying sorry. Shu Moli raised his head, and his blue and white nails touched the corner of Jiang Yi's mouth. During the Cold War, she disguised herself with indifference, with a look of disgust, disdain in her eyes, and spoke sarcastic words. She wasn't cute at all like that. Maybe, my brother already hates me. Her heart couldn't help but tremble. Even if she died, she wanted to make up for the broken relationship. There were bloodshot eyes and tear marks on her pretty face. Shu Moli bit his blood-stained lips with a serious expression. Mom and Dad are gone, and I only have you. As she said this, her body trembled slightly. Brother, let's make peace. The tearful face raised its head, begging for hope. Touching the girl's delicate head, Jiang Yi nodded gently. We never parted, did we? Dead parents, a broken family, and a broken self. It's really heartbreaking. Never separate, never separate. Emily loves brother the most. Shu Moli put her arms around Jiang Yi's neck, snuggled in his arms, closed her eyes, and couldn't stop crying, but there was no longer the bitterness of waking up from nightmares in the past, but a hint of sweetness. Just like the candy handed to me by my brother, a hint of sweetness spreads across my teeth. Her heart was now throbbing, overwhelmed by warmth and happiness. Finally. I got my brother back. You're still as clingy as ever. Jiang Yi smiled helplessly. He had just taken a shower and his body was now full of his sister's scent, with a faint fragrance lingering around. I only stick to my brother. Shu Moli didn't feel embarrassed at all. Her brother had finally come to his senses and their relationship had finally been repaired, so she was reluctant to let go and leave this long-lost embrace. After being entangled for a while, Jiang Yi impatiently drove him away. What is so good about the little steamed buns? A moment later, in the living room. Brother finally broke up with the bad woman. Shu Moli rubbed his dizzy cheeks, but still felt unreal. Well, since you're already a professional, as your younger sister, I'll reluctantly take you to clear dungeons, right? She looked at Jiang Yi, the corners of her mouth gradually turned up, she puffed out her chest, and couldn't help feeling proud. In less than a week, Shu Moli reached level 15. It was not difficult for her to clear the difficult dungeon alone. With the cooperation of her best friend Qin Xiang, she could even clear the nightmare dungeon. She is so powerful, wouldn't it be easy for her to lead her brother to fight monsters and level up? Shu Moli could already imagine her brother's admiring expression. She couldn't help but close her legs, pinch the hem of her skirt, and tremble slightly. Are you sure you want to take me to upgrade? Jiang Yi's mouth twitched and he almost couldn't hold back his laughter. On the side, he covered his mouth with his hands, his face flushed. She has received professional training and her sense of humor is not that low, unless she can't help it. Gabriel took a breath and puffed out her mouth, just like Kirby from the Star Wars. If I laugh out loud, I'm afraid it would be impolite in front of my sister-in-law. What's so funny? It's okay for my brother, but what are they laughing at? Shu Moli curled his lips and elbowed Jiang Yi in the waist. I'm already level 15. She hummed softly and raised her head, like a proud puppy waiting for her owner's praise, with a look of arrogance that was a little cute. Amazing. He clapped his hands, narrowed his eyes, and chuckled softly. It's like coaxing a child. After all, making her sister-in-law happy is what she wants as a bridal practice. I am now qualified to catch up with the master and become his sister-in-law. Gabriel ate a banana and mumbled incoherently. Their faces were filled with perfunctory smiles. Not shocked at all. Good. Jiang Yi held his waist and nodded in approval. Just a few days after changing her job, she reached level 15 ahead of everyone else. My sister has the potential to be an emperor. In time, your achievements will be no less than his. What's with that look on your face? Why are you so perfunctory? Brother, what level are you now? Chu Moli was unhappy. She pouted and snorted angrily. Not as high as you, only level 10. Jiang Yi smiled and said lightly. If nothing unexpected had happened in the afternoon, perhaps he would have caught up with his sister? How much? Level 10? Chu Moli was stunned, frowning breathlessly. Then let me ask you, you just changed your job, how come you're already level 10? She looked at Jiang Yi suspiciously, thinking he was making fun of her. Even if you tie her up in a dungeon and have her kill monsters and level up non-stop for 24 hours, she still won't reach level 10 in half a day. Even she, an S-class melee mage, couldn't do it, so how could her brother, a newcomer who just changed jobs, break the rules? If you don't believe me, we can have a discussion. Jiang Yi couldn't help but suggest with a chuckle. He also wanted to know how strong his sister was. After all, she almost broke the record of how US soared immortal that year, so her sister's strength is definitely not simple. Okay, I accept your challenge. Chu Moli agreed immediately. She stood up, put her small hands on Jiang Yi's shoulders, and looked down at him. But, you need to have bargaining chips. The fox glanced at Jiang Yi, and her pretty face blushed involuntarily. If you lose, sleep with me tonight. Chapter 23, Defeated and Captured, the school beauty's sister becomes a maid. In Chu Moli's opinion, sleeping is also an art, which can be divided into stand-alone and online modes, with different ways of playing. Play daily tasks in single-player mode and play cooperatively online. Now that she won, it's understandable that she wants some preferential treatment, right? No. Hill shook her head frantically, her silver hair swaying left and right as the dragon tail of Chu emerged from under her skirt. No matter how you look at it, when it comes to sleeping and stuff, Silver Dragon Princess is more suitable, right? Silver dragons are very sleepy. I object too. Gabriel ate some snacks and made some inarticulate protests. If someone even snatches the bed warmer, she, the personal maid, will be out of work. Opposition is invalid. Chu Moli slapped the coffee table, and the brown glass trembled. If you don't even dare to accept the bet, are you afraid? She tilted her head back, with a dark single ponytail tied on her shoulders, revealing the color of youth. The fangs showed their sharpness at the corners of her lips, and she used them to provoke the enemy like a female devil. Okay, but I won't lose. Jiang Yi smiled and agreed immediately. With Silver Dragon Princess and the fallen angel around, he has nothing to fear. Master, please don't bully Sister Moli. Let's forget about this bet, shall we? He'll lay on the sofa, her soft white breasts covered with a layer of light scales, gently pressing against the collar. Her silver white forehead rubbed Jiang Yi's waist lightly, and she kicked her black and white jade feet, begging for mercy in a coquettish manner. She didn't want her sister-in-law to lose embarrassingly the first time, nor did she want to monopolize the time when her master fell asleep. Master, can I release the water? Gabriel grabbed a handful of potato chips and stuffed her mouth so full that it looked like a hamster's. Angels don't like to bully the weak, but succubi love to bully the small. If you can drain the water, you don't have to worry about it, right? You too, cheer up. My sister is very strong. Don't take her lightly. Jiang Yi touched the heads of Silver Dragon Princess and Fallen Angel, one on the left and one on the right, and tapped them lightly to remind them. In the rookie copy, Goblin Dark Cave, my sister's solo clearing speed almost broke the record left by the Bright Moon Sword Immortal Pei Qingshu. The poor soil of the heart can produce powerful strength. You can only watch it from a distance, don't underestimate it. Well, Hill won't show mercy. I'm sorry, Sister Moli. While enjoying the head pat, the silver dragon tail swung back and forth, like a coquettish puppy, looking very comfortable. I promise to complete the master's mission. After receiving Jiang Yi's order, Gabriel was exactly what she wanted. Only she can be the master's dog and her job of warming the bed cannot be taken away by her sister-in-law. She just hoped that her sister-in-law would not cry for too long after she lost. You guys, are you too arrogant? Looking at the two abyss beasts that seduced his brother, Chu Moli was so angry that his teeth were itching. As expected, big breasts mean no brains. How can I level up properly if I am stuck with these two insects? She had to wake up her arrogant brother. Only, my sister is the best, the others are heretics. I'm already level 15, and I won't hold back during the competition. Brother, if you lose due to carelessness, you are not allowed to regret it. Shumoli snorted lightly, pointed at Jiang Yi with her slender jade finger, and her pretty face was full of seriousness. She could already anticipate her brother's embarrassed expression after his defeat, but sorry, she had to win. At worst, I can make up for it at night. Whoever regrets it is a puppy, okay? Jiang Yi would not bully his sister to this extent. He always keeps his word. But if you lose, what will the price be? He stood up, looked at his sister with a resentful look on her pretty face, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. At worst you can just get up with me. Shumoli lowered her head, her pretty face flushed, and whispered weakly. Although she couldn't possibly lose, she still had to make the necessary bets. It was like fishing. If she didn't use herself to bait the bait, how could her stinky brother possibly take the bait? High-end hunters often enter the game themselves and act as prey. Brother, you can't escape. Emily, you seem a little too greedy, don't you? Whether we win or lose, I'll suffer the consequences. Jiang Yi flicked his finger on his sister's snow-white forehead and tapped it with a hint of dissatisfaction. Boys should learn to protect themselves and not let girls take advantage of them for nothing. So what do you want, brother? Rubbing his red forehead, Shumoli pouted his red lips and snorted in dissatisfaction. If Emily loses, you will be the one to cook for us from now on. How about it? It has been a long time since I have eaten the food cooked by my sister. Apart from two things that are a little lacking, she is simply a perfect beauty. She cooks delicious dishes that are so delicious that they can make you salivate. No problem. Shumoli agreed without hesitation, as if she was afraid that Jiang Yi would go back on his word. She grabbed his hand with her soft white hands and dragged him into the yard. Outside the courtyard, night fell and the sky was slightly hazy. Beside the small pond, the water was deep and dark. Jiang Yi let go of his sister's soft and cold little hand, walked back a few steps in silence, then turned around and stood still. The night wind blew by, and Jiang Yi's body was almost shrouded in shadow. Princess Silver Dragon and the fallen angel stood obediently behind him, waiting for their master's orders at any time. There's a pool right next to it, so there's no shortage of water. It's getting dark, and there are shadows everywhere. In my home turf, how can a level 10 brother win? Shumoli raised the corner of his mouth slightly and thought involuntarily. After changing his job to become an S-class melee mage, Li Hui Moyi, Shumoli possesses the abnormal ability to control water and shadows. There is a lot of water in her body, and the condensed water spears can penetrate the defense of the nightmare boss. The strange shadow can attack and defend, and is extremely difficult to deal with. Especially in the watery areas at night, she is the well-deserved queen of the night, invincible. Since my brother is a charm pet master, the abyss beasts are also part of his strength. You and the others, just come at me. Shumoli raised the corner of his mouth and waved arrogantly. The scales of victory have been tilting towards her. No matter how her brother struggles, he is destined to fall into her hands tonight. I was underestimated. Jiang Yi sighed helplessly. It seemed that if he wanted to restore his brother's authority, he had to strike hard. Ali, come on. With a wave of his hand, Silver Dragon Princess and the fallen angel quickly dodged, with no expression on their pretty faces, they just wanted to execute the order. Sister Emily. I'm sorry. Silver Dragon Princess's speed was incredibly fast, like silver lightning, spinning and attacking with a spear in hand. Shumoli did not dodge or evade, but stood there in a daze as if he was frightened. Puff! The silver spear flashed past, and Shumoli's figure exploded into a mist. Water clone. Hill frowned, her skirt was soaked and blurry. Where? In the darkness, Gabriel also felt at home. She found Shumoli's figure, who was retreating to the edge of the pool, and quickly defended herself. Cut! He pulled out the blade of judgment from his heart, without holding back even a little bit as the branches trembled. The lacquered crescent sword light flashed by, and Shumoli's figure was like a piece of jelly cut in half, exploding into a hazy mist. I've been fooled. In the distance, Shumoli fell into the shadows, like a cold viper, winding and undulating on the green grass, running like lightning. She deliberately showed weakness to the enemy, using her clone to hold back the attacks of Silver Dragon Princess and the fallen angel, while her real body took decapitation action. The plan to lure the tiger away from the mountain was a success. Brother, you lose. Tonight, just be obedient. A long, dark snake opened its bloody mouth and leaped out from the grass. Jiang Yi seemed to be frightened and didn't move at all. Shumoli grinned, and a sickly and hideous look appeared on her pretty face. The output of the charm pet master depends entirely on the powerful charm pet, and he himself is a fragile and helpless creature. If she gets close to you, you will definitely lose. I won this competition. Mo Lee. Jiang Yi had a smile on his face and saw everything. He raised his right hand slightly, condensing a deep dark light, and instantly grabbed the black snake's vital point and threw it hard to the ground. Shu Moli screamed in pain, lying on the ground, covering his swollen butt and grimacing. You lose. Jiang Yi came to her side and flicked his fingers. I lost. She bit her lip, tears welling up in the corners of her eyes, looking like a defeated prisoner, so pitiful. I accept defeat. From now on, I belong to my brother. Lie on your side on the ground, the pain in your buttocks will be much less. Shu Moli raised her head, and a shy blush appeared on her pretty face under the moonlight. The red lips moved, covering the barren heart, and took out the bet. Maid. Chapter 24, The Bed Refreshes Silver Dragon Princess, the Yandere Shura field in the early morning. Under the moonlight, the girl's blush is worth more than 1,000 words. Who wants you to be a maid? From now on, I'll leave the kitchen to you. Gently ruffling the girl's soft black hair, Jiang Yi shook his head and said lightly. He doesn't lack a maid, but he lacks a skillful cook. His sister would be a good choice. After a brief trial, he easily won in just one round. Although my sister is very strong, she still needs to practice. The water clones entangled the main force and escaped into the shadows to launch sneak attacks. It's a good plan, but it's a pity that the opponent is him. With the condensed, ghost hand, Jiang Yi can easily grab everything and inflict real damage. With his overwhelming numbers, he could easily kill an opponent of a higher level if he put in a little effort. One punch can deal nearly 10,000 real damages, can you withstand it? Then I will cook for my brother for the rest of my life. Shu Moli raised her head, and her sickly pretty face sank into the shadows. She spoke heavy words, and ripples appeared in her barren heart. Her soft buttocks were still aching slightly, and the accompanying shame made her maintain a defeated posture, which became very strange. Brother, my butt hurts. Wow, brother trash is really something. He doesn't know how to be gentle with women at all. She stood up limping, her pretty face flushed with shame and resentment. Who told you to underestimate the enemy? Charm masters, mages, archers, priests. Any seemingly vulnerable enemy must have a trump card that can turn defeat into victory. You must remember today's lesson. Next time when you're harvesting the back row, you must never be careless. Do you understand? The girl's rosy face was like a sticky rice ball, cool, cute and delicious. Jiang Yi pinched it and gave a warning. Losing to him is just a pain in the ass, but losing to the dungeon boss means you have to start over again. New. Shu Moli nodded weakly in agreement. If she met this kind of fragile person in the future, she would definitely vent the shame of this failure. Can't beat the perverted brother, can't beat those little karami? Brother, how did you do that just now? My shadow is like a ghost, it can instantly become invisible and is immune to all physical attacks. But you grabbed me like I was a little kuan, and refined me in an instant. Shu Moli pouted and reviewed the situation in his mind, but still couldn't figure out why he lost so miserably. She rubbed her swollen buttocks, holding back tears, biting the corners of her lips. The surprise on her pretty face did not disappear for a long time, and she asked hurriedly with ardent admiration. It's simple. Your shadow is not invincible. The moment you attack, it becomes vulnerable. The only martial art in the world that cannot be defeated is speed. Your agility isn't as high as mine. What I thought was a flawless attack turned out to be full of loopholes. You're as slow as a turtle. If you don't lose, who will? Poking the girl's snow-white forehead, Jiang Yi explained patiently. But I'm already level 15, 5 levels ahead of my brother, and I was still killed by a solo player who was above me. Brother, you're such a pervert. The brother in front of her was as strong as a monster, and she couldn't defeat him no matter how hard she tried. She could only bite her lip and let the shock on her pretty face pierce the pride in her heart. Compared to her brother, she is really a useless waste. You're the pervert. Jiang Yi tapped the girl's forehead and snorted in dissatisfaction. Perverted is perverted. Shu Moli snorted lightly, not feeling ashamed, but proud. She is a pervert, but she hides her dark thoughts and cannot let her brother find out now. Elder brother. Will you carry me back? Her soft white little hand was holding Jiang Yi's arm. She bit her lip, blinked her tears, and begged in grievance. I've accepted the loss. Since our plans for a double date tonight have been cancelled, it wouldn't be unreasonable to charge some interest now, right? But just as he finished speaking, Jiang Yi was thinking about it when he was interrupted by Yin Longji. Sister Molly, let me help you. He narrowed his eyes and carried her up without any expression. If her master had not given the order just now, she would have killed this evil sister beast in an instant and restored the dignity of the queen. If my butt hurts, then my butt will definitely hurt. Gabriel also showed concern, with her mouth full of snacks, mumbling incoherently. She was so envious that she also wanted to feel pain in her butt. Then, I'll trouble Sister Hill. Shumoli narrowed his eyes, gritted his teeth, and agreed with a forced smile. At this point, she was not as skilled as others and could only accept the appointment obediently. If you don't want to be unable to get out of bed, go back and have a good rest. Jiang Yi touched the girl's head and said with a bit of teasing but still caring attitude. Shumoli nodded, and with the support of Hill, he limped forward. Under the moonlight, she suddenly turned sideways and looked back at Jiang Yi, and hurriedly reminded him. By the way, tomorrow is the 100 Days Oath-taking ceremony. The school is organizing a leveling dungeon that gives experience bonuses. Don't be late. During the 100 Days Oath-taking ceremony every year, Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School will organize students to participate in dungeons, which can give up to 50% experience bonus. This is the foundation of Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School and also the benefit of the professionals in the middle school. Oh, I almost forgot. I was planning to go to the Adventure Guild tomorrow to continue leveling up. After his sister reminded him, he hurriedly remembered. Stupid brother, if you stay in bed tomorrow, don't blame me for being rude. Shumoli snorted in dissatisfaction, his face flushed, and was limped away by Hill. The 100 Days Oath is almost here. Those in the first tier have already reached level 15 or even higher. I have to hurry. It just so happens that tomorrow's dungeon has an experience bonus. It won't be long before I can catch up. Also, the Adventure Guild's dungeon maintenance takes time. Rest well today and level up hard tomorrow. Having made up his mind, Jiang Yi did not delay and took the foodie fallen angel back to rest early. Recharge your energy. A ray of sunlight passed through the window. Master, wake up. Hill crawled out from under the thin blanket, stretched and yawned. The silver corset is cool and pleasant, and the half-dragon's posture is extremely charming. She was exhausted last night. Not only did he have to pretend that the snake was real with his sister-in-law, but he also had to be on guard against the night attack of the foodie fallen angel. She was worried in the first half of the night, with dark circles under her eyes, and vowed to keep watch for her master. Then, I couldn't help but climb onto the bed, hugged my master and took a nap for a while, and when I opened my eyes, it was the next day. Good morning. Gabriel crawled out from the end of the bed, rubbed her sleepy eyes, and yawned tiredly, which startled Delay so much that he trembled. Stupid sheep, why are you here? Hill was confused. She clearly remembered that a certain foodie went to bed early yesterday? But why did I refresh myself in bed so early in the morning? Stupid lizard, you're allowed to steal from the company, but I'm not allowed to remove the fuel from the fire? Gabriel snorted disdainfully and stretched lazily. Succubus are afraid of cold, so it's appropriate for them to spawn in the bed, right? A fight? Hill's eyes gleamed silver as he smiled coldly. I couldn't ask for more. Gabriel snorted lightly and chose to stay with him until the end. The shura field in the early morning began with pulling hair and tugging braids. Jiang Yi stood at the door, covering his face, unable to bear to watch. When will his charming pet settle down? A moment later. My sister had already prepared a sumptuous and loving breakfast. Wearing an apron, she looked like a newlywed wife, extremely virtuous. Elder brother. Should I eat the fried eggs first, or the fried rice first, or how about my milk first? Shumoli took a box of milk, came close to Jiang Yi and recommended himself. Chapter 25, If she calls me dad, I'll take her to the dungeon. The box of milk rested against my chest, swaying slightly, with a milky white delicious label on it. The soft white suspenders slid down her shoulders, revealing her barren side breasts slightly. Defeated and captured yesterday, the girl fulfilled her promise, donning a light brown bear apron and vowing to cook for her brother for the rest of her life. Give me a glass of milk, please. Jiang Yi handed over the cup and yawned. Thanks to Silver Dragon Princess and the Fallen Angel, Jiang Yi didn't sleep well in the second half of the night and was woken up several times by the heat. When he falls asleep, he likes to hold his hands and stick out his little pink tongue, like a puppy drinking milk. Gabriel stretched out her jade feet, and her tender little feet kicked his stomach from time to time, trying to be naughty. Didn't you get enough rest yesterday, brother? Chu Moli was pouring milk, and a trace of morbid suspicion flashed across her soft and pretty face. I just hate getting up early. Jiang Yi shook his head and took a sip of pure milk with his breakfast. The early bird catches the worm. With her jade hands resting on the dining table, Chu Moli leaned over and stared at Jiang Yi like a lustful fox, her gaze gradually moving down and resting on his waist. Bugs, they should taste bitter, right? He'll arrived late and sat next to Jiang Yi. She took a bite of bread, lowered her head, and her pretty face blushed involuntarily. If bugs eat fruit, it should be sweet, right? Gabriel took the milk that Jiang Yi had drunk and sipped it along the wall of the cup. If it were a bug, it would like to eat pineapple. I don't hate bitter taste. Chu Moli sat opposite Jiang Yi, shook half a cup of milk, turned her head away, and hummed softly with a blush on her pretty face. She took a sip of milk with her cherry lips, and a faint taste filled her mouth. It's not tasty, but it's not disgusting either. Cheers. Gabriel raised his glass, and it was dazzling. Hey, that's my milk. Jiang Yi was just about to take a sip of milk to get rid of the greasiness, but he found that he had already been shown off by a powerful fallen angel. It's not the master's. Gabriel crossed her legs, revealing her long, soft, white legs under her skirt, but her white, jade-like feet were under the table, gently resting on Jiang Yi's feet, massaging them. She drank pure milk. Evil big stupid sheep, put down the master's cup and let me take it. He'll gritted his teeth and felt the sour taste of the toast in his mouth. She was like a kitten with its fur standing on end, using all her strength for a glass of milk. Duel, greedy thunder succubus. No. Gabriel stuck out her pink tongue and licked the cup wall clean without any teeth. Jiang Yi rubbed his head and thought to himself that he was gifted. Really, he refuses to calm down even after waking up so early in the morning. It seems that his warm daily life will be shattered from now on. My brother's friends seem very energetic. Chu Moli took a tissue and gently wiped the marks from the corners of his mouth. Admiring Jiang Yi's headache expression, she couldn't help but chuckle, but it was a pity that the little bear in the apron remained calm. It was clearly a 3D pattern, but she wore it as a 2D plane, with no three-dimensionality at all. It's hopeless. Looking at the girl who was pulling her hair and collar, Jiang Yi smiled bitterly and shook his head. Breakfast was hurriedly passed in the nuclear harmony. Under the reluctant gaze of Hill and Gabriel, Jiang Yi took them back into the charm pet space. Then I was held hand by my sister and went to number 1 middle school. The sky is clear and the air is fresh, and the summer heat is prevailing. Zhangcheng number 1 middle school, playground. The dark formations are in good order, and the cool, white shadows make the existence of summer meaningful. Jiang Yi didn't hate summer. What he hated was the increasingly hot weather, which had caused the coolness in front of him to reach a bottleneck, and was stopped by the thin black stockings that went over the knees under the skirt. What are you looking at, scumbag? Song Shiyu frowned, glared at Jiang Yi with disgust, bit her lip in dissatisfaction, and cursed under her breath. That's just her personality, as cold as ice. Although she has the figure of a queen, her bad personality leads to her only being able to talk to Jiang Yi in number 1 middle school. If swearing at each other counts. You should lose weight. Your stockings are cutting into your flesh. Jiang Yi yawned and complained weakly. The girl next to him was his deskmate, one of the few friends in school with whom he could talk. If mutual damage is also counted. Where is it? Song Shiyu bit her lip, and her pretty face turned pale for a moment. She lowered her head in panic, pinching her ink-black pleated skirt, looking left and right. She didn't know if it was an illusion, but she always felt that her legs seemed to be fatter, and the ink-black stockings on her calves were also a little tighter. Really, got fat? A little bit of everything. Jiang Yi glanced at her, his eyes fixed on the bow on the girl's collar. It's light pink and kind of cute. He was talking about the bow, of course. TSK, whether I'm fat or not has nothing to do with you. Why should I worry? Song Shiyu bit her lip in shame and anger, raised her little fist, and glared at him with dissatisfaction. You're not his girlfriend, and having weight anxiety will only make you feel bad. Oh right. Didn't you fail in your job transfer? Did you come here today to accompany your sister, or to entertain Lu Ruyan? Song Shiyu squeezed behind Jiang Yi, locked his neck, and asked softly with doubt in his eyes. A faint fragrance emanated from her body, and the soft white shirt squeezed the bow tie out of shape. It was a pity for the 2 buttons, which were bearing pressure that they shouldn't have to bear. I've awakened a second time. Also, don't mention that woman Lu Ruyan anymore. I have completely severed all ties with her. The resistance from behind was as gentle as ripples on the water, causing Jiang Yi to frown. Second awakening, severing ties? Song Shiyu's cold and pretty face was full of shock, and her cherry lips opened in surprise, enough to fit a banana. You don't have a fever, why are you talking nonsense? The soft white little hand touched Jiang Yi's forehead, and the cherry-colored lips said in confusion. She remembered Jiang Yi's loneliness when he failed to change jobs a few days ago, and his almost paranoid pursuit of Lu Ruyan. But after just a few days, a miracle happened and the bootlicker changed his nature? Believe it or not. Jiang Yi was too lazy to pay attention to her. This ice lump was so frightened, but unfortunately her awakened profession was a fire summoner. If she stuck to him, she would be so hot that she would die. You are really lucky, kid. She gently elbowed Jiang Yi on the waist. Ever since she changed her job to an S-class fire summoner, her cold temperament had become a little hotter. Of course, I was just a little too enthusiastic towards Jiang Yi. I've already said that Ruyan Lu isn't a good woman. We should have broken up a long time ago. Hey, to celebrate your return to being single, how about if you just call me Mom? I'll take you to a dungeon later. I'm a level 12 S-class, Purgatory Flame God. If you don't want to be beaten in a dungeon, you know what to do, right? Song Shiyu raised the corners of her mouth slightly, and a fiery expression appeared on her cold and pretty face. If you call me Dad, I can take you to the dungeon later. Jiang Yi retaliated with a strange smile and responded with a stern look. Just you? Stop joking. At this moment, an untimely voice came from the side. Lu Ruyan's younger brother, the S-class magic swordsman, Lu Zixiao crossed his arms, raised his head, and sneered with disdain. Chapter 26 SSS level female swordsman, who is not qualified to catch up with whom? He's just a coward hiding behind the abyss beast. He's not afraid of being laughed at when he brags. Lu Zixiao raised the corner of his mouth and sneered coldly. He was dressed in a white ancient costume, like a romantic swordsman who walked out of the world of immortals. Jiang Yi felt that whether he was a swordsman or not was another matter, but this mouth of his was really mean. Even a dog that eats shit wouldn't be so mean as to spit shit out of its mouth. Lu Zixiao, why don't you find your sense of existence in your crotch, and you're still here looking for your presents with your mother? Song Shiyu frowned, her cold face full of disgust and anger, and she stood up for Jiang Yi. You. Lu Zixiao gritted his teeth, his face as dark as if he had eaten shit. Song Shiyu dared to scold him, but he didn't dare to scold back. Who asked this bad girl's mother to be the principal of Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School? She herself is the daughter of a century-old family and a powerful summoner who will stand on her own in the future. He has too strong a background to afford to offend Song Shiyu, but isn't it easy to crush Jiang Yi, the ant, to death? What kind of man are you if you hide behind a woman? Lu Zixiao suppressed his anger, glared at Jiang Yi, and challenged him in a deep voice. When I went back yesterday, my sister Lu Ruyan cried for a long time. He knew very well about Jiang Yi's evil deeds in the Adventure Guild. This bastard actually dared to let down his sister's love and even injured his brother Jibo Chong. With this evil spirit, if he doesn't use the light, how can he have the nerve to kill monsters and level up? That's better than the ding-dong chicken in your pants. Jiang Yi raised the corner of his mouth slightly and said lightly. He was not lying. Lu Zixiao was slower than others in taking off his pants to go to the toilet because he couldn't find a running water pipe. Ha! I'm almost at the point of losing it, and he's still ding-dong chicken? Song Shiyu pressed on Jiang Yi's back, his body shaking like thunder, and he laughed so hard that he fell backwards. Only Jiang Yi's mouth can make her happy, right? Jiang Yi, just wait. Hiding behind a woman is nothing compared to your skill. Don't let me meet you in a dungeon. Lu Zixiao's face turned dark, and he uttered some vicious words and left in a hurry. If Song Shiyu hadn't been here, he would have killed this waste with one sword. What's wrong with being small? I feel cold and shivering, is there anything wrong with being a little cute? Don't be afraid, I'm here, and Ding Dong Chicken won't dare to do anything to you. Looking at Ding Dong Chicken's deflated back, Song Shiyu's pretty face flashed with anger. She would not let her own people be bullied. When you go down to the dungeon later, grab my hand, don't get lost. With her hands behind her back, she leaned close to Jiang Yi, frowned, her cheeks flushed, and whispered instructions. She is already level 12 and has an epic summoned beast. Jiang Yi had just changed his job recently, so his level was definitely not high. Follow her, go through the back door, gain experience, it's safe. Don't you need to call mom? Zhang Yi looked at her and chuckled and joked. If you want to shout, it's not impossible. Song Shiyu turned her head away, her pretty face flushed and a little hot. If Zhang Yi really shouted it out, she would probably be so embarrassed that her legs and feet would go weak. But I should be happy. Looking at Zhang Yi secretly, I always have the illusion that he has become more handsome. You seem to have become more handsome recently? Song Shiyu swallowed slightly, but still couldn't help asking. Why, do you want to acknowledge the thief as your father? Zhang Yi turned around, looked at the girl behind him, and chuckled slightly. This was not the girl's illusion, he had indeed become more handsome. Killing monsters will drop charm points, so it's hard for him not to be handsome. Shazai, you want to die? Shu Moli gritted his teeth and snorted viciously. Idiot, you only know how to bully her, just wait until you call me mommy. Zhang Yi and the girl kissed each other, and time slipped away quietly under the scorching sun. After everyone gathered, they lined up and got on the bus to the copy. In the car, the teenagers were discussing something. Have you heard? This dungeon is not to be underestimated. It can accommodate thousands of people. It also has experience bonuses and a dynamic difficulty distribution, making it perfect for newcomers like us to practice. Alas, originally only our number 1 middle school could go, but we didn't expect the neighboring Linhai number 1 middle school in Erzhong to interfere. I'm afraid there won't be enough bosses in this dungeon to share. Every year in the college entrance examination, our Jiangcheng number 1 middle school's results are much worse than those of the neighboring Linhai number 1 middle school, and we're even almost behind number 2 middle school. This time, we're ranked behind in the dungeon strategy game, and I'm afraid we're going to be embarrassed again because our skills are inferior to others. Zhang Yi sat in the back seat by the window, listening to the complaints, put on his headphones, and closed his eyes to rest. Damn it, a bunch of cowards, what's there to be afraid of? Song Shiyu was so angry that her teeth were itching, her face was gloomy and she looked resentful. Her mother is the principal of number 1 middle school. She has been worrying about her students' grades over the years and her hair has turned a little gray. The reason why I was angry was more because I felt sorry for my mother and I hated being looked down upon. What they said is not wrong. Linhai number 1 middle school next door has indeed produced many geniuses. But this year, it's doomed to fail. Zhang Yi leaned against the window, catching up on his sleep, and spoke softly. Of course. With me here, the good luck of those insects is over. Song Shiyu patted her chest, and the light crimson bow swayed gently, round and undulating. Hello, shrimp head. Zhang Yi's mouth twitched and he couldn't help but complain. He dares to speak so arrogantly at only level 12. If he were at a higher level, he would be like Delay, and it would be out of control. You're the one who's the fool. I am a cool and beautiful girl, okay? Giving Zhang Yi an unhappy look, Song Shiyu gently elbowed him in the waist and snorted coldly. There is nothing wrong with being a beautiful girl and being cool, but the prerequisite is that she keeps her mouth shut. What are you doing? Feeling something strange in his thigh, Zhang Yi subconsciously opened his eyes. But see. The restless enemy was resting his head on his legs, his inky hair spread out on the seat, his cool and pretty face was filled with a look of comfort and ease. Is this still the same piece of ice? How did you become so clingy? Your legs have been requisitioned. I'm carsick, so I'm just using my knees as a pillow. Song Shiyu closed her eyes, covered her heart with her small hands, and hummed softly with a sense of contentment. She still has to help her older son level up later, so as a mother, she has to conserve her energy and stay physically fit. Miss, as long as you are happy. Zhang Yi curled his eyes, leaned against the window and took a short nap. He has no energy to waste on a mean lady. What did you put in your pocket? Why does it feel a bit uncomfortable? Song Shiyu turned over and felt her cheek was bruised. She frowned and complained dissatisfiedly. I didn't have anything in my pocket. Then this is. Song Shiyu was speechless, her eyes closed, her pretty face flushed deeply. So arrogant. Silence, speechless. The bus drove on the road for a long time before arriving at its destination. It was time to get off the bus and line up again. The huge square was packed with people. Holy crap, the top student in Linhai number 1 middle school, a monster who has switched to an SS level job, is already level 20? I'm only level 5. She must have grown up drinking experience potions. That's too much. That's not an exaggeration at all. She's the younger sister of the Bright Moon Sword Immortal. If her elder sister is so powerful, then her younger sister shouldn't be any less powerful, right? Alas, it seems that in this instance, Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School will be just a background figure again. There were bursts of discussion among the crowd. The professionals at No. 1 Middle School were shocked and looked a little unhappy. It would be somewhat uncomfortable to be overtaken by others. Level 20. Zhang Yi frowned and whispered in a low voice. He was only level 10, while the younger sister of the Hao Yue Sword Immortal reached level 20 in just a few days and was as strong as a monster. What's so great about that? If I work hard, my level will go up soon. Song Shiyu curled her lips, her pretty face full of sadness. She was actually outdone by another woman. Ha, so what if you're serious? You're still not even qualified to catch up with me. A girl with long black hair came towards me, her expression frighteningly cold. She, Pei Qinghuan, hates people who say bad things behind one's back the most. Chapter 27, Love Letter from the Stunning Female Swordsman. The smile on Zhang Ye's lips gradually disappeared, and he frowned as he looked at the uninvited black-haired girl. Her white short-sleeved shirt was printed with a plain, cute little bear. The slender legs are tight and straight under the outline of jeans. That cold, pretty face seemed familiar, somewhat similar to the Hao Yue Sword Immortal in the TV news. It seems to be the younger sister of the female sword fairy, Pei Qinghuan, the popular school beauty of Linhai No. 1 Middle School. You annoying little bear, do you want to fight? Song Shiyu's mood dropped to the bottom. She had a cold face and asked in a deep voice. You are not qualified, and you are not worthy of my attack. Pei Qinghuan held the long sword wrapped in white cloth in his hand, and a strong look of contempt appeared on his cold and pretty face. There are only 2 people in Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School who are worthy of her efforts. One is Lu Zixiao, an S-class magic swordsman who barely has the qualifications to challenge her. The other one is Chu Moli, an S-class melee mage, who is worthy of her drawing her sword. As for the rest, they are just garbage and not even worthy of her attention. Qualifications? Zhang Yi frowned and shook his head slightly. To be honest, you are not qualified. Even your sister, the immortal Hao Yue, is barely qualified. He shook his head and said casually. The record for clearing normal level Goblin Revenge Cave is 33 seconds, which is a full 10 minutes ahead of Hao Yue's Sword Immortal. This result is enough to make anyone shut up. If Zhang Yi is not qualified, who else is qualified? A frog in a well. Even I am far behind you. You simply cannot comprehend how powerful my sister is. Pei Qinghuan was a little angry and shouted coldly. From childhood to adulthood, she has lived in the shadow of her elder sister. Her proud self-esteem does not allow her to be inferior to others, so she can only work 200 times harder to turn defeat into victory. Sooner or later, she will take the title of Sword Immortal from her sister. Zhang Yi and Song Shiyu in front of her were just ants that made her unhappy and were not worth mentioning. The Immortal of the Bright Moon Sword is indeed powerful, but what does that have to do with a brat like you? You are just a pathetic creature living in her shadow, as pitiful as a little bitch wagging her tail and begging for mercy. Zhang Yi retorted with a cold smile. That's right, little bear, little bear. Little dog, little dog. Song Shiyu frowned and echoed the sarcasm. Her bad temper wouldn't go unaccepted by a girl who looked down on others and acted arrogantly. Superficial, ignorant, and pathetic. I really don't know what my sister sees in you. Pei Qinghuan's face flushed red, and the hand holding the sword was shaking. She tried her best to suppress her anger, frowned, and sneered coldly. Before leaving, her sister specifically asked her to take a letter to Zhang Yi at Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School. At first, Pei Qinghuan thought that anyone who could attract his sister's attention must have extraordinary potential, but now it seems that he is just a perfect appearance, but vulgar and dirty at heart. Your sister takes a fancy to him? What do you mean? Song Shiyu frowned slightly, pointed at Zhang Yi and asked suspiciously. The sword fairy Hao Yue is a national idol. Her majestic figure slaying demons with a sword spread to every corner of the blue planet through live broadcasts, shocking the world. A female swordsman who, with her mortal body, rivals the gods, is interested in her old deskmate. What a joke. Zhang Yi pointed at himself with a puzzled look. This is strange. It seems that he has never met the Hao Yue Sword Immortal before and doesn't know him at all? I don't know either. I'm just completing the task assigned by my sister. Pei Qinghuan snorted in dissatisfaction and took out a letter with a slightly fragrant smell from the pocket of his jeans. Isn't it a love letter? Song Shiyu opened her mouth and guessed in shock. I am not afraid of my buddy's suffering, I am just afraid of my buddy's driving a Land Rover. Pei Qinghuan is the goddess of all the people and a stunning swordsman. If she really sends a love letter to Jiang Yi, it will definitely be on the front page of tomorrow's news, making countless young men jealous and resentful. For some reason, she felt a knot in her stomach and wanted to snatch the letter from the girl's hand and tear it to pieces. You've just escaped Lu Ruyan's suffering, so don't let yourself be fooled by other women. Song Shiyu bit her lip, found an excuse in her heart, and hurriedly reminded him. Take it. Don't think too much about conspiracy or anything like that. You are not worthy enough. Pei Qinghuan's pretty face was cold, like a piece of ice, and she threw the letter to Jiang Yi in disgust. You deserve it, you deserve it. Song Shiyu frowned and said angrily with dissatisfaction. This narrow-minded woman really deserves a beating. As soon as he finished speaking, the note was passed to Jiang Yi. He opened it and took a look, then frowned and declined politely with a serious look. Say sorry for me and your sister. I can't accept her feelings. After saying that, he handed it back intact, as if he was rejecting an exquisite love letter. Sister's thoughts? A trace of surprise flashed across Pei Qinghuan's cold and pretty face. The envelope in her hand seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds. What about feelings, sister? You wouldn't really confess your feelings to a guy you've never met, right? Apart from being taller, more handsome, and having a better figure, what other qualities does he have that are worth praising? What's written in the envelope? It can't really be a love letter. Did the female swordsman confess her feelings to you? Song Shiyu stared at the envelope held in the girl's hand, the shock on her pretty face gradually giving way to resentment. Besides being extremely arrogant, what other advantages does Jiang Yi have? No, she couldn't let this idiot fall into the trap woven by the woman. My sister, confess to you? After a moment's silence, unable to suppress the turmoil in her heart, Pei Qinghuan frowned, bit her red lips, and asked in a trembling voice. Wouldn't you know it after just one look? Jiang Yi raised the corner of his mouth slightly, pointed at the envelope and replied with a smile. The female swordsman's feelings are written exactly on the letter paper. Just open it and you will see the answer, right? Humph, whether she likes you or not is none of my business. Pei Qinghuan gritted his teeth and snorted coldly. He crumpled the envelope into a picture and stuffed it back into his jeans pocket. When she thought about her extremely strong sister, who was actually like an ant in front of her, her heart was filled with anger. The only one who can defeat her sister is her future self. Instead of the ants in front of you, using dirty means in bed. It's meaningless. You don't deserve her, and you don't deserve me to call you brother. Pei Qinghuan glared at Jiang Yi coldly, left a word, and walked away without looking back. Baffling. Jiang Yi curled his lips and was in a bad mood. Sure enough, the more beautiful a woman is, the more trouble she causes. Pei Qinghuan, this arrogant ice cube, is not even a bit inferior to the sharp-tongued ice cube next to him, and people don't like him. Oh, look. She went back like a dog with its tail between its legs. Song Shiyu pointed in the direction the girl left with a smile on her face. Correction, either like, or. Jiang Yi had a stern face and spoke meticulously like a serious old scholar. It really is. To protect your documents from piracy, choose Xiaohu. For book search robots, choose Xiaohu, which is stable and reliable without pitfalls. Song Shiyu couldn't hold back her laughter. She covered her soft belly, and almost laughed so hard that her stomach hurt. But seriously, what did the swordswoman write for you? Love letters are so magical. Her curiosity has been aroused and she really wants to know what is written in the letter. Want to know? Jiang Yi waved his hand, and Song Shiyu, like a hooked beak, tactfully put her ear close to his mouth. Just call me Dad and I'll tell you. Jiang Yi raised the corner of his mouth slightly, with a wicked smile, and teased. Song Shiyu was good in every way except that she was a bit gossipy. She would share with him the gossips that the Major General heard from others, exaggerating them. Father. A blush spread to her ears. Song Shiyu bit her lip and moaned weakly. She was curious and wanted to know what was written in the letter. Jiang Yi was stunned for a moment, then he was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. No, Jimei. Are you really shouting? Jazai, please say something. You're not going to play a trick on me, are you? Seeing that Jiang Yi didn't say anything, Song Shiyu frowned and snorted in dissatisfaction. If this scumbag dared to lie to her, she would tie him up with her summoned beast when she got to the dungeon and teach him a lesson. It says. Zhang Yi leaned close to his ear and whispered something. Ah? No way? Song Shiyu opened her mouth, her face full of disbelief. Pei Qinghuan couldn't help but open the note after all. He took a peek at it with a guilty conscience, and his expression immediately turned cold. My sister is a bit slow, so please bear with me. If you can help me, I will be very grateful. I will definitely reward you handsomely in the future. Seeing it written in black and white, she was so angry that she was shaking. I want him to take care of me? She, Pei Qinghuan, a level 20 female sword immortal, really needed the care of that ant? If you're really trying to trick me, don't let me run into you in a dungeon again. After tearing the love letter into pieces, Pei Qinghuan was surrounded by a sickly black aura, looking cold and scary. She wants to make that ant regret it. Chapter 28, Damn it. I'm surrounded by S-rank school beauties. Jiangcheng, Xuanhe Town. The square in the suburbs was crowded with people. Team application, in front of the window, there was a long queue that stretched as far as the eye could see. Zhang Yi and Song Shiyu followed the team patiently. If Pei Qinghuan read that note, her expression would definitely be very happy, right? She's so arrogant and acts like she's worth a fortune. I've been annoyed with her for a long time. It feels so good to see that arrogant bad woman being humiliated. Song Shiyu held Zhang Ye's arm and let out a long sigh of relief. This is none of my business. You saw it too. I reminded her a long time ago. Didn't she appreciate my kindness? Zhang Yi opened his mouth and chuckled helplessly. He was too lazy to pay attention to Pei Qinghuan, that arrogant woman. If she read the note, she would be asking for trouble. You are so bad. Song Shiyu raised the corner of her mouth slightly with a wicked smile. The girl's hand was soft and tender. She is carefree and doesn't look like a young lady at all. Stop messing around, we'll have to apply for team spots soon. Zhang Yi let go of the girl's hand in disgust, lined up, and went with the flow. A mere pretty girl wants to take advantage of him? Woman, don't be so naive. Why are you panicking? What's wrong with a little hand holding between a daughter and her father? Song Shiyu snorted softly and took Zhang Yi's hand unwillingly. I just blurted it out with shame, and if I don't take advantage of it, I will suffer the consequences. Her ambiguous behavior naturally attracted the attention of the onlookers. Ha! Why is Zhang Yi here? I remember he failed in his job transfer. Is he here with his girlfriend? Didn't you hear what the homeroom teacher said? He successfully got a job and is now a professional. Fuck, why is he hooking up with the icy school beauty instead of licking Lu Ruyan? Two timing, damn scumbag, it's a waste of time for him to be so handsome. Many of my classmates couldn't help but blurt out their doubts. I didn't expect that the affectionate licking dog who failed to change jobs not long ago would actually turn into a professional. Not only that, there is also an unclear relationship between the iceberg goddess. Damn it! Don't listen to their nonsense. There's nothing unclear about it. Let's be clear, okay? I'm just a little cold, so I want to use your arm. That's all, that's all. Song Shiyu held Zhang Yi's hand, lowered her head, and explained to herself. No one noticed that as a fire summoner, she would be afraid of the cold in the middle of summer? A pure and innocent litter, right? Zhang Yi curled his lips and couldn't help but complain. This made the girl next to him look ashamed and angry, and she glared at him viciously. You scum, you maggot, you're vile. Song Shiyu bit her lip, frowned, and cursed a few times in disgust. Even if she jumps from here and dies outside, she won't be able to give birth to a litter. One litter is not enough, at least 2 litters, to tire this heartless scum to death. With a red face, Song Shiyu couldn't help but think in her heart. Seeing that she was angry, Zhang Yi didn't say anything more to tease her. He just let the girl clench her hands as if to vent her anger. He followed the flow of people and soon arrived at the team formation window. After he and Song Shiyu registered, they obtained the identity number plate for entering the copy from the receptionist. Xuanhe Mystery Domain, 9527. The number on Zhang Ye's number plate is very auspicious, and the name of the copy is clearly revealed. Just enter your teammates' numbers into this electronic number plate and you can form a team. Hey, hurry up and inject numbers into my number plate. Song Shiyu glanced at Zhang Ye's number, rubbed her hands together, and quickly wrote down the number. Team formation successful, 2-5. Number 1. Zhang Yi, ID 9527, occupation, charming petmaster. Number 2. Song Shiyu, ID 0438, occupation, Infernal Flame God. It's amazing. Looking at the electronic black card in his hand, Jiang Yi said in surprise. It's like playing a chicken eating game, with so many people forming a team to enter the dungeon. Hurry up, don't dawdle, the difficult dungeons will be filled up soon. Seeing Jiang Yi in a daze, Song Shiyu stood in front of him on tiptoe, staring at him with dissatisfaction. This, Xuanhe Mystery Domain, is a super large copy with difficulty distributed in stages. You can choose it at any time before entering. In just a short while, many elite professionals have crowded the entrance to the difficult dungeon, making it impossible to pass through. She didn't want to fall behind others, so she could only urge Jiang Yi to sprint quickly. Even if there are only 2 of them, it is more than enough to clear the difficult dungeon. Don't worry, I still have my sister. Jiang Yi did not forget his sister's request, so he called, got her and her best friend's numbers, and injected them directly. Team formation successful, 4-5. Number 3. Shumoli, no, 1314, occupation, Li Hui Moi. Number 4. Xin Xiang, ID 0520, occupation, perfumer. After entering the team information, they will be refreshed together after entering the dungeon, so there is no need to worry about teammates being separated. Your sister is a very strong melee mage, and there's also Xin Xiang. Her support abilities are both healing and combat focused. Combined with the damage dealt by my summoned beasts, we only need them to speed through difficult dungeons. Song Shiyu took a look at the information on the black card and understood everything. She began to think about how to cooperate. As for Jiang Yi, she directly excluded him. It hasn't been long since I changed my job, and my level is probably terrible. Wouldn't it be better to just stay behind her and take the back door? Who said we have to do a difficult dungeon? Jiang Yi looked at her and reminded her seriously. There is too little experience gained from difficult dungeons, and they are not challenging at all. It's not a nightmare, he doesn't brush at all. Coward. With 3 of us S-rank beauties here, you don't even dare to enter a difficult dungeon? Never mind, a normal copy will do, if they don't mind. Why are you pinching my face? Song Shiyu pushed away Jiang Yi's dirty hands, rubbed her cheeks, frowned, and snorted in dissatisfaction. It's not ordinary, it's a nightmare. I've already confirmed with my sister that we'll be gathering at the nightmare level dungeon. Now, all that's left is Song Shiyu's nod. If she didn't want to, Jiang Yi wouldn't force her. What? Nightmare level? Jiang Yi, you are tired of living. Song Shiyu looked at him blankly, then gritted her teeth and roared viciously. Even she had to be extremely cautious in the nightmare level dungeon and had no energy to protect Jiang Yi. If he got hurt, Song Shiyu would never forgive herself. Trust me for once, okay? Jiang Yi touched the girl's head and said seriously. What about them? I agreed a long time ago. Then why are you still dawdling? Follow me. Song Shiyu glared at Jiang Yi, grabbed his hand, and walked through the teleportation gate in the nightmare level copy. Who do you think she is? She won't just leave you alone and run away. Scumbag, idiot. Just stay behind me for a while. You won't get hurt while I'm here. The hands held were getting closer and closer, and beads of sweat spread on the palms. Good. Feeling the deep worry in the girl's eyes, Jiang Yi nodded seriously. I'm impressed. She snorted softly and pulled Jiang Yi into the nightmare copy. She only has this one bad friend with whom she quarrels, and she can't bear to see him get hurt. Nightmare level, Mysterious River Domain, experience bonus 100%. On the cold riverbank, the mud and sand stopped in front of the grass and trees burned by the wildfire, and the burning deadwoods around it were full of unknown dangers. Now. For golden lights flashed by, and the figures of Jiang Yi and others appeared. Brother, I miss you. Shumoli jumped into Jiang Yi's arms, put her arms around his neck, and acted coquettishly and enthusiastically. She felt uncomfortable after not seeing him for just a while. Becoming more and more clingy. Hello, my name is Xin Xiang, and I'm Emily's best friend. The girl next door with crimson highlights stood aside, chuckling softly. You 2 siblings have such a good relationship? Song Shiyu curled her lips, looked cold, and asked sourly. But she remembered that Jiang Yi and her sister were still in a cold war. Could it be that the scumbag actually lied to her? Are you the tomboy my brother mentioned? Shumoli came back to his senses, glanced at the jealous girl beside him, and asked subconsciously. Out of woman's intuition, she always felt that this cold woman had bad intentions. tomboy? Jiang Yi, you'd better explain it to me. Song Shiyu was very angry and acted like a jerk. She has a very gentle heart, which the scumbag cannot feel, so please don't slander her. Do you still need to hide it? Jiang Yi sighed and pretended to be confused. This made Song Shiyu grit her teeth and she felt like she was stabbing him in the heart. It's over. Jiang Yi secretly thought that it was not good. He was surrounded by 3S-level school beauties. Chapter 29, Blue-Eyed Silver Dragon Girl, Succubus Angel Princess, and the Shock of the S-Class School Bells. The wind blew along the forest bank, carrying the smell of burnt wood ashes. It was also mixed with the faint body fragrance that lingered when the girls were close to each other. Jiang Yi's face was suddenly covered with the shadow of delay. Surrounded by enemies on all sides, they are pressing forward step by step. Scumbag, I even wanted to help you level up, but it turns out that this is how you see me in your heart. Song Shiyu showed an expression of looking at a scumbag, and her pretty face of disgust seemed to be able to wipe away ice chips. Brother, don't be deceived by any woman other than your sister. Chu Moli's fingertips stroked the inky hair, her beautiful eyes slightly fixed, and the smile at the corner of her mouth was somewhat meaningful. The smell of gunpowder permeated the body fragrance and brushed against Jiang Yi's face. My sister and my old deskmate won't give in to each other. Okay, stop making trouble. Where we are now is not safe. Seeing that the shura field was about to start, the pink-haired lady beside him had a gentle smile on her pretty face and interrupted. As she said, the place in the copy is not safe. Humph, I'll let you go. Song Shiyu waved her little fist symbolically, but it didn't have any deterrent effect at all. Instead, it was somewhat cute in contrast. The cold beauty also has a childish side. Xiaohu bot file anti-piracy, find, book, machine people choose Xiaohu, stable and reliable, no pitfalls. Just as Sister Shangshang said, the place we are in is located in the western part of the dungeon, and it seems to be called. Chu Moli couldn't remember it for a moment and stuck out her pink tongue awkwardly. Forbidden to destroy the mysterious domain. Jiang Yi and Qin Xiang spoke in unison, as if they had a natural understanding. He couldn't sleep last night because of the noise from the little cuties, so he decided to study tomorrow's dungeon so that he could level up faster. Now the postures and knowledge points in my mind finally come in handy. This name sounds a bit strange. But don't be afraid, my lava demon is an epic summoned beast with explosive damage. Song Shiyu raised the corner of her mouth and boasted about herself. As soon as he finished speaking, a lava stone statue about 1 meter tall, with red flames burning all over its body, appeared out of thin air in front of everyone. Happy, happy. She swayed left and right, waving her smooth, round stone hands in a cute greeting. Name, Lava Golem. Level, LV12. Skills, fire breathing, big fire breathing. Attributes, physical strength, 150, strength 300, agility 50, spirit 250. As the lava golem descended, the temperature in the air gradually rose. The girls' pretty faces were also covered with beads of sweat. It's so hot. Chu Moli stuck out his tongue like a trained dog, pretending to dissipate heat. If she was alone with her brother, she would not mind taking off her outer clothes and wearing only a cool vest. Even so, it's pretty unremarkable. Looks strong. After checking the data of the lava golem, Jiang Yi nodded in approval. The epic abyss beasts are not cabbages that are everywhere on the street. They are extremely rare and are almost synonymous with powerful. The tiny lava golem has a cute appearance, but it has the power to burn everything. It should not be underestimated. Hey, Shazai, you look like a pet charmer, right? You're also a beast tamer. Let me see your companion. Song Shiyu held the lava stone statue and walked to Jiang Yi with a slight smile on her lips. The little thing in her hand was a rare treasure that she had spent tens of millions to pick up. Jiang Yi just changed his job. Could it be that he didn't even have time to sign a contract with the Abyss Beast? Alas, there is no other way. For the sake of my old deskmate, I have to reluctantly give the epic 3-headed hellhound that my mother just bought to Jiang Yi. But the price. Song Shiyu's pretty face gradually turned red, and the smile on the corner of her mouth could hardly be suppressed. My brother's companions are very strong. Chu Moli stretched out his little hand, hanging over the lava stone like the flame burning above his head, as if he was warming himself around a fire. If it's winter, if we have a fire attributed Abyss Beast, we don't need to turn on the air conditioner, right? Friends. It seems he has contracted a lot of abyssal beasts. Is he using the human wave tactic? Qin Xiang's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, and she grasped the key point. Knowing the intelligence of teammates is a necessary quality for a professional. But, the value of abyssal beasts lies in their quality, not their quantity. A group of ordinary level beasts is not as good as a single rare level one. Even if you have many contracts with them, they are just cannon fodder. Thinking of this, Qin Xiang shook her head slightly. She learned a lot about Jiang Yi's family situation from Chu Moli. My parents passed away not long ago, and my brother just changed his job. I'm afraid he won't have the chance to contract a powerful abyss beast? Forget it, just for the sake of our best friend, I'll use my dad's private money to help Jiang Yi find a powerful abyss beast. At least rare level or above. Although more is better, when it comes to beast taming, more isn't always better. Sister Emily, you are not a professional beast master, so you naturally don't understand the ins and outs of this. Song Shiyu chuckled and shook her head, not thinking that Jiang Yi could take out a powerful abyss beast. I also have an epic three-headed hellhound at home. If you have time, you can come to my house and get it. That stupid dog can do a backflip. Gently putting down the lava statue and touching the flame above his head, Song Shiyu raised his head and chuckled softly. No need. Jiang Yi smiled bitterly and shook his head. He is only level 10 now, and the charm pet column is full. He needs to be upgraded to level 20 to unlock it. By the time we get there, I'm afraid we'll meet a new beautiful girl, Palu, and the three-headed hellhound will be of no use. We're all brothers, why are you being so polite? If you don't like dogs, I'll look for another one. Holy crap, a blue-eyed silver dragon, a fallen angel? Quality, legendary? The smile on Song Shiyu's lips didn't last long before it completely froze. Her beautiful eyes were filled with astonishment, her pretty face was filled with shock, and she didn't come back to her senses for a long time. Master, it's so hot in the charm pet space. Hill doesn't like staying in there. Yin Longji took Jiang Ye's arm and complained as if no one was around. She hated being in a place without a master, and creating a world with only masters was her lifelong dream. Master, please give your orders. The fallen angel with goat horns was wearing a black and white maid uniform and stood elegantly beside Jiang Yi. See, I told you my brother is strong, right? Brother defeated me easily without the help of his pet. Chu Moli raised the corner of his mouth slightly and puffed out his chest proudly. She had experienced her brother's power yesterday and almost couldn't sleep the whole night. Jiang Yi, what you said, can't all be true? The shock was still evident on Song Shiyu's cold and pretty face. She stared blankly at Jiang Yi, then realized what was happening. If what he said before was true, then defeating Pei Qinghuan at level 20 is not impossible. Having a legendary pet, is that cheating? What else? Jiang Yi looked at her strangely and pretended to be confused. Dad, I'm very strong. Chapter 30, Perfumer's Lasting Enchantment, Hidden Boss, Abyss Serpent. I'm not your daughter. Song Shiyu squatted on the ground, picking up dead branches and drawing circles on the ashes, mumbling softly. She is emo. Compared with Jiang Yi as two legendary abyss beasts, her lava golem is nothing compared to him, and the three-headed hellhound at home has become a limp puppy. But she was so arrogant just now, but it turns out that she is the biggest clown. Woo woo woo, I'm too embarrassed to see anyone. The legendary abyssal beast actually exists. Qin Xiang rubbed her beautiful crimson eyes, but still couldn't wipe away the shock in her pupils. Epic level abyss beasts are rare, and legendary ones only exist in legends. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she would never believe it even if she was beaten to death. No wonder Emily was so confident just now, it turns out her brother is really outstanding. Qin Xiang smiled bitterly, wiped the sweat from her forehead, and concealed her embarrassment without making a sound. Just now she was thinking about preparing the abyss beast for Jiang Yi, and she almost acted like a clown. Dad Qin Yu's private money luckily escaped the disaster. It's actually legendary. Brother, you are so awesome, aren't you? The collar that he was covering was crumpled into a mess, but his excited heartbeat could not calm down. Chu Moli stared at Jiang Yi blankly and couldn't help but exclaimed. Yesterday she thought that her two good sisters, Hill and Gabriel, were only at the epic level, but unexpectedly they were at the legendary level. Looking across the entire Great Xia, this is truly unique, right? He can even tame the legendary abyss beast, he really deserves to be her brother. No way. Hill and Gabriel were too obedient. I was lucky to gain their approval. Jiang Yi felt embarrassed by the girl's gazes, and calmly protected Silver Dragon Princess in front of him. Hill and Gabriel rarely acted foolishly. They focused on protecting their master, quietly holding his hand and gradually interlocking their fingers. They loved to cuddle with their owners the most. Don't be modest, it's remarkable that a legendary abyssal beast has recognized you. Xin Xiang shook her head, took out a soft white handkerchief from her collar pocket and handed it to Jiang Yi. This forbidden destruction realm is too hot. Are you sweating? She is like the sports-loving sister next door. The smile on her lips is naturally friendly and contagious. Thanks. Jiang Yi had just taken the handkerchief and had time to say thank you before Yin Longji snatched it away without a word. He'll raised the corner of his mouth slightly, waved his handkerchief, and showed off in front of Gabriel. She, the Silver Dragon Princess, had usurped the duties of an angel maid. She took a handkerchief and carefully wiped the sweat from her master's forehead. Princess Silver Dragon is really capable. Ha! Is there a magic on this handkerchief? Jiang Yi exclaimed in surprise. A slight coolness came from my forehead, and the heat in the dead forest gradually disappeared. A soft white handkerchief actually has such magic. Name: Perfumer's Enchanted Handkerchief. Level 15. Effects: Heat Relief, Immunity, Strength, Iron Skin, Thunderbolt. The densely packed effect is so terrifying. This is one of my abilities. Not only can I enchant objects, but I can also enchant teammates and abyssal beasts. Hey, it's too hot here, you guys should wipe it off too. Xin Xiang took out the prepared handkerchiefs from her backpack and distributed them gently. Sister Xiangxiang, you are too biased. What you gave me was a handkerchief to warm your heart, but what you gave us was a cold handkerchief from your backpack. Humph, I'm angry. Shumoli turned his head away, hugged his chest, and snorted in dissatisfaction. Her sister Xiangxiang's eyes became strange after seeing her brother. A best friend who was attracted by her beauty wouldn't want to be her sister-in-law, right? Emily, you like your brother, but you don't want him to know, right? Xin Xiang leaned close to her best friend's ear, lifted the hair from the corner of her eyes, and whispered softly. Shumoli stopped talking and took the handkerchief obediently. With a red face, he wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and from time to time he glanced at Jiang Yi, who was analyzing the map beside him. There's an indescribable fragrance, like gardenia? It's amazing. Just by wiping it, I can get so many buffs. Song Shiyu wiped the sweat from her forehead with a handkerchief and exclaimed in surprise. If she also had the ability to enchant, she could just wipe her mouth at night and not go hungry, right? She secretly glanced at Jiang Yi, who was arranging the troops, her face flushed, and she couldn't help but think. It's not as powerful as you think. There's a time limit. Each enchantment lasts about 5 minutes, which is enough for us to resolve a small-scale battle. Xin Xiang put away her handkerchief, put on her white backpack, and explained softly. Her mana is enough for her to enchant dozens of times. There were also many blue potions to replenish mana in her backpack, enough for her to enchant until her body was overdrawn. At that time, I can only ask Jiang Yi to help her. 5 minutes? More than enough. Jiang Yi closed the roughly printed map, feeling confident. It's better for men to last longer. Song Shiyu covered her red lips, recovered from her loss, and became a mean friend again. Would you like to ask Sister Xiangxiang for a handkerchief with a long-lasting enchantment? Brother, he probably won't be able to use it, right? Shumoli poked his index fingers at each other, frowned, and thought in a tangled way. Master, if you need anything, he'll also has some knowledge of conditioning the body. He'll narrowed his silver eyes and recommended himself. Dragons are inherently lustful, and the Silver Dragon clan, who are good at fighting, naturally have their own secret recipes and medicines for maintaining their weapons and arsenals. May the holy light bless the master and drive away all fatigue. Gabriel clasped her hands together, closed her beautiful eyes, and prayed devoutly. I don't know if praying is still useful for her now that she has fallen into the state of a succubus with horns. It doesn't matter. If time passes, I can enchant it again. Xin Xiang chuckled and helped Jiang Yi out of the predicament. This gentle lady next door is gentle in more than just her heart. We're in trouble. We're in an area with the fewest monsters. Only rare elite monsters spawn here. This is a nightmare-level elite monster. If we're not careful, we could be wiped out. She leaned in front of Jiang Yi, glanced at the drawn map, and her brows gradually furrowed. It doesn't matter, I'll just take action, right? Jiang Yi smiled and pointed to a corner of the map. This is where we are, the forbidden and mysterious territory. There are snake demons in this area. Or, the girls came over and listened attentively with their pretty faces. That's right, the Forbidden Zone black snake, a rare elite monster with a snake head and a human body. It spits venom and is very difficult to deal with. Qin Xiangyi frowned, not daring to be careless, and blurted out the information she knew. You seem to understand a lot? Zhang Yi was a little surprised. This knowledge was not taught in books. Unpopular monsters like the Forbidden Black Snake cannot be found. My father is the president of the Adventure Guild. Since I was a child, I have loved reading the newly compiled classic of Mountains and Seas, which records the information and weaknesses of abyssal beasts. Qin Xiang pushed the hair away from her eyes and explained softly. That's right. In addition to the Forbidden Black Snake, there are also some powerful snake-like monsters near us, such as the Thousand-Eyed Snake Princess with Medusa's bloodline, and the Black Fire Snake that controls the flames. What we have to do is to kill them all, leaving no one alive. Then, enter the boss room and defeat the nine-headed insect with demonic blood. Zhang Yi pointed to the map, where a big red cross was marked. It is the territory of the Abyss Serpent, the Hydra. We fight the Abyss Serpent? Is this true? Is he going to die? Song Shiyu and Shu Moli looked at each other and subconsciously pointed at the red lips. This is a hidden boss, should we clear it first? Qin Xiang shook her head and persuaded with a wry smile. The Abyss Serpent is a hidden boss, and the conditions for triggering it are very harsh. Only by defeating all the snake monsters on the map will you be qualified to enter the hidden boss battle. This is a nightmare level difficulty level. The nightmare boss at the end of the level is enough to give their team a hard time. It is better not to provoke the hidden abyss snake. After all, no matter how powerful Zhang Yi is, he can't possibly be a match for the abyss. Chapter 31, Champagne at Halftime. No premature love allowed, want to be at the bottom? The abyss is dangerous and mysterious. Qin Xiang felt that even her father, Xinyu, the president of the Jiangcheng Adventure Guild and a level 50 Thunder Mage, could only choose to retreat when facing the abyss. As rookies in their profession, it is better for them not to aim too high and to take steady steps. Everyone must have some dreams, otherwise what's the difference between them and salted fish? Killing the hidden boss, the Abyss Serpent, is our ultimate goal. Let's work together, shall we? Zhang Yi stretched out his palm and looked at the girls in front of him with a gentle smile. Good. Qin Xiang's pretty face turned slightly red, and she nodded gently. She subconsciously stretched out her soft white little hand and gently placed it on the back of Zhang Yi's palm. Is he a succubus? Feeling the warmth from the palm of my hand, my heart began to beat rapidly under my breast. This was Qin Xiang's first time holding hands with a man of the opposite sex, and it was a spontaneous act from the heart. The feeling of holding hands is not unpleasant. Perhaps it was because Zhang Yi's smile had an inexplicable infectious power that could dispel the fear in the royal sister's heart and give her strong self-confidence. Qin Xiang understood that such people are often the backbone and soul of the team. She was able to meet and team up with such an excellent teammate that is hard to come by, and it was really thanks to her good friend that she was able to do so. I am not a salted fish. Song Shiyu curled her lips slightly, her cold and pretty face had a faint smile, and she stretched out her little hand and placed it on the back of Zhang Yi's palm. Come on. Shu Moli clenched his fist to cheer himself up, and placed his little hand on the back of his brother's hand, rubbing his pink and white fleshy palm softly like a kitten. The girl's hand on the back of her palm gave Zhang Yi a different feeling. The pink-haired lady's hands are soft, white and light, like jelly. I don't know if they taste good. The hand of my icy female classmate is like a piece of cold jade, cool and refreshing. My sister is like a naughty cat, rubbing it with her soft paws and scratching it with her pink and white nails. Is she about to breathe out? In that case, leave the captaincy to me, is that okay? Zhang Yi was not polite and took the initiative of the team into his own hands. He is quite assertive and prefers to be proactive rather than passive. The girls shook their heads in unison, without any questions at all. Under the leadership of Zhang Yi, an adventure team of 3 women and 1 man was temporarily formed. Before we set off, we need to give the team a name, right? When entering the team state, you can name the team. The team name not only symbolizes the identity of the team, but also can record points and gain reputation. A team with high reputation can even become a famous adventure group in a town, enjoying the admiration and respect of the world. Just call it, No Premature Love, how about that? With her fingertips touching the corner of her lips, Song Shiyu frowned in thought, her pretty face still cold as she suggested in a deep voice. She felt that falling in love would only destroy the bonds between teammates. It's a bit abstract. Jiang Yi looked at her strangely and shook his head in rejection. The cold beauty is usually very serious, but I didn't expect that there is an abstract side hidden under her soft and white heart. Indeed, it's a bit non-mainstream. I think, how about calling it white peach soda? Qin Xiang smiled and suggested softly. She also quite likes peach soda. That doesn't sound good. How about we call it a night raid? Why, are you looking at me like that? After Chumoli finished speaking, he felt their strange gazes. Slutty cat, you're not planning on attacking your brother at night, are you? Song Shiyu frowned, and there was a strong look of disgust on her cold and pretty face. This name, coming out of your mouth, is somewhat inappropriate. Qin Xiang covered her face, smiled bitterly and sighed. She knew her best friend's little thoughts, and her poor heart could not hide her big worries. A night raid sounds good. Jiang Yi narrowed his eyes slightly and nodded with a smile. Look, my brother has already said he likes it, and now you guys. Just don't allow premature love. After Jiang Yi finished speaking, his sister's face immediately fell. She lowered her head in frustration, feeling lost. Okay, you guys are not allowed to have premature love. Song Shiyu hummed excitedly, and a slight red stain appeared on her cold and pretty face. White peach soda is a big fail. Qin Xiang's cherry-colored eyes dimmed a little, and she smiled bitterly and sighed. She still likes to drink white peach-flavored soda. Then the No Puppy Love team is officially established. Let's go. After Jiang Yi made the announcement, he took them to kill monsters and level up. Sooner or later, this abyss will be filled with fear and palpitations because premature love is not allowed. Jiangcheng, Xuanhe Town. Square, host platform. A huge screen hangs above, and everyone can see it clearly by looking up. The electronic screen records the information of the teams entering the copy and refreshes it in real time. Look, the number 1 team is Slaughter, from Linhai number 1 Middle School. The captain is the younger sister of Hao Yue's Sword Immortal, and she's also an SSS level professional. Holy crap! We've already earned 500 points in just a few minutes of entering the dungeon. Pei Qinghuan's team is killing like crazy. We, Linhai number 1 Middle School, are definitely going to take first place. That's not necessarily true. The second-ranked, Blade, team belongs to our Jiangcheng number 1 High School. Their captain is also an S-level professional with 250 points already. They'll catch up soon. Bullshit, it was just luck. Our Linhai number 2 Middle School's, Battlefield Rose, already has 200 points. We'll be able to catch up soon. In the square, everyone looked up at the big screen on the stage and analyzed it attentively. The battle for first place was a heated one. On the podium, several principals and presidents sat quietly for a long time. This year's 100 Days oath-taking ceremony is really lively. Li Bubi, the principal of Linhai number 1 Middle School, looked at the scores on the screen and smiled with confidence. He was wearing a black wizard robe, with gray hair on his temples, indicating his age. First Middle School has produced some great students this year, but our second Middle School isn't bad either. We've already caught up to second place in no time. Everyone, please be careful. Xiao Mai, the principal of Linhai number 2 Middle School, chuckled cheerfully, which sounded somewhat meaningful. He was wearing a black work uniform and looked bloated and a little fat. That girl Shiyu, could it be that she's treating the dungeon as a spring outing? Not only is her team's points at the bottom, it's always at 0. Song Qian, the principal of Jiangcheng number 1 Middle School, wore a charming purple deep V miniskirt. Her beautiful black silk legs were eye-catching and attractive, and she still had her charm. She frowned, looking worried. Principal Song, don't worry. Your daughter is an S-class professional. She can handle any minor issues quickly. Li Bubi raised the corner of his mouth slightly. Although he was speaking to comfort her, his words were full of pride and boasting. As expected, the first place this time must go to Linhai number 1 Middle School. Ma'am, be careful. Your daughter's team, No Puppy Love, has a rather novel name, but their captain is only level 10 and is risking his life trying to clear a nightmare dungeon. That's a bit forced. Xiao Male pretended to be concerned, but with a hint of joking in his tone. After half an hour in the dungeon, my points are still 0. I'm afraid I've been scared by the monsters in the nightmare dungeon and can't move. This year's crop of professionals from Jiangcheng number 1 Middle School is the worst I've ever seen, oldly, isn't that right? He looked at Li Bubi standing beside him and exchanged opinions with him. Don't be so pessimistic. Wouldn't it be nice to give the newcomers some hope? Li Bubi shook his head, but he couldn't suppress the pride on the corner of his mouth. With Pei Qinghuan here, I'm afraid he will break the record of previous copies, adding some excitement to his resume during his term. Song Qian lifted the hair from the corner of her eyes and bit her lip silently. There was nothing she could do if her daughter didn't live up to her expectations. Old Li. You are too happy too soon. Qin Yu crossed his legs and smiled slowly. Oh? Brother Qin, did you see something? Brother Qin, what do you think? Li Bubi and Xiaomai looked at each other and asked happily. Pei Qinghuan's killing team has gone crazy, and its points are far ahead, reaching an astonishing 3,000 points. The second-ranked, Battlefield Rose, only has 1,000 points. In this case, it is likely that Song Qian's Jiangqing No. 1 middle school will be at the bottom of the list again this year. Principal Song, congratulations. Qin Yu smiled at Song Qian and opened the champagne in advance. President Qin, are you optimistic about the Blade team turning defeat into victory? Song Qian asked quietly. Don't hit a smiling person. If Qin Yu hadn't looked serious, she would have thought he was being mocked. No, it's your daughter's, no romance allowed, team. To be honest, my daughter is also in the team. Qin Yu drank a cup of wolfberry tea, stared at the name on the big screen, and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. But, the points for no romance allowed are always 0, right? Li Bubi and Xiaomai took a look at the points and then shook their heads. Qin Yu was probably too confident in his daughter and had gone a little crazy. 3,000 to 0, the advantage is on my side, how can I lose? After hearing this, Song Qian smiled bitterly and remained silent. She didn't think her daughter's lava golem could show its power in the nightmare dungeon. No rush. Qin Yu smiled, his eyes slightly fixed as he looked at the big screen, and his gaze rested on Jiang Ye's name. The corners of his mouth gradually rose and he smiled leisurely. Let the levels fly for a while. Chapter 32, My ex-girlfriend looks down on me? I counterattack and crush the beast tide. Fly for a while? Li Bubi was stunned for a moment, then he shook his head and chuckled silently. We are already 3,000 points ahead. How can you, a last-place guy with 0 points, fly to the first place? Brother Qin, you're still as humorous as ever. Xiaomai smiled cheerfully, but shook his head in disdain in his heart. Everyone says that Qin Yu is a daughter slave, and it is absolutely true. Did he really think that his daughter, an S-level perfumer, could perform well in the nightmare dungeon? Just come back safely. Song Qian's beautiful eyes were fixed on the screen, and she was praying for her daughter in her heart. It doesn't matter whether she can achieve results or not. As long as she returns safely, she, as a mother, will be satisfied. A frog in a well. Qin Yu took a sip of tea and shook his head in his heart. It is true that he is a daughter slave, but his vision is not bad. After all. Brother Jiang, you never let me down. Nightmare instance, mysterious river domain. On the cold shore, turtle shells were shattered and countless mermaid corpses were found. The smell of rust in the air stained the wind with a pungent smell of blood. Qinghuan, stop it now. They are already dead, so stop venting your anger. Ugh, there are broken arms and debris everywhere, ugh. The female team members covered their pale cheeks in fear, lay on the blood-soaked mud, and vomited until only white foam was left. What is before my eyes is like purgatory, a sea of blood. Thanks to one person. On the Jingguan where the monster corpses were piled up, a pair of bloody delicate white toes trampled on them. Not enough, not enough, not enough. Pei Qinghuan's eyes flashed scarlet as she pulled out the scarlet sword from the corpse. Her dress was soaked in blood. Oh. She looked at the points record on the electronic black card. Her pretty face, stained with blood, looked particularly sick amidst her loose black hair. 3,000 points, ranked first. Sister, I don't need anyone to take care of me. She bit her lip and her voice trembled with anger. The crows on the forest bank were startled and flew in panic, and the cold river water was stained with blood. The other side. Underground maze. TSK, that crazy woman Pei Qinghuan is ranked first again. Sisters, you can't give up. Come on, let these minotaurs die at our feet and turn them into points that surpass everything else. The 5 girls from Battlefield Rose shouted loudly and kicked their jade feet wildly, causing the yellow-haired minotaur in the maze to let out miserable howls. Not far away, there is a cave. Haven't you found Jiang Ye's location yet? Lu Zixia wiped the blood-stained sword, his white clothes were not stained at all, and the burning bonfire made his profile look yellow and dark. As long as we find this loser and take away his points, we'll be able to catch up in the rankings very quickly. Jibo sat upright in a wheelchair, his face as gloomy as water. Behind him stood several white skeletons burning with blue phosphorescent flames, their levels rising. But he's still playing hide and seek. Lu Ruyan was wearing a sexy priest robe, and the soft white skirt outlined her plump figure. The dim firelight flickered, and her face looked eerie and terrifying. Being ignored and humiliated by Jiang Yi made her lose face in front of the important people and was carried away like a clown. Don't be impatient. Lu Zixiao smiled and put the sword back into the scabbard. Bullying my sister and brother Ji. I won't let him go. Before he could avenge the humiliation he suffered on the playground of number 1 middle school, he would seek out the hiding rats and wipe them out with his sword. With Zixiao here, there won't be any problem. He. Let Jiang Yi laugh for a while. It's a bargain for him. Lu Ruyan breathed a sigh of relief, and a smile finally appeared on her gloomy face. In this nightmare dungeon, even her brother, the future sword god, was having a hard time. Jiang Yi is definitely not in a good situation if he relies on those two abyss beasts. Lu Ruyan glanced at her points, which were steadily in third place, and a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. The first one is killing, and the second one is battlefield rose. It seems that Jiang Yi's team is not as strong as imagined, and there is no sign of catching up with them. Could it be that scumbag who abandoned her and cruelly broke off all ties with her, wouldn't he be hiding somewhere, getting beaten up by monsters and running away in fear? Jiang Yi, this is the price you pay for leaving me. In the light of the campfire, Lu Ruyan bit her lip and smiled coldly in her heart. Forbid the destruction of the mysterious domain. The cold lakeside and the wet mud were covered with the chaotic footprints of monsters, spreading from all directions into the deadwoods. Not far away. How long? Jiang Yi sat on the charred annual rings, surrounding the natural bonfire formed by the lava golem, and yawned. An hour. Song Shiyu patted her cold pretty face and perked up. So boring, right eh? Shu Moli sighed and was so bored that he started playing cards with Yin Longji. I'm sorry, please pass. He wagged his tail and lowered his head so that his toes couldn't be seen. No wonder we lost. Xiao Moli must be cheating, he wins every time. Qin Xiang threw away the cards, brushed off the dust on her skirt, and gently swayed her hips. She stood up hurriedly and chuckled helplessly. Calculating the time, it should be about time. My dear captain, how confident are you? She stretched lazily, the snow-white collar rippled slightly, and the lavender charm of the corset was just right, with a hint of maturity. 100%. If your spices aren't wrong. Jiang Yi took a look, then looked away and nodded confidently. If nothing unexpected happens, his plan will succeed immediately. Sister's spices can make anything hypnotic. Qin Xiang also smiled confidently, her recipe would not go wrong. Master, those monsters have been hypnotized by the beast-luring incense and have come to the hunting spot in a daze. There are probably over 1,000 of them, with a wide variety of species. In the sky, Gabriel was circling and looking down. She waved her wings that were a gradient of white and black, slowly descended, and quickly reported everything she saw. The time has come. Hill, it's time to take action. Jiang Yi nodded, stretched his arms and exercised his muscles. Brother, are you really planning to wipe out hundreds of nightmare monsters? Shu Moli was packing up the playing cards, looking up and asking worriedly. With the strength of their team, dealing with a few nightmare monsters is no problem. But facing the group of monsters that formed a beast tide, I am afraid I would be powerless. Don't force yourself. We can take advantage of the monsters being hypnotized and harvest some of the unlucky ones who are left alone. There was a hint of worry on Song Shiyu's cold and pretty face. She patted Jiang Yi's shoulder and spoke softly. Destroying thousands of nightmare-level wild monsters at once sounds like bragging. But why can't I help but believe it? She couldn't help biting her lip, thinking she might be crazy. The task of harvesting lone wild monsters will be handed over to you and Mo Li. Jiang Yi touched the girl's pretty face, which was as cold as a piece of broken ice. I don't know when she will warm up. I see. Song Shiyu's pretty face turned red, and she covered her cheek that was touched by Jiang Yi, and the coldness on her face melted a little. She and Shu Moli went to the designated location according to the plan and surrounded the fleeing monster. Sister Shangxian, follow me. Jiang Yi called out, then rode Hill, who had transformed into a giant silver dragon, and rushed towards the sky. Don't move. Gabriel held Qin Xiang in his arms, flew into the sky, and gave a faint warning. Woo! The cold wind made her red hair flutter. Qin Xiang closed her eyes and shivered in the fallen angel's arms. She is afraid of heights. That's it. Jiang Ye's eyes moved slightly as he looked at the huge group of monsters gathered in the ruins of the forest. Forbidden black snake, thousand-eyed snake princess, yellow-haired ox monster, armored dragon turtle, shark princess. The monsters seemed to be crazy, lying on the ground, sticking out their tongues and licking the pink spices on the soil frantically. Name: Animal Luring Incense. Level 15. Effect: monsters attracted by the fragrance will lick the area soaked in the fragrance like crazy. Hill: use silver dragon breath on them. Jiang Yi rode on the dragon's back, and his eyes revealed a domineering power. Roar! The giant silver dragon flapped its wings and rushed down from the air. Its eyes emitted a sharp cold light, and its mouth condensed a lacquer-colored breath, lingering with terrifying energy. Roar! A dragon roar shook the monsters out of their chaotic state and they began to flee in all directions. But it's too late. A silver dragon flew by, and the black flames of dragon breath spread rapidly, and the pitch-black abyss instantly annihilated the monster group. The smell of burning flesh filled the air. Ding! The forbidden black snake has been killed, points increased by 10. Ding! Thousand-eyed snake princess has been killed, points increased by 6. Ding! The yellow-haired cow monster has been killed, points increased by 5. Countless killing prompts sounded in my ears, and the monster's screams resounded through the sky. Jiang Yi rode on the silver dragon girl and circled in the sky several times. One man is worth 1,000, points skyrocket. Chapter 33, Silver Dragon Princess crushes everything with ease, shocking her school beauty teammates. The giant dragon flaps its wings and the wind howls. But above the sky, a 10-meter-long silver dragon, with its head raised high, swooped down at a high speed towards the dark horde of monsters, spewing out a pitch-black dragon breath of purgatory. Roar! The dragon roars loudly and is filled with murderous intent. Under the dead tree forest, the monster attracted by the beast-luring fragrance, had no time to struggle and was instantly submerged in the sea of black flames. Woo! The wild monsters that had no time to escape were turned into ashes by the purgatory dragon's breath, leaving only shrill wails that resounded through the sky. Ugh! The wild monsters that escaped temptation, faced with the huge silver dragon coming towards them, howled in fear as if they had seen a ghost. They wished they had another pair of legs and fled in all directions from the incoming purgatory dragon breath. In an instant, dust flew and the earth shook. The beasts were defeated and fled, desperately trying to escape from the man riding on the silver dragon princess. One man, one dragon, one horse is worth 1,000. Hill, finish off. While riding, Jiang Yi and Yin Longji were in unity of mind and had a tacit understanding. To kill it while it's sick, you must do your utmost to reduce the density of the monsters, kill them all, and turn them into big points recorded on the black card. Roar! Hill Longyin obeyed the order and flapped his wings to fly high. The strong wind blew and made the dead trees shake violently. The forest collapsed, crushing many wild monsters with low health. But this is not over yet. Passive, Demon Subjugation, has been activated, increasing damage to monsters by 100%. Talent Domination has been activated, guaranteed critical hit dominance throughout the entire process. Talent Domineering has been activated, all attributes and resistances of monsters are reduced by 50%. Perfumery Gift, attack, defense, speed, increase by 10%, remaining time is 30 seconds. On the status bar, buffs are stacked, and wherever the purgatory dragon's breath covers, it will be devastating. Jiang Yi rode on Hill's smooth dragon back, holding a silver dragon spear, with cold silver light flashing in his eyes. Eye of Tsong, powerful killing. In an instant, space seemed to freeze. The terrifying pressure enveloped an area of 100 miles, and all living beings trembled. Boom! The beast tide collapsed and they knelt down and kowtowed. Killed the elite wild monster Black Widow Natasha Forbidden Zone Black Snake, points plus 100. Killed the elite wild monster Millennium I Thousand-Eyed Snake Princess, points 100. Killed the elite wild monster Yellow Hair Light Scalper Warrior, and achieved 100 points. The forbidden black snake with a human face and a snake body died instantly before it could even twist its slender waist. The strange snake woman with thousands of eyes like tentacles and hanging hair crawled on the ground in fear, and was killed in an instant. The minotaur who let go of his hooves could only die in regret. In Jiang Ye's eyes, hundreds of nightmare elite monsters couldn't even survive a breath. So strong. That's right. The sporadic escape of monsters is enough for my sisters to deal with. Ali, I'll ask you to clean up the battlefield and harvest the remaining blood. Riding on the silver dragon princess, Jiang Yi raised his head and saw a winged fallen angel flying like a phantom in the sky, holding the blade of judgment and reaping the fleeing forbidden monster birds. Suppress everything in the sky and on the ground. Oh nar. Gabriel waved her black and white gradient wings, carrying the dizzy pink-haired queen, and quietly landed beside Jiang Yi. Even after fighting for such a long time, her jet-black gauze dress was not stained with a single trace of blood. She looked like a noble vampire princess, so elegant that it was heart-pounding. Sister Shangxiang, give me some milk. Jiang Yi stretched out his hand and gently waved it in front of the pretty, dizzy face of the royal sister. Perfumery, the buff is running low and needs to be replenished as soon as possible. Woo! Qin Xiang fell dizzy on Jiang Yi's face, the soft white of her collar pouring out like snow-white waves. Let me give you some milk, are you really milky? Jiang Yi just felt his face was a little hot, probably because the queen on his body was too enthusiastic. Sorry. Qin Xiang grabbed Jiang Yi's shoulders, covering him softly like melting ice cream. She suppressed her fear of heights and trembled in the fallen angel's arms, witnessing Jiang Yi's killing spree with shock. Monster, monster. Qin Xiang only felt that the boy under her was a walking humanoid boss, extremely powerful. With just one person and one dragon, they destroyed the group of elite nightmare monsters. The shared experience allowed her level to increase rapidly, and the notifications of the kills were so loud that she almost had tinnitus. I'm afraid that the bright moon sword immortal Pei Wanshu is no more than this. She held Jiang Yi's neck, her weak face still showing shock, and she couldn't help but think in her heart. The handsome young man under her is definitely stronger than the female swordsman of the same period. This is Qin Xiang's intuition as a woman. Sister Shangxiang, can you still move? Struggling to break free from the soft restraints, Jiang Yi's hair at the corners of his eyes was slightly messed up by the soft restraints. I can't move it, so I'll have to ask you to do the enchantment yourself. The remaining perfumed handkerchiefs are placed in the collar pocket. Qin Xiang's body was so soft that she could no longer muster any strength. She endured the fear of heights and had to buff her teammates. Her mana bar had reached the bottom and she was exhausted. I'm sorry. I'll leave the matter of harvesting the remaining blood to you and Ali. We will meet up before the boss battle. The fingertips lightly touched the collar of the shirt, and a soft white handkerchief flicked out, and the buff of perfumery continued to the extreme. Qin Xiang let out a soft moan and was carried away by Gabriel out of jealousy. I'm reluctant to let go. Looking at Jiang Yi's back as he rode the silver dragon, she bit her lip. The softness in her heart felt empty and she felt lost, as if something was missing. She didn't hate the feeling of hugging someone of the opposite sex for the first time. The other side. Brother's strength is so great, so powerful. Shu Moli stood on the treetop, looking at Jiang Yi's majestic figure standing on the dragon's back. The shock in her beautiful eyes was filled with a layer of mist, and her tender legs were also rubbed together lightly. The monster is escaping, stop being dazed. Song Shiyu wiped the saliva of admiration from the corner of her mouth, and a layer of shocked blush covered her cold and pretty face. The image of a man standing alone against 1,000 other beasts and destroying the beast tide was deeply engraved in his eyes, leaving an impression of disbelief. But now is not the time to be shocked, their mission is about to begin. Harvest the fleeing wild monsters with low health to prevent yourself from being killed by others. I can't let my brother down. Shu Moli bit her fingertips, a flicker of illness flashed across her beautiful eyes, and the smile at the corner of her mouth was light and arrogant. She didn't want to disappoint her brother, so she could only leave these fleeing rubbish to die. Shadow sowing, imprisonment. Dozens of black lines spread wildly from the jade feet, swept across the dead branches, and quickly meandered on the scorched earth, like a sinister poisonous tongue, stretching out its tentacles, biting the shadow of the elite wild monster. Bang! Snake monsters, bull monsters, flying birds, all elite monsters that exposed their shadows had their shadows sewn up and were instantly imprisoned. Under the inertia of running, he couldn't stop his figure and fell suddenly to the ground, leaving a long ditch. Chapter 34, 8 consecutive levels up. Points surpassed those of the stunning female swordsman. Amidst the flying dust, at the edge of the scorched earth and dead forest, there is danger lurking everywhere. Little cutie, it's your turn to perform. Song Shiyu raised the corner of her mouth slightly, hiding on the treetop, directing the lava statue falling from the sky. Use it to make it bigger. The short stone statue, with lava flowing all over its body, quickly rose higher as it descended, as if it had eaten a golden pebbles. When it landed on the ground, it grew into a 3-meter-tall lava giant, shaking the ashes into mist, sparks flying all over its body, and scorching the air into smoke. "Use charge on them!" she yelled loudly, and her pretty face, which was cold, began to turn red due to the force. In an instant, the lava giant was like a 100-ton king rushing towards him at high speed, and with a lava elbow, it slammed into the imprisoned elite wild monster. "This move brings good luck." The elite wild monster stared with bloodshot pupils and let out a horrified wail. It's like saying, "Don't come over here." Bang! The lava rock elbowed the monsters, knocking them over. The black snake with a human head and a snake body was scorched all over. The snake queen with 1,000 eyes was scalded like a loach in noodles. The yellow-haired ox head, which had no desire to live, was filled with the aroma of charcoal grilled meat. Crash, crash, crash. Song Shiyu pursued the victory, with a cold murderous intent surging on her pretty face. Spray, spray, spray. Shu Moli did not slack off either. He condensed the water spear and threw it like rain. The elite monsters with low health only had time to let out miserable wails before they were ambushed and turned into huge experience points and free points. Kill them all, leaving no one behind. Call. Shu Moli exhaled, crossed his hands, and stretched his tense muscles. He looked at the scorched earth, and surprise gradually gathered in his beautiful eyes. We managed to take care of dozens of nightmare elite monsters just like that? This is too simple. She rubbed her uneasy chest. The cute little bear pattern remained calm, but the shock on her pretty face was still there. Nightmare-level elite monsters of the same level are stronger than the final boss of a difficult dungeon. With Chumoli's strength, he needs to be on high alert to deal with one, he needs to fight desperately to deal with two, and if there are three, he cannot defeat them even if he tries his best. But now, looking at the corpses piled on the ground and the smell of scorched meat wafting in the air, she couldn't help but take a deep breath and revealed a smug expression like a female devil. She is so strong, hands on hips. It's not that the nightmare elite monsters are easy, it's that your brother is too strong. Song Shiyu frowned and raised her head seriously. Looking at the silver dragon flying across the sky, the shadow cast by it made her cold and pretty face look a little gloomy. She was only level 12, and even with the help of an epic summon beast, she was still no match for the nightmare elite monster. But with Jiang Ye's skills weakened and Qin Xiang's buffs provided, she actually overcame the level suppression and used the low-health nightmare elite monster as a punching bag. It's so cool to defeat monsters above your level. Song Shiyu pressed her chest, and the surging throbbing was like melting snow, making the ice on her pretty face gradually turn red. She looked into the distance, and all she saw was the silver-eyed dragon rider. There is no need to say much about Jiang Ye's strength. It is reflected bit by bit on his face and buried in his heart. I was thinking of taking you to kill monsters earlier, but I didn't expect that I would be the one lying down while you were the one doing the hard work. Gently stroking the blushing face, Song Shiyu hummed softly to herself. Fortunately, he didn't find out, otherwise I would be too embarrassed to see anyone. Upgraded. 8 levels in a row. And there are points, so many they're almost overflowing. Looking at the updated numbers on the electronic black card, Shu Moli couldn't help but exclaim. After killing hundreds of elite wild monsters, the shared experience allowed her to directly reach level 8, breaking through to level 23. The points were filled up by him. Song Shiyu stared at the black card with a cold and pretty face, amazed. After absorbing all the experience Jiang Yi had given her, her level broke through to level 20. From lagging behind the first tier, she was now far ahead. Team, no puppy love, points, 13,145. The points exceeded 10,000. Reaching a terrifying 13,145 points. Just the fraction alone broke the record of previous years. This time, the first place is self-evident. Brother, I really want to see how you become stronger. Shu Moli bit her lip, and curiosity gradually turned red on her cold and pretty face. Song Shiyu bit her fingertips, and her cold and pretty face was flushed with a sickly blush. Jiang Yi, I really want to fight with you and see who's better. Even though I know I will lose, I still can't wait and am yearning for it. You don't need great strength to conquer a strong man. Just use your strengths and fill in the gaps. He lowered his head and hummed softly, and teamed up with Jiang Yi, which was also a way to fill in the gaps and lie down. The dragon roared and the wind whistled, startling the crows to the ground. The killing team, 5 girls covered in blood, stood in front of the body of the mermaid princess, staring blankly at the silver dragon flying across the sky. Is that a silver dragon? Such a powerful pressure. Could this silver dragon be the hidden boss of the dungeon? Its roar scared the beasts into fleeing. You, go and kill the silver dragon. I'm fighting a silver dragon? Really? The girls found joy in the midst of the stinking hot wind. Such a familiar silhouette, is it him? Impossible. His aura is clearly very weak. Perhaps he's been blinded by so much killing. Pei Qinghuan wiped the bloodstains from her sword with her elbow and stared at the silver dragon flying by. Her pretty face, stained with blood, was filled with confusion and uncertainty, then she sneered and shook her head. This powerful silver dragon even made her tremble slightly, so how could it be Jiang Yi, that good-looking but useless waste? She probably had been nervous for too long and was becoming suspicious. I've leveled up to level 21. I'm only 4 levels away from breaking through the dungeon limit. My points have reached 3,100. We've only just begun, and I've already broken all the previous records. By the end of the competition, my achievements will surely impress my sister. Sister, humph, I don't need anyone to take care of me. Pei Qinghuan shook his sword, causing blood to splatter on the blade. She estimated the points she had earned, and after a tense killing spree, she finally revealed a relaxed smile, took out the black card with a slight smugness, and glanced at it. On the standings. Number 1 no premature level out, points, 13,145. Number 2 killing, points, 3,100. Number 3 battlefield rose, points, 2,250. The smile on her lips suddenly froze, and her pretty face was cold and sickly. But after a short break, the points were surpassed. I was overtaken? It's so much more. The points I worked so hard to earn are not even a fraction of the other parties? What a joke! Pei Qinghuan bit her lip, her pretty face cold and pretty, with veins surfacing on her forehead due to anger. She suddenly drew her sword and swung it around like crazy, scaring her female teammates so much that they hugged each other and trembled. Until her strength was exhausted, she used the sword to support her body, her face gloomy, the collar of her blood-red robe shaking violently, and she gasped for breath. This team. She frowned and clicked on the information of the no premature love team, and Jiang Yi's name was clearly visible. In an instant, the pupils constricted. The pretty face was covered with frost, and after the trembling, there was a strong anger, which made the heart rise and fall. I was overtaken. I was still surpassed by Jiang Yi. At that moment, the stunning female swordsman became angry and embarrassed. Chapter 35, The proud female swordsman refuses to be outdone, Lu Ruyan's agreement to sell her body. 13145. The cold numbers stung her beautiful eyes, making them bloodshot. Pei Qinghuan couldn't understand why she was covered in blood after killing many people, but when the ranking list was calculated, Jiang Yi took the lead. It's so sad. The one who surpassed me turned out to be this abstract, no premature love, team? And the captain is still that level 18 Jiang Yi. The highest level in the team is actually 23, that's 2 levels higher than me. My efforts are all in vain? By the river, the blood-stained skirt rustled and the hair fluttered wildly in the wind. Self-esteem was like a ball of lint, being pressed to the ground and trampled until it left Jiang Yi's shape in its place. The graceful figure was so angry that it trembled slightly in the cold wind. That handsome figure involuntarily appeared in my mind. I could also hear my sister's pleading advice in my ears. My sister, I'll leave it to you to take care of her. If I ask myself honestly, the little bear lining under the skirt is also gradually wrinkled due to the restlessness of the Snow White. She is really angry now. From childhood to adulthood, even her sister may not be better than her. But now, she actually lost to an ant who was only level 18. It was like drops of humiliation playfully dripping down her cheeks, slapping her pretty face full of indignation and displeasure. What a shame. Sister, you are wrong. My sister is very strong. He drew the sword from his waist and pointed it at the horizon where the silver dragon was flying. The red lips were tightly bitten, and the taste was rusty and salty. Jiang Yi. You've successfully piqued my interest. The girl was a big girl with long black hair and a bloodstained face that looked sick and hideous. Let's go. We're 10,000 points behind, so we'll start. Get it back from the boss. Pei Qinghuan stood with a sword behind his back, his blood-stained figure full of murderous intent. Her proud self-esteem makes her not allow any man to surpass her. She remembered the shame of 10,000 points. But the boss is too strong. Should we level up a little longer? The girl with bob haircut and blood-stained dress, her pretty face pale, reminded in fear and anxiety. They are only level 15 and rely entirely on Pei Qinghuan to lead them. If you attack the boss directly, you will either die or be seriously injured if you are not careful. You also think I'm not as good as him? Pei Qinghuan turned around and hummed coldly. In an instant, her teammates were so scared that they were speechless. Like puppets, they followed her over the body of the Sharkfish Princess, looking for a shortcut to the boss battle. Zhang Yi, don't be proud. I won't let you take too long. Pointing at the sword in his hand, a sharp scarlet light flashed in Pei Qinghuan's eyes. She must definitely return this humiliation to Zhang Yi's face. At the same time, the dark cave seemed to be collapsing, with dust scattering and shaking. The bonfire flickered and people danced. Lu Ruyan leaned against the wall, her beautiful white silk legs trembling under her soft white pastor's robe. How long will it take for this to end? Her face was pale, she bit her lip and asked softly. If the beast tide doesn't stop, her skirt will get wet. I don't know. There are elite monsters rioting outside, any one of them can kill my previous ghoul lord instantly. Ji Boduan collapsed to the ground, his face lit by the dim firelight, showing a look of fear. In the face of the beast tide, the cold white bones behind him seemed as insignificant as ants. Did you hear that dragon roar? Lu Zixiao's hands were shaking as he held on to the long sword. He held onto the shaking wall, risking collapse, and did not dare to escape from the cave. Outside, there are groups of rioting elite wild monsters. There was also a terrifying dragon roar coming from the sky. The nightmare elite monsters were so scared that they fled everywhere. That dragon must be a nightmare boss, right? Lu Ruyan wiped the cold sweat from her forehead and breathed tightly. Delay did not dare to act rashly and was trembling slightly under his skirt. No way. Ji Boduan swallowed his saliva, his scalp tingling with fear. If that dragon is the boss, this dungeon is way too difficult. He had short yellow hair and a depressed look on his face. He was frightened by a dragon's roar outside the cave. Nonsense, who can defeat a dragon? That dragon is definitely the dungeon boss, and one we can't afford to offend. Lu Zixiao trembled all over, took a deep breath, and smiled bitterly. Although he is an S-class magic swordsman and his level is as high as 16, he can only bow his head in front of a nightmare-level dragon. After all, how can a mere mortal slay a dragon? If even Xiao doesn't dare to fight, then the dragon must be a hidden boss at the end of the level. Lu Ruyan was so shocked that she couldn't recover for a long time. In her impression, her younger brother Lu Zixiao has the potential to become a sword god, but when facing the giant dragon outside the cave, he can only admit defeat. Wait, what the hell? Ji Boduan let out a bark and slapped his thigh, which hurt the wound on his knee and made him grimace in pain. Little Jibo, why are you so loud? You scared me. Lu Ruyan's pretty face turned pale, and cold sweat appeared on her forehead due to fear. She rubbed her aching heart, and the dim bonfire cast a shadow, with wisps of light white snow. Biting her lip, she gently closed her legs under her skirt. Gotta change my pants. I'm sorry. I just thought of a possibility that made me laugh. Do you think the giant dragon outside the cave is the blue-eyed silver dragon that Zhang Yi contracted? Ji Boduan grimaced in pain and reluctantly put forward a guess. Impossible. Lu Zixiao's face was as gloomy as water. He hammered the wall hard, and dust flew up in an instant. Reality is not a fantasy novel. How could a loser who once failed in changing jobs become someone that even he looks up to in the blink of an eye? Little Jibo, you won't be scared by him, right? Lu Ruyan held her slightly plump belly and couldn't help laughing. Facing the brother and sister's disbelieving gazes, Ji Boduan smiled awkwardly. Yes. Zhang Yi is not a dragon knight, how could he possibly control a nightmare-level dragon? Think about it, how could a powerful dragon that can scare away hundreds of beasts be the blue-eyed silver dragon that Zhang Yi contracted? Besides, even someone as strong as us can only hide in this cave. That loser Zhang Yi hiding behind the woman must have been scared out of the dungeon by the beast tide, right? Lu Ruyan leaned against the wall, crossed her arms, and shook her head in disdain. Looking at the flickering bonfire, her eyes gradually drifted away. It would be best if Zhang Yi was forced to exit the copy by the beast tide. If he died unfortunately, the unsigned agreement hidden in his arms would be wasted. Zhang Yi, after exiting the dungeon, you will lose the opportunity to gain experience bonuses and kill monsters, and your level will fall far behind others. By then, with your limited strength, facing this agreement slapped in your face, won't you have no choice but to sign and accept your fate? Lu Ruyan hummed softly in her heart, and a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. A Lakeview villa and a multi-million-dollar upgrade loan seemed to be waving at her. The future is promising. A soft humming sound was heard from the dark cave. Chapter 36, The Principal's Shock, Silver Dragon Princess Reward. Xuanhe Town, in the square. Look, the leaderboard is about to be updated. Can our Jiancheng number 1 high school's Blade team catch up in the rankings? Oh, dream on. Pei Qinghuan is an SSS level professional. Her strength is incomparable, and her points are far ahead. How can a poor and remote place like your Jiangcheng compare to the peerless genius of our Linhai city? That's right, why don't you take a piss and look in the mirror? If your Jiangcheng team can get first place and surpass the second place by 1 point, I will eat shit. Don't be so harsh. Don't look down on the poor youngsters. Our Jiangcheng number 1 middle school team is not weak either. Everyone was arguing fiercely. They were all hot-blooded youngsters, so naturally they wouldn't give in at all. Stop arguing, the score is out. As the numbers on the screen float, the standings are updated in real time. Everyone stared at the screen like ducks with their necks stretched out, holding their breath. Number 1 has to be Slaughter. Pei Qinghuan is a female swordsman, invincible. Even if Battlefield Rose is not as good, it still has the potential to overtake. The 5 beautiful girls' feet are even more powerful and unforgettable. That Blade is also very strong in combat, and the captain Lu Zixiao is a sword god. And who the hell is No Premature Love? Who the hell is the first place? 13,145 points, crushing the female swordsman. Bro, are you cheating? It's 10,000 points ahead of the second place. Doesn't that mean I have to eat 10,000 pieces of shit? Haha, who says Jiancheng number 1 middle school is weak, and who dares to say Linhai number 1 middle school is strong? Fuck, Captain Jiang Yi is already at level 18 at the lowest. This is too powerful. Everyone looked stunned and couldn't recover for a long time. The No Premature Love battle led by Jiang Yi emerged out of nowhere, leading the second place by 10,000 points, severely slapping the faces of the professionals in Linhai City. The small Jiangcheng number 1 middle school that they looked down upon had produced a monster that trampled the peerless female swordsman underfoot. For a while, the 4 members of the No Premature Love team became the focus of everyone's discussion. Captain Jiang Yi is the lowest level, probably just a scoundrel. The highest level is actually the school beauty Qin Xiang. Could it be that she and S-level support went crazy killing people in the dungeon? Nonsense. Can a support kill wild monsters with just healing? It won't work without damage. In my opinion, the most powerful one is the school beauty Chu Moli. She is also level 23 and an S-class melee mage. Everyone was arguing over who was stronger between Chu Moli and Qin Xiang, and their faces gradually turned red. The passionate young people in Linhai City were all covered in dust and dirt, and they stopped moving and were no longer as arrogant as before. Even the principals who had been sitting quietly on the podium for a long time had interesting expressions on their faces. Is there something wrong with this data? Li Bubi, the principal of Linhai number 1 middle school, put on the glasses pinned to the collar of his robe, then took them off and wiped them. He stared at the numbers on the ranking list with a frighteningly gloomy expression, even greener than green tea. Puff. Ahem. Xiaomai, the principal of Linhai number 2 middle school, was so shocked by the numbers he saw that he spit out green juice from his mouth, coughed until his fat face turned red, and looked in a miserable state. No, buddy. The genius of their Linhai city was actually surpassed. In this remote and poor place like Jiancheng, a monster surpassing the SSS level female swordsman could appear? The 2 principals looked at each other in shock, and after that, they felt the green tea in their mouths was bitter. Principal Song, congratulations, congratulations. Li Bubi rekindled his enthusiasm and congratulated with a chuckle. Ah, I was surprised. I didn't expect that such a small Jiangcheng could hide such a huge number of talents. I'd like to congratulate Principal Song in advance. You've won first place in this trial. I'm afraid the points record you've achieved will never be broken. Xiaomai wiped his mouth, forced a smile, and sighed helplessly. Jiangcheng number 1 middle school has risen, and their Linhai number 2 middle school has become a bystander, and it is likely that they will be at the bottom. No, it's a fluke, a fluke. Song Qian nodded in confusion. After she reacted, her red lips slightly parted, and gradually she couldn't close her mouth. The snow-white skin beneath the purple corset gradually began to ripple softly with the suppressed excitement. She couldn't understand why her daughter Song Shiyu's team, which was at the bottom just now, suddenly became the first and was far ahead in points. This is too fierce, right? Her little heart couldn't take it anymore. Really? Xinyu stared at the points ranking intently. When he saw his daughter's name also appeared at the top of the list, he breathed a sigh of relief. Brother Jiang, you are really fierce. Over 10,000 points in one move, this must mean he's cleared half of the dungeon, right? I originally wanted to ask him to take care of my daughter, but unexpectedly, my daughter actually laid down in the team. Wait, no more. Xinyu suddenly reacted, and the four words "no premature love allowed" came into his eyes. Zhang Yi is so fierce and handsome, how could his daughter handle him? At that moment, Xinyu, the old father, sat in the chair blankly, and even the wolfberries in the thermos cup no longer smelled fragrant. His daughter is about to be kidnapped by Huang Mao. Nightmare level, forbidden destruction domain. At dusk, the sky was stained with blood. A fishy wind blew by, and the dead leaves and branches in the dead forest made strange rustling sounds, like the howling of ghosts and wolves. On the scorched earth, the remains of flesh and blood turned to ashes, and messy footprints stretched and spread. At the end, stood a handsome young man holding a silver spear. He stretched out his hand, gently caressed the girl with dragon horns and silver eyes, and praised her generously. Hill, you did a great job. The breath of the purgatory dragon destroys the elite beast tide, and the silver dragon hovers and suppresses everything. Thanks to this, Zhang Yi's level rose rapidly, rising 8 levels in a row. Master. Hill wants a reward, meow. While Hill was enjoying the pat on the head, he also licked Zhang Yi's palm. She raised her head, stretched out her snow-white neck, her pretty face slightly flushed, and cautious hope appeared in her silver eyes. She wants her master's reward. What does Hill want? Zhang Yi smiled and asked curiously. Dragons all like to collect glittering things. Does the beautiful silver dragon princess want gold, silver, treasures, or pearls and diamonds? I want the master's. Hill swallowed, her pretty face flushed, and she mustered up her courage and asked directly. Embrace. It's like a puppy lying at the entrance, waiting for its owner to open the door and can't help but jump into his arms. Hill couldn't suppress the impulse in his genes at this moment. Having experienced betrayal by her closest relatives, she, the silver dragon princess, was exiled and banished. On countless cold nights, she longed for an embrace to lean on and keep warm. Fortunately, she was picked up by her owner. Is it that simple? Zhang Yi hummed in surprise. He didn't expect that Hill had such a small appetite. He was like the hard-working Palu, who worked hard and only needed a hug in return. I was thinking of giving you gold, silver, and jewelry. Zhang Yi hugged Zhang Yi, stroked her silver hair like a waterfall, and said with a chuckle. After killing so many elite monsters, a lot of good equipment naturally dropped. There are rubies that increase fire damage, sapphires that can provide freezing damage, and yellow sapphires that can trigger thunder. If I make it into jewelry myself and put it on Hill's delicate head, it must be very pleasing to the eye, right? As the silver dragon princess, how can I live without a crown? The master gave real gold, so Hill kept the silver. But that's not necessary. Her pretty face, flushed red, was buried in Zhang Yi's arms, listening to his warm heartbeat. Hill, I just want a hug from my master. The greed in the silver eyes flashed away, and a faint smile appeared on the cherry lips. As a rider on the dragon's back, she enjoys the thrill of being ridden and driven by her master in battle, and also longs for the warmth of being embraced. That way. She won't be alone. Thinking of this, she tiptoed gently and licked Zhang Yi's face lightly. Master, continue riding Hill and kill the boss. She blinked, smiled faintly, and escaped from his embrace. The tenderness on her cheek made Zhang Yi stunned and unable to look back. Who was rewarding? Chapter 37, Spot Check on Silver Dragon Princess and Fallen Angel. A drop of water will be repaid with a spring of gratitude. The moment we embraced each other, the delicate fragrance lingering in the silver hair drifted into our nostrils with our breathing. Zhang Yi felt that everything about the girl seemed to be made of snow. The suburbs, wearing a silver scale armor skirt, felt cool, and the white covering her heart gradually melted with warmth. The ripples on his cheeks caused by a dragonfly touching the water stirred up in Zhang Yi's heart. It seems like he was rewarded by Silver Dragon Princess. Oh nar. He licked the corner of her mouth, crossed her hands behind her back, stepped on tiptoe, bent slightly, tilted her head and chuckled, her silver hair luxuriantly on her shoulders, and the rabbit on her chest was vivid. Don't be dazed, the cave where the boss is right ahead. She reminded him softly, her profile under the setting sun, full of rays of light. She didn't hate the way her master was intoxicated. The Silver Dragon clan has always been grateful and will repay even a drop of kindness with a spring. Before my eyes, the cave shrouded in orange mist exudes a dangerous atmosphere. If you go in, you will have to face the overlord of Forbidden Far Realm, the nightmare-level boss Abyss Serpent. Wait for the teammates to gather, and then we'll start attacking the mysterious boss inside the fog gate. Zhang Yi nodded, and stood quietly in front of the fog gate with Yin Longji, unable to get in. Only after you kill 9 different nightmare elite monsters will the hidden boss battle be refreshed on the map. Zhang Yi also rode hill and circled in the sky for a long time before finding the entrance before dark. Master has become stronger again. On the dark yellow grass, Hill squatted with his knees hugged, raised his head, and secretly glanced at Zhang Yi. She always had the illusion that the owner of the silver eyes had become more handsome. The feeling of being moved becomes stronger and stronger. It's indeed a little stronger. Zhang Yi said as he clicked on the data panel. He destroyed groups of elite wild monsters and killed hundreds and thousands of them, which made his level soar and his strength reach a new level. Host, Zhang Yi. Level, 1899.99%. Occupation, SSS level Charm Pet Master, SSS level Abyss Master. Passive, Favor, Blood Charm, Demon Subjugation. Talent, God-given, Domination, Slavery, Tyranny. Skill, Ghost Hand. The right hand is infected with the filth of the abyss, condensing the abyssal ghost hand that corrupts everything. Attributes, Vitality 3550, Strength 3500, Agility 3500, 3600, Charm 2500. Charm bonus, 250% increases all effects. The skyrocketing attributes make it invincible in the same level. Great! Master has grown a little bit bigger. Hill bit her lip, grabbed the weeds with her delicate hands, spread her legs slightly, and whispered softly like mosquitoes and flies. As her master grew stronger and bigger, her little silver boots stepped more confidently on the ground. But still, I can't compare to Hill. Legendary Silver Dragon Princess, her attributes are truly abnormal. Hill's terrifying numbers almost blinded Zhang Yi. Charming Pet, Silver Dragon Princess Sylvie. Level 18. Rank, Golden Legend. Race, Blue-Eyed Silver Dragon, Bloodline Awakened. Skills, Blue Eye, Silver Dragon Companion, Dragon Roar, Dragon Might, Dragon Claw, Dragon Breath, Dragon Tail, Giant Dragon Transformation. Equipment, Black Stockings plus 10% critical hit, White Stockings plus 10% attack speed, Gargoyle Heart Spirit plus 100 grants petrification skill. Attributes, Physical Strength 3850, Strength 4250, Agility 430, Spirit 4100. The level of the legendary pet is increased by 1, and all attributes are increased by 20 points. Coupled with Zhang Yi's abnormal god-level talent, gift, the level 18 Silver Dragon Princess can be called the Silver Queen who dominates the sky and land. Hill isn't a pervert. Princess Silver Dragon puffed up her soft white little mouth and glared at him with a hint of dissatisfaction. Stop quibbling. Dragons are inherently lustful, stupid lizard. If you're not a pervert, who else is? A disdainful hum was heard from the dim sky. Gabriel waved her wings with a gradient of black and white, and slowly landed beside Zhang Yishan, like a noble vampire princess, bowing gracefully. Wearing a deep V-suspender skirt and a dark corset, it is difficult to restrain the naughty capital, and it must be disciplined with a big stick and an iron fist. No matter how perverted I am, I'm not as perverted as a stupid sheep like you. Hill bit her cherry lips and pointed at Gabriel, feeling angry and embarrassed. Although dragons are inherently lustful, they are still better than angels who degenerate into goat-horn succubi due to lust. Thanks for the compliment. Gabriel covered her bright red lips with her jade hands, not feeling ashamed, but rather giggling with pride. She has become a succubus, so what does it matter if she is a little perverted? Ari, is the battlefield cleared? Zhang Yi smelled the odor of Shura field, endured the headache, and interrupted in time. Charming pets are all jealous and possessive. Everything has been cleaned up. Nothing is left. Her long black hair fell on her shoulders, and her cherry-colored eyes were filled with joy. The fallen angel Gabriel licked her red lips, put her dirty sheep's hooves around Zhang Yi's neck skillfully, and dribbled the ball against his back. The equipment that the master dropped is so full that Ari can't fit any of it in. Gently stroking the silky belly under the gauze skirt, Gabriel leaned close to Zhang Yi's ear and breathed with a seductive look. Monsters in the dungeon will drop various equipment. There is no one-click pickup function like in the game, so you need to pick them up yourself, which is a bit troublesome. She and the pink-haired vixen cleaned up the entire battlefield, picked up the dropped equipment one by one, and sorted them out. How was the harvest? Feeling the gentleness coming from behind him, Jiang Yi asked without changing his expression. Which, don't disturb his mind. All he could see now was the milky white equipment. There are 6,215 pieces of common white equipment, 125 pieces of rare blue equipment, and exactly 4 pieces of epic purple equipment. Gabriel stretched out 4 fingers, tilted her head and chuckled. As expected of the master she chose, the amount of equipment dropped was really huge. So many good guys, and some epic equipment dropped? Jiang Yi couldn't help but be surprised. You know, purple epic equipment has almost no chance of being dropped by the boss of Nightmare Dungeons. It is so rare that it is priceless. Being able to get 4 pieces of equipment from Nightmare Elite monsters is truly a case of quantitative change leading to qualitative change. Come to think of it, the collar, the necklace that the master wears around Seal's neck is also epic. He'll touch the lacquered thorn necklace on her snow-white neck, her pretty face filled with indescribable happiness. She loved the gifts her master gave her. I also have a gift from the master. Gabriel touched the cross pendant on her chest and hummed softly, not wanting to be outdone. She is like a scabbard, her fiery heart enveloping her master's legendary equipment, the blade of judgment that can cut through everything. I almost forgot. Jiang Yi grabbed the fallen angel's soft little hand and suddenly remembered that he had not yet checked her attributes. Ari, let me see how strong you are now. As he spoke, Jiang Yi clicked on Gabriel's attribute panel. Master, please check as much as you want. Ari, you're not worse than Longji. The succubus's horns touched her shoulders, rubbing them gently and intimately, and a crimson blush appeared on her innocent face. Her strength is not exaggerated at all. I'm not afraid of the owner's random inspection. Chapter 38 Epic Equipment Drops. The school beauties are licking it like crazy. Charming pet, Twin Angels Gabriel. Level, LV 18. Rank, Golden Legend. Race, Angel Succubus. Skills, Seraph, Dark Blood Princess, Twin Flowers, Immortal Reincarnation. Equipment, Blade of Judgment, the blade that cuts off everything. Attributes, Physical Strength 3900, Strength 3650, Agility 3700, Spirit 4100. Twin Flowers. Seraph, Pure as a god, and Dark Blood, Enchanting as a demon. Together, the sisters are invincible. A natural scabbard capable of accommodating legendary equipment. The skyrocketing attributes are no less than those of Silver Dragon Princess. It's so terrifying. Jiang Yi raised the corner of his mouth and analyzed with a chuckle. The spot check is completed and the evaluation is passed. Master is checking very carefully. Are you secretly enjoying it? After all, Ari, I'm not like some good-looking but useless little lizard with so much water. Gabriel put her arm around Jiang Yi's waist, a smug smile on her lips, and said affectionately. She has twin forms, one thought can turn her into a god, and one thought can turn her into a devil. In the twin state, they are like twin sisters, who can coexist and fight together at the same time. They are all capable and there is no water in the slightest. Tisk, what's there to be proud of? You're not better than me. Hill snorted in disgust, frowned her silver brows, and ignored this big-breasted, brainless, stupid sheep. Whether her data is inaccurate or not, the master can find out by checking it out, right? I won't listen to the nonsense of a stupid sheep. Can't you just be quiet for a while? Jiang Yi sighed and said helplessly. He was puzzled. Are all girls like Delay jealous? In the Shura field, Jiang Yi's hands were tightly held by them. If he contracts more charming pets in the future, he might be cut into 5 equal parts. If you two have time to be jealous, why don't you help me lift it? There's too much equipment, I'm really exhausted. In the distance, Qin Xian wiped the sweat from her forehead, put down her bulging Chenkuan bag, smiled bitterly, and said tiredly. She was afraid of heights and didn't dare let the angel carry her away, so she could only move forward with the heavy burden on her shoulders. Brother, there are so many equipments. Our family is rich. Chu Moli hid the equipment in the shadow and dragged it away. The shadow under the beautiful feet in stockings became fat and turned into a round black mud ball. If so many pieces of equipment were hung in the spirit world, they could be sold for quite a bit of money, right? You don't even let the Beastmaster go, you scumbag. Song Shiyu followed behind him, her pretty face cold and showing an expression of disgust as if she was looking at a scumbag. Is Jiang Yi an insurance buyer? Is he so fond of taming beasts? They're here. Time to prepare to give this burning dungeon a good run. Jiang Yi escaped from Ruan Yuxiang's arms with a sense of relief, finally no longer having to carry the burden. Zhazai. Song Shiyu frowned, snorted coldly, and threw the storage bag containing epic equipment to Jiang Yi. If she turned into a cat, would this damn guy like it? If you like, forget it, cat, she can't do a backflip. You're as cold as ice. If you smiled a little, you might be cuter. Jiang Yi took the storage bag and was about to open it, but when he saw the cold expression of his school beauty deskmate, he couldn't help but joke. Laugh, like this? Song Shiyu obediently forced a smile, and with her pretty face that looked cold, she looked like a yandere who had killed someone, grinning cruelly. You'd better stop laughing. Jiang Yi shuddered, sat down on the ground, and placed the storage bag in front of him. Goo, kill you. After realizing that she was being teased, Song Shiyu frowned and pondered with a fierce grin of anger. After getting angry, she turned around, secretly took out a makeup mirror, forced a smile at the mirror, and then closed the mirror coldly. It must be the mirror's fault, her smile doesn't look so hideous. Don't be discouraged, sit down and lick the loot. Jiang Yi smiled and said to them. After you have looted the bag and armed your school beauty teammates to the teeth, you can then play the nightmare level hidden copy. I don't know if the 9 heads of the dungeon boss, the Abyss Serpent, are enough for him to kill. Well, Sister Shiyu, it's okay if her face is a little cold, as long as her heart is warm, isn't that enough? Shu Moli sat beside Jiang Yi and chuckled softly. A kind heart is better than a cold heart. After all, things expand when heated and contract when cooled. If you always have a cold face, how can you not collapse? The school beauty's teammates were no longer shy and sat in a circle around Jiang Yi. Then let's start with the purple equipment. Jiang Yi rubbed his hands and poured out all the equipment in the storage bag in front of them. A lavender halo swirled around, and 4 pieces of equipment of different shapes rolled down at the school beauty's feet. Name, Diary of a Peeping Tom. Level 20. Rank, Purple Epic. Profession, Support Only. Description, the Nightmare Elite, nicknamed Millennium Eyes, the Thousand-Eyed Snake Princess, has survived for over a decade. She enjoys using her pupil-covered tentacles to spy on everything she finds interesting, secretly recording it in her diary. Effect, reciting the mantra in the diary reduces enchantment consumption by 20%. Writing enchantments in the diary increases their effect by 20%. Attributes, add 100 spirit, increase enchanting speed by 10%. The cover of that tattered diary was printed with a pair of snow-white pupils that seemed to be spinning, coldly watching everything. The effect is very strong, but unfortunately it is only for auxiliary use and Jiang Yi cannot use it. Name, Magic Wand for playing musical instruments. Level 20. Rank, Purple Epic. Profession, Mage Only. Description, a harmonica-shaped magic wand lost by the stunning mermaid princess nicknamed by Yushi, a nightmare elite. Legend has it that the sound produced by the wand can captivate all men in the world. Effect, grants the skill sweet music, confusing and controlling the enemy for a few seconds. Grants the skill Water Bird Dance, waving the staff, unleashing a powerful water attribute / invincible. Attributes, add 50 spirit, 50 strength, increase melee attack speed by 20%. A harmonica magic wand suitable for melee mages. Jiang Yi has no use for it, so maybe he can leave it to his sister to practice her ventriloquism and vocal skills. Name, Thousand-Eyed Snake Princess Egg. Level 1. Rank, Purple Epic. Profession, Beast Tamer and Summoner Only. Description, Nightmare Elite, Black Widow Egg, a white egg, not sure what it's used for, maybe fried eggs taste better. Effect, to be hatched. Attribute, to be hatched. A mysterious egg. If it can be hatched, the epic Thousand-Eyed Snake Princess will emerge. She has high growth potential and is extremely powerful. Jiang Yi has not yet reached level 20 and does not have any extra slots for charm pets, so he cannot use it at the moment. There is only 1 piece of epic equipment left. Jiang Yi and the school beauties took a deep breath and focused their eyes on it. Name, A Drop in the Ox. Level 20. Rank, Purple Epic. Profession, Summoner Only. Description, the golden hair of the Nightmare Elite yellow light contains energy that stimulates potential, but also has strange side effects. Effect, after equipping, it can enhance the potential of the summoned beast and grant skills. The golden lion will transform into a yellow cow, with furious hair standing on end, making the battle exciting. Attributes, strength plus 100, agility plus 100. The Minotaur's hair is also limited to certain professions. Jiang Yi shook his head, he couldn't use it. The purple equipment is right in front of you, how should the school beauties lick it? Jiang Yi pointed with his finger, raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and said, "Hey, lick it." Chapter 39, The Pink-Haired Queen's Reward, the Noble Family's Daughter's Return of Gratitude? Really, can I lick it? Chumoli swallowed and licked the corner of his lips with his pink tongue. If I had known, I would have had more drinks before going on the dungeon. Now I'm thirsty and can't even drink some milk. No way. Song Shiyu frowned, her pretty face cold and slightly disgusted, and she snorted proudly. There's nothing good about licking your fingers, they don't taste good. Not even as good as a lollipop. You two, stop imagining things. Jiang Yi glared at them in dissatisfaction. Why are you talking so much when you are just looting? Aren't you afraid of being ambushed by Lao Lu? Choose quickly, we'll have to fight the boss soon. Purple equipment has limitations and he can't use it, so he might as well share it with his teammates to improve their strength so that they can quickly defeat the boss. This is too expensive. It's your fault that the purple epic equipment dropped, so now all the rationality belongs to you. Xin Xiang waved her hand and shook her head seriously to refuse. Although she was tempted by the epic equipment, her reason still suppressed this impulse. The beast tide was destroyed entirely thanks to Jiang Yi's output, she was just paddling around and adding enchantments. I've gotten so many assists, gained so much experience, and even leveled up 8 levels without doing anything. I feel a little embarrassed. If she continues to flatter him and ask for a share of the equipment, she might as well just find a piece of tofu and kill herself. Just find your best friend as tofu. Her tofu looks flatter than yours and should be very hard. Sister Shangxiang is right. It would be a waste to give me epic equipment. Chumoli stuck close to the pink-haired queen's back and raised his hand in agreement. She was reluctant to use the valuable equipment and always wanted to leave it to her brother. I don't need it. Song Shiyu was about to say something when Jiang Yi's balls were filled with beast control. I told you to take it, why are you talking so much nonsense? Jiang Yi glared at the cold beauty, resting his big balls in his small hands, and snorted in dissatisfaction. He already has a silver dragon princess, and no matter how powerful a snake-like pet is, it cannot compare to a real dragon. Besides, he is the silver dragon knight, not some grassroots hero. I don't eat purple eggs. Song Shiyu held the epic egg in her hands and felt the resistance of Jiang Yi's big hand. Her cold cheeks flushed with shame and she murmured incoherently at a loss. The epic egg was given to her right away, and this kindness made her gently close her legs. A drop of water will be repaid with a spring. But she is a summoner, and girls don't need to play with eggs. She can't use them to hatch, right? This voyeur's diary will be handed over to Sister Shangxiang. Ignoring the cold beauty who was still in a messy daze, Jiang Yi picked up the torn red-eyed diary, gently placed it in the hands of the pink-haired queen, and distributed it seriously. Xin Xiang moaned and took the diary. Her pretty face flushed with emotion and her body trembled. Apart from Lao Dang, this was the first time that a member of the opposite sex had been so nice to him. Epic equipment is too expensive. If you don't mind, you can come to my treasure house. I can use my dad's private money to help you find a set of customized equipment. This is a notice, you are not allowed to refuse. As she spoke, her cherry eyes became more serious. She could be taken advantage of by Jiang Yi for free, but she was reluctant to take advantage of him for free. Fortunately, Dad Jin Yu runs a large treasure house with abundant resources. With the support of the Adventure Guild's information, it is enough to help Jiang Yi create matching equipment and provide professional assistance. It can be considered as repaying some of the favor. Okay, I won't be polite. Jiang Yi smiled and nodded in agreement. The pink-haired lady finally breathed a sigh of relief. She took the diary, sat beside him, gently turned the pages, and secretly peeked at his profile. She seemed to be almost assimilated by the voyeur's diary. I'll give this staff to my sister. Jiang Yi picked up the white jade long flute staff and placed it on his sister's palm. This staff has been changed. Brother, you are so nice. Holding the cold white jade flute, Chumoli chuckled with emotion. This was the first time her brother gave her a gift. It was not only commemorative but also very valuable. Well, my brother's kindness is not over yet. I don't know how I can ever repay my brother. How about giving your brother a blowjob more often in the future? Chumoli held the jade flute and smiled lightly with a blush on her pretty face. She is a famous flute player and can play all kinds of instruments and sing. You, just be obedient and stop saying ambiguous things all the time. Zhang Yi gently rubbed his sister's head and chuckled with a hint of caress. Stop touching my head, or I won't grow taller. Shumoli snorted in dissatisfaction and shook his head. If anyone is to be touched, it should be her. Of course, she was talking about the forehead. If you can't grow up, then you can't grow up. It's so cute even though it's small. Zhang Yi loosened his hand, and the fragrance of the girl's hair still lingered in his palm. Of course, he was talking about height. Hey, this last piece of equipment seems to be for the summoner, so... Zhang Yi picked up a strand of light golden hair, held it in his palm, and frowned with a headache. There is a summoner in the team, but he was given 2 epic equipments, which is an uneven distribution. I'll switch with you. I'm not a beastmaster, so I don't need to hatch eggs. Song Shiyu noticed Zhang Yi's male lead and took the initiative to return the egg to Zhang Yi. Then I'll leave this cow hair to you. Putting the light golden cow hair in his cold little hands, Zhang Yi smiled and said, Then I'll keep this egg for now. The school beauties nodded slightly and had no objection to Zhang Yi's assignment. Well, if you have time. Song Shiyu has light golden hair, with a few strands of light gold dyed on the corners of her eyes. With her rosy face, she looks cute in a contrasting way. The cold beauty also has a shy and timid side. You can come to my house and sit down for a while. My mother likes you very much. And my house is pretty big too, not much bigger than the Adventurers Guild. Sitting on the grass, she leaned quietly towards Zhang Yi, her hair ruffled by the evening breeze, her pretty face cool, and she smiled softly and hummed softly. This is not Song Shiyu bragging. The Song family is an ancient family with accumulated heritage that ordinary people cannot imagine. As long as she wanted, she could easily help Zhang Yi reach level 50. The cost is just billions of resources. For the Song family, it is still bearable. As long as Zhang Yi returns it with hundreds of millions of experience points, it will be fine. She is not picky about food. Don't worry, just be prepared to bleed profusely. I won't show mercy. Zhang Yi snorted lightly, handed the epic egg to Sierre, and asked her to put it away. Heavy bleeding and all that, I can handle it. Song Shiyu bit her lip, cold sweat dripped from her forehead, and her pretty face was rosy red. It's her first time bringing a member of the opposite sex home. I hope everything goes well. With the heritage of the ancient family, just a little bit of meat can be cut to feed Zhang Yi. After the purple epic equipment was distributed, Zhang Yi let them choose freely from the elite equipment, and he collected and kept the rest. The school beauties picked and chose, and they couldn't repay Zhang Yi as kindness enough, so they had to repay him in the future. Chapter 40, the female swordsman was defeated and captured, waiting to die in despair for love. On the grass. Silver Dragon Princess and the Fallen Angel were looking at the strange egg, their 2 little heads looking left and right, rarely quiet. This egg is a little strange. Gabrielle stretched out her slender jade fingers and gently poked the hard eggshell, frowning and staring with her beautiful cherry-colored eyes. The touch of my fingertips told me that snake eggs shouldn't be that hard. It seems like a powerful life force is about to be born, perhaps not inferior to you and me. The cold purple egg pressed against her soft white belly, and Hill's pretty face flushed, giving her the illusion of being a mother. Although she had no experience in hatching eggs, she always had the illusion of being a mother by feeling the vitality contained in the eggshell. If it's the master, then it's not impossible. Brother, do you think I'm awesome? Shumoli changed into a light blue mage suit. Under the brim of the mage hat, her arrogant face looked a little cute. She wore a light blue bra, slightly exposed her belly, and wore white stockings that went below her knees, making her look youthful and beautiful. In addition to being good-looking, this rare mage suit can provide a good water damage bonus. Coupled with the mage's disguise, if you don't fight, you won't be able to tell that she is a melee mage. No. Zhang Yi glanced at her and shook his head in disgust. The blue and white striped bra was wasted, and it was impossible to bear the humiliation. What? Brother is really annoying. Shumoli bit his lip, gripped the staff tightly, and snorted angrily. It's not her fault that she saved on fabric. What do you think of my? Song Shiyu squeezed her legs together, lowered her head, and her inky hair obscured her shy face. The deep black gauze corset sealed the snow-white neckline with some difficulty. Under the inky black skirt, the plump black silk legs are eye-catching. This was the first time she dressed so boldly and shamelessly let her good brothers comment on her. It looks good, but the clothes are a little small. Will I be unable to breathe? Jiang Yi took a quick look at it, nodded in surprise, and said in approval. No little. You, as long as you like it. Song Shiyu quietly turned her head away, hiding her face of shame. Her pretty face, which was cold, turned red, and her heart, which was gently covered by her beautiful hands, could not help but tremble slightly. She deliberately picked a smaller size of outfit just to imprint her sexiness in his eyes. Of course, in addition to being sexy, this set of equipment can also restore additional mana, and its endurance is considerable. She is not a woman who will not last long. You guys are taking a while. Don't keep our dear captain waiting too long. Xin Xiang complained with some resentment, changed into a set of black armor, abandoned the fancy appearance, and put attributes first. Sister Xiangxiang's taste is quite pragmatic. Looking at the black-armored lady in front of me, at first glance I thought she was a female knight who could output damage, but in fact she was an auxiliary with amazing healing power. Hey, this dungeon is very dangerous. I can't let everyone down. Only by staying alive can I have a chance to attack. Xin Xiang blinked and chuckled. Apart from being a little heavy, her equipment didn't have any major drawbacks. It provides additional physical strength and considerable mana recovery. It is enough for her to protect her teammates in front of her, making her a kind of support. After a short delay, the group gathered, armed to the teeth, and began to attack the hidden boss. Then let's go. Burn the abyss serpent into ashes. Jiang Yi led the charge, touched the fog door of the cave, and disappeared in the orange smoke. The school beauties followed closely behind. Nightmare level, abyssal cage. A lavender poisonous mist filled the air above the dungeon, and dark ghostly fires flickered and drifted. The antidote is gone. I can't hold on for much longer. I can't move either. This poisonous fog is so strong that it has reduced my attributes by 50%. Even my vitality is slowly draining away. Ugh, that Hydra hasn't even made a move yet. Just hiding at the edge of the dungeon, we're being tortured by the poisonous fog and unable to move. How can we fight it? We can only rely on Qing Huan. She is the younger sister of the Hao Yue's sword immortal. She will definitely be able to defeat the abyss serpent and rescue us alive. The girls huddled at the edge of the dungeon, tears dripping from their pretty faces. They bit their purple lips in pain, struggling to hold on, placing all their hopes on the female swordsman who was fighting alone. The level 21 SSS class, Blazing Sun Swordmaster, should be able to chop off the head of the nine-headed insect, right? In the empty area, dilapidated floor tiles are spread out. In the darkness, the pitch-black chains clanged, binding a giant abyss snake that was nearly 20 meters tall. Its 9 heads were hideous and terrifying, and its upright pupils were scarlet and glaring. The snake in the dungeon was swinging its tail wildly, and suddenly emerged from the floor tiles to sweep its tail and hit, causing smoke and dust to fill the air and gravel to fly. The 9 snake heads refused to rest either. They coordinated with each other, attacking from the front and back, aiming at the female swordsman who was dodging and moving on the ground, and biting and attacking her. Pei Qinghuan's graceful figure was like a mayfly, struggling to dodge the dark snake's tail and ferocious head. After breathing in too much poison gas, her pretty face had turned ashen. The corners of his eyes, mouth, and nose were all oozing red blood. He was losing a lot of strength and his breathing became increasingly rapid. He was unable to dodge and was directly hit by the huge snake's tail. Bang! Dust danced and gravel flew everywhere. Pei Qinghuan's chest hit the floor tiles, leaving a long groove. He rolled several times in a panic before finally coming to a stop. Her hands trembled as she gripped the sword, trying to support her body, but she spat out a mouthful of blood, staining her clothes red, and fell to the ground dejectedly. It hurts so much. Pei Qinghuan murmured blankly, his consciousness blurred due to the severe pain. The abyss snake had terrifying defense, and her proud swordsmanship could only leave ridiculous scratches on the snakeskin. The exciting sparks made the pretty face pale and weak. It turns out that she is not invincible. How is this possible? Isn't Qing Huan an invincible female swordsman? How could she lose? It's over. If we can't even defeat Qing Huan, then aren't we doomed? Wow, I've never been in love before, I don't want to die. The girls' faces were pale, and they huddled together for warmth, terrified. Their faith in invincibility collapsed, their hope for survival was shattered, and only death awaited them. I'm sorry. As if she had noticed the girl's sobbing, Pei Qinghuan's pretty face turned purple with guilt, and a trace of resentment and self-mockery appeared at the corner of her bitten lips. She was so unwilling to die here. I haven't proven myself to my sister yet, haven't gained her approval yet, haven't paid back all the shame, and haven't let that bastard Jiang Yi understand. She, Pei Qinghuan, is no less than anyone else. But why did it end up like this? Like a stray dog, trapped among the rubble, waiting miserably for death. How can I die here? Pei Qinghuan bit her lip, tears streaming down her face. Her unwilling heart squeezed the broken bricks and stones, trembling with traces of regret. If she hadn't been so stubborn, why would she have caused her teammates to die along with her? Now, a huge snake beast, dripping with foul-smelling saliva, bit and attacked her ferociously from the dome. The fishy wind it stirred up made her hair flutter. Amidst the dust and mist, she desperately waited for death to come. Someone can come, save us. Under the shadow of the snake head, tears slid down Pei Qinghuan's cheeks. Her pretty face turned purple and she was filled with despair. She roared and wailed in a state of collapse. Hello. A familiar voice came to my ears. Pei Qinghuan blinked, and the figure of a man appeared in his bloodshot pupils. It's you. She smiled bitterly and closed her eyes in despair. Even he himself is no match for the abyss serpent. No matter how strong Jiang Yi is, how long can he last? It's just the difference between being buried with me and dying earlier or later. I never thought I'd die with someone like you. Tears wet the blood-stained collar of his clothes. Pei Qinghuan smiled bitterly, felt the terrifying wind pressure, and closed his eyes in despair. Stupid woman. Jiang Yi ignored the huge snake head falling from above his head, glanced at the defeated female swordsman on the ground, and curled the corners of his mouth coldly. I don't want to die with you. Chapter 41 Women will only hinder my upgrade speed. Stupid woman? A cold whisper came from his ear, like a sarcasm, which made Pei Qinghuan's tense nerves suddenly explode. How can a bastard who is unaware of his imminent death have the right to accuse her of being a stupid woman who doesn't know what she is doing? Pei Qinghuan is extremely smart and is not inferior to others. She doesn't want to be looked down upon by a weakling like Jiang Yi. The proud self-esteem was like a cotton ball, being pressed down and ravaged mercilessly, and the ripples of the blood-stained heart and breath were dancing wildly. Almost in an instant, Pei Qinghuan opened his eyes. Facing the stench of the ferocious snake head biting and attacking, she bit her lip, her blood-stained hair fluttering in disorder, and glared fiercely. Jiang Yi, what do you know? The abyss serpent is incredibly powerful. Even I can't break through its defenses. What kind of trouble can you possibly cause? In the end, aren't you just like me? Because of your ignorance and weakness, you've caused everyone to be buried with you. You are more stupider than me. People. The hoarseness that came out of his mouth, the 2 tear marks on his bloody cheeks, the sad loneliness, and the despair that fell into his heart was hoarseness. What can she do? What can he do? In front of the terrifying abyss snake, you can only wait for death like me. So, the lacquered ghost hand suddenly stretched out and expanded several meters, and its 5 fingers became like a prisoner, firmly pinching the 7 inches of the big snake. Is that beast very powerful? Jiang Yi frowned, tilted his head in confusion, and asked coldly. The ghost hand exerted force suddenly, and with a click, the emerald-green snake gall mixed with cherry-colored blood mist suddenly exploded 7 inches away from the huge snake's body, polluting the air with chaos and fishy smell. The iron dome was suddenly filled with blood. Hiss! The whistling smelly wind stopped abruptly, and the ferocious and hideous snakehead let out a shrill wail, its wide-open eyes filled with bloodshot, and it trembled with fear. In a flash, the huge abyss snake was like a loach caught in a trap, unable to move in the palm of the hand. Pei Qinghuan fell to the ground, stunned. She opened her eyes wide, her blood-stained pupils filled with shock, and Jiang Yi's image was deeply imprinted in her mind. Impossible. A nightmare-level abyss snake with level 20 stats far surpasses a level 40 professional. That terrifying snakehead's bite could rip through a building. How on earth did he take it? Or am I already dead? This is all just an illusion. Pei Qinghuan lay on the ground, his breathing subconsciously tensed, and the blood from his bitten cherry-colored lips tasted bitter, salty and fishy. As proud as she was, she actually felt invincible fear and incredible power in front of a man. Pei Qinghuan. Don't you realize how stupid you are? Jiang Yi glanced at the female sword fairy who was lying on the ground. There was a silver light in his eyes, which made him look cold, handsome, domineering and majestic. I. Pei Qinghuan lowered her head, her pretty face filled with guilt and gloom. She bit her lips tightly, and because of the force she used, blood began to flow out. Because of her arrogance, she fought the Abyss Serpent alone, which almost caused the team to be wiped out. For young girls, good friends who spent every day together, almost had to pay the price for her stupidity and be buried with her. If it weren't for Zhang Yi, they would have died in Shiko and no trace would have been left. She was filled with gratitude for the life-saving grace, but her shattered self-esteem made her feel ashamed. I'm sorry. She kept slapping herself, using violent repentance to try to make her bitter heart feel a little better. If being sorry worked, wouldn't you be invincible? Zhang Yi looked down at the stunning female swordsman who was kneeling on the ground and trembling, and sneered. Swoosh! Several sharp sounds of breaking through the air were heard from behind, and a huge lacquer-colored snake tail danced wildly like a tentacle, stabbing and killing. Danger! Pei Qinghuan screamed subconsciously, the tears in his bloodshot eyes turned into mist, and his vision became blurred. Bang! The huge impact was like a landslide, and the entire deep dungeon shook violently, with heavy dust and mist, and broken soil pouring down. Woo! The sound of the iron chains colliding was deafening, and the big snake's shrill howl was deafening, causing dust and fog to fly. The entire huge prison was filled with fog, and a sandstorm arose out of curiosity. Monster! Pei Qinghuan knelt on the ground, his hair fluttering in the wind. He pointed at the hazy figure in the smoke and dust, muttering and trembling in astonishment. At the critical moment, she saw Zhang Yi simply turned around and kicked, easily intercepting the huge snaketail that was stabbing at him. In the stalemate, he suddenly exerted force, and the snaketail was kicked towards the dome like a cannonball, accurately hitting an unlucky snake head. Immediately, blood mist exploded and bean juice splashed. The Abyss Serpent had 9 terrifying heads, but 2 of them were destroyed in just 3 breaths. She tried her best and struggled for half an hour, and her proud swordsmanship could not leave any trace on the snake's body. The difference is obvious. Before, she actually had the nerve to mock Zhang Yetzai and despise his low level. Her swollen cheeks were burning with pain. She stared at Zhang Yi blankly, gradually lowering her head. Her bloodshot eyes were dim and she felt so ashamed that she felt embarrassed. Zhang Yi is only level 18, but he can suppress the nightmare-level dungeon boss by surpassing his level. And she was given away for free in an instant, and was almost refined. Isn't she just like a dog on the roadside, biting its tail smugly, with big breasts and a nice but looking down on people? Woo-woo. She fell to the ground and cried bitterly. Her pretty face, washed by tears, was covered with purple poisonous spots, which spread to the flesh of her breast on her heart and her skin, gradually turning blue and purple. It wouldn't be long before she would die from the poison. Hold it in your mouth and don't spit it out. The lacquered ghost hand roughly pinched the female sword fairy's fragile throat and lifted her up easily as if she were a chick. Zhang Yi took out a detoxification pill from his trouser pocket and stuffed it into the corner of his blood-stained lips. The lacquer-colored pill melted in the mouth, and bitterness bloomed on the tip of the tongue. Pei Qinghuan's pretty face twisted, frowned in pain, and subconsciously wanted to vomit. She has been afraid of suffering since she was a child. If you don't want to die, just be obedient. Zhang Yi patted her cheek in dissatisfaction. While the abyss snake was rolling and struggling, he had the energy to help the stupid and dull female swordsman. You only took care of me because you promised your sister. Pei Qinghuan's beautiful eyes were misty and red. She raised her head and asked stubbornly. The reason why Zhang Yi saved her was probably because of his sister, right? Pei Qingshu, the bright moon sword fairy, is the peerless female sword fairy of Great Xia. Her reputation and connections are enough to attract people from all over the world. At this point, she still has to rely on her sister's favor to survive. The bitterness at the corner of his mouth spread to the root of his tongue. Pei Qinghuan lowered his head, tears streaming, his heart broken. What's the difference between a sister and a sister? You stupid woman, don't steal my kills, don't steal my experience, and don't delay my leveling. Zhang Yi gritted his teeth, grabbed the stubborn and stupid female sword fairy with his lacquered ghost hand, and threw her into the corner with disgust. Women will only hinder his upgrade speed. Even sisterly feelings are not allowed. Chapter 42, The Female Swordsman's Wild Thoughts, Killing the Abyss Serpent. Pei Qinghuan was stunned and thrown into the corner of the dungeon by the ghost hand. He rolled around awkwardly for a few times before he managed to roll back to his teammates. Ahem. She spat out the poisonous blood that had been accumulating for a long time, and the poison spots on her pretty face disappeared, and her complexion also recovered a lot. He was completely absent-minded, kneeling on the ground blankly, holding his swollen cheeks and mumbling incoherently. If it wasn't because of my sister that you saved me, then why was it so? Jiang Yi's dissatisfied mumblings could be heard in my ears. No stealing heads, no stealing experience, no. You're not allowed to be angry? She bit her lip, murmured a few words blankly, and her face turned frighteningly red. The blood-stained fawn was shaking in panic, unable to explain why. Xinghuan, are you okay? The girl with the bob haircut looked worried, and placed her soft white hands on the ragged shoulders of the female swordsman. I'm fine. How are you guys? Pei Qinghuan shook his head, suppressed the wild thoughts in his mind, forced a smile, covered his trembling heart with his hands, and asked apologetically. Thanks to Sister Shangxiang from Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School. The spices she prepared actually have the effect of detoxification. Just by rubbing it, the toxins in our bodies gradually disappeared, and now we feel refreshed. Xinghuan, are you okay? If the poison hasn't been removed, I have a scented handkerchief here. Can I wipe it off for you? Her beautiful teammates surrounded her and offered her a helping hand with concern. Don't you blame me? If I hadn't been so stubborn, I wouldn't have caused you to suffer, or even be buried with me. Pei Qinghuan felt guilty and blamed herself, with her head lowered, her eyes dim and dejected. What nonsense are you talking about? Didn't we agree to form a team together? Of course it's a lie to say I don't blame you, but if Qinghuan hadn't been there, we wouldn't be called a slaughter, and only the deer would be left. Don't blame yourself. We were too careless. Who could have imagined that a nightmare-level hidden dungeon would be so difficult? But then again, Qinghuan, he didn't take advantage of you just now, did he? Facing the concerned gazes of her teammates, Pei Qinghuan turned her head away, her pretty face flushed slightly, and she weakly denied. No. She was clearly the one who took advantage, and if she were to bite back, she would be such a fool. Huh, that's good. I thought you liked that Jiang Yi. Since Qinghuan doesn't like him, then doesn't that mean I have a chance? Come on, injuring a nightmare-level hidden boss with just one kick, that's pretty cool, right? If you're in love with me, I'll be willing to be treated rudely every day. The girls were singing and dancing, chattering non-stop. Pei Qinghuan frowned silently, covering his trembling heart, feeling a little uncomfortable. That's enough. I just asked for you, he has a girlfriend. It's best for everyone to give up on this idea. Pei Qinghuan took a deep breath and sighed in pretended disappointment. Although she didn't want to admit it, the selfishness in her heart made her learn to lie and she didn't want to share him easily. Damn it, such a handsome guy is already taken, what vixen is so lucky? What's wrong with having a girlfriend? Doesn't this mean I only have one competitor? That's right, as long as you wield the hoe well, there is no corner that you can't dig down. Wow, that's so cool. I need to get my DSLR and record it all. Jime, your boyfriend smells so good. But the girls refused to give up. They still gathered in a circle, talking incessantly, and occasionally peeking at Jiang Yi with infatuated expressions. There's no hope. Pei Qinghuan rubbed his temples, smiled bitterly and sighed. She even wanted to disband the killing team. She might as well let them keep an eye on Jiang Yi and record as much as they wanted. At the same time. No premature love allowed, team, all members assemble. Sister Shangxiang, how are those burdens doing? Jiang Yi dodged the venom bombs sprayed from the abyss's giant mouth, as cunning as a loach, twisting and turning on the floor tiles and walls. They've already left the battle, their lives are not in danger, and they won't benefit from our experience. Xin Xiang was wearing black armor and, with the help of her shadow, she nimbly dodged the sudden attacks from the swinging snake's tail. Even after being shaken by the thunder, she still had enough energy to respond. That's good. Jiang Yi nodded carefully, then concentrated his attention and searched for information about the Abyss Serpent. Name, Abyss Serpent Dragonborn of Albus. Level 25. Rank, Purple Epic, Nightmare Overlord. Skills, Venom Bomb, Strangulation, Bite, Poison Rain, Elemental Breath, Self-Regeneration, Near-Death Boost. Attributes, Constitution 6666, Strength 1111, Agility 450, Spirit 666. The weakness of this abyss snake lies in its 7 ugly heads. If all 7 heads aren't chopped off quickly, it won't be long before this beast revives itself and returns to peak Hydra form. It has the ability to grow stronger near death. If we can't kill it with one strike, we'll surely lose if this drags on. Jiang Yi stared at the wriggling flesh at the severed head of the big snake and analyzed with a serious expression. The terrifying physical strength of the abyss serpent creates an almost immortal vitality. Fortunately, Jianye's attack is real damage, and he also has a talent for increasing damage. If he wants to kill the raging giant python in one move, he does have a chance, but he cannot do without the cooperation of his teammates. First, we need to make this annoying guy stop. Jiang Yi needs his teammates to create the best time for him to output. Brother, leave it to me. Shu Moli blended into the shadows, ignoring the snakeheads that were raining down like crazy and biting him. He simply became invisible and immune to all physical damage. She controlled the shadows and sowed the shadow of the abyss serpent with great difficulty. No, this damn hydra moves too fast, I don't have time to step on its shadow. If only I could make the shadow bigger, then I wouldn't have to worry about not being able to restrain this ugly hydra. Shu Moli was breathing heavily, and the dark phantom fell into the shadows, emitting spotted and wavy trajectories. Ali, use the holy light as much as possible to expand the shadow. Shiyu, make the lava statue grow larger, releasing heat and light, illuminating this deep dungeon. Jiang Yi shouted softly and gave orders calmly in the face of danger. At the same time, he gently pressed his hand on the fallen angel's heart and pulled out the legendary equipment, the Blade of Judgment. Bang! The terrifying snakehead that fell from the dome and bit Jiang Yi instantly pierced through the floor tiles. Its bloody mouth bit everything indiscriminately, as if it wanted to swallow Jiang Yi in one bite. Laugh! The lacquered black flames of purgatory burned into blades. As Jiang Yi jumped and shuttled, the Z-shaped slash flashed and instantly cut the ferocious snakehead that was attacking into pieces. Jiang Yi's figure stepped out from the blood mist, danced a lacquer-colored swordflower, and beheaded with one sword. Chapter 43 ranked first. World-class hidden dungeon first kill speedrun. The blood was pouring down, but Jiang Yi was spotless. The lacquer blade flowed with fire, stirring the snake meat tissue and exploding in a Z-shaped arc. He stepped on the chopped pieces of meat and used the force to soar into the air. At the same time, woo! Feeling the pain, the abyss snake let out a shrill wail. Its huge and bloated body swayed and became stiff for a short time. Good opportunity. Gabriel's beautiful cherry-colored eyes focused, and she seized the opportunity and flapped her wings to fly. The clouds in his heart danced, and the lacquered sword in his hand slashed across, releasing holy light that could purify everything towards the remaining 6 snakeheads. Holy light of judgment. The incomparable light illuminated everything in the dungeon as the sword slashed. The remaining 6 heads of the abyss serpent and their 12 pairs of scarlet eyes had no time to close and were temporarily blinded by the strong light. Under the severe pain, the abyss snake fell into a frenzy, struggling and swinging madly, causing the walls to collapse, the floor tiles to crack, and the lime to splash. It was as if everything had turned into a paste, and the shadows and the chaos became clearer under the light. Lava statue, grow bigger. Go into a frenzy. Song Shiyu waved her jade hand, and a lava statue flew out, gradually growing larger in the air. When it landed, it was already a 3-meter-high lava giant. Her body was surrounded by hot magma, and her lava headband was flowing, like an angry lion, emitting golden light. The unique effect of the purple epic equipment, a drop in the ox, is violent. Burn. Give me. Burn this dark dungeon to ashes. Under the strong light, Song Shiyu's cold and pretty face was covered with shadows, and the wild grin on the corner of her mouth looked sick and hideous. Ho ho ho! Following her command, the lava giant beat its chest and stamped its feet, roaring to the sky. The lava flowing around its body released scorching energy, illuminating the dungeon with a dazzling glow. The shadow of the abyss serpent blending into the darkness is clearly visible, swaying and stretching as the fire burns. It was like a dark sky, covering the entire dungeon and even the dome. Well done, Sister Shiyu. Shu Moli was breathing heavily, and her cold and pretty face was burning in the shade of the blazing fire. She bit her lips, stretched out her jade hand, pulled the shadow thread, and clenched it suddenly with her slender jade fingers. Shadow binding prisoner. With delicate cries and light panting, the shadows under her jade feet quickly intertwined into a net, entangling the shadow of the abyss snake, and then swallowed it up. Ha, it's all injected. After succeeding, Shu Moli's pretty face flushed and she gasped with pride. With the help of her teammates, she took control of the snake's shadow. Blue, thorny rose. Dark thorns grew densely from the shadows, like living tentacles, and jumped up along the fat snake's black armor like maggots on the tarsal bones. As the giant snake's shadow fell, it evolved and woven into a shadow cage, binding and imprisoning the remaining 6 pairs of snakeheads of the abyss giant snake. Bang! 6 huge snake necks, bound by shadow thorns, swayed and collided with each other. The powerful impact overturned several stone pillars, and the debris flew everywhere, accompanied by the loud sound of swinging iron chains. Woo! The abyss snake howled miserably, its head was torn into pieces by the impact, and it fell into a coma. Chu Moli naturally wouldn't be polite. He controlled the shadow net to cover and wrap the unconscious abyss snake, binding it tightly. Brother, I succeeded. She tilted her head slightly, wiped the sweat from her forehead, and gave a reminder while panting. Thanks for your hard work. Jiang Yi stepped on the snake's neck, his black hair hanging down. He responded and his figure disappeared in an instant. But the footprints left behind pierced the hard black snake scales, and the bloody footprints were all crimson from tail to head. He wants to behead the abyss snake. In the corner of the dungeon, the girls of the kill team, illuminated by the firelight, had expressions of shock flickering on their pretty faces. They're so skilled at teaming up, and they've only teamed up once. Isn't that incredible? Using his teammates' abilities to coordinate and lead the team in an orderly manner, that handsome guy from Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School is truly a natural leader. That winged fallen angel is so powerful. I'm afraid even Xing Huan wouldn't be able to withstand the slashing blows it unleashed. The bright light it shone on me would have blinded me if it weren't in the corner. Wow, if I could date him, I'd be willing to have 10 children. Oh, it's too late. I've even decided on the baby's last name. Pei Qinghuan could hear the girl's silver bell-like exclamations. Bathed in the firelight, her ragged figure was filled with bitterness. The shocked eyes were imprinted with the image of Jiang Yi soaring into the air. The young man fighting with a sword gradually overlapped with the figure in the dream. Just like her in the dream, she is invincible and powerful. But the girl in the lightened shadow, wearing a worn bare shirt, with scratches on her white body that were heaving restlessly. After all, it wasn't her who pushed the abyss serpent into a desperate situation. But it was the boy whom she despised and looked down upon, the boy who saved her life. Her proud self-esteem was shattered to pieces, her jade hands were clenched tightly, and the surging unwillingness pierced her palms with her nails, and the dripping blood was clearly scarlet. At this point, she looked down on others and became the person she hated the most. The clown is actually herself. Can he kill the abyss serpent? He looked up and stared. The shock on Pei Qinghuan's pretty face had not yet disappeared, her brows were tightly furrowed, and she took a deep breath. Her blood-stained little hands pressed down on the collar of the little bear. The torn black bra could hardly contain her throbbing heart, and it trembled like a rabbit. However, Jiang Yi stepped on the broken flesh and blood, and his figure flashed like lightning, flying into the air, looking down at the 6 unconscious and shaking snakeheads. Hill! Jiang Yi shouted loudly, and the silver dragon princess who was ready to go broke away from the charming pet space and instantly turned into a blue-eyed silver dragon. She took him over and rode with him. As if sensing the chilling murderous intent, the remaining head of the abyss serpent frantically spewed out elemental energy. Fire, ice, thunder, darkness, light, poison. Red, blue, yellow, black, white and purple. The 6 elemental breaths erupted from the bloody snake's mouth in an interlaced manner, and a chaotic rain of energy fell from the sky. Looking at the energy breath pouring down from above his head, Jiang Yi remained calm and shouted loudly. Come out! The god-level talent, slavery, is activated, consuming a certain amount of magic power to summon the killed undead. The deep soul stepped out from the void and condensed into a dark shadow, blocking the rain of breath that was sprinkled down, isolating it. Kill! Jiang Yi no longer held back, his pitch-black ghost hand grasped the blade of judgment, and he controlled the roaring blue-eyed silver dragon, and the killing move was about to come. Woo! The abyss serpent howled to the sky, and its 6 snake heads bound together by shadow thorns looked like a mixture of chains. Along with its long snake neck, it flashed like meteors and danced like the wind. Dragon soul explodes. A loud dragon roar was deafening, and the entire dungeon shook violently. The silver dragon soul, emitting an ancient aura and carrying an eternal and indestructible pressure, charged forward with the dragon rider, crushing the abyss snake. Cut! Jiang Yi shouted angrily, and a silver-white meteor flashed by. The sword was so graceful, and the black and white were clear. Blood scattered, and 6 ferocious giant snakeheads fell from the sky. The world-class hidden boss abyss serpent has been defeated. Complete the first clear of the nightmare-level dungeon, Forbidden Mysterious Domain, Abyssal Prison. Ranking, number 1. Chapter 44, The Abyss Snake Explodes Gold Coins, Pei Qinghuan's Determination. Woo! A shrill wail echoed through the sky above the dungeon. 6 hideous and terrifying snakeheads passed by Jiang Yi. The air was filled with blood mist, but he was spotless. Solved. A killing prompt came to his ears, and Jiang Yi stepped on Hill's scaly white back, his handsome figure graceful and elegant. Experience gained, 23,333 points, level increased. A flash of golden light, and another level up. I'm almost at level 20, which means I can unlock the next god level talent in the charm pet column. Looking at the mess of snake corpses below, Jiang Yi's mouth curled up slightly. I became a little bit stronger, and a little closer to solving the mystery of my parents' death. Purple epic equipment dropped. Several mechanical reminders came one after another, ringing in my ears. Gold coins exploded? Jiang Yi's eyes moved slightly, and there were more than one purple starlight floating in front of his eyes. A sudden wave of wealth. Jiang Yi. What good things can be dropped from the nightmare level hidden boss? Name, Blood of Albus. Level 20. Rank, Purple Epic. Description, the bloodline core of the nightmare boss, the abyssal serpent Albus. Thousands of years ago, she attempted to leap into the abyss, transforming from a serpent into a dragon. However, she was defeated and captured by the demon's skin and bone, and imprisoned day and night at the entrance of the abyss. As resentment accumulated, the dragon blood within her body condensed into a drop of blood, which, upon swallowing, seemed to be able to transform decay into something magical. Effect, after swallowing, increase your physical fitness by 100 points, gain the skill, Unbeatable Dragon's Blood, and the ability to revive with a drop of blood. The first purple light disappeared, and a drop of scarlet blood jumped into Jiang Yi's mouth while he was not paying attention. Gulp, so delicious. Jiang Yi groaned, the blood in his body surged hotly, and his physical condition soared. There are 2 more purple lights. What good things have happened? Jiang Yi licked his lips, landed on Hill, and took the opportunity to count the harvest. After killing the monsters, loot the loot. Name, Jiao Soul Banner. Level 20. Rank, Purple Epic. Description, after the demon skin bone defeated the giant snake Albus, he extracted the evolved dragon blood from her body and refined it into a pitch-black chain that bound the snake for 1,000 years. The snake was eventually slain by a young man. The remaining soul burned the chains to ash, which then fluttered into a dragon-shaped soul banner, eerie and profound. Effect, increases constitution by 100, spirit by 150, grants the skill Dragon Pavilion, and can accommodate residual souls. Hiss. If this attribute bonus could grow, wouldn't it be even more incredible? However, this skill perfectly complements my enslavement talent. It can collect the remaining souls of killed wild monsters and use them for my own benefit. The black soul flag fell into his hand, as light as a feather, with a floating shadow. Only one last ray of purple starlight remains. With a quick glance, a starlight appeared, and a palm-sized bone key emerged clearly. Name, Skull Key. Level 50. Rank, Purple Epic. Description, after the demon skin and bone defeated the giant snake Albus, he chopped off the snake's tail, made soup, and ate the meat. The remaining snake bones were then made into a key to the abyss. The shed snakeskin was also woven into a keychain, resembling a lacquer-colored chain, which bound the bone key. Effect, open the Calamity level dungeon, the gate to the abyss. It's actually a level 50 dungeon key. The door it opens leads directly to the abyss, or another terrifying natural disaster site? But, by the time I reach level 50, I'm afraid it will be after the college entrance examination, right? I really want to see how powerful the demon that can beat up the giant snake Albus is. Jiang Yi put away the bone key and thought to himself, his fighting spirit high. What interests him, besides leveling up, is challenging the powerful abyss boss. The disaster instance where my parents finally disappeared, and this gate to the abyss. Sooner or later, he will break through every corner of the dungeon and burn to ashes everything that hinders his upgrade. As Princess, riding on the silver dragon, slowly descended, a ghostly uninvited guest suddenly attacked. Oh nar. Gabriel flapped her wings, swept Jiang Yi away from Silver Dragon Princess's back, and held him tightly in her arms. Let Ari check if there are any injuries. Her beautiful cherry-colored eyes were curved like crescent moons, gleaming with a cunning light. The soft waves of breasts rested on Jiang Yi's back, carefully measuring his health. Ari, Sierra won't let you go later. Jiang Yi sighed and let the charming fallen angel do whatever he wanted. I'm not afraid of that stupid lizard. Gabriel hummed softly, took a deep breath, savored the moment, and slowly descended with Jiang Yi in her arms. Gabriel! Hill had already landed on the ground. The silver-white dragon girl was very angry, and the thunder was surging with angry clouds. Before she could enjoy the pleasure of being ridden by her master, she was taken away by this confident goat-horn succubus. It is intolerable, but she is intolerable. Damn, the yellow-haired guy exploded. Yeah, they have a really good relationship. Qin Xiang came towards him. Even after the battle, he did not take off his lacquered armor. A silver bell-like laugh could be heard from under the mask. Looking at the girls fighting each other, Zhang Yi nodded in approval. The relationship between Silver Dragon Girl and Succubus Princess is really good. Brother, you're not hurt, are you? Shumoli trotted over with worry, tiptoed, looked left and right, and asked with concern. Of course not. Zhang Yi rubbed his sister's ahog, chuckled and shook his head. The Abyss Serpent is indeed powerful, but he is more skilled than the others. After you clear the dungeon, do you want to come over to my house for a visit? Song Shiyu hugged the lava statue that had curled up like a hedgehog, with a cold and pretty face, and made a serious invitation. She just wanted to study hard so that Zhang Yi could be positive. Is your mother home? Zhang Yi raised the corner of his mouth slightly and said deliberately. My mom? She should be home. Her fingertips touched the corner of her lips and Song Shiyu replied uncertainly. After the copy is over, my mother Song Qian should celebrate at home, right? Then I won't go. My mom, she doesn't have to be here. Song Shiyu panicked, her pretty face flushed with anxiety. She bit her lip and stammered to ask him to stay. If my mom is at home, I'll just have to ask her to disappear for a while. There was no way, she hadn't returned the favor yet for the purple equipment Zhang Yi gave her. I just thought of inviting him to my home this time, and repaying his kindness with meat, and treating him to a big meal that I cooked myself. Talk to me when you have time. Say hello to Auntie for me. Seeing that the cold beauty's face turned red with anxiety, Zhang Yi didn't want to tease her anymore, so he replied seriously. He also wanted to go to Linhai next door and follow the footprints left by the nine-tailed fox to try to find out the information about his parents' disappearance. When you are free, remember to tell me. Song Shiyu's pretty face was lost, she pursed her lips and reminded unwillingly. Forget it, there is no need to rush to pay with meat. It is a good opportunity for her to practice her cooking skills. If the dishes she makes are not to Zhang Yi's taste, then it may not be a repayment of favor, but revenge. Zhang Yi nodded and shared the battle information with his teammates. After communicating, they took the initiative to give the items dropped by the Abyss Serpent to Zhang Yi without hesitation. After all, they already have epic equipment, and they are content just to be able to lie down with it. The girl Delay is not greedy, but remembers the favor. At the same time, unlike the harmonious, no love allowed team, the killing team in the corner was so shocked that they were almost speechless. Pei Qinghuan stood there in a daze, his eyes fixed on the image of Zhang Yi swinging his sword. He did it! He easily killed the advanced snake, who he couldn't defeat. Extremely powerful. It's obviously not superb. Superb sword moves, yet can easily kill the Abyss Serpent in seconds. Zhang Yi, it turns out the gap between us was clear from the very beginning. Pei Qinghuan murmured a few words, with a gleam in his eyes. Her determination to defeat Zhang Yi also increased. Even if it means using any means necessary, we must achieve our goal. The book says that conquering a man is like conquering a wild horse. If you don't ride him for a few laps, you won't be able to conquer him. Zhang Yi, I will defeat you sooner or later, 1 versus 1. Chapter 45, you were the one who looked down on me in the beginning, why are you so regretful now? Pei Qinghuan doesn't know how to ride a horse, but she can learn. As long as you are willing to put in the effort, it won't take too much time to conquer a wild horse. Sooner or later she will defeat Zhang Yi in a one-on-one fight. If I don't even dare to try, won't the distance between me and Zhang Yi get further and further away? Until she could no longer see his figure in those blood-stained beautiful eyes, and could only curl up and cry on the spot. In order to prevent such a future from happening, Pei Qinghuan plans to spy on the secret of Zhang Yi's strengthening. How can we dig out the secret of his strength? Dating? Being alone? Being in love? Getting married? Her pretty face flushed and her heart trembled. The only answer that came to my mind was being alone. It's not to pursue Zhang Yi, but being alone with him will help me discover the secret of his strength. Perhaps, she could trick Zhang Yi into coming to the Pei family in Linhai, and spar with him in the name of teaching him the swordsmanship of the Sword Saint. In a close-range 1v1, she would not be as tough as Zhang Yi, and would not be able to steal any secrets of his growing strength. As I was daydreaming, I heard the girls' teasing laughter. Qing Huan, you've been staring at me for so long, my eyes are almost watering. Do you like Jiang Yi too? Ah. No way, if Qing Huan takes action, then I won't have any chance. If Qing Huan likes him too, it's okay. I don't mind sharing. As long as the three of us share one blanket and live a good life, that's more important than anything else. Did anyone bring spare clothes? I got caught in the rain just now. The girls chattered around Pei Qinghuan, joking and teasing. They were not surprised that the abstinent female swordsman was moved. After all, the figure riding a silver dragon sword and slaying a giant snake is both handsome and powerful. Who was moved? Pei Qinghuan's face suddenly turned red. She looked at her former teammates and then secretly glanced at Jiang Yi. I'm just studying his weaknesses and trying to find a way to defeat him. You superficial people, just forget it if you don't understand. It was a hot summer day, and her chest was shaking with breath. Under the ragged bear pattern, the ink blood-stained lace corset was visible and invisible, almost unable to restrain the trembling rabbit. Her desire to win will not allow her to be surpassed by Jiang Yi. Today's humiliation will be repaid 100-fold, and she will get it back sooner or later. Come on, Qing Huan, you can't even break through the defense of the Abyss Serpent, let alone defeat Jiang Yi. How can you say that? Qing Huan is a female swordsman who can catch up with her sister. She is very powerful, right? Well, she is barely qualified to see my man. If he could beat Jiang Yi in bed, I could barely believe him. But here on the ground, Qing Huan looks cold and aloof, but deep down he's a bit rebellious. Does he like being beaten? Qing Huan, can you perform that performance again? The one I'm going to beat sooner or later, ha ha ha, sorry, I just couldn't help laughing, ha ha ha. What's so funny? You're going too far. Even if we can't beat Qing Huan or catch him, he's still our good teammate. The girls gathered around him, laughing and joking, but the look they gave Pei Qinghuan was no longer filled with unwavering admiration. In just a few minutes, her invincible image in the eyes of her teammates was replaced by Jiang Yi. This feeling of being surpassed is so strange that I am speechless. Pei Qinghuan was angry and furious, laughing and crying. She was angry that she couldn't beat him, and she was furious out of shame, but she also laughed at her own weakness. For the sake of her face, she didn't dare to cry out loud. In the end, she could only bear the resentment in her heart and the rage of helplessness. Out of sight, out of mind, she ignored the girls' teasing. With a sullen face, she walked towards Jiang Yi. Oh no, the joke went too far. Is Qing Huan really going to confess her love to Jiang Yi? What do you think the success rate is with Qing Huan's looks? I'm afraid it's very risky. She didn't get along with Jiang Yi before, right? She has an arrogant and rude personality, which makes her easily offend people. She'd be lucky if he didn't dislike her. If I had known this earlier, why would I do this today? Qing Huan is so proud and stubborn, I'm afraid she'll end up in the crematorium after chasing her husband. The girls all shook their heads and sighed softly with regret on their pretty faces. In their eyes, Pei Qinghuan's ragged figure, dragging bloody footprints, staggered to Jiang Yi, nodded and leaned forward and said, "What happened before was my fault. I apologize to you. I'm sorry. Thank you for coming to the rescue. My teammates and I are grateful." The proud head drooped, and the blood-stained face looked humble. Jiang Yi felt like a defeated and captured female swordsman, who was making tearful compromises in front of him. The blood-stained pretty face was a bit messy, adding a few strands of broken beauty, making people want to dip some ink and smear it. You're welcome. Jiang Yi didn't have such complicated thoughts. He glanced at her and replied coldly. His eyes stayed on the bear pattern on the chest, which was incomplete and cute, but underneath it was a sexy black lace corset, which was barely enduring the humiliation. I didn't expect that the arrogant and cold female swordsman actually had a contrasting sexiness in her bones. Feeling Jiang Yi's gaze, Pei Qinghuan silently bit her red lips, her pretty face flushed, she was too shy to raise it, and could only endure everything. Who told her that she had already been defeated? After the instance is over, I'd like to invite you to visit Linhai and apologize. My Pei family has been a swordsman for generations. If you are interested, you may come and play. She raised her head nervously, her pretty face flushed slightly, no longer arrogant, but with a humble plea. I do have plans to go to Linhai. If there's a chance, we'll talk about it. Jiang Yi did not rush to agree, but just responded vaguely. At most, there are less than 100 days left until the college entrance examination. There are not copies available every day, and there are level restrictions, so he doesn't have many days left to upgrade. I also need to take some time to go to the neighboring Linhai city to see if I can follow the traces left by the nine-tailed fox and find out the reason why my parents disappeared. Of course, there will definitely be a chance. Just like this 100 days oath-taking competition to boost morale, there's also a mock exam a month before the exam, and it's taking place right here in Linhai City. It is said that the mock exam instance is an emperor's tomb, inhabited by a powerful nine-tailed fox. I was thinking of challenging it alone, but if you are here with me, it would be easy to defeat it together, right? Seeing that Zhang Yi was not interested, Pei Qinghuan became a little anxious. Doesn't she have any charm, or does she lack the femininity that makes people look up? The ragged short-sleeved shirt and the ripped jeans that exposed her beautiful legs were obviously sexy, but they couldn't attract his attention. If I can't trick Zhang Yi before the college entrance examination and invite him to my home for a duel, with his terrifying speed of growing stronger, I'm afraid I will never have a chance to catch up with him. Nine-tailed demon fox? The emperor's tomb? There was a flash of surprise in Zhang Yi's eyes, but he hid it calmly. Not interested. He smiled and shook his head, then teleported out with his school beauty teammates before the copy countdown ended. He doesn't need to be anxious, the free man is more anxious than him. Not interested? Pei Qinghuan felt as if struck by lightning. She murmured blankly, and her ragged figure collapsed to her knees, covering her face and crying. She felt so uncomfortable, her heart was as anxious as an ant crawling around, and she cried out of grievance. It's over, Qinghuan's confession was really rejected. Not far away, the girls' pretty faces were filled with shock and astonishment. The arrogant and beautiful female swordsman, kneeling on the ground in tattered form, looked like a dog whose confession was rejected, extremely heartbroken. She was the one who ignored him at first, but now she regrets it. Chapter 46, Lu Ruyan is attacked, the ex-girlfriend's retribution. I didn't expect that the proud and beautiful female swordsman would one day end up in the crematorium chasing her husband. Pei Qinghuan really wanted to slap herself and wipe away all the arrogance on her pretty face. There is always someone better than you. After meeting Zhang Yi, she realized that after working so hard for so long, she didn't even have the qualifications to catch up with him. It's ridiculous that she overestimated her own abilities before. She was no different from a clown. It doesn't matter. There are still 100 days left, I still have a chance to get close to him. Pei Qinghuan's cold and pretty face turned pale with loss, and her tightly bitten red lips were bitter and dry. As long as I can find the secret of his strength, I will have a chance to turn defeat into victory. She took a deep breath and tried to suppress the resentment in her heart, but tears of regret still flowed from her eyes. If I hadn't been arrogant and dismissive at that time, perhaps I wouldn't have to regret it now. After kneeling for a long time, Pei Qinghuan's scraped knees gradually became numb, and he staggered to his feet. Pei Qinghuan, you can do it. You can surpass him, really surpass him. She wants to move forward step by step until she surpasses the huge mountain Zhang Yi and surpasses him with absolute strength. The fire died out, and the shattered dungeon returned to the embrace of darkness, casting a shadow over the pretty face of the cold female swordsman, who gradually became morbidly crazy in the silence. Whether he can defeat Zhang Yi depends on his trip to Linhai City. Nightmare level Forbidden Destruction Domain Thousand-Eyed Snake Nest. The deep and stinking snake nest was filled with green poisonous mist. In the human environment, a monster with a snake head and dense tentacles stood in the mud, staring with scarlet snake eyes, becoming more and more courageous as the battle went on. The Bleed Blade team is currently battling the nightmare level boss Thousand-Handed Snake Princess. As the poisonous fog spreads across the sky, they are gradually falling into a disadvantage. Ugh, my milk is almost gone. I won't be able to detoxify in less than a minute. Lu Ruyan was beaten all over by the sticky scarlet snake head, and she didn't care about the damp water. After her magic power was overdrawn and her milk was exhausted, she fell to the ground weakly, her pretty face pale and covered with sweat. She was completely burned out, not a drop of milk left. Ah! My butt, damn it, stop drilling, it hurts. A heart-wrenching wail was heard from inside the cave. Without the support of the corpse demon lord, the dozen or so skeleton soldiers summoned by Ji Boduan were easily crushed by the tentacles of the snake head. He, who was sitting in a wheelchair, was surrounded by dozens of tentacles in an instant. After establishing its authority with one strike, the scarlet tentacles continued to spin and drill along the back of his buttocks. In an instant, a bloody mist spread and Ji Boduan fell to the ground, unconscious from the pain. Oh no! Brother Ji was attacked. My accumulated toxins have reached their limit, but I still can't hurt this damn snake demon. Lu Zixiao swung his sword to cut off the attacking tentacles. After leveling up for so long, he was only level 17, and it was still very difficult for him to challenge the nightmare boss of the same level. The main reason was that their team's output was insufficient, while the abominable thousand-handed snake princess was both able to withstand attacks and fight, and had amazing recovery ability. Just the green poisonous mist floating in the air and the lingering foul smell were enough to kill them all. Retreat. After we rest and recuperate, we'll find a way to dissipate this poisonous fog. This boss won't be a problem anymore. Lu Ruyan wiped the cold sweat from her forehead, and just as she said to retreat, several sticky tentacles attacked from behind, tied her up like a dumpling and hung her on the snake's head. Ah Shao, save me, woo woo woo. The scarlet tentacles broke her red lips, and the words she blurted out gradually became unclear as the blood overflowed. Elder sister. Lu Zixiao gritted his teeth and was about to rescue, but was forced back by the tentacles that were slapping at him wildly. The poison accumulated to the limit, and he spat out a mouthful of purple blood, gritted his teeth, and felt ruthless in his heart. Sister, brother Ji, hold on. I'm going to go out and replenish my health. You guys quickly use the teleportation key and exit the dungeon. Lu Zixiao's face turned purple, and he fled out of the cave without looking back, holding the sword. After all, it is a novice copy. You can use the teleportation key to leave the copy before your physical strength is exhausted. Although I can't continue to kill monsters and level up, as long as I can save my life, what else do I need? Woo woo woo. Lu Ruyan was hanging upside down on the snake's head, her black hair hanging loosely. With her life at stake, her eyes were red with anxiety, and she shook her head frantically, tears and saliva flowing out of her eyes. Once she is teleported out, she will be penalized for leaving the battle. Not only will she be unable to form a team for a month, but her experience gained will also be reduced by 50%. This also means that before the college entrance examination, she will hardly be able to upgrade. She really didn't want to teleport out unless it was absolutely necessary. Just now, a notification came in about the hidden boss kill. After the top-ranked kill team has defeated the boss, they should find this place. Pei Qinghuan from Linhai No. 1 Middle School is a battle maniac. She won't let go of even the slightest opportunity. If she comes, she will definitely be able to kill this disgusting snake demon, and I will be saved. Lu Ruyan bit her lip and frantically thought about how to survive. Da day. Clear footsteps could be heard on the wet ground. Lu Ruyan's messy cheeks were filled with surprise. She endured the nausea, bit the tentacles, twisted her body desperately, and made a whimpering sound, trying to attract the attention of the visitor. This is the third one. This boss seems very weak. Zhang Yi wore the mask prepared by Qin Xiang to cover his mouth and nose. Although his poison resistance has been maxed out, and his God-given talent can purify all impurities, even going against the grain can turn a disaster into a blessing. For example, status, resuscitation, providing healing mist, slowly recovering vitality every second. But wearing a mask is more of a subconscious way to block the stench in the air. It's not that the boss is weak, you're even more bossy than the boss. If I ever meet you in a dungeon and your health bar is lit, you're the hidden boss. Qin Xiang was wearing heavy black armor, holding a torch, and following Zhang Yi. In order to make it easier to level up, the four of them split into two groups and quickly cleared out the remaining bosses on the map. Shumoli and Song Shiyu went from south to west, Zhang Yi and Qin Xiang went from south to east, and they had already killed two bosses along the way. Then it would be better for Sister Shangxiang to surrender as soon as possible. After all, Zhang Yi held a torch, and the dim light reflected his profile, making it look a little sinister. You don't want to be defeated and captured like them, do you? Shaking the old face hanging on the thousand-armed snake's head in the distance, Zhang Yi continued with a half-smile. If it's Xiaoye, I won't suffer any loss at all. Qin Xiang licked her lips and smiled softly. Not only was the mature lady not shy at all, but there was even a hint of aggression in her cherry-colored eyes as she looked back and forth at Zhang Yi's chest and waist. If she was captured by Zhang Yi, she wouldn't mind surrendering. Yeah? Then Sister Shangxiang, please be careful and don't get captured by the tentacles. Zhang Yi shook his head and chuckled, reminding her to be more careful. He didn't want the mature pink-haired queen to end up being tied up by tentacles. In the distance, the thousand-handed snake princess stood motionless, spitting out a foul-smelling green snake tongue, staring with scarlet snake eyes, wary of the two people who suddenly entered the scene. She had a vague feeling that the calm young man in front of her was very dangerous. Password. Why is it Zhang Yi? Looking at Zhang Yi and Qin Xiang talking and laughing, The sense of relaxation they exuded was as if they were seeking death. Lu Ruyan's pupils shrank and she was shaking with anger. It's too late. The poison has accumulated to the limit. Ah Shao hasn't come back to support us yet. We can only retreat for the time being. Zhang Yi, I won't go to seek death with you. She gritted her teeth, gripped the teleportation key, and transformed herself and Ji Boduan, who was lying unconscious on the ground, into tiny specks of starlight, which were excluded by the protection mechanism of the novice copy. She didn't think that Zhang Yi and the other two could handle this disgusting and difficult boss. Their third-ranked, Blade, team was almost wiped out. No matter how strong Zhang Yi is, can he be stronger than his S-level brother? Just as she expected, it was just like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, repeating the same mistake. Returning to the teleportation square, Lu Ruyan was soaked and covered in foul-smelling mucus, looking extremely miserable. She retched, slapped her sticky breasts, and breathed a long sigh of relief. At least, we still have that clueless idiot Zhang Yi to back us up. He will soon be beaten to the point of death by the boss, and then be teleported to the square in a miserable state. He will be unable to level up in a short period of time. Lu Ruyan raised the corners of her mouth slightly, and almost hummed. Zhang Yi, this is all your own fault. Chapter 47, Lu Ruyan panics. The principal's surprise. Xuanhe Town, Teleportation Square. The night sky is full of stars, the crowds of people are still going on, and the lights are bright. Lu Ruyan knelt on the ground, her clothes were tattered, and her exposed skin was stained with sticky stains. It's so dirty, smelly, and sticky, and it smells like heather. The penalty for teleporting out of combat is too severe. I can't form a group for a month, and my experience gain is reduced by 50%. There are only a few dungeons, so I can't make it in a short time. Thankfully Zhang Yi is at the bottom. If you calculate the time, he'll be madly ravaged by the thousand-handed snake princess in no time, and then be teleported out of the battle in a mess, right? He wiped the dirt off the snow-white skin, licked it lightly at the corner of his lips, and frowned in disgust. Bah, why does this pain seem so familiar? I'm so annoyed. The agreement I just typed got soaked and the words are all mushed together. I probably can't sign it. But after complaining, Lu Ruyan stood up with difficulty. She was already exhausted, and her fleshy legs under the tattered skirt, her stockings incomplete and stained with strange dirt, were trembling slightly. After Zhang Yi escapes from the battle punishment, he won't be able to upgrade and will definitely fail the college entrance examination. My father just died, my mother passed away, and he's broken. He must be in a bad mood. I just pretended to be a snake and tricked him into signing the agreement. Once I get the Lakeview villa left by his parents, the free inheritance, and the tens of millions in student loans, even if I can't level up for a month, with these resources and my amazing healing capacity, I'll have no shortage of opportunities to team up and level up. Thinking of this, Lu Ruyan's gloomy mood after defeat was swept away. She rubbed her soft chest and a faint smile gradually appeared on the corner of her mouth. As long as she can deal with Zhang Yi, she will be able to make a comeback immediately. Holy crap! The Overlord Snake, known as the Gatekeeper of the Abyss, was killed in less than 3 minutes? A hidden boss plus 10,000 points? That's crazy! His points are almost over 30,000. Is he going to clear the dungeon? Are we, the ordinary professionals, going to be able to play? Awesome! How come the Blade team from Jiangchang No. 1 Middle School is so different? They can't even defeat the boss of the Nightmare Dungeon, and then they teleport out of combat. How embarrassing. Feeling the critical gazes around her, Lu Ruyan covered her slightly exposed white skin and subconsciously frowned. Speed through the hidden boss, pierced through the forbidden and mysterious realm, and approached 30,000 points. Is Pei Qinghuan from Linhai No. 1 Middle School really that strong? She murmured, her face sticky, and she was shocked. I haven't looked at the rankings for a while, and the gap is so huge. Could it be that Pei Qinghuan from Linhai No. 1 Middle School failed to get the points, and the score is so exaggerated? Lu Ruyan hurriedly stood on tiptoe, stretched her neck, and followed the crowd's gaze to the huge light curtain in the center of the square. She wanted to see how big the gap was and whipped Zhang Yi's corpse at the same time. Zhang Yi isn't even seen below 50th place on the leaderboard. Isn't his fighting skills just rubbish? Why should I care about this loser's grades? They're rubbish anyway. Our Blade team's ranking shouldn't have dropped. Hey, how did we drop to 4th place? Who surpassed us? Lu Ruyan frowned and glanced at it in disbelief. With their younger brother Lu Zixiao, the future sword god, around, they could kill monsters very easily, playing steadily, and easily maintained their top 3 positions. But now, he has been surpassed. Lu Ruyan's pretty face was gloomy. She didn't like the feeling of being overtaken from behind. Linhai No. 2 Middle School's Battlefield Rose ranked 3rd, and the 2nd place is Pei Qinghuan's Killing Team? Fuck, why is Jiang Ye's No Premature Love first? His astonished eyes were filled with nearly 30,000 points. The sticky pretty face was filled with lingering shock. At that moment, Lu Ruyan was stunned and her face was full of excitement. Jiang Yi. How come you are number 1? She murmured a few times blankly, and the rotten paper ball was squeezed into a paste by her small hands, and her mood at the moment was complicated and uneasy. Backstage, office. What? 30,000 points, is that true? Looking at the numbers displayed on the light wall, Li Bubi could no longer sit still. He was so shocked that he spat out a mouthful of green tea. After a long while, he still couldn't believe it. He has been coaching for more than 20 years and has never seen anything so outrageous. Ranking, number 1, team, no puppy love, points, 30,000. This terrifying number, they won't kill their way through the dungeon, right? I'm afraid even the combined points of number 2 middle school and number 1 middle school can't catch up. Xiaomai, the principal of Linhai No. 2 middle school, put down his teacup with a wry smile, the shock in his eyes lingering for a long time. I'm afraid the college entrance examination this year will be very lively. He dared to bet his own boiled egg hairstyle that this pair of dark horses who killed their way through the dungeon would not only cause turmoil in Jiangcheng and Linhai, but their names would probably spread throughout the entire daxia. Principal Song, congratulations, congratulations. Li Bubi and Xiaomai stood up at the same time and hurriedly flattered the middle-aged woman in the purple dress. At the same time, they felt sour and numb in their hearts. If the No Premature Love team came from Linhai, there would be no need to say more about the top scorer in this year's college entrance examination. Their resumes can also look better. It's a pity that all of it went to the beautiful woman in front of me. Congratulations, congratulations. The students from number 1 and number 2 middle schools are also very good. We should encourage them. Song Qian couldn't stop smiling, her beautiful legs in black stockings slightly lifted, her red high heels sparkling. She had prepared for the worst in this oath-taking competition. The worst that could happen was that she would be at the bottom for 10 consecutive years and be looked down upon by Linhai next door. But she didn't expect that her daughter Song Shiyu was so powerful that she actually earned 30,000 points. As a mother, she was so proud. Damn it! Xinyu felt the wolfberries in his mouth were extremely bitter and he wanted to slap himself. He regrets it. If he had known Zhang Yi was so awesome, he should have introduced his daughter to him so that they could get to know each other. If they were attracted to each other, wouldn't that mean they'd get the son of a great emperor for free? He looked around and shook his head in disdain. Those who eat meat are vulgar and cannot plan for the long term. I glanced at the watch on my right hand and saw that there was not much time left before the end of the copy. My dear son-in-law. Do I look like your father-in-law? The glass reflected Qin Yu's flattering face. I'm sorry, daughter. Dad, I really want to make progress. The deep cave was filled with poisonous fog and smelled rotten and damp. Hiss. The strange flat snake head was covered with thousands of tentacles, as scarlet as the sea, sticky and glaring. The elite boss of the nightmare copy, thousand-handed snake princess, seemed to sense the dangerous aura, spitting out purple snake tongue and retreating repeatedly. Standing before her was a young man with a sword drawn and a chuckle. It's Jiang Yi. Sister Shangxiang, where is the next boss? Jiang Yi turned his head and looked back at the black-armored lady behind him and asked softly. The thousand-hand snake princess hasn't been resolved yet. Are you still thinking about the pot while eating what's in your bowl? Xin Xiang spread her hands, her pretty face beneath the mask showing some resentment. Men, it's not good to be too greedy. It one tea be easy to satisfy. The one in the bowl has been dealt with. As he spoke, Jiang Yi swung his sword. The pitch-black blade severed the fragile snake's body. The accompanying black flames of purgatory, like maggots on the tarsal bones, burned the contaminated flesh and blood tissue into ashes. The air was filled with the aroma of meat. That's the smell of barbecued snake meat. Sister Shangxiang. Jiang Yi shook his hand, and the lacquered broken sword blade was like an extinguished flame, blown out by the wind in his palm. He turned his head with a confident smile. Here in the pot, lead the way. Chapter 48, The Vixen Wants to Steal Fish, Lu Zixiao's Provocation. Woo! The thousand-handed snake princess only had time to let out a miserable howl before thousands of scarlet tentacles, along with her fragile snake body that was split in two, were swallowed up by the black flames of purgatory. The aroma of meat wafted through the air. Qin Xiang swallowed subconsciously, and her pretty face under the mask was shocked. As soon as she finished speaking, "You killed the boss? This is too disrespectful to the boss." That was a level 20 nightmare elite boss. Even the third and fourth ranked Blade team couldn't deal with it, but he was killed instantly by the young man in front of him? He has become stronger again. If I remember correctly, you are a charmed pet, right? What's wrong? Is there something wrong? You're a pet charmer, but you don't even use a pet charm. You just killed the monster with one sword. Doesn't that seem perverted no matter how you look at it? Qin Xiang bit her lip and complained blankly. Professional beast tamers are weak and fragile, and their output depends entirely on the beast tamers under their contracts. It's nothing like Zhang Yi fighting wild monsters in real life. What are you talking about? How am I perverted? Zhang Yi's face darkened and he snorted with a hint of dissatisfaction. If you think he is a pervert, then think about whether you have been working hard to level up these days. Even if Xiaoye is a pervert, I don't hate him as your sister. Qin Xianjianling chuckled softly, but her charming face was hidden by the black iron mask, so no one could see it. If a girl says she doesn't hate you, it means she likes you. I'm afraid Sister Shangxian will be disappointed. Zhang Yi curled his lips, turned around and ignored this domineering sister who was good at playing tricks on people. Big sister always likes to tease little brother. Are you angry? Sister didn't say anything wrong. After all, women don't love bad men. Although she was wearing armor, her steps were still light. Hugging Zhang Yi from behind, Qin Xiang took off her mask, revealing her charming face. Would you like to become a little bit bad for your sister? She licked her red lips, and the smile on the corner of her mouth was charming. Is Sister Shangxiang a vixen? Zhang Yi pushed her away with a hint of disgust and chuckled with a hint of helplessness. I didn't expect that the seemingly steady and mature sister also has a playful side in private. As expected, beautiful women are very dangerous. If you are not careful, you may suffer heavy losses. If you like foxes, your sister can be one too. Qin Xiang bit her lip and responded with a little grievance. That's a coincidence, right? It just happened to help me level up. If I kill you, I'll definitely gain a lot of experience, right? Looking at the pitiful royal sister, Zhang Yi smiled and joked. You really are obsessed with upgrading. Don't you want to have a sweet love? Qin Xiang bit her lip and hummed softly. The slightly pouting cheeks make her look like a hamster, which is cute in a contrasting way. In love? Zhang Yi frowned and looked at the pink-haired lady strangely. He wants to upgrade more than fall in love. After all, women will only affect the speed at which he kills monsters. But rich women want tea. If he could be sponsored by 8 or 10 rich ladies to upgrade, I would be willing to let him upgrade to level 100. Do I look like your girlfriend? Qin Xiang smiled lightly, looking very graceful. I'm sorry, Emily. The heroine of the Battle of the Entrance Hall has been booked in advance. Sister Shangxian doesn't know? Our team's name is No Puppy Love. Facing the teasing of his elder sister, Zhang Yi responded calmly. How much of a fuss is this pink-haired queen? Do you want to date him? Princess Yinlong hasn't gotten on the car yet. But God knows, the earth knows, you know, and I know. Qin Xiang held Zhang Yi's hand, stood on tiptoe, smiled lightly and winked. If they don't know about it, it won't count as puppy love, right? You are worthy of being me, a pink-haired vixen. Zhang Yi's mouth twitched, but he couldn't pull away the iron hand holding his palm. Let's go. The meat in the pot is waiting for you to eat. Having found a reason to hold hands, Qin Xiang decided to stop while she was ahead. Then I'll have to ask Sister Shangxian to lead the way. Zhang Yi sighed helplessly, grabbed the cold iron hand, led her, and left the dark and damp snake cave. The perfumer's unique fragrance marks the location of the boss. Outside the cave, the night wind was cold and gloomy. Puff. Like having diarrhea, Lu Zixiao leaned against the wall, his face pale, and feces yellow poisonous liquid poured out of his mouth, and he vomited non-stop. The queue is full. He breathed a sigh of relief, his hands trembling as he held onto the wall. If it weren't for his inferior equipment, how could he, a dignified S-rank magic swordsman, be so completely defeated by a mere snake princess and return home in defeat? Sister and brother Ji have already left. Damn it! They can't team up for a month, and it's affecting my monster-killing efficiency. Kicking the stone wall hard, Lu Zixiao gritted his teeth, his face as gloomy as water. Never mind. As long as I can get rid of this low-health boss, my level will soon reach level 17. When the time comes, when my sister gets the inheritance left by Jiang Ye's parents, she'll have plenty of money and won't be short of teammates. After figuring it out, Lu Zixiao breathed a sigh of relief, drew out his blood-stained sword, and was about to go into the cave to avenge his previous humiliation. But two figures walked out of the dark cave. Jiang Yi? Lu Zixiao stopped and stared blankly. In such a dangerous place, how could a weakling like Jiang Yi appear here? If he remembered correctly, this guy had just changed his job not long ago, and relied on the epic charm pet in the contract to injure Ji Boduan and Jibo Chong. Why are you here? Where's my sister? Lu Zixiao asked in a deep voice with a cold face. His sister was tied up by tentacles and her life or death was uncertain. He didn't have much time to estimate Jiang Ye's strength, but he would definitely not be stronger than him. The future sword god of Daxia is no pushover. Jiang Yi didn't even look at him, took Qin Xiang's hand and left without paying any attention. They have cut off all ties, so what does that bad woman Lu Ruyan have to do with him? Hey, I'm asking you a question. Lu Zixiao pointed his sword at Jiang Yi and shouted coldly. He knew that his sister Lu Ruyan had been teleported out. But, if Jiang Yi was in the cave just now, why did he not help? Could it be that this loser is so afraid of death that he took advantage of his sister being captured and fled without a fight? Damn coward, bah! Lu Zixiao's heart was filled with anger, and he couldn't wait to settle the score with Jiang Yi. What's up? Jiang Yi stopped, turned sideways, glanced at him, and replied coldly. Jiang Yi, you coward! My sister was restrained by the boss just now. How could you escape without helping her? If you could hold off the boss for a while, I would have rushed over to support her, and my sister wouldn't have to be punished for leaving the battle. Lu Zixiao stepped forward quickly, pointed his sword at Jiang Yi, and stopped him. The one who ran away, was you? On the side, Qin Xiang was speechless. Forget about Lu Zixiao, but how come he is even less courageous than Inoki Mushroom? You know nothing. I'm retreating tactically. Also, if you two hadn't stood by and watched my sister die, how could she have been forced to teleport out of combat? It's all your fault. My sister has been unable to get promoted within a month, affecting her college entrance exams. She's going to regret it for the rest of her life. It's time to settle the score. Lu Zixiao stared at Jiang Yi, anger flowing in his eyes. As long as Jiang Yi is defeated and the points on his black card are taken away, it can be considered as making up for some of the losses. So, you want to challenge me? Jiang Yi raised the corner of his mouth slightly and asked lightly. On the side, Qin Xiang's mouth twitched slightly, and she almost couldn't hold back her laughter. Ha! Are you scared? There's no point in being afraid. Just bear the consequences of running away from the battle. Lu Zixiao snorted coldly and slashed with his sword. Just Jiang Yi, in less than 3 seconds. Puff! The sword flashed and blood flowed. Lu Zixiao looked stunned and forgot the pain. What? He was taken down? Chapter 49, S-Class Magic Swordsman, that's it? In a flash, Lu Zixiao felt a sharp pain in his abdomen and blood flowed into his eyes. He didn't even see Jiang Ye's attack before he whimpered and cried out in pain, severely injured by the sword. The moonlight was shining, like a dog on the roadside. Lu Zixiao covered his bloody belly with a look of horror. No way, one encounter, one breath. He was defeated? Jiang Yi, when did he become so strong? An S-rank magic swordsman, that's it? On the side, Qin Xiang curled her lips, her mature and pretty face showing great disgust. Lu Zixiao is such a loser, he couldn't even withstand a single move from Jiang Yi and was completely defeated by him. She had been worried about Jiang Yi before, but she didn't expect that the S-Class magic swordsman who came with such great momentum was actually a silver-plated spearhead, rushing forward quickly and leaving quickly. Tisk, forget about you Lu Zixiao, but why can't you last longer? Saying goodbye right after meeting, is this S-rank? Qin Xiangyi frowned slightly, her calm and pretty face full of disgust. She hates men who overestimate their abilities and are useless the most. S-rank? I really don't feel it. Zhang Yi didn't feel the strength of S level because it was too easy. It's just like Lu Ruyan's black pen, which can't write with ink, and the refill is loose, and you can tell the inside of it by just touching it. It would be a slow-selling piece of junk even if it was placed in a stationery store. He has no ability but still pretends to be cool, evades responsibility and pretends to be noble. This sour radish must be eaten. Do you really treat him as a bootlicker? If you don't want to die, apologize and get out of here. He glanced at Lu Zixiao, who was lying on the ground in shock and confusion, and frowned in warning. If you don't slap a wild dog that bites people indiscriminately, it won't learn its lesson. After all, dogs are different from humans, and he really can't stop eating shit. Let me apologize? Lu Zixiao looked stunned and lost in thought. This loser didn't care about my sister's life or death. How dare he lie and ask him to apologize? He, Lu Zixiao, is an S-class magic swordsman and the future undefeated sword god of Daxia. How could he be humiliated by a bootlicker? Zhang Yi. Lu Zixiao struggled to get up, his face pale and gloomy as water. He pointed his sword at Zhang Yi and shouted in anger. Don't underestimate him, bastard. Among the S-level professionals, none of them are easy to deal with, and Lu Zixiao is no exception. After being transformed into a demon, although one will temporarily lose their sanity, their strength will double. With his explosive power, he thought he could challenge opponents of higher levels. Even the stunning female swordsman Pei Qinghuan could fight him for a few moves without being defeated. Wouldn't it be easy to defeat Zhang Yi? After all, no matter how strong Zhang Yi is, he can't be stronger than Pei Qinghuan, right? Oh, you're too happy too soon. I was poisoned and haven't recovered yet. I was careless and didn't dodge, so you got away with it. If you have the guts, challenge me to a fair duel right now. I'll bet all my points on it and see who's the winner. Thoughts surged like lightning. Lu Zixiao pointed his sword at Zhang Yi and challenged him in a harsh voice. Just now, he was careless and out of shape, which led to him falling into Zhang Yi's trap and being defeated accidentally. But this time, I will go all out and not hold back. In his demonized state, he is invincible in his class. Zhang Yi, a mere level 10, he remembered his sister saying, but he had already reached level 17. No matter how strong Zhang Yi is, he can't overcome the level difference of 7. He will be crushed by him with one finger because his attributes will be doubled after the explosion. It's what he deserves. This cowardly bastard let someone die without helping him. He caused my sister to be punished for leaving the battle, so I can't let him off easily. Bet all your points? Zhang Yi's mouth twitched slightly, and he glanced at him strangely. On the side, Xin Xiang's expression was also very interesting. She looked like a fool having wild thoughts, with the corners of her lips slightly pursed, looking a little helpless. If she remembered correctly, Zhang Yi's points had exceeded 30,000. Even the stunning female swordsman Pei Qinghuan couldn't swallow up so many genuine points. Do you, Lu Zixiao, really have that ability? Why, are you scared? Seeing Zhang Yi and Xin Xiang hesitating, Lu Zixiao sneered contemptuously. Zhang Yi didn't even dare to accept the challenge. He was afraid that the window was made of paper and would break with a single poke, right? I'm afraid you can't eat it. Zhang Yi didn't get angry but smiled and replied quietly. 30,000 points, if converted into coins, could kill Lu Zixiao, the self-righteous expert. Oh, then let's duel. By the way, my points totaled 1,800, putting me in third place. Lu Zixiao sneered, issued a challenge, and waited for Zhang Yi's consent. Ding! S-class magic swordsman Lu Zixiao has sent a battle invitation. Do you accept? Bet all points. Agree. Zhang Yi yawned and nodded. Although the points are almost overflowing, the clown gave them to me for free, so why not take them? Oh, you've been fooled, idiot. Lu Zixiao laughed loudly, and instantly exploded into a demon. His whole body was glowing with a strong azure light, the pulling momentum made his black hair flutter, and his strength suddenly skyrocketed. 2 times. He is twice as strong. Lu Zixiao didn't care about martial ethics, nor did he care about the spirit of dueling. He took advantage of Zhang Yi's distraction and swung his sword to cut him. He was like a ghost, disappearing in an instant, but a strong wind blew violently in his place, stirring up the grass and leaves into disarray, leaving them in ruins. Die! In the blink of an eye, Lu Zixiao's azure shadow flashed in front of Zhang Yi and stabbed his waist and abdomen with the sword. If it hits me, I'm afraid I'll lose a kidney. This sword has a power of level 17. You're a level 10 squishy, Can you catch it no matter how fast you are? Lu Zixiao sneered in his heart, and the miserable scene of Jiang Yi kneeling on the ground and wailing appeared in his mind. Clang! The sound of metal clashing and sparks flying everywhere. The powerful recoil force caused the tiger's mouth to bleed profusely. Lu Zixiao widened his eyes in disbelief. No! Are Jiang Yi's kidneys so strong? Why did they catch fire? Looking down, Jiang Yi did not dodge or evade, but just stood there quietly. But the long sword that was stabbed into his waist and abdomen not only failed to cut through his clothes, but also had a chip on the blade. It is the petrification skill granted by the epic equipment, Gargoyle Heart, that makes one indestructible for a short period of time. With the passive, Favor, Jiang Yi can share the equipment of the charming pet. He can also use the effect of the thorn necklace worn on Silver Dragon Princess's snow-white neck. He's not made of stone, how can he be harder than my sword? Lu Zixiao retreated quickly, looking at the jagged gaps on the sword blade, his face filled with shock and immense heartache. That was the rare sword he bought in 24 installments. How could it break before he had used it for long? Xiao Ye is even harder than I thought. Beside him, Qin Xiang covered her red lips, her cherry-colored eyes were misty, her pretty face flushed, and she murmured softly to herself. She guessed the result, but she didn't expect Jiang Yi to be so tough. The S-class magic swordsman's full-strength attack was so tough, his body was harder than steel. Doesn't that mean that in the future, there will be good juice to drink? While I was daydreaming, the battle situation was happening one after another. Jiang Yi looked at Lu Zixiao and was about to lose his patience. He was also planning to test out what was so special about the S-level profession, but Lu Zixiao's performance disappointed him greatly. Let's get rid of him quickly. If there's a chance in the future, we can use Pei Qinghuan as a punching bag. Jiang Yi thought to himself, looking at Lu Zixiao's murderous gaze. S-level is too weak. I'm afraid only SSS level professionals are qualified to practice with him. I have to find an opportunity to spar with Pei Qinghuan and test her abilities. The attack is ineffective. Is it because you are wearing equipment that increases defense? Lu Zixiao took a deep breath, his right hand was bleeding and trembling. Unexpectedly, Jiang Yi could easily withstand his ghostly and ethereal killing move. Jiang Yi, no matter how good your equipment is, it can only protect you once, but it can also protect you a second time? I want to see how you can withstand this sword. No matter how thick the turtle shell is, it is only physical defense. He is a magic swordsman, and he has long been able to use the power of magic as if it were his own arm. He enchanted a sword, slashed out a cold and chilling light, and passed through the crescent-shaped sword light, slashing towards Jiang Yi fiercely. At the same time, Jiang Yi moved. Who said I'm going to carry it? He sneered, and Gabriel came down respectfully. His hand dropped to the fallen angel's heart, and he quickly drew out the pitch-black blade of judgment from the snow white. Jinmi. The pitch-black crescent sword blade burned long grooves on the grass, and it arrived first despite being the last to strike. In front of the crescent sword energy, the crescent sword light that Lu Zixiao slashed through was as dim as a bean sprout and was instantly dispersed and eliminated. Surrounded by the terrifying pressure, Lu Zixiao felt his scalp tingling. He will die with this sword. Chapter 50, Burning Bird. That day, Burning Bird. The wind was blowing wildly, the grass leaves were flying, and the air was filled with the smell of burning. The crescent sword energy flew like a dragon, with blazing flames. It seems to be able to burn everything to ashes, it is so powerful. The temperature suddenly rose, Lu Zixiao's scalp felt numb and sweat poured down. He will die with this sword. Escape, must escape. Without thinking too much, he teleported out of the battle, but he was still a step too late. Ah! A scream pierced the sky, and the right hand holding the sword took off in an instant. Blood floated in the air, and the flames that attacked it burned into mist, filling the air with scarlet. Lu Zixiao's face was filled with pain, and he was terrified by the extreme teleportation. It was almost not his hand that was cut off, but his head. Sizzle, sizzle. The lacquer flames burned in the ravine, and the freshly severed arm was extinguished into ashes before it was blown away by the wind. What a shame, he ran really fast. Jiang Yi frowned and snorted coldly. Since Lu Zixiao has murderous intentions and his moves are vicious, either breaking the kidneys or piercing the scrotum, then you must be prepared to die. He has a soft heart, but not his hands. This bastard deserves it. With such a strong murderous intent, I can't let him go. Qin Xiang bit her lip, frowned, and said angrily with a cold expression on her pretty face. If it weren't for Jiang Yi's superior skills and incomparable strength, Just the sword that Lu Zixiao unleashed could easily kill a professional of the same level in seconds. He competed with his classmates, but he was cruel and frequently attacked them, resulting in his right hand being cut off. It was all his own fault. But Qin Xiang didn't intend to let him go just like that. Zhangcheng No. 1 Middle School strictly prohibits students from killing each other, and the same applies to the Adventure Guild. The laws of Daxia clearly forbid this, yet Lu Zixiao repeatedly breaks the rules, showing murderous intent in treating human life as worthless. He's worthy of being called a sewing machine. She bit her lip and angrily recounted Lu Zixiao's sins. When I get out later, I have to tell my dad Qinyu about this. Try to send Lu Zixiao in, and by the way, completely block him from the Adventure Guild in Zhangcheng. If you want to apply for a dungeon to kill monsters and level up in the future, it's impossible. You have to go to the wilderness and rely on luck to find the abyss fluctuations. You're such an ungrateful person. Not only do you not appreciate the little favors I gave you, but you even breathe heavily. Looking at the arm burnt to ashes on the ground, Zhang Yi sneered. His predecessor pursued Lu Ruyan for 3 years, and because of his love for her, he often helped Lu Zixiao. But this bastard used that fatal or crippling sword to repay the favor? If he didn't have the petrification skill, he would be the one with a broken arm and injured now. Xiaoya, don't worry. Seeing Jiang Yi's cold face, Qin Xiang thought he was worried about the consequences of hurting others, so she stepped forward to comfort him. She took off her cold armor and tried to dispel the uneasiness in his heart with her tender heart. With my testimony, even if Lu Zixiao talks nonsense, he can't distort the truth. Feeling the warmth coming from behind and the orchid-like breath beside his ears, Zhang Yi chuckled and shook his head. Sister Shangxiong, you have a broad path ahead of you. Why would I worry about such a small matter? He was not worried about Lu Zixiao's revenge afterwards, he just wanted to complain, isn't this too poor? Ding! Defeat Magic Swordsman Lu Zixiao, gain 250 experience points, and 1,800 bonus points. As expected of a one-head two-arms character, the points dropped are pitifully few, but the experience gained is even more vivid. Never mind. Even a few sparrows are still meat. It's better than nothing. Zhang Yi sighed. He shouldn't have expected Lu Zixiao to drop gold coins. Just like his sister, his black pen was out of ink and he had few points. That's right. With your talent and strength, it's enough to be as strong as your body. Qin Xiang was stunned. After she came to her senses, her pretty face flushed slightly and she stuck out her red tongue to hide her embarrassed shyness. She was worrying too much. If the higher-ups knew about Jiang Yi's performance in the copy, they would definitely win him over and support him at all costs. How could they be so foolish as to frame him? To offend a professional with unlimited potential is tantamount to digging one's own grave. If my dad knew about this, that flattering old man would even sell out his daughter and trick Xiaoya into being his son-in-law. As if she had thought of something, Qin Xiang took Jiang Yi's hand and sighed sadly. So, this is Sister Xianxian's reason for taking advantage of you and acting like a good girl? Jiang Yi complained unhappily as he gently poked the royal sister's cheek, which was as delicate as tofu. Hugging and hugging him, treating him as a stuffed teddy bear? No one saw it anyway. Qin Xiang stuck out her tongue, stood on tiptoe, and without any shyness, gently kissed Jiang Yi's cheek. Don't tell him, Oli. Just consider it as payment for your protection from Lu Zixiao's sneak attack. She knew when to stop and smiled seriously with her head tilted to the side. This little reward is not enough. Sister Shangxiong, you don't want Emily to know that you betrayed her, right? Jiang Yi wiped his cheeks to make sure no strawberries were left, and spoke slowly with a meaningful chuckle. If you want to take advantage of him, he may agree, but my second brother won tea. Under the moonlight, the plump lady next door lowered her head shyly. The damn stinky little brother would bully her. Ah! In the teleportation square, screams like those of a pig being slaughtered broke out. Lu Zixiao escaped from the battle and teleported away, escaping death. But his severed right arm was stained with the black flames of purgatory, like a maggot on the tarsal bone. As he rolled around in pain, the bit of lacquer spark fell on his pants and instantly became fierce. He was furious, very furious. Fuck, that guy over there is on fire. I've been a little kid for a while now, but this is the first time I've seen someone burn like this. Stop making sarcastic remarks and put out the fire, unless you want to eat charcoal grilled yakitori. The crowd grumbled a few words and quickly rushed to put out the fire. In the dark night, under the lights, everyone's eyes were on Lu Zixiao. His pants were burned to ashes, and the fire was raging. Help me. He cried out weakly for help, sweating profusely from the pain and having no strength left. Lying on the ground, like a ball of paper, waiting to be ravaged. Where's the water? I usually have so much water, but when it comes to the critical moment, I can't even get a drop. It really frustrates me. Don't panic, I'm peeing yellow, I'm here to help you. And me, I'm fast and accurate. In this sudden situation, there was no water source to put out the fire, so they could only untie their belts and think of ways to deal with it quickly. Don't. Ah. So slutty, cough cough, gulp gulp. I don't want it anymore, don't save me, coo coo coo. Lu Zixia was terrified and wailed, but they were eager to save him and kept taking turns to attack him. Crash. Lu Zixia was soaked all over, lying on the ground in despair, crying his eyes out. He has never suffered such hardship in his life. Damn it, the fire can't be put out, what should I do? Hey! I have a very simple solution. Just crush it with your feet, right? But isn't he going to be able to be a man anymore? If you can't be a man, you can be a man girl. It's a matter of life and death, so why bother cutting it off? Everyone no longer hesitated and extended a helping hand, stepping hard on Lu Zixiao's pants. In an instant, everything was gone. The pitch-black flames of purgatory gradually died down. Everyone wiped their cold sweat, breathed a sigh of relief, and left with relief. Lu Zixia was left lying unconscious on the ground, with a foul odor lingering around his body. His face was completely unrecognizable under his charred pants. Maybe the next time Jiang Yi sees him, he will call him Lu Zijiao. Chapter 51, Lu Ruyan's Shock, the School Beauty's Worry. The moon hangs high in the sky, and the sea of stars is brilliant. The square was bustling with activity. Oh my god! The No Premature Love team has already reached 30,000 points, breaking all previous records and creating an unbreakable points legend. Is this cheating? The teamwork among these professionals is completely unscientific. Captain Jiang Yi is even the lowest level rookie on the team. Could it be that someone else is leading the team? That's still much better than you and me. A high level of 19 is more than enough to get into the double first-class Abyss University. It's not certain whether he will be admitted by recommendation. Maybe Jiang Yi just won by luck. Look, he doesn't even dare to show his professional rank, while his teammates are all S-level aloof school beauties. There's no way we can get an answer by arguing here. Wouldn't it be better to ask Jiang Yi's girlfriend, Lu Ruyan, and then the truth will be revealed? Everyone was arguing endlessly, mainly because the points obtained by the No Premature Love team were really too scary. A full 30,000 points, as terrifying as opening the Wind Spirit Moon Shadow. They couldn't help but become curious about the members of No Premature Love and wonder which big boss was so awesome. The argument was unresolved, and everyone looked at Lu Ruyan, who was in a daze. She was prepared to get some secrets out of her girlfriend. According to professionals at Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School, Lu Ruyan and Jiang Yi have a very close relationship. Ruyan, come and prove it to me, is your boyfriend Jiang Yi a lucky charm or an S-rank professional? S-rank? Are you crazy? Do you really think S-rank is a cabbage on the street? Jiang Yi failed in his job change, and he's thankful to be able to get a rank in his second awakening. You guys are really audacious to dream of S-rank. A level is pretty strong too. If I had an A-level boyfriend, I would wake up laughing in my dreams and would definitely use him as a power bank every day. Facing the eager gazes of the girls, Lu Ruyan's pretty face was stunned for a moment, and she was stunned by the question. Jiang Yi, what is his occupation? She has no impression at all. After the relationship was severed, who would have thought that this loser would awaken a second time? The rank can't be higher than hers, a holy light priest who was only B level but has an amazing healing capacity, right? What a level or S level? Jiang Yi is just lucky. His level might be higher than mine, but his professional rank is so secretive, it's definitely not higher than my B. Lu Ruyan's sticky face was as gloomy as water, and she snorted coldly. It's not shameful, her ranking can be surpassed, her level can be surpassed, but her B cannot be surpassed. The points ranking is only a temporary gain or loss. The level can be improved through hard work and gradually caught up in the future. However, the grade is determined from the moment of awakening. As a B-level Holy Light Priest, she is 1 in 100 and an extraordinary person because of her amazing healing capacity, so she has no shortage of teammates. Jiang Yi failed in his job change and awakened for the second time, but he hid his profession. Maybe it was because his rank was too low and he was afraid of being embarrassed? Comforting herself in her heart, Lu Ruyan was unwilling to accept the reality of being surpassed by Jiang Yi. Ha? Is it just good luck? I told you, if Jiang Yi was truly incredibly powerful, why wouldn't he bring his girlfriend along to level up? Now that his girlfriend has come out to clarify, Jiang Yi really just got lucky and was swept off his feet by 3S rank school beauties. Fuck, I'm so envious of Jiang Yi. Being carried by the school beauty, the feeling of taking off is too good, right? The doubts were cleared up, and everyone felt envious and sour. I can't help but feel curious. How handsome is Jiang Yi to be able to be carried by 3S level campus beauties, or does he have amazing special talents? Ding! Captain Lu Zixiao challenged a duel. Challenge failed. Points reduced by 1800. Suddenly, a mechanical prompt came from the black card on the belt, accompanied by a slight electric current, which made Lu Ruyan feel numb all over and tremble. No! How come her points were suddenly cleared out, not a single point left? How could it be? My younger brother hasn't come out yet, or has he also encountered danger and been defeated by someone? Lu Ruyan bit her red lips, her pretty face as gloomy as water. She clutched her tattered priest robe tightly, and the tattered white stockings beneath her skirt were stained with smelly dirt. She trembled slightly in nervousness. Having their points reset to 0 doesn't just mean they're eliminated from the dungeon, it also means all their efforts over the past few days have been in vain. It will even affect her college entrance examination and make her future gloomy. My younger brother is an S-class warrior, with a level of 17. Aside from Pei Qingwan, he should be invincible. Who on earth can defeat him? It can't be Jiang Yi, right? Lu Ruyan's beautiful eyes were red, she bit her lip, subconsciously raised her head, looked at the points ranking on the screen, and her pupils shrank. Number 1, no premature level out, points, 31,800. In the blink of an eye, the number 1 ranked, no premature love, gained 1,800 points, no more, no less. No consumption. The guess in my heart was confirmed. My younger brother Lu Zixiao was really defeated by Jiang Yi. Impossible. My brother is an S-class magic swordsman. How could he be defeated by Jiang Yi? Her face was pale, and Lu Ruyan stumbled and almost fell to the ground. She took a deep breath, covered her trembling heart, and subconsciously looked around, but found a familiar figure in the place where smoke was floating not far away. Lu Ruyan pushed through the crowd and crawled over. Looking at it with a frown, it was like falling into an icy cave. That is. Lu Zixiao was lying on the ground, fainting from the pain. He stank like he had bathed in a urinal. There were messy shoe prints all over his clothes, and the extinguished fireworks under his pants were even more shocking. Birds singing and flowers blooming. The Blade team was completely wiped out, their points were reset to 0, and they were eliminated directly at the bottom of this dungeon assessment. It's over, it's all over. Jiang Yi, you've caused me so much trouble. Lu Ruyan's face was pale, she covered her trembling white lips, she couldn't catch her breath, and she fainted. Nightmare level, Forbidden Destruction Domain. In the northern region, on the bank of a cold river, there was a girl named Fuli playing the flute across the river, and the sound was so soft and melodious. Sister Shangshan, I have no strength left, please give me a push. Chu Moli lay on the propped-up shadow and sighed weakly. From south to north, she fought her way through, and was almost exhausted like a puppy, panting with her tongue out. Emoli, I'm sorry, my hands are busy right now. Xin Xiang had no time to look back. Her soft white hands skillfully rubbed the wooden stick, slowly enchanting it. Ding! Lighting enchantment successful, obtain a durable stone glow stick. The final boss of the copy is about to come, and according to Jiang Yi's request, she began to prepare supplies. Do these glowing sticks really work? Song Shiyu frowned and asked coldly with her pretty face. She couldn't guess Jiang Yi's intention and couldn't understand what other uses these glowing wooden sticks had besides lighting. It's impossible to stab the final boss to death, right? Of course it works. Hill, explain it to them. Jiang Yi lay on Yin Longji's beautiful white silk legs, glanced at the jealous cold beauty, and replied slowly. Hill heard the order, but did not stop what he was doing. While gently massaging, his face flushed as he explained. The final boss of the Forbidden Destruction Domain is a demonic follower, possessing terrifying energy of the Calamity level. She's afraid of light and holds a glowing meat stick that reduces the boss's desire to attack. Song Shiyu sat beside Jiang Yi, deep in thought, suppressing her jealousy, frowning, and reminding him uneasily. But there are less than 3 minutes left before the instance closes. Can we really defeat a disaster level boss? The demon followers of the disaster level will be killed instantly if they are not careful. Besides, there is not much time left, just 3 minutes, let alone several attacks. We are lucky to be able to hold on until the time is up. 3 minutes? That's enough. Chapter 52, Seducing the Master? The school bells are jealous. Give me 3 minutes, and you. Just lie back and enjoy. Resting his head on the soft fleshy legs of Silver Dragon Girl, Jiang Yi lay on his back, his vision blocked by the Snow White. He was confident that he could kill the demon's followers quickly. Juzai, don't try to be so stubborn. What can you do in 3 minutes? Song Shiyu looked down at the young man lying beside her, pretending to be a little disgusted on her pretty face, and snorted in dissatisfaction. Really, if it's 3 minutes, it's over before she even starts outputting. Why waste your energy? I believe in my brother. Chu Moli was lying lazily on the shadow hammock. If you didn't look carefully, you would think he was lying down. I believe in Xiaoye, too. Qin Xiang turned her head, gently lifted the pink hair by her ear, and spoke softly. She believes that miracles happen, and she believes even more in the people who create miracles. You guys, all like Blitzkrieg, right? Song Shiyu bit her lip, and her cold and pretty face gradually became filled with resentment. I've been discovered. Qin Xiang turned around silently, rubbed the glow stick, and whispered a few words in her heart. Just like copying a manuscript, she has fast hands and can copy the manuscript quickly. If my brother can lead us to defeat the Abyss Serpent, he can lead us to defeat the demon's followers. Shumoli lay on the shadow, unable to conceal the admiration and eagerness in his eyes. If I could spar with my brother, I would definitely ask him for some pointers. Even 3 minutes would be enough to help me grasp his advanced skills. Miss Song, can't you have a little more confidence in me? While eating the small orange fed by the fallen angel, Jiang Yi glanced at the resentful and cold beauty beside him and asked slowly. I'm just worried about you. That's a natural disaster demon. If you get hurt, I'll be heartbroken. Song Shiyu lowered her head, her pretty face looking gloomy and cold. If Jiang Yi got hurt, her heart would be broken. Under the moonlight, the ice beauty looked lost and somewhat pitiful. If I'm injured, please bandage me. My Miss Song, you won't dislike it, right? Lying on his knees, Jiang Yi looked at the lost cold beauty and smiled softly. After the iceberg melted, the warmth in her body was only for him. Who wants to bandage you? This is so troublesome. You'd better not get hurt. Otherwise, you don't want to be abused by me while I bandage you, right? Song Shiyu lowered her head, her inky hair covering her flustered face. The flowers and branches are trembling, the whiteness is floating in disorder, she is not the scumbag Miss Song. Humph carrot. Sundara has retired. If you don't seize the opportunity, you will just let other women grab it. After the enchantment was completed, Qin Xiang grabbed the snow-white fluorescent stick and handed it to Song Shiyu from behind. A meaningful smile appeared on her charming face. She doesn't mind holding the future for her good friends. Who is at Sundara? I am not at Sundara. Song Shiyu bit her lip, her cold face flushed red, and she stood up in anger to refute. She is just a hypocrite with a harsh tone, she is not a proud and cold beauty at all. If Sister Shiyu isn't at Sundara, then neither am I. Chu Moli stood up from the shadow and stretched lazily. She also has some Sundaraness in her bones, which seems to be an instinct engraved in the genes of this small-time female kid. You, a useless little brat, are you here to laugh at my joke too? Handing the glow stick to Chu Moli, Song Shiyu snorted in disdain. Don't say that. Emily is still very stylish. When she goes shopping for clothes with me, people will mistake her for my daughter. Qin Xiang narrowed her beautiful eyes and joked with a faint smile. Brother, look, they will bully me. Unable to bear the sarcasm and ridicule from her best friends, Chu Moli resolutely chose to complain. Don't bully Emily. She has been working very hard to save fabric for my family. Jiang Yi sat up and said in a serious tone. Elder brother. Chu Moli, Hong Hongwen's defense was broken, he stomped his feet and said angrily in frustration. I have to save fabric because my brother hates cheap things and loves rich things. I can't stay in this house anymore. Okay. Qin Xiang grabbed her best friend's twin ponytails and tried to smooth things over with a smile. Time is running out, we should get going. Isn't that right? Master. She looked at Jiang Yi, like a subdued pink-haired vixen, and licked her red lips. It's the captain, not the master. Jiang Yi glanced at her and corrected her dissatisfiedly. He hasn't reached level 20 yet, so he hasn't unlocked the new charm pet column. Otherwise, I really need to make a contract with a pink-haired fox. Yes, master, yes, master. Qin Xiang seemed not to hear and continued to laugh to herself. He had the composure of an old artist, without a trace of shame or embarrassment. Master, this is disgusting. Song Shiyu's pretty face was gloomy, and she looked at him with disgust as if he were a scumbag. If she were to call Jiang Yi master. No, absolutely not. At least, after turning off the lights. Sister Shangxiang, you are not allowed to take the jobs of Sister Sierra and Sister A Li. Chu Moli covered his heart and stood up for Silver Dragon Princess and the Fallen Angel. You can't let your best friend become your sister-in-law without knowing it. Obviously, she was here first. Brother, let's go and ignore these two sluts. With arms outstretched, he stood in front of Jiang Yi like a panting cat, protecting his food. Allah Allah, Emoli, do you think I'm seducing your brother? Qin Xiang licked her red lips lightly, and asked with a look of grievance on her charming face. Failed to seduce equals no seduction. Maggot, you'd better explain our relationship to both of them. Song Shiyu's pretty face was cold as she uttered in a low voice. 3 beautiful girls surrounded Jiang Yi. Behind the scenes, Silver Dragon Princess and the Fallen Angel are watching covetously. It's over, the Shura field is here. Jiang Yi was not in a hurry. He just looked at the angry girls who were approaching him and shook his head slightly with amusement. Then. Hill, how much time do we have left? It's so funny, he doesn't care about Shura field at all. I love watching women fight. Oh nar. Hill stood quietly beside Jiang Yi, looking at them indifferently, his silver eyes flashing red imperceptibly. The final boss battle has begun. Countdown 180 seconds. We should set off. She reminded him to suppress the dissatisfaction and bitterness in her heart. If we create a world with only the master in him, our ears will be much quieter, right? The stupid lizard is right. Gabriel stood quietly in the shadows for a long time like an enchanting statue. So my dear master. Don't stand at the dungeon entrance, you won't be able to get in. She couldn't wait to join forces with her master and burn the demon lackeys in the copy to ashes. Hey, you heard it too, right? Jiang Yi stretched out his hand, patted the shoulders of the pink-haired lady in the cold beauty, and said, if you don't want to waste the opportunity to level up, just lie down and don't say anything. Chapter 53, The Traces of the Lustful Demon, The Shock of the Cold School Beauties. Who would want to suffer the pain of riding a horse when you can lie down comfortably? Seeing that Jiang Yi spoke seriously, the school beauties did not dare to waste any more time even though they were unwilling. The countdown is 180 seconds. You will be considered successful if you can hold on without getting hurt by the devil's minions. They also want to understand the fear of the disaster-level dungeon boss. TSK. I can be obedient, but there's a price. After the dungeon is over, come to my house and have a seat. Don't get me wrong, I'm just worried about the failure of the attack, and I want to comfort you. Song Shiyu glanced at Jiang Yi, her pretty face cold, her hands behind her chest, and she snorted proudly. She had already prepared for the worst. If the attack on the demon's followers failed and Jiang Yi became discouraged, she, as a good-hearted concubine, could only provide care and service reluctantly. What's there to talk about with Ice Cube? After we go out, you and Emoli will be together. I will treat you to a meal. Give me some face and don't be late. Qin Xiang gently lifted the hair from her eyes, smiled softly, and invited her softly. Treating someone to a meal is just a pretext to build closer relationships, and it can also help break up the cold beauty's good fortune, so why not do it? Elder brother. Chumoli left the shadow, holding the fluorescent stick in her little hand, leaned on Jiang Yi's back, and muttered miserably. I'm a little tired today. Can you? She took a deep breath, her tired face flushed a cute shade of red. Can you chat with me? She couldn't bring herself to get up together, but she had no qualms about chatting. She would rather stay up all night to enjoy some alone time with her brother. Facing the hopeful gazes of the school beauties, Jiang Yi nodded gently, then turned around, paused, and waved. Set off. The goal is to kill the demon's followers quickly. He led the school beauties into the woods by the river, and his figure gradually disappeared in the hazy mist. Catastrophe-level demonic hotbed. Buzz. 6 figures emerged clearly from the fog. Arrive. Jiang Yi frowned and reminded, looking around. The walls and dome of the dim church are covered with murals depicting human reproduction. There is a statue of a nun in the center. Her pure white body has been blurred by time. She touches her chest with her hand, as if praying devoutly. That lifelike face had a hint of the charm of a young woman, unlike the purity of a clergyman. The reason why Jiang Yi thought she was a nun was because of the cross sculpture buried deep in the snow. Only clergymen and nuns in the church would wear the glorious cross. Master, don't look. Why is the statue in the middle of this church being burned like some stupid sheep? He stood in front of Jiang Yi, waving her hands in panic, trying to block his sight. You're even jealous of a statue, stupid lizard. You're hopeless. Gabriel hummed in dissatisfaction, then raised her head and chest. Under her dark gauze dress, her snow-white breasts trembled gently. The corners of her crimson lips lifted slightly, and she raised her eyebrows and said, "Besides, she's not as hot as me." That's true. Jiang Yi nodded in his heart. Gabriel is an angel with a pure face. Her plump figure is holy and otherworldly, transcending all worldly things. She is as perfect as a work of art. Scumbag, stop peeking. Song Shiyu glanced at Jiang Yi and calmly protected him in front of her. In this way, if there was any danger, her soft chest could serve as a cushion. If you want to see, you can see me. She lowered her head, her cold and pretty face flushed sickly, buried her head, and whispered incoherently. It's over. I'm not even as good as a statue. Chu Moli was struck by lightning and covered the tablet in a daze. Her virtues are less than 1/10 of the statue's, but her faults are just as great. Now is no time to worry about your body shape. Xin Xiang sighed helplessly, interrupting the school beauty's thoughts. She raised her head, took out the black framed glasses from the pocket of her collar, and put them on her ears. Her beautiful cherry-colored eyes quickly swept across the buildings in the church, and her sharp gaze seemed to be able to penetrate everything. These murals have no words on them, yet they are vivid and lifelike. They depict a priest in a church being seduced and corrupted by the devil, and defiling and blaspheming a little boy who came to confess. A pure and kind nun noticed something was wrong. To purify the corrupted priest, she sacrificed herself to the gods, trying to gain the power to fight against him. However, looking at the nun praying devoutly in the center of the church, Xin Xiang frowned and said nothing. She failed miserably. Jiang Yi added. The atmosphere of the entire church was filled with desire and debauchery, without any trace of holiness or peace. It's like, it has become a hotbed for the birth of demons. That kind of pure desire is the best nutrient for raising demons. But, how could the church be related to the devil? Was it intentional by the fallen priest, or was it caused by the contamination of the abyss? Sister Shangxiang is saying. Chu Moli raised his head and swallowed subconsciously. I hope it's just her imagination. Could it be that the nun sacrificed herself and summoned the demons of the abyss? Song Shiyu also noticed something was wrong. With a woman's sixth sense, she noticed tears in the corners of the nun's eyes, and a bit of hysterical despair, which was inconsistent with the hope when praying to God. That's right. The nun became the priest's sacrifice to provoke the abyss, sacrificing herself in vain. Xin Xiang pushed up her black-framed glasses, revealing a teardrop mole at the corner of her eyes, which made her look mature and intellectual. So, perhaps the nuns have become a breeding ground for demons. Judging from the lewdness and lust in the surrounding murals, perhaps the one we've attracted is the lustful demon Asmodeus. Jiang Yi frowned in thought, then expressed his guess. Asmodeus, the lustful demon? Xin Xiang was slightly stunned, and her pretty face gradually showed panic. I change color when I hear it. The lustful demon doesn't need to make any coquettish gestures. A simple glance can turn a pure and abstinent girl into a greedy and lustful woman who can be married to anyone. If faced with such a terrifying existence, these girls would have no chance of winning. Jiang Yi nodded, and then added lightly. Yesterday in the Adventurers Guild's dungeon, I met the lustful demon Asmodeus. The school beauties looked at each other, their cold and pretty faces filled with shock. Brother, you won't be defiled by the female devil, right? Chu Moli covered his trembling heart, frowned and exclaimed. That kind of thing can't happen until at least 10 years after her death. That's a lustful demon. You should take some time to come to my house for a physical checkup. Song Shiyu's pretty face turned pale, she bit her lip and said worriedly. According to historical records, men who met the lustful demon would either become the demon's lackeys or be sucked dry, with a horrible end. Jiang Yi looks lively and energetic now, maybe he has some sequelae left. It's better to go to her private hospital for a physical checkup, just to be safe. I'm fine. Zhang Yi sighed helplessly. With the bonus of the God-given talent, the one who should be worried about losing his integrity in his later years should be the lustful demon, right? The fact is indeed so. The one in trouble is the lustful demon? Xin Xiang's beautiful eyes trembled, and she covered her red lips in surprise. Could it be that her Xiaoye had truly defeated the demon of lust? Chapter 54, School Beauty cosplays as a holy nun, the fallen Lilith. As far as Qin Xiang knows. Currently, the mortality rate of humans encountering the 7 deadly sins, lust, is almost 100%, without exception. The calm and composed young man standing before him proved everything. Zhang Yi actually broke the convention of certain death and even defeated the lustful demon. Please, are you the devil, or is she the devil? No wonder Xiaoye didn't take my previous temptations seriously. At first I thought it was because I had no charm, but it turns out the lustful demon has already raised his threshold of desire. Normal teasing won't make him nod easily. Xin Xiang smiled bitterly and shook her head, feeling even more disgusted with the lustful demon. It was all because of this embarrassing stupid woman, making it so difficult for her to become her best friend's sister-in-law. You can't say there's anything wrong. I stepped on the face of the lustful demon Asmodeus and kicked him back into the abyss. He won't be able to get out of bed for several years. Zhang Yi said jokingly with a smile. He kicked Asmodeus back into the abyss yesterday. A size 42 shoe print was clearly imprinted on that stunning face. He would not be able to break through the seal in a short time and come to the human world to stir up trouble. Contacted with the demon of lust? You won't be contaminated and assimilated, will you? After the countdown, go to my hospital and I'll check you out. After being shocked, Song Shiyu frowned slightly and asked worriedly. The devil's methods are vicious and hard to guard against. If Zhang Yi falls into the trap of the lustful demon and turns into a big pervert, she will have no choice but to sacrifice herself, mate with him, and seal him tightly. No wonder it was so easy for my brother to deal with me yesterday. It turns out even demons are his weaklings. Chu Moli's pretty face flushed, and a morbid admiration appeared in her eyes. Her girlfriends are strong, but her brother is awesome. Even the devil is no match for her, so wouldn't it be easy to deal with her in the future? There are 100 seconds left, but the boss hasn't appeared yet. We need to charge faster. Zhang Yi looked up and glanced at the time. The clock above the church rang, and the time came to 12 o'clock midnight. There was only 1.5 minutes left before the Forbidden Destruction domain was closed. Sister Shangxiang, please pay attention to your surroundings and find any abnormalities. Amoli, use your shadow to protect her. As for Shiyu, if you don't mind, lend it to me. Zhang Yi quickly assigned the tasks and looked at the cold beauty. How do you want to use it? Song Shiyu bit her lip, her pretty face looking cold and strange. She was actually very generous, so it was okay for Zhang Yi to borrow her money. The prerequisite is to help her clean it. Can I cosplay as the saint praying in the center of the church? In order to verify his guess, Zhang Yi asked seriously. If the cold beauty disagrees, he won't force her. The girls around him all had their own merits, but only Song Shiyu had that kind of cold holiness, quite similar to the statue of a nun. Maybe let her play the role of a nun and pray devoutly, maybe she can summon the devil's followers. Cos? Song Shiyu was shocked, her pretty face flushed with panic and embarrassment. She subconsciously pinched the hem of her skirt and stammered. Apart from reading, she has no other hobbies. In the era of information explosion, she has also dabbled in role-playing. The role-playing is not difficult, but the question is, can a cold and stone-cold person like her really play the role of a nun well? If Zhang Yi were to feel down, wouldn't she become a woman without charm, a useless waste? No, I must make Xiaoye satisfied. Having made up her mind, Song Shiyu took a deep breath, unbuttoned her shirt with her small hands, and the snow white of her bra gradually emerged. She resolutely met his request. Stop. I asked you to act, why did you change clothes? Zhang Yi stopped talking quickly and asked in confusion. But the nun isn't naked. I want it to be more realistic. Is that wrong? Song Shiyu turned her head away, her pretty face flushed with panic, and she was unbuttoning her clothes. I asked you to act, not to surpass. Zhang Yi was almost laughing at the cold beauty's stupidity. He quickly took off his coat and put it on her. You face the statue of the nun, imitate her movements, and pray devoutly. Don't worry, I'll be there to protect you." With his hands on his shoulders, he looked down at the cold beauty who lowered her head shyly and added seriously, "The priest and the little boy in the mural are nowhere to be found, and only the statue of the nun stands in the center of the church. The unknown existence is very dangerous, and he must ensure the safety of Lang Marin." "Well, I will try my best to satisfy you." Song Shiyu bit her lip and moaned softly, barely audible. Her cold and pretty face turned red with shame, and she fled from Jiang Yi's presence, looking at the statue of the nun in panic, closed her eyes, put her hands on her heart, and prayed devoutly. "His clothes, his body is full of his smell. It's so weird. How about not taking a shower tonight?" "No. I still have to trick Xiaoye back home for a checkup, so he can't smell of sweat. By the way, if you say you're cold later, you can put his clothes back on and return them with a similar style another day. If I take a shower like this and then put on his coat, I'll be scented with him again." The problem was solved. She is so clever. Song Shiyu's pretty face was cold, and she prayed devoutly, but her thoughts were somewhat alternative. When Sister Shiyu doesn't speak, she's as holy as a nun. Shu Moli controlled the shadow inside with some envy. The shadow under the jade feet spread like a vine, until it climbed to the soles of the cold beauty's feet and connected with her shadow. In times of crisis, it could also pull her into the shadow to ensure her safety. "Xiaoye, do you like girls who are a bit cooler?" Qin Xiang pushed up her black-framed glasses, narrowed her beautiful cherry-colored eyes, and analyzed quietly. "Doesn't that mean she has no chance? However, the cunning fox is best at disguise. Once Jiang Yi tears off her outer clothes and discovers her inner charm, it will be too late to escape, right? She really looks like a saint praying devoutly, pure and flawless." Admiring the cold beauty's profile, Jiang Yi sighed sincerely. If Song Shiyu changed into a nun's black and white robe and wore pure white silk, she would definitely be more charming, right? Master above, Shiyu below, please grant me happiness." Song Shiyu had no idea how to pray, but that didn't stop her from following suit. "I was muttering inaudible prayers in my heart, praying meticulously. From the outside, she really looks like a holy nun." Countdown 60 seconds. Jiang Yi frowned and counted the time silently in his mind. Nothing unusual was found nearby. Perhaps the demonic followers of this demon hotbed have died out over time? Qin Xiang investigated and analyzed for a long time, and even though she understood all the information in the murals, she still couldn't find any trace of the devil. Me too. Shu Moli yawned, she felt a little sleepy. "I really want to go home early and get up with my brother." 30 seconds left, am I wrong? Jiang Yi frowned and couldn't help but doubt. There is not much time left, and the cold beauty's prayers are still going on, but there is nothing unusual. Bang! The dome chandelier shattered and the surroundings suddenly became dim. Ha ha! Strange panting sounds came from all directions, surrounding them. You guessed it, the devil is coming. Jiang Yi's eyes flashed and he looked at the statue of the nun. Her health bar lit up. Name, Devil's Desire, Fallen Lilith. Chapter 55, Nun, Priest, and Little Boy. Name, Fallen Sister Lilith. Level 25. Grade, Natural Disaster. Description, as a nun in a small-town church, Lilith is pure and simple. On weekdays, she mainly cooperates with Father Peter and takes care of the church's miscellaneous items. In private, he likes to tell his bedridden brother Brian about what he sees and hears in church in the form of stories. But one day, she found Father Peter's shoes in her brother's room. Skills, Desecrated Light Sword, Corrupted Voice, Familiar Blessing. Attributes, Constitution 66, Strength 150, Agility 1500, Spirit 2000. After investigation and identification, a transparent data panel emerged clearly. The cool nun in the center of the church came to life, her hair like a waterfall, her skin like snow, and she was extremely holy. Ha ha! As the nun bit her lips and moaned softly, her lewd breathing echoed in the center of the church. Be careful, her panting has a depraved effect, cover your ears. Jiang Yi frowned and shouted, hurriedly reminding. With the bonus of the God-given talent, negative effects have no effect on him, and may even be reversed and turned into positive effects. Dejected and listless, energetic and spirited. But the school beauty's teammates were not so lucky. When they heard the nuns panting, it seemed as if their sensitive nerves were aroused. The desire in their hearts gradually grew, and their eyes turned red and sickly when they looked at Jiang Yi. Hand it in. These are the noise-isolating earplugs I made. They have a mind-boosting buff. Qin Xiang suppressed her instinctive desire and did not doubt Jiang Yi's words. She took out the prepared special earplugs from her bag, put them on herself, and quickly threw them to the teammate who was in abnormal condition. Chu Moli's pretty face flushed, and she almost couldn't resist the temptation in her heart. She hurriedly used her shadow to catch the flying earplugs, and after putting them on, she felt much better. Xiao Ye. I like you, I like you, I like you. Song Shiyu was standing opposite the nun. The moment she heard her panting, she was tempted by the temptation in her heart and fell into an illusion. She looked at Jiang Yi obsessively as if she was sleepwalking, with strange red hearts appearing in her eyes, which was morbid and weird. Oh no. Jiang Yi secretly thought that it was not good. After being stared at by the cold beauty, his waist began to ache. He looked at his sister who was ready to go behind him, nodded at him, and signaled to take action. After putting on earplugs, their world becomes quiet and they cannot hear any sound. They can only follow orders through body movements. Sister Shiyu, I'm sorry. Chu Moli cursed inwardly, and his jade fingers danced, hooking the shadow thread, twitching the shadow of the cold beauty. The dark shadow snake entangled Song Shiyu's plump body, pulling her into the shadow of the soles of her feet, drowning and imprisoning her. Brother, Sister Shiyu is under control. Everything she says is false. You can't believe it. Chu Moli wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, feeling jealous. He shouted at Jiang Yi and quickly reminded him. It would take at least 10 years after her death for my brother to be confessed to by a vixen. Thanks for your hard work. Jiang Yi nodded in response, then looked at Sister Qingliang who was recovering and breathing heavily with a serious expression. Just a breath, and the S-level school beauty was corrupted and lost her fighting power instantly. The skill, fallen voice, is so terrifying. The chandelier was broken, the candles were extinguished, and the church was dark except for the moonlight streaming in from the window. Jiang Yi stared at the nun, counting the seconds silently in his mind and analyzing the surrounding environment. The nun's description includes the mysterious Father Peter and her paralyzed brother in bed. In addition to nuns, there must be priests in the church, but priests. Where is it hidden? 30 seconds left, the dungeon is about to close, I can only give it a try. Jiang Yi took a deep breath, raised the fluorescent stick, and released a blazing white light. Hill and Gabriel followed suit, holding the glow sticks in their little hands and shaking them gently. Chu Moli and Qin Xiang followed closely behind, took out the fluorescent sticks, turned on the switch, and the strong white light released illuminated the entire church. Ah! The sound of shrill footsteps came from the dome. A white-haired priest was hanging upside down on the mural like a spider, his withered hands covering his scarlet eyes, screaming and wailing. That's Father Pete? Jiang Yi frowned, wary of the nun while looking at the black-robed priest screaming in the mural. Name, Fallen Father Pete Griffin. Level 25. Grade, Natural Disaster. Description, Pete Griffin is a respected priest in the town. In addition to his theological attainments, he is also a doctor proficient in medicine. One day, when he walked out of the confessional, he found that Sister Lilith was not in a good state, and was absent-mindedly muttering about her paralyzed brother. But isn't Lilith an orphan raised by the church? Where did her brother come from? Out of curiosity, Peter went to Lilith's house privately. When he opened the door and entered the bedroom, he found the little boy lying on the bloody bed. Pete reached out to check the boy's breathing, but a small bloody hand restrained his wrist. He lost consciousness completely before he could even scream. After a long while, a pair of blood-stained shoes appeared on the ground. Skills, Fallen Prayer, Healing the Dead. Attributes, Constitution 30, Strength 50, Agility 100, Spirit 3000. It turned out that Father Peter was hiding in the darkness, quietly spying on the surroundings. Now, his eyes were blinded by Jiang Yi's fluorescent stick, and his scarlet eyes were dripping with fresh tears of blood. He lay on the mural like a spider, wailing in pain. Father Pete is a fragile character, but he can restore health and sustain his companions, and his mental strength is also terrifying and exaggerated. After a brief analysis, Jiang Yi quickly found the flaws of the nun and the priest. The nun is fast and has high spirit, but has poor physical fitness. She is fragile and can be killed instantly. And apart from his high spirits, the priest is just a weak waist. Inside the church, nuns and priests appeared one after another, leaving only a little boy, whose hiding place was unknown. But Jiang Yi didn't have time to wait for him to appear and launched an attack directly. Hill, release the breath of purgatory and send Father Pete to see God. He shouted softly and waved his hand. The silver dragon princess transformed into a giant dragon, occupying the entire church. She raised her majestic and stern silver-white dragon head and spit out a black and hot fireball, occupying the entire dome. No! Feeling the burning breath, Father Pete screamed and wanted to escape, but he couldn't. Countless dark little snakes bit his shadow and bound him tightly to the mural. Boom! Violent explosion and raging flames. Along with violent shaking, the mottled and dilapidated church was instantly reduced to ruins under the bombardment of the black flames of purgatory. So strong. Chumoli raised his hand to block the wind pressure, his dancing black hair could not hide his shocked face. When will she be able to become as powerful as Silver Dragon Princess? As expected of my sister, Xiaoye. Lightly biting her fingertips, Qin Xiang stood disheveled in the swirling wind, her eyes looking at Jiang Yi with a sickly red look. Killed the fallen priest, gained 60,000 experience points and 10,000 points. In the storm, Jiang Yi's hair danced in the wind. The smoke and dust cleared, and in the ruins. Ha ha! The nun had put on a black and white nun's skirt at some point, showing off her plump legs and black stockings that went over her knees. She was barefoot and stood quietly. Her closed eyes suddenly opened, and they were blood red. Fallen Sister Lilith. Wake up! Chapter 56, Lilith's Funeral Song, obtain the demon relic. The black stockings are tight around her fleshy legs, and the skirt covers her lightly. The snow-white hair surged at the collar, and above the jade neck, the crimson lips were slightly pursed, humming lewdly. The nun's pretty face was flushed and looked sickly, and the bloodshot light in her eyes was glaring and cold. She gradually transformed from a sculpture into a human being. In other words, it's the devil's minion. Father Peter. Rest in peace, may your soul return to heaven and be baptized by the Lord. Lilith made the sign of the cross over her heart, and her snow-white flesh trembled slightly under the black gauze bodice. Master, let Hill kill her. Out of woman's intuition, Yin Longji felt that the resurrected Lilith was tricky and dangerous. It was as if she saw the shadow of a goat-horned succubus. She didn't want her master's eyes to be polluted by the dirty body of a bad woman again. Go! Ari, while she's praying, attack her from behind. Jiang Yi nodded and launched an attack. While the boss is reciting his lines, it is the best time to output. Sister. I miss working in the church, but it's better to be with the master now. As if it evoked some memories, Gabriel looked nostalgic and licked her red lips gently. If her master likes it, she doesn't mind putting on a nun's uniform and working overtime at night. Silly sheep, stop daydreaming. If you get killed by my breath, it will save your master a lot of bed covers. Hill snorted coldly, his proud dragon pupils flashing with a cold silver light. After a dragon roar, lacquer-colored flames floated above his silver lips, scorching the air and condensing into a huge fireball, which spewed out in an instant. Stupid lizard, you should be careful. My blade of punishment has no eyes. If it whips you, don't let out a shameful gasp. Gabriel snorted coldly and responded with dissatisfaction. She flew to the sky, bathed in the bright moonlight, pulled out the pitch-black blade of judgment from her heart, absorbed the moonlight, found the pure white sword light, and illuminated the entire ruined church. Holy light of judgment. Purgatory black flame. Dragon roars and cries came, black flames and glow intertwined. The flames of the explosion shot up into the sky, and the earth shook. The school beauties struggled to lie on the ground, with their snow-white breasts covering them, which increased the friction a little. They barely supported their bodies in the howling wind and were not blown away by the violent shock wave. Killing the Calamity Boss in one move, this is too powerful. Chu Moli was breathing hard, her heart as calm as walking on flat ground. Her pretty and cold face was illuminated by the firelight, and she was shocked beyond words. Being able to defeat the nightmare-level Abyss Serpent is already an exaggeration. I didn't expect my brother to be so powerful that he could kill a disaster-level boss in seconds and suppress the priest in an instant. Even the resurrected nun is no problem. Brother, I can't catch up with you. Her pretty face was flushed with shock, and her dark eyes were filled with fervent admiration. She was strong-willed and wanted to catch up with her brother. If she couldn't catch up, she would just. Xiao Ye is so strong, I don't seem to be worthy of him. The strong shock wave caused the snow waves at her collar to sway slightly. Qin Xiang raised her hand to block the wind pressure, her pretty face was shocked, and she sighed blankly. Being unworthy doesn't mean you're unworthy. If you can't be my girlfriend, you can still be my woman. As I was daydreaming, thick smoke and dust filled the air. Jiang Yi stood still, his expression solemn. The countdown was 10 seconds, but there was no notification that the nun had killed him. Time was running out and the little boy was nowhere to be seen. Is this the only way to end it and exit the copy with regret? The raging fire buried the ashes, and the plump figure of the nun emerged. Have you seen my brother? The nun panted heavily, holding his standard long sword in her hand, and asked softly with a blush on her pretty face. She also doesn't know where the little boy is? Honor. Be careful, this woman is extremely dangerous. Hill was circling in the sky, his silver eyes flashing with a sharp cold light. He seemed to have sensed the danger and hurriedly warned. Master, her posture seems wrong. Gabriel's eyes were as bright as torches, and she could clearly see the nun's figure through the dense haze. Following her reminder, Zhang Yi frowned and watched the nun's graceful figure walking towards him. Squeak, squeak. The beautiful feet in black stockings made crisp sounds as they stepped on the ashes and ruins. Swaying left and right, the footprints left behind were mottled and uneven. The nun looked like a living person, but her footprints were horrifyingly messy. It's like a child taking a puppet and putting it on the ground to learn how to walk. Zhang Yi frowned in thought, vaguely sensing that something was wrong. The nun was right in front of me and I could smell her alluring body fragrance. Where is my brother? Lilith asked softly with a smile, but her pair of jade hands wrapped in a white gauze handkerchief were waving a standard silver sword and slashing fiercely at Zhang Yi's neck. She was fucked. In a flash, Zhang Yi suddenly realized. Nun, being manipulated. While he was deep in thought, a flash of swordlight passed by and pierced Zhang Yi's neck. Elder brother. Chu Moli screamed at the top of her lungs, her pretty face filled with despair and ferocity. Xiao Yi. Qin Xiang covered her trembling chest with her hands, her eyes bloodshot. Laugh. The sword flashed by, but only cut through the afterimage left by Zhang Yi. He appeared behind the nun like a ghost, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Stand up, father. With a light shout, the slavery talent was activated, commanding the remaining undead. An old shadow crawled out from the pit of ruins and stood there silently. There is little time left, Zhang Yi hurriedly gave orders. Where is that little boy hiding, the black hand that controls the nuns? He shouted loudly, dodging the nuns' continuous sword stabs, and did not forget to ask the priest. But the dead cannot speak. The dim shadow of the priest nodded and then looked behind him. There is the church's confessional, with a bloody cross hanging above it. Ari, get it. Zhang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly, and he took a deep breath. Hill, let's go. He leaped up, dodging the hail of lightsabers and standing on Hill's dragon back. Hey, master. The silver dragon raised its head and circled in the air. Let Hill kill her. Her silver eyes flashed with murderous intent, and Sierra waited for her master's response. 3 seconds left. Hill, create a miracle. Zhang Yi laughed loudly, grabbed the majestic silver dragon horn, and instantly a silver dragon appeared. Hold head high. There were bursts of dragon roars, and from high above the sky, a giant silver dragon swooped down. On the dragon's head stood the silver family dragon rider, holding a spear. Brother, brother. Where are you? Lilith bit her lip, her pretty face flushed, and she pondered over and over again. The dancing swordlight and the floating figure are like puppets pulled by ropes, swinging in the air in the center of the church, making an instant killing attack. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Light swords rained down, sweeping through the ruins of the church. The silver sword shone with light, without dodging or evading, it raised its hand and stabbed at the swooping silver dragon and dragon rider. Have you seen my brother? Lilith pondered over and over again, her pretty face flushing red. Ah, I see. Zhang Yi's hair danced and he chuckled in response. Where is he? Lilith's beautiful eyes trembled, and the silver sword stabbed at the erupting dragon's soul. Submerged in the silver light, she asked tremblingly. He's in your memories. The silver dragon swooped down, and with a powerful impact, it created a terrifying deep pit, and blood was dripping everywhere. Ding! Demon's follower Lilith has been killed. Experience increased by 60,000 and points increased by 10,000. Thank you. Lilith's gratitude echoed in the air. Her younger brother, living in the memories of his childhood. Master, I got the bloody cross. This is a relic corrupted by a demon. Chapter 57, Bloody Cross. Manipulating the School Beauty. Countdown 3, 2, 1. The demon's followers have been killed, the dungeon time is paused. In the last 3 seconds, Jiang Yi, riding on the silver dragon princess, blew the charge horn. Under the impact of the giant dragon, even the demon followers and the fallen nun Lilith could not withstand the horrific impact and instantly exploded into a blood mist. Boom! There are bloodstains on the deep pit. Ugh! A disaster-level boss, a demonic minion, was killed instantly by my brother in one move? Chumoli struggled to stand up against the fierce gale, his ponytails dancing in the wind. His cheeks were stained with a little mud, but he could not hide the shock in his heart. When her brother defeated her last night, she still felt a little bit unwilling to accept it, and she was thinking about catching up with him in the future and impressing her brother. But now, after instantly killing a disaster-level boss, does she still have hope? Xiaoya's dragon's impact is so strong and powerful. I can't stand it at all. Ugh! Her crimson hair danced wildly in the wind. Qin Xiang raised her hands to block the incoming sand and dust. She sat on the ground with difficulty, and the stockings under her skirt were also stained with dust. She was deeply shocked. Even her father Qinyu, a level 50 Thunder Mage, couldn't do such a terrifying power that could kill a disaster-level boss in seconds, right? So, Jiang Yi is even more powerful than her father? But Xiao Yi is only level 19. The trembling of the cherry eyes spread to the snow-white chest. Qin Xiang sat on the ground in a daze, covering her red lips, her heart pounding. The dust and fog dissipated, and Jiang Yi's figure emerged clearly. The silver dragon princess stood beside him proudly, with her silver dragon tail wrapped around her willow waist. The fallen angel Gabriel flapped her wings and slowly descended from the night sky facing the bright moonlight. In her hand, she held a bloody bronze cross. A ragged nun was tied to the cross, her skin delicate and lifelike. The nun's face was filled with pain and despair, as if she had become barbecued food, being judged by burning at the stake. At first glance, I thought it was a two-dimensional figurine that my mother would beat up. Who would have thought that it was actually a terrifying demon relic? Master, I have fulfilled your mission. Gabriel raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and shook the cross in his hand in front of Silver Dragon Princess, with a smug smile that almost made his tail stand up. If she had a tail-equipped plugin. Since when did demons start getting into the second dimension? Jiang Yi took the bloody cross handed to him by Gabriel, looked at it for a moment, and couldn't help but complain. This demon is really too advanced with the times. Brother, this nun tied to the cross bears a resemblance to the nun statue just now. After stealing a few glances at his brother and confirming that he was not injured, Chumoli covered his empty chest and breathed a sigh of relief. Could it be the same person? Immediately, she walked to Jiang Yi in admiration, staring at the bloody cross in his hand, frowned slightly, and thought subconsciously. You guessed it right, but there's no reward. Gently stroking his sister's delicate cheek, Jiang Yi wiped the dust off his hands and praised her with a smile. Name, Demonic Relic, Bloody Cross. Level, None. Rank, Purple Epic. Description, the demon Paigu was bored and used his own ribs to cast copper into a bloody cross. It is said to have the miraculous effect of controlling people's hearts. Sister Lilith found this cross in the small town church, and she discovered that her brother, who had starved to death in childhood, had returned to her. Lilith cried with joy. Even though her brother was still paralyzed, she never left him and took good care of him. Until one day, she finished her work at the church and returned home tired, only to find Father Peter's boots on her brother's bed. From that day on, her brother and the priest disappeared, and Lilith fell into madness. In order to find her brother, she was willing to do anything, even sacrifice herself. Lilith's ghost lingers, clinging to the cross with paranoia, hoping to find her brother and escape her fate. Effect, consumes a certain amount of health, temporarily controls the target. Warning, if you can't resist the devil's temptation, you won't be the target. The data panel appeared clearly. Jiang Yi took a quick glance at it. As his sister had expected, the bronze statue of the nun bound on the devil's cross was exactly the same as the statue in the center of the church. Both were nuns corrupted by the devil, Lilith, the big sister with a brother constrict. Unable to extricate himself from the ravages of his brother's hands, Chumoli closed his eyes comfortably. She is enjoying her brother's reward. Idiot, let Shiyu out quickly. Qin Xiang couldn't bear it anymore, so she pulled her best friend's ponytails and gave her a helpless reminder. The cold beauty is still imprisoned in the shadows, while her best friend is enjoying her brother's reward here. This is truly a heinous crime. Oh, I almost forgot. Sister Shiyu, I'm sorry. Shu Moli suddenly realized it and frantically controlled the shadow to drag the girl who was bound like a mummy by the dark silk thread out of the shadow. We're saved. Song Shiyu let out a long sigh and lay on the ground gasping for breath. Are you okay? Jiang Yi squatted down and helped her up. Something's happening. Song Shiyu fell weakly into Jiang Yi's arms, biting her pale lips and moaning weakly. Affected by Lilith's panting, she fell into hallucination and saw her future with Jiang Yi. What did you see? Jiang Yi frowned, letting the cold beauty in his arms snuggle up to him, and asked seriously. The influence of demons is immeasurable and must be guarded against with caution. I saw Xiaoye and I in the future, pure and innocent, preparing for our second child. Song Shiyu buried her pretty blushing face deep in Jiang Yi's arms and whispered shyly. Ha? You're such a fool even in my hallucinations, always trying to take advantage of me? Jiang Yi snorted in dissatisfaction, poked the cold beauty's cheek and scolded her. What's wrong with that? It's clearly innocent. Song Shiyu pursed her lips and retorted softly. Having a second child with a clear conscience? Chu Moli glanced at her coldly, pouted, and complained jealously. I don't want to be a sister-in-law or anything like that. Having such a lustful dream in broad daylight, won't you be upset at night? Qin Xiang smiled, poked the other cheek of the cold beauty with her jade finger, and joked softly. Devil's things are really dangerous. Hill glanced at the cross, subconsciously turned her head away, and her pretty face flushed. She saw the future she had envisioned, hatching eggs for her master. Master, do not underestimate this bloody cross. It can easily arouse the fantasies of humans and manipulate them like a puppet. Gabriel followed beside him and gave a warm reminder. After her fall, she was considered half-demon, and no one understood the dangers of demonic relics better than her. So, what is the future like in your hearts? Jiang Yi held up the bloody cross and shook it slowly in front of the school beauty. He was a little curious about what the girls were thinking. The blood-red cross swayed in the palm of my hand, following the arc of the pointer's rotation. As if hypnotized, the girls' eyes were dull and they didn't move. Jiang Yi frowned, thinking to himself that this was not good. Oops, they are being manipulated. Chapter 58, The Desires of the Schoolbells and the Pride of the Female Swordsman. The Devil's Cross flashed a crimson light and swung gently in front of the girls. They were like puppets, motionless. Can it really be controlled? But my vitality hasn't decreased, has it? Jiang Yi was stunned. He stretched out his hand and waved it in front of the girls, but they were completely unaware and looked dazed. Oh no. Don't do anything weird to them. Hill pouted, snorted with jealousy and resentment. She only said not to do it to them, but not to herself. If you rely on cash-out puppets to snatch happiness, you'll feel lost once the novelty wears off. When Gabriel was still an angel, she saw too many humans who, unable to control their own selfish desires, fell into depravity, and later claimed that they were seduced by a succubus. She doesn't mind sacrificing herself and letting her master snatch away her happiness. You two are overthinking it. Jiang Yi sighed and quietly put away the dangerous bloody cross. He just took it out and shook it subconsciously, but he didn't expect that the S-level school beauties would fall into its trap one after another. As expected of a demon relic, without strong self-control, it would become a puppet like them, controlled by the desires in its heart. Elder brother. Give me a little, just a little, please. Give me some love. Shumoli sat on the ground like a trembling duck, pinching her snow-white neck with her little hands, begging and hoping. Xiaoye. Master. The kids are resting, it's time for us to go exercise. Song Shiyu licked her fingertips, her pretty face flushed as she murmured softly. Shu, don't make any noise. Xiao Yi. She's still at home, why didn't you notify me in advance? Qin Xiang lay on the ground, shivering. Master, they are beyond saving. Hill covered his forehead and sighed helplessly. Humans really do love to reproduce. Gabriel curled her lips and said nothing. The pure school beauty hides an unknown side in her heart. It was an eye-opener for them. So, desire is really a terrifying thing. It can easily control people's hearts. Jiang Yi sighed and thought of Lilith, who was lost in desire and became a devil's follower in order to find her brother. And the school beauties, under the temptation of desire, gradually became slaves. Bang! Jiang Yi snapped his fingers and lifted the effect of the devil's cross. The school beauties suddenly woke up from their dream and got up from the ground in a panic, looking extremely shy. Brother, I didn't do anything disrespectful, did I? Chumoli's pretty face flushed as she gently closed her legs and asked shyly. How embarrassing. How could she beg so humbly in her dream? Juzai, you didn't hear anything, and you didn't see anything, right? Song Shiyu frowned, her pretty face was cold, and she snorted in disgust. But she was panicking in her heart. If she was disliked, wouldn't she be alone and helpless? One hand clapping cannot make a sound. Allah, Allah, I've been discovered. So, would you like to consider it? I'll be careful not to be discovered by them. Like a succubus, Jin Xiang gently lifted the hair from the corner of her eyes to her ear, tilted her head and chuckled. Sister Shangxiang, it's better for you to worry about yourself first. Jiang Yi narrowed his eyes and gave a kind reminder. Shangxiang, I treat you as my best friend, but you want to ride on my head and act like my sister-in-law? Shu Moli's eyes narrowed and he asked in a cold voice. Thieving is exciting, but it's immoral. You haven't done anything to betray our friendship, have you? Song Shiyu's pretty face was cold as she asked in a deep voice. The boat of friendship can capsize at any time. Devil, you win. From the ruins of the church, the royal sisters' cries were heard. Looking at the noisy school beauties, Jiang Yi sighed helplessly. Hill, let's go. Silver Dragon Princess and Gabriel smiled slightly, took their master's arms, and the milky white snow waves swayed gently. I killed the priest and the nun, obtained the demon relic, and quickly cleared the final level of the Forbidden Realm. It's time to go back. I'm almost level 20, and I'm ready to contract a new pet. I don't know what kind of pet can be hatched from the epic egg in the backpack. No matter what, I have to become stronger before the college entrance examination. Until, facing natural disasters, becoming invincible in the world. Following the Shura field of the school beauties, Jiang Yi turned on the teleportation and left the ruined church. Jiangcheng, Xuanhe Square. Midnight, full moon. Look! The stunning female swordsman Pei Qinghuan has appeared. Her face seems a little gloomy. Could she have been bullied in the dungeon? Wow, all the members of Battlefield Rose are beautiful girls with black stockings. Those legs, those feet, tons, 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 tons. I can drink their foot bath water for a year. Little greedy cat next to you, you won't get a chance to enjoy this kind of good thing. In the square, people were talking about it. The abyssal energy of Forbidden Destruction Domain is exhausted, and it will be closed directly after the countdown ends. The next time it opens, it will be another year. He hasn't come out yet, and he still doesn't want to see me. Pei Qinghuan frowned, her beautiful eyes swept across the crowded crowd, searching for Jiang Yi's figure. Apart from her sister, the only person who interested her was Jiang Yi, whom she was trying hard to catch up with. Qinghuan, you are so humble, but you can't catch your sweetheart. That's what I mean. If you like someone, just confess. What if you succeed? It's not shameful to fail. If you can't be my girlfriend, you can still do it. The girls chattered, laughing and joking. Shallow. Pei Qinghuan's face was gloomy and he snorted coldly. Will she fall in love with Jiang Yi? Stop kidding. Pei Qinghuan was destined to be a swordsman in this life. How could she give up her faith for a man? But then again, belief is belief and life is life. Humph, she doesn't mind giving Jiang Yi a chance. Damn it! Is that crazy woman Pei Qinghuan really that good at fighting? With 66 points, besides that freak in first place, she's the most perverted, right? But we're not bad either. We're ranked third, but we're not second forever. Oh my god, a tough guy finally shows up. It's time for that crazy woman Pei Qinghuan to have a taste of my cock. The girls from Battlefield Rose glanced at the female swordsman who was frowning and thinking, biting their lips in dissatisfaction. Having been used to being second for thousands of years, they don't want to be stepped on by the female sword fairy again. Speaking of which, where did the no premature love team, which ranked first in points, go? We've searched the entire square, but there's no sign of them. But the instance is over, they haven't come out yet, right? Listening to the discussion around him, Pei Qinghuan frowned, his right eyelid twitched a few times, and the ominous premonition in his heart grew stronger. Isn't he still not out? Could it be that the Demon's Nest isn't just a rumor, but the real final dungeon? Jiang Yi wouldn't want to risk his life to clear this natural disaster dungeon, would he? Pei Qinghuan covered his chest and subconsciously looked towards the entrance of the copy. The azure light curtain was surrounded by scarlet arcs of electricity, flashing with a dangerous aura. That was a sign of the dungeon being upgraded, a disaster-level dungeon was born. Zhang Yi, please don't be in any trouble. We haven't officially sparred yet, and I haven't caught up with you yet. How could you lose in the natural disaster dungeon? Pei Qinghuan's pretty face was pale, her beautiful eyes were misty, she bit her red lips, and prayed worriedly. Chapter 59, Natural Disasters Escalate, Demons Descend, Life and Death Crisis. In a disaster-level dungeon, there will definitely be traces of demons, the difficulty increases sharply, and the mortality rate is close to 100%. For many years, no one has passed the Scourge dungeon. But now, Forbidden Destruction Domain is closed, the azure light curtain condenses into blood-red arcs, and it is upgraded to a natural disaster copy. There is no trace of Zhang Yi in the square. I'm afraid there's no chance of survival. Pei Qinghuan's pretty face turned pale, she bit her red lips tightly, and pressed down the trembling white in her heart, but she couldn't dispel the uneasiness. Zhang Yi. Don't let me down. Faced with the ominous omen of the natural disaster, she could only pray for a miracle to happen. Oh my god. Dark clouds are gathering, red lightning is roaring. The nightmare dungeon has been upgraded, and a natural disaster has arrived. Witness history and take a photo. Stop taking pictures. If a demon breaks out of the dungeon and descends upon the mortal realm, our corpses will be transformed into 2-star goblins. The strange sight of the copy being upgraded attracted everyone's attention, and people were in panic for a while. The devil is a natural disaster, and its arrival means destruction. Their lives have just begun, is it about to end? Wow, I've never been in a relationship before. I've always been self-sufficient and I don't want to die. Great. The devil has come. We are going to die. Don't panic. I haven't showered in a month. My meat is of poor quality. The devil won't eat me. Run. Run. If the devil really comes, Jiangcheng will be destroyed. The situation broke out suddenly, and the patrol team maintained order in an orderly manner, and the riot gradually subsided. The principals rushed over to maintain the situation while evacuating the crowd. Not good. This surging aura is extremely evil. I'm afraid a demon has broken free from the seal. Li Bubi, the principal of Linhai No. 1 Middle School, said with a serious expression. The soft white robe rustled, looking very small under the scarlet light. Damn it! Which demon has descended upon the world? Is it lust or gluttony? Xiaomai, the principal of Linhai No. 2 Middle School, turned pale, swallowed, and cursed angrily. He was a little fat and stood motionless in the strong wind. Report, there are still people who have not evacuated from the copy. Based on the investigation, it has been confirmed that the team ranked first in points is the No Premature Love team. The female secretary in a black silk skirt braved the strong wind, the buttons of her shirt trembling, and reported breathlessly. Oh no! My daughter is still in there. The principal of Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School, the mature woman Song Qian's pretty face darkened and her brows were furrowed. Her daughter Song Shiyu is still in the dungeon. How can she, as a mother, not be worried? Principal Song, don't worry. My daughter is also in the dungeon. They work well together and have experience dealing with natural disaster dungeons. They will definitely be able to overcome this danger. Xinyu took a deep breath, suppressed the uneasiness in his heart, and spoke to boost morale. He believed in Jiang Ye's strength. Since he could kick the lustful demon back into the abyss and seal it, he would definitely be able to lead his daughter through the crisis. Do you have experience in clearing the Calamity Dungeon? President Qin's meaning is. Li Bubi lifted his old-fashioned glasses and his breathing couldn't help but tighten. Old Qin, this is no time to joke. Are you serious? Xiaomai was a little anxious and asked with a serious expression. If Qinyu was not joking, it meant that a peerless genius was in danger right under their noses. Having the experience of passing the natural disaster copy, this is too shocking. If it is true, even if they have to sacrifice these old guys, they must rescue people from the hands of the devil. Do I look like I'm joking now? Qinyu nodded seriously. He had suppressed yesterday's incident with the Adventure Guild and hidden Jiang Ye's information to prevent anyone with ulterior motives from targeting him. The devil has no shortage of lackeys in the world, so it is never a bad thing to be careful. Are you saying that the No Premature Love team has a genius who can clear the natural disaster dungeon? Which one of the four of them is it? Song Qian took a deep breath, her pretty face filled with excitement and hope. Could the genius who passed the natural disaster copy be her daughter Song Shiyu? Facing the nervous and expectant gazes of several principals, Chinyu raised the corners of his mouth slightly and raised his head and chest with pride. My daughter's good friend. His name is Jiang Yi. It was a feint, and the principals felt as excited and nervous as a roller coaster. Jiang Yi? Li Bubi and Xiao Mai looked at each other. There was no impression of Jiang Yi in their intelligence network. What? It's actually him? Song Qian looked lost for a moment, then she screamed and subconsciously pressed her chest, causing the deep V snow-white hair to surge. She is very familiar with Jiang Yi. My daughter Song Shiyu kept repeating this name, whether it was during meals or sleep, and even a photo of Jiang Yi was placed on her bedside table. He insisted that his daughter had nothing to do with him, and Song Qian wouldn't believe it even if he was beaten to death. Could it be that my daughter is in love too early? Principal Song, do you know him? Noticing something unusual on the beautiful woman's pretty face, Chinyu frowned and asked tentatively with a smile. No one would want to steal his daughter's boyfriend, right? I don't know him, but my daughter does, and she knows him very well. Song Qian smiled bitterly, shook her head and sighed. Unexpectedly, the daughter's hope of survival was placed on a young man. Fortunately, she, as a mother, did not interfere too much otherwise. Thinking of the consequences of offending a top genius and possibly destroying her daughter's happiness, Song Qian couldn't help but touch her chest in fear, but she couldn't suppress the throbbing that made Xu Along dizzy. Then Principal Song, please pay attention. The college entrance examination is coming soon, so grades should be the priority. You need to make your daughter focus on her studies. Xinyu coughed lightly a few times and made the suggestion with a forced smile. Damn, why would a good student fall in love? Return his son-in-law to you. President Qin is right. Once the crisis is resolved, I will talk to her and try to calm her down. Song Qian smiled indifferently, but her eyes were fixed on the scarlet light curtain. They were on high alert, and after evacuating the crowd, they were prepared to die together with the devil. Jiang Yi, please don't let us old guys down. Looking at the scarlet light gate, the principals looked solemn. Their only hope rested on Jiang Yi. Will the Tianjiao, who has experience in clearing natural disaster dungeons, create a miracle this time? The moonlight is bright, and my heart is in a panic. Lu Ruyan squeezed in with the retreating crowd, took a shower and changed into a clean shirt and skirt, but the sticky feeling all over her body could not be shaken off. She pushed the wheelchair with a gloomy face, not knowing what she was thinking. First Middle School has already reported that Jiang Yi overestimated his own abilities and got stuck in the natural disaster dungeon. He's definitely going to die this time. Lu Zixiao limped, with a slight smile on his face, and said with a gloating look. After being severely defeated by Jiang Yi, he still can't forget the feeling of the birds singing and the flowers blooming. He didn't expect retribution to come so quickly. Not long after he woke up, he learned that Jiang Yi was trapped in the natural disaster copy. A good death, a wonderful death, a splendid death. Jibo sat upright in a wheelchair with his legs in plaster, sneering and clapping his hands in approval. He was badly hurt by Jiang Yi, his legs were broken, and he almost became a leftover old man. Are you so happy that Jiang Yi is dead? Chapter 60, the ex-girlfriend is still harboring evil intentions, and the principals are fighting for her. Lu Ruyan asked suddenly, with an extremely complicated expression. Sister, Jiang Yi and his sister are dead, so can't you inherit his estate naturally? Lu Zixiao frowned and asked in confusion. He has been coveting Jiang Yi's family property for a long time. His birth was just an accident of his parents. He couldn't grow up with a silver spoon in his mouth, and his starting point was much slower than others. Fortunately, his sister is very capable. Even if she can't hold the golden key in her mouth, she can still hold something else in her mouth. If she inherits Jiang Yi's legacy, with his S-level talent, wouldn't she be able to take off? The Lakeview Villa and the bank card filled with zeros, if converted into resources, would be enough to erase the humiliation he suffered. Humph, just consider it as our medical expenses. It would be a waste to leave Jiang Yi's parents' inheritance to him anyway. It would be better to give it to an A-level professional like me so that we can maximize the utilization of resources. Ji Boduan snorted shamelessly, as expected of a short-haired blonde man. Greed flashed in his eyes. But Jiang Yi can kill you in seconds, his professional level must be above S-level. Lu Ruyan added another blow quietly. Before she fainted, she didn't believe that Jiang Yi had changed his job to become an S-level beastmaster, but now it seems that she was too conservative in her guess. I was just careless. Ji Boduan's face turned as red as a pig's liver. He was beaten to the point of almost wetting the bed, but he still acted stubbornly and acted tough. Sister, why do you always care about the results? This will alienate my efforts. Lu Zixiao curled his lips and retorted dissatisfiedly. What kind of hero is he if he succeeds or fails temporarily? In time, he will surely avenge his previous shame. Oh. Lu Ruyan curled her lips in disgust and snorted in dissatisfaction. A man's mouth, except for the ability to lick, is full of lies. The corpse demon lord killed his childhood friend Ji Boduan in a snap of his fingers, and severely injured his younger brother Lu Zixiao with a single sword strike. The strength displayed by Jiang Yi even surpassed the expressiveness of the SSS level female swordsman Pei Qinghuan. Lu Ruyan is not stupid. She understands that the value of Jiang Yi living is much greater than death. Imagine having an SSS-rated boyfriend. All she needs to do is open her legs and the future will be smooth sailing. Isn't this more promising than following that yellow-haired Ji Boduan? But why do you choose to overestimate your own abilities and offend the devil? Lu Ruyan cursed inwardly, pushing the barking loser in the wheelchair, squeezing through the crowded crowd, and evacuated. The natural disaster copy is coming. If the devil breaks the seal, she is still young and doesn't want to die with Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi, it's better for you to die. I'll keep the inheritance for you first. Lu Ruyan turned her head and looked back. A scarlet light appeared in her eyes. Whether Jiang Yi lives or dies, she will definitely make a profit. Dark clouds are rolling and the bright moon is hiding its brilliance. The wind was blowing wildly, and above the light curtain, red arcs of electricity flashed violently, as if a great terror was brewing. Outside the cordon, the principals looked solemn and breathed heavily. The devil is out, everyone prepare to fight. Wait, 5 girls and 1 boy, they don't look like demons. Could it be that the no premature love team has cleared the natural disaster dungeon? That's great, my daughter is fine, I can finally rest assured. Following the shocked gazes of the principals, the young man and silver dragon princess were the first to be hit under the light curtain. The school beauties followed closely behind, looking resentful and jealous. This is. Jiang Yi stared at the shocked principals. He didn't expect that there would be a big commotion outside the copy. He only knew Qin Yu and Song Qian, and after some thought, he guessed the identities of the mage and the fat man. Just like yesterday, it was probably an anomaly caused by the demon's hotbed, which made the principals immediately alert and ready for action. Shi Yu. Are you not hurt? Song Qian passed by Jiang Yi, hugged the still jealous Song Shiyu, touched her face, and looked at her carefully to confirm whether she was injured. Mom. I'm fine. Being stared at by her mother, Song Shiyu felt a little guilty. She lowered her head nervously and replied in a low voice. It's okay, it's okay. Song Chen breathed a sigh of relief, patted her daughter's back, and cried with joy. A few minutes ago, she had already made preparations to send her son to his death, and even wrote a suicide note. She was determined to fight to the death with the abyss demon fish. Fortunately, the tragedy did not happen, and her baby daughter walked out of the disaster copy intact. You are Captain Jiang Yi, right? You are such a handsome man. Are you interested in coming to Linhai No. 1 Middle School? Li Bubi came forward with a smile, handed over a business card, and quietly poached people. He saw the strange vision disappear and the scarlet light curtain dissipate like smoke, and he knew that the natural disaster copy had been cleared. Ignore this gentlemanly scoundrel. This is my business card. If you come to our Linhai No. 2 Middle School, you'll be eligible for admission to Shuimu University. Xiaomai came over with a licked face, rubbed his paws together, and lowered his head to hand over his business card in a flattering manner. Not interested. Jiang Yi shook his head and prepared to leave with Hill and Gabriel. Shuimu University is the top abyss school in Daxia. All the professionals who graduated from it are social elites and the backbone of resisting the invasion of the abyss. No interest? Li Bubi's mouth twitched, and he looked at Jiang Yi as leaving back in shock. Whether in Jiangcheng or Linhai, every year, people fight tooth and nail for admission to Shuimu University. But Jiang Yi just ignored him and walked away. But I'm short-sighted. With his strength, why does he need to be recommended? Xiaomai smiled bitterly, scratched his head, and awkwardly stuffed the business card back into his collar. He has already cleared the Calamity Dungeon. As long as he wants, there will be people begging him to go. You two, poaching people right in front of me, don't you have anything to say? Song Qian reacted, glared at him with her eyes, put one hand on her waist, and asked dissatisfiedly. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? I just don't want the future pillars of Dasha to be wasted in a small Jiangchang. Li Bubi wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, concealing his embarrassment and speaking stubbornly. Then why hasn't anyone from your Linhai cleared the natural disaster dungeon? Song Qian sneered, put her jade hand on her chest, and teased leisurely amid the surging waves. Old Li, aren't you embarrassed enough? Principal Song, calm down. We are Linhai Jiangqing family. If you don't mind, can you lend him to me? Xiao Mai's eyes turned cunningly like a fox. He tried to smooth things over, but he was interrupted before he could finish his words. No, don't even think about it. Song Qian knew very well what these two old guys were thinking. They just wanted Jiang Yi to represent Linhai in the National College Professional League. Faced with the lion's roar from Hedong, the principals of Linhai City were heartbroken and gave up their work in disgrace. They are jealous. Why are the professionals in Linhai not living up to their expectations? If they had half of Jiang Yi's ability, they would be thankful. Jiang Yi, wait a moment. Song Qian was panting, her red high heels were almost smoking, and she struggled to catch up with Jiang Yi. Principal Song, it's so late, what else is going on? Looking at the beautiful woman in the deep V purple dress, Jiang Yi asked calmly. Devil's Hotbed caused such a big commotion, and as the principal of No. 1 middle school, Song Qian had reason to ask him about the situation. But the beautiful woman was smiling, with a soft moan on her lips, which was unexpected. Jiang Yi, how long have you been dating Shiryu? Chapter 61 Bullying the Cold School Beauty. Ah? Love? Jiang Yi was shocked and his face looked a little strange. The words coming out of the beautiful woman's mouth were as sweet as silver bells. But when they are put together, I just can't understand. When did he start dating the cold beauty with a sharp tongue, a dark heart and a proud attitude? Could it be that the peach blossom calamity bestowed by the lustful devil was secretly causing trouble, and the boat of friendship capsized at any time, and the cold beauty also coveted his body? Bah, Song Shiyu with her thick eyebrows and big eyes is not only beautiful, but also has beautiful thoughts. You young people are really surprising. Seeing Jiang Yi's surprised expression, Song Qian raised the corner of her mouth slightly, revealing a meaningful smile, and understood everything. She was an experienced person and naturally understood the embarrassment of being caught in a relationship by the girl's mother. However, Jiang Yi is extraordinarily handsome and very capable. His feat of speeding through the Calamity Dungeon is unmatched. As a mother, she likes him more and more, and even has a faint worry that her incompetent daughter is not worthy of him. Principal, you may have misunderstood. Shiyu and I are innocent. Jiang Yi felt a little numb when being stared at by the beautiful woman. He smiled awkwardly, but was interrupted before he could finish his explanation. Still calling me principal? Song Qian raised the corners of her mouth slightly, narrowed her beautiful eyes, and smiled softly. You've been with her daughter for so long, and you're still shy? So, sister? Jiang Yi was not embarrassed and replied tentatively. Instead of calling me principal, why not call me baby? He and Song Shiyu are close friends, so he can't take advantage of her, mess up the generations, and ruin their brotherhood. Xiaoye is so sweet. Just call me auntie. I'm old now, and I can't refuse to admit my age. Song Qian couldn't stop smiling, and her snow-white deep V dress trembled with joy. She is middle-aged but still has charm. No way, if Sister Song didn't tell me, she and Shiyu would be like sisters. Jiang Yi was polite and said auspicious words, which made the beautiful woman smile happily. She looked like she was looking at her son-in-law, and her beautiful eyes were shining. Seeing that the situation was getting worse, Jiang Yi simply gave up and smiled without explaining. Anyway, the beautiful cold lady who was silently sitting aside was not in a hurry, so why should he, as a father, be in a hurry? Auntie has no objection to you and Shiyu's relationship, but Shiyu. Song Qian hesitated to speak, thinking of her daughter's gloomy and morbid side, and didn't know where to start. Jiang Yi thought to himself, this is not good. Could it be that the beautiful Lang has been planning this for a long time? It's just that Shiyu might be a little lovesick. Song Qian came over, her eyebrows slightly furrowed, her pretty face filled with worry. Carrying her daughter on her back, she complained in a low, guilty voice. She usually keeps muttering your name while eating, sleeping, and bathing at home. There's also a photo of you on the cabinet next to the bed. I suspect it was taken secretly. She also likes to write in her diary. It's locked, and it's hard for a mother like me to read it. I guess the contents are probably all about you? The beautiful woman explained and listed all the sins of Lady Lang. Jiang Yi felt his scalp tingling as he listened. He didn't expect that Lady Lang was actually a hidden Yandere. Mom! Song Shiyu exploded in silence, her pretty face flushed red, and she was steaming like a steam girl. She walked forward quietly, elbowed the beautiful woman in anger, interrupting her report, then pulled Jiang Yi and turned around and ran. If my mother continues talking, Jiang Yi will know the color of her underwear. Outside the yellow cordon, Song Shiyu bent over and breathed softly. Jiang Yi looked at the guilty and shy school beauty, raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and teased. I heard that you kept muttering my name at home, secretly taking pictures of me, and writing indecent diaries? Who would write a diary if they were serious? Song Shiyu is such a cold person. She says she hates people, but she likes them in her heart. The contrast is a bit arrogant. Nonsense. I don't have any. Her pretty face flushed red as Song Shiyu denied it shyly. At the same time, she turned her head away guiltily, her pretty face flushed red in panic, and she didn't dare to look directly into Jiang Yi's eyes. Oh no, she really did it. Don't quibble, Aunt Song told me everything. Looking at the timid girl, Jiang Yi was relentless and pressed on step by step. Don't listen to what my mother says, she just likes your talent. Song Shiyu bit her lip and hurriedly denied it. Her cheeks were shy, with 2 blushes on them, which spread to the milky white under her snow-white neck as she became flustered. Red temperature. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. As long as you don't take my photos and do something weird. Jiang Yi waved his hand, turned around and chuckled. I didn't, don't talk nonsense, I can't. Song Shiyu shook her head frantically, her inky black ponytail swinging back and forth, and even her quibbling seemed contrastingly cute. I just used your photo to ward off evil spirits, that's why there's no. With her head lowered, her cheeks blushing, she bit her cherry lips in shame, and gave a thin and weak explanation. The jade hands wrinkled the hem of the skirt, and the panic turned white, and there was a slight trembling of Snow White. He was mumbling something inaudible, and the sound of his footsteps gradually faded away. Song Shiyu suddenly woke up, her pretty face slightly raised, and Jiang Yi's figure in her eyes was drowned in the crowd in the distance. Damn it, you fooled me again. She bit her lip and stomped her feet in frustration to vent her anger. Damn Jiang Yi, he only knows how to bully her. Next time, it won't be as simple as using photos. Don't let me catch you. Song Shiyu snorted coldly, and after feeling shy, a sickly gloom covered her pretty face. She is not someone who is easy to bully. As a bad friend, if she suffers a loss, she must bite back. Shiyu, did you make Xiaoye angry? I'm not saying anything to you, but you're already a grown-up, and you still don't know how to control your temper? Your mother may tolerate you at home, but once you get married, your mother-in-law may not tolerate you. It's not reassuring at all. Seeing Jiang Yi walking away and her daughter coming back alone, Song Qian said with a cold face and dissatisfaction. My daughter has a bad temper, as cold as ice. If she doesn't change it, she will suffer. Mom! He was the one who bullied me. Song Shiyu was stunned, biting her lips, tears welling up in her eyes, feeling extremely aggrieved. Not only did her mother not help her, but she also turned her elbow outward and bullied her together with Jiang Yi. How mean! Xiaoye is so good, will he be as childish as you and bully you? Song Qian snorted coldly, grabbed Song Shiyu's earlobe, which was still blushing, and lectured her with a stern face. What a joke! Jiang Yi is such a nice guy, how could he bully others? On the contrary, if my own daughter doesn't change her bad temper, she will suffer when she gets married. Aside. See, I told you she would fall apart on her own, right? Qin Xiang shrugged and smiled helplessly. She knew that Song Shiyu would escape in panic, and Jiang Yi would not be dealt with so easily. Otherwise, she would have paid the price of blood for her ambiguity in the copy. I don't understand, it's getting more and more confusing. Qin Yu smiled bitterly and scratched his head awkwardly. Of course you don't understand. When you were young, you weren't as handsome as Xiaoye, and you didn't have so many people chasing you. Qin Xiang curled her lips and snorted in disgust. Her Xiaoye is not comparable to any cat or dog. Jiang Ye's receding figure was imprinted in her beautiful eyes, and a faint smile appeared on the corners of her mouth. Xiaoye! Don't let your sister chase you for too long. If you chase for too long, that place will feel lonely and uncomfortable. Chapter 62, following? Tracking. Pei Qinghuan's request. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Qin Yu's face turned dark and he was heartbroken. He was also very young when he was young, and was barely 1/10 as handsome as Jiang Yi. It's not a goblin, no one likes it, okay? You don't like telling the truth. Xin Xiang curled her lips and snorted in dissatisfaction, her charming face now dull. After Jiang Yi left, there was no point in staying. It's a pity that the moonlight misled me. It's the dead of night and I can't force you to stay. Even though I brought my ID and charger, I can't find a reason to ask you to take me home. Xin Xiang left on her own, feeling it was a pity in her heart. Only a group of old guys were left standing there, looking at each other in bewilderment. There have been signs of demons descending one after another recently. I'm afraid the seal of the abyss has weakened. Regarding Jiang Yi, we must protect him well. We cannot let people with ulterior motives kill this genius. Although he lost face in front of his daughter, Xin Yu did not feel discouraged. He gathered himself together and made a serious proposal. It was meaningless for the principals. They were shocked by Jiang Yi's results, but they were also secretly delighted. For hundreds of years, no one has been able to pass the Calamity Dungeon at a low level, but Jiang Yi did it, and even speed passed it twice. His strength makes him worthy of protection and careful nurturing. In the future, he will surely become humanity's trump card against the abyss. As expected of my son-in-law, he has accumulated 50,000 points and ranks first. Even the bright moon sword immortal's sister can't reach him. Song Qian's pretty face flushed, and she smiled and hummed with satisfaction. The daughter is incompetent, but the son-in-law is proud. We haven't even started yet, Principal Song, you can't ruin my reputation. Xin Yu snorted coldly and reminded dissatisfiedly. That's right, the future is uncertain, so why not give my daughter a try? Li Bubi raised his old-fashioned glasses and joined the battle with a smile, but he still had the evil intention of poaching people. Old man, your daughter is only 8 years old, how can you say that? Humph, I'm different. My sister is still unmarried. Xiao Mai snorted coldly and confronted him. Your sister is almost 50, and you're still so embarrassed? What do you know? A woman 3 years older than you is a treasure, a woman 30 years older than you is a kingdom. Xiao Mai stammered, his face flushed, and he kept saying holding gold bricks and giving away the country, which made the principals laugh and the air was filled with joy. No one could have imagined that several principals would argue so fiercely over a teenager and lose all their image. It was already late at night when we left Xuanhe Square. The place to sleep had been arranged in advance. After a tiring day, Jiang Yi did not leave with the evacuated crowd. He planned to rest for a night and it wouldn't be too late to go home tomorrow. Anyway, after the 100 days competition ended, there was a short vacation. There are no open copies in Jiangcheng, and Jiang Yi is not so eager for quick success, so he simply conserves his energy and familiarizes himself with the abilities he has mastered. Brother, I have already booked a room. Chu Moli followed, unable to suppress the faint smile on his lips, and waved his phone at Jiang Yi. Why did you book just one? Staring at the screen, Jiang Yi frowned. The stingy sister is not afraid of saving lives even if it means saving money. She only books one room, but there are 2 of them, a silver dragon princess and a fallen angel. A double room is not enough for you. It's full, there's nothing I can do. Chu Moli turned his head away and pursed his lips guiltily. It's not that there is no room for her, but she made the arrangement with ulterior motives. When Chu Moli thought about being able to snuggle up to his brother during the rest, he couldn't help but take a deep breath and subconsciously closed his legs. Fortunately, the underwear she wore today was a set, with a blue and white bear pattern, which was very cute. Whatever. Jiang Yi sighed and did not point out his sister's little thoughts. Just poking her little fleshy face and tapping it gently. Don't kick the quilt at night. It's still a bit cold tonight, and Jiang Yi doesn't want to cover his sister's quilt in the middle of the night. I'm not a child. I don't want you to cover me with a blanket. Chu Moli snorted in dissatisfaction, took Jiang Yi's arm and held it against his chest, which was a bit uncomfortable. Sister Liamo is really clingy. Hill sighed and followed Jiang Yi obediently, rarely showing any jealousy. I'm tired after a day's work, so I don't want to bother with my sister-in-law. You need to drink more milk to grow. Gabriel suggested with a slight smile on her face. She would feel bad if she hurt her master. Walking along the long street of the town, with the street lights dim, we soon arrived at the hotel where we were staying. Jiang Yi asked Shi'er to take his sister upstairs first, using the excuse of going to a convenience store to buy daily necessities. After they went upstairs, he walked away along the street with a sullen face. How long are you going to follow me? Jiang Yi turned around suddenly and caught the girl squatting and shivering under the streetlight. Pei Qinghuan curled up like a quail, holding his head. By the light of the street lamp, she changed into a light green silk dress, which showed the gracefulness of a girl from the south of the Yangtze River. With her panic-stricken pale face, she looked somewhat pitiful. I didn't tell you. Pei Qinghuan lowered his head and argued weakly. She was just lost, not a stalker. Then you're squatting here, are you here to poop? Jiang Yi leaned over, touched the girl's head, and questioned in a cold voice. You. A gentle touch on the forehead makes the hair a little messy. Pei Qinghuan blushed with shame, squatted on the ground at a loss, and was so anxious that she was about to cry. Don't bully me like this. I was worried for so long. Her beautiful eyes were misty and her lips were pursed in grievance. She followed Jiang Yi all the way. Wasn't it because she was worried about whether he was injured in the natural disaster copy? However, my kindness was taken for granted and I was bullied by him. I'm not a punching bag, so I don't want to be bullied. Lin Hai, aren't you going back? Jiang Yi stretched out his hand, bent down, and leaned over to ask. Pei Qinghuan bit her lip and turned her head away in grievance. You big bad guy, I'm ignoring you. Jiang Yi's mouth twitched, and the female sword fairy who was carrying him on his back looked cute in contrast. It was like a fairy who had fallen into the mortal world, allowing him to tease and manipulate her. Logically speaking, the arrogant female swordsman should have returned to Lin Hai in anger and shame. But he kept following and spying on him stealthily. Could it be that he was worried about whether he was hurt? Sensing the bitterness in the air, Jiang Yi squatted down helplessly and raised his hand to wipe away the tears from the girl's pretty face. I'm not hurt. Feeling the warmth at his fingertips, Pei Qinghuan trembled subconsciously. She raised her head, pursed her lips, and said stubbornly. Who cares if you're hurt, you self-righteous scumbag? You just know how to bully her. If you like bullying her so much, then bully her for the rest of your life. I thought I was a scumbag, but I wasn't hurt. Jiang Yi didn't get angry but laughed instead. To deal with the angry girl, he simply and roughly pinched her cheek. Instantly. The pitiful and pretty face was ravaged and made her frown. Pei Qinghuan couldn't hold it in any longer, his eyes were filled with mist, and he laughed out of anger. Don't bully people like this. You can still laugh, you're not that angry. Hurry up and get up. It's the middle of the night. If you don't want to be bullied by me, go back quickly. Seeing that she was angry, it was better than ignoring her, so Jiang Yi smiled, clapped his hands, stood up and said with a smile. I'm not angry. After muttering a few words in her heart, Pei Qinghuan's pretty face puffed up like a hamster, and her heart was heaving. I'm not going back. Her eyes widened and she said angrily. You can come back or not, just don't follow me. Jiang Yi curled his lips, gave a warning, and prepared to go back. If you delay too long, your sister will become suspicious. If she gets jealous, you will have to coax her for a long time. Etc. Seeing Jiang Yi turn around and leave, Pei Qinghuan gritted her teeth anxiously. She stood up suddenly, but twisted her foot, stumbled, and fell on Jiang Yi's back. The sea is covered with gentle waves, and her pretty face is flushed under her black hair, with a faint mist rising. Pei Qinghuan. Feeling the gentle pressure, Jiang Yi sighed. You haven't found a place to live, have you? Lying on Jiang Yi's back, Pei Qinghuan's heart was beating wildly. She bit her lip and begged in a whisper. I don't have any money, I can't go back, and I have no place to live. Can you let me stay for one night? Say it out. Damn it, Pei Qinghuan, what are you doing? You just wanted to ask him for information about the natural disaster dungeon, but why did you end up losing everything? Can. Jiang Yi nodded, raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and looked back with a faint smile. So, what's the price? He is not a kind-hearted person, so he can't let the female sword fairy eat and live for free, right? Chapter 63 Female Sword Fairy, you also want to be my dog? Jiang Yi hadn't even grasped the idea of following her yet, but the female swordsman was already thinking of providing her with food and lodging. Girl, how many dishes are there? A price? What you up to? I'm warning you, even though I may not be able to beat you, if you dare to touch me, I will cry in front of you. Pei Qinghuan covered her chest with her hands, tears drooping from the corners of her eyes. She gently pursed her beautiful cherry lips, giving a warning with her heart beating fast. To mess with her is like messing with cotton. If Jiang Yi had any ill intentions, she would not surrender obediently. If the resistance fails, they will be treated as defeated prisoners and turned into puffs. Pei Qinghuan. Jiang Yi turned around, looked at the girl who was daydreaming with amusement, and asked in a low voice. You are the one who shamelessly approaches me, and you still think I will persecute you? Don't you even look in the mirror? You have no figure, no face, and you're even disgusted by me. Pei Qinghuan really wanted to hang Jiang Yi on the street lamp, then untie his skirt and whip him hard, forcing him to open his eyes and see whether he had a good figure. I came over here first, but can't you just give in to me? Not gentlemanly at all. She raised her head stubbornly, pinched her lips in grievance, and whispered softly. Damn Jiang Yi, he just likes to bully people, his attitude is so tough, not soft at all. She is a girl made of water. Can't you be more considerate and show some care and indulgence to her? If I were a gentleman, you would have been a scholar long ago. Jiang Yi snorted coldly and retorted dissatisfiedly. If he had taken action, he would have dealt with Pei Qinghuan who was following him. This crying silly girl would have been lying on the ground with no desire to live. How could she have the energy to stand and talk to him? Abnormal. Pei Qinghuan's face flushed red, and she glared at Jiang Yi shamefully as if he were a scumbag, and let out a coquettish cry. Her pretty face is cool and graceful, and she is also very cute when she gets angry. It's like looking at you with disgust, and there's an indescribable sense of guilt. You know I'm a pervert, and you still dare to come here? Jiang Yi chuckled leisurely, turned around and prepared to go back. After wasting a few minutes, I found an excuse to give the clingy female sword fairy to my younger brother. If I really took her back, I really wouldn't be able to sleep. You can't let your sister squeeze in with her, right? Coming soon. If you dare to touch me, I will. Her beautiful red eyes were filled with mist. Pei Qinghuan raised her swan neck, pursed her lips stubbornly, and gave a trembling warning. The anger flowed down her snow-white neck, along her collarbone, and spread to the milky white snow waves lightly covered by her gauze dress. Under the reflection of the streetlights, it fell clearly into Jiang Yi's eyes. Are you going to cry just for me? Looking at the tearful girl with amusement, Jiang Yi folded his arms and said sarcastically. What's the point of crying? It just proves that she has too much water in her stomach. If you dare to touch me, I will blame you for the rest of my life. Anyway, I just can't beat your loser, so I won't suffer any loss by relying on you, a genius. Pei Qinghuan's pretty face flushed red, and she became angry and embarrassed, so she chose to fight with Jiang Yi. She held Jiang Yi's arm, rubbing it lightly with her snow-white lips, and seemed to be very angry. She opened her cherry lips slightly, and her fangs flashed with cold light in the moonlight, biting Jiang Yi's shoulder fiercely. No. Jiang Yi frowned. The girl next to him was like a sticky candy, and he couldn't get rid of her. The teeth marks on her shoulder didn't hurt or itch, but out of pity for her, he didn't use the petrification method, otherwise 2 of her white fangs would have been broken off. Are you made of stone? How come you are so hard? Pei Qinghuan frowned, her pretty face felt pain, and she quickly stuck out her tongue to relieve the vibration of her gums. Alas, Jiang Yi, alas, bullying. She has such a miserable life, woo-woo. Are you a cat? Do you like to bite this and that? What do you care? You are nothing to me, I can bite you whenever I want. Pei Qinghuan pulled Jiang Yi's arm, bared his teeth, and exhaled. Pei Qinghuan, it's 12 o'clock in the middle of the night. Why are you acting crazy here instead of sleeping? You're not really going to rely on me for the rest of your life, are you? Tired of the girl's pleasant body fragrance caressing his nose, and even more disgusted by the softness of her elbows and shoulders rubbing against him, Jiang Yi frowned and sighed in dissatisfaction. Life is too long, a quilt will do. Pei Qinghuan lowered her head, her flustered face flushed with embarrassment, reaching down to her ears, and she stammered shyly. The people of Daxia know how to compromise. Life is too long, so 1 quilt should be fine, right? What is your purpose in following me? Jiang Yi really wanted to untie the girl's gauze dress and see how much thought was missing under the milky white corset. He clearly hated me before, but now he is clinging to me shamelessly. How could this cold and aloof female swordsman degenerate into a shameless and pitiful person? Could it be the influence of peach blossom tribulation? I want to know why you were so strong. Pei Qinghuan took a deep breath, grabbed Jiang Yi's arm, and buried his hands deep in his collar, holding on tightly. She wanted to know the reason why Jiang Yi was so strong, and then prescribe the right medicine, summarize her failures, and rise up again until she surpassed Jiang Yi. If you fail, you will die. She is already haunted by inner demons. If she can't surpass Jiang Yi, then she will surpass him and never give in. That's it? Is there any need to follow him stealthily? Jiang Yi sighed, feeling foolish by the girl's stupidity. You should have said it earlier so that he wouldn't be taken advantage of. Can't you tell me? Pei Qinghuan turned his head away, his eyes trembling, and stammered timidly. Indeed, how could you easily tell an outsider like me about the ability to clear the natural disaster dungeon? Let's trade. Tell me about the natural disaster dungeon, tell me the secret to becoming stronger, and I can. She clasped her arms tightly, the tension in her heart dizzying. She raised her slender white neck, frowned, and pleaded earnestly. Satisfy all your requirements. My sister said that if you want to become stronger, you have to do whatever it takes. She didn't understand it at that time, but now that she has come to her senses, she has become the one being spoken to and has no choice. In order to catch up with my sister, in order to catch up with Jiang Yi, I am willing to make a deal with this devil. Everything you ask for? You really want to be my dog? Jiang Yi frowned, looked down at the trembling girl, and couldn't help but sneer. Woof woof woof. Her little hands were bent into dog paws, her pretty face flushed with shame, her eyes were misty, and she called out incoherently a few times. No, what are you barking at? Jiang Yi was stunned. He had finally realized that this female swordsman was obsessed with becoming stronger. Wasn't she too rigid? Now, do you believe it? Hey, deal? Holding back her shame, her beautiful eyes trembling, Pei Qinghuan forced a smile and made a suggestion with anticipation. At this point, she has given up and can only pray for Jiang Yi's consent. Otherwise, wouldn't she become Gotham's clown, with nothing left? Pei Qinghuan, you. My mind is really full of thoughts about becoming stronger. Jiang Yi was defeated by her, so he shouldn't have given her hope and just left. He is a pet trainer, not a pet shop owner, so he doesn't adopt stray female dogs. There's nothing wrong with becoming stronger. If I were as strong as you. Pei Qinghuan took a deep breath, admiration gleaming in his misty eyes. If she were as strong as Jiang Yi, she would be even more arrogant than Jiang Yi. The matter of the natural disaster dungeon, the secret of becoming stronger, since you want to know. Come with me tonight. Chapter 64, Superman becomes stronger, the shock of the cold school beauty. Jiang Yi said this while turning sideways and sighed softly. Now that things have come to this, let us go to sleep. It's hard to explain what happened in the natural disaster copy. Under the streetlight, I was pestered by the female swordsman and was seen by others. It always felt like I was meeting a mistress. The long, dim street was lit by flickering streetlights. Jiang Yi was in front and Pei Qinghuan was behind. She was like a dog tied with chains, yet she still bit the rope willingly and humbly tugged at Jiang Yi's sleeves. The night wind blew, her hair danced gently, and her cheeks were still hot and red. Do you have the habit of sleeping naked? Pei Qinghuan raised his head and asked in a low voice. Without. Why are you asking that? Jiang Yi glanced at her and saw the girl's timidity. He replied in some confusion. Nothing. Pei Qinghuan lowered his head, unable to see his toes, and looked a little lost. Isn't that the reason? The secret to her sister, the bright moon sword fairy Pei Qingshu's strength is sleeping naked. This was the secret that her sister told her when she was a child, holding her hand and making her swear not to reveal it. My sister said that sleeping like this can help you absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth faster, and you can also level up while lying down in the middle of the night. She tried it, but it didn't have much effect. She guessed that she wasn't as talented as her sister. If it's not because sleeping naked makes you stronger, then why? I really want to strip you naked and take a good look at how many secrets you are hiding. Pei Qinghuan muttered a few words, his face flushed sickly. After the defeat, she was haunted by inner demons and almost went insane. We must dig deep to find the answer. You're not saying bad things about me, are you? Jiang Yi suddenly stopped, and the distracted school beauty threw herself steadily behind him and hit him with the ball. The fragrant breeze is pleasant and the snow waves are rolling. In front of the hotel where I was staying, the school beauty behind me was blushing. She wouldn't be able to bear it if it stopped suddenly. Here we are. It's not too late to regret now. Seeing that she was so embarrassed that she was about to curl up into a ball, Jiang Yi didn't want to continue teasing her, so he restrained his joking thoughts and gave her a kind reminder. He was really afraid that this idiot who loved to fantasize would scare himself to death. I don't want your pity. Pei Qinghuan pretended to be indifferent, turned his head away, and snorted proudly. She is not a real puppy, so she does not want her owner's love and pity. Did you bring a change of clothes? Jiang Yi smiled, walked towards the convenience store on the side, and asked casually. He remembered that the idiot didn't seem to have any money or spare clothes, but he must need toiletries, right? If she didn't mind using the disposable items provided by the hotel. No. Pei Qinghuan shook his head and argued nervously. All the clothes she had taken off were placed in the magical storage ring. If she told them out, wouldn't it reveal that she had ulterior motives in sticking to him? That's troublesome. Mo Li's clothes are too small for you to wear. It would be bad if they hurt your body. Jiang Yi sighed and said with some distress. Don't worry about me, what clothes do you need to wear to repair the dog? Pei Qinghuan lowered his head and said with a guilty conscience. She must not let Jiang Yi find out that she has bad intentions, otherwise he won't tell her the secret of becoming stronger. As long as you are happy. Jiang Yi's mouth twitched. It's only been a short while, and he's already turned the cool and elegant school beauty into this? I'm going to buy some daily necessities. You stay here and don't move around. After informing everyone, Jiang Yi rushed to the convenience store. It took quite a while, and my sister will probably complain about it for a long time. Daily necessities? Pei Qinghuan was stunned, his cheeks flushed red. You must hold an umbrella when it rains, otherwise you will easily get sick. She stretched out her little hands, but couldn't catch the non-existent raindrops. Pei Qinghuan, don't be afraid. This is just to become stronger. You are not willing to fall into depravity. She muttered to herself, suggesting things to herself frantically, trying to suppress the embarrassment in her heart. The light green skirt trembled slightly, and she felt extremely uneasy. Ha! That person is Qinghuan? Didn't she tell me she was going back to Linhai? Why did you secretly meet with Jiang Yi in the hotel? No, I want to go too. There are delicious foods, and you won't take me with you. The JK girl licked the chocolate cone and was about to rush over, but was stopped by her best friend. They're a handsome couple, a beautiful girl. Why are you, a greedy goblin, joining in the fun? Exactly. Didn't you see Qinghuan's mouth was almost unable to close due to her smile? You dare to ruin her good deeds? Aren't you afraid that she will get angry and kill you with a sword? In the distance, the girls were chattering, laughing, and joking. With a beautiful girlfriend like Qinghuan, Jiang Yi must be very happy tonight, right? Stupid. Qinghuan is clearly taking advantage of me and still acting like a good girl. If I had a boyfriend like Jiang Yi, I wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. You're right. Qinghuan cheated on me without taking me with her. Alas, it was a mistake after all. Looking at the light green figure walking into the hotel with Jiang Yi, the girl's eyes flashed with envy. If their future boyfriends were half as capable as Jiang Yi, they wouldn't have to just stand there drooling. Feeling the girl's gazes, Jiang Yi looked at the cold school beauty hiding beside him and asked. Your friend seems to be over there, don't you want to go say hello? Pei Qinghuan buried her pretty face in his shoulder like a frightened quail, and took his arm, almost dragging him away. You're seeing things. I feel a little unwell. Come in quickly. If her best friend came over to say hello, wouldn't she, who had been pretending to be a big shot for so long, really become a dog? Although she said she would go back overnight, her body couldn't help but pull Jiang Yi's hand and hide in the hotel as if escaping. For the secret of becoming stronger, she risked everything. After getting on the elevator, the school beauty next to him breathed a sigh of relief, but she was still nervously holding his hand, as if it had become a habit and she forgot to let go. Master, Hill has already taken 2 baths. If you don't come back, it will be the 3rd time. At the elevator entrance, Yin Longji was waiting quietly. She was wearing a clean white dress, with an alluring fragrance lingering around her body. Her blow-dried silver hair was tied around her shoulders, looking very elegant. Well, are there any contestants? Gabriel yawned, glanced at the timid school beauty in front of him, and raised his eyebrows in surprise. Tonight, she has to guard her master's bed and not let anyone eat the grass beside the bed. Sister Hill, is my brother back? Pei Qinghuan, why is it you? Chu Moli waited until the flowers had wilted. When he heard the noise coming from Xuanhuan, he ran out with his shoes on the wrong way around. He stared at the tuxingman who was huddled beside Jiang Yi and asked him vigilantly. Won't you invite me in, and do it? Pei Qinghuan lay behind Jiang Yi, timidly raised her head and smiled awkwardly. Come in if you dare. Snort! Chu Moli snorted in anger, opened the door and went back to the house. Don't mind it too much, my sister is just. Enthusiasm? Pei Qinghuan raised his head and chuckled. Please, which eye of hers do you see any enthusiasm? This is clearly a Yandere with a brother complex, okay? Jiang Ye's mouth twitched and he went into the house with them. A shura field is brewing. Will someone die tonight? What? Demonic followers? Pei Qinghuan was so startled that he jumped out of bed and bumped into the roof without paying attention, getting his nose bruised. Woo woo woo. She endured the pain and knelt tremblingly under Jiang Yi, her forehead flushed slightly raised. She grabbed his feet and asked nervously. And then? How did you escape from the devil's followers? No one understands the horror of demons better than her. When she was young, her parents almost died in a nightmare copy. Because of the leakage of demonic aura, she almost became an orphan. Even the sister who killed an entire demon army was deeply afraid of the abyss demons. Right now, Jiang Yi is less than level 20. Facing the devil's followers, I'm afraid the only possibility he can have is to escape. Escape? Why would I run away from something that can be solved with just one sword? Looking down at the trembling school beauty beneath him, Jiang Yi shook his head in vain. You defeated the demon? Pei Qinghuan was shocked to see that her red lips could fit a baguette. The little hand covered the throbbing heart, and the waves of clouds surged endlessly, and it took a long time for her to rest. He can even slay demons. Can she really surpass Jiang Ye's strength? She raised her head, and her pretty face was filled with shock and despair. Since I can't surpass you, then I'll be surpassed. Superman is strong, and Superman becomes stronger. As long as she sticks to Jiang Yi, she can also become stronger, right? In an instant, the girl under him licked her lips, and a sickly light flashed in her beautiful eyes. Chapter 65, Sleeping Wife, Incompetent Husband, Excited Female Boss. He dares to attack the demon's followers now. Will he dare to kill the abyss demons in the future? Pei Qinghuan raised her head, and the shadow covering her snow-white neck and cheeks could not hide the shock on her pretty face. So excited. So excited that my pretty face is flushed and my blood is rushing back. Jiang Yi is so powerful, he can only achieve success if he surpasses him. Isn't it just killing 2 demon followers? What's so surprising about that? Jiang Yi ruffled the cold school beauty's hair, looked at her in confusion, and said with a little surprise. What devil's followers? They are just 2 little karami, one on the roadside. Isn't it? Pei Qinghuan laughed angrily, and snow waves surged at the collar of his pajamas. Jiang Yi, do you really think everyone is as perverted as you? Even my sister only had the opportunity to destroy the advanced demon army while the demon lord had not yet broken the seal. By then, she had already broken through level 100. Even my sister, who was known as the Bright Moon Sword Fairy, had to break through the level 100 mark and acquire a set of epic equipment before she had a chance to destroy the demon army. Do you really think that everyone is as perverted as Jiang Yi, who killed the demon followers and quickly cleared the Calamity Dungeon before reaching level 20? So, am I more powerful than your sister? Jiang Yi raised his eyebrows and looked at the excited and intoxicated face of the school beauty under him, and couldn't help but think of her sister. He was fighting demons before he was even level 20, so that should be enough to crush the female swordsman of the same period, right? What's there to be proud of? It's just a temporary success. I will surpass you in the future. Pei Qinghuan knelt on the ground, wrinkled the hem of her nightgown, puffed out her cheeks, and snorted angrily. Then you take your time, I'm going to rest. Jiang Yi yawned, lay down a little board, and covered himself with the quilt. Turn off the lights and go to bed. What? You haven't told me the secret of your strength yet. In the dim light, Pei Qinghuan clenched his fists and complained dissatisfiedly. Sister Qinghuan, you have no time to be angry. Why don't you just get some rest? It won't be too late to ask again tomorrow morning. Shu Moli pricked up her ears, buried her slender body in the air-conditioned quilt, and eavesdropped for a long time. After looking at Pei Qinghuan for a long time, he thought she was a fox that stole some fish, but unexpectedly she was a defeated puppy that was kept in captivity. In front of his brother, he wagged his tail and begged for mercy. Glancing at Jiang Yi, who was sleeping with his back to her, Pei Qinghuan could only give up. She couldn't just shamelessly crawl into the quilt and then blush and say, "You've lost your way, right?" She had no choice but to bite her lip, look back every few steps, stare at Jiang Yi's back, and climb onto the bed dejectedly. Late at night, the girls always get along well with each other. Jiang Yi could hear their laughter in his days. Sister Qinghuan, what did you grow up eating? Gently poking the cold school beauty's heart, the surging resistance of the snow-white waves made Chumoli extremely envious. I can't afford to be like that to a. Drink more milk to supplement nutrition? Pei Qinghuan subconsciously looked at Jiang Yi, caught a glimpse of his sleeping profile, and guiltily tried to find an excuse. It's so funny, she just cushioned it, how could she really know? It's all Jiang Yi's fault. He laughed at her for being mediocre in the square during the day. Her self-esteem got the better of her, so she couldn't help but deceive herself and patted a little bit. It shouldn't be so easy to be discovered, right? Well, I'm so envious. How great would it be if I had my sister's talent? Shu Moli had tears in the corners of his eyes. He bit his lips, looked down at the penniless collar with a sour look, and closed his eyes in despair. I can't breathe anymore, Jime. It's so cute even though it's small. Gently stroking her sister's cheek, Pei Qinghuan said seriously with her pretty face. She is also very cute. Woo woo woo, Sister Qinghuan is still the most considerate. Sister Xiangxiang and Sister Shiyu are both born evil heretics. Chumoli was so moved that he hugged the cold school beauty and cried as if he had met a close friend. Go to sleep, go to sleep. Pei Qinghuan comforted him while keeping an eye on Jiang Yi. After a long time, the girl in his arms was sleeping soundly. Pei Qinghuan took a deep breath, tiptoed out of bed, and crawled quietly to Jiang Yi's side. In the dim light, her face was expressionless. My sister's secret to becoming stronger is sleeping naked. Jiang Yi, you must be hiding something from me, so I'll find it myself. Pei Qinghuan let out a low cry, her small hands grasping the edge of the quilt, her pretty face flushed with nervousness. No. Are you really not afraid of getting sty? Feeling the pleasant body fragrance of the school beauty, Jiang Yi woke up from his sleep, listened to her whispers, and pretended to be asleep. He really didn't expect that the cold and pure school beauty would be so different in private. Isn't it too much to try to find the secret of his strength? What? Wearing clothes while sleeping? Bad review. Pei Qinghuan curled her lips, let go of the quilt in disappointment, stared at Jiang Yi's sleeping face, and sighed softly. Jiang Yi's breath was as fragrant as orchid. He suppressed the delusions in his heart and continued to pretend to sleep. Jiang Yi. Why are you so handsome? Pei Qinghuan's delicate hand gently stroked Jiang Yi's cheek, her pretty face flushed, and she sighed shyly. Admiring him up close, she was intoxicated by Jiang Yi's charm. This was the first time Pei Qinghuan's heart was moved, and he couldn't help but want to. I must find the secret of your strength and surpass you. With a light snort, the hand that was touching his face somehow sank into the quilt. What is she going to do? Is she crazy? Jiang Yi was stunned. He quickly steadied his breathing and continued to pretend to be asleep. It would be very embarrassing if I woke up at this time, right? My sister is still lying next to me. The body is quite strong, with no signs of alteration. Are you really gifted? Pei Qinghuan licked the fingers that had touched Jiang Yi's skin, and her pretty face flushed, her beautiful eyes became dim. Isn't this nonsense? Feeling the school beauty's morbid gaze, Jiang Yi began to sweat profusely. If I had known she was so perverted, I would never have dared to bring Jiang Yi back even if I killed him. Ha! You seem very proud today? They bullied me in the square, they bullied me in the dungeon, they bullied me at night. I'm not a marshmallow. Don't be angry. Do you really think I'm cotton? Pei Qinghuan licked her red lips, poked Jiang Yi's cheek with her fingertips, lowered her voice, and snorted angrily. To mess with her is like messing with cotton. Hey, defeated general. There will also be a day when you will beg for mercy from under me? Isn't he very good at fighting? Can he kill demons in seconds? How come you can't even take one of my moves? What a loser! Pei Qinghuan muttered softly, becoming more and more excited, and her sickly pretty face turned red. Is her brain okay? Jiang Yi was stunned, and all he could hear was the cold school beauty's mumbling. What? You know you're wrong? Oh, too late. If you have offended me, then accept the punishment obediently. Her sickly pretty face was covered with gloom. Holding Jiang Yi's cheek, Pei Qinghuan smiled coldly. Hey, stop making things worse for yourself. Jiang Yi prayed in his heart. The dog he brought fell ill, and he could only cure it with tears in his eyes. But just as I was thinking about it, my forehead suddenly felt warm. The girl's resistance was immature, and she was punished to the point of selflessness. Hee, be more careful when talking to me next time. What a useless thing, huh? Holding her burning face, Pei Qinghuan's legs felt weak and numb. Looking down at the messy face beneath her, she licked her lips with pride. The first kiss, in exchange for the embarrassment of her mortal enemy, she won. He slipped back quietly, as smoothly as flowing water. Jiang Yi was left lying on the bed in a daze, his mouth twitching helplessly. A sleeping wife, an incompetent husband, an excited female boss. This sense of déjà vu lingers in my mind. Pei Qinghuan, you're dead tomorrow. Chapter 66, The Stunning Evolution of Silver Dragon Princess and Fallen Angel. The sun was shining, and a gentle, moist feeling came over my cheeks. Jiang Yi opened his eyes drowsily, feeling a little breathless. As if being pinned down by the big orange cat, Silver Dragon Princess leaned on his chest, gently licking the corner of his lips and smiling softly with his head tilted to the side. Master, it's time to get up. The dragon horns are majestic, the silver hair falls on the slightly exposed shoulders, the straps of the corset slide to the side, and the snow-white side breasts emerge as a sign of premature love. Where are my sister and Pei Qinghuan? When Jiang Yi mentioned the cold school beauty, his anger was rising. It's all her fault for going crazy in the middle of the night and not letting me get a good rest. It is an age full of vigor and vitality, so it is inevitable that one cannot suppress his anger. It's already 10 o'clock. Sister Emily and the others have already gotten up and gone out shopping. With her pretty face flushed, he moaned with a trembling voice. Now that the troublesome light bulb is out of the way, she has the chance to take a nap with her owner. It's 10 o'clock. How are the tickets for the return trip going? Ari, the succubus, is all ready, along with the master's breakfast. Facing Jiang Yi's inquiring gaze, he licked his lips, gently shook his silver-scaled dragon tail, and smiled contentedly. Master, will you eat first, or me first? As the princess of the blue-eyed silver dragon clan, her meat is of very good quality. It's not like a certain fallen angel who pretends to be young even though he is old. His meat is tough and dry, and not as delicious as hers. As expected, dragons are inherently lustful. If you don't get horny for a day, you'll feel uncomfortable, right? Gabriel's brows were tightly knitted together, and her pretty, cold face was filled with disgust. She was wearing a classic black and white maid uniform. After scolding Silver Dragon Princess, she gracefully bowed to Jiang Yi. The soft white of her collar appeared and disappeared, and she looked dignified and noble, yet with a hint of seductive charm, which was a huge contrast. I haven't found my parents yet, and there are only a few days left until the college entrance examination. I don't have much time left to upgrade. I have to go back and prepare for cultivation. Jiang Yi sat up and stretched. Master is already very strong, can't you take a break and accompany Hill for a while? Princess Silver Dragon was lying on her side, her white silk legs gathered together, soft, white and delicate. With her silver hair hanging down from her temples and her cherry lips pursed, she looked extremely resentful. She wants to ask her master for leave. You are a poor princess, used to being arrogant and extravagant. If you can't bear the hardship of upgrading, then don't be the master's servant. A lizard is a lizard. It gets carried away in its initial form. Gabriel held the clothes in his hands and snorted with contempt. The cloth in her arms were all her owner's clothes. She had carefully prepared them with spices when she woke up early in the morning, and had ironed them several times. They were close-fitting, comfortable, and refreshing to wear. Evolution? Jiang Yi was puzzled and surprised. The silver-haired girl lying on her side with a resentful look on her face is already incredibly strong, but she still has room for improvement. Feeling the snow-white waves and the majestic scale, what can be done about it if it evolves further? Theoretically, Hill still has the potential to evolve. The ancestor of the azure-eyed silver dragon, the legendary progenitor silver dragon, is a perfect evolutionary individual. Her fingertips gently twirled around her silver hair, her silver eyes reflecting Jiang Yi's face as she explained with a faint smile. Not only her, I also have room to evolve. Moreover, it's a completely new evolutionary form in two directions. Stretching out two jade fingers, Gabriel raised the corners of her mouth slightly and hummed with satisfaction. She is much stronger than the chameleon. In addition to the fallen angel evolutionary branch, there is also the succubus evolutionary route. 2-1, the advantage is on my side. Angels and demons? Jiang Yi guessed subconsciously. Gabriel was once a holy 12-winged seraphim, but after her fall, she became an evolutionary branch of the succubus. One thought is an angel, one thought is a devil, it's exciting to think about it. You guessed it right, so I'll reward you by helping the master get dressed and wash up. Holding the clothes in her arms, Gabriel narrowed her beautiful eyes and smiled softly. She really was like a personal maid, skillfully dressing Zhang Yi. Hill saw this and was worried, but he did not stop it. There was no way. As a poor princess, she was clumsy and could not necessarily take care of people as well as a gentle fallen angel. Then how should you two evolve? Upgrade? Or props? Zhang Yi couldn't refuse the fallen angel's enthusiasm. He could only open his hands helplessly, like a damned landlord, enjoying the dressing service of the plump maid. Actually, it's the intimacy evolution. As long as Master and Seal fall in love, get married, and hatch the eggs, Seal will be able to evolve quickly, right? Counting his white jade fingers, Hill licked his lips and his breathing became increasingly rapid. If evolution is really possible, this must be a shortcut, right? General, take this path and use the shortcut with her. That doesn't sound realistic, does it? Feeling Yinlongji's eager and greedy gaze, Zhang Yi felt like he was being stabbed in the back and couldn't help but sigh. It really proves the saying that when the moon is cold and the sun is warm, humans and animals come to see each other. Master, don't listen to the nonsense of the perverted lizard. A princess like her, who is in dire straits, doesn't need a noble intimacy evolution. A normal level up will be enough. While tugging at Zhang Yi's collar, Gabriel glanced at the lustful silver dragon princess and said with a sneer, "Shut up, will you die if you don't speak?" Hill became angry and humiliated, glaring at him with resentment. Damn this fallen angel for ruining her plans time and time again. No, I still want to stay with my master forever. He gently licked the side of Zhang Yi's face, leaned on her chest, glanced at Yinlongji sideways, and raised the corner of his mouth in disdain, with playful contempt. It's decided. For the next period of time, besides finding out about our parents, I'll focus on helping you evolve. After evolution, in addition to changes in form, vitality will increase until it becomes a perfect ultimate individual. Master wants Hill to evolve so much, does he hate Hill's current appearance? Yinlongji curled her lips, and a look of jealousy and resentment appeared on her pretty face. I just want Hill to be more complete. Touching Silver Dragon Princess's delicate head, Zhang Yi, as a partner, naturally wanted to make her better. If the lizard still has any self-awareness, it should upgrade and evolve as soon as possible. You are full of lust and anger. Except for your master who takes pity on you and favors you, even dogs hate cats. In contrast, I can evolve using items and also upgrade to evolve. Furthermore, the evolved humanoid form can be maintained retroactively, so there's no need to worry about the occurrence of the freak species. After helping Zhang Yi put on his clothes, Gabriel stood respectfully by his side, admiring his handsome figure. She couldn't suppress the faint smile on her lips and explained slowly. He even had the energy to mock Lady's silver dragon. You are worthy of it. How do you know so much? Hill curled his lips and snorted unwillingly. Although she didn't want to admit it, the fallen angel did know how to evolve better than her. You are just a useless milk dragon, good for nothing except disappointing your master. Unlike me, I still feel sorry for my master. With her jade hands on Zhang Yi's shoulders, Gabriel held her head high and chest out, humming with pride. She is an omnipotent and perfect woman. How can a mere lizard fight against her? Milk dragon? Really vivid. Looking at Hill's angry face, Zhang Yi couldn't help but laugh. If the fallen angel and the silver dragon princess evolve, besides becoming stronger, they will become more perfect, right? Looking at the girls fighting with each other, one can imagine how stunning they will look after they evolve. Then, upgrade quickly. Chapter 67, Blocking the Ex-Girlfriend, she broke down and cried. Master, do you want Hill to feed you milk? Hill lay on the dining table, a glass of pure white milk resting steadily on his heart, surging with the waves of clouds as he gasped for breath. Colored lizard. It's not your turn to interfere in taking care of the master. Like Delay's personal maid, Gabriel stood quietly behind Zhang Yi, glanced at the milk dragon with ill intentions, frowned in disgust, and snorted contemptuously. Dragons are inherently lustful, and I am not lying to you. If you don't interfere, you can still interrupt. If the master doesn't drink milk, it won't be nutritious. The dragon's tail swayed back and forth, her pretty face flushed, she licked her cherry lips, and stared at Zhang Yi straight, revealing her true intentions. Hill, don't play with your food. Helplessly looking at Silver Dragon Princess who was becoming more and more playful, Zhang Yi gave her a warning, then picked up the glass of milk and drank it all. Foul. If Hill feeds it, the milk will taste better, right? Seeing Zhang Yi finish drinking the milk, Hill felt so disappointed that tears were about to fall. He slumped on the table, even his tail was listless. She can't even take care of her master, is she really useless? Otherwise, why wouldn't he, the owner, use it? The colored lizard is beyond saving. Gabriel covered her face and sighed silently. Can't you learn from her and make a fortune quietly? Next time we upgrade, if Hill behaves well, I'll just fulfill one small request of yours. Putting down the glass, Zhang Yi ate breakfast while drawing a pancake. Really? Hill will definitely not let the master down. Silver Dragon Princess was so excited that her pretty face flushed red. She wagged her tail, patted her chest, and made an excited promise. Level, 1990%. Just a little bit of experience and she would have achieved what she wanted. When the time comes, she wants to drink her master's milk. The master is so mean. Isn't this bullying a fool? The pervert lizard already has big breasts and no brains, so stop trying to make her happy. Gabriel bit his lip, looking resentful. The lizard can get the master's favor just by acting coquettishly, but she has to consider a lot more. Sensing the jealousy in the air, Zhang Yi turned around and continued to paint a rosy picture. What gift would you like? They are all charming pets who have shared the same joys and sorrows, so naturally we cannot favor one over the other. I don't want the master's gift. Glancing at the thorn collar on Silver Dragon Princess Shui's neck, Gabriel snorted sourly. However, the master insisted again and again, so Ari could only accept it reluctantly. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly, her delicate hands wrapped around Zhang Yi's neck, and the soft waves gently pressed down on him. Who was rewarding her? If the master is free, go on a date with Ari. She leaned close to Zhang Yi's ear, licked her cherry lips, and breathed out a sweet breath. She really missed the embarrassed look of her master in the fitting room, and she also wanted to savor her master's love slowly. Date? It's settled then. You two little cuties, don't let me down next time. Feeling the gentleness coming from behind and looking at the graceful dragon girl in front of him, Zhang Yi agreed without hesitation. He was willing to do anything to boost morale and inspire his pet to move forward. Well, I promise to complete the master's mission. Like a puppy waiting to be petted, Hill squinted his eyes, raised his snow-white neck, wagged his tail, and assured comfortably. Don't get too cocky, lizard. If you're outdone by me, don't come crying to your master. Gabriel lay on Zhang Yi's back, made a face at Yinlong Ji, and snorted provocatively. If she wins, she will let Princess Silver Dragon watch from the side and observe her sweet tryst with her master. In an instant, the Silver Dragon Princess and the fallen angel confronted each other, their eyes clashing and jealousy surging. They all want to dominate their master's love. The late breakfast ended hastily in the Shura field. The clingy sister and the sick female sword fairy have not returned yet. There is still plenty of time and it is not too late to go back in the afternoon. Zhang Yi lies on Yinlongji's lap and enjoys the leisurely afternoon tea time. Well, master? Hill pursed his lips comfortably and couldn't help but hum softly. Xiu's dirty hands touched Zhang Yi's forehead and massaged it gently. Master, if you are thirsty, you can drink tea. Gabriel knelt respectfully on the ground, holding a cup of tea, quietly admiring Zhang Yi's profile. As a maid, she is ready to serve. Yun Lang cast a shadow on his face. Zhang Yi drank the lemon tea fed by the succubus maid, enjoyed the knee massage from Yinlong Ji, and browsed his phone leisurely. After one night, his backstage was flooded with private messages, and the class group was even more excited. Tender Catgirl, with a score of 150,000 on the leaderboard, it's important to balance work and rest. Send a private message to the backstage to receive a free leveling gift pack to help you level up. Cruel Old Man, speed running through the natural disaster dungeon, leading 3S rank school beauties to victory. Zhang Yi, you call this a failed job transfer? Dang, Jingchajing Primary School, too awesome, right? He brought the school beauty to the fore and turned the tide. He truly brought honor to Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School. School bell on the playground, the students in the Linhai neighborhood are going crazy over this. Zhang Yi, tell me the truth, are you in a relationship with School Bell Pei? Woo. I'm really not a difficult girl, they're a handsome couple, and they're beautiful, so why would you goblins object? Rubbing his eyes, Zhang Yi put down his phone helplessly. The team scored 50,000 points, swept Linhai, and won the unprecedented first place for Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School, which has been at the bottom for many years, making them proud. Then, he became famous. There were even rumors that he was in love with Pei Qinghuan, the school belle of Linhai No. 1 Middle School. Who would like a Yandere who doesn't sleep in the middle of the night? Jiang Yi gritted his teeth and said angrily. Yandere is like an unstable time bomb that explodes at the slightest provocation. It's too morbid and too crazy. I didn't expect that Pei Qinghuan, this aloof and noble cold beauty, also had a morbid and paranoid side in her bones. I'm afraid I can't stay in Jiangcheng anymore. Jiang Yi sighed, picked up his phone, and was about to call his sister to come back early, but he saw a glaring message. Emperor Ruyan Lu Ruyan, Xiaoye. I miss you. Jiang Yi's face suddenly turned dark. Didn't he block this bad woman? Go! Jiang Yi sneered, swiped up to delete and blocked the message in one go. If he goes slower, he might just have to disinfect his phone. In the bathroom. Ruyan Lu, I'm taking a shower. Do you want to see me? Lu Ruyan leaned against the fish tank, finished typing, pursed her lips, and clicked send proudly. I've already sacrificed my looks. Jiang Yi, this greedy little cat, must be unable to resist wanting to video chat with me, right? She closed her eyes and immersed herself in the clear pool water, revealing only her wet and messy face. She counted the seconds silently, waiting for someone's response. For a long time. Why hasn't Xiaoye replied to me yet? Are you really good at suppressing a gun? Biting her lip, she hurriedly opened her phone, her beautiful eyes suddenly froze, and bloodshot eyes gradually filled up. You are no longer the other party's friend, the message failed to be sent. The red exclamation mark is an eyesore. I was blocked? Lu Ruyan bit her lip and muttered to herself blankly, unable to come back to her senses for a long time. In the pool, milky white foam surged and undulated, and the clouds and waves followed suit, surging with anger. She is angry. The consequences are very serious. Jiang Yi. If you dare to block me now, don't regret it. Lu Ruyan bit her lip, burning with anger. I was originally thinking of video chatting with Jiang Yi and giving him some benefits. But this bastard doesn't appreciate it, so just wait. With tears in the corners of his eyes, he growled unwillingly. It's too late to regret it. Chapter 68, Rumored Girlfriend? Is the Yandere school beauty repressed? His gray avatar no longer flickers, the messages he sends fall on deaf ears, and the red exclamation mark is glaring and uncomfortable. After getting angry, Lu Ruyan sat dejectedly in the bathtub, sticking out her pretty face and blowing bubbles. Her eyes were red from crying and she looked aggrieved. Jiang Yi, why did you block her? Did she do something wrong? It's okay, I'm not angry. Biting her cherry lips, Lu Ruyan covered her trembling soft white breasts and whispered comforting words. As a man, you don't release the eagle until you see the rabbit. Feeling the tenderness in her palm, Lu Ruyan raised her head confidently. She has a rabbit, and Jiang Yi also has an eagle. Jiang Yi, you will cry and beg me. Lu Ruyan's pretty face, red from crying, gradually turned sickly gloomy. She sneered, got up from the bathtub, and put on a bathrobe. Her wet hair fell on her shoulders, giving her a sense of brokenness. It seems. I can't gain your trust without paying a price. Taking a deep breath, she could only untie her bathrobe and offer her beauty. Jiang Yi, I'm waiting for you to change your mind. For the next month, the punishment could not be upgraded. Lu Ruyan could only find a way to make up for the losses from Jiang Yi. But if you don't bait or make a nest when fishing, you will easily come up empty-handed. She couldn't fail again. For Jiang Yi's parents' inheritance, even if. The white bathrobe wiped the water stains on her body, and she shook her head, causing the water droplets on her hair to fall in a messy manner. She has the capital to squander and also has shortcuts to take. It depends on whether Jiang Yi can raise his head and let go. Unlucky. After disinfecting his phone, Jiang Yi no longer had the interest to check messages. Anyway, in the group and forum, it was either about his heroic deeds of quickly clearing the Calamity Dungeon or his love affair with Pei Qinghuan. Hear the wind, believe it. He and Pei Qinghuan are innocent, so what is there to say? And Lu Ruyan, even though we've cut off ties, he still shamelessly clings to me. Does he really think he's so gilded that people will chase after him and lick his ass? Don't even take a piss and look in the mirror. You have a black pen without water, and you don't have chalk with patina. Brother, who made you angry again? Chu Moli and Pei Qinghuan just came back, like a pair of sisters, holding hands affectionately. I don't know if it's because we sympathize with each other that we stand up for each other. No, a clown. Jiang Yi smiled. He was just a clown. If he got angry, he would lose. Really? Then, when are we going back? Shumoli looked at Jiang Yi with a guilty conscience, then secretly glanced at her best friend who was looking strange beside her, and licked her lips silently. Inspired by her best friend's suggestion, she got carried away and agreed to let Pei Qinghuan visit Linhai. If my brother doesn't agree, I can only cancel the date with my best friend. Afternoon. Do you still want to stroll around Xuanhe town? Resting his head on Yin Longji's white silk knee pillow, Jiang Yi glanced at his shy sister and asked curiously. Could it be that this girl has been bribed by the evil and cold school beauty next to her to secretly harm her brother? There's nothing much to see in Xuanhe town, but I promised Sister Qinghuan that I would visit Linhai. Shu Moli lowered his head, seemed to be hesitant to speak, and smiled awkwardly. You're taking a break recently, right? Do you want to go for a stroll along the seaside? It's my treat. Pei Qinghuan looked calm and looked at Jiang Yi with a smile. He didn't feel guilty about the guilt from last night's kiss. He was really good at pretending. This woman is something. What's fun in Linhai? If you want to go, it's not impossible. It's vacation time anyway, so let's go to Linhai and treat it as a vacation. Jiang Yi did not disappoint his sister. It just so happened that he also wanted to go to Linhai to look for the last trace of his parents. Judging from the information Xin Yu got, his parents' death might not be simple. The nine-tailed fox that escaped from the disaster copy was last seen in Linhai next door. There is no time to lose, let's get going as soon as possible. Looking down at Jiang Yi, who was lazily resting his head on his knees, Pei Qinghuan felt a little uncomfortable in his heart for some reason. If possible, she wanted to replace Yin Longji and be Jiang Yi's lap pillow. Just think of it as redemption for last night's evil plot. You're so anxious, as if you're expecting me to go to Linhai? Jiang Yi stood up slowly, smiled and joked. Huh? I'd expect you to go? Dream on. If it weren't for Sister Emily, I wouldn't have invited you. Pei Qinghuan was frightened. Her pretty face flushed. She turned her head away and snorted proudly like a tabby cat with its fur standing on end. She didn't think about Jiang Yi. Well, just a little bit. But someone last night. Jiang Yi paused, his eyes swept over the pretty face of the school beauty, and the corners of his mouth curled up meaningfully. What happened last night? Under Chumoli's curious gaze, Pei Qinghuan lowered her head guiltily, bit her cherry lips, and stammered. Could it be that what she did last night was exposed? It's over. I can't stay on this planet anymore. I have no choice but to fight Jiang Yi. Didn't you invite me to visit Linhai last night? How come you forgot this morning? Or, are you a stubborn tsundere? Jiang Yi raised the corner of his mouth slightly, teasing the school beauty, and jokingly said. Who is the tsundere? I'm just worried it might rain in the afternoon, so I want to return early. Really? If someone hadn't slept in, we would have gone back a long time ago. Pei Qinghuan pursed her red lips, her heart filled with dissatisfaction, and she didn't know how much moisture she had in her heart. Sister Qinghuan, that's not what you told me this morning. Didn't you agree that only I would be invited, and my brother would just be a sideline? But why, did you guys already have this conspiracy yesterday? Could it be that the rumors circulating in the group are all true? Shu Moli covered the corner of her mouth, her beautiful eyes fixed, and she exclaimed in surprise. Sister Qinghuan, you're not really having an affair with my brother, are you? I treat you as my best friend, and you treat me as your sister-in-law? Don't bully people like this. No way. Pei Qinghuan's delicate body trembled, her pretty face turned pale, and she was immediately covered in sweat. Although they couldn't be said to have had an affair, they definitely had a conversation. Yesterday, why couldn't she control her damn desire to win and wanted to defeat Jiang Yi once? Although I won verbally, I felt guilty inside. If Jiang Yi found out, she would be too embarrassed to face anyone. Deny, must deny. At the same time, he glanced at Jiang Yi guiltily, looking forward to his reaction. Xiao Yi must have been secretly happy for a long time, right? After all, I'm the school beauty of Linhai No. 1 Middle School, admired by thousands of people. He must be very happy to have a girlfriend like me, right? The corners of her mouth lifted up involuntarily. If she hadn't been able to pretend, she would have laughed out loud. Let me clarify, this is a rumor. She's not considerate, not gentle, and not very thoughtful. Marrying her as my wife is a bit of a torture. Jiang Yi looked at Pei Qinghuan with disdain. Marrying a sickly and delicate school beauty as his wife was the end of his life. Go to hell. Pei Qinghuan yelled in anger and stomped her feet in frustration. Her beautiful legs in black silk stockings were trembling slightly under her skirt, and her snow-white soft legs were restless. She was very angry. What's wrong with being my boyfriend? Am I really that bad? Thinking of what Jiang Yi said, Pei Qinghuan's pretty face turned pale and her heart ached. Where did she lose? Still no charm? Otherwise, why wouldn't Jiang Yi like me? For some reason, her heart felt swollen and painful, and the suppressed illness gradually revived. She wanted Jiang Yi's favor, even a little bit, and she was overjoyed. Chapter 69, The Contrast Between the Cold and Aloof School Beauty. Throughout Linhai City, there are countless men who want to be her, Pei Qinghuan, dogs. From Linhai to Jiangcheng, there is no end in sight. But what about Jiang Yi? Not only did he dislike her, he even despised her. Is it blindness or just poor taste? There's definitely nothing wrong with my charm. The problem must be Jiang Yi's taste. I want to mention how much padding is used, but when you look down you can't see your toes. It's so stunning that no one needs to explain. Forget it, I just treat it as a way to broaden the horizons of the tasteless Xiaoye. I don't want to be his girlfriend. Pei Qinghuan took a deep breath, and her tightly furrowed brows gradually relaxed as she comforted herself in her heart. She must improve Jiang Yi's taste. It's good that brother doesn't like sister Qinghuan. Shumoli covered the thin cloth and let out a long sigh. Sure enough, small ones are cute enough. Brother still likes Wang Zai Xiamantu as always. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly, and she felt much happier. Her brother can only belong to her and no one else can touch him. Pei Qinghuan, are you murdering your husband? After being patted a few times by Xiaoxiao, Jiang Yi frowned and complained unhappily. The heat of last night's night raid is still lingering, and today's aloofness is still fresh in my mind. The aloof and cold school beauty is quite good at pretending. She hasn't revealed her pure desires yet? There's no murder involved. I'm just teaching you a lesson. Pei Qinghuan's pretty face flushed and she argued in panic. She only denied the murder, not her husband. If you feel pain, at worst you can hit me a few times. With a red face, Pei Qinghuan lowered his head and whispered softly. He just hit Jiang Yi in the chest a few times. To be fair, he can hit him back. Are you sick? Do you like being beaten by me so much? Glancing at the shy girl, Jiang Yi said sarcastically with a half smile. If the doll is broken, she will cry for a long time, right? Who likes it? Pei Qinghuan lowered her head and denied it in a low voice. Her pretty face was red and burning. The scene of Jiang Yi strangling his neck in the copy emerged in his mind. She didn't seem to hate the pain of being unable to breathe. But I can only keep it in my heart and it becomes an unspeakable secret. If you like it, I don't mind. Jiang Yi pinched the girl's delicate cheeks as a punishment. Unlike the pink-haired queen and the cold beauty, Pei Qinghuan's cheeks are a little soft, unlike her sister, the soft female devil. The feeling of holding it in the palm of her hand is just right, and it is most suitable for being ravaged into a ball. I can't let go of the bully. You just want to bully me. Are you going to Linhai anymore? Pei Qinghuan let Jiang Yi's hand play tricks on her cheek with a cold face and complained vaguely. Jiang Yi, right? When we get to Linhai, there's some delicious juice for you. She can't beat Jiang Yi, but can't she beat her sister who is over level 100? Humph, when the time comes, I'll have to make him call me miss. For some reason, even Pei Qinghuan himself didn't realize that from the beginning he was resisting Jiang Yi and was very emotional, but in the blink of an eye, he was curious, expecting, and excited. Then, let's go. Jiang Yi rubbed the head of the cold school beauty, earning a cold snort of disdain from her. The cold school beauty frowned slightly, her beautiful eyes looked at her with contempt and disgust, as if she was looking at a pervert, but the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise slightly, as if she was enduring something. You're clearly enjoying it deep down, but you're pretending to be disgusted. It must be tiring, right? Shaking his head, Jiang Yi didn't think much about it. He packed up Yin Longji and the school beauties and headed straight for Linhai. On the train, the girls sat in a group. Master. I'm carsick. Can I lean on you and rest for a while? Without waiting for Jiang Yi's consent, he blushed and lay in Jiang Yi's arms as a matter of course, with her dragon tail wrapped around his waist, showing her sovereignty. Master, we are almost at Linhai. Do you want to go for a walk on the beach? Gabriel rested her head on Jiang Yi's shoulder, her inky hair falling on her shoulders, her face slightly flushed, and she looked at him secretly. When I go on vacation to the beach, the swimsuit stored in the closet finally find a use. A plump figure can also make the owner appreciate it. Seaside? Is there an abyss dungeon there? The little cutie in his arms was not at all quiet. Jiang Yi sighed helplessly, looked at the cold school beauty by the window, and asked softly. Of course. The sea is vast and boundless, and abyssal invasions are common. Pei Qinghuan had a cold face, her beautiful eyes were sad, and she replied resentfully. Looking at the silver dragon princess and the fallen angel lying in Jiang Yi's arms, her heart ached. It was like having one's own toy snatched away and desecrated by a bad woman. The uneasiness and pain were unbearable. But she couldn't defeat Silver Dragon Princess and the fallen angel, so she could only endure the humiliation. Wow, she is such an incompetent rumored girlfriend. It's a rare opportunity to take a break. Can't we go on vacation to the beach? Upgrade, just upgrading, how boring. Shu Moli lay listlessly on the table, her eyes filled with the tenderness of a fallen angel. When did she feel such a full sense of security? I'm just saying, if you're going on vacation to the beach, you have to consider safety. Jiang Yi smiled. He remembered that the abyss at the seaside was surging densely, and the chance of refreshing the copy was very high. Sister Moli, do you want to go to the beach and soak up the sun? I happen to have a sea view manor, and it would be a waste to leave it idle. Why don't we go on vacation together? Pei Qinghuan chuckled softly at her sister who was looking listless beside her, but her beautiful eyes were secretly observing Jiang Yi, anticipating his reaction. Deep down, she was quite looking forward to seeing Jiang Yi wearing a swimsuit. It's so hard I can't even bite it. He must look very handsome in a swimsuit, right? The canine fangs ached slightly and could not bite Jiang Yi's shoulder. One could imagine how strong his body was. If she were to be honest, Jiang Yi was indeed the most handsome man she had ever met. He was very attractive, and the more she admired him, the more she liked him. The only drawback is that he is not her boyfriend. Seaview Manor Miss, bah, rich woman, I've offended you so much before, do you think I still have hope now? When I was young, I didn't know the advantages of rich women, and I mistakenly treated the school beauty as a treasure. Jiang Yi didn't expect that Pei Qinghuan looked ordinary and completely wealthy at first glance, but in fact he was extremely rich. As expected, you can't judge a book by its cover, and you can't judge a rich woman by her appearance. If you like, I can give you this manor. Pei Qinghuan smiled indifferently, they were just material possessions. If she could win Jiang Yi's favor, she wouldn't mind spending money every day. Jiang Yi's potential cannot be measured by money. If you can get him, you will definitely be very happy in the future, right? No, it's too expensive. I'm just talking. Jiang Yi waved his hand. He only liked to take advantage of the school beauties, but he didn't like to take advantage of them. You're being given free food but you don't eat it, it's a waste of resources. Pei Qinghuan curled his lips and swallowed. Jiang Yi is very handsome and has a good figure. It would be a waste if you don't take advantage of her. Last night's guilt was only a brief taste, but after getting a taste of it, the itch in my heart became more and more intense. In addition to the main goal of surpassing Jiang Yi, she also has another small goal, which is to be surpassed by Jiang Yi. In terms of reserved and flirtatiousness, Jiang Yi probably can't compare to her. Chapter 70, The Imperial Sister's maid is shocked, the second young lady eats too well. She also has her good points, it just depends on whether Jiang Yi is willing to take advantage of her. Advantages and strengths need to complement each other in order to help each other. As long as I act noble, Xiao Xiaoye won't notice my reserved nature. No matter how strong he is still easily manipulated by me. With her delicate hands on the sides of her face, she stole glances at Jiang Yi, and the comfort in her heart grew more and more intense. Humph, isn't Jiang Yi quite good at fighting? What's the point of being able to fight? Wasn't he just being teased by her last night? Noticing the blush in the cold school beauty's eyes, Jiang Yi pretended not to see it. Linhai City is indeed more prosperous than Jiangcheng, but it lacks some of the warmth and enthusiasm of my hometown. Admiring the scenery outside the window, Jiang Yi sighed. The land and water nurture the people. No matter how prosperous Linhai is, he is just a passerby, coming and going, and it will never be his final destination. If you marry me, won't everything in the Linhai Pei family belong to you in the future? We're all in the same quilt, so if we're warm or not, we can tell by just checking it out. Pei Qinghuan murmured softly in her heart, startled by her own thoughts. She quickly turned her head away, pretending to appreciate the scenery outside the window, but her pretty face reflected in the glass was already flushed and hot. What happened to her? She was becoming more and more daring, unable to suppress her desire at all. She is seriously ill and needs to see a doctor. How about letting Jiang Yi give me an injection? Her sister told her that if she was sick, she would have to get an injection. While I was daydreaming, time slipped away silently. The train is about to arrive at the station. Passengers getting off, please take your luggage in advance. Jiang Yi perked up and almost dozed off in Yin Long Ji's arms. A few minutes later, I got off the bus and left the station. Linhai is no different from Jiangcheng except that it is more prosperous. High-rise buildings, steel torrents, bloomy sky. Following the aloof school beauty, Jiang Yi and others came to a lacquered luxury car. The Phantom series is a top luxury car with a limited edition of 100 units worldwide, and it is in high demand. Pei Qinghuan, this girl, really grew up with a silver spoon in her mouth, and she is also a money-eating beast. Second miss, please come this way. The professional female driver who was picking me up waited for a long time, leaned over and saluted, the neckline of her black silk skirt trembling slightly. Her name is Wu Ziying. She is Pei Qinghuan's transferred driver and also serves as his personal bodyguard. She is an A-level professional shadow assassin and her level is as high as 50. Sister Ingzi, you don't have to be so polite. They are all my friends. Come on, get in the car. Pei Qinghuan smiled and took the initiative to open the back seat for Jiang Yi. Sister Molly, aren't you carsick? Be in the front row, it will be easier. She pushed the confused girl into the front seat and considerately fastened her seatbelt for her. Sister Qinghuan, you're so enthusiastic. I feel a little embarrassed. The naive sister did not notice her best friend's ulterior motives, but was rather flattered. Isn't her best friend taking too much care of her? We are good sisters. Pei Qinghuan blinked her eyes. She just wanted to be a sister-in-law, so what bad intentions did she have? Poor Tom, being played in the palm of his hand. A sense of déjà vu came to him, and Jiang Yi shook his head with a smile. My stupid sister, she was sold by her best friend and she is still counting the money. Hey, master, please get in my car. Pei Qinghuan almost said what was in her heart, and quickly changed her words. She opened the car door with a slightly red face, like the emperor's personal maid. Am I the maid, or is the second young lady the maid? She opened the car door so skillfully, didn't she? Maiko Sakura covered her lips, too shocked to speak. After being with Pei Qinghuan for so many years, this was the first time she saw the aloof and arrogant second miss being so humble to a man. Could it be that the second young miss is in love? Wu Ziying almost screamed out loud. The Pei family's two most beautiful sisters were never polite to men. When did they become attracted to men? Her beautiful eyes involuntarily stopped on Jiang Yi. Wu Ziying subconsciously took a deep breath, her pretty face flushed slightly, and she murmured incoherently. So handsome. No wonder the second young lady was so moved that she almost couldn't control her legs at first sight. Sister Ingzi, let's go to Lakeview Manor. Noticing the strange look from her good sister, Pei Qinghuan frowned secretly, then smiled kindly and reminded her softly. Dare to snatch her snacks? Don't work anymore? Well, miss, I'm sorry, my eyesight was a little blurry just now. Cold sweat appeared on Maiko Sakura's forehead. She hurriedly bent down to apologize, and got into the car trembling with fear under the second lady's cold gaze. The second young lady's eyes are so scary. She almost got optimized before she even thought about cheating. Is she jealous? Sensing the jealousy of the school beauty next to him, Jiang Yi muttered in his heart, feeling both amused and helpless. Is there something on my face? Pei Qinghuan's cheeks felt a little hot when Jiang Yi stared at her, but she pretended not to care, even showing a little disgust. She doesn't need Jiang Yi's praise, he only wants her to receive rewards. You look much better today. Did you have a good rest last night? Jiang Yi got into the car, and the silver dragon princess and the fallen angel turned into pendants and fell on his shoulders, like action figures. Really? You might, maybe you're seeing things. I did get a good rest yesterday. Pei Qinghuan was panicked, thinking that he had been discovered while sneaking around last night. Seeing that Jiang Yi did not react, he breathed a sigh of relief, got in the car, and stuck close to him without any instruction. As expected of a young lady, the car she uses is quite expensive and can even withstand attacks from high-level abyssal beasts. It's both practical and stylish. Jiang Yi looked at the mechanical decoration inside the car, which had a cyberpunk feel. If you like it, I'll give it to you. Pei Qinghuan took out the spare key from her bag, put it in Jiang Yi's palm, and chuckled. She exchanged a car that she had only driven a few times for the chance to hold hands with Jiang Yi. It was a great deal. How arrogant. The school beauty's hands were very cool and a little soft like jade. A limited edition sports car worth tens of millions, available for free at any time. Is she not even going to act anymore? This is my investment. You're an ordinary monster even in the Calamity Dungeon. It's just a sports car. Why are you making such a fuss? Pei Qinghuan chuckled indifferently. In order to surpass Jiang Yi, she even gambled herself. How could a mere luxury car compare with Jiang Yi's potential? Natural disaster dungeon? Maiko Sakura pricked up her ears and looked through the rearview mirror with her beautiful eyes in shock, almost running a red light. At Jiang Yi's age, she had a hard time clearing the nightmare level, let alone the natural disaster copy with a 100% mortality rate. Even a young lady with a divine appearance couldn't have passed the natural disaster dungeon back then. Jiang Yi's figure appeared in her eyes. Wu Ziying bit her lips tightly, a button of her shirt broke off, and her heart was filled with turmoil. If what the second young lady said was true, what kind of monster did she invite to the Pei family? It's just a natural disaster instance, what's the big deal? Pei Qinghuan held Jiang Yi's hand, with a smug smile on her face, as if she had passed. The fox is taking advantage of the tiger's might. Auntie, that's a desperate situation that even the young lady couldn't get through. It's not as simple as you say. Maiko Sakura gave a bitter smile, suppressed the shock in her heart, and drove with a complicated expression. In the back row, the cool and aloof school beauty sat quietly and dignifiedly, but her little hand made a light and dirty move. Don't move. I'm carsick. If you don't grab something, you'll easily vomit. Pei Qinghuan explained with a cold face, pretending to be weak. She finally had an excuse to get close to Jiang Yi, how could she miss it? Jiang Yi is not from the Uzumaki clan, so naturally he would not say what Uzumaki said. He just shook his head, leaned back in the comfortable car seat, squinted his eyes, took a short nap, and let the sultry second young lady do whatever she wanted. It's just holding hands. As long as you don't find anything wrong with him, I won't be angry. The painted phantom drove on the road and soon arrived at the collapsed Seaview Villa. Before I even got off the bus, a blaring whistle started to sound. Jiang Yi rolled down the car window and saw a greasy man in a suit with slick back hair, holding a bouquet of red roses and walking towards him in a showy manner. Cheng Wan. I heard you're in love? Chapter 71, Chen Xiao's Provocation. The cold school beauty's shield? Chen Ji was wearing a black suit, had a tall figure, and had a shiny slicked back hair, which gave him a mature and handsome look. He held a bouquet of red roses and smiled through the rolled-down car window, which he thought was gentle and affectionate, and asked with a meaningful tone. If you ask yourself honestly, he is not an expert in the love field, but as long as he grins and smiles, even the most abstinent goddess will succumb to his attack, open her legs obediently, and taste the sweetness. Chen Ji fell in love with Pei Qinghuan at first sight. He had never seen such a perfect woman. Cold and aloof, pure and flawless like a banished immortal, budding and yet tempting people to blaspheme desires. As the goddess's senior, the legitimate son of the Lin Haichen family, and the prince of the Abyss Guild, no one in Linhai is worthy of Pei Qinghuan except him. This time, the news he got from his subordinates was that the cold goddess who had always been indifferent to men had actually fallen into the mortal world, fallen in love, and fallen in love. Chen Ji was so angry. He had been pursuing Pei Qinghuan for so many years, and there was no progress. In fact, he was taken advantage of by a small-time scoundrel. He felt so upset. The fake smiling gaze fell on Jiang Yi through the window. Chen Ji's face showed shock and disbelief. No, buddy. The pretty boy sitting in the car is so handsome. Alarm bells rang in my heart, I gritted my teeth, and felt extremely sad. TSK, what's the point of being handsome? When you're out in the world, you rely on your status, background, and the strength of your fists. Besides, Qinghuan is not a superficial woman. She doesn't show any affection to men. No matter how handsome he is, he will still be scorned and ignored. Chen Ji secretly clenched his fists, took a deep breath, and tried his best to soothe his broken heart. But inadvertently, I saw the moment when Jiang Yi and Pei Qinghuan were holding hands. Their white jade fingers were tightly clasped together, their arms were lightly wrapped around each other, like a girlfriend in the passionate love period. When they looked at Jiang Yi, their aloof eyes were full of charm, like the happy tenderness of a newlywed wife. No, how did the abstinence goddess fall into the mortal world? Damn pretty boy, what did he do to his goddess? Chen Ji was so angry. He had been pursuing her until now, but they had only met a few times, let alone holding hands. But the pretty boy in the car, holding hands and kissing each other, is too happy, right? Xing Huan is not a superficial woman. The pretty boy in the car is probably a shield she found to act for me. Heh, if I took it seriously, I'd be a clown. Chen Ji sneered in his heart and felt hostile towards Zhang Yi. How could he let the woman he likes get away with being a gigolo who is only fit to be his shield? So, he continued to smile and pretended to be nonchalant and asked, Xing Huan, I heard you are in love? In the car, Zhang Yi frowned when he noticed the inexplicable hostility of the man with slicked back hair. Where did this conspicuous bag come from? Why are you looking for it here? Don't worry about your life. Roll. Pei Qinghuan didn't even look at Chen Ji, but just shouted impatiently. She hurried back to change into her swimsuit and bask in the sun on the beach with Zhang Yi. I don't have time to pay attention to this unfamiliar follower. Sheng Huan. Chen Ji's face froze, but he still managed to force a smile. The goddess is really unique, she even said it so coolly when she asked him to leave. Young boys nowadays are so glib and childish that they're ridiculous. Don't be fooled by someone's sweet words. They might have dirty intentions. Glancing at Zhang Yi sitting in the car seat, Chen Ji said with a smile and a sarcastic tone. Adolescent boys are the most disgusting. As someone who has been through this, how could he not know? Pei Qinghuan is indeed a smooth talker with a sick and dark mind. Zhang Yi's mouth corners slightly raised, and a wet resistance faintly appeared on his forehead, as if he had eaten a green tongue and felt cool and refreshing. The second young lady's eloquence is just so-so, but she can still improve. You dare to be sarcastic to the master? You're going to die. The silver dragon pendant on the shoulder reveals its ferocious appearance and murderous intent. Master, don't sleep too deeply tonight. The world in the heart of the fallen angel was trembling with anger. She would never tolerate her master being slandered and blasphemed. Is this person's sister Qing Huan's friend? Isn't that a bit too foolish? Xu Moli frowned as she looked through the rearview mirror, controlling the shadows and waiting for an opportunity to punish and retaliate. Since her brother was bullied, she became narrow-minded and could not tolerate even a grain of sand in her eyes. Maiko Sakura. Who told you to let the flies from the toilet in here to disgust people? Pei Qinghuan was so angry that she laughed. She glared at the royal maid in the driver's seat, with a cold and fierce light in her beautiful eyes. She didn't know that Zhang Yi was a smooth talker, but she was really a smooth talker last night. Dark-minded, sick and dirty? What's wrong with Pei being sick, dirty, and vulgar? Who are you scolding here? Second miss, I failed in my duty. I'm sorry. Maiko Sakura's delicate body trembled, and cold sweat covered her forehead. She quickly gave in and apologized, then got out of the car with a cold face. This is the first time I've seen the second young lady get so angry in all these years. It is conceivable how important the little brother in the back seat is in the second young lady's mind. The second miss is so angry that she's like a puppy guarding its food. I'm afraid their relationship is more than just a couple. Maybe they're master and servant, or husband and wife. Thoughts surged in her mind, and Maiko Sakura became more and more frightened, with a frost covering her pretty face. It was her dereliction of duty to let the fly in and make the second young lady furious. If she offended the second young lady in front of her master again, she would probably disappear into oblivion. Maiko Sakura doesn't look like a failure in life because she has never been in a relationship. My lady has ordered that you please leave immediately. Otherwise, the sword has no eyes, and life and death are determined by heaven. Maiko Sakura walked lightly, pulled out the white jade software attached to her waist, frowned, her pretty face was gloomy as water, and issued an ultimatum. Sheng Huan. A sharp murderous intent suddenly hit Chen Ji, and he was terrified. His hands holding the bouquet of flowers trembled slightly. Wild Rose Maiko Sakura is a female killer god with a powerful strength of level 50, and he cannot afford to challenge her now. But roses are prickly, so can ants be easily crushed to death? The pretty boy sitting on the car seat, what are you laughing at? He's just a shield, do you take it seriously? He vented all his anger at being ignored and despised by the goddess on Zhang Yi, the pretty boy. Shen was extremely angry. He opened the car door and grabbed Zhang Yi's hand, wanting to pull him down and beat him back to his original form. I'm giving you face, but you're sitting back there like a dog, you really deserve a beating. Gritting his teeth and exerting force suddenly, with a strength exceeding 1,000 points, he could easily overturn a truck and crush the pale and thin shield as easily as crushing an ant. But even when veins appeared on Chen Ji's forehead and he exerted all his strength, he still couldn't shake Jiang Yi at all. Jiang Yi yawned, turned his head slightly, raised the corner of his mouth, and looked nonchalant, as if to say, "You haven't eaten yet?" "No. This feels wrong." He couldn't be made of stone. How could he be so heavy and yet not move at all? "Ha?" Chen Ji was shocked and stunned. "It doesn't make sense. He specializes in strength and is only level 30, but he already has a terrifying strength of over 1,000. But he can't even defeat the pretty boy in front of him? Are you kidding me?" Chen Ji didn't believe in evil, so he was serious this time. He used his usual right arm to transform into a werewolf, with pale wolf hair slightly exposed at the cuff of his suit. The sudden burst of power could stop a speeding truck. With a grim smile, he had already imagined Jiang Yi falling to the ground in agony. "Little white face, this time, let me see how you pretend." Chapter 72, S-Rank Violent Werewolf? Kicked away. He once transformed into a werewolf and tore apart the nightmare-level dungeon boss with his bare hands. Even the strong goblin troll was torn into pieces easily like paper under the terrifying power of the wolf claws. This full-strength outburst was enough to teach the pretty boy a painful lesson. "Are you really capable of being Pei Qinghuan's shield? You." As malice came towards him, Jiang Yi frowned and his expression grew colder. He has been bullied for the rest of his life. The silver eyes flashed with a cold light, and Song's eyes were majestic without anger. Jiang Yi didn't move yet, but with just one look, facing the fear of Long Wei, Chen Ji was so scared that he fell to the ground, his rough wolf claws covering his heart, his face like a frostbitten eggplant, full of shock and confusion. At that moment, he seemed to be torn apart and devoured by the ancient silver dragon, and the fear of death spread. "Want to fight me?" Jiang Yi got out of the car, looked down at Chen Ji who was sitting on the ground in a mess, and said coldly, "Chen Ji, don't think that just because you're the son of the Abyss Guild's president, you can cause trouble in the Pei family. Don't blame me for being ruthless if you hurt the second young lady's guest." Wu Ziying reacted and protected Jiang Yi in front of her, pointing her sword at Chen Ji, her brows furrowed and she was extremely angry. A security guard must know how to ensure security. As the personal bodyguard of the second lady Pei Qinghuan, Wu Ziying is like a sharp sword, ready to be dispatched by her master at any time. Although I don't know why the playboy Chen Ji fell to the ground in fright, I think he focused all his energy on the woman's belly. She wasn't interested in knowing, she just needed to do her job. I didn't even see his movements clearly. With just one glance, he easily overwhelmed a level 30 S-class werewolf, leaping 11 levels. He's terrifyingly strong. Looking at Jiang Yi's back, Pei Qinghuan frowned slightly, covered her cherry lips with her small hands, and was trembling in her heart. She knew the fear of facing Long Wei very well, and she still felt a lingering fear. Her beautiful legs under the skirt subconsciously trembled slightly, and she felt a little uncomfortable. Damn it! The gap between her and Jiang Yi is getting bigger and bigger. How can she surpass him? Could it be that I can only lie under Jiang Yi in humiliation for the rest of my life? A trace of despair came over her, and a feeling of powerlessness spread throughout her limbs. Pei Qinghuan's pretty face was pale with red, and there was a sense of broken beauty. She seemed more and more curious about Jiang Yi. "TSK, don't I need to do anything?" "I don't care. If you bully my brother, you have to pay the price for your rudeness." Chu Moli got out of the car, furious and angry. Her beautiful hands controlled the shadows, and dark little snakes surged under the car, mixed with the terrifying power of water elements. Hanging in the balance, poised and ready to pounce. "Fight with me? You're worthy?" Frightened by Jiang Yi and falling to the ground, Chen Ji lost face in front of the goddess. When he came back to his senses, his face turned purple and he cursed fiercely without caring about his face. No matter how poor the eldest son of the Chen family is, he is not a gigolo who can scam people. "Chen Ji, do you want to die?" Maiko Sakura pointed her sword and glared at him, a cold warning on her pretty face. She doesn't care about the Chen family, so she just beat Chen Ji. But the second young lady's boyfriend is different. He is very young and has probably just awakened and changed his job. Even if he is gifted, he is no match for Chen Ji. Although he didn't want to admit it, Chen Ji was indeed powerful. As an S-level transformation type, violent werewolf, he could burst out several times the power under the moonlight after the transformation, with strong pressure. He is only a freshman, but he is already the main force of Linhai University Student Union. Through the relationship with the Abyss Guild, he easily reached level 30. He will run for the president of the student union next year. His future is promising. For the sake of the second lady's reputation, Maiko Sakura must protect Jianya's safety. What did you do just now to scare me? But now, you're not so lucky. After brushing off the dust on his clothes, Chen Ji sneered and made a provocative gesture towards Jiang Yi. He was still frightened by Long Wei's oppression, but Chen Ji didn't believe that this was the strength Jiang Yi had displayed. He considered himself a genius, and there were only a handful of people in the country who were more talented than him. In Linhai, except for Pei Qinghuan, he is invincible in the same realm. This shield couldn't possibly be stronger than him, or even more powerful than Pei Qinghuan, right? You really deserve a beating. Jiang Yi couldn't help laughing inside softly. I was so scared that I almost peed my pants. Isn't Chen Ji ashamed? If you're a man, don't hide behind a woman. Fight me one-on-one. If you lose, call daddy. Seeing that Jiang Yi was not afraid at all and even dared to respond provocatively, Chen Ji was furious. He ignored the warning of the royal sister maid and didn't care about making the goddess angry. He wanted to get back the face he had just lost many times over. Give this pretty boy a shield and teach him a lesson. What are you shouting? Jiang Yi raised his eyebrows and curled the corners of his mouth slightly. Dad. Anger took over Chen Ji's mind, and he shouted without thinking. Oh. My son is so good. Jiang Yi chuckled and nodded in response. Super new generation, I'm going to be a father. Pei Qinghuan covered her cherry lips, unable to hold back her laughter, her body shaking. Chen Ji is Jiang Yi's son, so if we round it up, doesn't he have to call her mom? Xiao Ye, and I don't have such a useless child. Pei Qinghuan snorted in disdain. With her excellent genes, the child she and Jiang Yi would have must be gifted. Surpassing SSS level should be a piece of cake. One more reason to surpass him. For the future of the human race, she must lend a helping hand to Jiang Yi. The round peach buttocks pressed against the soft cushion, still retaining Jiang Yi's warmth. Pei Qinghuan was lost in thought, her pretty face flushed slightly, she lowered her head, and gently closed her legs. Elder brother. I don't have such a stupid nephew. Chumoli chuckled silently, her brows furrowed, and her pretty face looked more and more disgusted. The shadow controlled by the jade hand was covered with a layer of hazy mist, hidden in the darkness, ready to strike. Well, the second young lady's boyfriend is too bad. Will the second miss also call for daddy when she rests at night? Stealing a glance at Jiangya's perfect profile, Wu Ziying felt her heartbeat slow down, her pretty face flushed slightly, and she was lost in thought. She had been suppressing her feelings for a long time and wanted to steal the second young lady's takeaway. You're looking for death. Feeling the strange gazes of the crowd, Chen Ji's face turned red and he roared in anger. Humiliation, naked humiliation. If you want to be his father, have you asked his widowed mother, the president of the guild? Violent. Infuriated and embarrassed, Chen Ji suddenly exerted his strength and transformed into a gray-bearded werewolf. His terrifying muscles tore his custom-made suit to pieces, revealing half of his hairy wolf body. Like a running train, it rushed around and was ready to crush Jiang Yi. Elbow you. Shadow kill. Chumoli exploded with rage and controlled the shadows with his jade hands. Severine snakes rode on water arrows, and with the sound of breaking through the air, they shot out like an angry gray-bearded werewolf. The black rain of arrows was as numerous as stars, but Chen Ji turned a blind eye to it. There was a bloody and cold red light in the ferocious wolf head's eyes, and he was only concerned with elbowing and colliding. Bang, bang, bang. The werewolf has thick skin and flesh, and he can still run like the wind despite the rain of arrows. No harm in having smoke. With a ferocious smile, he rushed towards Jiang Yi. Not good. Chumoli gritted his teeth, his face turned pale, and he exclaimed. Chen Ji, you're looking for death. Wu Ziying's pretty face was gloomy, and anger was surging in her heart. She waved the soft sword in her hand like a whip in warning, protecting Jiang Yi in front of her. Xiao Yi. Pei Qinghuan reacted and his face turned ashen. Ha ha ha, are you scared, silly? Now I'm scared and regretful, but it's too late, too late. Seeing Jiang Yi motionless, the violent werewolf took a blow from the soft sword whip and rushed towards Jiang Yi in the astonished eyes of Wu Ziying. Laugh. The sword swept across, blood splattered, Chen Ji's eyes were wide open, and he elbowed Jiang Yi in the face. It's like a heavily armored 100-ton king charging at you. This blow will definitely cause serious injuries. In a flash, Jiang Yi raised his right foot and kicked forward like a father hitting his son. Bang! This kick landed on Wolfer's lower abdomen, and the crisp sound of broken ribs came one after another. Ah! The violent gray-bearded werewolf was like a deflated ball. The harder he rushed, the faster he flew. In that instant, the expression on the girl's pretty face was wonderful. Chapter 73 Pei Qinghuan, he's my boyfriend. The master hasn't even used his strength yet, so why is this werewolf so useless? Hill Pendant curled her lips, her pretty cartoon face showing disgust. Bad, bad. Gabriel, the queen, showed a smile like a little devil, covered her red lips, hung on Jiang Yi's shoulder, shook her beautiful legs, and sneered in disgust. Ignoring the damage from the water spear and shadow arrows, the thick-skinned and violent werewolf was kicked away by my brother? Seeing the bearded werewolf flying backwards like an arrow, Shumoli stood there in a daze, the trembling in her beautiful eyes still lingering as she cried out in surprise. Her beautiful hands clenched tightly, shadows and silk threads intertwined, and the rain of arrows that had just been loaded fell quietly, without her even realizing it. Her rain of arrows made no damage, but her brother's arrows killed with one strike. Was he cheating? Brother is too strong. Compared to him, I am such a loser. As expected, a useless sister can only stay under her brother's blanket. Looking at Jiang Yi's calm back, Shumoli bit her cherry lips excitedly, admiring him eagerly. The more powerful her brother is, the happier she will be in the future. Too fast. I didn't even see clearly, and he severely injured Chen Ji with just one kick? Maiko Sakura rubbed her beautiful eyes, the shock in her pupils gradually spreading. Her slender hands, holding the software, pressed down the buttons of her shirt, but she couldn't hold back the snow-white waves, and let the ripples of surprise surge endlessly. The power of this kick from the second Mrs. Boyfriend is no less than that of the first Miss back then, and even far surpasses it. There were huge waves in her heart, and Maiko Sakura even suspected that she was crazy. It's bad enough that he surpassed the second young lady, but he even surpassed the eldest young lady. Isn't this too morbid? Miss Pei Qingshu is the Haoyue sword immortal who can destroy the demon army with one sword. Could the second Miss be possessed and hypnotized? Is this still the cold and abstinent ice goddess? The glances she gives him are almost tearing me apart. So it wasn't just her looks and skills that conquered the second Miss, but also her unique strength and talent? Looking at Jiang Yi's tall figure, Wu Ziying's pretty face flushed with shock as she thought to herself. Alas, second Miss, you have fallen. Xiao Yi, you are worthy of being like this. Your movements are as crisp and smooth as always. They are perfect. Swift, powerful, invincible. When will I ever catch up to him? Pei Qinghuan's pretty face flushed red, and she almost jumped up to the sky, her eyes full of admiration. As strong as Chen Ji, an S-rank, violent werewolf, with thick skin and flesh, couldn't withstand Xiaoya's flying kick. If he had hit me in the lower abdomen. How long can the pain he bestows upon me bring me happiness? Pei Qinghuan was leaping for joy as she stole a glance at Jiang Yi. Her long scarlet tongue licked her wet cherry lips, and the eagerness in her eyes was hard to conceal. Find an opportunity to spar with Jiang Yi. You can experience the joy of being defeated and captured, and enjoy the pleasure brought by pain. Why not do it? Jiang Yi's raised foot had already fallen gently. Chen Ji transformed into a gray-bearded werewolf, and his elbows charged like the oncoming 100-ton king. When he kicked it away, it was like a cannonball, hitting the lawn heavily. Bang! Grass debris flew everywhere, mud splashed, and a huge pit appeared. The bearded werewolf rolled several times in the round pit before coughing up blood and lying on the pit, motionless. When the dust and fog cleared, the miserable figure with his wolf hair brush tattered, his suit ragged, and half dead, was revealed. Where was the arrogance left? Chen Ji would never understand why his full-strength elbow attack was defeated by General Yu's flying kick. Cough. Chen Ji vomited blood, his eyes were bloody, and he was no longer conscious. The broken ribs in his lower abdomen brought him unbearable pain, accompanied by the fear of death, which tortured him to the point of dying. Impossible. I'm the newcomer, the rookie king of Linhai University. How could I be defeated by a pretty boy? The only remaining consciousness made Chen Ji feel depressed and humiliated. His face was bruised and swollen with pain. The tremor in his eyes dissipated, and all that remained was resentment and anger. He was the eldest son of the Chen family, his mother was the president of the Abyss Guild, and he himself was the Rookie of the Year at Linhai University, an S-rank, Furious Wolf King, possessing terrifying level 30 strength. Yet, he was defeated by a little-known, pretty boy? Damn it! He can't accept it. His self-esteem was crushed to the ground. He was born into a noble family, so how could he suffer such humiliating defeat? Is there a trash can here? Jiang Yi walked over, grabbed the werewolf's neck as if he was picking up trash, and easily lifted Chen Ji up. Then he turned around, looked at the shocked royal maid, and asked casually with a calm face. I'm throwing away trash. If you ask yourself, he is a well-educated person and would not throw garbage everywhere. Garbage can? Maiko Sakura's pretty face was stunned, and she muttered in a helpless tone. Treating the promising eldest son of the Chen family like trash, isn't the second young lady's boyfriend too crazy? Sir, the garbage is thrown on the ground and will be thrown away by me, the maid, later. After recovering from her shock, Maiko Sakura blushed slightly, walked forward, and spoke respectfully. Letting the son-in-law do it was her fault as a maid. If she didn't take the initiative to clean up the mess now, she would be scolded badly if the second young lady got angry. Uncle? Jiang Yi was stunned, and looked at the royal sister in black stockings and a tight skirt who was walking towards him with some surprise. His palm loosened, and the werewolf he was holding fell to the ground, with a mouthful of mud on it. He is not a son-in-law. This royal maid is really good at imagining things. Brother's damn charm has caused misunderstanding again. Sister Qinghuan won't be angry, right? Chumoli covered his chest with his hands, frowned slightly, and thought with some worry. Her best friend is a cold and abstinent fairy, so how could she be tempted by worldly desires and try to snatch her brother away? Aunt, uncle? Pei Qinghuan stroked her pretty face, her palms feeling hot. Sissingzi, when did she become so discerning? Sure enough, everyone thinks Xiaoye and I are a good match. She couldn't suppress the slight smile on her lips, almost humming, and her mood improved a lot. Xiaoye, let Sister Ingzi handle this. You worked hard last night. Come home with me. I'll put on my swimsuit later and help you relax. Pei Qinghuan blushed like a newlywed wife, stretched out her soft white hands, and invited shyly. That's right. I was exhausted last night. Jiang Yi sighed. He was indeed a little tired after leveling up in the dungeon last night. Seeing that Pei Qinghuan did not explain, he did not say anything more and prepared to follow this abstinent goddess, who made him secretly happy, back to the Seaview Villa to enjoy her swimsuit service. But Chen Ji, who fell to the ground, couldn't hold on any longer. Last night, I was exhausted and worked hard. I heard all kinds of descriptions and the associated scenes were unbearable to watch. Could it be that the abstinence goddess he longed for had already taken on Zhanya's shape? In an instant, Chen Ji's eyes were bloodshot and his heart was broken. Etc. His eyes were bloodshot, and he grabbed Zhanya's legs and feet with his bloodstained hands. He tried his best to lift his swollen forehead, and asked with a strong sense of unwillingness and weak gasps. What is your relationship with Qinghuan? Jiang Yi leaned over to take a look, then looked up and held the school beauty's cold and soft little hand. What does this have to do with you? I want to tell you, it will make you mad to death. When Chen Ji heard this, the veins on his forehead bulged and he was so angry that he almost fainted. This pretty boy not only kills people but also destroys their hearts. That's too much. He's my boyfriend. Pei Qinghuan took Jiang Yi's hand, clasped their hands together, glanced at the green-haired werewolf who had brought this upon himself, her pretty face ice-cold as she spoke in a cold voice. I'm Pei Qinghuan's boyfriend. Chapter 74 Pei Qinghuan's Reward. The school bell's cool swimsuits? Pei Qinghuan let out a cold and delicate moan, without even looking at Chen Ji. She held Jiang Yi's hand and pulled him away affectionately. Impossible, Qinghuan, he is a shield, right? Chen Ji lay on the ground and asked weakly. He couldn't believe that the aloof goddess would fall into the mortal world because of a pretty boy. Xiaoye and I are a perfect match. How can you, a dog licker, give us criticism? Pei Qinghuan glanced back and sneered coldly. So, I'm just a licker. Puff. Chen Ji was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted on the spot. He hated it so much. He was so unwilling. Why can't my deep affection win the goddess's true heart, and I was even taken advantage of by a pretty boy? It's so frustrating. Jiang Yi did not feel pity for this white-haired licking dog, and enjoyed the hand-holding and caressing of the cold school beauty. Feeling the gentle touch in his arms, the naughty rabbit felt crowded and uncomfortable, but the cool and aloof school beauty beside him looked calm, so he could only shake his head helplessly. If he hadn't witnessed Pei Qinghuan's morbid side last night, he would have really thought that Pei Qinghuan was using him as a shield. You said you were an abstinent goddess, but why are you always thinking about turning fake into real? Sister Qinghuan is going too far. Using my brother as a shield is terrible. Chu Moli pouted in anger, like a hamster with cheek pouches, full of resentment. Last night, I held hands and had a heart-to-heart talk with my best sister. She said that she would never talk about love in this life and would only focus on upgrading herself. At most, she would find an excuse to deal with her family's pressure on her to get married. But my good sister didn't say that my brother was the shield. Looking at her best friend holding her brother's hand, that intimate and natural expression made Chu Moli feel sad. She is jealous. I was right, the son-in-law is indeed the second young lady's boyfriend. Looking at the backs of Jiang Yi and Pei Qinghuan leaving hand in hand, Wu Ziying's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, and she couldn't suppress a smile, muttering to herself in her heart. Shenji, this idiot, is not even worthy of carrying my son-in-law's shoes. Maiko Sakura snorted coldly and sent someone to clean up the unconscious garbage on the ground. Two burly men in suits and sunglasses lifted Shenji expressionlessly and cleaned him up according to the second lady's request. The eldest son of the Chen family was thrown on the roadside like garbage. After taking off his werewolf form, his loincloth was a little damaged. In the spacious and bright living room, fresh seasonal fruits are placed on the coffee table. Sister Qinghuan, you'd better explain. Why are you using my brother as a shield? Chu Moli pouted, crossed her arms over her chest, and looked down at her good sister who was peeling an orange on the sofa. Her beautiful eyes were filled with jealousy as she asked resentfully. Emily, don't be angry first, just eat an orange. Pei Qinghuan handed the peeled orange to the angry girl, patted the soft leather sofa beside her with her small hands, smiled on her pretty face, and replied softly. Don't hit a smiling person. Chu Moli snorted, lifted her skirt, and landed her little but gracefully beside her brother. She was protecting her food and didn't want to sit with her best friend who had bad intentions. Tell me about it, my little girlfriend? Jiang Yi chewed the oranges fed to him by Silver Dragon Princess and teased softly. Pei Qinghuan looked calm, clapped his hands, and explained softly with a smile. That Shenji, relying on his status as the eldest son of the Lin Haichen family, pursued me madly. He's just a bitch. I've never managed my finances before. You know, people are afraid of being famous, pigs are afraid of being fat. The flies chasing me in Linhai can line up all the way to Zhangcheng. I just want to hire a shield to give me some peace of mind. Pei Qinghuan's brows were filled with sorrow, she pursed her red lips and complained with a sigh. She raised her head again, her eyes filled with apology, and apologized earnestly. It happened suddenly. I'm sorry if I offended you. Although he wanted to use the identity of a shield to improve his relationship with Jiang Yi. But if the melon is forced upon him, it will make him feel disgusted, and it will not be worth it just to quench his thirst temporarily. If saying sorry was useful, then what would the police be for? Didn't you say you were going to have a swimsuit party so I could relax? Could it be that Pei Qinghuan's tongue was caught? Jiang Yi raised the corner of his mouth and teased with uneasiness. Just now he remembered that a certain pretentious and abstinent school beauty had been saying that she was going to have a party. The weather is very hot today, perfect for wearing swimwear and soaking up the sun on the beach. The cold and aloof school beauty in his eyes wrinkled the hem of her skirt with her small hands, and the waves at her neckline trembled slightly, looking nervous and uneasy. Facing Jiang Ye's malicious gaze, Pei Qinghuan's pretty face turned slightly red, and she nodded shyly. Of course, I've asked Sister Ringzi to prepare everything. Now we can go to the beach outside the courtyard and take a bath and relax. Seeing that Jiang Yi was not really angry, she covered her chest, relaxed her brows, and took a long breath. Sister Qinghuan, don't try to get away with this. You are not allowed to use my brother as a shield anymore. Chu Moli stood up and asked relentlessly. She couldn't bear to see her brother being ambiguous with other women. Emoli, don't be angry. Pei Qinghuan took Chu Moli's hand, pulled her to his side, leaned close to her ear, and whispered. You don't want to waste your time admiring Xiaoya's swimsuit, do you? I've prepared a lot of beautiful swimsuits. Whether you can catch his attention depends on whether you can seize the opportunity. Chu Moli sat up straight in an instant, glanced at his brother, and then nodded resolutely. She wants to improve so much. Sister Qinghuan, you are so despicable. You actually used this matter to tempt me. I'm not like that. Chu Moli pretended to be displeased and snorted, but before she could finish her words, her face turned red with shyness and she was interrupted by her best friend. I'll help you create opportunities to be alone. Holding her best friend's hand, Pei Qinghuan raised the corners of her mouth and laughed softly. Sister Qinghuan, you're really good at judging people. Shumoli's pretty face flushed and she almost hummed. She glanced guiltily at her brother who was enjoying the food being fed by Silver Dragon Princess, then lowered her head and cheered herself up secretly. Then she will pretend that she can't swim and ask her brother to teach her, and take the opportunity to get close to him. Humph, she is really smart. Hey, Sister Ringsy, take Emily to change clothes. Seeing that her best friend fell into the trap easily, Pei Qinghuan suppressed the guilt in her heart, called the royal maid, and took her best friend downstairs to change clothes. At worst, I can become your sister-in-law in the future and slowly compensate your sister-in-law. Wait, Hill is going too. Silver Dragon Princess wagged her tail and followed the fallen angel. They also want to change into cool swimwear to attract their owner's attention. Only Jiang Yi and Pei Qinghuan were left in the living room. You went to so much trouble to send my sister away. Do you have something to say? Jiang Yi took a sip of water, put down the teacup, turned his head to look at the cold school beauty beside him, and asked softly with a smile. It's about the shield. Pei Qinghuan did not hide anything and accepted it directly. He took a deep breath, suppressed the tension in his heart, and answered directly. I'm afraid it's not as simple as a shield. Jiang Yi shook his head and stared at the shy girl with interest. What on earth could have happened that made the thick-skinned and reserved school beauty so nervous and shy? It's an engagement. I was betrothed to someone when I was young, but I've never met the man. Naturally, I don't acknowledge this marriage. But my parents are determined to get married, so I want you to pretend to be my boyfriend so they can give up this idea. Pei Qinghuan stood up nervously, her beautiful legs and stockings trembling under her skirt. She didn't dare to meet Jiang Ye's gaze and explained with her head down. What she said was true. There was indeed a marriage. She had always disliked and disagreed with this marriage, and after meeting Jiang Yi, she could no longer tolerate it. If I could use pretending to be his girlfriend to get married, get closer to Jiang Yi, and turn the fake into real. Killing two birds with one stone is a sure win. So, what's the price? Jiang Yi looked at her and asked seriously. If there is no benefit, she wants him to do the dirty and tiring work. Isn't it too naive for the cold school beauty to dream? Cost. Pei Qinghuan knelt on the sofa, crawled to Jiang Ye's side, held his cheek and kissed him. Is that enough? Not enough, she still has more. Chapter 75, Swimsuit Silver Dragon Princess, Natural Disaster Dungeon coming. A stunning figure in a green gauze skirt and knee-high socks kneels on a soft sofa, raising her snow-white neck, begging shyly and timidly. She was like a little wild cat stealing food, her heart was beating wildly, and her cheeks were burning, red and hot. Pei Qinghuan couldn't understand what was wrong with her. She was so bold and presumptuous as to put her greed into practice. Isn't this seduction? She muttered to herself, lowered her head in shame, her brows dimmed a little, and there was a bit of broken sorrow. But what about seduction? What can I do? Jiang Yi, I just want to surpass you, even if it's just once. Tied to an engagement, she hated the feeling of having no control over her life. Pretending to be a girlfriend may be old-fashioned, but it works. She drew him closer to her and took advantage of her opportunity until Jiang Yi could no longer resist her temptation and the fake became real. By then, no matter how powerful Jiang Yi is, wouldn't he still be her jester? The desire to win is satisfied, and the sense of accomplishment grows day by day. Pei Qinghuan then realized that what she wanted was for the man in front of her to be obedient, or perhaps, for her to be obedient. Is it a question of whether it's enough? There is a cool warmth at the corners of her lips, and a pleasant girl's body fragrance. Jiang Yi frowned and asked seriously. The price he pursues is by no means that simple. You're so ungrateful, what else do you want from me? Pei Qinghuan covered his chest with his hands, frowned, and complained with disgust and grievance. But deep down, I was secretly happy. You stinky Xiaoya, you must be bewitched by my charm, right? Really, it's just like what my sister said, if you want to taste the sweetness of a man, you have to give him sweetness first. Oh, Xiaoye, no matter how strong you are, you still use your head without thinking and indulge in my beauty. She could hardly hold back a soft hum, a suppressed smile on her lips, and a hint of pride in her eyes. If taking advantage is considered a price, then I have nothing to say. Jiang Yi, however, poured a basin of cold water on him, wiped the corner of his lips in disgust, and snorted in dissatisfaction. You took advantage of him and now you want to get it for free? Woman, how dare you? I took advantage? Pei Qinghuan was stunned, pointing at his lips blankly, confused. Wait. Why is this different from what she thought? Jiang Yi shouldn't like her, why would he dislike her? Could it be that she really has no charm? Isn't it? Jiang Yi asked back in confusion. When she peeled off her mask of coldness and abstinence, all that was left of her were morbid delusions. There is no doubt that I was there last night. So what do you want? It's your turn to bully me? Pei Qinghuan had tears in the corners of his eyes, and he complained with tears in his eyes. That was her first kiss, but Jiang Yi was not only not moved, but also looked at her with disgust. Her heart was about to break, but she was able to hold back her tears by relying on her stubborn self-esteem. Never admit defeat. Even if I cry, I can't cry because of him. I don't mean to bully you. But, if you want to cooperate, you have to be obedient. Jiang Yi raised the corner of his mouth slightly, raised his hand to wipe the tears from the corners of the school beauty's eyes, and said gently and coaxingly. What he wanted was not a ball of lint, but an obedient ball of lint. As one of the two most beautiful girls in the Lin Haipei family, Pei Qinghuan has unlimited potential. She also has a sister who is a sword fairy who is over level 100 and can slay demons with her sword. If she could act as a go-between and have an in-depth and easy-to-understand communication with a female sword fairy, perhaps she could get to know the secrets of the abyss in advance. He had a feeling that his parents' death was not that simple. By understanding the demon's strength as soon as possible, he can focus on upgrading without worrying about dying inexplicably in a natural disaster one day. I will obey you, provided you don't do anything excessive. Pei Qinghuan let Jiang Yi caress her cheek, frowned, bit her lip, and bargained cautiously. What's so excessive? For example? Jiang Yi raised his eyebrows. Was he as excessive as Pei Qinghuan? The bad woman stayed up in the middle of the night and came to bully him. That was too much. Don't bully me, don't hit me, don't scold me, don't. The more Pei Qinghuan spoke, the redder her pretty face became. She pursed her lips, swallowed imperceptibly, and her voice was as light as a mosquito's ashamedly. Now that she has hinted at this point, Jiang Yi should understand her interests and hobbies, right? Don't worry, I won't do anything excessive. Jiang Yi raised the corner of his mouth slightly, nodded and chuckled. He is not an alphabet person, so he would not reward a Yandere for no reason. Well, I accept that. You tell me the conditions. Pei Qinghuan couldn't help but hum softly, her pretty face flushed, her head lowered, and she urged excitedly. Is she Jiang Yi's girlfriend now? Help me connect with your sister. Jiang Yi didn't waste any words and spoke directly. What do you want to do to my sister? Pei Qinghuan was stunned. She thought Jiang Yi was going to make excessive demands on her, but why did the target change to her sister? Her brows were furrowed, jealousy welling in her eyes. Nothing, I just want to improve so much. Your sister is a level 100 boss. I want to learn about the strength of the abyss demon through her. If you haven't forgotten, didn't you promise to teach me the Pei family swordsmanship? Jiang Yi finished speaking without thinking too much. He was just a little curious about how powerful the Hao Yu's sword immortal was. He was beyond level 100. What kind of existence was he? My sister has already given up her vulgar desires. The Pei family depends on me to continue the family line, so I can teach you swordsmanship, but you have to arrange the marriage for me. Pei Qinghuan raised her head, her beautiful eyes slightly focused. What she wants is very simple, just Jiang Yi will take the bait. Make a deal. Jiang Yi stretched out his hand and nodded with a smile. Pei Qinghuan stretched out her beautiful hand and gently held Jiang Yi's hand. She suppressed the excitement in her heart and smiled softly. It's a pleasure to cooperate. My dear boyfriend. The sun is shining at the seaside. She's already your girlfriend, so what's wrong with holding hands? Not too much, is it? Under the parasol, Pei Qinghuan applied sunscreen on Jiang Yi's face with her fingertips. She was wearing a cool orange swimsuit, a suspender bra and briefs, which was eye-catching. It's fake. Don't get too involved in the drama. Leaning on the recliner, Jiang Yi drank a cold drink and complained quietly. School beauty, you are getting too immersed in the role. It's your business. If you don't want to get sunburned, just be obedient. Pei Qinghuan curled her lips, frowned slightly, and diligently applied sunscreen to Jiang Yi. Her beautiful eyes stole a glance at her, and her soft and fair face gradually turned red with shame. With such a great figure, I wonder which vixen will get her in the future. She licked her lips, and a flash of illness appeared in her beautiful eyes. Jiang Yi didn't want to get too tanned, so he wore a floral short-sleeved shirt and tropical-style shorts, leisurely enjoying the service of the beautiful girl. Master, I've discovered something. Silver Dragon Princess wagged her tail and ran over hurriedly. She was wearing a soft white lace bikini and a cute little yellow duck swimming ring around her slender waist, which added a bit of strange cuteness to her sexiness. Hill, what happened? Master, abyssal fluctuations appeared on the seashore. Abyssal beasts invaded reality from the sea. A level 20 demonic octopus swam into the shallow sea and was discovered by Gabriel and I. We secretly dealt with it. Silver Dragon Princess gasped, and the physics engine in her heart drifted with the current. Following Hill's gaze, Zhang looked over and subconsciously frowned. In the shallow sea on the beach, a deep red octopus corpse emerged from the clear water. Its dense tentacles were covered with eyes and were chopped into pieces and piled up. The younger sister in a light blue swimsuit was gathering water spears to cordon off the nearby waters. Gulp! Bubbles surged, and the deep blue light gate stirred up a whirlpool, emerging from the water. A disaster-level dungeon has arrived, and the entire water area is invaded by the abyss. Hill. Zhang Yi stood up, buttoned his shirt, and grabbed Yin Longji's hand. The experience pack is here, let's go. Chapter 76, Mirage Sea Dragon Palace. Crisis in Linhai City. The beach and the sea breeze are wet and salty. The girls' hair danced lightly and their brows gradually furrowed. A deep red giant octopus was washed ashore by the waves, with its chopped sucker tentacles still connected and covered with strange pupils, which was very weird. This is the Devil's Disc Octopus, a common abyssal beast in the sea. It should be the overlord of the deep sea, so why would it drift to the shallow sea and cause trouble? Zhang Yi looked at the disgusting sticky tentacles and felt confused. A terrifying azure light gate appeared on the sea, stirring up a whirlpool, destroying the waves near the coast and causing huge waves. Trouble. The Adventure Guild and the Abyss investigation team have likely failed. The power of the Abyss is invading, and many Abyss beasts have broken free and invaded reality. Pei Qinghuan stared at the restless sea sponge, her brows furrowed and her hair dancing. I hadn't even had time to play in the water with my new boyfriend when this damn natural disaster happened. Her good mood was completely ruined. Adventure Guild? The Adventure Guild in Linhai is much stronger than the one in Jiangchang, but it can't stop the invasion of the Abyss. Chu Moli's pretty face was slightly startled, her brows furrowed in worry, and she felt uneasy. The light blue corset was as comfortable as walking on flat ground, and she was a little worried. Abyss Investigation Team? A professional team specializing in investigating matters related to the Abyss. Did something happen in Linhai? Zhang Yi smelled the scent of danger and experience, looked at the cold and unhappy school beauty, and asked curiously. Hill and Gabriel stared at her snow-white hair and couldn't help feeling curious. How did she evolve from a level to D level? Alas, a few months ago, a demon fox escaped from a terrifying natural disaster dungeon. Passing by the sea, it hid in a dungeon somewhere, built a nest, and rested. The aura emitted by that demonic fox can strengthen the power of the Abyss. The energy overflowing from the fox den can strengthen the entire Linhai dungeon. At first, the professionals didn't notice anything was wrong. It wasn't until the Abyss beasts invaded reality that they realized the disaster had arrived. Pei Qinghuan secretly clenched her fists. Her pretty face was covered with clouds of anger and she was in an uncertain mood. Linhai is her hometown, and she can't sit idly by and watch the Abyss beasts do whatever they want. However, she alone could not turn the tide. Is it possible that I can only wait for my sister to return and ask her to come out? As he was daydreaming, a look of anxiety gradually formed between his brows. Are you interested in taking a trip to the bottom of the sea? Zhang Yi put his hands in his pockets, looked at the surging waves, and asked lightly. He has been stuck at level 19 for quite some time and he really wants to improve. When you reach level 20, you can unlock new god-level talents and a charm pet column, and the epic pet eggs hatched in your backpack will also be put to good use. But, it's too dangerous. Pei Qinghuan's eyes flashed with worry, and he shook his head hesitantly. Zhang Yi's strength is unquestionable, he can even kill his way through the natural disaster dungeon, but she can't. Pei Qinghuan didn't want to hinder Zhang Yi's strength and put him in danger because of his incompetence. The disaster level copy can be called hell, where there is no chance of survival. If she dies, she is dead. If she harms Zhang Yi, she will die with regrets. Second miss is right. Master, don't be reckless. If you want to explore the dungeon, I can have someone detect the energy fluctuations first, estimate the dungeon's level, and make the most thorough preparations. Maiko Sakura frowned slightly, plugged her mouth, and looked a little worried. She was wearing a black tube-top swimsuit and standing respectfully behind her lady. She is very cautious and careful in her actions. She will not act rashly without being fully prepared. She would rather take risks herself than expose her young lady and son-in-law to danger. I'm afraid it's too late. Jiang Yi shook his head and continued. Look, a large number of abyssal beasts are pouring out like a swarm of crushing carp. If this instance isn't closed in time, there will be endless trouble. As soon as the words fell, the blue sponge surged with huge waves, and several dark shadows landed quietly. Finger-licking mantis shrimps, moray eels, silky kelp. In an instant, the beach was occupied by the invading abyss beasts. You're right. It's better to live towards death than to sit and wait for death. Pei Qinghuan laughed loudly, his sword-like brows relaxed, sweeping away the gloom. Sister Ingzi, I'll leave it to you to deal with the abyss beasts near the manor. I will follow Xiaoye into the dungeon and tear down all the portals. The situation was critical. Pei Qinghuan couldn't bear to waste time. Looking at the worried frowning maid beside him, he gave instructions in an orderly manner. There are probably teleportation light gates everywhere in Linhai, and the abyss beasts took advantage of the opportunity to sneak in. If you don't close the portal early, there will be endless troubles. I see. Maiko Sakura's pretty face was serious, and she nodded solemnly to obey the order. She looked at Jiang Yi with pleading eyes and asked, I'll leave the young lady in your care. She believed in the second young lady's choice, and even more so in her own vision. The arrogant young man in front of him who can kill opponents of higher levels in seconds has supreme potential to surpass the young lady. Well, without further ado, let's go. Jiang Yi nodded seriously in agreement and took the girls towards the rough sea. Maybe, he can really work a miracle. Looking at Jiang Yi's agile figure, Wu Ziying covered her eyes with the waves of her corsetry and moaned softly. But before that, let me clear the obstacles for my brother-in-law. There was a red light in her beautiful eyes, and the murderous intent was no longer hidden. Catch some mantis shrimp from the beach and grill them. I'll send them to the young lady later. They're incredibly delicious. That moray eel is shrouded in azure lightning. It's a pity it's too long to be useful, but it's edible. This silk stocking kelp can actually run and jump. Holy crap, did my son-in-law take care of them all with one move? I was thinking about how to deal with the vegetarian ingredients when suddenly a strong wind blew. Maiko Sakura had no choice but to shield herself from the blowing sand with her hands. She smelled the smell of blood, and the beach was littered with the remains of the abyss beast. But see! Jiang Yi pulled out a pitch-black sword from somewhere and slashed it with his hand. Suddenly, the huge waves were emptied and corpses were scattered everywhere. A simple sword split the turbulent sea. He stepped into the sea of sand, and before the waves subsided, he took the hand of Silver Dragon Princess and stepped into the Gate of Light. The girls' graceful figures leaped through the light gate and disappeared in a flash. Plop! The separated sea surfaces merged together in an instant, and huge waves surged and collided, making a loud noise. The corpses of various abyss beasts floated, dyeing the offshore waters red. He's so strong, can the second miss withstand it? Maiko Sakura's hand on her waist was a little slow to move, her black hair was disheveled and there was lingering shock in her eyes. Natural Disaster Mirage Sea Dragon Palace Level 30. Crimson corals cool off in the water, and a cobblestone path stretches out into the distance. Beautiful sea fish swim freely, and the shadow of the palace overflows in the clear water. Jiang Yi floated in the water and gradually gained control of his body. This is a water-repellent sachet made by Sister Xiangxiang. After wearing it, you can breathe underwater and move freely. After distributing the special sachets prepared by the pink-haired fox to his school beauty teammates, Jiang Yi walked on the cobblestone path and looked around. Another natural disaster instance. Could it be that there's a demon hiding in this dragon palace? Chapter 77 Your King is Back. Natural Disaster Dungeon Mirage Sea Dragon Palace limited to level 30. Outside the ancient city of Longong, Jiang Yi and his group explored steadily. Demons, beings that stand at the top of the abyss's food chain. Even the lowest-ranking demon has surpassed the shackles of level 100. They possess extraordinary powers. If they were to break through the seal and descend upon the human world, the entire Linhai will turn into a paradise of disaster. Putting the water-repellent sachet on his waist, Pei Qinghuan frowned and analyzed in a deep voice. After passing through the azure light gate, she changed into a fairy-like white dress in ancient style. As the water rippled, her snow-white skin and orange swimsuit emerged hazily, which was very captivating. Don't worry, Sister Qinghuan. Brother will definitely be able to speed through the dungeon, close the teleport gates, and seal all those damn demons. Shumoli floated in the water, her inky hair flowing freely, her fists clenched, her skirt dancing in the wind. She had become her brother's #1 fangirl. Didn't you notice anything strange? Stepping on the goose-warm stone, Jiang Yi paused, turned around, and interrupted with a frown. For example? Pei Qinghuan frowned slightly and asked in confusion. Master, are you trying to tell me that there's a strange fragrance wafting from these waters? Hill stuck close to Jiang Yi, sniffed him gently, suppressed the intoxication in her heart, and asked with a blush on her pretty face. There is a strange fragrance wafting from the water, which makes you feel more excited. That's right. Jiang Yi smiled, rubbed Yin Longji's soft head, and praised her slightly. Hill wagged her tail proudly and went into the water, as if she had returned home. Her silver skirt swayed in the water, and her soft white swimsuit appeared and disappeared. Master wants to say. Gabriel's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, and she grabbed 2 white shells to replace her tube top. Her plump skirt swam in the blue waves like a mermaid. That's right. This subtle fragrance is the cause of the riot among the creatures in the water. The 10% attribute bonus it provides is especially deadly in the Scourge dungeon. Jiang Yi's face darkened and he explained seriously. The Calamity-grade abyssal beasts are all abnormal monsters, with explosive attribute values and an additional 10% terrifying bonus. They run rampant in the dungeon and are almost invincible. At least, we also enjoy attribute bonuses. Pei Qinghuan swam forward, took Jiang Yi's hand, and forced a smile. Doesn't that mean that after absorbing the fragrance, my brother will become as powerful as a monster? Shumoli stared at Jiang Yi, his eyes fixed on his shorts. My elder brother is already extraordinary, and if he increases his level by another 10%, she won't be able to bear it. That's a blessing in disguise. Jiang Yi nodded without comment. He was indeed as strong as a monster. Leading the school beauty teammates, strolling lightly in the blue waves. The shadow of Dragon City drifting in the distance, shrouded in crimson mist, looked like a sunset cloud, lightly covering the ancient city. Be careful, a copy creature has appeared. After Jiang Yi finished speaking, Yin Longji stepped forward and protected everyone behind her. Sasha. The mud and sand swayed, and turbidity spread. A shadow poked its head out and blinked its blue ghost-like eyes. Name, Shrimp Soldier Undead. Level 25. Grade, Natural Disaster. Description: The Dragon King dies, the Dragon Girl is imprisoned, the Mirage Sea Dragon Palace is destroyed, and the Shrimp Soldiers and Crab Generals are buried with them 10,000 meters underwater. Even after 1,000 years, their souls remain immortal, guarding the dragon spirit within the city. Skills: Scissors, Scissors, Rock, Rock. Attributes: Weight, 100, Strength 300, Agility 500, Spirit 10. The Shrimp Soldier skeletons were wrapped in tattered Tang Dynasty armor, dragging their rotten long swords on the mud, stumbling and killing with a creaking sound. How dare you, a small shrimp, show off your skills in front of an expert? Brother, Sister Hill, leave it to me. There was a faint blue light in her beautiful eyes, and Shumoli smiled confidently. Jiang Yi nodded, and saw his sister rushing up impatiently. Shumoli blended into the shadows, like a cold anaconda, winding forward in the sand, spitting out cold snake poison. A tremendous force. She let out a delicate cry, stirring up the omnipresent water element, which caused a huge wave to sweep away the poor shrimp soldiers' souls into powder. Shadow Devourer. Brush. The shadowy anaconda coiled and bit, its ferocious snake head opened its shadowy mouth, ground the shrimp soldiers into powder, chewed and swallowed. The turbid waves dissipated, and Shumoli's petite figure walked out from the murky mist, her ink-black twin ponytails swaying with the waves like seaweed. Brother, am I a capable sister? She panted, patted her lovely chest, raised her blushing face, looked expectantly in her beautiful eyes, pursed her lips, and asked for credit. She can do it during the day and at night. Don't talk, turn around first. Jiang Yi covered his face and pointed behind the female ghost with twin ponytails. Brother, do you like the scenery behind? Shumoli grabbed her ponytails, turned around and looked back doubtfully, her pretty face, which had been flushed, turned pale with fright. Ah! All of them, why are there so many? Shumoli jumped onto Jiang Yi with a wow, her soft white arms wrapped around his neck, her pale face buried in his arms, still in shock. Swish, swish, swish. Crunch, crunch, crunch. The sand was shaking and trembling, and turbid mist filled the air, as if thousands of troops were crawling out of hell. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000. Shrimp soldiers form a sea, crab generals form a mountain. It's over, we're surrounded. Pei Qinghuan's pretty face turned pale, cold sweat appeared on her forehead, and the jade hand holding the sword was trembling slightly. Before my eyes, the dark sea of shrimps and crabs awakened from their ancient slumber. In the dilapidated and decaying army formation, the dark blue pupils of Ghostfire condensed into a line, grimly examining everything. Wrong. Jiang Yi shook his head and chuckled, stepping on the green waves and facing the challenge. It was me who surrounded them. There was a silver light in his eyes, and his domineering intimidation crushed everyone around him. Boom! The terrifying dark-colored airwave instantly crushed the dark crowd of Ghost Kings. Click, click. The sound of bones breaking is endless. Plop, plop. The dead souls and skeletons knelt on the ground and kowtowed, trembling and convulsing. What? Pei Qinghuan cried out in shock, and his natal magic sword fell to the ground. His slender hands tightly pinched his jade legs, and blood began to flow from his nails. Before my eyes, the dust waves were spreading and it was extremely turbid. The souls of tens of thousands of dead soldiers and generals knelt on the ground trembling, unable to stand up again. A terrifying army of undead capable of destroying an entire city was scared away by a single look from Jiang Yi? At that moment, the shock in Pei Qinghuan's eyes had not yet subsided, and her pretty face flushed involuntarily. Her boyfriend is so handsome. Wake up. Jiang Yi entered the scene calmly, stepping on armor and skeletons, looking at the army of dead souls kneeling and bowing their heads. He hooked his finger, the corners of his mouth raised slightly, and a silver light lingered in his eyes. A dragon roar passed by, and he said, "Your king is back." Chapter 78, millions of ghosts gather in Longdu, and the school beauty teammate is pursuing her. At the same time, in Linhai City, Abyss Guild. In the office, President Chen Rui knocked on the desk, and his assistant began to play the salvaged videotape. Looking at the snowflakes flashing on the big screen, everyone's expressions gradually became solemn. After a few seconds, the screen flashed. King? There's no such thing as a dragon king. This ancient dragon palace is nothing but shattered ruins. Not even a ghost can be seen. In my opinion, the guild's leaders are all cowards. It's not as scary as they say. Heh, the peerless dragon king has disappeared. Do you think he's avoiding me, or is he just avoiding me? Ah, that's just so-so. What about the abyss leaking out and the natural disaster upgrading? If you ask me, that's bullshit. The adventure team equipped with diving suits walks in the dark underwater. Looking at the broken walls and ruins beneath their feet, the team members all shook their heads with sneers. They had the qualifications to sneer. After all, the name of Ghost was known throughout Linhai, and it was a powerful team ranked in the top 10 in the guild. Ha! That's a shrimp soldier? Shrimp soldiers, endless shrimp soldiers. Shit, the information is true. The underwater portal connects to the Dragon Palace, and there are millions of undead soldiers guarding the tomb. Then we are surrounded. They looked at each other, and broke out in cold sweats in the water. Ah! Screams rang out one after another, and in the dark water, scarlet blood spread in the diving suit. The video stopped abruptly, and chaotic snowflakes filled the screen. This is the third team. They were completely wiped out. No one survived. Chen Rui wiped her tired face, suppressed her anger, and said in a deep voice. Since the nine-tailed fox escaped to Linhai, the abyss has been leaking out for half a month. As the president, she had never had a good night's sleep. Bloodshot became increasingly evident in her beautiful eyes, and she was on the verge of collapse. Boom boom boom. There was a knock on the door. Chen Rui glanced at the guild's backbone members and the elite members of the Abyss investigation team who had been invited. He took a deep breath, adjusted his mood, and shouted to the outside. Enter. The female secretary in a black stocking and hip skirt came over in a panic, leaned over to Chen Rui's ear and whispered a report. This evil boy. The Abyss has invaded, and he still dares to cause trouble. Chen Rui was furious. She bit her lips, her snow-white tube top trembled, and she almost fainted from anger. The Abyss invades, Linhai City is in danger, and her son Chen Ji goes out to cause trouble. President Chen, let's first talk about the crisis Linhai is facing. The head of the investigation team, Xiaoyu, placed her hands on the table, her pretty face calm as she gave a gentle reminder. A million-strong army of ghosts is about to invade, and Linhai City is in a state of emergency. Belonging to the Dasha official, facing the natural disaster, she can only fight to the end and never retreat. I know. Rubbing her tired eyebrows, Chen Rui let out a breath and forced a smile. The dragon soul stolen by the nine-tailed fox was Jingsui, and accidentally awakened the dragon soul of the ancient city in the sea. Recently, dungeons across Linhai City have been out of control, portals are popping up everywhere, and abyssal beasts are invading reality. There's no other choice, is there? Xiaoyu crossed his arms, frowned, and said in a low voice. Millions of dead souls are guarding the dead city. When the dragon soul revives, Linhai will be destroyed. She would never allow it. When the natural disaster strikes, the guild will fight to the last drop of blood. Professionals below level 30, go clear the dungeon, close the light gate, save Linhai, and turn the tide. Everyone, do you have any objections? Chen Rui took a deep breath, her beautiful eyes swept over her former comrade in arms, and asked seriously. Everyone looked at each other, then glanced at the screen where snowflakes were drifting, and nodded with a heavy expression. They have no choice but to fight to the death. Then I declare a fight to the death. Chen Rui slammed the table, angrily standing up, biting her red lips, and roared. Start! Jiangcheng, Song family. Linhai was blocked by the power of the abyss, and all information and communications were cut off. The only way to spread the rescue signal was through newspapers. When one side is in trouble, professionals from all over the country will actively participate. Have you heard? Linhai City in the southern province has been invaded by the abyss. Millions of souls have resurrected to defend the dead capital. They intend to sacrifice the entire city with blood to revive the Dragon King. It's a level 30 natural disaster dungeon. Without fully equipped epic equipment and a class above S rank, going there is just suicide, right? At this critical juncture of life and death, why should I fear death? Damn it, if you want to destroy Linhai, you must first step over my corpse. Ha! Daxia is in trouble. With this abyss riot, I'm afraid another city will be wiped off the map. Browsing the information on the forum, Song Shiyu closed her phone with a gloomy face. So quickly, the news spread online shortly after it was published in the newspaper. The heat was unbearable, and she was feeling the cool breeze from the air conditioner. Her short-sleeved shirt had a close-up photo of Jiang Yi printed on it, and her black casual shorts felt a bit cool. She was sitting by the window, kicking her soft white legs, her brows furrowed for a long time, and she was filled with a strong sense of unease. Sister Shangxiang, I haven't contacted Xiaoye for a day. His phone has no signal and he can't send messages. Could he have gone to Linhai? The more she spoke, the more uneasy Song Shiyu felt. She pressed down her trembling collar and her face gradually turned pale. Pretty close. After drinking the milk in the cup and licking the white at the corner of her lips, Qin Xiang stood up from the chair, brushed the hair from the corner of her eyes to her ears, and a layer of cold gloom covered her charming face. Not only her Xiaoye, but even her sister-in-law Chu Moli was disconnected. It was as if she had disappeared from the blue planet. She could not think of any other answer except that she had gone to the blocked Linhai. I'll go find him. Song Shiyu bit her lip and stood up suddenly. Are you going to die? Looking at the girl in front of her who was trembling with anger, Qin Xiang asked quietly. He agreed to go on a date with me, so how could this bastard secretly go to Linhai? No matter how dangerous it is, I will find him back. As if she didn't hear her friend's questioning, Song Shiyu fell into a trance, taking off her clothes and walking towards the closet. Can you swim? The short-sleeved shirt and shorts fell silently on the wooden floor, the snow-white back came into view, and the outline of lavender underwear emerged. I can't. Song Shiyu's delicate body trembled, and she replied blankly, then collapsed to the ground, curled up and sobbed. It's over. She's a landlubber, and she's going to be caught ashore the moment she gets into the sea. I knew you were a cold-hearted fool who couldn't squeeze out a drop of water. Qin Xiang stroked her forehead inside. She walked gently to her friend with her bare pink feet, squatted down, hugged her, and wiped the tears from her cheeks like Jiang Yi did. Then, like magic, he took out a crimson sachet with a lingering fragrance from the pocket of his shirt and gently patted it on the snow-white shoulder. Hey, put on this water-repellent sachet and let's go together. It's not just about tracking down Xiaoye, but also about the crisis in Linhai. We'd rather die than be left without one. Looking up at the photos on the wall, Jiang Yi's figure was densely packed and left a deep impression on my eyes. Wherever there is a natural disaster, there is the presence of the master. Qin Xiang is certain of this. Song Shiyu stood up, wiped the remaining tears from her face, and quickly adjusted her mood. She stretched out her hand and high-fived the pink-haired fox. Her pretty face was determined, and they said in unison, "Let's go." Destination: Lin Hai. No premature love allowed, team, assemble. Chapter 79, Taking Control of the Netherworld, the Silver Dragon Princess's bloodline awakens. Dark clouds are rolling and a storm is coming. After leaving the station, Song Shiyu took off her light blue baseball cap, looked at the pink-haired lady behind her, and complained softly. "It's going to rain. Looks like our beach fun with Xiaoye is going to be a waste. I even prepared some sexy swimsuits." Taking off her sunglasses and glancing at the gloomy weather, Qin Xian nodded slightly without comment. "Don't spoil the fun." Besides the beach party, the hot spring baths by the sea are also a must. Patting the snow-white shoulders, Qin Xiang's lips curled up slightly. In addition to her swimsuit, she also prepared a change of clothes, which was more than enough for bathing with Xiaoye in the hot spring. As expected of Sister Shang Xiong, she's thoroughly prepared. When talking about hot spring bath, Song Shiyu's cheeks turned red, she pursed her lips with a little pleasure, and the longing in her beautiful eyes could not be concealed. Whether she is playing in the water on the beach or taking a hot spring bath, she can update Jiang's photos. The photos posted in the bedroom don't smell fresh anymore. But before that, Qin Xiang took over the conversation. Even on a cloudy day, the color of her cherry lips was very alluring. "Let's get through the crisis first." They took a deep breath and headed to the Adventure Guild to prepare to clear the dungeon. Beneath the blue sea, the sun cannot penetrate the layers of waves, and in the darkness, ghosts are lurking. The once glorious palace walls have long since collapsed, leaving behind only the sorrow of the end, and no trace of their glory. Tens of thousands of skeletons knelt on the ground and kowtowed, their dull remains of armor and tattered clothes swayed slowly in the waves. Jiang Yi walked along the path, stepping on the dead bones of shrimp soldiers and crab generals. The footprints he left behind were spread out in the muddy water. He looked into the distance at the ancient city of Dragon Palace, his left eye shrouded in a silver light. "King, I don't see the king. A trapped dragon is ultimately a dead thing." Jiang Yi said in disappointment and hooked his finger at the kneeling skeleton. "Brother, what is he doing?" Shumoli took a half step back in a daze, her small hands clutching her twin ponytails that were drifting with the current, as if she had grabbed a tranquilizer, and she bit her cherry lips to suppress the shock in her heart. Despite its poverty, it still trembles. She couldn't understand it at all. How could her brother scatter the army of undead with just a glance? So powerful. I thought I was going to die. The sword fell to the ground. Pei Qinghuan had no time to pick it up. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. The shock was hard to hide in his beautiful eyes, which were white and watery, and rippled softly. They brushed shoulders with death. If tens of thousands of undead scourges rushed over, they would be wiped out in an instant and buried in the unknown dark seabed. "Xiaoye, you are still as reliable as ever." She gently bit the fingertips pressing against her cherry lips, and spots of scarlet spread between her teeth, using the stinging pain to relieve the panic in her heart. In her beautiful eyes, the figure of Jiang Yi hooking his hand was reflected, and her brows were furrowed in confusion. Hooking hands, provoking? What is Xiaoye going to do? You don't want to command the skeletons and the dead, do you? Pei Qinghuan sucked her fingers and let her imagination run wild. She felt curious and her pretty face was filled with surprise. Could it be that my brother has truly become the Lord of the Undead, commanding the underworld? Looking at the long-awaited figure, Shumoli was at a loss. "Stand up." Glancing at the army of dead souls kneeling and bowing, Jiang Yi gave an order. "Sasha." In the trembling eyes of the school beauties, tens of thousands of skeletons gradually wept and bowed down to Jiang Yi in submission. "Very good." Jiang Yi raised the corner of his mouth and smiled with satisfaction. He tried to activate the command, but unexpectedly he actually enslaved the ownerless undead. The dark army of shadows, the ghosts of the minnows and crab generals, bowed in respect. "Go!" With a wave of his hand, dark chains floated in the water like ribbons. They were the gold coins exploded by the Abyss Serpent, and the epic equipment, Jiahuan Banner. The powerful skill, Jialong Pavilion, granted by the equipment can easily capture the undead. Is that a spirit-calling banner? Brother, does he really control the netherworld? Tens of thousands of ghosts, glowing green, flew into the pitch-black chains and ribbons, gradually condensing into a pitch-black flag, fluttering in the waves, and steadily landing in Jiang Yi's palm. Commanding 100,000 ghosts, how is this any different from the Lord of Hell ruling the underworld? The guess in her heart was confirmed. Pei Qinghuan gritted her teeth, her pretty face was shocked, and her beautiful eyes were filled with admiration. She also wanted to be commanded by Xiaoye, to be an obedient ghost, and to spread the reputation of the undead knight. It's just a piece of equipment for controlling ghosts. It can't control the underworld. Turning sideways and looking back at the shocked school beauties, Jiang Yi chuckled and shook his head, carefully holding the black soul flag in his palm. There are tens of thousands of ghosts floating around the outskirts of the ancient city alone. If we enter the ancient city and absorb all the wandering ownerless souls, can we fill the elegant seats in the soul flag? Name, Jiao Soul Banner. Level 20. Description: absorbing abundant dead souls, one can summon the ancient dragon soul. Effect: increases constitution by 100, grants the skill Jiaolong Pavilion. Unlimited private rooms within the pavilion, waiting for your joining. Summon, burn mana, awaken the ancient dragon soul, and summon an ender dragon. On the black soul flag in the palm of his hand, a black latent dragon appeared and disappeared. Ender dragon? Legend has it that the terrifying dragon god that once destroyed the abyss was eventually driven out by the devil due to his immense destructive power. I never thought that the ghosts I casually commanded could awaken the sleeping ancestral dragon. What a great prophet! Jiang Yi suppressed the smile on his face. He was only a little more experience away from upgrading. There was no sadness or joy on his face. With the help of the ancestral dragon's ghost, he is more confident in passing the natural disaster copy. It's just that, with my current mana, the ancestral dragon I summoned can only last for 10 seconds. It's really short and weak. If I had the gift of infinite mana and used the ghost's fearlessness of death, wouldn't I become more courageous with each battle? Thinking in his heart, Jiang Yi only hoped that the god-level talent awakened after the upgrade could reduce the mana consumption. I also have Silver Dragon Princess and Fallen Angel on hand. The side effect of driving a big car is that it has 100,000 horsepower but poor endurance. Ender Dragon? Sounds delicious. The dragon claws lightly scratched the black flag of the chain. Looking at the emerging dark ancient dragon, Hill licked his lips, his mouth drooling. Hill, can you absorb the dragon's soul power in the soul flag? Looking at the little silver-haired greedy cat walking beside him, Jiang Yi thought subconsciously. Hill is a powerful blue-eyed silver dragon, a descendant of the ancestral dragon. The blood of the dragon emperor flows in his plump dragon body, and the potential in his blood is extremely powerful. It's not necessarily absorbed, but it might become a little. Leaning over and lightly poking the soul flag, Hill raised the corner of his mouth slightly, hiding a smirk. What is it? I like the master a little bit. The soft white dragon claws took the soul flag handed over by the master. Hill raised his arm and waved it lightly. The lacquered soul flag danced in the water like a ribbon and was equipped directly. The madness within the blood has awakened. There was a cold light in her silver eyes, Hill's pretty face flushed, and the corners of her mouth were crazy. She has awakened. Chapter 80, Natural Scourge Boss, Terracotta Maid, Glorious Seraph. Buzz. Bubbles float on the water and green waves surge. Hill floated in the water, his silver hair drifting with the waves, the end of his fever touching the tip of his soft heart, and a cold dark light emanating from his whole body. Brother! Sister Hill! Chu Moli walked forward with a worried look on his face. In the blink of an eye, the admired Sister Sierra frowned, closed her eyes, and floated in the water as if unconscious, with a strange evil aura emanating from her whole body, which was worrying. Is this evolution? Raising her pretty face, Pei Qinghuan was a little surprised and confused even though she was knowledgeable. She had witnessed with her own eyes how powerful Princess Silver Dragon was, and there was no doubt about it. If the silver-eyed dragon that can beat the abyss snake into an insect evolves, it's terrifying to think about it. Ari, please explain it to me. Jiang Yi glanced at the silver-haired dragon princess who exuded an evil aura, and only when he realized that she was not in danger did he breathe a sigh of relief. Okay, meow. Gabriel nodded happily and carried out her master's orders meticulously like a professional maid. The bloodline of the colored lizard has infinite potential. By sensing the aura of the ancient dragon soul, one can awaken the power of the ancestral dragon. As for evolution, perhaps the dragon soul essence in this dragon palace can elevate her life rank. The long black hair reached the waist, and the wet feathers fluttered in the water. After the explanation, the fallen angel simply closed his mouth, and his beautiful cherry-colored eyes peeked at the profile of his master. Becoming stronger has its price. Will Sister Hill be in danger? Chu Moli suppressed his restless heart, his eyes filled with worry. Awakening often means instability. If you fail, trust her. Patting his sister-in-law on the shoulder, Pei Qinghuan nodded seriously. There may be danger, but Hill will definitely overcome it. What we have to do is buy time for her to wake up. Glancing at the worried expression on the school beauty's pretty face, Jiang Ye's ears seemed to move, and he noticed a strange noise in the distance. Buzz! The sand and dust splashed, muddying the seawater. A ray of hot sword light, evaporating water vapor, streaked across the ground, cutting through waves of water. Danger! Shu Moli was still on guard. He controlled the shadows with his fingertips, and a pitch-black curtain emerged from under his feet, protecting everyone in front of him. Laugh! The scarlet sword light fell on the dark shadow screen, and steam filled the air in an instant, and the temperature of the seawater rose sharply. There is some kind of terror underground, gradually reviving. Pei Qinghuan held up his sword, and the silver blade absorbed the burning energy from the water, gradually turning a scorching red. In just a moment, it turned into a scarlet and glaring fire stick. He held it tightly with both hands and stuck it into the ground. Blazing blade! With a delicate shout, the blazing sword light surged in the sand, illuminating the water waves. As expected of an SSS level, Blazing Sun Sword Master, Pei Qinghuan can command all the fire in the world to serve him, and with a single move, he can return all the absorbed energy. It's out! A silver light flashed in Jiang Ye's eyes, and murderous intent was etched in them. As sand splashed and the turbid waves spread, a dark phantom floated in the water, the rotten ribbons faded and fluttered, and the clenched spear spun and swung. That is... Name, Nether Made Fallen Pottery. Level 25. Rank, Natural Disaster Boss. Description: in the Nine Netherworld, beneath the Naiha Bridge, the tears of the undead fall upon a dilapidated terracotta figurine, upon which a mural depicting a young girl comes alive. Having absorbed the undead's obsession, she has unexpectedly survived, millennia later. To punish the Dragon Clan for their betrayal, she willingly agrees to the undead's reckoning, remaining with them until death. Skills: Soul-Stealing Sword, Purgatory/Iron Wall, Unyielding. Attributes: Physical Strength 1, Strength 750, Agility 2000, Spirit 10. The girl in white opened her eyes, and the dim phosphorescent light flickered strangely. Scarlet tears flowed from the corners of her eyes, and her clothes fluttered in tatters, making her look like a living pottery figurine of a maid. Ali, buy time for Moli and trap her. Jiang Yi stretched out his hand and pulled out the pitch-black blade of purgatory from the fallen angel's heart. When the terracotta maid was unearthed, he quickly attacked. Human, leave the dirty silver dragon behind. Then, get out. The terracotta maid glared at him, the phosphorescent light in her eyes flickering. Are you worthy? Jiang Yi sneered, swung his sword, and with a wave of his hand, the lacquer-colored sword light stopped the flow of water, making it stretch endlessly. Court death. The terracotta maid was extremely angry, her figure was as erratic as a ghost, and she dodged Jiang Yi's attack. Laugh. There are many gullies and waves, but there is no trace of the terracotta warriors. She's very fast, and it's a bit tricky. Jiang Yi held the sword in his hand, standing alert, his ears pricked up, waiting for the fallen angel's cooperation. The waves surged, and the fallen angel floated upwards. Broken terracotta warrior, get down. Gabriel let out a delicate cry, swam freely in the water, pointed the pitch-black sword blade, and stabbed it at the graceful back of the terracotta warrior. As an angel, don't help the evildoers and become my enemy. The terracotta maid suppressed her anger, dodged the incoming sword light by leaning sideways, and shouted angrily with lingering fear. She was almost smashed into mud by the nosy angel, and the obsession in her heart would turn into Mount Sumeru and disappear into thin air. Are you teaching me how to do things? Gabriel sneered, golden light flashed in her cherry eyes, and her black hair gradually burned, emitting a blazing light. That is, Seraphim glorious form. Holy light of judgment. Aiming at the atrium and the breast flesh, Gabriel slashed with his sword, and golden light shone. The gloomy waters suddenly become brilliant. The terracotta warrior groaned as his arm was cut off by a sword, and scarlet tears fell from the wound. Ah! A miserable howl came from the severed arm, and the dark shadow of the wrong soul was directly purified under the shining light. I got you. Jiang Yi raised his head with a slight smile on his face. Ghost hands. The dark right hand expanded instantly, pushing away the soft green waves and completely wrapping the graceful body of the terracotta figurine. Crack. He has never been gentle with women and just gave them a rough grip. The terracotta maid groaned, and her fragile body exploded in the fist. Crack. Crack! Crack! Not enough! The huge ghost hand grasped the terracotta fragments and ground them carefully hundreds of times. The crisp sound was like grinding teeth, surging in the waves. So strong! Shu Moli raised his head and looked at his brother's invincible figure, with hearts in his eyes. I haven't made a move yet. Pei Qinghuan pursed his lips, the shock in his eyes had not yet subsided, and the unwillingness in his heart was trembling and surging. Before he could even feel the pressure of the disaster-level boss, it was turned into powder in the hands of the dark ghost and scattered in the water. She, a female sword fairy, is really useless. Could it be that she can only be a vase and he can fuck her whenever he wants? No, I must stand up straight. At least, I can't let Xiaoya's legs fall behind. Pei Qinghuan held the long sword and took a deep breath. His self-esteem surged along with the whiteness in his heart. Solved? Zhang Yi frowned and became alert as he didn't hear any killing prompt. Foolish humans. Treachery is endless and will never cease. I will never die. Ha 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 ha. The maid's terracotta figurine laughed morbidly, but her graceful figure was nowhere to be seen. The floating powder floats in the water, even if it is as fine as particles, it can turn into an army. Moment. Hundreds of terracotta maids emerged from the ground. Trouble. Zhang Yi frowned, thinking something was wrong. He hates persistent and resurrecting bosses the most because the fights are endless. But Silver Dragon Princess has not awakened yet, so we must buy time for her. It was extremely urgent. Zhang Yi's eyes flashed with a cold light, and he pointed his sword at the group of terracotta maids. Before Silver Dragon Princess awakens? What a coincidence! The one I killed was the immortal. Chapter 81, Tearing the Maid Apart with Bare Hands. You call this a charming pet, master? Dare to claim immortality and indestructibility? Zhang Yi smiled, with a cold glint in his eyes. Pink Skeleton, did you get his consent? Humanity. The end of interfering is death. There are hundreds and thousands of terracotta maids floating densely packed together. They looked angry, their snow-white hair drifting with the current, and you couldn't forget the end of them at a glance. The slender jade legs were put together in a line, and the cold bronze sword was pressed against the side of the legs. It turned from top to bottom to the heart, and the blade pointed to the sky and drew a half circle. Half moon slash. They spoke in unison, and hundreds of crescent sword energies were as hot as rainbows, and scorching steam diffused and enveloped the area. The water area, stained by the sword light, looked like a flower blooming on the other side, and the red roses were bathed in blood. Zhang Yi's eyes were filled with a dim light, and his whole body was covered in blood. He did not dodge or evade. Instead, his dark big hand grabbed out of thin air, pushed away the scorching airwaves, and collided violently with the sword light. Boom! Zhang Yi walked on the waves, his huge ghost hand rushing around. The attacking crescent sword energy exploded instantly and was completely blocked by the ghost hand. The powerful shock wave caused turbulence and triggered a tsunami. The evaporated water vapor spread and submerged Zhang Yi. It is not a pity to die when a mantis tries to stop a chariot. The terracotta maid sneered, and hundreds of cherry lips uttered sarcastic words. They were like ribbons, their plump bodies lying in the water, looking down at the steam and mist, their beautiful eyes full of disdain and contempt. Leaving nothing but corpses like him, this is what happens when you resist us. The terracotta maid pointed her sword at the angry school beauties, raised her head proudly, with a hint of sarcasm on the corner of her mouth, and coldly sentenced Zhang Yi to death. Hundreds and thousands of crescent sword energies could easily cut a person into pieces. Don't get complacent too soon. Shu Moli didn't believe it, and while his brother was buying time, he had already used the shadow thread to hook the shadow under the jade feet of the terracotta figurine. Cold silk threads are interwoven into a net, and as the fingertips dance, murderous intent lurks at the soles of the feet, without showing its edge. She suppressed her worries and waited for her brother's order to charge. Only after the climax can you fall. Madness. Pei Qinghuan sneered coldly, the anger in his phoenix eyes lingering. They are just a bunch of clay puppets, frogs in a well, how can they see his true appearance? But with hundreds of sword lights, there is still smoke but no damage, right? Her Xiao Yi is the king of hell who commands the underworld. Humanity. The terracotta maid sighed and hummed, tears of blood drooped from the corners of her eyes, and murderous intent was clenched in her hands. Pedantic, stubborn, fragile, and pathetic. Since you won't hand over the dragon girl, I will burn you to death and bury you in a foreign land. They roared in anger, and their trembling hearts bloomed like flowers, swaying in the waves. Sword raised. At the fingertips of the jade fingers, the sword formation condenses. This sword. The steam and mist dissipated, but there was no trace of Jiang Yi. The terracotta maid's beautiful scarlet eyes flashed with murderous intent as she frantically searched for Jiang Yi. You guys, are you worthy? A dark ghost hand grabbed the maid's head, and Jiang Yi descended from the sky, pushing and colliding along the groups of plump terracotta figurines like a bowling ball. You're not dead? The terracotta maid cried out in surprise, her pretty face pale with shock and anger, in disbelief. The damage unleashed by hundreds of crescent-shaped sword energies was enough to severely damage the powerful dragons, yet the tiny human before them remained unscathed? Before the shock and the bloodshot eyes subsided, the stunned face was grabbed by a dark big hand and twisted into a ball in pain. The face in the cherry eyes gradually became clear. It was Jiang Yi's figure. Can you kill me? The sickly pretty face of the terracotta maid was laughing wildly, and her ragged heart was shining softly. Her obsession persists, and she is practically immortal. She admitted that the man before her was very strong, but how could a mortal being like her break the obsession of evil? When he is exhausted, won't he just have to wait for death? Why not? With a cold glint in his eyes, Jiang Yi curled up the corners of his mouth with a hint of sneer. He pressed the maid's pretty face with his dark big hand and fell into the water with a loud bang. Oh no. I'm here to help you. The fallen angel in glorious form has blonde hair and blue eyes, with holy light swirling around his delicate body. Holding a blazing red sword, he rushes through the crowd of terracotta maids, cutting melons and vegetables as he goes. Oh no. Me too. The succubus form appears at the same time, and her sickly giggles are captivating. The dark and smooth bat wings spread out in the water, pushing away the soft waves easily. The patterns on the bone wings were clear, and the amplitude of the vibrations was synchronized with the snow waves on the heart. The devil's heart-shaped tail swayed and danced lightly in the water, its snow-white shoulders carried a 3-meter-long heavy blade, its pretty face was covered with a layer of gloom, revealing a sickly grin, as it attacked and slaughtered the terracotta maid. The mad sword's heavy blade and the blazing lightsaber intertwined for a moment, and a line of sharp edge burst out with a destructive light, penetrating the water waves and neatly cutting the terracotta maid's snow-tender waist. Boom! Hundreds of pairs of long and beautiful legs fell down. It was a feast for the eyes. What? Sister Ari has a second form? Isn't she a fallen angel? How come there's another twin succubus? Chumoli exclaimed in surprise, crossed her jade hands, and the silk thread tied to her fingertips trembled slightly. In beautiful eyes. The golden-haired, blue-eyed holy angels and the black-haired, Yandere succubus are interspersed among groups of terracotta warriors, blooming scarlet flowers of killing. One thought is an angel, one thought is a succubus. Pei Qinghuan bit her lip, frowned, and worry was hidden in her beautiful eyes of surprise. Can Xiaoye grasp this equal share of happiness? In a flash, Jiang Yi dragged a wave of air, pressed the cheek of the terracotta maid, and threw her heavily to the ground. Bang! The water waves suddenly exploded, sand and stones splashed, and turbidity enveloped the area again. When the air waves and fog dissipated, a huge circular pit emerged clearly. Jiang Yi placed his foot on the broken heart of the terracotta maid, looking down at her condescendingly and mocking her. Sister Qinghuan, isn't my brother a pet charmer? Output shouldn't rely solely on the charm pet, but he. How come you're better at fighting than Sister Ailey? The brother in his eyes was so powerful that Chumoli was trembling with fear. She came back to her senses and looked at her equally shocked good sister beside her and asked blankly. Punching the terracotta warriors and kicking the maids, the power of his explosion surpasses that of angels and succubi. Emily, maybe your brother has some unusual bone structure? Pei Qinghuan was shocked by the devastating scene and murmured in a daze in response. Tearing the maid apart with bare hands, you call this a pet charmer? Her Xiaoye, isn't he too strong? Humanity. The terracotta maid looked angry, biting her lip and glaring. Shut up. He exerted force with his feet, and scarlet water droplets splashed on his heart, but the murderous intent in Jiang Yi's eyes had not yet subsided. Heh, no matter how strong you are, what can you do to me? Flesh and blood are weak and will eventually tire. I am immortal, how many more times can you kill me? The terracotta maid laughed wildly, her eyes filled with pity for the weak and ridicule. Then how many times can you live? Jiang Yi raised his foot and stepped on that delicate face. With the crisp sound of a bursting watermelon, the annoying sarcasm disappears. Sasha. The chopped-off terracotta maidservant's broken pieces split into two, disintegrating into pieces. In the blink of an eye, it increased rapidly. I have tens of thousands of people. This time, what can you use to stop me? The complex shouts resonated, the fingertips drew a half-moon sword arc, and the sword formation began. Jiang Yi was surrounded by them. I'll take your lives. Behind him, Hill responded coldly. Listen, the dragon roars. Chapter 82, The Dragon's Soul Awakens. The Silver Dragon Princess Who Devours the Gods. The silver eyes focused and a dragon roared. Behind Jiang Yi, the silver-haired Long Ji was floating in the water, her snow-white skin covered with mottled silver lines, emitting a crystal-clear glow. This is awakening? The terracotta maid opened her eyes wide, staring at the silver-haired dragon princess floating in the water, her pretty face full of disbelief. The ancestral dragon has been completely exterminated. Millions of years have passed, and the dragon spirit has long since been completely annihilated in the long river of time. You are just a lizard. How can you awaken the extinct ancestral dragon and merge with the ancient dragon soul? Thousands of terracotta maids looked at each other and asked in shock. The ancestral dragon became extinct, and the dragon soul dissipated. Where did the silver-haired dragon princess in front of him find the non-existent dragon soul and awaken the dormant power in her blood? Jiang Yi did not respond. The two of them, one by one and the other by the dragon princess, looked down upon the vast army. Behind him, the school beauties exclaimed. Sister Sierre has become very strange. There are silver lines on her skin, and there is a glimmer of light under her belly. Chu Moli covered her eyes and moaned softly with a blushing face. Is this silver line straight and tight? Her aura has become several times stronger. Her cool and graceful figure exudes a wild and domineering aura, as if she wants to devour the entire body of water. Pei Qinghuan held the sword in gathered strength, staring at his rival, Long Ji, with amazement on his pretty face. It was the first time she witnessed the awakening of her bloodline. Besides being excited, she also had a strong hope hidden in her heart. Could it be that Pei Qinghuan also inherited an unknown bloodline and has recently shown signs of awakening? This is not an illusion. Otherwise, why would I be so reluctant to be Xiaoye's dog? With her head lowered and hearts in her eyes, Pei Qinghuan felt an unprecedented desire awakening. Because the beast in her heart has awakened. Master, Hill is late. Her silver eyes were glowing with a faint light, and Hill was as graceful as an immortal. The snow-white skin on her chest pushed the soft waves, and she pressed against Jiang Yi's back, stretching out her jade hands covered with silver lines, and speaking with a breath as sweet as orchid. After awakening, she awakened the dormant ancient dragon power in her blood. Colored lizard, what ability have you awakened? The glorious angel stared at the silver lines on silver dragon princess skin and couldn't help but ask curiously. It's not some kind of charm, immobilization, hypnosis, or time stop. The lustful succubus wagged her tail in a loving manner, bent her jade fingers, and talked freely. In addition to charm, she doesn't mind expanding her extracurricular interests to enrich her master's daily pleasure. What are you thinking? I'm a pure silver dragon, not a depraved person like you who is vulgar and lowbrow. Hill let out a coquettish cry and bared her teeth at the fallen angel sisters who were protecting their food. She swore to God that she had lived a clean and pure life and had never had any dirty thoughts. If the oath is broken, she will hatch a blanket of eggs for her master. Yes, you are noble and you are amazing. The sisters curled their lips and snorted in dissatisfaction. If she believed the lies of Lady Silver Dragon, she would probably lose everything except her underwear. Of course. Hill snorted softly, the corners of his mouth raised in satisfaction. The snow-white chin rested on Jiang Yi's shoulder, and her silver eyes were filled with expectation as she asked quietly. Master, aren't you curious about Hill's awakened abilities? She was completely unaware of the powerful enemy at hand. It's Devour, right? Jiang Yi's lips curled up slightly, resonating with Silver Dragon Girl. Bright silver spider patterns appeared on his body, like a mysterious curse, unlocking the ability to devour. Dragon Soul, the final shadow that devours gods. Description: in the end, an ancient shadow stretching for tens of thousands of miles opened its massive mouth like the abyss, swallowing the entire starry sky. Countless gods fell because of it. Effect: grants the power of devouring. Just like this, open your mouth, bite it, and then swallow it down, plunging the entire world into a doomsday panic. Such a powerful ability, if he grows up, will he become the end shadow dragon that devours the world and dominates the world forever? Jiang Yi lowered his head and thought subconsciously. I'm so disappointed in him. Master! You are so despicable. Hill bit his lip, his silver eyes were misty, and he was about to cry. She originally wanted to give her master a surprise, but the bad and unromantic master directly called upon her ability and requisitioned the power of devouring. Ha ha ha. Stupid human, you actually ignored us, then die. Taking advantage of Jiang Yi and Yin Longji's negligence, thousands of terracotta maids would not sit still and wait for death, and launched a surprise attack without hesitation. Blazing resentment soul-snatching slash. Like an evil ghost crawling out of the underworld, the scarlet sword light of resentment slashed through in an instant, densely packed. Jiang Yi was suddenly surrounded by red light, but he did not dodge or evade, and his expression was very calm. Oh, waiting to die? The terracotta maid sneered, a hint of pride in her eyes. But the next moment, he was shocked. In the scarlet sword rain, Jiang Yi raised his right hand slightly, and his dark ghost hand slapped out, shouting softly. Swallow! A dark vortex emerged from the palm of his hand, like a terrifying black hole, with unparalleled attraction, absorbing all the incoming scarlet sword energy. What? The hand at the fingertips trembled slightly, the terracotta maid cried out in surprise, and the breathing in her heart rose and fell violently. She must have seen it right. What on earth had this human used to absorb all of their countless sword lights? This is too outrageous. This extraordinary attraction. Chu Moli was completely stunned. He stood there in a daze, unable to speak clearly. She didn't expect that her brother, after awakening, would be so powerful that he could devour gods. If I had this ability. I'm afraid Xiaoye can't get out of bed. Pei Qinghuan pursed her trembling red lips, her beautiful eyes flushed with envy and hope, and a shy blush appeared on her cheeks. If she could use her sword skills to exchange for the ability to devour, she would definitely be able to defeat Jiang Yi and make him unable to hold his head up for the rest of his life. It's a pity, it can't be changed. Jiang Yi didn't care when he heard the exclamations of the school beauties. It's your turn. He didn't waste any words and issued an ultimatum, with murderous intent in his eyes, branding the maids in droves. Ha, kill me? Stop dreaming. Even if I give you rubbish 100 years to kill, it will only make me endlessly immortal. The terracotta maid was panting and raging, and fear gradually filled her eyes. They spontaneously gathered together, forming a huge pottery figurine, floating to the surface, as if preparing to escape from Jiang Yi's sight. She was actually scared. Oh no! This calamity-level dungeon boss, could it be possible that he wants to escape? Chu Moli was shocked by his own thoughts. He was already the boss of natural disaster, how could he be so spineless? No matter what, she directly controlled the shadows to entangle and bind the giant terracotta warrior. She didn't want to escape either. She just knew that if she stayed any longer, she would die. Pei Qinghuan's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, and she waved her sword-holding hand, absorbing the sword energy of the red flame of purgatory, burning and evaporating the seawater, and flashed towards the terracotta warrior that was submerged in the water. Their attacks held the terracotta warrior back, and during her desperate struggle, they bought the best opportunity for Jiang Yi. He held Yin Longji's hand, and she stepped on the soft sand with her bare feet. She raised her head and walked slowly towards the terracotta figurines. Hold hands together, then press against the bottom of the terracotta figurine and press slowly. Jiang Yi and Yin Longji's eyes flashed silver, filled with murderous intent, and they shouted in unison. Swallow! Chapter 83, Kill the Calamity Boss and Level Up. He placed his hands on the delicate toes, exerting a little force and leaving a deep palm print. Instantly. The water ripples, the soft white jade feet are covered with cracks and spider marks. The dark vortex was like a black hole, swallowing up the seawater. Human, stop. Feeling the stinging pain from her jade feet, the pretty face of the terracotta maid who was not out of the sea was really terrified, and she roared in panic and warning. The obsession in her delicate body faded away rapidly from top to bottom. It wouldn't be long before the source of her immortality would completely dissipate. If it was shattered then, it would truly become useless debris. She wanted to escape, but her huge body was bound by the dense and tangled shadow mesh and blocked by the blazing sword light, so she couldn't get away for a while. Is it possible that I can only watch helplessly as I am devoured by that ignorant human being? No, you can't. She can't just sit there and wait for death. The dragon spirit in the ancient city is still alive, how could she die here? Traitor to the dragon clan, be buried with me. With a hysterical roar, the breast flesh submerged in water trembled, adding fuel to the fire and creating a violent storm. Master, she's struggling. The silver eyes flashed with ferocity. Hill sensed the danger and hurriedly warned. Master, a violent energy is gathering within the terracotta warrior's body. The glorious angel held his head high, his golden hair dancing in the water, his beautiful blue eyes saw a ray of hot energy, dyeing his milky white heart under the waves a scorching red. The ball of hot energy moved rapidly downwards and reached the soles of the feet in the blink of an eye. The chest, abdomen, legs, and feet were all covered with red traces, as if they were whipped. She seems to want to cut off her limbs and explode. The lustful succubus's beautiful cherry red eyes tightened. She carried a 3-meter-long black heavy blade on her shoulder, her tail coiled around her waist, and shouted a warning. Jiang Yi just grabbed the toes, and the dark vortex in his palm continued to devour. Ha, ants! Die! The terracotta maid laughed loudly, and her jade feet exploded like a gecko breaking its tail. Boom! There was a muffled explosion, and the red light stirred up a circular airwave, instantly engulfing the entire sea. Call! The power of this explosion is enough to destroy an area several miles in radius. The heretics should be completely eliminated. The dragon spirit within the ancient city must not be revived. The traitor must not be allowed to live again. The terracotta maid fell down with a thud, and her huge body crashed into the sea, causing huge waves several feet high. Her face was twisted and distorted with pain, but she grinned, revealing her white teeth, and laughed wildly. Etc. Where are the vibrations from the explosion? Why didn't I feel anything at all? Lying on her back in the sea, the terracotta maid frowned, sensing something was wrong. Bo, here. A red vortex was flowing in Jiang Yi's palm, and bright silver curse marks were lingering around his body. He stepped on the waves, flashed behind the terracotta warrior, raised his hand and pressed. The soft and white beautiful back glowed red, leaving a hot palm print. How could it be? He sucked the energy out of the explosion? The terracotta maid screamed in surprise. Just as she felt the warm current on her back, her heart exploded and burst out with a dazzling red light. It's useless. I am immortal. The body of the terracotta maid was stopped, her face twisted into a ball, and she roared madly. Even if she is broken into pieces or seriously injured, she can recover. Really? I don't believe it. He dragged up the heavy body of the terracotta maid with one hand, and his palm, which was flowing in a vortex, probed into the wound on her back, grabbed her heart, and squeezed it hard. Bang! Blood mist exploded. Ah! The terracotta maid, her body bound by silk threads, struggled violently and wailed in fear. Wait, why can't the wound heal? The resentment in her body was completely absorbed, and the terracotta maid trembled in fear, her delicate body bound by the silk net struggling frantically. She is scared. Oh no. With a cold glint in her eyes, Princess Silver Dragon caught up alone, holding the shining silver dragon spear. Zhang Xier, kill her. The murderous intent suddenly arose, and the cold light of the gun blade emitted a chilling glow in the water. The terracotta maid kept calling him a traitor to the dragon clan, and she wanted to see from that mind just how treacherous he really was. Jiang Yi turned his head and looked back, nodding slightly. After that, he'll no longer hold back. Gunblade storm. The dragon spear lifted up and then swept lightly across. The several-meter-tall head spun like a top in the water, and was finally thrown down fiercely. The delicate jade feet stepped on the delicate head, the right wrist shook slightly, and the bright silver spear poked from the top of the head. The figure then spun around, crushing the giant body of the terracotta maid into mud. The vortex was swirling, but Jiang Yi's figure remained motionless. No! He heard the terrified wails of the terracotta maid as she was pulverized into powder by the silver dragon princess. Human, you can't kill me. Without this body, how can you take my soul? How about it? He spread out his hands, and a dim spherical halo was circulating in his palms, and he was cursing hysterically. Look closely and identify directly. Name, Nether Slave Dragon's Tear. Rank, Purple Epic. Description, long ago, a traitor emerged from the dragon palace in the sea. She planted the seeds of evil beneath the palace, leading the dragon race into the abyss of depravity. Countless dragons perished at the hands of this traitor, descending into the netherworld. Even after crossing the Naiha Bridge of Rebirth, their resentment remained unresolved. Their tears filled the terracotta figurines at the bottom of the river, and boundless resentment clung to them. Within these clay forms, they plotted revenge. Effect, she is merely a collection of resentment, the essence condensed from countless dragon tears. After absorbing it, it can elevate the dragon bloodline and surpass its limits. Shut up! Jiang Yi snorted coldly and clenched his right hand suddenly. The noisy shouting and cursing faded away from my ears, and the trembling in my palms became more and more intense. This dragon tear essence is quite stubborn. Hill, come here. She waved her hand, and Hill walked barefoot across the muddy waves. The murderous intent in his eyes disappeared, the coldness on his pretty face dissipated, and he walked to her side obediently. Open. Jiang Yi stretched out his hand and spoke softly. Ah. With love in her eyes and a blush on her pretty face, Hill obediently opened her mouth, revealing her pink dragon tongue and soft white teeth. Abba, Abba. The sexy angels are still here. The master is so anxious, isn't he afraid that they will be jealous? Open your hands. Pulling Silver Dragon Princess's red tongue, Jiang Yi sighed helplessly. She has awakened, her heart has opened wider, but has her brain been polluted by yellow waste? Ugh, I can't breathe. Hill narrowed his eyes and gasped. She stretched out her hand obediently, and Jiang Yi gently held it. Absorb it. Jiang Yi reminded seriously to apply the dragon tear essence on the soft and white little hands. After absorbing the eternal dragon soul, Hill's bloodline was purified, awakening the power of the ancestral dragon. When he grows up, he can devour the heavens and the earth. If you absorb the essence of dragon tears and completely eliminate the terracotta maid, you will be able to upgrade and get closer to evolution. Hill could only groan. The gentleness of the palm made her panic. Absorb the essence of dragon tears and sublimate and purify the surging blood. She is about to evolve. Kill the Scourge level boss Terracotta Maid, gain 100,000 experience points, and level up. A golden light flashed on Jiang Yi and Mei Chang's bodies, and then they were upgraded. He is level 20. Chapter 84, Dragon Lady Ceramic Doll. Silver Dragon Princess's Delusion. A flash of golden light, Jiang Yi has upgraded. Wow! So much experience. Hill bit her lip, feeling the blood burning in her body, and muttered with her pretty face flushed. With this upgrade, she is not far from evolution. Woo, the master is partial, Ari also wants to evolve. The glorious angel and the lustful succubus hugged each other and cried, moaning bitterly. They also want to be infused with the essence bestowed by their master, and then evolve majestically in comfort. Alas, it is such a waste of resources that only the lizards can get a bargain. I feel so bad. So strong. Sister Hill is so handsome. Chumoli covered his excited heart, breathing heavily, and was amazed. In just a few seconds, she witnessed a miracle. In the sea, a giant-like terracotta maid was strangled to death by the silver-striped dragon princess with a spear. The scattered powder stirred up a whirlpool of turbulent water. If it were her, with her mana exhausted, she could only barely restrain the injured terracotta warrior. That cute and adorable silver-haired dragon princess becomes as powerful as a monster after awakening. Upgraded. Pei Qinghuan put away her sword, her beautiful eyes filled with sadness. She bit her red lips and hummed softly. With a flash of golden light, her slowly rising experience bar was directly increased by 1 episode. The upgrade speed was too fast, so fast that she couldn't stand it. Even the boss was beaten so hard he couldn't fight back. Isn't Xiaoye the calamity boss? Well, this vast amount of experience, this thrill of leveling up, following Xiaoye, I will eventually reach the pinnacle of strength. Her beautiful eyes fixed, and the traces of possessiveness surging in her heart became clearer and clearer. She hadn't held Jiang Yi's hand for a long time. Jiang Yi finally breathed a sigh of relief when he realized that his school beauty teammate was not in danger. It's over. The raiding Scourge boss was killed, and he reached level 20 as he wished. A new god-level talent has awakened. But before that, let's see what goodies the boss drops. Jiang Yi couldn't help but pinching Long Ji's hair and smiled greedily. A disaster-level boss should be able to drop good stuff. He is currently short of equipment. If he is fully armed with epic-level equipment, how powerful will he be? I'm afraid I can pin down the Calamity boss and beat her until she calls me daddy. The Scourge boss has been killed, and the epic accessory, the Desire Dragon Doll, has been dropped. A drop notification came to my ears. The exquisite terracotta maid really gave away gold coins. Name, Desire Dragon Puppet. Level 20. Rank, Purple Epic. Description, a cute clay figurine of a dragon girl, dressed in cool clothes. The resentment of revenge it carried has disappeared. Inside the empty pottery figurine, only the desire and passion for primitive desires remain. Effect, after wearing, Constitution plus 100, Spirit plus 100. When the desire in the terracotta figurine is filled, it can resist a fatal attack and trigger Sima Ming, becoming invincible for 3 seconds. An exquisite dragon girl figurine, with a cool milky white ribbon tied down from her chest and wrapped around her ankles. Holding it in the palm of my hand, that cute face is flushed and slightly shy. It has a decent weight and feels good. It's truly epic equipment, adding so many attributes and providing noble life-saving abilities. It's simply invincible. It's a pity that the dragon girl's body is now empty. How can this desire be filled? Holding the dragon girl figurine, Zhang Yi frowned in thought. Desire, I want to fill Dragon Lady up. Progress, 100. A crisp reminder came from my ears. Zhang Yi suddenly realized that Long Yang's cheeks had become much redder and she looked more lively. It turns out to be the wearer's desire. Zhang Yi muttered to himself and played with the dragon girl figurine for a while, but his desire stopped. It seems that only a strong desire can increase the progress of desire and fill the empty dragon girl figure. Almost without thinking, Zhang Yi looked at the shy silver dragon who was biting his lips and humming softly. Yes. Isn't this desire here? Master. Pervert. Feeling Zhang Yi's rigid gaze, he'll bit his lip and snorted in dissatisfaction. But in my heart I couldn't help but hum with pride. Had her foolish master finally set his sights on his loyal subordinates? What do you mean by satisfying dragon girl's desires? How shameless. She, the slave dragon girl Sylvie, the princess of the blue-eyed silver dragon, does she look so easily satisfied? The owner of the trash fish, you are not afraid of hurting your waist when you brag, huh? Sexy lizard, don't think with your lower body. If your brain were as big as your heart, you wouldn't misunderstand your master's true intentions. Gabriel lay in the water, her black hair hanging down to her shoulders. Her beautiful cherry-colored eyes flashed with disdain as she uttered a sarcastic remark. The lustful lizard really is a dragon by nature. Hill, I'm filling the figurine with lust, not you. Patting Yilongji's not-so-bright head, Zhang Yi explained helplessly. If you have an extra life-saving trump card, your next actions will be safer. They are all dragon girls, what's the difference? Hill pursed his lips and argued dissatisfiedly. He took the dragon doll restlessly, silently reciting his thoughts. Desire, I really want to sleep in. Desire, I really want to play games. Desire, I am a lustful lizard. In the palm of his hand, the exquisite dragon doll trembled slightly, issuing an overload warning with a vibrating buzzing sound. In just a few seconds, the desire progressed rapidly. Great! The evidence is irrefutable, and you still say it's not a pervert? Gabriel pointed at the terracotta figurines and clapped her hands in approval. She can finally prove that the lizard is a lizard. Ah! Hill cried out softly, put her hand holding the figurine behind her waist, and trembled. She raised her shy face, bit her lips, and tried to quibble. Master, this is all slander, slander. Hill is not a pervert. As the daughter of the Silver Dragon Emperor, how can you be so vulgar and vulgar? This is called royal taste. Royal taste, taste. She stammered as she explained, obscene thoughts rising and falling. In just 2.5 minutes, her desires were already overflowing. Hill, you are really romantic. Patting Yilongji's blushing cheek, Zhang Yi sighed in approval. As expected of the Silver Dragon Princess, she has a great temperament. This is what I have in my life. Well, master, give. Hill lowered his head in shame, twisting his bare feet in the sand as he awkwardly handed over the dragon doll filled with desire. She is just a thirsty silver dragon, what bad intentions could she have? No, you wear it. Pushing the soft white little hand, Zhang Yi smiled and shook his head. He can share everything with his charming pet. When Silver Dragon Princess wears accessories, he can also enjoy the effects of the accessories. She touched her itchy snowy neck. The thorn necklace was a gift from her master, and the dragon pendant now pinned around her waist was also filled with her master's love. She is so happy. Master, you are biased. Gabriel bit her lip, tears welling in her eyes. Oh no, the fallen angel is jealous. Zhang Yi thought to himself that this was not good. He was surrounded by angels and succubi on both sides and was sweating profusely. We are angry. Chapter 85, Dual God-Level Talents. Time-stopping Silver Dragon Princess. What is worrying is not the lack of gifts but the inequality of gifts. The thorn necklace hanging on the neck of the colored lizard and the dragon doll of desire hanging on the willow waist are already 2 gifts. But she only has the blade of judgment hidden in her milky white heart. The scabbard can only be used as a vase, you can insert it when you want and remove it when you want. Besides this, is there no other use for it? It's not fair. The master's heart is even more biased than my sister's clothes. Gabriel's twin forms surrounded Jiang Yi on the left and right. Her aching heart swayed slowly with the gentle movement of her arms, and she poured out all her anxieties in her master's arms. She also wants gifts and her master's caress. Ari. Jiang Yi felt the bitterness of the angel and the succubus, and the fluctuations of the shura field surged in his arms. He naturally wouldn't be partial. Looking at the sisters in his arms, he gently said, "Don't you want the surprise I prepared?" Stay calm. First calm the jealous sisters, then think about other things. The mist in their beautiful eyes was mixed with a hint of doubt. The sisters looked at each other, seemed to have thought of something, and suddenly burst into tears of joy. The master is much more sentimental than the lizard. She clearly prepared a gift, but she didn't just take it out. I'm afraid it's even higher level than this dragon doll of desire. Is it another legendary item? I'm afraid the gossipy lizard will get jealous. Phew, luckily I guessed it. If I had made things difficult for the master, I would have been to blame. Humph. Compared to the colored lizard, she is the master's favorite charming pet. The sisters looked at each other and smiled knowingly. The cherry-colored lips touched Jiang Yi's cheek, and her pretty face flushed as she panted. I knew the master loved Ali the most. The warmth on her face lingered for a long time, and the girl's fragrance remained. Jiang Yi stood there in a daze. No, he hasn't made any excuses yet, so what do you know? Woo! You perverted sheep, I'm not done with you. Hill's eyes were bloodshot and his heart was shaking with anger. She rushed to protect the food, panting, and wrestled with the sisters to settle accounts. She was the one who signed the contract first, so why should this lecherous sheep eat first? It's over. My brother is not clean anymore. Shumoli's pretty face turned pale, she bit her lips tightly, and cried out in unwillingness. She didn't care about the ownership of the epic equipment, but she was determined to get the ownership of her brother. No! After the dungeon is over, she must ask Sister Xiangxiang for a bottle of strong decontamination potion to clean her brother from head to toe. I don't want to see it. I don't want to see it. The joy of the upgrade was fleeting. Pei Qinghuan covered his eyes with one hand, and his bloodshot eyes, trembling, could clearly see the moment of heart palpitations through his fingers. Admittedly, she is not a materialistic woman and has no interest in epic equipment, but she cannot bear to see her lifelong enemy fall into a romantic affair. Last night, the rain was light and the wind was strong. She would never give up her prey. Angels, succubi, silver dragons, sister-in-law, none of them are allowed. She must avenge her previous shame and cleanse the unclean Xiaoye. Natural disaster Mirage Sea Dragon Palace Morning Dragon Tomb. The dark ruins were covered with potholes and sword marks. There is no inscription on the tombstone, but it is the burial place of the dragon people. While the charming pet and the school beauty were jealous, Jiang Yi looked at the closed and dilapidated dragon city in the distance and secretly put oil on his feet. Slip. Ding. The key to the widowed dragon wife has dropped. In his eyes, a reminder appeared on the virtual panel. In addition to dropping epic equipment, the terracotta maid also dropped a rusty key. Name, the dragon wife's blood honey key. Rank, purple epic, quest item. Description, in the Mirage Sea Dragon Palace, Aoing, daughter of the Dragon Emperor, holds the key to the Sky Blood Palace. On her wedding day, Aoing, adorned with a phoenix crown and a bridal robe, awaits her husband within the palace. However, what awaits her is not her beloved, but an unquenchable fire that connects the ocean to the palace, burning everything to ash. The key she left behind is unknown, and someone has found it. Effect, inserting the rusty yet hard key into the Xiaoshui Palace will trigger the unfinished quest Whisper of the Widow. The rusty red key fell into my palm, dim and cool in the water. A widow's mission? Is it urgent? Jiang Ye's eyes narrowed slightly as he examined the rusty, rotten key. He didn't expect that the mission item would be revealed. He didn't care whether the mission was right or not, he only cared whether the widow was safe or not. Dragon Girl Aoing, now that she has a name, she should be an important NPC. However, this Mirage Sea Dragon Palace is full of ghosts, and I don't know where this widow's Sky Blood Palace is. If you want to find it, I'm afraid it will take a lot of effort. Jiang Yi weighed the key, thought for a moment, and then put it away. Now, it is not needed. I've leveled up. I'm finally level 20. I've unlocked new god level talents and a new charm pet slot. Jiang Yi clenched his palms, feeling the power of change, opened the virtual panel and checked his gains. He was a dual SSS level professional, and every time he leveled up 10 levels, he could awaken 2 god level talents. The new charm pet column allows you to upgrade an epic abyss beast to a legendary one by contracting it, and it is also a handy way to level up Palu. Obtained god level talent Forbidden Magic. Obtain god level talent Time Relic. Forbidden Magic? Time Relic? Sounds like sealing magic and time pausing? Looking at the panel data, Jiang Yi frowned and thought. The sealing magic is pretty disgusting, and the time pause is a classic. Name, Forbidden Magic. Rank, Beyond SSS, God level. Description, God's Blessing, seal the magic power, extract the magic power. Can forcibly seal the enemy's magic power and silence them unconditionally. Duration, 10 seconds, cooldown, 15 seconds grants you the status of infinite magic power. Silence seal, and infinite mana, this is simply invincible. Jiang Yi is most in need of magic power now. He is originally a charm pet master, but he rushes around like a young and foolish berserker. Because his skills consume too much mana, he cannot sustain it and can only fight with fists. If magic power is not enough, then use material power. Name, Time Relic. Rank, God level. Description, blessed by the gods, master the power of time stopping. Effect, trigger a time stop effect for a certain period of time. Select an object as a target and cast Reverse Universe, reversing its movement to 1 minute ago. Manipulating time is so terrifying. Jiang Yi had only known about this abnormal ability from study materials before, but he never expected that one day he would be able to put it into practice. The new god level talent fills in the gaps and makes up for my shortcoming of insufficient endurance. By absorbing Albus's bloodline, I can regenerate my limbs. With the addition of the desired dragon doll, I can survive. I can be said to be able to withstand any attack. All I need is the talent and skills to travel quickly. If only I could teleport. Jiang Yi's lips curled up slightly. As long as he continued to upgrade, he would sooner or later write his own legend. I finally mastered a new ability. Do you want to try it out? Having gained new power, Jiang Yi couldn't help but feel curious. In front of you. The battle between Princess Silver Dragon and the Succubus sisters has evolved into pulling hair and clothes. With a snap of Jiang Yi's fingers, the strange light of time stopping spread throughout the world. Silver Dragon Princess, time has stopped. Chapter 86, Turning the Tide. The sisters' shock. Bite. The crisp bell rang, and everything stopped. In the eyes. The silver-haired Long Ji stretched out her hands and tightly grasped the sisters' chests, her pretty face full of hatred and sorrow. There is also a gap between big thunders. The glorious angel and the lustful succubus fought back, baring their teeth and breathing heavily, pulling the lizard's silver hair into 2 ponytails, holding it tightly, and becoming more and more courageous as the battle went on. Compared with the internal conflict between the charming pets, the younger sister and the female sword fairy were filled with sorrow and envy. Chu Moli grabbed her ink-black ponytails, frozen in the state of tears. Pei Qinghuan held a 3-foot sword, feeling humiliated in front of a woman. Time has stopped. I am the only one in the world who can move freely. This feeling is so wonderful. Jiang Yi grabbed Yin Longji's twin ponytails and breathed a sigh of relief. This feeling is like owning the world. In the state of time suspension, the faster I move and the farther I go, the greater the pressure I will bear. And when the pressure reaches its limit, I will be crushed into minced meat by the turbulent flow of time. As Jiang Yi shuttled back and forth in the sea where time had stopped, the pressure on his body became greater and greater, and his skin gradually became burning and red. When it reached its limit, his blood burned and evaporated, and the surrounding sea water boiled and bubbled. With time stopped, there's no problem attacking with all my strength. The maximum distance is about 10 kilometers. The boiling blood gradually subsided, the steam on his body dissipated, Jiang Yi clenched his fists and released the time stop ban. Bite. The pendulum of time swings quietly, and the pale yellow waves of time flow upstream. The stagnant timeline started moving again and returned to normal. Master, say something, Master. Il had a bitter face and tears in her eyes. Her silver hair was pulled into 2 ponytails by the sisters. If they didn't stop, she would become bald. You pervert lizard, you only know how to complain and get your hands on some wool. If you have the guts, let go, or we'll strangle you to death. They are succubi, goat horn succubi. Their ink-black deep V-tube tops were pulled crookedly by the silver dragon princess, who grabbed their silver hair and retaliated. 2 against 1, the advantage is on my side. Today she is determined to teach Lizard a lesson. Angels and succubi are the coolest. Stop fighting. Jiang Yi is in a dilemma, and his pets are jealous of each other. His future is hanging on thin ice. But the charming concubine with red eyes didn't hear anything at all, and she grabbed her hands even harder, causing her soft waves to ripple and her silver hair to flutter. Jiang Yi had no choice but to grab with his big hand and turn the situation around in an instant. The pale yellow wave of time enveloped and engulfed them. Silver Dragon Princess and the sisters followed the backward trajectory and uncontrollably returned to the position they were in a minute ago. Hill groaned, his silver eyes trembling slightly, and he stood there in a daze. His frizzy silver hair was pulled out of 2 ponytails, making him look a little embarrassed. Master, what kind of power is this that can actually turn back time? Her pretty face was filled with shock, but she couldn't help but feel curious. If everything could be reversed and traced back, it would be like an old cow ruminating. After sharing the happiness with its owner once, it would have 2 times of happiness, reviewing the old and learning the new. For the master's sake, I'll let the lizard go this time. This power of reversing time is truly magical. Gabriel rubbed his swollen, painful, and red chest, gritted his teeth and groaned softly. She is very sensitive to the power of time, can detect the trajectory of the passage of time, and has a growing awe and admiration for her master. After solving the Shura field, Jiang Yi prepared to move on. I killed the terracotta maid, but I still haven't passed the level. If I don't close the portal, there will be endless abyss beasts running out of the dungeon and wreaking havoc on the world. Jiang Yi waved at the school beauties, signaling the 2 girls who were standing there in a daze to follow him as soon as possible. Woman, don't delay his upgrade. Elder brother. Chumoli stood on tiptoe, hooked her hand around Jiang Yi's shoulder, and asked with a blushing face. That power just now, couldn't it be time-stopping? She saw a flash of golden light in her eyes, which bloomed and flowed on Sister Hill and Sister Ali, and they reconciled uncontrollably as before. This can only be explained by time-stopping, right? Pretty close. Jiang Yi rubbed his sister's curious little head and nodded with a chuckle. As soon as he finished speaking, the girls looked at him in surprise. How? Staring at their beautiful eyes of surprise, Jiang Yi smiled helplessly. It's just a time stop, what's the big deal? So envious. If I could also stop time, my strength would definitely increase. Chumoli looked envious, her pretty face flushed, she bit her red lips, and gently closed her beautiful legs. If she were given her brother's time-stopping ability, how many learning materials could she develop? Don't play with time and use it to do bad things. Especially to me. After glaring at Jiang Yi, Pei Qing suppressed the shock in his heart and snorted softly. She had already hinted at it, and could only pray that Xiao Ye would come to his senses. If time stops during a date, you won't be afraid of not being able to surpass Jiang Yi, right? She must climb up step by step to become the strongest female swordsman. Don't worry, I'm not so hungry that I won't eat anything. Jiang Yi only admired Shinran's beauty and counterattacked the female sword fairy in a faint voice. Then I'll starve you to death. Pei Qinghuan's face turned red and he snorted softly with gritted teeth. She silently chanted the heart-cleansing mantra, gradually driving away the anger in her heart. You little Xiaoye, don't sleep too deeply at night. After the crisis, Jiang Yi joked with the school beauties and slowly moved forward in the dark underwater dragon tomb. He glanced at the data panel and saw that after level 20, there was a significant improvement. Host, Jiang Yi. Level, 2033.33%. Occupation, SSS level Charm Pet Master, SSS level Abyss Master. Passive, Favor, Blood Charm, Demon Subjugation. Talents, God-given, Domination, Slavery, Tyranny, Magic Forbidden, Time Relic. Skill, Ghost Hand, the power of the devil has not yet been contracted. Charm bonus, 250% increases all effects. Move forward all the way, kill monsters when you meet them, and have a smooth journey. Even the natural disaster boss can be pinned down, not to mention some defeated soldiers. Then, moray eels, golden claw lobsters, silk stocking kelp, all kinds of corpses were spread all along the road, stretching to the bottom of the ruined city wall. The seawater was dyed red. Arrive! Jiang Yi raised his head and saw that the city wall was covered with traces of time, with ashes left from burning and in ruins. Master, this burnt black bronze ancient door seems to be locked. following her intuition, Gabriel gave a low reminder. Really? I don't believe it. Hill snorted lightly, took lotus steps forward, stretched out his soft white dragon claws, pressed the bronze ringhead, and pushed hard. Buzz! Dust and ashes filled the water, making it turbid. The 10-meter-high black bronze door vibrated and hummed. Cannot be opened from this time. Scarlet words appeared in my eyes as a reminder. Before Jiang Yi could even curse inwardly, his feet suddenly felt lighter. The turbid black room filled the air, enveloping and swallowing up all of them. Trigger the teleportation trap and teleport to the dragon prisoner ancient abyss. Not good. Jiang Yi turned the situation around and quickly retreated, but was still shrouded in black fog. Under my feet is an endless abyss. When the retrospection ended, the golden light on the bodies of several people stopped and they suddenly fell into the abyss. This damn trap won't teleport me to the boss room and let me fight the ancient dragon, right? Jiang Yi gritted his teeth. He beat Gulong? Chapter 87, Blood Debt Paid with Blood, instantly kill the Sakurajima professional. Endless darkness submerged and surrounded Jiang Yi. He could not see anything, only felt a cold descent. Hill and the others' breath disappeared, but I can still hear their heartbeats. The transmission hasn't stopped yet. Could this ancient dragon imprisoning abyss be at the bottom of the dragon palace? Is there really an ancient dragon soul? Jiang Yi leaned over and fell, but failed to break through the blockage and watery feeling of the turbulent flow. It was as if he was flying against the wind in the air instead of falling into a whirlpool on the seabed. 2.5 minutes have passed, and the falling hasn't stopped yet. Counting the seconds silently in his mind, Jiang Yi's eyes gleamed silver as he analyzed calmly. He had already prepared for the worst and tried his best to face the ancient dragon's ghost. Jiang Yi knew very little about Gulong. The only impression left was the historical knowledge point that must be tested in the college entrance examination: the extinction of ancient dragons. This legendary creature, the former overlord of the abyss, once trampled demons under its claws and ravaged them for epochs. But the invincible man could not withstand the passage of time. He was defeated by the rising demon and abdicated, eventually becoming extinct in the dust of history. The dragon soul that was left behind also became a legend. Owner. Hill heard a human voice. Judging from the accent and conversation, it seems to be a professional from Sakurajima next door. In the darkness, Princess Silver Dragon gave a calm reminder. Sakurajima? What are they talking about? Jiang Yi frowned, suppressed the suspicion in his heart, and asked in a deep voice. Sakurajima is quite far away from Rinkai, so if you are teleported here, it will be troublesome to go back. Sorry, Master, Hill can't understand what they are arguing about. But judging from the tone, it doesn't seem to be a good thing. She was not good at foreign languages and could not understand the endless arguments and shouting from below. It seems that she needs to take some time to ask her master to help her learn foreign languages. Master, Ali heard it too. What the colored lizard said is correct. It seems that the unknown professionals down there are killing and robbing people. Judging from their breathing, there are about 10 people. Gabriel flew beside Jiang Yi and whispered in his ear so as not to alert the enemy. Once you enter the dungeon, you are faced with a dilemma of life and death, and murder and robbery are not uncommon. Jiang Yi was not surprised. In the dungeon, the most ruthless ones were often not the man-eating monsters, but the smiling friends behind him. As he fell, a dim light appeared beneath him. Jiang Yi's silver eyes were like an eagle, scanning the environment he was in. A dim wall lamp hangs on the yellowed stone wall. The flickering light is like a devil, filling the narrow corridor, at the end of which is a closed secret room. It doesn't look like it's on the seabed. The walls around me are not soundproof, and I can hear the endless arguments from next door. Keep quiet and land quietly. Jiang Yi has become the core of the team, commanding the charming pet to help the school beauty teammates land. Gabriel unfolded her twin forms, the holy angel carrying her future sister-in-law, the lustful demon spread her bat wings, carrying the cold female swordsman, and meticulously carried out the master's orders. Hill, be gentle and don't let others see you. In the dim light, Jiang Yi gestured to Silver Dragon Princess, and she hugged him from behind, waving her white dragon wings cautiously. After a while, a group of people landed in the corridor and stood quietly side by side. Shoo! With his fingertips against his lips, Jiang Yi gestured for silence. With his ear pressed against the wall, he eavesdropped on the quarrel next door. Thanks to the influence of learning materials, Jiang Yi was able to become proficient in Sakurajima's language and learn it without any teacher. Damn it! This bitch actually wanted to snitch. If our assassination attempt on the Dasha people is exposed, she will definitely be tried and executed. Idiot, why are you panicking? That bitch was injured by your sneak attack and then hit by my paralyzing poison arrow. She's already on the verge of death and seriously injured. She won't survive long hiding in this secret room. Baga. I won't be at ease until she's dead. How long will it take to destroy this wall? 3, 2, 1, right now. The abusive arguments were drowned out by the loud explosions. The stone wall exploded and collapsed, and dust flew everywhere. When the smoke cleared, the figures of Jiang Yi and others gradually emerged. 1, 2, 3, there are 10 people in total. Jiang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at the stunned people in front of him. They were dressed in black tights and wore black masks, looking like a group of living shadows, with only their pupils showing shock. Didn't they say that bitch escaped to this secret room? And who is this bastard in front of me? What? The information is fake? The matter cannot be exposed. We can only deal with these Dasha people in secret. Ah, that's exactly what I want. Kill that pretty boy and leave the rest of the women to me. Ah! My hand! My hand! The man in black screamed and fell to the ground, covering his wrist which was gushing with blood, twisting into a maggot in pain. The smell of blood filled the air, and the atmosphere in the dark yellow secret room was tense. Who did you kill? Jiang Yi shook off the blood on the sword blade, his eyes filled with murderous intent, and his cold gaze dissipated, as if he was questioning a group of corpses. He understood the conversation and felt no mercy for these bastards who were worse than beasts. There was only a cold murderous intent in his heart. Yumekawa. Are you okay? The leading man in black quietly retreated several steps, silently protecting his teammates in front of him, and asked in a trembling voice. He saw only a flash of silver light, and then his eyes were flooded with blood. His partner's hand suddenly flew up, and then fell down with a heavy sound, and the yellowed floor tiles were stained with red paste. He is Sakurajima's ranked professional, blade warrior, a level 25 first-year international student, and an elite professional. But she couldn't see the moment when the handsome man in front of her made his move. The fear in her heart lasted for a long time, and her palms were covered with sweat. Oh no, the Disya person in front of me is probably an S-level master. For the last time, who did you kill? Jiang Yi asked coldly, his patience gradually losing. Since the other party has attacked him, there is no way he can return alive. Baga. How dare you hurt Meichuan, you bastard? Fireball. The black-robed wizard was insulted and laughed in anger. He waved his peachwood staff, condensing a hot fireball with a diameter of half a meter, which whizzed past with smoke and flames in tow. Oh, there are no fewer than 5 Dasha idiots who died from this B-level fireball technique. You frightened idiot, just turn into ashes in the flames. The black-robed wizard sneered arrogantly, waiting to admire the fireworks that burst from the fireball. He is a level 25 B-class fire mage who kills without blinking an eye and never shows mercy. He is very experienced in dealing with the unsuspecting Dasha people. But this time, he met a tough guy. Go back. Jiang Yi shouted softly, and his inky hair danced in the fireworks. Turn the world upside down and start. Time goes back, there is a flash of golden light, and the whistling fireball flies back quickly, exploding before the man in black is caught off guard. No! There was terror in his eyes, and he only had time to scream before he was trapped in the flames. Ah! Screams rang out one after another. From the sea of fire, the smell of burning food wafted, and black smoke curled up, enveloping the surroundings. Killed Sakurajima's professional, Yumekawa underpants, and gained 1,000 experience points. Killed Sakurajima's professional Gaowan, gaining 666 experience points. Killed Sakurajima's professional stealer, and gained 1145 experience points. In a short moment of fireworks, Jiang Yi killed madly. It was my first time killing someone, and a strange feeling surged in my heart. The elusive pleasure of blood flowing, mixed with the instinctive aversion to the loss of human life, is a mixed feeling of joy and sorrow. But when I thought about the evil deeds these beasts were doing in Linhai, the uneasiness in my heart immediately disappeared. Jiang Yi let out a breath, a glimmer in his eyes, swept across the gradually subsiding sea of fire, and waved gently. Stand up. Moment. 10 dark shadows stumbled and climbed up. Chapter 88, Capturing the Green-Haired Priestess. Mysterious Blood Cherry. 10 shadowy figures, like new recruits, cling obediently to the blackened wall, trembling slightly, as if they would disappear at any moment. This group of international students from Sakurajima paid for their blood debt with blood, and disappeared in a flash. Jiang Yi doesn't know what mercy is. If you attack him and hurt the person next to him, don't blame the grave for being too deep. Explain. The dim light flickered as it swept across the shadow of the soul, making Jiang Yi's face gloomy and unclear, and he asked in a deep voice. The slavery talent allows one to control the ghosts they kill simply by burning mana. He was planning to use this to make the soul phantom surrender everything. Following his light shout, the shadows kneeling in the corner spoke one after another. We are exchange students from Sakurajima, freshmen, fully armed, with an average level of 25. We have been ordered by the Blood Sakura to secretly eliminate the new blood of Dasha and to torture the shrine maiden Sakurajima Yui. My name is Meichuan Underpants. I tricked my college roommate into going to the goblin cave for a piece of bread. I watched helplessly as he was used and then eaten. I happily filmed everything and kept the videotape with me as a treasure. My name is Gao Wan Fan. The pleasure I get from slaughtering is unparalleled. I love burning the bugs of Disya to ashes and enjoying their desperate expressions, hee hee. My name is Daoguan Haoshuang. Under the instructions of Shuiying, we, the Jijiji Haoxiao team, are taking advantage of the crisis in Linhai to eliminate as many Dasha professionals as possible in the dungeon to buy time for Shuiying. A few minutes later, the ghost soul confessed all his crimes, knelt down and kowtowed, trembling. Jiang Ye's eyes flashed with coldness. He pulled out the blade of judgment from the fallen angel's arms, just like he had pulled out the old father of the seven wolves, and beat the soul shadow until it howled. The pitch-black flames of purgatory wrapped around and burned the shadows of the souls, torturing them like maggots on the tarsal bones until their souls were shattered. This group of scum is not worthy of his human emperor banner. The mysterious Blood Cherry, the injured witch. Glancing at Yin Longji's trembling heart, Jiang Yi frowned and pondered for a moment, then sighed vividly. One wave has not yet subsided, another wave rises. The invasion of the abyss and the crisis at the sea made the dormant scum smell an opportunity. He must be prepared for a bloody battle and pull out the Blood Cherry, hiding in the dark. These scumbags deserve to die. After listening for a long time, Shumoli clenched his fists and trembled with anger. People's hearts are unpredictable. This kind of thing happens every day. Pei Qinghuan was already accustomed to betrayal and killing, but the anger in her heart had not yet cooled, and her pretty face was as cold as frost. She had no idea. Blood Cherry was like a mosquito that appeared out of nowhere. It sucked blood but could not be killed. It was really annoying. But, looking at Jiang Yi, Pei Qinghuan gradually felt more confident. As long as Jiang Yi is here, there will be no accidents. She had a premonition that the mysterious Blood Cherry would sooner or later be defeated by Xiaoye and her soul would be shattered. It's time to get going. After cleaning up the scene, Jiang Yi did not stop and immediately set off with the school beauties. The place where they were was a dungeon somewhere in the ancient dragon prison abyss. The intricate yellowed secret room is so confusing that it is easy to get lost without a map and you may never be able to get out. But Jiang Yi didn't have a map. Master, there's blood all along the narrow corridor, and even bloody handprints are left on the stone door of the secret room. He'll smelled blood in the air and followed the clues to find traces left by someone's escape. Jiang Yi took a look and saw that the bloody footprints on the corridor were so thin that they could be held in one hand, but the skin on the toes was clear. He first ruled out the possibility that the person was a little boy. The owner of the bloodstains should be a woman. In an instant, a person's name appeared in Jiang Yi's mind. Sakurajima Yui, the unlucky girl who was chased and seriously injured by those bastards. She seems to have been poisoned, and the wound is not light. I hope she doesn't die so quickly. I still want to get some information from her. Unless it is absolutely necessary, Jiang Yi does not plan to invite the other party to the human emperor banner for a chat. Following the bloody footprints, Jiang Yi became more alert and soon arrived at the door of the secret room. A faint moan could be heard from inside the room. If I didn't listen carefully, I would have thought it was my wife's panting while running. Master, she's inside. He'll follow Jiang Yi and sniffed gently, smelling a strong smell of blood. Ari, open the door. Jiang Yi nodded, and the fallen angel stretched out his hand like a diligent maid and pushed open the closed door of the secret room. Buzz. Heavy ashes scattered, and dim light invaded the secret room, swaying the shadows of everyone. A young girl with green hair tied in a high ponytail looks like a playful childhood sweetheart next door. but that delicate face was now covered in sweat, and she bit her thin lips in pain, mumbling incoherently. Sakurajima, it's so itchy. My head itches, my heart itches, my lungs itches, my arms itches. It's so itchy, I'm almost dying of itchiness. She was wearing a JK uniform, the white shirt on her upper body was stained with blood, and she was wearing a black pleated skirt and white stockings on her lower body, which were also stained with sticky blood. It looks like he was seriously injured, with the toxins affecting his nerves. Zhang Yi estimated that it wouldn't be long before the green-haired girl would die miserably. Sister Xiangxiang still has a lot of healing fragrances to offer. Whether or not we can wake her up is up to fate. Zhang Yi and the school beauties had a brief discussion and decided to rescue the green-haired girl and interrogate her first. What happened just now made his impression of Sakurajima take a sharp turn for the worse. He no longer had any good feelings towards him, only strong suspicion. He took out the healing item from the storage space, squatted down, held the back of the green-haired girl's head, and carefully fed her the medicine. Name: high-quality fragrance blood replenishing agent. Level 20. Quality: Blue Elite. Effect: within 5 seconds, continuously heal wounds and expel toxins. Immune to poisoning for a certain period of time. Ahem. The cold and rosy medicine fell on the girl's cherry lips, choking her and making her face turn red. Fortunately, I drank it all without leaving a drop. One arrow hit my lower abdomen, and one shot hit my knee. Zhang Yi stretched out his hand, gently lifted the girl's shirt, and checked the bloodstains. He had learned how to bandage, so he took the bandages and disinfectant and carefully cleaned the wound of the unconscious girl. A moment later, Zhang Yi's floral shirt and tropical shorts were also stained with blood. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, put the weak girl on the ground, sat beside her, and breathed a sigh of relief. The long treatment is finally over. Whether she can survive depends on how strong her life is. Master, she moved. He stared at the green-haired girl and reminded her without blinking. The green-haired girl is being hunted down by Blood Cherry. Perhaps she is hiding a secret that cannot be seen by others. Ahem, water, Sakurajima Yui opened her eyes drowsily and murmured weakly. She felt like her throat was about to smoke, her whole body was sore and numb, her lower abdomen felt like it was on fire, burning and stinging, and her knees were even more painful. Drink it. Zhang Yi handed over a glass of water with an expressionless face. Thanks, cough cough cough. Even though she was not conscious, Sakurajima Yui was subconsciously speaking the language of Daxia. She couldn't wait to grab the cup of water, but accidentally spilled the water all over herself. Her collar was wet, and her black corset was vaguely visible. She was so thirsty that she didn't care about anything else. In a panic, she bit Zhang Yi's fingers and drank the remaining water carefully. Zhang Yi was stunned. This green-haired girl. What a dog. Chapter 89, The Widow's Guidance. Dragon Palace Map. The fingertips still felt warm, like being licked and bitten by a playful puppy. Zhang Yi wiped his hands in disgust on the sweat-soaked shoulder. Damn, he's not clean anymore. Behind him, the charming pet silver dragon and the twin angels also frowned and felt jealous. Chu Moli suppressed his dissatisfaction, saving people was the most important thing. Pei Qinghuan stared coldly, secretly suspicious. Perhaps it was the telepathy between perverts, she always felt that there was something wrong with this confused green-haired girl. I hope. I'm just overthinking it. Hello? Wake up. Zhang Yi patted the flushed face and tried to wake up the confused girl. Ahem. Well. I'm saved. A palm print appeared on her pretty face. Sakurajima Yui coughed dryly a few times, then lay on the ground, groaning weakly. After witnessing the crimes of that group of villains, she accidentally exposed her tracks and was hunted down here, with her life at her wit's end. Zhang Yi frowned, worried that the girl would die of thirst and vomit, and handed her a glass of water with disgust. If he didn't need to interrogate it for information, he wouldn't have time to pay attention to this green-haired puppy. Thank you, you are such a nice person. Gulp, gulp. Tun tn. Sakurajima Yui bowed in thanks, holding a glass of water with trembling hands, showing off. Ha! She stuck out her tongue, gasped heavily, and her sweaty, hazy body swayed back and forth like a tumbler, feeling refreshed. Finally, alive. Thanks are unnecessary. Zhang Yi stood up and looked down at the girl under him with a scrutinizing gaze that gradually became fixed. After the accident just now, he could no longer trust the woman suspected to be Sakurajima. Yes, yes. Taking out the black framed glasses hanging on her collar, Sakurajima Yui put them on hurriedly, breathing softly. The teardrop mole at the corner of her eye and the black framed glasses make her look more intellectual. He lay on the ground, his head rubbing against the ground, then stood up in a daze. Only then did he see Jiang Yi's figure clearly with his dark green eyes. So handsome. Sakurajima Yui clamped her beautiful legs together, her little mouth trembling, and she murmured inside blankly. She had never seen such a handsome young man. He was like the hero who walked out of the original painting, ethereal and unparalleled. He saved me, he's like my god. Even the man-hating Xiao Wujia would be astonished upon meeting the Lord God, and would be cured of her terminal illness of not wanting to reproduce, right? I was thinking about all sorts of things in my mind, but pretending to be serious on my face. She is the eldest daughter of the Sakurajima family. Although she is not as good as her half-sister, the goddess of war, her talent is not bad either. As an S-rank, temple sister, Yui Sakurajima has an astonishing amount of healing power, including group healing, mana recovery, damage reduction. She can even release high-level holy light magic to bring all evil to justice. If her mana had not been exhausted and she had not been outnumbered, she would not have been chased by the villains from Sakurajima and had no choice but to flee to a secret room and wait for death and despair. Luckily, I met the god, otherwise I would have died young. Sakurajima Yui covered her heart with her small hands, the buttons of which had collapsed, and her snow-white face trembled with gratitude, with a blush reflected on her pretty face. She could never repay the life-saving grace, and was willing to do anything for the Lord God. You're captured. Seeing that the girl had recovered well, Jiang Yi didn't want to delay leveling up, so he announced without question. He also had to find Shoshuai Palace and start a special mission, so he had no time to play house with the green-haired girl. After prying out the information about the villains from her cherry lips, let this confused person fend for himself. There is such a good thing? Sakurajima Yui was stunned, and subconsciously took a deep breath, her pretty face flushed, and her beautiful eyes were filled with surprise. There will be good fortune after surviving a great disaster. She finally has the chance to repay the life-saving grace, even if it starts with being captured. Now, I ask you questions and you answer them. I don't ask you to speak, so you are not allowed to speak. Do you understand? Squatting beside his mother with blurry eyes, Jiang Yi stretched out his hand, touched her head, and said patiently. Sakurajima Yui nodded frantically and almost hummed. She has the potential to be a dog and is very obedient. Name, background, purpose. Jiang Yi let go of his hand and asked patiently. The green-haired girl with glasses next to him, although she looks a little confused and unreliable, has a delicate face and fine skin. She doesn't look like an ordinary good person, but more like a rich girl. My name is Sakurajima Yui, I'm the eldest daughter of the Sakurajima family, and a freshman exchange student at Linhai University. My measurements are 90-60-90. Sakurajima Yui spoke obediently, her pretty face gradually turning red. It was the first time for her to tell her physical data to a handsome man, and she felt more or less ashamed in her heart. Stop. Jiang Yi gritted his teeth and glared at the dazed girl. The snow waves under her shirt prove her innocence. But he doesn't need a good figure, and this isn't a blind date. This girl is just a captive, and he can't get close to her. I thought you'd be curious. Sakurajima Yui lowered her head weakly, feeling a little lost. She has no charm, or is it because God is not interested in worldly things? Suppressing her loss and sadness, she lowered her head and told Jiang Yi everything truthfully when he asked her. She was just an international student at Sakurajima and had nothing to do with that group of villains. She just accidentally caught a glimpse of their secret, which led to her such a miserable situation. You can go now. Jiang Yi stood up and snorted in disgust. After asking for a long time, there is no information at all. What a useless waste. Etc. Sakurajima Yui knelt on the ground, her wet little hands grasping Jiang Yi's trouser legs, looking up pitifully, and asked weakly. Am I not your prisoner? She felt aggrieved, her dark green eyes were filled with mist, and she seemed to be about to cry. Wouldn't it be a pity to throw away such a beautiful prisoner? My team doesn't need useless things. Jiang Yi frowned and refused coldly. He was not familiar with Yui Sakurajima, and he had already done his best to help her with her treatment. There was no reason for him to take her to upgrade. I can be useful. I'm useful. Pulling her trouser legs, Sakurajima Yui humbly begged to stay. The snow-white collar, sticking to the side of the calf, trembled slightly, raised her head, her face flushed with tears, and went all in. I have a strange mission map, but due to my lack of strength, I have never dared to explore it. Yui Sakurajima was lucky. She entered the dungeon alone. She wanted to fish around the edge and get some scraps, but unexpectedly she fell into a teleportation trap and found the treasure map. She knew her own limitations and didn't dare wander around the dungeon alone. Take it out. Jiang Yi became interested, kicked the bully at his feet away, and snorted in disgust. Stinky woman, all sweaty. Here, give it to me. Sakurajima Yui squatted on the ground, her heart trembling from being kicked. She endured the pain, but a look of satisfaction flashed in her eyes. Her small hands groped in the hem of her skirt, and soon she took out a blood-stained map. This is guidance from the widow? Jiang Ye's eyes fixed and he exclaimed in surprise. Xiaoshui Palace map, read this map to reach the dragon girl Ao Ying's bridal chamber. Only her husband, the Dragon Palace Prince Consort, who holds the token of their love, can open the locked door. Chapter 90, Encountering the Japanese. Sakurajima Yui's shock. Inside the secret room, the lights were dim and the air was filled with blood. Taking the map from the girl, Jiang Yi quickly unfolded it and read it with disdain. Hiding in the skirt, I was sweating. Fortunately, the material of the map is good and the writing is not blurred, otherwise it would be a pity. It's old and very open. Jiang Yi looked at the map for a few seconds and then returned it, with an idea in his mind. In Xiaoshui Palace, the wedding chamber of Dragon Girl Ao Ying, except for her deceased husband, no one can open the locked door without the token of love. However, after killing the scourge boss Terracotta Maid, a rusty key burst out from her heart, which can open the door of Xiaoshui Palace and start the hidden mission. A disaster-level hidden mission must be very dangerous, but the experience and rewards are definitely worth the risk. Can you take me with you? In the natural disaster dungeon, there's no chance of survival, so getting injured is common. I'm an S-rank, temple sister, I have an incredible healing capacity and can perform group healing techniques, so I can provide you with medical assistance. Afraid that Jiang Yi would abandon her out of disgust, Sakurajima Yui knelt on the ground, flattened the collar of her shirt with her small hands, begged pitifully, and spoke so fast that her tongue was almost tied. Jiang Yi did not respond directly, but left the nervous girl behind and turned to discuss with his school beauty teammates. They have no objection to letting Sakurajima Yui join the team, but there is a prerequisite, which is that she must listen to the captain Jiang Yi. This point coincides with the situation of the girl with glasses who was kneeling on the ground begging. She doesn't want to be an incompetent assistant and wants to prove her ability. After the discussion, Yui Sakurajima temporarily joined the No Premature Love team as a nanny. My name is Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi leaned over and stretched out his hand, then spoke softly to the timid girl with green hair and glasses, slowing down his tone. My name is Yui Sakurajima, and my profession is an S-rank, temple sister. Sakurajima Yui was so nervous that her tongue was tied, her pretty face blushed, and she replied haltingly. I grabbed Jiang Yi's hand and was pulled up by him. I was caught off guard and almost fell down. Are you okay? Jiang Yi asked softly while supporting the injured girl. Now something's happening. Smelling the scent of Jiang Yi's shirt, Sakurajima Yui lost her strength, closed her legs, and trembled slightly. My lower abdomen still hurts, and my legs are still injured. I can't walk. Can you help me? I give money. She raised her head, her beautiful green eyes filled with tears of longing. She is the eldest daughter of the Sakurajima family and has no shortage of money. I'm not a materialistic person. Jiang Yi frowned and said in a cold voice. Want to bribe him? Dream on. 10 million, is that okay? Sakurajima Yui didn't believe it, so she looked up and asked in a trembling voice. If it's not enough, she can add more. The small wallet is like a flattened sponge. If you squeeze it, there are still gold coins inside. But then again, you're injured and your legs are disabled. Out of the spirit of the contract, I can only reluctantly help you. Jiang Yi covered his mouth with his fist and coughed a few times, then followed suit and continued exploring with the girl with glasses who had difficulty walking, along with his school beauty teammates. 10 million, how long will it take me to earn that? This woman is so dangerous. She actually wants to use money to corrupt Xiao Ye. Shu Moli saw it and felt anxious. She regretted agreeing to let Sakurajima Yui join the team. This wealthy young lady is very troublesome. Another thieving cat. Pei Qinghuan held the sword at her waist, her beautiful eyes gradually fixed, and her cold face was full of resentment. The legitimate daughter of the Sakurajima family, she's really stupid and rich. Do you want to use money to get closer to Xiaoye? Oh, even if she succeeds in being with Xiaoye, with her green hair, she's naturally suited to being a victim, right? Looking at the green-haired girl with glasses curled up in Jiang Ye's arms, Pei Qinghuan was so jealous that he almost broke apart. The air was filled with the smell of vinegar, and a shura scene gradually unfolded. Silver dragon on the left, angel on the right, the group moved forward carefully in the secret room. With the map to guide them, they are not afraid of getting lost. She's an S-rank, temple sister. Why doesn't she heal her wounds herself instead of asking us for help? Gabriel was jealous and reminded him dissatisfiedly. I was badly injured. You're out of energy, so you can't use your magic. Hiding from the angel's murderous cherry eyes, Sakurajima Yui huddled in Jiang Ye's arms, not daring to stick her head out, and argued softly. Lie. Silver Dragon Princess snorted coldly, her eyes cold and gloomy. She smelled a lie. This green-haired girl with glasses is not a good person. I didn't. Sakurajima Yui turned her head away, her face pale, and muttered softly. Unable to defend herself, she could only curl up in Jiang Ye's arms, trembling. The atmosphere in this dim corridor was eerily quiet. There are footsteps ahead. Hearing the sound of messy footsteps, Jiang Yi stopped and reminded with a frown. But Xiaoshui Palace is right up ahead. Could someone have stole our treasure by mistake? Chu Moli accidentally bumped into his brother's back. He bit his lip, suppressed a hum, and reminded him in a low voice. Emoli, you might as well use your shadow to take a peek at the situation first. Pei Qinghuan stood quietly behind Jiang Yi, her pretty face cold and collected, as she reminded him softly. My sister-in-law has the ability to control shadows. In addition to binding and attacking, she can also act as a sentinel to gather intelligence. No problem. Chu Moli lowered his voice, nodded and chuckled. His fingertips were entwined with dark threads, covering the ceiling of the secret room, like a bloodhound, searching the direction of the sound. No need. Another 10 people from Sakurajima. By using the time stop, Jiang Yi was one step ahead of others and learned about the movement coming from afar. A group of professionals from Sakurajima, fully armed and dressed in black, were performing a mysterious ceremony in front of the ancient bronze door. It looks like it's going to summon some kind of creature. Jiang Yi did not alert the enemy. He packed up their equipment and took it away, then quietly returned to cancel the time stop. Brother! How did you know? There were indeed 10 people, kneeling on the ground, holding hands, with their eyes closed, chanting strange spells towards the blood-red hexagram beneath their feet. Chu Moli's voice trembled slightly, and shock appeared on her pretty face. The information sent by the shadow snake is exactly the same as what Jiang Yi said. Is it time stopping? What a waste of talent. Pei Qinghuan frowned slightly, his eyes filled with shock, and he marveled at the power of time stopping. If she could stop time, it would not be a problem for her to surpass Jiang Yi. The inner demons will also be solved, and you will be invincible at the same level. Amazing. I'm afraid even the almighty little sister Wu can't achieve this ability of foresight. Staring at Jiang Yi's profile, Sakurajima Yui covered her red lips, suppressed her shock, and trembled. Even her half-sister Mai Miyamoto, the heir to the Sakurajima Sword Master Miyamoto clan, cannot predict the future. Sister Xiao Wu is the sword saint of Sakurajima, and is about to surpass the limit of level 100 and catch up with the Haoyue sword immortal of Daxia. Her aura can sense an area of 10 miles, but when she's as big as the master, she definitely can't see through things 100 meters away. Her dark green eyes were filled with admiration. If she could catch up with Jiang Yi, wouldn't she have a man who surpassed the sword saint? Sister Xiaowu, if you dare to bully me in the future, I will let the master bully you. A dog that relies on the power of its master is nothing more than this. Chapter 91, The Power of the Mystery. Yamada no Orochi arrives. Snuggled in Jiang Ye's arms, Sakurajima Yui's pretty face flushed. When she thought of her cold and scheming sister, and the desperate look on her face as she was being stepped on by the master beside her, she almost couldn't help but hum. Her half-sister Mai Miyamoto is the successor of the sword master Sakurajima. Having lived in the shadow of her older sister since childhood, Yui Sakurajima finally found a way to surpass her, and she would never let the opportunity slip away. The sister who was once unattainable and insurmountable. Sooner or later, her master will stand up and kick her. The poor guy with green hair and glasses was unknowingly immersed in Jiang Yi's charm of up to 2,500 points, and even his delusions became strange. Can you still move? Zhang Yi lowered his head and asked with a frown. The green-haired girl with glasses huddled in her arms, shivering. It's like a timid hamster, smaller than a peanut. How can it be worthy of the snow white covering its whole body? Abel. Like Xiao Koan pecking at rice, Sakurajima Yui lowered her voice and nodded lightly. I mean, I can move on my own. After saying that, she lowered her head, the dim light swayed, and her cheeks were filled with shyness. She only injured her knee, but her waist is fine. If you move yourself, you will feel more involved. That's good. Zhang Yi breathed a sigh of relief and gently pushed the girl away without any burden. The battle is about to begin, and he has no time to take care of his mother who has difficulty walking. Don't delay him from leveling up. Well. Sakurajima Yui staggered back, staring blankly at Zhang Yi, lost in thought. Is it because she opened it the wrong way, or is the owner hard of hearing? It said that you can move by yourself, but it didn't say free activities. Can you still use healing magic? Ignoring the resentful look of the green-haired girl with glasses, Zhang Yi frowned and asked in a deep voice. The mysterious ritual has been completed. If the other party summons a powerful demon, a bloody battle is inevitable. With a nurse to restore health, the pressure will be less. I have no blue left, not a single drop. Ugh. Sakurajima Yui had a wronged look on her face, and before she could finish her words, Zhang Yi roughly blocked her mouth with a small silver beaker. Name, Powerful Mana Recovery Potion Small Beaker Type. Level 20. Effect, Rapidly restore mana, sweep away exhaustion, be yourself again, come and measure. Gulp gulp. Caught off guard, the cold potion drizzled on my lips. Sakurajima Yui stood there in a daze, holding the potion and sucking it gently like drinking milk tea. This girl has no sense of crisis at all. Drink quickly and get ready for treatment. Zhang Yi glared at the timid little hamster and didn't have time to pay attention to her. He started assigning tasks. Emoli, use the shadows to engulf us, blend into the light and shadows, and sneak around without a breath. Xinghuan, you'd better be prepared to kill them with one strike. Those people deserve to die. Don't feel any psychological burden. Hill, Ollie, you must be on standby at all times. Come with me and deal with the summoned monsters. The school beauties gathered around Zhang Yi, listening attentively to his instructions. What about me? What about me? Sakurajima Yui squatted on the ground, put her little hand to her lips, and asked not very cleverly. She also wanted to join in and feel more involved. You? Be careful not to get killed. Just stay back and get healed. Glancing at the cute girl with glasses, Zhang Yi shook his head and laughed. Why does a wet nurse need to fight? Just give milk. But I'm a level 30 temple sister, and I'm pretty good at fighting. Yui Sakurajima rolled up the cuffs of her shirt, bent her arms, and showed off her snow-white muscles. Hee hee, a bunch of little guys who are about to graduate must be shocked by me, their big sister. She is an S-level professional, not a useless vase. Even at Linhai University, she is one of the most famous nannies, with GPA and grades among the best, and is a well-deserved professional elite. Zhang Yi and the others look like fresh graduates from the college entrance examination, with little experience in the world. Wouldn't they be in awe of her, their senior, when she spoke sweet words to them? When she thought of Zhang Yi's surprised expression, Sakurajima Yui couldn't help but hum softly. She squinted her eyes, looking as comfortable as a cat being petted. The dark green eyes glanced at Zhang Yi's expression through the gap, but was shocked. No, it would be fine if Zhang Yi reacted indifferently. After all, the more her favored master looked down on her, the more comfortable she would be. But why do the school beauties all look at me with a look of disgust, with their brows furrowed? She was being ignored? Tears stubbornly filled the corners of her eyes. Sakurajima Yui pursed her lips and cried out. 30 years river. Ugh. As soon as she spoke, Zhang Yi slapped her on the forehead, glared at her, and warned. Keep your voice down, don't reveal our whereabouts. They were still preparing for a sneak attack. This girl with glasses was too confused. Woo woo woo. Covering her flushed forehead with her hands, Sakurajima Yui pursed her lips, not daring to cry. She was like a bullied young wife, with a resentful face and whimpering in grievance. Brother! Is she really reliable? Shu Moli wanted to say something but stopped himself. He leaned close to Zhang Yi's ear, but couldn't help but whispered. This absolutely ridiculous girl with glasses has big breasts and no brains. It's a shame that she's a professional from Linhai University, but she has no experience in dungeons at all. Fortunately, she has a better brain. You're only level 30 as a freshman. Such a lousy leveling speed, and yet you're still complacent. Pei Qinghuan had a cold face and muttered softly. Her vision had long been filled with the image of Jiang Yi beating up the natural disaster boss, and everything looked like an ant to her. She's just a wet nurse, don't be too demanding. The environment in the dungeon is ever-changing. Without Sister Shangxian around, it would be more complete with a nurse. Taking a look at the pitiful and aggrieved girl with glasses, Jiang Yi sighed and told the truth. He couldn't guarantee whether there would be a poisonous fog that would cause continuous blood loss or an unknown curse in the Xiaoshui Palace. It would be safer to have a nanny by his side. Besides, the map was provided by the girl with glasses. She spent money and effort on it, so she wouldn't abandon her after she has done her job, right? Woo, I knew my master wouldn't abandon me. Sakurajima Yui wiped her tears and squeezed her legs together in excitement. Being despised by the juniors, she, as a senior student, is really a shameful failure. During the discussion, a moment later. Then, let's go. Jiang Yi nodded at them and was swallowed by the shadow controlled by his sister. The dark snake shadow, covered by the swaying lamplight, crept silently along the dim yellow corridor towards the Xiaoshui Palace. After passing through the secret door, an ancient rusty bronze door stood in the dark hall. In front of the door, 10 black shadows knelt on the ground, surrounding the blood-red hexagram on the ground, Kowtow enchanted endlessly. The leading man in black looked crazy, with his hands spread out and his head raised in prayer. Lord Shuiying, grant us the power to break the seal. With blood, with soul, offering, pray for your coming. Come out, Yamada no Orochi. Chapter 92, Kill. Instantly destroy Yaki, stop time. Female blood Sakura. The cold black snake, like a spreading vine, climbed up the rusty bronze ancient door silently to the dim dome, spitting out cold snake eyes and looking down at everything in the hall with its turbid snake eyes. At the same time, a crazy and hideous laugh was heard in the hall. Come out. Yamada no Orochi. The leading man in black wore a pitch-black glove mask, revealing only his scarlet eyes. He knelt on the ground, opened his arms, and roared with his face up. Moment. The hexagram under his feet was flashing with a cold dark light. The strange black fog grew wildly like weeds, swallowing up the group of men in black in an instant. Ha ha ha. I saw it. I saw it all. After decades of seeking the truth, I finally got a glimpse of Amaterasu's true appearance. Mom. I see you. You are old, so old. Whoa, hee, it hurts so much. Dad, even if you die, do you still want to torture me with that belt? In the dark fog, crying, wailing, cursing, all kinds of madness can be heard everywhere. It was like the scene of a cult ceremony, with the hexagram flashing scarlet light, the cultists sacrificing their lives, and their souls wandering in distorted beliefs. A moment later. The crazy wailing died down, the smell of blood filled the air, the men in black disappeared in a flash, 10 skeletons fell in a pool of blood, their milky white skeletons trembling faintly. Hiss. Heavy breathing sounds came from the fog. A black snake poked its head out from the river grass, staring with scarlet eyes, spitting out rotten apricots, and scanning the surroundings coldly. Rancid blood overflowed from the snake's head and flowed along its black scales. A pale figure emerged from the bloody hole. In the flickering light, the delicate face looked pale and sickly, the scarlet eyes were soaked in blood, the purple lips were clamped with a forked snake apricot. It was extremely weird. The black hair was like a waterfall, falling to the waist, with 2 strands of hair falling down, perfectly covering the snow-white hair. A pair of lotus arms rested on the snake's head, like a parasitic snake woman, weird and eerie. Hee. The people of Daxia are really difficult to deal with. Fortunately, my snake sloughing skills are not inferior to my master's. As long as I can seize the essence of this natural disaster copy, the bottleneck of confinement will be slightly alleviated. She spit out light purple snake blood, which was in perfect sync with the big snake under her. Pei Qingshu, if you cut off my body, I will take away your great Xiao fortune. When my blood Sakura revive and break through, I will definitely avenge this humiliation. The pretty, pale face suddenly twisted, and was filled with a crazy, sinister grin. She is actually the mysterious blood Sakura, who sneaked into the dungeon just to steal the mysterious essence. On the ceiling, the black snake lay motionless. Hiding in the shadows, Jiang Yi concentrated his mind and calmed his breath, lying dormant, listening to Shui Ying's mumbling. It seems that in this natural disaster copy, there is a secret medicine that can allow humans to break through the level limit. They call it essence. I just don't know why this blood Sakura has become enemies with the bright moon sword immortal Pei Qingshu. However, since this exhibitionist dared to bring her hands to Daxia, Jiang Yi didn't mind helping her loosen up her muscles. Glancing at the snake woman under the dome, Jiang Yi chose to remain in place. Let's see what new tricks she can come up with. 10 years of drinking ice cannot cool the hot blood. Pei Qingshu, sooner or later I will trample you under my feet. Before that, I need to break this bronze door first, refine the dragon girl's soul, and swallow the essence. My injuries will heal a lot. Then, I can continue to spy on Daxia's treasures. Shui Ying raised the corner of her mouth slightly, spitting out snake apricots, staring at the rusty red bronze ancient door with her bloodshot eyes, and sneered faintly. It's a pity that the power of this natural disaster has reached its limit, and the Yamata no Orochi cannot descend completely. However, just to break the seal of this ancient bronze door, one snake head is more than enough. Shui Ying sneered and suddenly leaned back. The white willow waist and mermaid line are eye-catching. Puff! She spat out a mouthful of blood and a thorn-shaped sword came out of her mouth. It looked like a ritual vessel for worshipping gods, flashy and useless. Kusanagi. Aman Kanjian. She stood up straight, holding the sword of Ama Kurakumo in both hands, and swung the sword to wish a happy new year. Give it to me, broken. With a delicate shout, golden lightning sword energy swept down. Thunder flashed in the air, crackling. Bang! The ancient bronze door endured the lightning strike and let out a wail as it could not bear the heavy burden. The furious snake did not hold back, swinging its pitch-black tail like a siege hammer, madly hitting the locked ancient door. Bang bang bang! The sounds of collision and slashing are endless. It won't be long before the snake girl Shui Ying will be able to break through the seal of the ancient gate and sacrifice the soul of the dragon girl. Just then, Jiang Yi moved. Ban! He shouted coldly and cast, magic forbidden, sealing the magic power of the snake girl Shui Ying while gaining unlimited magic power for himself. Who? The scarlet snake pupils swept across the dark yellow ceiling, and with the top-level combat memory, it detected Jiang Yi's presence almost instantly. At the same time, the tail of the Yamata no Orochi, rolling up a waterfall of blood, swept across. There were bursts of sounds of breaking through the air. Go back! Jiang Yi laughed loudly, jumped down from the dome, and turned Tiangang upside down. The terrifying snake tail that swept in front of him was twisted by the golden power of time and swept back strangely. Bang! The thick snake tail swept across the snake's pupils, and the exploding blood mist dyed the surroundings red. Woo! The shrill wail resounded throughout the heavens and earth, shocking everyone. Almost in an instant, Jiang Yi defeated the Yamata no Orochi and popped its eyes. Even the legendary creatures that descended upon us couldn't defeat my brother. Chu Moli hid in the shadows, disbelief flashing in his eyes. So fast. Even with my strength, I couldn't see the timing of his attack, and the Yamata no Orochi's eyes were destroyed. Jiang Yi, I really want to take off your clothes and see how strong you are. Pei Qinghuan took a deep breath, her pretty face cold and full of shock. This is fake. This is Yamata no Orochi, and it was destroyed by its master in one encounter? Sakurajima Yui's faith collapsed and she was completely stunned. She lived a good life. In her impression, the Yamata no Orochi was extremely terrifying. Even if only one of its heads descended, it would be enough to be invincible. But when she saw the master she had just recognized, she was abandoned in an instant. Such strength was beyond the reach of even the Sword Saint's sister Mai Miyamoto back then. The big snake was injured, and the snake girl Shui Ying was also attacked back, vomiting black blood. Her sickly pretty face was filled with murderous intent. Who is he? What kind of secret technique is this that can actually rebound the Yamata no Orochi's attack? Could it be the power of Susanoo? With just one encounter, I didn't even see him strike, but he already severely injured the snake and damaged my power. This child must not be allowed to stay. Her mind raced, and as the Yamata no Orochi spasmed and trembled, the snake girl Shui Ying's upper body also shook and swayed. But the sword in his hand never loosened its grip. While Jiang Yi was suspended in the air, she swung a fierce sword with a ferocious smile. Aim no Murakumo slash. As soon as the delicate shout fell, the ancient sword covered with lightning slashed towards Jiang Yi, but it was unable to cut out the sharp sword energy. What? Why was my magic power sealed? The snake girl Shui Ying exclaimed in disbelief. She was forbidden to practice magic and had no idea. But Jiang Yi had already stood in front of him with a smile on his face. Oh no! Shui Ying thought to herself that something was wrong and met Jiang Yi's cold silver eyes, as if she was being stared at by an ancient dragon. This dark reptile of hers felt as if she had fallen into an icy cave, paralyzed and unable to move. Time relic. The world comes to a standstill. Jiang Yi stretched out his hand, and Gabriel quickly moved over, revealing his chest. In an instant, he pulled out the blade of judgment from the angel's heart, drew his sword and slashed. The golden light disappeared in a flash, and Jiang Yi and Shui Ying passed each other. Puff! The air was filled with blood mist, and a pale female head floated in the air, with blood-stained hair dancing with the sword wind. Looking at the carcass lying on the snake's head, Shui Ying widened her eyes in disbelief. I am dead? Chapter 93, Princess Silver Dragon breaks out and kills the Yamada no Orochi. My head, why is it flying? Her vision was spinning. Shui Ying opened her mouth wide, her forked red tongue was tangled, and she whispered in a trembling voice. She saw blood splattered on the snow-white neck, as gorgeous as a cloud of clouds. I'm still as beautiful as ever. I took a quick look and my thoughts stopped for a moment. No, why would she be admiring her own body from a third-person perspective? Could it be that I'm dead? The stinging pain of bone-wrecking came, and the pretty face with a pale blood-red color gradually became gloomy, sickly, and hideous. She was startled, but it was too late, her head had already flown off. Who killed me? Is that the boy who fell from the sky? The delicate head spun. Shui Ying opened her eyes wide as she could, her bloodshot pupils twisting wildly, trying to grab the face of the person who killed her. The clone created by burning her lifespan was killed. If she doesn't find the culprit, wouldn't her death be in vain? But what he received was only a pair of size 42 black-soled sneakers. Jiang Yi descended from the sky and stepped on the delicate head. Crack! The blood plasma exploded, and the dull floor tiles were covered with filth, which was disgusting to look at. Even if I die from blood cherry, I want to rest in peace. Killed the extraordinary clone and gained 100,000 experience points. While cleaning up the bodies, I found that heart-eating pill on the blood-stained floor tiles. In his hand fell a transparent medicine bottle filled with small black pills, some of which looked like Remania pills for strengthening the body and nourishing the kidneys. Name, heart-eating pill. Level 30. Rank, purple epic. Effect, select a target and make them swallow the heart-eating pill. For a certain period of time, they will obey the host's orders. Heart-eating pill. Is Shui Ying using this evil little pill to control Sakurajima's professionals and make them work for him? Jiang Yi put away the small medicine bottle and thought to himself. Dropped ID card, mysterious blood snake princess Shui Ying. Name, Blood Cherry. Level, 110, clone, 30. Occupation, SSS level black blood snake princess. Background, the leader of the Sakurajima Blood Ninja organization, he orchestrated numerous terrorist attacks and plundered the essence of dungeons around the world. He surpassed the 100th level of confinement and became an extraordinary life. Blood Sakura is quite powerful. Her clone alone has reached the limit of the level of the natural disaster dungeon, a full level 30. I have even broken the limits of the human body and reached a transcendent life form of 100 levels. But Shui Ying was defeated by the Bright Moon Sword Immortal. This shows that top professionals are all extraordinary and powerful people who have surpassed level 100. I'm only level 20 now. I still have a long way to go before I break through the limit of level 100 and step into the realm of transcendent life. Standing in a pool of blood, Jiang Yi clenched his fists, feeling neither sad nor happy. Killed Snake Princess's clone and became enemies with the Blood Ninja organization. The leader Shui Ying was defeated. This level 110 extraordinary lifeform, Nizi, was narrow-minded and would definitely not let it go. Whether it's a reward on Weibo or a hunt, Jiang Yi is not afraid at all. He can only keep getting stronger and nip all dangers in the bud. It is imperative to step into the extraordinary. Before you deal with that stinky woman, let's practice on this big black python first. His fist hardened, Jiang Yi's mouth curled up slightly, and there was frost in his eyes. Although the snake girl died, the Yamada no Orochi still survived. If I don't get rid of this beast, I'm afraid I won't be able to enter the Xiaoshui Palace safely. I can only stand up and fight to the death. Master. The snake's pupils are bursting, and the snake has gone mad. Hill stood quietly beside him, holding a spear, and gave a serious reminder. Master. It's frightened and in pain, so it's charging around recklessly, crashing down the surrounding walls. Now it's curled up and swinging towards the ancient bronze door. Gabriel held the pitch-black blade of judgment, fulfilling the scabbard's duty while also analyzing. She is much more useful than a certain lizard. Master. Let Hill kill it. With murderous intent in his silver eyes, Hill volunteered. She won't allow bugs to pollute her master's eyes. Go ahead and cooperate with Emily and Changhuan. Zhang Yi nodded. The situation was under control. Yeah. Hill cheered and rushed in with a gun. In the state of accompanying the silver dragon, the bride, dressed in silver gauze and looking flawless, was hurled by the dragon spear, which pierced through the exposed snake belly. A brilliant line of blood spurted out, dyeing the bride red. Oh. I'm saved. Shu Moli held the flute and let out a long sigh of relief. She bound the Yamata no Orochi with shadows and water spears, and the recoil force from the snake's swinging body made her internal organs numb. If it weren't for her nurse's treatment, she would have vomited blood and was on the verge of her limit. This beast has thick skin and flesh. My sword can't pierce its scales. It can only cause minor damage to its belly. Pei Qinghuan bit his lip unwillingly, feeling that his Dao heart, which had been patched up, was once again damaged and ravaged. She slashed desperately, with exquisite skill and superb technique. But the damage was not painful at all, and it failed to penetrate the snake's scales. Even the snake's belly was only scratched. But Princess Silver Dragon, with her great strength, created a miracle. She pierced the snake's belly with a single shot, and nailed the wildly swinging Yamata no Orochi to the wall. The arrogant black worm no longer had the arrogance it had just now. It curled up on the wall, trembling and convulsing. She's only level 20, but her strength and physique are probably over 1,000. What kind of monster is this? Am I seeing things right? He'll actually pin down and ravage the legendary creature Yamata no Orochi? Is she really only epic? Could she also be a legendary creature? Looking at the silver-haired girl punching and kicking the Yamata no Orochi, Pei Qinghuan was stunned and almost couldn't hold the sword in his hand. She could tolerate not being able to beat Zhang Yi. After all, winning or losing a quilt was commonplace. Sooner or later, she would surpass Zhang Yi and avenge her previous shame. But being unable to compare to Silver Dragon Princess is like losing to a love rival. The intense feeling of defeat is bone-chilling and heart-wrenching. Even her damned self-esteem couldn't accept it, and the figure holding the long sword was trembling in disarray. Where did this get me? Is this still Yamata no Orochi? Sakurajima Yui rubbed her eyes frantically, unable to believe that the legendary creature that was so high and mighty was being beaten by an unknown white-haired girl with the sword of Ama Murakumo nailed into its gallbladder, and punching the bloody snake head hard. This is the Yamata no Orochi that defeated Susanoo. How come it has become a punching bag that can't fight back? At that moment, Sakurajima Yui's faith completely collapsed. He didn't even notice the sapphire staff slipping from his hand. Instead, he bit his lip tightly, suppressing his excited trembling, and exclaimed in his heart. Right now, she's beaten Yamata no Orochi to the point of almost crying for her mother. She's only level 20, right? With her legs pressed together and her body trembling, Yui Sakurajima peeked at Jiang Ye's profile and said softly. Master, do you think Temple Sister, look like your beast? Is there still hope for her if she works like a slave to her savior? Ian. With a loud dragon roar, Hill blasted the head of the Yamata no Orochi. Chui ran with a punch, and walked out calmly in the scattered blood rain. Woo! The tragic howling came to an abrupt end, and the huge snake body fell to the ground powerlessly, adding only to the dust and roar. Zhang Yi looked in the direction of the sound and saw Hill pulling out a spear from the snake's belly, his clothes stained red with blood. She gracefully lifted the blood-stained hair to her red ear, acting obediently but with a hint of shyness. Oh nar. I've taken care of that annoying guy. Master, is there a reward for the well-behaved and sensible Hill? The silver-haired girl was wagging her tail under her red wedding dress. She wants the master's reward, or rather, a reward for the master? Chapter 94, enter the epic level after 5 sets. Obtain the sword of Ain no Murakumo. Silver Dragon Princess wagged her tail, her silver eyes narrowed slightly, asking for a reward. It's like a trick or treaters on Halloween. If you don't give her candy and let her have a taste of sweetness, she will cause trouble. Hill, you're awesome. Zhang Yi walked to the side of Yin Longji, raised his hands and rubbed her blood-stained face as if it were cotton, which was very relieving. After rewarding himself, he ignored the resentful face of Silver Dragon Princess and came to the body of the big snake. He stretched out his hand and pulled out the Aim no Murakumo sword, which was emitting a faint yellow lightning light and was buried 7 inches deep in the snake corpse. Laugh. Blood spilled, and Jiang Yi dodged it calmly. Bite. Killed the legendary creature Yamada no Orochi, descending serpent head, and gained 80,000 experience points. Current level 20 90%. Pick up the lost artifact the Sword of Aim no Kuro. Remember to finish off the enemy next time. It was not until the kill notification came that Jiang Yi smiled. He turned around, looked at the angry Yin Longji, and taught her in a low voice. The one-stop service of finishing off the victim, crushing the bones and scattering the ashes, and on-the-spot salvation is a fine tradition of murder and robbery. It is never a bad thing to be careful. Hill understands. Princess Silver Dragon wagged her tail, nodded in acceptance, and replied softly. She just wanted to give the head to the owner, so she was not careless. You have come to this day, lizard. Gabriel, however, had a smile on her face and took the opportunity to add insult to injury. In an instant, Princess Silver Dragon and the fallen angel looked at each other coldly, and the atmosphere became weird again. Don't make any noise, I'm thinking. Jiang Yi had no intention of letting the Shura field get worse and worse. If there was any sign of it, he would immediately extinguish it. Silver Dragon Princess and the fallen angel turned their heads away, crossed their arms and hummed softly. 2 arrogant little guys. Jiang Yi sighed, walked to the body of Yamada no Orochi, took the sword Aim Murakumo, cut open the snake's belly and looked for the gallbladder. As a legendary creature, snake gall must be delicious, right? Out of curiosity, he made 6 cuts in 1 second and became more and more skilled. Hard work pays off. After a while, Jiang Yi hollowed out 7 inches of the snake and obtained a basin-shaped emerald green snake gall. Name, Yamada no Orochi's gallbladder. Rank, Golden Legend. Description, a snake gallbladder imbued with magical powers. Even if you pinch your nose and eat it, you won't want to recall the taste. Effects, upgrade, qualitative change, life leap, limited to enhancing the bloodline potential of the beast. If taken by an ordinary person, it can only nourish the chi and refresh the mind, making them the champion of staying up late. What a big snake gall! After collecting all the snake gallbladder into a bottle, Jiang Yi couldn't help but exclaim in amazement at the full cup of emerald green juice. If I drink this bottle, I'm afraid I'll die of bitterness, right? Brother, are you okay? Let me check it out quickly. Chumoli hurried over holding a long flute, walked around Jiang Yi several times, and carefully checked whether he was injured. Emoli, what are you doing so clumsy? You've made your brother sweat all over. Pei Qinghuan frowned, patted his sister-in-law's dirty hands, took out the prepared wet wipes from his bag, handed them to Jiang Yi, and performed Sichuan opera face changing with a smile. Wipe it off. The smell of sweat is not pleasant. She covered her nose in disgust, but her body moved closer quietly. She almost leaned on Jiang Yi's shoulder, revealing her little thoughts. This is the handkerchief she kissed. Xiao Ye will use it later. Thank you. Taking the tissue, Jiang Yi casually wiped his hands to prove that he was not injured. The younger sister finally breathed a sigh of relief and looked at her best friend with a resentful expression. Seeing Jiang Yi put away the tissue and had no desire to wipe his mouth, Pei Qinghuan's pretty face darkened and she felt resentful. After killing the big snake, how do we divide up these equipment? Jiang Yi gathered his teammates and discussed the distribution issue with them. Killed the Yamada no Orochi, and a lot of good stuff dropped. There is a set of epic armor alone, but it is a nun suit, which Jiang Yi cannot wear. Other miscellaneous equipment was also scattered all over the ground, making it difficult to see. Putting aside the dropped objects, the remaining snake corpse alone is a top-grade material. Unfortunately, it is too large, so Jiang Yi can only collect it in sections. This made it difficult for Gabriel. As a maid, she had to do all the dirty work, while Hill couldn't wait to pick the fruits. Eccentric. So, how should we distribute this snake gallbladder, the Murakumo sword, and this epic nun suit? Jiang Yi sat cross-legged under the ancient bronze door and asked the girls around him softly. I don't drink snake gall. Shu Moli waved her hand. She was afraid of suffering and regarded the emerald green juice as a formidable enemy. If you are afraid of suffering, you will not be able to taste happiness in the future. I have my own magical sword. These are not what I seek. Pei Qinghuan shook her head. She had no desire for material things, except, of course, Jiang Yi. That will be happiness in the future. Can I wear that nun suit? Sakurajima Yui raised her little hand and interrupted weakly. The black and white nun's robes lying on the ground were surrounded by a sacred glow, attracting her attention. This is the first time in all these years that she has seen equipment that suits her so well. If she puts on this epic nun's uniform, her strength will increase dramatically and she will enter a new realm. To put it simply and crudely, the amount of milk can be increased several percentage points. She must wear this nun's uniform, even if it means making her behave well. Can get the price. Staring at the green-haired girl with glasses, Jiang Yi raised the corner of his mouth slightly. That's no problem. Seeing Jiang Yi agreed, Sakurajima Yui breathed a sigh of relief, and her little hand that was covering her collar loosened, and another button fell off. There is nothing ordinary about it, it's just that someone is carrying a heavy burden and moving forward. I can provide each of you with a set of epic equipment. Seeing that Jiang Yi didn't say anything, Sakurajima Yui couldn't help it. She stretched out 3 jade fingers and panted nervously. Sakurajima has a complete supply chain for abyssal equipment and provides several sets of epic equipment, which is no big deal. The thing she has the most is money. 5 sets. Jiang Yi opened his hands and the lion opened its mouth wide. 1 for 5, a huge profit. Then tie this not-so-bright confused girl with glasses to your side and make her the health-recovering nurse Palu, and get her for free. No condom, 5 condoms means 5 condoms. Sakurajima Yui bit her lip, her pretty face flushed, she gasped, and replied quickly. She didn't suffer any loss by exchanging 5 sets of unused epic equipment for 1 piece of personal epic equipment. As for the reinforcements, such a top-quality suit is hard to come by. She missed it and didn't know when she would come across it again. She can't wait that long. Make a deal. Jiang Yi stretched out his hand, nodded and chuckled. I'll make up for it, including the 10 million I hired you for. Holding Jiang Yi's hand, Sakurajima Yui pursed her lips, blushed, and whispered in a trembling voice. Melee Water Dark Mage, Fire Summoner, Fire Sword Master, all-around support, and me, the Beast Tamer. When can you gather all these equipment? Letting go of his hand, Jiang Yi stared at the green-haired girl with glasses and asked seriously. He doesn't have that much time to waste waiting. If it takes forever to get everything together, he would have done it himself long ago. After the dungeon is released, at the latest 1 week. Sakurajima Yui covered her heart and made a solemn promise. That's good. Jiang Yi nodded, and the deal was successfully concluded. The 5 sets of epic equipment I bought later were a huge profit. The green-haired girl with glasses held the newly bought nun's uniform in her hands and couldn't let it go. Win-win. Then, the snake gallbladder and the Ain no Murakumo sword. Pointing at the emerald green juice and the sword that was emitting lightning light, Jiang Yi asked with a headache. The girls looked at each other, then smiled and said in unison. All for you. Who else but you is worthy to be their master? Chapter 95, Silver Dragon Drains the Lake, Angels Awaken. The essence of the Yamada no Orochi's gallbladder, the legendary artifact Ain Murakumo sword. It's right before their eyes, but they are not moved. What suits you is the best. I forced the number 5 battery into their number 7 battery compartment, but it turned out that they didn't match. The most important point. There was light in the girls' eyes, and their suppressed morbid emotions were dormant and hidden. Compared to Jiang Yi's charm of up to 2,500 points, these rewards pale in comparison. It would be better to approach him quietly and get close to him. I don't know how to endure hardship, and I don't know how to use a sword. Chumoli waved her little hand and reiterated with a slightly blushing face. She really doesn't like to suffer. If her brother eats more fruit, she can share some sweetness in the future. It's just something outside of my body. Pei Qinghuan held the 3-foot sword, chuckled and shook his head. The stronger Jiang Yi becomes, the more sense of accomplishment she feels. These material possessions are the cost of investment, laying the foundation and paving the way for future pleasure. It's enough for me to be a nun. Holding the cool nun's uniform, Sakurajima Yui raised her glasses, tilted her head and chuckled. Although he was a little envious of the Aim no Murakumo sword, he only wanted to show it off to Sister Xiaowu and stimulate this beautiful sword fanatic. Such a fool that she was, she could only use the hilt of the sword to amuse herself, and was often beaten into a pig's head by Sister Xiaowu, who was angry at her for not fighting back. Then I'll take it. Jiang Yi nodded, did not refuse, and put away the snake gall and the magic sword. Snake gall can be divided into 3 parts to enhance the bloodline potential of Silver Dragon Princess and Twin Angels, allowing them to evolve as quickly as possible and enter extraordinary life. The sword of Ama no Murakumo is not suitable for Princess Silver Dragon. Hill, this reckless woman, enjoys the thrill of shooting like a dragon and fighting wantonly. Naturally, this sword was left to the fallen angel, as she happened to owe her a gift. Drink it. Zhang Yi divided the emerald green juice into 3 bottles and pushed them in front of Silver Dragon Princess and the twin angels. Is it necessary to drink? Hill pinched his nose and cried, picked up the juice with a look of despair, took a deep breath, and drank it all in one gulp. Gulp! It's so hard to drink. Her pretty face turned pale, blue, and purple, which was extremely uncomfortable. Zhang Yi couldn't help feeling distressed and couldn't help laughing out loud. It turns out that Princess Silver Dragon is so afraid of hardship. She won't be able to endure hardships in the future. Bloodline potential is enhanced, comprehending the power of one's own destiny, exhausting the water. Jieze controls wind and rain, devours rivers, becomes the master of water, the uncrowned dragon. Still failed to evolve. A trace of disappointment flashed across Zhang Yi's eyes, but then the gloom disappeared and he smiled. It is not so easy to evolve and upgrade your destiny. But it's not a loss. Hill has awakened his innate power and possesses the terrifying power to command the 5 lakes and 4 seas and the great rivers. This cute little creature might become a powerful dragon king in the future. Zhang Yi said this, feeling excited. How powerful will the lively Silver Dragon Princess be after she comprehends the Jieze and becomes the Dragon King? The snake gallbladder tastes so bitter. I feel dizzy. I'm going to die, meow. Hill was lying on Zhang Yi's lap with his blue tongue hanging out, dying. This snake gallbladder is so bitter. Fortunately, she had an incredible comprehension and realized her innate power, otherwise all the suffering would have been in vain. Colored lizard, don't you know that this type of potion that increases bloodline potential can be injected in addition to being taken orally? How could a lizard with a brain full of yellow garbage possibly think of that? The twin angels, holding syringes filled with snake gall, sneered in unison. The intelligence of the charming pets has been lowered by the colored lizards. Injection. Hill's face turned pale and he almost fainted. She is so stupid, really. Why didn't you think of asking the owner for help in injecting the snake gall? Damn it. I got picked by a perverted sheep. Lying on Zhang Yi's lap, Hill's mind was a mess, and he thought dizzily. Laugh. The needle pierced the skin of the arm, and the jade fingers pushed gently, and the emerald green medicine was slowly injected without leaving a drop. This feeling. Cold, stinging, uncomfortable. This aura. The twin angels' pretty faces flushed, one covering their arms on the left and the other on the right, with shock in their eyes, and they exclaimed and moaned. The blood in the body is steaming and burning, mist is curling out from the pores and skin, and the yellow lightning is like a dormant spring insect awakening, crackling. Bloodline potential increased. Comprehend the power of one's own destiny, Jingja. Jingja, spring thunder sounds, and all things come to life. It is the beginning of Jingja. It controls the origins of things and destroys all impurities. This power is thunder? Covering her trembling white skin, Gabriel's cherry-colored eyes were flashing with yellow lightning. She actually comprehended the thunder of divine punishment that angels use to punish heretics, which has 100% restraining damage to heretics, demons, insects, all unclean things. With this innate power, she will surely be able to return to the temple in the future and become the master of the temple, surpassing the 12-winged holy angels. Here, this sword, you can use it for now. Zhang Yi handed the little days-long sword, which was glowing with a light yellow lightning light, to the twin angels who were breathing lightly. He stretched out his hand and did not forget to pinch their heads. Is this a gift for me? Holding the long sword that was blazing with lightning, Gabriel stuck out her red tongue, tears welled up in her cherry eyes, and whispered in a trembling voice. Stupid, it's a token of love, right? The twin succubi leaned close to her ear, their pretty faces flushed, and quietly corrected her. After saying that, both of their pretty faces turned red, and they were ready to make a move. Equipped with this artifact, lightning damage will be increased to a terrifying 200%, and the restraint on heretics will also reach a hopeless 200%. Holding the sword of Aim Murakumo, Gabriel was reluctant to let it go. The snake gall evolved, and the artifact was given as a gift. The master's kindness is really not enough. As a personal maid, all Gabriel could do was obey orders and warm the bed more often in the future. Hill, Ali, are you feeling well? Looking at the strange expressions of Silver Dragon Princess and the fallen angel, Zhang Yi couldn't help but ask worriedly. Could it be a side effect? No. Hill shook his head. I'm not feeling unwell, I just feel a little hot. I need the master to check me out. Gabriel lowered her head, poked her index finger, and whispered in a trembling voice. Then check it out. Zhang Yi nodded without refusing. Start examining Silver Dragon Princess. In the trembling silver eyes, the hazy figure of the sheep was unprecedentedly pleasing to the eye. As expected, fighting will only hurt both sides, while cooperation will allow both sides to share the meat and drink the soup. It seems that we need to change our thinking. No injuries, in good condition. After rubbing Yin Longji's pretty face, Zhang Yi breathed a sigh of relief and chuckled. He felt relieved because Hill had no hidden illness. What about me? What about me? Gabriel was anxious, unable to control her trembling snow-white eyes, and asked with a shy face and a trembling voice. She sat cross-legged, waiting for her master's inspection. Chapter 96, The widow has been in red for 1,000 years, I wonder if I can sleep with her tonight? Open your mouth. Pinching the angel's cheek, Zhang Yi prepared to conduct a random check. After injecting the gallbladder essence of Yamada no Orochi, it is necessary to check whether there is any rejection reaction. Ah. Gabriel raised her pretty face and opened her cherry lips slightly until an egg could fit through them. Shell tooth powder, very healthy. The voice is clear and the sound channel is fine. Zhang Yi understood and nodded. He touched the angel who was sitting quietly and obediently. Her heartbeat and body temperature were normal. Apart from her pretty face, which was blushing and hot, there was nothing strange about it. It's okay. Zhang Yi breathed a sigh of relief as the spot check was completed. After absorbing the essence of the snake gall, the twin angels are in good condition. In addition to awakening her innate power, her physique and figure became softer and fuller, becoming more mature and sexy. Master, please check regularly from now on. Gabriel crossed her arms, stretched them above her head, stretched lazily, and breathed a sigh of relief. I can't stop loving my master's care. She wanted more, much more. It would be great if regular spot checks could be conducted. Second, the physical and mental health of your charming pet is a top priority. He'll lay on Zhang Yi's back, wagging his tail, waving his little fists, and fighting for his interests. I know that life is precious. It's like a gun. If you don't oil it and wipe it regularly, it will rust and explode sooner or later. The same goes for her Silver Dragon Princess. If she doesn't have regular physical examinations, she will get sick. In the future, for sure. Feeling the soft attack on his back, Zhang Yi let the Silver Dragon Princess and the Fallen Angel team up to make trouble, and agreed with a chuckle. After receiving the master's assurance, Hill and Gabriel looked at each other and finally calmed down. Sister Hill and her brother have such a good relationship. Chumoli wrinkled the hem of her skirt, pursed her lips, and said with a resentful look. As the younger sister, she has never been examined physically by her brother. Jealous. If I make Xiaoye into a scabbard, will he be inseparable from me? He wouldn't care about other women either. He would only tie it behind my back or pin it around my waist. Pei Qingwan's face was pale and looked a little sick. Witnessing Zhang Yi examining Mei Pet's body, she was filled with envy. However, it is not realistic to defeat Zhang Yi and refine him into a sword spirit. But I can also become Xiaoye's scabbard. She took a deep breath, and her sickly pretty face gradually turned red. If it turns into a scabbard, Xiaoye can insert his sword whenever he wants, so it can be said to be inseparable, right? That. Yui Sakurajima raised her glasses and interrupted quietly. She felt a little jealous and couldn't bear to see these young people's love affairs. Should we move on? The Yamada no Orochi and the Blood Sakura clone have been killed, the danger has been eliminated, it's time to set off. The ancient bronze door is right before my eyes, but I don't seem to have the key to open it. Sakurajima Yui touched her head awkwardly. She had tricked her master to the mission location with the map, and it would be embarrassing if he didn't open the door. She could only commit seppuku to apologize. I have the key. Zhang Yi took out the rusty key and shook it gently in front of them. Well, that's great. Sakurajima Yui covered her trembling heart, took a long breath, and snapped off another button. She was in such a difficult situation and the shirt was too small. Stand up. In order to prevent himself from falling into a teleportation trap, Zhang Yi awakened the sleeping ghosts and let them attach themselves to the skeletons in the pool of blood. Holding the rusty key, he walked towards the rusty ancient bronze door in twists and turns. The souls of Bloody and Yamada no Orochi haven't awakened yet. It seems their bodies are not dead. Jiang Yi secretly thought it was a pity. If he could awaken the spirit of the Yamata no Orochi and recruit it into the Jouhuan banner, he would make a fortune. Squeak! The key made a sharp sound as it was inserted into the rusty lock. 10 ghost skeletons, with all their might, pushed open the ancient bronze door that had been locked for 1,000 years. The deep darkness overflowed from the crack of the door, like a maggot in the tarsal bone, swallowing up all 10 ghost skeletons. The mark was erased, and the connection with the skull was directly severed. They are probably in great danger. Jiang Yi frowned, his expression growing gloomy. The dark fog rolled in and out from the crack of the door, corroding and wearing away the skeleton and the soul attached to it. This is the depths of the abyss, feeding on spiritual consciousness. Sakurajima Yui pointed at the deep mist and said in surprise. The voice came from the Sakurajima Zaibatsu. She became a shrine maiden at a young age and had a deep knowledge of the abyss. Deep? Jiang Yi asked in confusion. His understanding of the abyss was too one-sided. Yes, Yusui. Yui Sakurajima pushed her glasses, and her eyes became much clearer. She transformed from a confused girl into an intellectual and knowledgeable older sister. This murky fog is the remnant of the demons of the abyss, yet it has developed an instinctive consciousness that will devour all sentient creatures and use them for its own ends. It has become a terrifying species that will not even spare ghosts, devouring them. She looked serious and analyzed meticulously. Sister Yui, is there any way to eliminate it? That sticky mist is so disgusting. Chumoli asked the question on behalf of his brother, frowned, and said with some disgust. She really hates sticky liquids. When she sweats during exercise or gets wet on rainy days, she will take a hot bath first to relieve the discomfort and tension in her heart. It's also good if it's sticky, like black sesame paste or millet porridge. The taste is good. Pei Qinghuan licked her red lips and stole a glance at Jiang Yi while speaking. She doesn't mind applying makeup on her face. Now is not the time to eat. Jiang Yi shook his head and chuckled, easing the tense atmosphere. He patted the green-haired, bespectacled girl on the shoulder and said encouragingly. You must have a solution, right? Professional matters should be handled by professionals. Yui Sakurajima has multiple roles. She is a rich lady who spends money, a shrine maiden, and a temple nun who can both heal and resist. As a clergyman, she knew the abyss very well. Of course, but I still need the Lord's blessing. She almost said master, but luckily Sakurajima Yui reacted quickly, blushing and quickly changed the words. Help me take off my clothes. I'll change into this epic nun's suit. With the bonus attributes of the suit, it should be able to drive out Yusui. As she spoke, she unbuttoned her shirt, threw the sweat-soaked and blood-stained clothes into Jiang Yi's arms, and took off her skirt in a hurry. Jiang Yi was stunned. Wasn't she too fast? In the blink of an eye, Yui Sakurajima was only wearing cute underwear, holding her equipment and putting it on skillfully. She has a very nice figure. Putting on a nun's uniform, she looks sexy yet holy, arousing blasphemous desires in people. Are you ready? After folding the clothes that the girl with glasses had taken off, Jiang Yi looked at her and asked seriously. Sakurajima Yui clenched her fists, picked up the blessed staff, chanted a spell, and performed purification magic. Great purification. With a delicate cry, a soft light was released from the sapphire staff. The entire hall was as bright as day, and the light penetrated through the crack in the door, dispelling and purifying the thick fog. The deep mist has been purified the regrets of the demonic skin and bones. Jiang Yi's eyes fixed when he heard the reminder. The door is open. A beautiful figure in red makeup was lying lonely on the bed. We haven't been able to sleep together for thousands of years. Husband. Are you willing to sit with me and sleep with me tonight? Chapter 97 SSS Level Hidden Mission. Widow's Engagement. The inner boudoir laments and sighs. For thousands of years, she has been alone in her empty room, unable to wait for her husband, unable to wait to sleep with him. Sharing the same bed? No way. Hill snorted coldly, protecting his master in front of him, wagging his tail and getting angry. The pillows were so small, she used one side and the owner used the other. There is no room for anyone else. Is it the ghost of the dragon girl? Or is it some evil spirit causing trouble? Gabriel held two swords in her hands, her brows slightly furrowed, and analyzed in a cold voice. She couldn't snatch the lizard away, so she could only hide in the quilt and cry. I don't want to have more bedmates fighting over the few pillows I have. She's not a ghost. Jiang Yi stretched out his hand, trying to command the beautiful lady sitting quietly in the boudoir, but failed. The beautiful figure in red makeup lying on the dragon couch did not hear or move, just curled her hands and sighed softly. What kind of existence is she? Creatures? Undead? Or gods? Brother, could this be a hidden mission? Seeing his brother frowning in thought, Shumoli thought of something and quickly reminded him. Special tasks will also appear in the dungeon. It's similar to the quest levels issued by the Adventure Guild, from low to high, divided into F to SSS levels. This lamenting woman might be the NPC issuing the quest. Pei Qinghuan held his sword to his chest, frowning and concentrating. She also triggered many hidden tasks in the dungeon. Like the resentful woman in the boudoir, most of them are specific phantoms, just like the cave owner who has passed away for a long time, waiting for the successor to fulfill his obsession in life. No one praises me. Sakurajima Yui was exhausted and sweating. She limped behind them and complained sadly. It took a lot of effort to purify the deep abyss. Even if there is no credit, it is at least hard work, right? She also wants to ask for her master's reward. A hug is better than no hug. Well done. Sensing the resentful green light behind him, Jiang Yi couldn't help but lose consciousness. He turned around, took a break from his busy schedule, and encouraged. The girl with glasses, who had been living a good life, finally recovered with full health. She held the sapphire staff between her legs and almost hummed. Great! My master praised me, so this work was worth it. If it's a mission, it must be triggered. I'll give it a try. Jiang Yi thought about it and decided to take a risk. Inside Xiaoshui Palace, the danger is unknown, and the resentful woman lying on her side on the bed is also very suspicious. He was ready to break in and test the depth. Brother, let me go. Shumoli stopped his brother in front of him and chuckled. I can escape into the shadows, and if I encounter danger, I can escape immediately. The situation is not right. You can also use the power of time stop to tie me back. As she explained, her face gradually turned red, not knowing what she was thinking. Careful. Jiang Yi thought for a moment and nodded. My sister's ability is very safe. She can blend into the shadows without being noticed. It is equivalent to a portable divine space. After getting the consent, Shumoli merged into the shadow snake and with a whoosh, he entered the Xiaoshui Palace. The team quest, the widowed dragon girl's deep grudge, has been triggered. Do you want to claim it? A transparent virtual panel appeared clearly in front of my eyes. Team missions can only be taken up by the team leader. Although the younger sister triggered it, she can only wait for her brother's response. Jiang Yi had a brief conversation with them, and seeing that no one objected, he accepted the task directly. Quest, the widowed dragon girl's deep grudge. Difficulty, SSS level. Description, after the sky collapsed, a hole appeared on the seabed. The dragon palace in the Mirage Sea sank into the depths, ushering in a catastrophe of destruction. A great fire scorched the sea and burned down the dragon palace. Dragon girl Aoing remained in seclusion, waiting for 1,000 years, but her husband never arrived. Her obsession lingered for a long time, wanting to choose a successor to help her fulfill her paranoid desires. Goal, gain the recognition of Dragon Girl Aoing, become the successor, and enter into a marriage contract with the opposite sex who accepts the quest. Jiang Yi's silence was deafening as he silently read the numbers on the virtual panel. Not only him, but also the charming pets and school beauties were silent, their pretty faces flushed red. This mission is so rare. They like it so much. If I could become the successor of Dragon Girl Aoing and then enter into a marriage contract with Jiang Yi, wouldn't that be enough to achieve my goal in one step? They don't want romantic feelings, but they feel sorry for the Dragon Girl Aoing, who does good deeds without leaving a name. They are determined to get this successor. Woo woo woo, what's wrong with not having a big mole on my chest? It's just natural and there's nothing I can do about it. Shumoli wiped her tears and crawled out from the crack of the door, crying bitterly and feeling like she had no desire to live. The one who is close to the water gets the moon first. She triggered the task and wanted to be the first to try it, but she didn't expect that because of her poor physical fitness, she was directly rejected by the obsession of the Dragon Girl Aoing. Look at it more positively, small ones are also cute. Sakurajima Yui suppressed her laughter and comforted her softly. But the clothes were too tight around her snow-white chest. When Shumoli saw this, he cried even more sadly. A world was created where she was the only one hurt. Or, let's just forget about this mission. Seeing his sister crying so sadly, Zhang Yi couldn't help laughing and couldn't help but say, "This task doesn't look serious at first glance." Since there was no reward written about it, he had no motivation to end the obsession with the widowed dragon girl. "There's no rush yet. I'll give it a try." Pei Qinghuan pretended to be shocked, but her shy and flushed face revealed her inner nervousness. She took a deep breath and hurried into the Xiaoshui palace. She walked on the red carpet covered with scattered petals, came to the dragon bed with a worried look on her face, stretched out her hand, and touched the beautiful figure in red makeup. To bully the big with the small is to deceive yourself and others. "No, no." Soft and gentle teasing whispered in his ears. Pei Qinghuan's face flushed red, and he angrily waved his sleeves. "What happened to you, the cushion man?" "Sister Qinghuan, what's wrong?" As soon as he came out, Xu Moli was thinking of crying. He sniffed nervously, grabbed his good sister's cold little hand, and asked in a trembling voice. If a good sister becomes the heir, enters into a marriage contract with her elder brother, and transforms herself into a good sister-in-law, it will be a super-generation enhancing thing. Don't do that. Oh, it's just something outside of my body. Pei Qinghuan's eyes were red from crying. She bit her lip and snorted stubbornly. What she can't get, no one else can get. This mission is a trap, so just don't do it. There's no such thing as a dragon girl inheritance. It's just a demonic witch trying to sow discord and deceive people. The more she spoke, the more difficult it became to suppress the anger in her heart. She broke down, tears in her eyes, squatted on the ground, and sobbed quietly. Sister Qinghuan, don't cry. Xu Moli burst into laughter and comforted softly. Great, no need to double up. I'll give it a try. With the opportunity to rise to prominence right before her, Sakurajima Yui couldn't resist the temptation. After getting Jiang Ye's consent, she swallowed her saliva, rode on the sapphire staff, and limped into the blood palace. A moment later. Isn't it okay to live a good life? Sakurajima Yui leaned against the wall and sighed. Her heart was finally at peace, as foreigners were directly excluded. You all failed to be selected. You can only give up this mission. Looking at the crying school beauties, Jiang Yi shook his head and laughed. They all failed to inherit, so the mission had to come to nothing. Wait a minute. At the moment of giving up, Silver Dragon Princess spoke hurriedly. Her face flushed, she gasped for breath, and she said quietly but seriously. Onar. Let Hill give it a try. Chapter 98, Dragon Girl Aoing, The Secret of the Extraordinary. Silver Dragon Princess's first evolution. Princess Silver Dragon raised her delicate head slightly, her pretty face flushed, with a hint of innocence that showed a qualitative change in her emotions. Jiang Yi was stunned. You, Silver Dragon Princess, your filial piety has turned bad, you are rebelling. Hill, you're not kidding, are you? Lifting the silver hair to Long Ji's ear and staring at her slightly red cheeks, Jiang Yi asked patiently. Master, this is an SSS level mission. Not only can it provide a vast amount of experience, but if Hill obtains the Dragon Girl's inheritance, he might even be able to evolve and become a transcendent. Let Hill give it a try. If he wins, everyone's happy. If he loses, it's just a sob. Holding her master's hand, the Silver Dragon Princess's old shoulders were smooth, she was shaking her silver dragon tail, and she was acting coquettishly in a soft voice. She was not interested in the Dragon Girl's inheritance, but she was very envious of the marriage contract. Xiaodia was chosen by her, no one can take him away. My younger sister is not allowed, the female swordsman is not allowed, the girl with glasses who lives a good life is not allowed, and the lecherous sheep is definitely not allowed. Master, let the lizard give it a try. She won't cry until she sees the coffin. She'll need her master to comfort her in a moment. Seeing that Jiang Yi was still hesitating, Gabriel persuaded him in a sarcastic tone. Lizard, after eating the meat, don't forget to give her some soup. Just a little bit will do, don't let her hide under the quilt and cry. All right. Jiang Yi had no choice but to letting Long Ji do whatever she wanted. The inheritance of the Dragon Girl is so difficult that even the gifted female sword fairy was directly eliminated. It is better not to have too high expectations. Master, Hill promises to complete the task. Standing on tiptoe, Hill mustered up the courage to kiss Jiang Yi's lips lightly, then he greased his feet, wagged his tail and ran away. This girl. Jiang Yi licked his lips and smiled bitterly. Silver Dragon Princess kiss is sweet and gentle. Shrimp head. Gabriel cursed inwardly in frustration and regretted helping. It is difficult to change one's nature, the lizard is completely lustful and there is no hope for her. I will never trust her again. The little bed of friendship has turned over again. Well, the master won't be angry, right? Entering the Xiaoshui palace, Sierra's jade feet stepped on the red carpet scattered with petals, looked around, and muttered softly. This is a bedroom made of corals. A night lamp hangs on the dome, and precious pearls are hung on the surrounding coral walls. For thousands of years, its brilliance has been difficult to conceal. On the dragon bed, the resentful woman in the boudoir, wearing a phoenix crown and a red robe, has been lying on her side for a long time. She held a red handkerchief in her bare hands, and the red veil covered her pretty face, so her complexion could not be seen, but a sigh of resentment could be heard from her, lingering for a long time. How pitiful. Hill curled his lips and said subconsciously. If she is abandoned by her owner, she will go crazy, right? Hill only has the master. The dirty little hands lifted the veil of the resentful woman in the boudoir, put it directly on her own head, and sat on the bed in an orderly manner. When will you unveil Hill's face? Hill muttered softly, and kicked her beautiful legs wrapped in black and white stockings lightly. Rather than evolution, she hopes that their relationship will be elevated. Have you had enough fun? My hijab, how long will you keep it on? A faint gasp appeared in his ears, and Hill was startled. He quickly took off the red veil and stared at the silver-haired dragon girl. Aren't you dead yet? Hill poked the dragon girl's cheek and asked curiously. The feel is no worse than hers. The owner will definitely like it. Why is it you, May Civet Cat's little devil? After slapping away Silver Dragon Princess's dirty little claws, Dragon Girl Ao Ying's blood pressure suddenly rose and she sighed sadly. She waited in her boudoir for 1,000 years, but the one who knocked on the door and entered was a little and smart silver-haired dragon girl. Can this dragon blood lizard really inherit her legacy and end her obsession? Senior, I'm sorry. Hill handed over the red veil and said apologetically. She was just careless, she really didn't mean it. Never mind, never mind. It is fate and time that has destined me to suffer this calamity. Rising from the dragon bed, Ao Ying sighed deeply. You acknowledge me? Hill asked nervously, holding his tail and sitting on the bed. Whether the relationship with Jiang Yi will deteriorate depends on this one move. So, do you recognize me? Ao Ying asked back with a chuckle. I don't agree. She hasn't been able to get married in 1,000 years. She must have some weird problem that makes people dislike her. Hill shook his head and analyzed in a deep voice. You little devil. Ao Ying broke through her defense, pressed Hill down on the bed, and turned into a faint light, covering her body. Hill felt his body go cold and stood there in a daze. Just watch. Angry laughter echoed in his ears, and memories that did not belong to Silver Dragon Princess replayed in his mind. A moment later. I see. Hill lay on the bed, sweating profusely, crying and panting. She already knew everything about the dragon girl Ao Ying. The Mirage Sea Dragon Palace was invaded by monsters from the deep sea abyss. The traders of the Dragon Palace cooperated with the monsters inside and outside to burn everything with the immortal black flame. Countless dragons died tragically in the sea of fire, and the terracotta warriors were filled with tears of resentment. They have been immortal for thousands of years and are determined to find out the traitors and grind their bones to ashes. On the day of the disaster, the dragon girl Ao Ying happened to be out of the palace and narrowly escaped death. When she returned, she looked at the scorched earth and ruins and burst into tears. The souls of her parents, brothers, and sisters cannot rest in peace, and she bears the blood debt and hatred of her compatriots, but she has no ability to seek revenge. Ao Ying is willing to feed the devil with her own body and seek revenge. She sat alone in her boudoir, year after year, but she could never wait for the husband who could help her take revenge. Until Jiang Yi appeared. Okay, you want to snatch it from me too. After being moved, Hill pouted and complained dissatisfiedly. The dragon has a reverse scale, and anyone who touches it will die. Her master is a taboo in her heart that cannot be shared, and she will not allow anyone else to get involved or even think about him. I didn't. Ao Ying blushed and denied it coldly. I'm only interested in revenge, so why would I care about love? If you are willing to help me, I am willing to sacrifice myself and hand over the dragon's soul secret treasure to help you ascend to the stars and evolve, and step into the ranks of extraordinary life. She bit her lip, looking serious. But, you will die, right? Hill frowned slightly, took a deep breath, and said hesitantly. Although she wanted a marriage contract and wanted to evolve, she didn't want the dragon girl to die. My death is not a pity, but my soul will never disappear. Although I cannot defeat the demons in the abyss, my vision and knowledge are beyond the reach of a lowly dragonborn like you. Aoing shook her head, trying to dispel Longi's concerns. So do you want it to be attached to a ring or a necklace? Hill shook the thorn necklace hanging around her neck, guessed what the dragon girl was thinking, and chuckled. It's not bad to have another big sister named Ring. Is this a necklace? Staring at the thorn necklace on Silver Dragon Princess's snow-white neck, Aoing muttered in confusion. Forget it, a necklace is just a necklace. She sighed, took Longi's hand, and said softly. Little ghost, accept my bloodline and step into the extraordinary race. The opportunity cannot be missed. For the sake of revenge, Aoing will not hesitate even if it means her soul is torn apart. She sacrificed her body, and the condensed dragon blood was dark yellow, and the dragon's soul was as bright as day, illuminating all directions. Don't forget to avenge me. Aoing gave a bitter smile, her consciousness dissipated in the collar, which swayed lightly with a crisp sound on her snow-white neck. This aura. After swallowing the dragon blood and dragon soul, Hill's pretty face turned red and the blood in her body evaporated and boiled. She seems to be evolving. Chapter 99, Bloody Wedding Dress. Silver Dragon Princess Kiss of Despair. It's so hot. Hill held the bed, crumpled the red embroidered sheets, and panted softly. Her body was as light as if it had no bones, her skin texture was red and rosy, with wisps of white mist rising from it, and her consciousness was even more detached, as if she was floating in the air. Accompanied by the tearing pain and the resurgent numbness, she bit her lip and lay weakly on the dragon bed, sweat pouring out, dying. Damn old woman, no wonder she can't get married. No one said evolution would be so painful. Master. Is Hill going to die? She was so afraid that she would not be able to withstand the energy released by the true dragon's blood and would explode and die. I haven't yet achieved a perfect union with my master, and the achievement of defying his favor is still a long way off. How can I stop here? Hill. Hearing the weak wailing of Princess Silver Dragon, Zhang Yi broke in with a serious look on his face. On the dragon couch, the silver-haired girl tossed and turned, her pretty face pale with a frown as she endured the pain, her sweat dripping down, and the bloodshot in her silver eyes gradually blurred in tears. Oh nar. Hill's silver eyes were hollow, stained with tears, and could no longer be seen clearly. He hummed softly and tremblingly, relying on his breath. Don't worry, I'm here with you. Holding Silver Dragon Ji's blood-red hand was like holding a burning charcoal fire. Zhang Yi's palms were burning and festering, his face trembling slightly, but he still smiled and asked softly. Master, your hand. The empty silver eyes trembled, tears flowed to the lips, and Hill tasted the bitter saltiness. White mist floated in the palms of their hands, and as they held hands together, their flesh was already stuck together. The master's hand was burned by her. The heart is burning and the blood is surging with guilt. She is really useless and caused her master to get injured. The fear of being abandoned spread in her heart, and her tears were stained with blood. Having experienced betrayal by her own bloodline, being expelled from the Silver Dragon royal family, and drifting in the abyss, she has tasted the bitterness of loneliness and has closed her heart. Until the master bought her and the contract was upgraded, the wandering lonely soul finally found comfort and dependence. But now, this little bit of comfort is about to be wiped out by her own hands. She was afraid that the burning temperature of her palms would erode the bond between her and her master. Don't move, let me touch you for a while. Zhang Yi pressed his hand against Longi's forehead, ignoring the burning pain. He still held her hand stubbornly and gave firm orders. Hill just shed tears and stared at his master, heartbroken. It was as if all the best things were destroyed by one's own hands. The despair and pain were heart-wrenching. She seemed to have overestimated her own abilities. With her current strength, she simply could not withstand the cleansing of the blood of a true dragon. Even if Aoing is not very good, he is still a true dragon that has transcended the extraordinary life. The domineering dragon soul and scorching dragon blood tore her apart, and her consciousness gradually faded. Status: swallowing dragon blood, refining dragon soul, evolving. Hill, wake up, don't sleep. He patted the girl's blood-red cheek, but she didn't respond at all even though Zhang Yi called her. The hollow silver eyes were filled with blood and tears, and the corners of the bitten lips were bleeding. With no other choice, Zhang Yi could only take the risk and give it a try. Swallow. Zhang Yi gritted his teeth and his flesh and blood merged with Longi's hand. The deep dark light flowed in the palm of his hand, and the vortex condensed, absorbing the overloaded dragon blood and domineering dragon soul and silver dragon princess body. After absorbing the Ender Dragon, it awakened the devouring skill and could absorb everything and use it for its own benefit. He was ready to share the pain with Silver Dragon Princess. Such a domineering bloodline, such a crazy hatred. What on earth has this dragon girl been through? She's become so obsessed that she's become possessed by a demon. The flames of revenge that burned the world, no wonder Hill couldn't bear it. Being contaminated with dragon blood is like being burned by the fire of hell. The stinging pain that burns the soul is unbearable. Jiang Yi didn't know how long he could hold on, so he could only grit his teeth and hold on. The burning pain from the evaporation of blood and the scars from the torn muscles tortured his nerves repeatedly, making them gradually fragile and dying. Owner. Gabriel saw it and felt anxious, and also wanted to share the pain with her master. Ali, you and Molly and the others will stand guard outside the door and provide me with protection. Jiang Yi endured the pain and was burned by the raging fire, and gave unclear orders. Owner. Ali bit her lip, endured the heartache, retreated to the outside of Shoshui Palace, and waited anxiously with them. Elder brother. Sister Hill. You must hold on. Chumoli clasped his hands together, anxious and praying silently. She could do nothing but pray over and over again outside the door. Praying that my brother and sister would be out of danger. If even a little bit of this karmic fire touches those with weak willpower, they will be burned to ashes in an instant. Xiaoyu was entangled in the fire of karma and was almost fainting. How did he hold on? Pei Qinghuan's pretty face turned pale and she looked worried. She bit her lip, her heart bleeding. But he could only stand outside the door and pray that Jiang Yi would be out of danger. NGH. Master, don't die, meow. Sakurajima Yui was holding onto the door, her whole body limp, crying bitterly. She hasn't had the chance to become her master's dog yet, but she doesn't want to regret it for the rest of her life. At the same time, Jiang Yi was in dire straits and had no time to be distracted. The boiling dragon blood is gradually calming down. All we need is to capture this sick dragon soul. Jiang Yi was consumed by the flames of karma, and even though he was in excruciating pain, he still held onto Yin Longji's hand, refusing to let go. His consciousness fought a desperate battle with the angry dragon soul, gradually becoming blurred, but he refused to give in. He still pounced on it tenaciously, grabbed the roaming dragon's head, rode on its back, and tried to tame it. After 3 days and 3 nights, the last wisp of karmic fire burned out, and Jiang Yi's body was covered with ashes. He was like an old monk in meditation, lying on the bed, with no one knowing whether he was dead or alive. But he held Silver Dragon Princess's hand tightly and didn't let go. The lines on the skin are like dying ashes, fragile and will fall apart at the slightest touch. Owner? Hill opened his eyes in a daze, his eyes bloodshot. In his eyes, the master was like a burnt puppet, covered with dying ashes and emitting faint sparks. There was no response and Hill's heart sank to the bottom. Ian. There are bursts of dragon roars in my ears. The shadow of a silver-white 5-clawed dragon coiled around Hill. You evil beast, return me to my master. Hill's silver eyes were about to burst, with tears and blood streaming down his face. She doesn't care about the mission or revolution, she just wants to revive and awaken her master who is about to die. However, he did not dare to use force on his palms, for fear that it would shatter at the slightest touch and turn its owner into ashes. Guilt and anger devoured Hill's sanity and tortured the whiteness of his heart. Moment. The silver-white skin was covered with pitch-black curse marks, which turned into dragon imprisoning chains, floating above the body, binding and trapping the roaring true dragon soul. Woo! The dragon soul wails and the sky blood trembles. The chain was as black as a dragon, opening its mouth and swallowing the dragon soul. The blood light blooms, just like the flowers of the other shore blooming and the gorgeous hibiscus. Hill stretched out his hand, his silver eyelashes trembled slightly, tears of blood fell on his lips, and he tasted of guilt and saltiness. The floating chains imprisoned the dragon, binding Jiang Yi to his side. Hill's silver hair reaches her waist, and she looks like a dragon girl lamenting in her boudoir, wearing a phoenix crown and a red dress that has lasted for 1,000 years. Onar. I love you the most. Yin Longji leaned over, cupped Jiang Yi's cheeks, and kissed him on the lips. The chains are entangled, hiding each other. Tears dripped down the master's cheeks, and the corners of his lips were soaked with a fishy sweetness. Hill closed her eyes in despair, dressed in red and full of resentment. The dragon doll of desire pinned to the waist broke with a crisp sound. Jiang Yi opened his eyes. Chapter 100 True Dragon Transformation. Silver Dragon Princesses evolved form imprisoned dragon in the Sea of Karma. Resisting a fatal blow, the desired dragon doll has shattered, collecting desires. Swallowed the true blood dragon princess, absorbed the essence of the dragon soul, and successfully evolved into the blue-eyed silver dragon. Complete the first stage of the SSS level unique hidden quest, The Widowed Dragon Girl's Deep Grudge, rewarding 100,000 experience points and obtaining the quest items, Immortal Dragon Bone and 9 Dragon Coffin. Level up! The second phase of the hidden mission is about to begin. A golden light flashed on Jiang Ye's body, and he opened his eyes in confusion. The mouth is sweet and fishy, and the warmth dissipates at the touch of a finger. Before he had time to savor it, to review his memories, he was interrupted by a trembling softness. Owner! Hill cried with joy, put his arms around Jiang Ye's neck, and pressed it against his throbbing heart, making it almost impossible for him to breathe. What brand of facial cleanser is this? It actually makes me feel suffocated. Woo woo woo! Hill was so worried, he thought the master. With tears in his eyes, Hill hugged his master, lay on the ground on his side, and sobbed with guilt. If she hadn't been so careless, her master wouldn't have been in such danger. If you don't let go, I'll really die. Jiang Yi cried incoherently, his face flushed red. I was so trapped in the land of tenderness that I almost couldn't breathe. Hill's pretty face flushed, and she let go of her hand in self-blame, suppressing her shyness, and gently stroked the scattered ashes on her master's face. Her tearful eyes were eager and could not hide it. Hill! Jiang Yi opened his mouth with a smile, ready to congratulate Silver Dragon Girl on her successful evolution, when he was knocked to the ground by the Dragon Girl with hyperplasia. The fishy sweet taste in his mouth came back to him. His eyes widened in disbelief. Oh nar! Hill leaned over and pressed lightly, and the silver hair fell quietly. Don't abandon Hill. Tears welled up in her eyes and she bit her lips, looking pitiful. Like an abandoned stray cat, it sticks out its tongue and licks its wounds silently. You are not allowed to abandon me either. Wiping away the tears from her pretty face, Jiang Yi smiled and made a serious promise. When Princess Silver Dragon's life was hanging by a thread, he ignored the danger and forcibly tamed the unruly dragon soul, helping her to evolve successfully. If the desired dragon had not broken and fought to the death, he would have been buried in the fire of revenge of the real dragon and turned into ashes. I can't bear to abandon my master. Licking Jiang Ye's cheek, she decided to answer with action. The little wild cat found its lost owner and licked the owner with tears of joy to show its gratitude. Stop it, I've slept long enough. Hill, stop it. How long are you going to ride? Well, it's time to take a shower again. Jiang Yi lay on the ground, raised his hands in surrender, and let Silver Dragon Girl do whatever she wanted. The master's body is covered in ash. If I don't clean it up, Hill will feel uncomfortable. If you don't believe me, you can just touch it and see for yourself. Covering his heart, Hill raised the corner of his mouth slightly and made a cunning excuse. She is not afraid of her owner trying it, and she is enjoying herself with her tail up. Humph, I'm not doing anything wrong. I'm just collecting some interest in advance. After collecting the interest for a while, Yin Longji finally let go of the owner who owed her money and stood up with satisfaction. Seal, let me see your evolved form. After some fooling around, Jiang Yi slowly stood up and patted the ashes off Silver Dragon Princess's red skirt, unable to resist feeling curious. He was dazed and heard the desperate dragon roar. The pitch-black dragon restrained the unruly dragon soul, opened its fierce mouth and devoured it with relish. The dragon girl, dressed in her gorgeous wedding attire, leaned over and gave him a kiss, her whole body filled with sorrow. If it's the master, of course there's no problem. Hill pretended to be shy, licked his lips, and hummed softly while savoring the taste. If she didn't have a master, she would have died in the flames of karma and her consciousness would have been wiped out by the domineering dragon soul. The master saved her twice, and this kindness can never be repaid. Well, no one has seen it except the master. Enjoy it. Hill's lips curled up slightly, no longer concealing his expression, and he transformed himself. The wind and thunder are rolling, and the dragons are roaring. Jiang Ye's eyes narrowed slightly, he raised his head and stared intently. However, the pitch-black dragon imprisoning chains were seen holding their heads high, looking around with disdain. A flawless 5-clawed silver dragon was suspended and coiled, its head majestic without anger, and its breath commanded wind and thunder. Different from the giant dragons in Western fantasy, the 5-clawed silver dragon has the blood of true dragons from the East, and embodies holiness and majesty. Name, Blue-Eyed Silver Lady Karma Sea Prisoner Dragon. Name, Slave Girl Sylvie. Level, 21. Grade, Legendary, Extraordinary. Description: swallow true dragon blood, condense a true dragon soul, transcend the shackles of bloodline, and transcend the line between life and death. Inherit the karmic fire of Dragon Girl Aoing, and burn this abyss to ash. Skills: Karma Flame, Wind Control, Rainfall, Water Draining. Attributes: Extraordinary Status Bonus. Constitution 10,000 points, Strength 10,000 points, Agility 10,000 points, Spirit 10,000 points. Over 10,000 attributes, and still a polygonal warrior? Hill, you're invincible. Looking up at the flawless silver dragon, Jiang Yi couldn't help laughing and exclaimed in surprise. Only by breaking through level 100 can you have the opportunity to enter the ranks of the extraordinary. But Princess Silver Dragon is only level 21, but after evolving, she possesses extraordinary power. This means that you are almost invincible among the same level, and can even crush opponents of higher levels without any pressure. This is the extraordinary life, the legendary extraordinary life. Then the master doesn't want to give it a try. The silver dragon spoke in human language, with a hint of shy anticipation. Conquering that transcendent and otherworldly temperament brings a greater sense of accomplishment. Wait a minute, hey! Before Jiang Yi was ready, a cool breeze blew from behind, sweeping him onto the back of the silver dragon and letting him ride on it. How amazing! Holding the silver dragon horn, Jiang Yi looked down and exclaimed in amazement. He had a sense of dominance, as if he was in control of everything and reigning over the world. This feeling was even stronger than when he was riding a dragon. Dragon Knight is really fun, he never gets tired of playing it all day. Master, you should feel it too, right? Hill hummed a reminder, enjoying his master's caress. Is this a true dragon transformation? Jiang Yi held the dragon's horn, frowned and sighed. In his mind, a totem appeared, the dragon dance disappeared, and the scriptures emerged, leaving a lasting imprint, and he understood it instantly. Name: True Dragon Transformation. Grade: Beyond SSS, God level. Description: a divine dragon controlling technique. The more dragon souls absorbed, the stronger the effect. Effect: the current dragon soul, Dragon Maiden Aoing, is granted a transformation true dragon form. Within 1 minute, she enters the transcendent realm. Stepping into the extraordinary? Jiang Yi was stunned, then the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Only by breaking through 100 levels of restrictions can one step into the extraordinary realm. Or if the attribute value exceeds 10,000, it can be called extraordinary. After possessing the true dragon transformation, Jiang Yi no longer has to worry about revenge from Shui Ying's blood ninja organization. He rides on the silver dragon princess and kills everyone who comes. Master, for Hill's sake, and to become stronger, you must absorb and search for more dragon souls in the future. Hill did not forget to remind that true dragon transformation is a growth-enhancing skill. The more dragon souls absorbed, the stronger the ability to transform. As for where the dragon soul is, it all depends on luck. A single true dragon soul tortured you and me to the point of nearly death. This skill is truly not something a human can learn. Jiang Yi smiled bitterly, rode the silver dragon, and opened the hidden task. The first phase of the mission of the widowed dragon girl's grudge has been completed, and it's time to explore the second phase of the mission. There are also dragon bones and dragon coffins as rewards, they must be incredible treasures, right? Mission 2, burn in the flames of karma, rest the dragon soul. Description: the Mirage Sea Dragon Palace was engulfed in flames, and the true dragon clan was annihilated. Years later, the dragon girl's obsession remains undimmed, and the flames of revenge burn fiercely. She is determined to crush the traitors in the ruins of Dragon City and bring the souls of her father and compatriots to rest in peace. Content: enter the ancient city of Dragon Palace and destroy all alien races in the abyss. Rewards: experience and items. Chapter 101, Transplanting the Supreme Bone and Getting a Silver Dragon Wife for free? Tip: complete the current small goal to unlock the next mission stage. The details of the mission appeared clearly on the virtual panel. Jiang Yi had a clear view and understood everything. The reward of experience points is so secretive, how can anyone be motivated to complete the mission? With a sigh, Jiang Yi could only say that this SSS level only hidden mission was really unique. If it was made into a game, he might give 3 Kingdoms Kill good reviews. Now that things have come to this, let's take a look at the dragon bones and the dragon coffin first. Sitting cross-legged on the silver scale mat, Jiang Yi took out the reward props. A milky white dragon claw bone floats in the hand, cool as jade, surrounded by a faint golden light, bringing peace and tranquility. Name: True Dragon Claw. Rank: Golden Legend. Description: a true dragon's severed arm, severed by a sword. Even after tens of millions of years, the dragon bone remains uncorrupted and lingers with a tranquil and peaceful aura. If transplanted, it might awaken the power of a true dragon. It would be a shame not to make tiger skin chicken feet with this kind of meat. Gently stroking the milky white dragon bone, Jiang Yi chuckled and complained. This sword blade is really something, as it can cut off a real dragon's arm. Detected the ghost hand fusion material true dragon claw, should it be smelted? A reminder came from my ear. Jiang Yi's ghost hand gently stroked the dragon bone, his fingertips trembling slightly, ready to move. Little guy, so soon? Jiang Yi curled his lips and didn't delay and started smelting directly. Ghost hand plus true dragon claw equals? He couldn't help but feel curious. The ghost hand trembled, dark light surged, and it couldn't wait to wrap and swallow the milky white dragon bone. Hiss! Jiang Yi took a sip of the cold noodles, as if his fingertips were touching a cool spring. As he walked deeper and deeper, the refreshing feeling wrapped in the coldness came to his mind. It felt a little comfortable, but not as good as Silver Dragon Princess Kiss. The master is riding Hill, but he's obsessed with other dragon claws. How lame! Hill snorted coldly, the silver-white dragon head raised up angrily, and the purple wind and thunder roared. She is jealous. Smelting successful, the ghost hand has evolved into a walk demon. Name, AOMO. Rank, legendary. Description: incorporating the claws of a true dragon, this dragon bone, while not supreme, is still transcendent. The fighting spirit gleaned from the claws is insane, a fight to the death. Effect: grants the title AOMO, becoming a king after 100 battles and a venerable master after 10,000. Each kill grants 1 point of strength. 10,000 points of strength can be exchanged for the power of a true dragon, making you unrivaled in a life or death battle. Unleash dragon roar to intimidate the faint of heart. Transform your palm into a wandering dragon and dominate the starry sky. This power is so overbearing. He clenched his fist, and his right hand, which had returned to normal, had a dormant dragon in it, emitting terrifying power. If he meets the Blood Cherry clone again, he can crush it to death with one hand without any sneak attack. The ghost hand evolved into a fierce demon, and after countless battles, it became a king. The power it gained from killing was converted into the extraordinary power of a true dragon, making it invincible. Jiang Yi's lips curled up slightly. This hidden mission was not in vain, and the hard work was not in vain. The only thing left is this dragon coffin. As he was muttering softly, a black iron coffin with a carved dragon on it suddenly appeared. The size of a palm, with chains wrapped around it, a trapped dragon imprisoned in the sea, with no hope of a good end. This doesn't look like a coffin, it looks more like a strange music box. Playing with the black iron box in his palm, Jiang Yi couldn't help but complain. Name, 9 Dragon Coffin. Rank, Mission Item. Description: the dragon's return home will bring a generous reward. Use this coffin to place the wandering dragon souls of Dragon City in a safe place for salvation, and good things will surely happen. With the matching quest items, maybe you can encounter a wandering dragon soul while advancing the map. Jiang Yi made up his mind, put away the 9 dragons coffin, and prepared to sweep launching to complete the mission. The dragon souls in Dragon City have been unable to rest for thousands of years, which is pitiful. Since he has accepted the task, he can only perform the ritual to save the soul, or invite it into the Jiao Soul banner for a chat. Master, I'm hungry. While I was daydreaming, Hill gave me a faint reminder. Being ignored by her master for 2 minutes and 30 seconds, she felt as if she had been away for 1,000 years and was full of complaints. You weren't full just now? Jiang Yi patted the silver dragon horn in dissatisfaction and asked in confusion. Silver Dragon Ji licked it again and was not picky about food. This little greedy cat, how could she be hungry? It was obvious that she was not full. It's been 3 days, I'm going to be hungry. Hill snorted and protested aggrievedly. If she doesn't fill her stomach with dragon food, she will be bullied by her master again. It's been 3 days? Jiang Yi suddenly realized and said in surprise. Counting the time, he has been in the dungeon for 3 or 4 days. I don't know what the situation is like outside, I hope everything is fine in Linhai. Before entering the ancient city of Dragon Palace, it is better to feed the Silver Dragon Princess under you first. Riding a silver dragon is like riding a motorcycle. If you don't open the fuel tank, plug in the fuel line, and perform regular maintenance, the motorcycle will eventually stall. Similarly, charming pets also need nutrition. Take out the prepared dry food from the prop column, which is also prepared by Sister Xiangxiang herself. In addition to keeping it fresh, it also tastes better. Eat it. Jiang Yi touched the dragon's horn and fed the dragon lady, chuckling. My stomach is filled up by the master again. He ate with relish and enjoyed himself very much. The days when I am fed by my master are comfortable and happy. After feeding him well during the day, he should continue feeding him well at night. A moment later. Hill, let's go. Patting the dragon's horns and riding on the dragon's head, Jiang Yi laughed loudly. There were bursts of dragon roars, the imprisoned silver dragon coiled and rode the wind, with lightning and thunder. Wandering in the Xiaoshui palace, like the overlord of the sky, like a silver silk thread, flying and knocking open the ancient bronze door. Bang! The hidden dragon emerges from the sea and soars into the sky. They stood guard outside the palace gate for 3 days and 3 nights without closing their eyes. Is this the silver dragon? Sister Hill is out? What a powerful aura! That silver-haired woman has become even stronger. The figure above the colored lizard's head, is it the master? Great! Ari was so worried. I also want my head to be stepped on by my master. The school beauties looked up in shock and exclaimed in amazement. I'm sorry to have worried you. Jiang Yi flew down on the wind, waving at them to let them know he was safe. Sexy sheep, I've evolved. Hill also transformed into a cool dragon girl, floating beside her master, holding his hand affectionately, like a newlywed couple, showing off their inseparable love. It's a bargain for you, I won't be bad either. Gabriel snorted softly, with a hint of envy in her cherry eyes. This is bad. She can't beat the lizard, so she can only pretend to be asleep in the bed like a little maid. Brother, I was so worried. Chu Moli threw himself into his brother's arms, causing his ribs to ache slightly. After waiting for 3 days and 3 nights, she became extremely anxious and restless. Finally, I saw my brother and I couldn't stop crying. I knew you would be able to subdue the widow in the palace. Pei Qinghuan stared at Jiang Yi, his eyes slightly red, as if he had just cried. He spoke in a joking tone, trying to ease the tension in the atmosphere. But her padded heart ached slightly, and she always felt that her doll was quietly taken away by someone else. Looking at the girls who gathered around him, Jiang Yi felt touched. That. Sakurajima Yui lowered her head, poked her index finger, and interrupted at an inopportune time. Mission accomplished, so? Silver Dragon Princess is your fiancé? Chapter 102, Yandere Shura Field. The girls are shocked. Silver Dragon fiancé, how nice. Sakurajima Yui raised her head and whispered weakly. She swallowed quietly, her beautiful green eyes gleaming with envy. Princess Silver Dragon eats really well. She has won the approval of the widowed dragon girl and has entered into a marriage contract with her master. If it were her, she would have even thought about where her children would go to school and when to prepare for the martial arts college entrance examination. Fiancé? Doesn't that mean Sister Hill will become my sister-in-law? Lying in her brother's arms, Chumoli stopped crying, her eyes turned red, and her cherry lips were tightly pursed. Oh no! She's going to become a useless sister-in-law. Fiancé or something like that is too old-fashioned. Marriage is a serious matter, and it shouldn't be hastily concluded just because of a task. Pei Qinghuan frowned, took a deep breath, and said in a deep voice. She was almost biting her back teeth to pieces. She was already engaged, and her rival, whom she had a crush on but had not surpassed, was also engaged. How could she accept this? If only my fiancé was Shoya, I wouldn't feel so sad, and my nails wouldn't be so jealous that they pierced my palms, causing blood to flow profusely. Sexy lizard, let me be clear first, the master is the common property of the charming pet, and I am also a part of it. Gabriel panicked and argued. She also wanted to drink the soup and eat the meat instead of just watching and crying. No! Hill curled his lips without hesitation, breathing out breaths to protect his food, and kept his master by his side. She hasn't eaten enough yet, so how could he be willing to give her porridge or soup? The master is like the sea, he has to squeeze in to get full. How can he allow others to sleep soundly on his bed? The girls looked at each other, and the atmosphere suddenly became solemn. The Shura field slowly unfolded around Jiang Yi. They are always in turmoil because of what they cannot get. The greed in their hearts is controlled by desires and they are fearless. The engagement, it's just a gimmick. Dragon Girl Aoing wanted to avenge her blood feud, but she was too weak to do so, so she could only resort to the inferior strategy of recruiting a husband. Seeing that the atmosphere was becoming increasingly tense, Zhang Yi explained helplessly. The widowed dragon girl is looking for a husband for revenge. What does Guanyin Longji have to do with it? A gimmick. So, this engagement is actually fake? Shu Moli grasped the key point, her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, and she chuckled softly. She doesn't want to be a loser sister-in-law. It seems that this dragon girl is also a pitiful person. Pei Qinghuan wiped away non-existent tears and said sympathetically. But she felt relieved in her heart. Fortunately, it was just a gimmick. She had not lost yet. There was still hope. Ha! It's a gimmick. Sakurajima Yui lowered her head and sighed in disappointment. She had just taken over the place of her sleeping wife, unaware that the master beside her was being ordered around by her female boss. It turns out that it was all imagination. This gimmick, just like the Big Thunder, will attract attention and make people itch. No. Hill responded, pursed his lips and snorted in dissatisfaction. After absorbing the true dragon soul, she had already promised the dragon girl Aoing, so how could she go back on her word? She must fulfill the task of revenge and marriage for the old woman who cannot get married. Let's not talk about the engagement yet, and don't be angry, pervert. Look, the master likes you the most. I'm not angry even if he's partial. The most urgent thing is to complete the mission first. You also want to finish the dungeon as soon as possible and play in the water with the master on the beach, right? As a personal maid, Gabriel noticed her master's difficulties and spoke to comfort her. The stressed and unhappy Silver Dragon Princess finally calmed down, bit her lip, and kept silent. With the fallen angels coming to their rescue, the girls didn't say anything more and put the matter of the engagement aside for the time being. They planned to collect the interest privately. After a short rest, Zhang Yi and the girls prepared to set off for the end of the dungeon, the ancient city of Dragon Palace. These days, he has been wandering around the ancient city, lost in the secret room of Xiaoshui Palace, and has never seen the true face of Dragon City. The hidden mission has entered its second phase. We need to clear out the monsters in Dragon City. We have a lot of work to do. Zhang Yi suppressed the urge to level up and analyze the information about the mission. But, where is this Dragon City? Without the map, it will take at least 3 to 5 days to get out of this secret maze. Shu Moli propped up her delicate head and said with a frown. I have a map. Sakurajima Yui raised her little hand and interrupted weakly. In addition to the guidance from Xiaoshui Palace, she also has a map leading to Dragon City. If she had not been hit by the poison arrow of the thief, she would have lost consciousness and panicked, fainting in the secret room. Well done. Zhang Yi stretched out his hand and asked for the map, not forgetting to praise it. No way. Sakurajima Yui turned her head away, her pretty face blushing. She took out an old map from her bag and handed it to Zhang Yi, rubbing her fingertips against his palm imperceptibly. The secret feeling was satisfied, and her legs involuntarily came together. Xiaoshui Palace is underground in Dragon City. We are here. Pointing at the map, Zhang Yi frowned, not noticing the green-haired girl's little thoughts. The situation is not good. There are many natural disaster bosses marked on this map. It's very difficult to deal with. Do you want to avoid the sharp edge for a while and take this small road? Shu Moli frowned slightly, pointed to a secluded path, and suggested with some concern. There are so many bosses, this Dragon City is too dangerous. With Xiaoya here, there's no need to worry about natural disasters. Pei Qinghuan shook his head and laughed. Her Xiaoya is a natural disaster, okay? With that terrifying strength, she wants to be the boss for once and experience the pain of being pinned to the ground and beaten. Haven't you experienced enough of the master's sense of security? Curled up in Zhang Yi's arms, he yawned and glanced at him faintly. After evolving and transforming into the Sea of Karma prisoner dragon, she can enter the ranks of the extraordinary, with attribute values breaking through the threshold of tens of thousands, and can simply and brutally crush low-level copies. As long as her master rides her, where is her home? There is no need to fear natural disasters. 2. Shu Moli smiled bitterly and shook her head. She was short-sighted and scared herself. With Sister Hill evolving and her brother becoming stronger, why should she worry? Xiaoya's sense of security. Pei Qinghuan was lost in thought and licked his lips. Her pretty face flushed, and her Xiaoya did feel very safe at night. Since there's no objection, then let's start from here and head straight to the Dragon Palace. Zhang Yi pointed to the top of his head and said with a smile. Ah. But isn't that a dead end? Shu Moli was stunned. He looked up and saw an indestructible dome. Could there be a hidden path? It was so secretive, yet my brother noticed it. With admiration in his eyes, Shu Moli said no more and felt longing in his heart. Xiao Yi, are you going to break through this crystal that's harder than iron? Pei Qinghuan asked in disbelief, as if he had thought of something. Above my head, the dim light covered the texture of the crystal. Even if she tried her best, she could only penetrate a few meters before she was sweating profusely and exhausted. But Jiang Yi actually wanted to penetrate this crystal. Are you crazy? This place is thousands of meters deep from the Dragon Palace. Jiang Yi's lips curled up slightly, and his devilish hand was ready to move. Why not? Chapter 103, he said dragon tears can enhance male virility, and the girls went crazy for them. The dome's dark yellow bricks and stones shattered, revealing pale blue crystals, bright and solid. Name, Dragon Tear Crystal. Rank, Blue Elite. Description, a marvelous crystal containing dragon tears. A lick of it tastes salty, like a beautiful girl's black silk feet, truly amazing. No matter how delicious the dragon tear crystals are, don't drink too much, and don't touch them, or you might break your teeth. These feet, the tear crystals, are harder than iron. Function, forge crystal weapons, mage equipment, defense sets. The price is high, just like a beautiful girl's black silk jade feet, it's hard to come by. Jiang Yi raised his head and looked for the weak point of the crystal. He was not joking. Instead of taking a roundabout way, it was better to be simple and rough and use force to defeat the opponent's cleverness. What should I do if the Mirage Sea Dragon Palace is too far away and the maze is too complicated? It's very simple, I just dig it out. Is it really that easy to dig? This dragon crystal looks brittle and will break if poked. I think we can easily penetrate 10 meters. Maybe later, I can help my brother find the way in a simple and easy way. Shu Moli didn't believe it. She raised her snow-white neck slightly, and stared at the azure crystal with her beautiful eyes. She didn't believe it and wanted to see how hard the dragon tear crystal was. After saying that, the soft white little hand pinched a 2-meter-high clear water spear, squinted one eye, and swung the hand whoosh. The water spear was like a dragon, drawing a silver arc and splashing out. Bang! Thunder roared, bricks and stones flew, and rain fell like a waterfall, so cool and refreshing. Under the shade of the wall lamp, the colorful rainbow light appears and disappears. When the smoke cleared, the ruins were in a mess, and the emerging azure crystal was missing 2 centimeters from the corner. 2.5 centimeters? This dragon tear crystal is surprisingly so hard. Shu Moli took a deep breath, her beautiful eyes narrowed, filled with shock. Her water spear can bind, strangle, and pierce. Even when facing a nightmare boss, it can still cause considerable damage. Professionals of the same level, if hit by a water spear, can only wait for death in despair. But when it hit the dragon's tear crystal, so much water flowed, but it was so shallow. Even with all my strength, it can only sink 2.5 centimeters. Her pretty face flushed and became a little red. As soon as she made the boast, she was slapped in the face by reality. 2.5 cents, that's pretty good. Jiang Yi made an okay gesture and comforted her softly. After all, my sister is just a melee mage, mainly specializing in binding and entanglement. She has great endurance, but her burst and lethality are slightly inferior. Being able to penetrate the dragon tear crystal is already so terrifying. When it comes to comforting people, Xiaoya really makes people cry. Seeing his sister-in-law about to cry, Pei Qinghuan smiled bitterly and felt a little distressed. She drew out her sword, looked up at the sky, her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, and slashed out with her strongest sword. The blazing wind is scorching, and the blade's edge is like a rainbow. Laugh. The sword energy died down and stopped at 3 centimeters. The azure dragon tear crystals were burned red, like a drunk female ghost, mocking the uselessness of the small fry big brother. But Pei Qinghuan was not annoyed. She was a scheming elder sister. In order to get closer to her sister-in-law, she secretly hid her strength. Emoli is already very good, and I only went 3 centimeters deep. Wiping away the tears from the corners of her eyes, Pei Qinghuan narrowed his eyes and comforted her softly. Woo woo woo, Sister Qinghuan is the best. Shu Moli lay in her good sister's arms, her eyes blurred with tears. As I cried, I felt a lot better. Although Sister Qinghuan is the best, no one can replace her love for her brother. What a majestic sword. In terms of momentum alone, it's no less powerful than Sister Xiaowu's. There really is a hidden dragon and crouching tiger in the master's bed. Sakurajima Yui breathed lightly at the lens, but she was shocked in her heart. Her half-sister Mai Miyamoto is the descendant of Sakurajima's swordsman, and her kendo attainments have reached the pinnacle. But the female sword fairy in white clothes beside him was no less powerful, and even better than her. After putting on the glasses, her beautiful green eyes were dormant with a hint of joy. She didn't expect that she would meet so many geniuses in one outing. It turned out that she was lucky. She was not as good-looking as Sister Xiaowu said. Is this still the cold and aloof female swordsman? Why is she caring about others? Somewhat amazed at the gentleness displayed by the female swordsman, Zhang Yi murmured in his heart that the white silk was not undone. Since he couldn't figure it out, he simply stopped thinking about it. It was almost time to set off. This dragon tear crystal is full of treasures. It can be used as medicine to treat impotence and can be smelted to make fashion. It sells for a high price. Follow me later. You will pick up as many dragon tear crystals as I get. Clear? He gave the order and looked around, but saw that they were absent-minded, their pretty faces flushed, and looked a little strange. Is this exciting? Although dragon's tear crystals are expensive, picking a basketful of them can be exchanged for an apartment. But it's not so embarrassing as to become a bubble teapot, right? It's just a wave of getting rich quickly, so what? Brother, tell me more about aphrodisiacs. Shu Moli licked his lips, his eyes lit up, he clenched his fists and asked hurriedly. If what her brother said is true, she must pick this dragon tear crystal. To prevent any problems, if her brother is unable to help in the future, she will have medicine to help him. The dragon is the most supreme in Yang. A tiny tear crystal, if it has anything to do with the dragon, is definitely not an ordinary thing. Pei Qinghuan smiled pretending to be calm, but her hands, which were pinching the hem of her skirt, were soaked with sweat, and she was suppressing the joy in her heart. From now on, Xiaoya no longer had a reason or excuse to not work the night shift. Well, can it really be cured? I want to try it. Biting her fingers, Sakurajima Yui asked dizzily. She held on to the wall, squeezed her legs together, and could hardly walk. Going to get rich. Thanks to her master's efforts, she was finally able to earn her first pot of gold. Sexy lizard, cry quickly, I will collect some of your tears and use them for my own benefit later. Gabriel tickled Silver Dragon Princess, trying to make her cry so that she could collect ready-made dragon tears. Ha ha. He'll laughed so hard that he fell backwards, his body shaking, his face flushed red, but he couldn't squeeze out a tear. This useless colored lizard failed at the critical moment. You are hopeless. Zhang Yi's face darkened and he frowned in disgust. Girls are too unreliable and will start to have wild thoughts. Shaking his head, Zhang Yi turned around and clenched his fists under their expectant gaze. It's hard, the fist is hard. Can you really break through the dragon tear crystal, brother? Good sister, your brother is very capable. We can just wait and win and collect the tear crystals. Is the master in a daze? Holy crap, he got into the dragon tear crystal and punched a hole through it? The girls looked at each other and gasped. The azure tear crystal fragments were scattered, and they suddenly realized it, their pretty faces flushed, and they rushed to pick them up. The power of the demon penetrated 250 meters. Probably 10,000 times more powerful than my sister. Shuttled through the crystal cave, Zhang Yi punched like a dragon, as if strolling in the garden. Looking back and leaning over, there is empty darkness, scattered with blue rain. The graceful figures of the young girls were intertwined, picking up the aphrodisiac dragon tear crystals, and scrambling for them. Chapter 104, Founding a Guild. Sweeping the Abyss Dragon Tomb. The azure crystals rustled. I can't pick it up anymore, I really can't pick it up anymore. Shu Moli was leaning against the crystal wall of the mine. Her beautiful figure was in the dim light, sweating profusely and gasping for breath. Her pockets were stuffed full, and even if she didn't sell it, she could keep it for future use. 1,145 yuan, that's a lot. If you eat it sparingly, it's more than enough for a year. Holding the dragon tear crystals in her arms, Pei Qinghuan licked her lips, her pretty face flushed quietly reflected. She has no shortage of money or equipment, so she must make full use of the dragon's tear crystal allocated to her. Salty, ugh. Sakurajima Yui held onto the wall of the pit, and licked a mouthful of the crystal in disbelief. She stuck out her tongue in bitterness and felt extremely regretful. She is really a greedy little cat who can't control her mouth. They are too slow. He'll lay on his side on the ground, staring at the endless pit, and said listlessly. Take advantage of the moonlight and bathe in the cool water. The lustful sheep was guarding beside her, so she couldn't do anything sneaky, and her brows were gradually furrowed with resentment. Master, we have collected approximately 10,000 dragon tier crystals, which is equivalent to nearly 250 million great xia coins. The silver dragon princess defends against external attacks, while the fallen angel maintains domestic stability, helping her master with household affairs and fulfilling her maid's duties meticulously. A piece of dragon's tier crystal, no bigger than a Coke can, is worth over $10,000, and the demand is still far exceeding supply. Playing with the azure dragon tier crystals, Jiang Yi was filled with emotion. The inheritance left by his parents was not fully unfrozen until he and his sister graduated from college. Looking back to a week ago, he was still saving money to pick up Silver Dragon Princess at a flea market in the spirit world. Nowadays, the mining boom has made billions of dollars, leading to direct financial freedom. Being an ordinary person may not have to worry about food and clothing, but for top professionals, hundreds of millions of dollars are just the foundation for their climb to the top. In the Jiangcheng Xuanha dungeon, all the equipment dropped was given to Sister Xiangxiang to exchange for gold coins. With so many elite weapons, it should be worth millions. The green-haired girl with glasses still owes me 10 million, and several sets of epic equipment. Combined with the dragon tier crystals I luckily dug up this time, this huge sum of money is enough to establish a guild and inject capital. With a gleam of light in his eyes, Jiang Yi let go of the tier crystals and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. The guild is a money-spending den, responsible for developing the Abyss dungeon and its daily maintenance, all of which cost money. Jiang Yi didn't care. What he was interested in was the guild's unique copy development rights. After the novice period, it becomes increasingly difficult to increase your level. All dungeons above nightmare level are run by large guilds. If you don't join a guild, you are not even qualified to enter the dungeon. It just so happened that he had great needs and needed to keep going down to level up. Instead of being controlled by others, it is better to do it yourself and have enough food and clothing. Jiang Yi hated the feeling of being out of control, so he thought about establishing a guild and working for himself. The guild's affairs are not urgent yet, we need to consider them in the long run. With a blueprint in mind, Jiang Yi suppressed the urge to squander and leaned over to look into the cave. The girls were sweating profusely, waving their climbing picks and crawling with difficulty. "Whoa, Sister Qinghuan, please back off a bit, my butt is out of strength." Chu Moli lay at the edge of the mine, gasping for breath. "You can't do it after just a moment, you are such a loser." Pei Qinghuan cursed with a smile, then carried her out of the mine. "Ha!" Pei Qinghuan exclaimed in surprise, a touch of coolness penetrated into his heart, wiping away the wet boredom and leaving him feeling moist. "I'm back in the water again. Luckily I have Sister Xiangxiang's water repellent sachet." Lying on the back of the female sword fairy, Chu Moli paddled in the water like a lazy turtle. Oh, help! I can't swim." As soon as Sakurajima Yui came out of the cave, she was washed to the ground by the water pressure. She was so anxious that her body was shaking and her hands and feet were dancing wildly. She was about to drown and suffocate. "This idiot, is she really our senior?" Pei Qinghuan and Chu Moli looked at each other and rubbed their foreheads helplessly. As expected of a college student, she has a unique clarity and stupidity. "Here, equip it quickly." Jiang Yi took the sachet and stuffed it into the arms of the green-haired girl with glasses. The water waves were surprisingly gentle. "Ha!" Sakurajima Yui suddenly floated in the water, gasping for breath, in shock and confusion. "Is she dead? She can actually breathe in water. What are you standing there for? I won't charge you for this sachet." Jiang Yi flicked his finger on the snowy forehead and said with a helpless smile. "This college sister is so lame, she can easily bully others." "Thanks." Falling into Jiang Yi's arms, her legs felt weak, her head felt dizzy, and she was extremely grateful. "I was saved by my master again, and I can never repay his kindness. Rest for a while, and then we'll set off in a moment." Holding the green-haired girl with glasses, he leaned against the seagrass. Jiang Yi took the map and analyzed it attentively. Hill and Pei Qinghuan took the initiative to be on guard around to prevent the ignorant monsters from getting into trouble. Gabriel fulfilled her duties as a maid, silently waiting by her master's side. "Brother, we are already in Dragon City here on the map, and we are still a long way from the Deep Dragon Palace. If we want to complete the hidden mission, killing is essential, but there are too many bosses around here, big and small." The map was covered with densely packed red skulls, and Chu Moli's scalp went numb with fear. She was too tired to walk and had no strength to fight anymore. "It's a little." Jiang Yi frowned secretly and shook his head in dissatisfaction. After counting with his fingers, there were only 20 skeletons, which was not enough to whet his appetite. Boss. Do you think the boss isn't enough to fight? Sakurajima Yui raised her hand weakly. Although she was an intelligent older sister, she was always weak and confused, causing people to bully her. Boss, do I look that old? Jiang Yi curled his lips, a little surprised by the way the girl with glasses addressed him, but he didn't say much, just complained subconsciously. Not old at all, but very old. Sakurajima Yui murmured softly, her pretty face flushed, and she felt very secretly. What are you mumbling about? I mean, I know a dangerous place. It's the territory of the Scourge boss. There are over 100 bosses of all sizes. Sakurajima Yui swallowed, her pretty face pale, and said with lingering fear. She made a strategy before entering the dungeon. There are 3 things you cannot go to in the Dragon Palace of Mirage Sea. She won't go to the Dragon Palace because she is a coward. The deeper she goes into the Imperial City, the more rampant demons there are. Even if she has 100 lives, it will not be enough. Well, why doesn't T wanna go? Because she is lazy. It's so far, she won't go. The third one is the forbidden place. She won't go to the dragon tomb because she is afraid of ghosts and even more afraid of peeing her skirt. You mean, here? Pointing at the dragon skeleton on the map, Jiang Yi frowned and asked patiently. That's it. The abyssal dragon tomb. The dragon souls inside are endless and can never be killed. It's too dangerous, let's just develop slowly. Sakurajima Yui poked her index finger and whispered weakly. Can't kill them all? Is there such a good thing? Jiang Yi's eyes lit up and he clapped his hands in admiration. He must clear up this abyss dragon tomb. Chapter 105, Forbidden Magic Territory. The power of the silver dragon, a powerful crush. Time to change into my skirt. With tears in her eyes, Yui Sakurajima wrinkled her deep V neckline and sighed silently. Fortunately, she brought a lot of clothes with her, so if she met a ghost, she could hide behind her owner. You're so timid, and you still call yourself a witch? Jiang Yi tapped the forehead of the girl with glasses and said angrily that she didn't fight back. How can a shrine maiden be afraid of ghosts? Sakurajima Yui is so confused and cute. I'm a dancer, okay? A dancer who sings and dances. She lowered her head, pointed her index finger at others, and argued in a self-deprecating manner, tears welling up in her eyes, crying. Why are you crying? Girls who cry all the time will get bullied in the future. Jiang Yi had a headache, frowned, and lectured with dissatisfaction. Big sister, if you don't want to be bullied, just stand up straight. But I'm so scared. Sakurajima Yui lowered her head, unable to muster the courage to resist. Senior sister, what are you afraid of? If someone makes you uncomfortable, then make them uncomfortable. Nuns have tempers too. Chu Moli handed over a tissue and comforted him softly. Uncomfortable. Sakurajima Yui raised her head and met Jiang Yi's encouraging face, her heart trembling. Bullied since childhood, she has almost no friends except her sister. It turns out that the feeling of being cared for by friends can make your heart beat faster. The first time I shed tears, it was not because of grievance, but because of the emotions that I couldn't suppress in my heart. She understood. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Waving her little fists, Sakurajima Yui glared fiercely and shouted angrily in a fierce voice. Good. Just like that, keep it up. You are the temple sister, the nemesis of ghosts. Come on, don't lose face. Jiang Yi continued to fool around with a smile of approval. Until he tricked her to the point that she almost became lame, and he was so fierce that it was scary. It turns out that what they say is true, even a rabbit bites when it is angry, and the temple sister is also very scary when she gets angry. Tooth for a tooth, tooth for a tooth, ah. Sakurajima Yui stood up quietly and followed behind Jiang Yi, her head lowered and her face flushed as she stammered. If her master bullies her, she can only bite back. After all, as a milky white rabbit, it's normal for it to bite people when it gets angry. After taking a short rest and regrouping, and waiting for the school beauties to recover their strength, Jiang Yi raised his head and looked into the distance. The evil swamp, the sea of silk stockings, the forest of corpses. A rotten, dark swamp, a kelp forest with swaying silk stockings, and a forbidden land full of white bones. Only by passing through here can you reach Longling, which is immersed in the abyss. I hope it's not too boring. Jiang Yi retracted his gaze, grabbed with his big hand, and set off in an instant. Target, the Abyss Dragon Tomb. Boss, this way. Sakurajima Yui made a strategy. She knew the approximate location and direction on the map, and led Jiang Yi to float and shuttle in the water. Boss, be careful, meow. The foul fumes from this swamp can cause blindness, diarrhea, and even vomiting blood. The stinking frogs dormant in the swamp spray a powerful poison that reduces resistance and can easily corrode human bones. Be careful in the deep swamps. There lurks a poisonous dragon with the power of a natural disaster. You must not offend it. Looking at the rotten dragon head that Hill's gun was pointing at, Sakurajima Yui was so scared that she wrapped herself around Jiang Yi's waist, buried her head deep in her arms, and murmured tremblingly. The Scourge boss, like a dog on the side of the road, just died? Oh my god. She hugged my thigh and hit my aorta. With the influx of massive experience, the long-lost bottleneck membrane has loosened, and the upgrade is just around the corner. It's really embarrassing to say that she was level 30, but was carried away by a level 21 player, and she was even more powerful than Tiangang. Master. This is the lizard dragon from the abyss, not the dragon of Dasha. So weak. This poisonous dragon died before I even started breathing. How boring. Hill yawned and looked listless. After evolving, she had never met an opponent, and apart from her master, she had no interest in fighting. Spray Sister Xianshan's anti-poison perfume and go. Jiang Yi took out a bottle of crimson perfume and sprayed it all over the girls. Amazing. It purifies poison gas and makes me immune to all poisonous water. Isn't this too powerful? Sakurajima Yui looked at Jiang Yi with admiration and swallowed subconsciously. Follow Sister Xiao Wu and you may go hungry for 9 meals in 3 days. Follow the boss and you don't have to worry about leveling up. She has become the boss's little fangirl. Sister Xianshan's charger is truly versatile. Plug and play, very comfortable. Pei Qinghuan wore a mask and marveled at the omnipotence of her best friend. Even though she was immune to the poison gas, she still felt uncomfortable. She felt better only after putting on a white mask. Be careful of the venom of the stink frogs. These little creatures hide in the poisonous water quietly and are hard to guard against. Pei Qinghuan frowned, not daring to be careless, and hurriedly reminded. She wanted to be poisoned by the corrosive toxins, then hide in Xiaoye's arms in tattered clothes to recuperate. Don't worry. These stinky frogs won't amount to anything. Jiang Yi's shaking head was ineffective, so he directly expanded his domain and used his talent Forbidden Magic. The azure airwaves rushed over, enveloping them but still not stopping, spreading over hundreds of square meters. Jiang Yi is capable of covering the poisonous swamp in all directions, but there is no need. The expansion of the Forbidden Magic area is a bit slow, and he does not have so much time to waste. It's enough. Under the domain, no matter how powerful the stinking frog is at spraying, the venom will get stuck in its throat and can't be ejected at all. Silence and ban, what are you still trying to do? Hey, those stinky frogs really stopped spraying. Upon hearing this, Shumoli pointed to the stinky frog in the distance that was pinching its throat, gasping for breath, and being poisoned to death by the venom in its throat, and said in shock. Could this be a banned skill? Pei Qinghuan muttered to herself, her pretty face cold and cold, shocked. Time stopped plus magic banned, how can she live in the future? The boss is so powerful, no wonder he's so fearless. Sakurajima Yui breathed a sigh of relief. Following Jiang Yi, she became much bolder. She had never formed a team before, but for the first time she felt the joy of winning without any effort. These thighs are so comfortable. Set off. Jiang Yi smiled noncommittally and moved forward quickly with the girls, finishing off the enemies along the way. The filthy swamp filled with foul water and mud could swallow people and drown them if they were not careful, but Jiang Yi and the others walked on it as if it were flat ground. Fuck, so fast. What just flew past my eyes? Are you crazy? Walking so fast, aren't you afraid of getting stuck in the swamp and drowning? Hey! Why aren't the stinky frogs blasting them? Are they losing their voices? Damn it, bastards! These stinky frogs only blast the weak, don't they? The professionals along the way were in groups of 3 or 5, all dressed in rags and smelling terrible. They stared blankly at Jiang Yi and his group flying by smoothly, stunned by their beauty. Are they the number 1 ranked team? Yes, that's right, only that adult can explain it. The Wuji team, affiliated with the Sanluo Guild and the best team in Linhai, has only shown the tip of the iceberg. We are far behind them. They were stunned and marveled at the difference that day. Chapter 106, The Female Swordsman is Poisoned, and the Yandere Fiancé? The number 1 guild in Linhai is none other than Sanluo Abyss. The number 1 ranked, Wuji, team was founded and supported by President Chen Rui. This elite team of more than 1,000 people has tens of thousands of dungeon clearance experiences and strong strength, and has absolute dominance over the dungeon. Basically, once the Wuji team appears, danger is no longer a danger. Jiang Ye's back disappeared in just a breath. Passers-by trapped in the swamp were dumbfounded and amazed. As expected of the Wuji team, they can walk through the swamp as if it were flat ground. This is too strong. Unfortunately, they made a mistake. 2.5 kilometers away, we flew across the evil swamp and into the seagrass. The green seaweed is towering and spreads out, covering the sky and the moon. What Wuji? It's clearly not allowed to have premature love. Jiang Yi curled his lips and corrected himself. Sooner or later he will make his team famous. Why are they walking so slowly? Do they like bathing in septic tanks? Chumoli stretched lazily comfortably, her light blue gauze dress lifted up, revealing her soft white belly and slender waist. She turned around and looked back, gazing at the poisonous swamp from which she had come, revealing the smirk that was unique to small-time female ghosts. It feels so good to be led by my brother. It's not that they are slow, but that Xiaoye is fast. To be able to walk on the evil swamp as if it were flat ground, even an S-rank poison class practitioner can't do it. Pei Qinghuan's pretty face was cold and she explained as if she was used to it. After being frightened so many times, she has become numb to Jiang Yi. But the stronger Xiaoye gets, the more sense of accomplishment I'll have when I surpass him, right? Turning her head away, her pretty face gradually turned red. Pei Qinghuan bit her lip and muttered to herself. In order to achieve revenge and avenge her previous shame, she had no choice but to resort to any means and return to her old ways. Are you okay? Why are you so red? Jiang Yi looked at the female sword fairy with a flushed face and asked quietly. She wouldn't want to attack at night again, would she? No. Just a slight poisoning, that's all. Pei Qinghuan suddenly realized it, turned his head away guiltily, lifted his black hair to his ear, and made a skillful excuse. Very suspicious. This sword master must be going crazy in the middle of the night. Your face is as red as a bubble teapot, and you still say you're fine? Jiang Yi frowned and asked with feigned concern. Where are you poisoned? Do you want me to blow it out for you? With his evil intentions growing stronger, he admired the female swordsman's blushing embarrassment with a smile, and then teased her. It's really okay. Pei Qinghuan waved her hands in panic, her pretty face flushed with embarrassment. If it really blows, then there will be trouble. Sister Qinghuan, where do you feel uncomfortable? Can I let my brother check you out? Hearing the noise beside him, Chumoli turned around and frowned worriedly. Her good sister was very kind to her, so was there still any risk of rescuing her? It's really okay. Pei Qinghuan had tears in her eyes and was so anxious that she was about to cry. If Jiang Yi really checked her closely, he would definitely find out that she was faking illness, right? Wait. Let Xiaoye investigate. It wouldn't be a loss if he was discovered, right? Tears welled up in her eyes, and she was startled. She bit her lip timidly and said in a trembling voice. Be gentle. She chose to take the risk. Don't move, I'll check. Jiang Yi frowned, pulled the female sword fairy, and went into the seaweed forest, where they could not be seen from the outside. Woo! Lying against the cool seaweed, Pei Qinghuan closed his eyes resignedly and let out a wail of shame. It's over, my disguise is about to be discovered. She is dishonest and mean, will Xiaoye hate her? I'm clearly scared to death, but why do I feel a faint anticipation in my heart? While I was daydreaming, Jiang Yi was already right in front of me. Where do you feel uncomfortable? He asked patiently, looking at the pretty face of the female swordsman that was about to cry, feeling guilty and blasphemous. Nose. Thank you for your help. Pei Qinghuan closed his eyes and whispered in a trembling voice. Her delicate body was trembling slightly, and her little hands, which had nowhere to put, were tightly pinching the hem of her skirt. The wrinkles on her skirt looked like blooming flowers. If you inhale too much poison gas, your nose will probably feel uncomfortable, right? Does it still hurt? Lightly poking the delicate nose bridge of the cold female swordsman, Jiang Yi frowned and asked seriously. If I didn't know the female sword fairy's background, I would have been fooled by her superb acting skills. The pitiful face that is about to cry hides the joy of anticipation. Stomach, here. Lifting up a corner of the white gauze dress, the soft white vest line emerged. It would be a pity if this willow waist is not used as a cotton ball. What else? Jiang Yi poked his lower abdomen as if he was poking a piece of tofu. And, here. Pei Qinghuan turned his head away, his pupils reflected red hearts, and his face was crimson. Her little hands rolled up the gauze dress in an orderly manner, and the orange-yellow bra was exquisite and stylish. Fairy, you still have an engagement, right? After looking at him politely for a moment, Jiang Yi withdrew his gaze and reminded him softly. He did not forget that the female sword fairy was still tied up in an engagement. He won't know. Her beautiful eyes dimmed, her delicate body trembled slightly. Pei Qinghuan's face was disgusted. She bit her lip and replied in annoyance. The little hands tightly grasping the gauze dress did not loosen, and the orange-yellow corset trembled slightly. That marriage contract is ruined. I'm sorry, the poison is too deep for me to find out. Jiang Yi sighed and turned around helplessly. This seaweed is really green. I told you, he won't know. With red eyes, Pei Qinghuan grabbed Jiang Yi's hand, trying to keep him. How can you stop halfway through your research? The poison she was infected with hasn't worn off yet. What does it have to do with me whether he knows or not? Jiang Yi slapped Wen Liang's little hand away and asked with a smile. Do you dislike me? Her face was gloomy and her eyes were red from crying. It was just an engagement. She had never even been in a relationship. Apart from Jiang Yi, she had never even held hands with a man of the opposite sex. A few nights ago. Jiang Yi hesitated and mentioned it. The atmosphere froze in an instant. Pei Qinghuan's face turned pale, he bit his lip and asked tentatively. You know everything? She was so careful and left no trace, so how was she discovered? Jiang Yi smiled and nodded. Pei Qinghuan was silent, took a deep breath, and her pretty face flushed. When did you find out? Always. How does it taste? Not bad. Want one? No, I didn't know you were engaged. Now, you know. Pei Qinghuan's sickly pretty face showed a little madness. She put her jade hands around Jiang Yi's neck and took advantage of his distraction to savor the moment. Crazy. This evil woman. Jiang Yi was stunned. He pushed Pei Qinghuan away, licked the blood from the corner of his mouth, and frowned secretly. The bad woman licked her red lips and stared at him, no longer concealing the aggression in her eyes. Has the poison been resolved? After a long time, Jiang Yi took a step back helplessly and asked patiently. Not yet. Pei Qinghuan shook his head, walked forward lightly, and smiled faintly. The poison she was poisoned with is not so easy to recover from. Needed more and more antidotes. Don't look at me, I don't have the antidote. Jiang Yi frowned and replied cautiously. Bad woman, you're not going to attack me again, are you? Isn't there still a wet nurse who lives a good life? Seeing that Jiang Yi was a little nervous, Pei Qinghuan's pretty face turned sickly, then she smiled and reminded him softly. Nanny, come here and give me some milk. Chapter 107, Black and White Fishnet Stockings. Girl, who told you to repay your kindness like this? Jiang Yi felt as if he had been pardoned. He pushed aside the soft seaweed, waved to the green-haired girl with glasses, and called out hurriedly. This Yandere is so annoying. Here I come, here I come. Sakurajima Yui walked up to Jiang Yi obediently. After listening to his brief account of his illness, she put away her smile and looked solemn. The situation is so serious, can't the antidote that the boss has prepared be used to treat the poison? Sakurajima Yui frowned and pushed the grass in worriedly. As a wet nurse, she is under a lot of pressure. As soon as I entered, I saw Pei Qinghuan sitting on the ground, his back leaning against the soft seaweed, biting his fingertips, struggling to hold on with messy hair. Ah! Sakurajima Yui gripped her staff tightly and couldn't help but exclaimed. The poison has already entered his brain, and he's lost consciousness. She frowned in worry and quickly cast a large healing spell, instantly clearing half of her mana. A soft white light floated out from the indigo gem on the top of the staff, enveloping the unconscious female swordsman. Pei Qinghuan groaned, as if he was splashed with a basin of cold water. His desire gradually disappeared, leaving only the sudden suppression. What are you doing? She bit her lip and said angrily. Save you. Sakurajima Yui was holding the staff, was startled, looked confused, and replied weakly. Thank you. Pei Qinghuan's expression eased slightly, with a hint of apology. In any case, she shouldn't lose her temper. That state just now wasn't just poisoning, right? Do you need me to cover for you? Sakurajima Yui noticed something unusual and asked tentatively. She silently hugged her staff tightly, feeling a little jealous. What poisoning? It's just a code word for cheating. Boss, I didn't expect that you, with your thick eyebrows and big eyes, would also betray Silver Dragon Princess. The long sword pinned to her willow waist was unsheathed, gleaming coldly in the water waves. Pei Qinghuan narrowed his eyes and asked kindly. Sakurajima-senpai. You'll keep this a secret for me, right? Sakurajima Yui shivered and nodded silently. If she doesn't keep it a secret, will she sink to the bottom of the water and become a corpse? Sakurajima-senpai, that's right. Pei Qinghuan tilted his head and chuckled, returning to his cold and aloof look. Woo woo woo. So I'm also part of your play. Sakurajima Yui lowered her head and pursed her lips in grievance. She is not a small umbrella, so she is not a buffer zone. Resist, she wants to resist. Senior, what's wrong? Pei Qinghuan frowned and asked with concern. Nah. I bit my tongue, I'm fine. Sakurajima Yui bit her lip and forced a smile. Be careful, your tongue has many other uses besides just tasting. With a meaningful smile, Pei Qinghuan walked away lightly. Well, I'm saved. Sakurajima Yui breathed a sigh of relief, covered Rubai's trembling heart, and said with a sense of relief. She has it so hard. Natural disaster, kelp forest. The seaweed swayed in disorder, blocking the light. Darkness abounded, and danger lurked quietly. Oh. I'm saved. Thanks to Xiaoye and Sakurajima-senpai for their help. Pei Qinghuan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and sighed with relief. Well, Qinghuan, you just got rid of the poison, you need to rest well. Sakurajima Yui forced a smile and nodded while chuckling. That's good. I was worried to death. Shumoli covered his calm heart, his brows relaxed, and he breathed a sigh of relief. She was very worried about her good sister's illness. She has the scent of her master. Hill's silver eyes narrowed slightly, and his tail swayed like a radar, scanning to detect any stealing. The unruly wife-to-be is really making her fiancé suffer. The top of his head is even greener than the hair of the girl with glasses. Gabriel bit her lip and snorted unwillingly. Damn master, are married women really that good? How's your recovery going? Zhang Yi looked at the female swordsman who was holding the seaweed with a smile and asked with pretended concern. My legs are a little weak, I can hardly walk anymore, how about? Will you carry me? After being exposed, Pei Qinghuan no longer had any worries and tried with a faint smile. She wasn't lying. Her beautiful white silk legs were really soft and trembling slightly. In order not to slow down the progress, he could only reluctantly let Xiaoye support him. If you can't walk, then crawl. Zhang Yi snorted and refused without hesitation. Behind him, the Silver Dragon Princess, the fallen angel, the girl with glasses, the flat-chested girl. Everyone is watching him covetously, he is walking on thin ice. Tisk, coward. Pei Qinghuan curled his lips and snorted unwillingly. Come up then? I don't like the back. I really spoiled you. Zhang Yi sighed, walked to the female sword fairy, and picked her up by the waist. The girl's body was light and soft, as if she had no bones, and she let out a muffled moan of surprise. She was just joking, she didn't expect Zhang Yi to be so brave. If you say hug, then hug. If you say super. While she was daydreaming, she subconsciously put her arms around Zhang Yi's neck, but before she could warm his heart, she noticed several unfriendly glances. Silver Dragon Princess, fallen angel, sister-in-law, girl with glasses. They are jealous. Brother. My legs are sore. You never carried me when we were little. Now that we've grown up, please pamper me this time. Boss, I can't walk anymore, meow. Master, Hill's tongue is tied. Can you untie it with your mouth? Master, Ari is also feeling a little dizzy. The consequence of being provoked by the female sword fairy was that you were in a shura field and were harassed by them for a long time. Half an hour later. After walking out of the seaweed forest, Zhang Yi's waist almost broke. Just carry it, why hold it so tightly? Brother's back is so comfortable to lie on. Sister Emily, your brother is awesome. Boss, I'm not fat at all, why can't you hold me? I didn't rest for long, but it's over. I built a nest in my master's arms, and it's so comfortable to rest. Sexy lizard, don't try to eat alone. Listening to the girl's comfortable laughter, Jiang Yi wiped the sweat off his forehead helplessly. I am a little tired, but I am not without gain. I killed a lot of stalking seaweed. The material it dropped is soft and perfect for forging protective gear. As Jiang Yi spoke, he suddenly rubbed his eyes, shocked. Ah? Are you wearing it now? However, the girls were seen sitting side by side on the bluestone platform, with their beautiful legs and stockings swaying slowly. Black and white silk stockings, ripped fishnets, and knee-length jumpsuits. So cool. Brother, your back must be sore after carrying it for so long. How about I rub it for you with my feet? Pinching the hem of her skirt, Chumoli's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, revealing her true intentions. Xiaoye, come here, let me help you massage your back. Don't worry, he won't know. Lifting the hair from the corner of her eyes, Pei Qinghuan narrowed her eyes slightly and smiled lightly. Boss, don't think I'm fat. Sakurajima Yui kicked her feet eagerly and hummed sadly. Master, isn't it time for Hill to return the favor? Princess Yinlong licked her lips, and the black and white stockings under her skirt were particularly eye-catching. Colored lizard, how about joining us? Gabriel whispered that she wanted to repay her master's kindness. Who told you to repay a favor like this? Jiang Yi gritted his teeth and said angrily. Girls, please respect yourselves. Chapter 108, The Dragon is Buried, Murderous Intent Lurks, and a Bloody Battle with the Goblin Trolls. Natural Disaster, Corpse Forest Outpost. That's really comfortable. Resting his head on the girl's cool legs, Jiang Yi couldn't help but hum softly. The Silver Dragon Princess is as cool as jade, the fallen angel is full of sensuality, and the female sword immortal is particularly compromised. Yen is fat and Huan is thin, each has her own strengths. After resting on his knees for a while, Jiang Yi recovered with full health. After feeling comfortable, it's time to set off again. Leaving the outpost that had turned into ruins, the stench of decay and the white bones wafting from the waters not far away were a shocking sight. After this forest of bones, we will reach the abyssal dragon tomb. Jiang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly, and he looked at him with a frown. In his eyes, jade-white bones were piled up like high-rise buildings, hundreds and thousands of them. After being soaked in water for many years, the broken bones drifted away, leaving only the sadness of death. Master, this bone looks like a dragon bone. Covering her snow-white face, which was feeling uncomfortable, Hill frowned slightly and said solemnly. Moreover, it is the dragon bone of the abyss. Look at these bones piled up like a forest. There must be tens of thousands of fallen dragons. Gabriel's bloodshot eyes narrowed slightly as she added softly. She was very sensitive to the breath of the abyss and was not making rash judgments. With so many dragons fallen, no wonder the abyssal dragon tomb was discovered. There were piles of huge bones. Chumoli bit his lip and exclaimed in amazement. It is conceivable how brutal the war was that year, leaving dragon corpses everywhere and the souls of the dead falling into the abyss. Get out of here, monsters! Get out of here, monsters! As soon as the dragon tomb was mentioned, Sakurajima Yui shrank behind Jiang Yi, waving her sapphire staff and muttering in fear. It's a pity that their souls have already dispersed. Otherwise, please return to the Jiao Soul banner and have a chat. Perhaps you can awaken the ancient dragon and awaken the power of its bloodline. Command failed to launch. Jiang Yi curled his lips and sighed with regret. He is such a useless master. He has not been able to fill the Jiaohuan banner's stomach for such a long time. There are countless dragon souls in the abyssal dragon tomb. I wonder if there are any ancient dragons sleeping there. Ancient dragon souls can awaken the potential of Silver Dragon Princess's bloodline and also allow true dragon transformations to advance and strengthen. We must collect more. With a light sigh, Jiang Yi withdrew his gaze. There is still a long way to go. He is only at level 21 and needs to take things step by step. The soul of the ancient dragon will have everything sooner or later. Apart from us, this forest of bones is deserted, but the deeper we go, the more human bones appear. All the professionals who made it this far were elite professionals, yet their bodies were neatly arranged, as if they had died without any chance of recovery. After stepping on the dragon bone, Jiang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly and he spoke in a deep voice. It seems that this forest of corpses is not as peaceful as it appears. The dormant danger can kill you if you are not careful. Brother, the shadow snake whistles investigated in batches and found nothing unusual. Chumoli controlled the shadow and reminded with a frown. There were so many human bones found along the way that they could not be counted on both hands. The wounds were neatly arranged, and all the people had been beheaded. The murderer, who only knew how to attack from the dark, hid so deeply that it was impossible to find him. He was even more cunning than her shoulder. Maybe the monster is not on the ground. Jiang Yi nodded and guessed in a deep voice. No matter what, their goal is the Abyss Dragon Tomb. This forest of bones is just a place they pass through, so there is no need to dig 3 feet deep into the ground and waste time and effort. Being careful and vigilant, the group sped up their progress. Along the way, no big fish were encountered, but kittens appeared in groups. Name Scavenger Fish. Level 27. Grade, Nightmare. Description: a kind of rotten piranha that feeds on rotting corpses and is the scavenger of the abyss. Attributes: Constitution 888, Strength 125, Agility 250, Spirit 5. The rotten and blackened school of fish attacked frantically, but was killed instantly by Silver Dragon Princess with a single move of her hand. If we don't reach the extraordinary level, we are all ants. Sister Hill is too strong. Chu Moli was already numb and followed obediently behind, cleaning the battlefield and collecting the dropped gold coins. If it were me, it would probably take several hours to deal with these small fry without getting hurt, and the success rate would be less than 1%. As she observed the contrast, Pei Qinghuan's face darkened. If she didn't grow up quickly, how could she snatch the Silver Dragon Princess away? Wait, these blue monsters nesting in the dragon bones are goblins? Sakurajima Yui held the staff, mixed with experience, and suddenly realized that something was wrong. Jiang Yi looked in the direction of the sound and saw a huge hole eaten out of the bone mountain. A blue goblin as big as a small building appeared and disappeared. Name: Underwater Goblin Troll. Level 28. Grade: Nightmare. Description: unable to survive on land, a blue goblin descended into the sea. After a life or death crisis, he devoured flesh and blood and evolved into a large species of goblin, a thick-skinned troll. Attributes: Constitution 1050, Strength 580, Agility 50, Spirit 3. In addition to the scavenger fish, there are also 5-meter-tall goblin trolls in this dragon bone cave. After eating the dragon bones, they seem to have awakened the blood of behemoth, with green faces and fangs, and are extremely oppressive. When Jiang Yi stared at the goblin laughed loudly. The small goblins rang the bone bell, using the waves as a signal to rush out in full force. Finally, there's some fresh flesh and blood. The troll leader had long fangs, and his bloody mouth was filled with a foul stench as he sneered cruelly. Obviously, in its eyes, Jiang Yi and the other little guys have become takeout for its snack. The blue goblins have evolved gills. It's truly amazing. Seeing himself surrounded by goblins, Jiang Yi was not panicked at all and even had the leisure to complain. Master, let Hill kill her. Silver Dragon Princess wagged her tail, her hands itching again. The color lizard is really a battle maniac. Gabriel silently drew out her 2 swords and protected her master. As a personal maid, she has to ensure her master's safety. A nightmare-level goblin troll is already a large species, and it has awakened its behemoth bloodline. It's not easy to deal with. Falling into the goblin's encirclement, Chu Moli frowned and felt a little worried. It's just that you're difficult to deal with. Pei Qinghuan stood with a sword on his back, mending the knife quietly. The nightmare-level goblin troll is a roadblock. Even for her, it will take some time to kill it alone. But when faced with groups of trolls, he could only fly away on his sword. She doesn't want to be the sword saint. Boss, there are so many goblins, why don't we retreat and push? Sakurajima Yui's hand holding the staff trembled slightly, her dark green eyes trembled, and she changed her words in shock. No way. How could so many goblins be reduced to shattered corpses in an instant? We agreed to retreat, why did we just push forward? She took off her glasses, exhaled hastily, wiped them clean and put them on again, only to see a blood mist and a 5-meter-wide gully that stretched for several miles. Oh no, the hidden monster is attacking. Sakurajima Yui was so scared that she almost jumped up, and with her trembling snow-white body wrapped in the staff, she exclaimed and reminded. Hey, where's the boss? Was he eaten by a monster? The boss who was by his side just now disappeared in the blink of an eye. Sakurajima Yui's face turned pale, and she almost rushed into the blood mist to find out what was going on, but was pulled back by Silver Dragon Princess with one hand. It was the master who ate the monster. Hill glanced at the girl with glasses and corrected her quietly. Hearing this, the girls were shocked and stared at the blood mist intently. After a moment, the turbid blood dissipated, and a figure emerged clearly. They held their breath and trembled whitely. That is Jiang Yi? But he was seen stepping on the troll skull, raising his right hand slightly, pinching the snow-white jade neck, picking up the royal sister with snow-white hair and thin skirt with one hand, and looking at her with a faint smile. Coward! In an instant, the goblin tribe was destroyed, and the hidden monsters were thrown into hiding. I got you. Chapter 109, Snow Girl goes to the sea, kills the natural disaster boss in seconds, and is rewarded with a fallen angel. Her snow-white hair cascaded down her shoulders, with a few strands of gray at the ends, flowing and smooth. The trembling snow-white eyes bulged in pain, and Jiang Yi's smiling face was reflected in the pupils, handsome and elegant. The snow-haired queen twisted her eyebrows together and let out a cry of pain. But Jiang Yi remained indifferent, and his right hand, surrounded by a faint light, clenched tightly without loosening. He couldn't be kind to a bunch of experience, and he didn't know what it meant to be gentle with women. Name, Water Demoness Madame Lightbone. Level 30. Grade, Natural Disaster. Description, a snow woman who dives into the sea, skilled in wielding a spiritual sickle, quietly emerges from the snowy mist. Her stunning figure and captivating smile often spell the difference between life and death. Skills, beheading, snowhide, snowstorm, bones. Attributes, Constitution 50, Strength 50, Agility 2000, Spirit 1500. The hidden natural disaster boss no longer had the arrogance of the past and whimpered in Jiang Yi's palm. The goblin's body was still warm, and the smell of blood was wafting in the air. The girls on the side were all stunned. Is this witch the natural disaster boss? How come she was like a little chicken, being killed instantly by the boss with a single blow? Sakurajima Yui took off her blurry glasses blankly, bit her cherry lips, and mumbled incoherently. The worry in my heart had not yet dissipated, but I suddenly saw the boss grabbing the witch's snow-white neck, sweeping in all directions, looking domineeringly and arrogantly. Boss, so handsome. Snow Girl, when did she appear? The shadow snake whistle has clearly searched the entire area, even the goblin's lair. Why did the snow-haired witch appear out of nowhere? If Xiaoya hadn't destroyed the goblins and counterattacked, we might have become a headless corpse. Covering her stinging neck, Chumoli's pretty face was gloomy. She bit her lips and murmured in surprise. After a close call with hell, her beautiful legs and stockings trembled softly. She owed him another life. How many quilts would it take for her to pay him back? Xiaoya's attack was silent. Did he use the power of time stopping? How many levels of strength did he use to easily crush the calamity boss? Pei Qinghuan's pretty face was filled with shock. She stared intently, holding her breath, and was so nervous that she almost forgot to breathe. Hearing the girl's exclamations, the snow-haired queen felt deeply insulted and suddenly became furious. Human! Do you know who I am? She stuck out her long pink tongue, her snow-white hair danced wildly, her eyes gleamed coldly, and she looked like a madman. She was the overlord of the Forest of Bones and the keeper of the Abyss Dragon Tomb, but she was actually provoked and desecrated by a piece of disgusting food. How dare an unevolved monkey touch her snowy neck and play with it wantonly? It would be difficult to relieve the hatred in her heart unless she tasted the monkey's brain juice with her tongue. Then do you know who I am? Jiang Yi smiled cheerfully, with a dark light flowing in his palm, without any panic. I don't know. The snow-haired witch sneered and secretly gathered her spiritual sickle. Why should I know about a disgusting monkey? The corners of her mouth curled up slightly, revealing her sharp teeth and a cruel sneer. The giant waterblade sickle hanging behind Jiang Yi's head was shining with transparent light as he swung it down fiercely. What a coincidence, me too. Jiang Yi's smile did not diminish as he pinched the snow girl's hand and suddenly exerted force. What snow girl? She's just a pink skeleton. Turn into experience and help him level up. Snap. There was a clear and crisp sound, and the snow-white throat was cut off. Impossible. Why can't I swing my sword? Her snow-white eyes were bloodshot, and the snow-haired witch screamed in despair. Her sickly red head slid to her shoulders, and her pupils gradually dimmed, but she could not dispel her confusion. In a flash, her killing move was ineffective. The transparent water blade sickle hung on the back of Jiang Yi's head and could not move at all. Killed the natural disaster boss water witch, unclean wife, and bones lady, gaining 120,000 experience points and dropping the white jade necklace. A purple light flashed, and a huge amount of experience came to him. Jiang Yi's mouth curled up slightly, feeling very comfortable. Name bone necklace. Level 30. Rank, purple epic. Description: a snow woman who dives into the sea, woven a bag of beautiful jade, and the Magatama pendant contains the power of snowstorms and thunder. Effect: charges, increases lightning damage by 50%, increases mental strength by 200, grants the effect of thunder prison, restricts the target, and imprisons the whip. Did you drop the accessories? The cool pendant falls into the palm of your hand, feeling light. Jiang Yi waited for a few times, put it away gently, and threw the snow girl in his hand away. Plop. The warm corpse was thrown into a pool of blood. Jiang Yi took the towel handed to him by the fallen angel and wiped his hands elegantly. Idiot, you can only move when the boss tells you to. Glancing at the plump corpse, Hill sneered. In the forbidden magic area, even the boss of natural disasters was sealed and silenced, and died in despair and misery without knowing the reason. Sexy lizard, why would you bother competing with a corpse? After taking the towel used by her master to wipe her, Gabriel folded it carefully, and did not forget to compete with Silver Dragon Princess. Is this, defeated? Sakurajima Yui quickly put on her glasses and stared at the corpse in a pool of blood in disbelief. How come the natural disaster boss died so easily? After being infused with a huge amount of experience, she woke up from her trance. With a flash of golden light, she was upgraded. Upgrading to this level is so easy, as simple as drinking water. Isn't this awesome? Are you okay? Shumoli controlled the shadows to clean up the battlefield, walked lightly to his brother's side, frowned slightly, and asked with concern. Emoli, Xiaoyi is so strong, what could possibly happen to him? Pei Qinghuan had long been numb to Jiang Yi's strength after being accustomed to him. She said helplessly with a smile. She is no longer surprised. After the overlord of the Forest of Corpses was eliminated, the entire area was safe. Hey, Ari. Jiang Yi took out the white jade pendant and walked to the angel maid. Owner? Gabriel tilted her head and asked in confusion. Would you like me to put it on for you? Jiang Yi shook the white jade pendant and chuckled. It's not impossible. She pursed her lips, lowered her head obediently, and waited for her master's favor. So happy. The cool pendant fell around her neck, and she moaned with contentment. Okay. Jiang Yi ruffled the angel's dark hair and reminded her softly. White jade matches beautiful women, and the more they match, the more aloof they become. Gabriel looked up in response, her pretty face blushing, unable to hide her shyness. Her jade fingers lightly picked up the soft white jade, not feeling the cold, staring at Jiang Yi, panting softly. Does it look good? Chapter 110, the Yandere girls are all jealous, multiple choice and want it all. The slender jade fingers pinched the mutton fat jade, which complemented the line of snow white that was gently stroked. Pinching the angel's rosy cheeks, Jiang Yi nodded in approval and said softly. Thanks for your hard work. Fallen angels work hard and never complain, so how can we treat them unfairly? I love you the most. Gabriel put her arm around Jiang Yi's neck and was so moved that tears welled up in her eyes. She tiptoed and kissed him lightly with her cherry lips. I won't be jealous of the lizard anymore. Gabriel licked the corner of her lips, red hearts flashing in her bloodshot eyes. Desire opened the window and it could never be closed again. Make persistent efforts. Jiang Yi kissed the angel's forehead and encouraged her. If you want your pet to run away, you have to give it grass. If the angel maid is not full, how can she willingly help him fight monsters and level up? Master, you are biased. Hill's silver eyes were filled with tears, his cheeks were puffed up, and he looked full of resentment. She swung her silver dragon tail, gently patting her master's waist and abdomen, and making a fuss. It's fine to just give her a gift of a sexy sheep, but why reward her? Sexy lizard, you are not allowed to take what the master doesn't give you. Gabriel snorted lightly and frowned in dissatisfaction. You pervert, don't ruin my good deeds. Hill, keep working hard too. Holding in Long Ji's small hand and touching her forehead, Jiang Yi treated her equally and did not forget to encourage her. Silver Dragon Princess is on the front line of output, so we must satisfy her, comfort her, and stabilize her emotions. Otherwise, if he gets dissatisfied one day and is given an axe in the middle of the night, he will have no one to complain to. That's right, no favoritism. Hill bit his lip, suppressing a soft hum, and his silver white dragon tail swayed gently in comfort. The interaction between him and the charming pet makes the girls envious. Rather than the soft jade hanging in the angel's arms, they hope to get closer to Jiang Yi. Boss, you seem to have forgotten me. I am your lackey. Her dark green eyes were filled with tears, and Sakurajima Yui grabbed her green hair and complained in a low voice. Isn't a lackey considered a charming pet? Well, it was a wrong choice after all, woo-woo. Where's Emily, where's Emily? Shumoli's eyes were red, he pursed his lips tightly, and muttered unwillingly. Obviously, she was here first. If my fiancé was Xiaoye. Pei Qinghuan gripped the sword at his waist tightly, his beautiful eyes dim. Can I now ask for the betrothal gift openly? Licking her lips, she thought that the dowry she wanted was neither too much nor too little, just enough to fill her coffers. Enjoy the taste, we still have to hurry on our way. Noticing the resentful gazes of the girls, Jiang Yi suddenly felt like a thorn in his back. He smiled helplessly and hurriedly reminded them. There is still no clue about the hidden mission, so why should they be jealous? The boss only knows how to paint a rosy picture. Looking at the plum to quench your thirst can only satisfy you temporarily, but not forever. Sakurajima Yui didn't dare to act unreasonably. She buried the sapphire staff in her heart and muttered weakly. When will she be able to quench her thirst for a quilt? TSK, now that things have come to this, let's clean up the battlefield first. Shumoli curled his lips, a sick look flashed across his eyes. He controlled the shadows, collected the exploded equipment, and used the picking up to numb the dissatisfaction in his heart. Unfortunately, she is not a charming pet, she is just a younger sister. Xiaoye is really good at avoiding the important issues. Well, forget it. Pei Qinghuan sighed and did not pester Xiaoye. He precisely controlled the social distance so as not to upset Xiaoye. My philandering captain, the overlord of the Forest of Bones, has been eliminated. The distance to the abyssal dragon tomb is not an option. What should we do next? She walked to Jiang Yi's side, lifted the hair from her eyes, and asked with a chuckle. The maturity of the cool and elegant lady, with the fragrance of unknown flowers, smells refreshing and pleasant. The female sword fairy was unusually gentle, giving Jiang Yi a feeling of intimacy like a bride-to-be. Perhaps after the showdown, she no longer hides and generously displays her intelligence and gentleness. Of course, this is only for Jiang Yi, this is Pei Qinghuan's privilege because she has a crush on him. To enter the Dragon Palace, one must first cross the abyssal dragon tomb. To complete the hidden mission, we also need to eliminate all the alien races in the abyss. Jiang Yi sighed and explained patiently. Along the way, apart from killing the poisonous dragon in the evil swamp, he didn't even encounter a sub-dragon. He wanted to improve to the true dragon transformation, which was very mysterious. What a misfortune, it's like walking on thin ice. True dragons are hard to find, ancient dragons are hard to find, so we have to collect intelligence on the dragon clan. When you establish a guild in the future, you must develop an intelligence network. He hates being passive and prefers being active. This dragon tomb was originally the royal dragon mausoleum, but it has been usurped by the undead from the abyss. If a true dragon were to appear, it would surely bring down divine punishment. I'm extremely angry. We in the province have gone to great lengths to clean out the abyss. Pei Qinghuan continued the conversation and walked along the road side by side with Jiang Yi. It would be great if it were that easy. But you see, troubles always come one after another. Jiang Yi smiled, and the oncoming scavenger fish rushed over without knowing the danger. Before he made a move, the shadow net fell in an instant, trapping dozens of nightmare-level scavenger fish. My sister followed closely behind. The shadow snake whistle had already detected and warned, and the ambush-killing move, the clear water spears, fired at the fish trapped in the dark net. The female sword fairy hides her sword on the tip of her blade. Once the sword is unsheathed, it is a fatal killing move. It is more than enough to deal with some ignorant small fish and shrimps. Jiang Yi was enjoying his leisure time, admiring the graceful figure of the female swordsman as she moved and twisted her body. Along the way, they kill the enemies they encounter, and when they are tired, the nurse will replenish their magic. The girls' cooperation becomes more and more skillful and tacit, and their combat effectiveness increases rapidly. Stepping on the white bones, the towering dragon city appears in the distance. We're almost there. Beyond the Dragon Gate lies the Royal Dragon Mausoleum. It's a pity that the place where the true dragon's bones were buried has been replaced with a new one. Looking into the distance, Jiang Yi sighed and said with emotion. Even powerful beings like the true dragon clan and other extraordinary beings cannot escape the fate of destruction. The team camped in place, landing in front of the dilapidated outpost and taking a short rest. Brother, do you want to take a rest? Patting his beautiful legs in black stockings, Shumoli asked softly. Emoli, you're too thin. It's uncomfortable for you to lie down. Let me do it for you. Pei Qinghuan narrowed his eyes slightly, took Jiang Yi's hand, and pulled him to his side without saying anything. Only children do multiple choice questions. Can't we take them all? Seeing that the two sisters were about to become enemies, Jiang Yi smiled and made a conciliatory suggestion. Shrimp head. Chu Moli grabbed her twin ponytails and snorted with some dissatisfaction. But she still sat quietly beside her good sister, with her beautiful legs gently closed. You say one thing and you mean another, Emily, and you still say you're not a female ghost? Pei Qinghuan covered his mouth and chuckled, not forgetting to joke. Jiang Yi was just about to lie down and rest when a call came from a distance, rapid and arrogant. Hello? Who are you? Don't you know it's dangerous here? The young female knight in silver armor came over heavily armed and stood outside the sentry post, frowning in disdain and asking in a cold voice. After killing their way through, the girls' dresses were soaked in blood and in disarray. He looked like a defeated loser who had fled in panic, hiding here and there in the dungeon, looking haggard. Really? A bunch of losers dare to covet the dragon balls in the tomb? If you don't know your own limitations, you'll only lose your life in vain. Get out of here before I get angry. This dragon tomb is not a place for losers like you. You're just causing trouble for others. Chapter 111, Suppressing, Wuji? Lu Yu regrets it deeply. The Abyss Dragon Tomb has been controlled by the Wuji team. No entry without permission. She is Lu Yu, B-level, Bloody Shang, level 30. As the captain of the third team, it is my responsibility to clean up the garbage for the team and avoid accidents. You know, the Dragon Tomb is very dangerous and it is not a place for children to play house. If you are not an elite professional above level 25, it will be troublesome to go. She didn't want to have to spend time collecting the bodies of these dirty trash. Hello? I'm talking about you. A grown man hiding behind a girl, how shameless. Before I lose my temper, get out of here. Lu Yu put her hands on her hips, her face stern, and gave a light shout, issuing an ultimatum. She also had to rush to the Forest of Bones to investigate the situation to prevent ghostly water monsters from quietly invading and causing the battle group to be attacked from both sides. Time is short and the task is heavy. If it weren't for the fact that this pretty boy was too handsome and it would be a pity if he died, she wouldn't have bothered to pay attention to the reminder. We'll be leaving in a minute. The black silk knee pillow was right in front of him, but he couldn't use it. Jiang Yi sighed, turned around, suppressed his anger, and said lightly. Is this heavily armored female knight having her period? She's so angry, can't she just talk to him nicely? Whatever. Seeing how disheveled you all are, you must have escaped from somewhere else and are begging for our Wuji team's protection, right? Then you'll be disappointed. Find a safe place as soon as possible and wait for the dungeon to be cleared. Don't cause us any trouble. Also, that Forest of Bones over there is extremely dangerous, it's not a place for newbies like you to explore. Lu Yu left with a cold face after saying a few words. I have to go and welcome the elite team from the United States later, so I don't have time to waste on a pretty boy. The cold iron armor hurried away, and the noisy buzzing gradually died down. Who is this? Too arrogant, isn't he? Sakuraja Mayui hugged her staff, frowned, and complained coldly. Sitting quietly in a row with the other girls, she bit her lip and muttered. It's just the Wuji team, and the captain can't kill the calamity boss instantly, so why are you so arrogant? They just rely on their numbers to bully weak professionals like me. Team, Wuji? Tell me about it. The annoying flies flew away, and Jiang Yi lay down, resting his head on the girl's knees. He raised his head and met the surprised eyes of the green-haired and bespectacled girl. Senior, please tell me something. Chu Moli turned his head away and spoke softly. She was not familiar with Linhai and only knew about the Adventure Guild in Jiangcheng. What is the origin of this Wuji team in Linhai? The female knight is not a big talker, but she speaks in a very arrogant tone. Pei Qinghuan was also from Linhai, but she didn't feel like speaking. She quietly pulled up the hem of her skirt to let Xiaoye rest his head more comfortably. Don't disturb her from stealing glances at Xiaoye. Silver Dragon Princess and the Fallen Angel squatted on the ground like maids, one on the left and one on the right, massaging their master's legs and shoulders. There's nothing much to say. After all, strength is respected in the dungeon. A lone ranger like me is bound to be unwelcome. If you can't beat me, you can only hold it in. Staring at Jiang Yi's curious eyes, Sakuraja Mayui suddenly realized something, her soft white cheeks turned slightly red, and she suppressed her shyness and faint memories. During the break, she answered her teammates' questions and spoke patiently. At the same time, the forest of corpses was so quiet that only the clanging sound of Lu Yu's footsteps could be heard. She walked further and further away, and her eyebrows became deeper and deeper under the plate armor mask. What's going on? There are corpses all along the way, and so many footprints? There were piles of scavenging fish, goblin temples everywhere, broken flesh and corpses, and endless blood. Lu Yu took a deep breath. The pungent smell of blood hit her nose. The forest is covered with bones, and every inch of land is soaked in blood. Which powerful being fought and wiped out the forest of corpses? Even the elite members of the first squad of the Infinity team can't massacre the forest of bones, right? Our third squad, about 100 people, doesn't even dare to set foot in the depths. That 1,000-man slaying calamity boss, Madame Bones, is no pushover. Could it be that she was also defeated? Lu Yu gasped, and with a clang, her legs went limp and she fell to the ground. Just the thought made her shudder. She gritted her teeth and stood up, as if to confirm a certain guess in her heart. She suppressed her fear and panted her way deeper into the cave. This is the body of Madame Bones? Staring at the corpse of the snow-haired witch, Lu Yu took off his helmet in a daze, his eyes widened, and he screamed in fear. These chaotic footprints, 1 pair, 2 pairs, 3 pairs, about 6 pairs, probably 6 people? Footprints are clearly visible in the pool of blood. They actually killed their way through the forest of corpses. They even used the White Bone Lady, who was known as the Overlord and had killed thousands of people, as a soldier. What the hell is this monster? Lu Yu was so frightened that she fell to the ground, covered in cold sweat. She held the helmet and raised her hand to wipe the sweat from her forehead, her eyes trembling with fear. Bang! The feathered helmet hit the ground and died in a pool of blood. There are also 6 people in the ruins of the outpost. They are all covered in blood. Could it be that they are the ones who massacred this forest of corpses? The corners of her eyes turned white. When she thought of the cold words she had just exchanged, Lu Yu's face turned pale than a corpse. Jiang Ye's impatient expression emerged in Lu Yu's mind, and she collapsed to the ground, as if she had lost her parents. What monster had she offended? It's time to get up. Hill was whispering in someone's ear and wagging his tail, like a little puppy squatting on the ground. Even a powerful creature like Silver Dragon Princess has been tamed and is well-behaved and obedient. Pervert, can't you let him rest for a while? Gabriel's cherry eyes were filled with resentment, and she complained softly with reluctance. Jiang Yi slowly opened his eyes. Are you awake? Chumoli frowned awkwardly, with her hands behind her back, nervously covering up the traces of being secretly photographed. Emoli, no sneak shots allowed. Pei Qinghuan frowned and blew himself up. She didn't like Chumoli's evil deeds and had to teach her a lesson. My legs are numb, woo-woo. Sakurajima Yui was crying. She was such a useless lackey that she couldn't even be a knee pillow for long. She brought shame to the boss. Feel sorry. Jiang Yi quickly stood up and smiled embarrassedly. The girl with glasses is already very pitiful, and I can't bear to bully her anymore. What's there to be sorry about? I'm obligated to be the boss's lap pillow, meow. Sakurajima Yui burst into laughter and even bowed to apologize. I'm really sorry about the red bean paste. How long did I rest? Jiang Yi chose to ignore it. The beautiful girl's lap pillow was soft and comfortable, and he fell asleep accidentally. About an hour. The corners of their mouths curled up slightly, and they stretched out their white jade fingers. After getting the answer, Jiang Yi did not delay. After a short rest, the team's vitality was replenished. They had changed into clean clothes before the knee pillow and now looked fresh and refined. He followed Jiang Yi contentedly, moving slowly towards the modeled locked city gate not far away. There is the Abyss Dragon Tomb. Chapter 112, Oh? Am I not your girlfriend? Natural disaster, true dragon tomb. The water waves flow gently, and the moonlight is diffused. The modeled city walls are all dilapidated, and covered with lush green moss after years of baptism. The locked city gate is rusty and I don't know if it can be opened from this side. It no longer has the solemnity of the past, only the desolate and dilapidated things remain. Jiang Yi stretched out his hand, covered the rusty city gate, and pushed hard. Buzz! The heavy city gate whimpered and groaned, and the turbid water left a thin gap, through which the milky white light disappeared. The door was wide open and Jiang Yi stepped forward to go in. Silver Dragon Princess and the fallen angel followed closely behind, and the girls came in one after another. Hiss. Jiang Yi took a breath of cool air and felt refreshed all over. The dragon tomb is filled with gloomy and chilly air, so it is not advisable to stay there for long. He quickened his pace and pushed open the inner door. A beam of starlight shot in. It turned out that there was another world inside Longling. In this underwater dragon tomb, the moon is hanging high in the sky and the stars are swaying. The pavilions and waterside terraces have a unique charm, and the 9-story pavilions in the distance point to the moon on the water. The scenery is so beautiful. Is it really a cemetery? Looking around, Jiang Yi was slightly surprised. The cemeteries in my imagination are all solemn and desolate, and are definitely not like Longling, which is full of leisure. I thought the cemetery was barren and dead, but I didn't expect it to be filled with hidden gems. Shu Moli looked at him curiously with surprise in his eyes. Seeing the pavilions and waterside terraces, she thought she had come to the water town of Jiangnan. If it weren't for the excessive yin energy, I could really go on vacation with my brother. This is a cave. It's a pity that the spiritual energy has leaked out, leaving it just an empty shell. Pei Qinghuan pursed her lips, her face bare as she stared at the starry sky destroyed by Yuan Lan, and said in surprise. The cave is a famous and blessed place, rich in spiritual energy and offering considerable experience bonuses. The small goal in her heart is to create a paradise where only Xiaoye can sleep until she wakes up naturally, and then continue sleeping after waking up. Boss, look over there are so many people. Sakurajima Yui raised her glasses, pointed at the sakura-dyed pavilion in front of her that was immersed in the sky, and exclaimed. The broad white jade sacred road separated the pavilions and waterside terraces, and at the end was a circular altar. Many people were standing there, gazing at the cherry-stained pavilion in front of them, and loud exclamations could be heard from time to time. Is that someone from the Wuji team? Jiang Yi looked at the girls with confusion, and they walked away at the same time, blending into the crowd quietly. The closer they got, the clearer the screams became. The 9-layered demon tower suppresses countless alien races from the abyss. The higher you go, the more difficult it becomes, and the easier it is to get hurt, or even die. As expected of Team Wuji's third squad, they're rated a level, yet they possess the formidable strength to conquer nightmare dungeons. In less than half an hour, they've cleared the first level of the demon tower. Are they planning a speed run? It's terrifying. Each level of the demon tower is a different level, and the final boss is as powerful as a god. Nightmare level bosses come in groups of 3 or 5. Who can stand this? Look! The third team has arrived. They're only 20 people, but they've broken through the third level of the demon tower and killed 50 people. It's terrifying. There was thunderous applause and cheers all around. Jiang Yi looked in the direction of the sound, and saw the cherry-dyed pavilion on the altar, with waves of scarlet mist and faint red lightning leaping. The higher he went, the darker the blood color became and the stronger the thunder became. When I reached the 10th floor, the windows were just opening, but unfortunately the fog was so thick that I couldn't catch a glimpse of the scenery inside. There were about 20 people, with heavily armored knights leading the way, followed closely by mages, archers, and priests. Their armor and robes were stained with blood. Although they looked tired, they couldn't suppress the smile on their faces. They returned triumphantly as victors, feeling so proud. Being able to clear the third level of the demon tower and destroy 50 nightmare bosses is enough to make you the best among all the heroes. A group of level 30 elite professionals armed to the teeth can only break through the third level of the demon tower? Perhaps a disaster level boss will appear starting from the 4th level of the demon tower? Mixed in the crowd, Jiang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly, and he frowned as he guessed. He calmly squeezed out of the crowd, reunited with the girls, and took a short rest in a pavilion. Master, Sierra has inquired about this. This 9-layered demon tower is the Abyss Dragon Tomb, and countless demon dragons are imprisoned within the tower. He wagged his tail, pulled his master to sit beside him, and reported obediently. The silver dragon's tail was wrapped around his waist, and the little claws were secretly clasping his hands, giving him a very stealthy feeling. She is such a shameless big thief dragon. It's pretty much what I guessed. I thought this dragon tomb was full of dead tombs and wandering dragon spirits, but I didn't expect they were all in this tower. It saves me from running around everywhere. Jiang Yi smiled and skillfully patted off the dirty little dragon claws. This caused Silver Dragon Princess to bite her lips in resentment and almost breathe out. Sexy lizard, don't be naughty. Gabriel glared at the restless Silver Dragon Princess and said coldly. She protected her food. Watching Silver Dragon Princess and the Fallen Angel fooling around, Jiang Yi realized that his sister was no longer around. "Qinghuan, isn't Emily with you?" Looking at the female sword fairy who was peeping at him, Jiang Yi asked in confusion. "She said she wanted to give you a surprise." Pei Qinghuan blushed slightly when she was caught stealing glances at. She lifted her hair from her eyes to hide her embarrassment. There were 2 lost wild cats who wanted to eat her sausage. Surprise? Has she evolved too? Jiang Yi was at a loss for words and couldn't help but guess. If my sister evolved into a cat girl, she would probably learn to repay a favor right away, right? You were harmed by the upgrade. Pei Qinghuan bit her lip and hummed softly with some resentment. "You little bastard Xiaoya, you're so busy killing monsters and leveling up, can't you beat her to raise the flag? Really, no conscience. Guess who I caught?" As soon as he mentioned it, Shumoli appeared quietly. She led 2 familiar figures and walked to Jiang Yi. "Sister Shangxiang and Shiyu? You are also in Linhai?" Jiang Yi stood up, surprised. He could hardly suppress the joy of meeting an old friend after a long separation, and was actually a little nervous. "Xiaoye, I miss you." Xin Xiang threw herself into Jiang Yi's arms, her milky white skin crowded under her soft shirt, and she wanted to hug him into her body. "It's only been a few days since we last met, but my longing for you has already turned into tears, forming mist in my eyes." This pink-haired fox secretly sniffs the scent of the person he secretly loves to replenish his missing energy. "My dear, long time no see." Song Shiyu held the extinguished lava statue in her arms, squeezed out a card from her arms and handed it to Jiang Yi. After not seeing each other for a few days, her cold face finally melted and she smiled at Jiang Yi. "All the equipment collected in Xuanhe town has been sold, and the money is all deposited into the card." She put down the lava golem that was in the way and walked to Jiang Yi impatiently. She raised the corners of her mouth and explained quietly. "Thanks for your hard work." Jiang Yi nodded, but couldn't pull his hand away. Before going to Linhai, he asked Qin Xiang and Song Shiyu to deal with the equipment. The Qin family has an adventure guild, and the Song family owns several auction houses, so they process equipment very quickly. "What's so hard about helping your boyfriend?" Song Shiyu frowned in confusion and asked in confusion. "Boyfriend?" Jiang Yi looked weird and shocked. When did he start dating Bingzazi? Not only him, even the pink fox in his arms stopped crying. Silver Dragon Princess and the Fallen Angel shared the same hatred for the enemy, and his sister and the female sword fairy had sickly looks on their pretty faces. The green-haired girl with glasses was lying on the bench, just playing the role of an incompetent wife. "You've given me the money to manage. Am I not your girlfriend?" Song Shiyu's eyes were red from crying. She bit her lip and asked in confusion. Isn't she Xiaoye's girlfriend?" Chapter 113, Xingqiu Jiwei, the fox demoning Luo, likes chicken next the most? Isn't she Xiaoye's girlfriend? Obviously, the financial power has been given to her to manage. If she is not my girlfriend, do I treat her as a cashier? Song Shiyu bit her lip, her beautiful white silk legs unable to be untied. Mom Song Qian knows everything about the family's finances, including Dad's private money. Only if you trust her very much would you be willing to hand over millions of dollars to her, right? The gold card sandwiched between the breasts can buy 2 villas. I have a huge crush on my deskmate Xiaoye. Absolutely a huge crush. But why is he frowning now? Could it be that he's into a secret relationship? So perverted, Xiaoye, really so perverted. Song Shiyu suddenly realized and suppressed the joy in her heart. She also quite liked secret love. Just kidding, with Hill here, I still can't get the girlfriend position, right? She retreated to advance, her hands awkwardly tucked behind her back, her toes lightly standing like compasses. Then I was really happy for nothing. I thought I could live off her. Jiang Yi pretended to be disappointed and sighed helplessly. He naturally knew exactly what kind of person his bad friend was, but he never expected that this arrogant and conceited person would have his day. If you can't eat Shiyus, you can still eat sisters. Xin Xiang burst into laughter, left Jiang Yi's arms, wiped the mist from the corners of her eyes, and said seductively. There is a teardrop mole at the corner of the eye and a charming smile that is captivating. The pink vixen, with every frown and smile, is full of charm. If it's Sister Shangxiang, then I can only do it reluctantly. Jiang Yi pondered for a moment and almost succumbed to the pink-haired queen's gigolo status. If it weren't for the dragon tail tightening around his waist and the arcs of light and thunder in his ears, he would have reluctantly considered it. And My sister is angry too. Sister Shangxiang, you want to bully me again? Shu Moli snorted in displeasure and stood in front of his brother to protect his food. My best friend is good in every way, I just like to tease her and play pranks. Okay, I won't tease Emoli and Xiaoyi anymore. I have to get down to business. Xin Xiang restrained her smile and looked serious. The snow-white color between the buttons trembled slightly, and he thought that his desire was exposed, but he didn't expect that the simple Emoli was still kept in the dark. It would be a shame not to become the incompetent sister-in-law who sleeps soundly. Tell me more. Jiang Yi sat aside and listened attentively. I came to Linhai only to do 3 things. And these 3 things require Xiaoye's cooperation. Xin Xiang stretched out 3 slender jade fingers, her beautiful eyes slightly focused, and a faint smile appeared on the corners of her mouth. You want me to cooperate? Jiang Yi asked with a little surprise, pointing his little hand to his lips. Want him to cooperate with the challenge of not laughing? Yes, without Xiaoye, the mission cannot be completed. Xin Xiang narrowed one eye, and there was a hint of cunning in her crimson pupils. Sister Shangxiang, please stop being so mysterious. Shu Moli complained and yawned. She is almost falling asleep while listening. Can your best friend please hurry up? Leaning on her brother's shoulder, the corners of her mouth curled up slightly, and she was patiently happy. You impatient little girl, you won't be able to laugh until the end. With a meaningful chuckle, Xin Xiang did not delay any longer and continued to explain. The first thing is to sell the equipment and then give the gold card to Xiaoye. Now it's completed. She handed the gold card to Jiang Yi and rubbed her fingertips lightly on his palm silently. Secondly, when we couldn't get through to you on the phone, Shiyu and I knew you, the leveling geek, must have gone to Linhai. And finally, we met in the dungeon as we had hoped. She glanced at Jiang Yi secretly, and made a yeah gesture with her hands behind her back, suppressing the joy of meeting him. Finally, the third point is the whereabouts of the fox. Xin Xiang's white jade fingers gently fell, and she lifted the hair from the corners of her eyes and gently placed it on her ears. She was practicing drinking water without covering her eyes with her hair. Sister Shangxiang is a fox, is there any need to look for her? Leaning on his brother's shoulder, Shu Moli asked with some confusion. A good girlfriend is like a fox, with old shoulders and cunningness, and can't wear a suspender dress well. Xin Xiang flicked her finger on her sister-in-law's forehead, and her brows furrowed slightly as she shook her head. I'm talking about the 9-tailed demon fox. As soon as the words fell, the girls' pretty faces were all startled. This 9-tailed fox is no ordinary creature. That is the terrifying abyss beast that escaped from the disaster. Jiang Yi also showed interest and listened patiently. The 9-tailed fox escaped from the natural disaster instance where its parents perished, seriously injured, and fled all the way to Linhai, where it has disappeared. Enemies often meet on a narrow road. I didn't expect that this fox would appear in the Dragon Palace of the Mirage Sea. It's like I'm sleepy and get a pillow. If we can catch the fox demon, maybe we can get the whereabouts of her parents from her. This is Jiang Yi's motivation for upgrading. He had a premonition that his parents' death was not simple. The 9-tailed fox demon's name is Yingluo. She comes from Qingqiu. Xin Xiang took a deep breath and dropped a bombshell. That fox demon actually came from Qingqiu? Could it be that the place where my parents died is this unknown Qingqiu? Jiang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly, suppressing the restlessness in his heart. He did not interrupt the pink-haired lady, but stared at her as if he was staring at the fox demon. According to the intelligence I've gathered, the fox demon Yingluo is seriously injured. All but one of her 9 tails remains, and she's hiding in the forbidden area of the Imperial City, recuperating. It is said that the fox demon stole a demon pill from Qingqiu. This demon pill is definitely not an ordinary item. The fragrance it exudes can drive the abyss beasts in the dungeon into a frenzy. This is also the cause of the disaster in Linhai. To resolve the crisis, we must obtain the demon pill and then close the portal to prevent the abyss beasts from continuously evolving and invading. Xin Xiangyi frowned and explained with a serious expression. The fox demon must be subdued, the demon pill must be dealt with, the crisis in Linhai is unresolved, and Jiangcheng is also in danger. That's why she tried her best. So, we should cross the abyssal dragon tomb and head straight to the yellow dragon, and bring back the fox from the Imperial City's forbidden grounds? Jiang Yi grasped the key point and frowned. He was determined to tie up the vixen. Don't worry about the Imperial City yet, the important thing is here. Xin Xiang shook her head, a smile on her lips, grabbed Jiang Yi's hand, and placed it on her snow-white neck. What's here? Jiang Yi frowned in confusion. The royal sister's snow white neck is warm and soft, and feels good, but it has nothing to do with the fox demon, right? Could it be that? Is there an item in this dragon tomb that the fox demon cares about? Rubbing her snow white neck, Jiang Yi asked subconsciously. Xiao Ye guessed right. Qin Xiang couldn't help but let out a soft hum, tilted her pretty face up to reveal her snow white neck, narrowed her cherry eyes slightly, and enjoyed the caress comfortably. What do you think foxes like most? She changed the subject with a somewhat weird smile. Grape? Shu Moli raised his hand and asked. If you can't eat the grapes, you say they are sour. Should the fox want to eat the grapes? At least, the pink-haired fox she knew liked to eat sunny green grapes. Moli, how could it be fruit? I think it's a chicken. Pei Qinghuan smiled helplessly, and said with certainty on her cold and pretty face. Stealing a glance at Jiang Yi's face, she quietly enjoyed the pleasure. What fox doesn't steal chickens? You guessed it right. To be precise, it is. Qin Xiang nodded her head slightly, her pretty face flushed slightly, and she seemed to want to say something but stopped herself. What is it? Jiang Yi frowned and asked in confusion. What other secrets could there be about this chicken? Yes. Chicken neck. Chapter 114, Dragon Ball appears, news about ex-girlfriend. Chicken neck? Are you sure? Jiang Yi frowned strangely, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. This nine-tailed fox has really good taste. Yes, I'm sure it's a chicken neck. A big chicken neck. Spicy, salt and pepper, any flavor is fine. Facing the surprised gazes of Jiang Yi and the girls, Qin Xiang smiled and nodded. At first, she didn't believe it either. How could a nine-tailed fox that escaped from Qingqiu be obsessed with worldly things? But according to the information I got, reality is sometimes outrageous. It's stranger than fiction. Wherever the fox demon passes, all bird creatures lose their necks. This little greedy cat doesn't even let go of sparrows. Well, I'm not a cook, so I can't just make a piece out of thin air, right? Letting go of the soft snow-white neck, Jiang Yi spread his hands and smiled helplessly. It is difficult for a young woman to cook without rice. How can she have a neck without a chicken? It's very simple, isn't it enough to just use local materials? Qin Xiang raised the corner of her mouth slightly, and her scissors hands shook lightly. Jiang Yi felt a little horrified. After not seeing her for a few days, the pink-haired queen had become a sickly and delicate girl? You don't want to borrow some from him, do you? Sister Shangxiang, you are not allowed to think about my brother's ideas. Shu Moli breathed heavily to protect her food, glared at her best friend, and warned her slowly with resentment. She hasn't succeeded yet, how can she let a fox get away with it? Nonsense. Pei Qinghuan objected without hesitation with a cold face. Why should I share a penis with a mere vixen? Sister Shangxiang, please stop keeping me in suspense. Song Shiyu suppressed her dissatisfaction and urged quietly. This pink-haired fox is not easy to deal with. If you're not careful, he'll drag everyone down with him. Fox, fox. He'll pulled his tail, drooped his eyes, and looked a little unhappy. Master, are you going to capture a new maid again? Is Ari going to be abandoned after being seduced? Gabriel was so immersed in the role that she was about to cry. She just wants to monopolize the master, what bad intentions does she have? While the girls were complaining, the green-haired girl with glasses turned around and continued to play the role of an incompetent wife. She was a little tired and just took a short nap. Would the boss be snatched away by bad women? Allah, Allah. Qin Xiang sneered, waved her hand, surrendered and moved on. She didn't want to keep anyone in suspense, but before she could say anything, Xiao Ye interrupted her. Where there's a poisonous tongue, there's a wild fruit that can cure it. The chicken neck that the demon fox can't stop lusting after is inside this dragon tomb, in the 9-story demon tower. Qin Xiang's pretty face froze slightly, she turned around and looked, and said softly. The altar and the cherry-stained pavilion in the distance were immersed in the red mist, mysterious and elusive. Are there really snacks hidden there that the Qingqiu fox demon can't let go of? But, that 9-layered demon tower is actually the abyssal dragon tomb, imprisoning countless fallen dragon souls, right? Jiang Yi couldn't suppress his doubts and asked directly. He still found it hard to accept that in such a solemn place as a mausoleum, there would be snacks like chicken necks. No. A sacrifice? An idea suddenly came to his mind, and Jiang Yi subconsciously pinched Yin Longji's beautiful legs. Hill groaned and silently endured the comfort. Xiaoye guessed right, it's the sacrifice. Qin Xiang raised the corner of her mouth and smiled. Xiaoye is so smart, her children will be pretty good in the future, right? Thinking subconsciously, she looked at Jiang Ye's beautiful eyes with a little aggression. I've been observing for several days. The offerings on the altar include chickens, sheep, cows, geese, and ducks. The chicken necks, duck necks, and goose necks were all gone, but the chicken, duck, and goose meat remained intact. This means that the fox has been here recently. As Qin Xiang spoke, she looked at Jiang Yi, their eyes intertwined. The fox has his eye on a certain item in the abyssal dragon tomb. Is that item a dragon ball? The doubts were resolved. Jiang Yi raised the corner of his mouth and smiled softly. Yes, it's Dragon Ball. In the abyssal dragon tomb, at the top of the 9-layered demon tower, there is a dragon ball that can bring back the dead and turn flesh into bones. If the fox wants to heal its wounds, it's far from enough to just devour flesh and blood. It needs the help of the dragon ball. Qin Xiangying smiled and announced the answer to everyone. Jiang Yi understood, and his guess was confirmed. After all this time, it turns out that the chicken neck is a cover and the dragon ball is the target. But the girls looked confused. So, chicken necks aren't important, right? Shumoli frowned, stared at her best friend, and said in a cold voice. She was listening so attentively, so why did she feel like she was being fooled? She really thought that foxes like to eat chicken necks. It's important. Without chicken necks, how can you catch foxes? Pei Qinghuan chuckled and shook his head, explaining for the pink-haired fox. In other words, the disappearance of the chicken neck proves that the fox has been here. Song Shiyu hugged the extinguished lava statue and added slowly. After talking for so long, Hill is getting a little hungry. Silver Dragon Princess bit her tail, she had an appetite. Sexy lizard, you are not allowed to steal food. Gabriel's alarm bells rang and she started protecting her esophagus. Chicken neck, where is the chicken neck? Hearing that there was food, Sakurajima Yui was startled. She fell at Jiang Ye's feet with saliva, and licked her saliva in a daze. You are hopeless. Looking at the noisy girls, Jiang Yi covered his eyes helplessly. A group of hungry ghosts with voracious appetites, if they continue like this, one tea they eat him up completely? There is still hope, there is still hope. Qin Xiang shook her head, then suddenly frowned, hesitated for a few seconds, gritted her teeth, and reminded. Xiaoye, I saw Lu Ruyan. Her blade team has also arrived at Linhai. Within a few days of parting with Jiang Yi, she and Song Shiyu acted together and accidentally met Lu Ruyan. What does it have to do with me if she comes to Linhai? Jiang Yi shook his head helplessly, feeling completely unmoved by his ex-girlfriend. However, there are still some doubts. He remembered that Lu Ruyan was tied up by tentacles and had to leave the Xuanhe forbidden area, and was punished by not being able to gain experience for a month. Not only her, but also her brother Lu Zishou and childhood sweetheart Ji Boduan were punished by experience. Why did Lu Ruyan want to enter the Mirage Sea Dragon Palace, when she clearly had no experience? Could it be for money? Jiang Ye's eyes moved slightly, and a possibility came to his mind. Lu Ruyan's team might be hired by others. Although they cannot gain experience, it does not hinder their ability to kill monsters. This woman is obsessed with money and is still thinking about the contract, villa, and loan. He has really fallen into the money trap and is full of the stench of copper. You hurt her brother, and she seems very angry. Maybe she wants to cause trouble for you? Qin Xiang curled her lips and said uncertainly. Did she ask you and Shiyu about me? Sitting on the bench, Jiang Ye's eyes narrowed slightly and he asked softly. Yes, but Shiyu and I didn't hang her. Qin Xiang nodded. She had long disliked Lu Ruyan and would not pay any attention to that scheming evil woman. I see. Jiang Yi sneered and slowly stood up. My ex-girlfriend is still harboring evil intentions. If she still wants to cause trouble, Jiang Yi doesn't mind going to the stationery store to check the black pens. Chapter 115, 9-Story Pagoda, A Thread of Light. Playing hard to get Lu Ruyan? After breaking off the relationship, Jiang Yi had no intention of caring whether Lu Ruyan was dead or alive. Now he only wants to kill his way through the 9-layered demon tower, get the Dragon Ball for healing, and lure out the Qingqiu demon fox. After wandering around in the dungeon for nearly a week, the stockpiled supplies are about to run out. If I don't pass the level quickly, I might have no choice but to survive on a deserted island. Next time before entering the dungeon, I need to prepare more supplies. Jiang Yi frowned secretly and made up his mind. The pink-haired fox and the icy beauty have returned to the team, along with the newly joined Yandere female swordsman and the confused girl with glasses. The no premature love team is fully assembled. After a short rest, the group of 8 set off for the Shinto altar, ready to climb the tower to pass the level. Xiaoye, to be honest, Shiyu and I also tried to climb the tower, but unfortunately we stopped at the 5th floor and were defeated by the natural disaster boss guarding the gate. Xin Xiang bit her lip and said with a wry smile. Unable to contain their curiosity, she and Song Shiyu confidently climbed the tower to get the Dragon Ball and give it to Xiaoye as a gift. But ideals are full, but reality is very skinny. The dragon-like boss in the 9-layer demon tower refreshed their cognition. The boss at the end of the level was even more insidious and powerful. By the time they reached the 5th floor, they had run out of ammunition and food and were on the verge of their limit. Starting from the 4th floor, the boss at the end of the level has surpassed the strength of a nightmare-level monster. If it weren't for Sister Xiangxiang's bonus and the equipment provided by Xiaoye, I wouldn't have been able to make it through the 4th level. I was defeated at the 5th level. The boss at the end of the 5th level is a roaring dragon that can summon dozens of nightmare dragons. If we don't deal with it immediately, it will be very difficult. Song Shiyu's cold and pretty face gradually became solemn. She covered her trembling white heart with her hands, unable to hide her disappointment. She brought shame to Xiaoye. She couldn't even kill Yalong, so how could she catch up with him? Where you fall, there you get up. With me here, there will be no accidents. Sensing the beauty Lang's disappointment, Jiang Yi comforted her softly. He is a professional at slaying dragons. Then you have to get back at me and Sister Xiangxiang. The gloomy ice melted away, and Song Shiyu smiled softly. Xiaoye's strength is obvious to all. He can even kill the Calamity boss easily. He must have become stronger after not seeing him for a few days. A mere sub-dragon is nothing to worry about. What she is worried about now is whether her little stomach can absorb all the experience. After all, her Xiaoye was promoted 3 levels at a time with just 1 move. Knowing the information about the Daoyao Tower, Jiang Yi is more confident of passing it quickly. He took the school beauties and passed by the crowd resting in the square, preparing to enter the Demon Tower from the rarely visited South Corridor. The 9-layered Demon Tower has 4 pavilions on each side. The top, bottom, left, and right correspond to the east, south, west, and north. Each one is imprisoned by evil dragon souls. The 3rd squadron of the Wuji team has cleared the north-facing pavilion to the 4th floor. The powerful 2nd squadron will take over and push it to the 5th floor in no time. The codename team, the top new generation team from the United States, has also joined the tower climbing team. They're starting from the west-left pavilion. Are they trying to catch up? Oh, that's impossible. The 2nd team has brought a trump card this time on a level undead summoner. With the undead summoner controlling the dragon souls in the demon tower, the ascent will be much faster. The crowd who were resting were talking about it, and every 3 sentences they spoke were about the Wuji and codename teams. Hey, that team seems strange. Why are they all pretty girls? But the 9-layered demon tower's dragon soul doesn't rely on luck. What's the point of having a pretty face? It doesn't increase or decrease resistance, it just increases the boss's attack speed. Fuck, that guy is so handsome, why is he climbing a tower? He should climb me. Are they stupid or ignorant? They actually took the small path south to enter the building. Don't they know that it's the most difficult shortcut? Even the Wuji team doesn't dare to take it. How dare a group of newbies who haven't reached the dungeon limit? It's a pity for those beautiful girls. They actually followed an idiot captain. They will be blocked by hordes of bosses soon. Don't be scared to tears. Suddenly, there were surprised discussions among the crowd. More and more eyes were looking at Jiang Yi, all of them were puzzled and shaking their heads. Compared to the famous Wuji team and Linhai who were able to save people in the dungeon, Jiang Yi and other newbies who hadn't even reached the dungeon level limit were considered courageous for not being scared to death in the 1st floor. Wuji and codename? Interesting. Jiang Yi eavesdropped silently and continued forward without looking back. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and there was a gleam in his eyes. After a long time of being away from the outside world, he also wanted to see how big the gap was between himself and the top teams. Elites of the Grand Guild, please don't let me down. Glancing at the fully armed figure in the distance, Jiang Yi grinned and muttered to himself. Brother, the person over there seems to be Lu Ruyan. Shumoli frowned, looked disgusted, pointed at the pastor in white dress in the distance, and said angrily. The bad woman who had bewitched her brother in the past survived a disaster and was lucky enough to join the Wuji team, becoming very popular. Xiaoye's first love. So he likes flirty ones? Pei Qinghuan held the long sword, glanced lightly with his phoenix eyes, and trembled slightly. At the same time, she asked herself again and realized that her pretended coldness would only increase the distance between her and Xiaoye. It is easy to hide from the public, but difficult to hide from the public. The plan of night attack must be put on the agenda as soon as possible. With so many competitors, she can't follow in the footsteps of her loser ex-girlfriend. She's just an ex-girlfriend. Song Shiyu's pretty face was as cold as ice chips. She bit her lip and murmured softly. Why mention this bad woman who cheated on Xiaoye and secretly cheated on Qingmei? Isn't it unlucky? Xin Xiang glared at her sister-in-law, took out the disinfectant and sprayed it in the air. She hates women who hurt Xiaoye. Ex-girlfriend? So, I can't steal the boss's first love. Sakurajima Yui stretched her ears and eavesdropped, but she bit her lip and sighed with some disappointment. If she had met the boss earlier, would her life have been better? It's really hopeless. Jiang Yi shook his head, sighed helplessly, stepped on the stairs, and prepared to enter the copy. He is not as gossipy as the girls. Master! Something's happening. Hill suddenly frowned, gritted his teeth, and pointed into the distance. That woman is coming. Gabriel also frowned in displeasure and sounded the alarm softly. Jiang Yi remained unmoved and did not slow down his pace, as if he had not heard it. The girls frowned and looked in the direction of the voice, their faces as gloomy as water. But Lu Ruyan was seen wearing a white dress, holding an expensive diamond staff, walking towards them proudly. She looked like a cat with its tail raised, twisting its waist in a somewhat coquettish manner. Jiang Yi! Lu Ruyan shouted loudly, ignoring the girl's murderous gazes, raised her delicate head proudly, and said sarcastically. Hiding from me, playing hard to get? Chapter 116, a piece of paper agreement wipes out the family, the girls are protecting their food. With her black hair draped over her shoulders, Lu Ruyan pointed at Jiang Yi, and the diamond inlaid on the top of her staff sparkled. She is now a member of the second team of the Wuji team, and there is a sad barrier between her and newcomers like Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi, how long are you going to hide from me? Lu Ruyan sneered, and her delicate face was filled with a bit of self-righteous disdain. Indeed, Jiang Yi did achieve first place and won the Xuanhe copy. But, so what? It's just 100-day league before the college entrance examination, just like children playing house and having a little fun. How much value can the first place have? Things are different now. She is now the official pastor of Linhai's number 1, Wuji, team. Even some graduates from the double first-class Abyss University are not qualified to be candidates. After entering society, she realized how naive she was before, and actually hanged herself to death by Jiang Yi, such a crooked tree. He wasn't willing to give her a house, wasn't willing to take on her student loan, and wasn't even willing to share his parents' inheritance. Wasn't this simply treating her like an outsider? A stingy miser is good for nothing except being tough. You are really not worthy of being Lu Ruyan's boyfriend. It's up to you. I don't mind you hiding from me. But you have to sign this agreement for me. This is an order, otherwise. Lu Ruyan sneered, holding the sparkling diamond staff between her beautiful white silk legs. Her small hand reached into her collar, took out the folded agreement from the snow-white background, and unfolded it. At this point, the girls were already extremely angry. Blocking the sand and sheltering from the wind? He said a lot of things and even took out a piece of white paper. Who was he trying to scare? House, car, money, loan, well, you're going to eat up the whole family, right? Chu Moli narrowed his eyes and muttered softly with gritted teeth. She just opened her mouth and asked for it. Is this woman possessed by a golden bug? Short-sighted leeches. Pei Qinghuan's eyes were filled with anger, her heart was beating fast, and her small hand was on the sword at her waist. She really wanted to kill this leech girl with one sword. Lu Ruyan wanted Xiaoye's strength, but she was different. She wanted Xiaoye's energy and his undivided attention. Compared with the leech girl, she is an insatiable little cat at the top, harmless to humans and animals, so how much can she suck? These terms are meant to suck Xiaoye down so hard that he can't even wear his underwear. Xin Xiang took a quick glance at the words on the agreement and was shocked. She covered her heartbroken face with her hands, and was filled with shock and anger. How could there be such a greedy ex-girlfriend? If it were her, she would be willing to use her dad's private money to pay for Xiaoye's girlfriend. Well, car, house, and loan. So many clauses, is she a pig? She overestimates her own value. Sakurajima Yui was speechless. She was such a lackey and felt really sorry for the boss. He met the wrong person and was caught by his ex-girlfriend and sucked her blood. If she is with the boss, she would be willing to be associated with the Sakurajima family. As the heir, all she could do was listen to the eldest brother and be obedient like a young wife. Being a good wife to the president and living a good life with the boss is more important than anything else. Master, let Hill kill her. There was murderous intent in his silver eyes, but Hill suppressed his anger and calmly asked for permission. Noisy. A trace of anger flashed in her cherry eyes. Gabriel would not tolerate a loser who was spewing shit, so she walked up and slapped him in the face. Bang! Loud and crisp. Well done. A hint of satisfaction flashed in the girl's eyes, and they hummed softly with a common hatred for the enemy. Bang! The diamond staff fell from between the legs to the ground, making a crisp sound, which complemented the sound of slaps. You! With the red handprint covering her pretty face, Lu Ruyan's eyes flashed with fear, her beautiful white silk legs clamped together trembled slightly, and she breathed out in anger and embarrassment. Zhang Yi is such a scumbag. Not only did he use cold violence against her when she avoided him, he also instigated the girls to bully her. Is he still a human being? Zhang Yi, what's your skill in hiding behind a woman? Don't you want to break up completely? After we sign the agreement, we'll go our separate ways. Lu Ruyan bared her teeth, looked cold, and shouted with resentment. If she can't be crueler than the maid angel, how can she be crueler than Zhang Yi? At Xuanhe Square, the hatred between her brother and childhood sweetheart was still vivid in her mind. She had not forgotten the humiliation of being ignored by Zhang Yi, the scumbag. Things are different now. She is already an official member of the Wuji team and is no longer from the same world as Zhang Yi. She only gave him the opportunity to sign an agreement because of their old friendship. Otherwise, she could just take it. Lu Ruyan. Zhang Yi moved and smiled. He turned around slowly, his face cold and indifferent, with a sense of majesty even without anger. Do you really want to sign the agreement? Staring at the agreement, Zhang Yi asked coldly. The word cannibalism was written all over the agreement, and he knew it clearly. Lakeview Villa, student loans, parents' inheritance, it seemed like these were what Lu Ruyan deserved. If he doesn't sign the agreement, he will become a sinner? I don't want to sign. Lu Ruyan sneered, like a shrew scolding in the street, and stood up to Zhang Yi, holding up the light agreement, which looked like alms and a gift. Zhang Yi said nothing, and walked silently towards Lu Ruyan under the anxious gazes of the girls. Getting closer and closer, until, standing opposite. After not seeing each other for a few days, Lu Ruyan had cleared away her gloom and became more confident. It's like a sparrow that climbs onto a high branch and thinks it has become a phoenix. The arrogance in its eyes becomes more and more obvious. Don't you want to have it both ways? Lu Ruyan sneered and waved the agreement in front of Zhang Yi. Okay, then I'll give you a chance. After signing this agreement, we will go our separate ways, cut off all ties, and never contact each other again. Lu Ruyan took a deep breath and blurted out what was in her heart, with greed flashing in her eyes. Zhang Yi didn't say anything, just held the agreement and looked at it by himself. Behind him, the girls were almost crying in anxiety, fearing that he would be deceived by the shameless bad woman again. She knew that Zhang Yi had taken the bait. Now that we have this agreement, how can we let it go? After I eat up this useless person's family, I can use the assets I sell to help me advance further in the Wuji team. Even my brother and Boduan, we all have a bright future. And the only one sacrificed was Zhang Yi. With her eyes slightly fixed, Lu Ruyan took a deep breath and couldn't help swallowing. My conditions are not excessive. Don't forget, I gave you the best years of my youth. A girl's youth cannot be desecrated by material things. You only lost your inheritance, but I lost my youth. Don't be ungrateful. If you behave well, maybe we can become drinking buddies. Lu Ruyan tried to persuade Zhang Yi earnestly, trying to make him fall in love. All she wanted was his name on this piece of paper. Unfortunately, this thin piece of paper is not a marriage certificate, but an agreement. Where should I sign? Zhang Yi shook the white paper, stared at Lu Ruyan, and asked quietly. Phew, you won't regret it. A woman's youth is priceless. Just be happy. Here, right here, just sign your name and that's it. A flash of joy flashed across Lu Ruyan's eyes. She suppressed her excitement, pointed to a certain part of the agreement, and said in a trembling voice, "Where's your black pen?" Jiang Yi raised the corner of his mouth slightly, stared at Lu Ruyan, and began to retort. "Do you need me to do a spot check to see if your writing is good? Otherwise, if you can't sign the agreement, won't your youth be wasted?" Shuaibai crumpled the agreement into a ball of paper and stuffed it against his chest under Lu Ruyan's shocked and angry gaze. "What a stinky black pen, he signed nothing." Chapter 117, Lu Ruyan cried, and the school beauties were happy. "We've already cut off all ties, and you want him to compromise? It can block the sand and avoid the wind. Lu Ruyan, you still can't do arithmetic. Their youth is indeed priceless, but yours. I just feel sick." Jiang Yi raised his head, poking the paper ball with his fingertips. His smile gradually faded into a sneer, and all that was left was a feeling of worthlessness for himself. The crumpled paper ball was stuffed into Lu Ruyan's chest, making her face flush and ears turn red, and she was furious. Was she humiliated? Being humiliated by a loser who was inferior to him, in front of his mistress? How dare he? Do you really think you're the best in the world? Zhangcheng No. 1 High School is nothing in front of Wuji. Heh, why didn't I bring a black pen? Suppressing the discomfort in her heart, Lu Ruyan chose to endure the humiliation, with a slight smile on her lips and breathing softly. She lowered her voice, knitted her brows together, and said coldly with disdain and disgust, "Come here and sign. I'll only give you 3 minutes. Take out the paper ball and hold it tightly in your palm." Lu Ruyan walked past Jiang Yi and headed towards the pavilion. Under the angry gazes of the girls, she pushed open the door and waved to Jiang Yi. How many words Jiang Yi can write in 3 minutes with a pen depends on his ability. Just think of it as being sick and getting an injection. Even if it hurts, just grit your teeth and it will be over in a while. But the benefits gained are more than enough to make up for the costs. Elder brother. Chu Moli gritted his teeth, tugged at his brother's sleeve, and whispered worriedly, "Don't be fooled by bad women. What on earth is he thinking?" Pei Qinghuan bit her lip, feeling upset. If he even ignores her, it is even more impossible for him to have any thoughts about a bad woman. But Xiaoya, why are you just standing there in a daze without saying anything? It was so annoying. She hated the feeling of being out of control and weightless. Is Xiaoya teasing the dog again? Qin Xiang frowned slightly and guessed uncertainly. It's so funny. Even this vixen like her failed in stealing the chicken, how could Lu Ruyan succeed? There is only one possibility, her Xiaoya is walking the dog again. Scumbag. Is takeout really that delicious? It's not healthy to have so many people ordering from a good meal. Song Shiyu's pretty face was cold, she bit her lip and panted softly. She was so angry that she really wanted to push Xiaoye against the wall and torture him several times. Boss, what are you going to do? Sakurajima Yui blew into the lens and spoke with a tangled tongue. She was unsure and ate the melon for a while longer. The girls were all thinking differently, frowning and worried. Facing the temptation of his ex-girlfriend, what will Jiang Yi do? They guessed the answer in their hearts, but were afraid of causing trouble. Until then, we can only do whatever it takes to get back everything we have lost. No need. Jiang Yi frowned and said coldly. He doesn't like beating around the bush, he's straightforward and gets things done in one go, isn't that good? You're in trouble, but I'm still signing. Lu Ruyan frowned and reminded in a cold voice. She was in a hurry because they had to climb the tower soon, and she didn't have the time to bargain with this loser. She is so precious, and she is not happy about it being given away to this loser? How stupid. I mean, right here. Looking at Lu Ruyan, Jiang Yi raised the corners of his mouth slightly, with a hint of meaning. He doesn't like to hide things, and he doesn't like to beat around the bush. He just says it clearly in front of the girls. When the girls heard this, their faces turned red, tears welled up in the corners of their eyes, and their hearts finally died in the air. Good news, Xiaoye doesn't treat them as outsiders. Bad news, Xiaoye doesn't treat them as human beings either. Lu Ruyan, do we really have to sign this agreement? Here? Aren't you afraid they'll get jealous? Lu Ruyan laughed out of anger, staring at Jiang Yi and glaring at him. This madman looks gentle and handsome, but he is actually very perverted at heart. There are so many young girls watching her teaching even when she is just signing. Does that mean she is a Japanese teacher? What's delicious? Jiang Yi smiled indifferently, rolled up his sleeves and said lightly. It's not that he is thick-skinned, but since they have already severed ties, what else is there to care about? Okay, I'll satisfy you. Lu Ruyan sneered and decided to go for broke. Since those cat lickers don't care, what does Lu Ruyan have to be afraid of? The Four Seasons are like this, so she clutched the hem of her skirt and whispered a reminder. Sign the front or the back? Or do I have to sign both sides? There are 2 signatures in the agreement, one positive and one negative, in order to prevent Jiang Yi from playing tricks. Turn it over, I don't want to see your ugly face. Jiang Yi did not hesitate and urged impatiently. What are you doing? Why are you dawdling? Don't waste his time climbing the tower and leveling up. Tails is tails. Lu Ruyan bit her lip and snorted coldly. He suppressed the unhappiness in his heart, walked up to Jiang Yi, and turned around skillfully. Then he threw the paper ball on the ground, bent over, frowned in disgust and reminded. You better sign this before I lace up my shoes. After saying that, he closed his eyes and waited for Jiang Yi's decision. Okay, I'll sign. Jiang Yi raised the corner of his mouth and wrote with great enthusiasm. The size 42 boots kicked Lu Ruyan hard on the butt. Yekai. This kick, years of anger. She frowned in pain, lying on the ground in confusion, turned her head away with a look of grievance, and said with tears in her eyes. This requires some conditions. She's not sick, but she'll have to pay for medical expenses if she gets beaten. Sand pen. Jiang Yi spat lightly and sneered. Even cursing someone requires conditions. Lu Ruyan was stunned for a moment, then gritted her teeth and started bargaining. She was beaten and scolded just to get Jiang Yi to sign. How easy is that? This loser doesn't appreciate it and is so arrogant and unreasonable. Once he signs, I will make him regret it. Haha, I can't take it anymore, brother, you really know how to tease a dog. Chu Moli squatted on the ground, holding his stomach, pointing at Lu Ruyan, and laughing so hard that tears came out. Don't reward her. Pei Qinghuan couldn't get out, and even felt a little jealous. That's the expression on his face, aggrieved, confused, and crying, just like a little puppy. So pitiful. Xin Xian covered her lips and did not forget to finish off the opponent. Lu Ruyan, you really are like a dog. Song Shiyu raised a hint of sarcasm at the corner of her mouth and looked down at him with contempt. Her old deskmate is really bad, he plays the bad woman around. If you woof, I'll give you this sausage. Sakurajima Yui took the ham, shook it and teased. Master is so mean. Hill's mouth corners slightly raised, and he raised his tail contentedly. She knew that her master would not be fooled by a bad woman. You deserve it. Gabriel snorted coldly and said unhappily. Surrounded by the girls' mocking gazes, how could Lu Ruyan not understand what was happening? Jiang Yi, are you kidding me? She lay on the ground and said angrily. Didn't you say you were going to sign? Why aren't you signing? Lu Ruyan's face flushed red, and she roared like a madman. An agreement that changed my destiny just flew away so lightly. She hates it. Jiang Yi walked up to Lu Ruyan, stepped on her back, and said jokingly. If I ask for it, you'll give it to me? Chapter 118, White Moonlight is inferior to Yellow Moonlight, Lu Ruyan has become a ballpoint pen. Lu Ruyan was struck by lightning, lying on the ground in a daze, her eyes red and full of tears. If it weren't for the burning pain in her butt, she would have thought she was dreaming. How could Jiang Yi reject me? How dare you reject me? Just half a month ago, he was devoted to me and would be happy for a long time even if I just smiled back. But now, I've given myself to him, and he actually rejected me? Lu Ruyan muttered to herself, lying on the ground with scratches all over her body, but no one sympathized with her. She couldn't figure it out, was it Jiang Yi who had changed, or was it that she had lost her charm? If she were to be honest, she was considered the school belle of Jiangcheng No. 1 middle school and had many suitors. If she hadn't been impressed by Jiang Yi's obedience, she would never have been his girlfriend. Moreover, when she was in love with Jiang Yi, she was always pampered, buying clothes, bags, milk tea. As long as she smiled, her requests would be granted. But now, the apple of my eye was kicked to the ground. Why on earth was this happening? Lu Ruyan was puzzled and couldn't figure out why Jiang Yi rejected her. Since she is fine, then the one with the problem must be Jiang Yi. He actually looks down on her. Isn't this loser too picky? Jiang Yi, isn't this what you want most? Lu Ruyan bit her lip, stared, and glared. She wanted to see through Jiang Yi's heart, but she only saw a playful expression. What do I want? Stepping on Lu Ruyan's back, Jiang Yi smiled slightly and asked softly. What he wants is simple. It is Lu Ruyan's regret. Holding hands, kissing, isn't that what you always want when you're in love? I can give it to you now, even in one go. As long as you sign this agreement. Lu Ruyan still didn't give up. She turned her head, tears in her eyes, and wailed in a trembling voice. That's all? Jiang Yi was in low spirits and yawned. If we don't raise the stakes a little, not only will he not be tempted, but even his second brother won't agree. Jiang Yi, I'm already like this, what else do you want? Things are different now. I'm already a full-fledged member of the Wuji team. It won't be long before I can enter the core circle. You can be happy secretly if you have a girlfriend like me. How about this, if you're willing to change your mind, I can give it to you again once I've entered the core circle of the Wuji team. Lu Ruyan endured the pain, lay on the ground, and chattered incessantly. It's not that she wants to be humble, but she has no choice. In order to join the Wuji team and enter the core circle of the first team, she has borrowed a lot of money. I need Jiang Yi to drop gold coins to solve my urgent problem. Otherwise, it will be overdue next month, and the consequences of overdue payment. Maybe he'll show up in a stationery store, selling pens to pay off his debts. Hearing her words, the girls frowned and trembled with anger. Except for Chumoli, she couldn't tremble and could only grab her twin ponytails and swing them angrily. But deep down in their hearts, there was an angry voice. Isn't Lu Ruyan too shameless? Even after all this, you are still thinking about that crappy agreement. Are you crazy? Isn't it just 2 ounces more pork head meat than me? You are so weak and insignificant, brother will never agree to it. Don't drive up the price. No matter how good the white moonlight is, it can't compare to the yellow moonlight in the study materials. Is this the boss's ex-girlfriend? She seems a bit materialistic. The girls grumbled in dissatisfaction, becoming increasingly disgusted with Lu Ruyan. This unlucky loser is relying on his status as Bai Yueguang to raise the price. Do they really treat their Xiaoye as an ATM? How about it? Seeing that Jiang Yi was indifferent, Lu Ruyan, with tears in her eyes, became a little anxious. If you don't sign, Team Wuji will start climbing the tower. There is not much time left for her. It's not enough. Jiang Yi moved his feet, glanced at her, sneered and shook his head. Lu Ruyan bit her lip and struggled to get up. So what do you want? Her makeup was a little messy from crying, and she growled like crazy. It's simple. Just give me your face and slap me 5 times. Jiang Yi waved his hand and spoke slowly with a playful smile. You, just for this? Lu Ruyan was angry, then laughed. Jiang Yi hesitated for so long, just to slap her 5 times? You should have said no earlier, it's not like she is uncooperative. 5 slaps, twice, and then sign the agreement. Tying her messy hair behind her head, Lu Ruyan looked at Jiang Yi and quoted a price without waiting for his answer. She really has no time to waste, so let's get this over with quickly. Do you want me to say more? Jiang Yi glared at Lu Ruyan and said coldly. You already know the answer but still ask. That's not sensible at all. Well, brother is a bit violent. I don't know if my small body can handle it. Damn it. If I make Xiaoye angry, will he slap me as a reward? Boss, let go of that pickled carrot and let me do it. The girls bit their lips, looking resentful. They also want rewards. Hurry up, I'm in a hurry. Lu Ruyan walked reluctantly to Jiang Yi, stretched her neck, closed her eyes, bit her lip, and snorted coldly. She felt a little embarrassed. If her student loan was not about to be overdue, she would not have to beg Jiang Yi for help in such a humble manner. Bang! Jiang Yi didn't waste any words and gave him a slap, crisp and pleasant. Lu Ruyan was like a spinning top, being whipped and spun several times, with snow in her eyes, and she almost crashed. This slap was too hard. Her cheeks were swollen and 2 of her back teeth had fallen out. You are so gentle. Before he could utter the word, Jiang Yi slapped him in the face. Bang! With her black hair fluttering in the wind, Lu Ruyan's eyes were dull and both sides of her face were swollen like a pig's head. Where was the charm of a top actress? Lightly. She stammered and stumbled, her ears ringing and she couldn't hear clearly. Bang bang bang. 3 slaps were heard, deafening. Lu Ruyan stood there in a daze, her pig-headed face was blue and purple, the corners of her lips were red and she was bleeding, and she was already unconscious. You're really thick-skinned. Jiang Yi wiped his hands with disinfectant and snorted in disgust. His hands were all red from fighting. Lu Ruyan's face was thicker than a city wall. He took out the paper ball sandwiched between the snow-white pieces and unfolded it gently. A deal, right? If you want it so badly, then beg me? Jiang Yi joked, scanning Lu Ruyan's pig-headed face with the agreement. Think. Lu Ruyan was already dazed. When she heard the word agreement, her swollen eye sockets squeezed open a little, and her eyes became much clearer. She moaned subconsciously. Oh. Jiang Yi sneered and used his finger as a pen to write on the agreement. Then it was rolled into a ball and stuffed back into the Snow White, returning it to its owner. Bitch. With a light spat, Jiang Yi raised his hand and slapped Lu Ruyan in the face. Buy one get one free, no cheating. Lu Ruyan vomited blood, spun several times, and fell backwards to the ground. That messy figure is shocking. The girls were stunned and trembling with fear. Brother, if you really sign it, won't we be homeless? My sister frowned, a little worried. Xiao Yi, help me pull out the tooth. Use your hands to pat it, yes, the way you pat a walnut, with all your strength. Pei Qinghuan's eyes turned red with jealousy. Her pretty figure was surrounded by a dark aura, and she was muttering in resentment. Well, Xiaoye, does your hand hurt? Put it here and let me rub it for you. Xin Xiang asked with concern, her fingertips poking her heart. Xiaoye, if you're homeless, come to my house. My mom likes you very much. Song Shiyu's pretty face was cold as she asked quietly. If Jiang Yi signed the agreement and became homeless, she wouldn't mind taking him in. By then, if the innocent landlord and the beautiful tenant don't want the rent to be raised, just be obedient. Boss, don't let her get away with it. Let me tear up the agreement. Sakurajima Yui took small steps and said hurriedly. She couldn't bear to see her boss suffer any loss. Who said I signed it? Jiang Yi raised the corner of his mouth and chuckled in confusion. The girls looked slightly startled, then suddenly realized what was going on. Scribbling on the agreement, isn't that too bad? Chun Chun treats Lu Ruyan as a trivial matter. This is what she deserves. Jiang Yi shook his head, said something, and prepared to enter the pavilion, climb the tower and grab the pearl. If he hadn't awakened, he might have been taken advantage of by Lu Ruyan, left with tens of millions in student loans and debt on the streets. Chuckling softly, Jiang Yi pushed open the red door of the attic and walked in. The girls followed closely behind. A long time. Hiss. Lu Ruyan woke up slowly, covering her swollen purple face, took a breath of cold air, her face distorted with pain. Who am I, where am I, what am I going to do? Agreement, on agreement. Here? Lu Ruyan shook her collar in panic, and the crumpled paper ball quietly slipped out from the Snow White. She seemed to have grabbed a life-saving straw, and hurriedly lay on the ground, trembling and gently unfolding it. His eyes squeezed out a slit, and his vision was extremely red. There's writing on it, he signed it. Ha ha ha. Lu Ruyan collapsed to the ground, holding up the crumpled paper and laughing wildly. Hey, why 8 words? Realizing that the number of words was wrong, Lu Ruyan stared intently. Even with all the effort, his swollen eyes could only squeeze out a tiny gap, barely allowing him to make out the words. 8 characters, vivid and image-rich. Ballpoint pen, what's wrong with you? Chapter 119, The Demon Tower is haunted. The girls are plotting something bad. Ballpoint pen, ballpoint pen? Lu Ruyan's eyes were dull and she murmured a few words subconsciously. Isn't it a black pen? When did it become a ballpoint pen? But suddenly, the diamond staff on the ground reflected the light, and she could barely see the shape of her face. Whose pig's head is this? This pig head is me? The paper fell to the ground, and she kept humming like a moron. Wrong. How did she become a pig's head with a sauce-flavored aroma? What a round pig head. Ballpoint pen, round pig nose? Lu Ruyan muttered softly, picked up the agreement and took another look at it. Just like looking in the mirror, he drew a pig's head where he put pen to paper, which was very appropriate. She gritted her teeth and suddenly realized what was happening. She was so angry that her white skin, which was bruised, was shaking. She couldn't catch her breath. She felt a black screen in front of her eyes and passed out. Plop! She fell backwards, like a ballpoint pen stuck in the spit, which needed to be pressed to release the core. Natural disaster. 9-layered demon tower southward to the next heaven. The tower is not small, with red brick walls and an antique style. Jiang Yi walked in front, and the girls followed with different thoughts. Brother, your drawing is quite out of tune, but it's quite vivid. He wants both the house and the inheritance. Does that greedy pig really think he's got diamonds? Chu Moli grabbed her twin ponytails and showed the sneer that was unique to a small-time female ghost. Ballpoint pen, Xiaoye can only think of it. Pei Qinghuan covered her lips and chuckled elegantly. Whenever she has a toothache in the future, she will ask Xiaoye to have it pulled out, and it's no big deal if her face gets swollen. Xiaoye, stop being so abstract and hit me. Xin Xiang raised the corner of her mouth slightly, revealing her fox tail. Where's the chalk? Song Shiyu's pretty face was cold as she murmured to herself. The room is full of Xiaoye's photos. I hold the chalk to ease my longing for him. Boss, it's dark and spooky here. It's a bit scary. Sakurajima Yui huddled beside Jiang Yi, clamped her legs together, and couldn't help trembling. She is really afraid of ghosts. Aren't you a Miko? Why are you afraid of ghosts? Jiang Yi asked with a smile, signed the trembling little hand of the girl with glasses, and pulled her to his side. I'm not afraid anymore. Sakurajima Yui blushed and leaned silently on Jiang Yi's shoulder. The fear in my heart disappeared. This little action left the girls stunned. Afraid of ghosts, why didn't they think of that? Brother, the Yin energy in this tower is so strong, I'm scared. Chu Moli followed suit, found an excuse, and leaned against Jiang Yi. The shamelessness typical of a small-time female kid, even holding hands, she doesn't behave properly. Xiaoye, I'm afraid of ghosts. Pei Qinghuan didn't even bother to act. She just lay on Jiang Yi's back, put her arms around his neck, and hummed softly with a breath as sweet as orchid. Her face was rosy and her energy was abundant. There was no fear at all. It was clearly a sex maniac that had been released. Get out of here, monsters! Get out of here, monsters! Xin Xiang huddled in Jiang Yi's arms, scrambling for a piece of land, trembling and moaning in panic. Her acting is very good, but it's a pity that she scared herself. Xiao Yi, I'm afraid of ghosts now, is it too late? Song Shiyu asked in a cold voice. She covered her heart and squeezed hard before she was able to squeeze into his arms. There is still time, just a little bit. Are you afraid of ghosts? Jiang Yi gritted his teeth and was sweating profusely. The girls pressed together and felt hot quickly, and the Yin energy in the tower was not so strong anymore. Of course I am afraid. I hate ghosts the most. Chu Moli raised the corner of his mouth slightly, revealing the unique smile of a small female ghost. The Yin energy in this tower is too strong. I am weak and cannot get cold. I can only rely on you. Pei Qinghuan blushed and panted softly. Jiang Yi was stunned. The SSS level, Qiyang Swordmaster, was weak in Qi? Then what about the two little sons behind him? I have depression. Xin Xiang huddled in his arms, took a deep breath, and gasped. Jiang Yi was stunned again. Is there another expert? This person's depression must be in the late stage, otherwise he wouldn't be using his clothes as an oxygen machine. Xiaoye, I'm afraid of ghosts. I rely on you. That's it. Song Shiyu's pretty face turned slightly red as she spoke in a clear voice. She found the right angle and took a sneak shot of Jiang Yi. When the time comes, all the obstructing cats will be removed, so... In this world, there are only her and Xiaoye. Noticing the flash, Jiang Yi was stunned again. This is not even acting. Damn it, he is surrounded by female ghosts. Boss. I've been walking for quite some time, but how come I haven't seen a single ghost? Holding Jiang Yi's hand, Sakurajima Yui noticed something unusual and reported it in a panic. Who says there are no ghosts? You perverts have caused me so much trouble. Jiang Yi snorted coldly. He didn't want to wear the yellow robe. After being reminded by the green-haired girl with glasses, the girls also realized that something was wrong. Hey, up and down, left and right, east and west, this, southbound, demon tower is said to be the most difficult, with endless dragon souls, why haven't I encountered any? Chu Moli suppressed his trembling thoughts and said with a serious look of suspicion. Something is wrong. I didn't encounter any dragon ghosts. This is too strange. Cleaned up by the pink-haired vixen and the forest ice and fireman? Pei Qinghuan frowned and guessed in a low voice. She remembered that the two thieving cats had broken through to the 4th floor, but were exhausted at the 5th floor and unfortunately defeated. In other words, the dragon soul in the southward demon tower was cleared out by them. I don't know. Xin Xiang was also confused. She and Song Shiyu rushed to the tower without stopping, but they only reached the 5th level. Apart from the boss, they had no time to care about the dragon soul. Logically speaking, there should be groups of dragon souls wandering in this tower. Why is it so quiet and deserted? Is it really haunted? Song Shiyu's cold and pretty face was a little solemn. She quietly took out the camera and recorded the beautiful life with Xiaoye. Even if it's haunted, it won't stop her from collecting materials. Wu, don't scare me. Sakurajima Yui let out a moan and jumped on Zhang Yi in fright. She is really afraid of ghosts. Zhang Yi shook his head and laughed, patted the green-haired and bespectacled girl on the back, and said softly, "No ghosts, isn't that good? You can also easily climb the tower and grab the dragon balls." He has only one goal, to rush to the 9-layered demon tower and seize the healing dragon ball. It can be easier and save time. The girls nodded in approval, followed Zhang Yi and continued forward. The gloomy prison of the 1st heaven, the blood mist devil tower of the 2nd heaven, the hot sea of sand of the 3rd heaven, the ice and fire of the 4th heaven. Until I stepped onto the 5th floor, Morikawa Osawa. The dense primeval forest and the boundless sea of clouds and swamps are accommodated in a pavilion, forming a world of its own. But the strange thing is that the forest and the swamp seem dead, without any sign of life. Apart from Zhang Yi and the girls stepping on the rustling sound of dead leaves, there was no sound at all. It was eerily quiet. Something is wrong. There is definitely something wrong with this 5th level, Morikawa Osawa. Otherwise, there wouldn't be 5 consecutive levels without even a single ghost appearing. This great crisis must remain in the 5th heaven, hidden in the vast primeval forest and lurking in the boundless sea of clouds and swamps, waiting for the moment when they are careless, and then reaping their lives. It must be like this. The girls agreed with this and surrounded Zhang Yi with high alert, seeing enemies everywhere. Is it really that serious? Zhang Yi sighed and shook his head in frustration. He did not disturb the girls' vigilant interest, but strolled leisurely in the forest. In fact, he had never traveled outside, and he could only glimpse the mountains, rivers, lakes, and seas of Daxia and many of the most beautiful sights on Earth on TV. Now that I have the opportunity, I will treat it as a vacation and relax in the forest. But the girls obviously did not have the leisure and restraint that Zhang Yi had. However, they all displayed their special abilities, keeping vigilant to their surroundings, not daring to make a sound. There should be flocks of dragons in this 5th heaven, so why is there not even a bird? Could it be that the group of dragon ghosts noticed the invaders and hid themselves in advance? This is too scary. The girls' foreheads were covered with sweat, and the trembling arcs in their hearts gradually rose and fell. Sasha. Suddenly, the crisp sound of dead leaves being crushed drifted behind him. The girls were horrified and turned around quickly, but they were stunned. The uninvited guest had golden hair like a waterfall, a pretty face that was extremely beautiful, a voluptuous and seductive figure, a pair of pure white wings on his back, and a pair of bare white and rosy jade feet, which slowly floated down to the ground. Holding a thunder knife, golden arcs of electricity dance on her delicate body. She is awe-inspiring without even being angry, and her dominance is unparalleled. She is Sister Ari? Shu Moli's eyelids twitched and he exclaimed in surprise. When? I couldn't even detect this angel's whereabouts and aura. Pei Qinghuan's defense was broken, and he bit his lip and murmured. She's becoming increasingly useless, even outmatched by a charming pet. What an incompetent teammate. The silver dragon and the angel are not around. Could it be that? Qin Xiang's pupils dilated and she exclaimed in disbelief. Song Shiyu was speechless, her pretty face looked very cool. So beautiful. Sakurajima Yui covered her lips and sighed enviously. She covered her chest and breathed a sigh of relief, but suddenly realized something was wrong. Ha! Where's the intruder? Could it be the boss's second-in-command, Maid Angel? Shock flashed across her dark green eyes, and the green-haired, bespectacled girl, whose reaction arc was too slow, came up with an answer in her mind. This 9-layered demon tower 1T be conquered by Silver Dragon Princess and the fallen angel alone, right? In the glorious form, Gabriel is holy and majestic. She holds the sword of aim no Morokumo and floats lightly to Zhang Yi's side with lotus steps. She held up his hand, leaned over gracefully and kissed it gently, then like a little wild cat, her holy face was stained with the red frost of desire, and she excitedly asked for credit. Master, the 9-layered demon tower has been taken over by me and the color lizard. As she spoke, she couldn't help but raise her pretty face, steal a glance at Zhang Yi, and secretly rejoiced. Ah, The girls were shocked and excited. The demon tower was so huge, yet it was taken down in just a short while? Besides the demon tower, to the south, what about the ones in other directions? Jiang Yi asked calmly. East, south, west, north, and every inch of the demon tower has surrendered. They serve my lord. Gabriel kissed her master's hand, her face slightly red, and said in a trembling voice. Sister Ali, are you saying that the entire 9-layered demon tower, that small world so large, the cage that suppressed countless dragon souls, was destroyed just like that? It can't be that fast. Even my sister couldn't get through the demon tower that fast. Silver Dragon Princess is strong, and the angel is also terrifyingly strong. Am I really just a plug-in for Xiaoye? When the girls learned that the demon tower had been conquered, their faces turned bright and full of excitement. Immediately, he felt a little amused and helpless. They held their breath and moved very carefully along the way. It turned out that they were all. Scare yourself? This is so funny. Good. Jiang Yi nodded and chuckled in satisfaction, raised his hand and gently stroked the radiant angel's snow-white neck, and asked softly. What about the dragon balls? He climbed the tower in order to heal the dragon ball and lure out the Qingqiu fox. Since Hill and Gabriel have conquered the demon tower, I guess the dragon ball is already in their pocket, right? Dragon ball. Gabriel bit her lip in grievance, with a hint of resentment on her pretty face. The dragon ball was stolen by a perverted lizard. He hung it around his neck and said he would make it into a bell when he saw its owner. Unable to snatch the lizard away, she ran back to complain to her owner. Master, I want the bell too. Once the bell on her neck rings, Ari won't get lost. Chapter 120 Master, do you want to taste the taste of Dragon Ball? The glorious angel pursed her lips and complained aggrievedly. If the mutton fat jade on the snow-white neck is replaced with a red rope bell, it will be easier for the owner to hold it. The most important thing is that it makes a crisp ding-dong sound when you walk, so you never have to worry about getting lost again. With a bell around his neck, doesn't that make him look like a puppy? Jiang Yi shook his head and laughed, then sighed softly. Silver Dragon Princess has evolved into a transcendent life form. The Sea of Karma prisoner dragon is at the same level as a true dragon, yet for a bell, she fought with a fallen angel. Doesn't she really want to be her masteress puppy? That's right, only a childish woman like a pervert would like that. Bells look best when they're hung on your ankles, right? Gabriel pursed her lips and complained softly. Her bare feet were white with a hint of pink, and she had bells on her ankles. When she walked, they jingled and made crisp sounds, which made her look quite lively and graceful. If you spread some jam on it and wrap it with 2 pieces of bread. Thinking of this, Jiang Yi swallowed. The fallen angel knows how to play, and his every move is so beautiful that it makes people look delicious. If the master is hungry, you can have a snack at night. Gabriel licked her cherry lips with her red tongue, narrowed her beautiful eyes, leaned close to Jiang Yi's ear, her pretty face gradually flushed, giving a faint reminder. The bare foot nonchalantly rested against the side of the owner's calf, rubbing it lightly. If the owner has a loss of appetite, she can help treat it. Ari doesn't recommend falling into depravity. Her gorgeous snow-white eyes are tinged with red hearts. In addition to her glorious angel form, she is also a fallen succubus. What does it matter if the succubus has fallen a little? Rabbits eat some grass near their burrows to satisfy their hunger and cravings. So good. Gently stroking the angel's snow-white neck, Jiang Yi chuckled softly. The proud and holy angel squinted her eyes comfortably, her pretty face flushed, like a lazy cat, enjoying the caress of her master. On the side, the girls were stunned. Is this still a holy and flawless angel? In a moment of thought, you degenerate into a lazy little kitten? My brother, is he a succubus? Even the angel Sister A Li couldn't help but want to repay the favor. This unconcealable charm is too foul. Shu Moli shook her twin ponytails, tears welling up in the corners of her eyes, and complained tearfully. She doesn't want her brother to be taken away. It's tricky, too tricky. Not only can she fight better than me and have a more rounded figure, but she also has wings and a tail. I can't compare to her at all. Pei Qinghuan's face turned pale. He covered his trembling heart and bit his lip jealously. Even if she puts on the cosplay, she can't be as authentic as the fallen angel. Danger. The enchanted pets around Xiaoye all have bad intentions. I have to speed up and succeed sooner rather than later. Qin Xiang's beautiful eyes narrowed, she bit her lip sadly, and muttered softly. She is a pink-haired vixen who likes to steal and cheat, which is also her nature. I can only say, I'm sorry, Emoli. Xiaoye, do you like something more passionate? Then I'm out of luck, right? Rubbing her cold pretty face, Song Shiyu hummed softly, feeling unhappy. She was as cold as ice chips, and her feedback was slightly flawed. At the same time, she secretly took pictures with her hands behind her back. I haven't seen Xiaoye these days, and her stock is almost used up. She must take more pictures of spiritual food. Otherwise, if you are greedy, you will just drool. If the boss's pet is too powerful, wouldn't I, a lackey, appear incompetent? Sakurajima Yui hung her face, sighed, and felt like she had lost all desire to live. The boss is too strong and she can't help at all. The S-level temple nun was like an incompetent wife who could only watch the female president and her husband alone in a room and force herself to smile. A bitter feeling of powerlessness spread across Shuebai. She also wanted to become stronger, get the boss's approval, and be useful. Otherwise, it can only serve as a background board, allowing the hair color to become more green. Go find Hill, retrieve the Dragon Ball, and then head to the forbidden area of the Dragon Palace. After rubbing for a while, Jiang Yi pinched the angel's cheek and smiled softly. As early as when he was teasing Lu Ruyan, he had split up Silver Dragon Princess and the Fallen Angels into 2 groups to climb the tower and level up. Unexpectedly, after reaching the 5th level, Hill and Gabriel conquered the 9-layered Demon Tower and successfully obtained the Healing Dragon Ball. Speed is of the essence in war. Only. Hill took the Dragon Ball but didn't come back to see me. She must have her own concerns. Maybe something went wrong in the 9th heaven. She couldn't take the Dragon Ball away, and she wanted to save face, plus she was lazy, so she asked Ali to come here and complain. Jiang Yi guessed in his mind and thought of a possibility. Perhaps at the top of the Demon Tower, in the 9th heaven, an unexpected change occurred. We need to speed up. Jiang Yi muttered something, and then led the girls forward at full speed to meet up with Silver Dragon Princess as soon as possible. The group flew through the dense forest, crossed the misty swamp, stepped into the hidden tower eye, and entered the next level. The 6th heaven is in the blood mist, the 7th heaven is between clouds and water, the 8th heaven is in the blue spring, and the last heaven is Temple of Heaven. Jiang Yi moved out of the sea of blood, flew through the clouds, passed through the dark springs in the blue sky, and finally arrived in front of a grand hall. The cold bronze secret door was pushed open a crack, and a bright red light immediately came out. This must be the heavenly temple that Sierra and Ari mentioned. Touching the cold secret door, the breath of time brushed his face. Jiang Yi frowned and looked around softly. He pushed the door open with force, and pure white light flooded in, dispelling all the darkness in Biluoquan. In front of me is a pure white hall, surrounded by holy mist. A red carpet was rolled out, crossing the steps and leading to the bloody throne. The silver dragon and the succubus stood quietly under the throne, one on the left and one on the right, waiting quietly. So big, so white, is this heaven? It's so peaceful and tranquil, isn't it? Shumoli embraced the holy mist, washed his face, and exclaimed in surprise. No signs of fighting. Pei Qinghuan held the sword in hand, her beautiful eyes slightly fixed, not daring to let her guard down. What a peaceful atmosphere, what a holy hall. If I hold my wedding with Xiaoye here? Xin Xiang rolled her crimson eyes around, licked her lips, and muttered with some longing. Get married, and then give Xiaoye a litter of little foxes to firmly tie his heart down. The fog enveloped the surroundings, and the scene inside the hall could not be seen. It's so annoying. The lens is all steamy and I can't capture Xiaoye's face clearly. But, hazy isn't bad at all. Song Shiyu's pretty face was cold, she frowned and murmured. Fortunately, she had already reached the point where she had no censorship in her mind. Even though Xiaoye's photo was blurry, she could still imagine it and add fuel to the fire. This is holy light. The magic power in my body is cheering and the negative energy that was previously contaminated is also gradually dissipating. Sakurajima Yui stretched out her little hand, grabbed the curling mist, and analyzed softly. The girls were very curious about the holy hall, but Jiang Yi's eyes lingered on the black and white charming pets. Princess Silver Dragon and the succubus stood quietly beneath the throne, waiting for a long time. Hill, Ari. Jiang Yi called softly, stepping on the blood-colored carpet and walking towards the rose throne. Owner. Princess Silver Dragon and the succubus knelt on one knee and saluted respectfully. Hill took out a pure white dragon ball the size of a jelly bean and gently held it in his mouth. Want to taste the dragon balls? Gabriel licked her lips, grabbed the heart-shaped tail, and added quietly. I can help, too.